She accidentally traveled through time into the unfamiliar Huangfu dynasty, and with the medical skills she learned in the modern era, she opened a medical hall to make a living. Everything was fine until one day, when the villagers brought her a man dressed in fine clothes, and her tranquil life was forever changed. In the mountain gorge, where the scenery was wondrously beautiful, Nangong Qingjin stood on a high terrace, clad in a pure white silk robe. Her eyes sparkled as they moved, and her lips curled involuntarily. Her hands were crossed behind her back as she marveled at the beauty of this place. The cold height seemed detached from the world below, and when the wind rose, her long black hair fluttered along with her white robes like a scene straight out of a painting. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a spot. Though her eyes appeared directed toward that direction, there was no light in them, indicating that her mind wasn't truly focused there. Upon closer inspection, her eyelids were slightly lowered, her expression stunned, as if she were lost in thought. It had been 3 years since she arrived here. Initially strange to everything, she slowly grew familiar with all aspects of this place. From being lonely at first to no longer fearing loneliness now, time passed so quickly. It felt like just a blink of an eye, yet 3 years had already passed. Nangong Qingjin herself found it astonishing. That day, while cooking her favorite sweet and sour eggplant in the kitchen, she took a bite to taste right before it was ready. As soon as it entered her mouth, she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself lying on top of Hung Mountain, dressed in a simple white dress. Every time she thought about it, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but find it absurd. How could eating a single bite of sweet and sour eggplant lead her to travel through time? How incredible, truly beyond belief. Except for the picturesque landscape, this mountain was completely deserted. She was only 17 when she arrived here. The strange environment frightened and disturbed her. There had been times when she hadn't eaten anything for days, suffering bites from venomous snakes that kept her awake all night, or facing countless wolves in the mountains, always being cautious not to be discovered and devoured by them. Through these trials, her small body and fragile heart gradually grew stronger. For quite some time, she didn't know which dynasty she had traveled to, surrounded as she was by uninhabited surroundings and unsure of how to inquire further. However, she adapted to her circumstances as quickly as possible. This was an ability she had cultivated early on in the 21st century. After all, for someone who had never known what their parents looked like since birth, an orphan from the start, this was the most basic survival rule. A person without anyone to rely on must depend entirely on oneself. It's the self-cultivation of an orphan. So, she utilized the money earned from working part-time to buy books, learn traditional Chinese medicine, attend training courses, and study taekwondo and grappling techniques. She learned all sorts of things that made her stronger. Who knew they would come in handy even here? Since she was here, she decided to settle in and make peace with her situation. She had long grown accustomed to being alone. Now, all that had changed was her environment. Everything else remained the same. She was still her entire world. As long as she was alive, she already possessed the most precious thing in the world. She often reminded herself quietly that wherever she was, she had to struggle fiercely to survive. Even though she was alone, her life had to have meaning. Of course, much of her success owed thanks to Elder Zhao and the fellow villagers down the mountain. Without their assistance, progress would have been difficult indeed, and reaching where she is today as Nangong Yuan might not have been possible. Speaking of Elder Zhao, he was someone she encountered unintentionally when she once wandered down to a village below. He was a very kind-hearted and loyal elder in his 50s who loved helping others. It was also from him that she began to understand something about this country. The name of this nation was the Huangfu dynasty, and it was currently in its 27th year. Huangfu was the national surname of the dynasty, signifying that anyone with the surname of Huangfu held supreme power. This nation corresponded somewhat to the Qin dynasty that she had studied in history, being a flourishing, prosperous state with a peaceful population and a content populace, existing in a unique and independent realm of its own. But according to Elder Zhao, the Huangfu dynasty 3 years ago wasn't like this. Back then, besides the Huangfu dynasty, there was another subordinate foreign nation under it. 5 years ago, the Huangfu dynasty underwent a great transformation. And this transformation was all due to a woman. 7 years ago, this foreign nation offered a woman as tribute to the current king of Huangfu dynasty. Rumors circulated throughout the folk, saying that this woman was incredibly beautiful, carrying the exotic charm unique to her homeland. They said her skin was whiter than snow, her jet black hair long enough to touch the ground, flowing like silk. Clad in a red garment hugging her slender waist, her phoenix eyes were naturally filled with emotion, and the flicker of her glance could steal away one's soul. Her every smile or frown could enchant everyone around her. Everyone said that compared to the fox demoness described in books, this woman was several shades more alluring. King Huangfu Kongming of the dynasty favored this beauty immensely. If the beauty wished for something, he wouldn't dare defy it. If the beauty disliked someone, Huangfu Kongming wouldn't hesitate to kill that person for her. All her clothing and accessories were the finest nationwide. Some even claimed that this beauty once rode on Huangfu Kongming's back, using him as her horse. Huangfu Kongming publicly declared, "Qing Qian, I, your prince, am willing to betray the entire world for you." Throughout history, beauties have been considered a calamity. In just one short year, the prince's obsession with female beauty caused him to neglect governance and become a tyrant consumed by lust. He showed no concern for the suffering of his people, recklessly increasing taxes until they were burdened beyond endurance. Rebels from various factions rose up across the land, determined to overthrow Huangfu Kongming. At this time, foreign forces seized the opportunity and attacked the borders of the Huangfu dynasty. The country was plunged into turmoil, besieged by both internal strife and external threats. Just then, the king of the Huangfu dynasty and the exotic beauty mysteriously vanished without a trace. No one knew where they had gone. Two living beings completely disappeared from Huangfu territory. With the disappearance of their ruler, the Huangfu dynasty entered an era of chaos as warlords fought for control over the throne. 3 years of bloody conflict ensued, until in the 25th year, the third prince of the Huangfu dynasty, Huangfu Wenliang, quelled the rebellions, subdued the foreign forces, and restored peace. Huangfu Wenliang ascended the throne under the protection of his loyal followers. The people were not disappointed. Diligent in his administration and genuinely concerned for his subjects, Huangfu Wenliang revitalized the Huangfu dynasty within 3 years of the war's end, restoring prosperity and stability to the realm. When Nan Gongqingjin heard Elder Zhao recount these events, she sighed deeply. She felt somewhat relieved that she hadn't arrived in this country 3 years earlier. As for Huangfu Kongming, she didn't feel particularly moved by his story. His downfall due to his obsession with beauty seemed justified. If a ruler could no longer fulfill his responsibilities, then it was unnecessary for him to remain in power. But that foreign beauty, she did feel some pity for her. Could there really be someone more alluring than a fox spirit? Was there truly such a beautiful woman in the world? Yet, despite her beauty, she inevitably bore the blame for corrupting her ruler and being a source of disaster. To be precise, her allure made her worthy of this reputation, but perhaps she was nothing more than a beautiful pawn, manipulated and used by others, devoid of freedom. It was indeed tragic. But what did it have to do with her? Nan Gongqingjin's thoughts drifted aimlessly like the wind in the mountain gorge. She didn't realize how long she'd been standing on the high terrace in the back garden, lost in thought, until Xian called her. Auntie, Elder Zhao from the village below has come seeking treatment. Xian was already 15 years old, but still spoke in a babyish tone, soft yet strong. With just one call toward the terrace, Nan Gongqingjin heard her. Shaking off her reverie, she turned around gracefully, her silk robe swaying. In one step, she gracefully landed before Xian. Did Elder Zhao come alone? Nan Gongqingjin headed straight for the waiting hall, the hem of her gown adorned with patterns of medicinal herbs fluttering elegantly with every step, exuding an air of grace. No, Auntie, Xian replied cheerfully. Elder Zhao didn't seem to come for his heart ailment today. He looks much healthier now. Your previous prescription must have improved him significantly. But today he brought a robust man along, supporting another person. Who is it? A note of surprise crept into Nan Gongqingjin's voice. It's a handsome man dressed in black satin robes, and he's lost so much blood that his clothes are soaked red. Elder Zhao seemed anxious, and seeing the severity of the man's injuries, I didn't ask too many questions but rushed here to call you. Xian followed closely behind Nan Gongqingjin, answering honestly. Soaked in blood? He must be gravely injured. It would be best to let Xian stop the bleeding first. But, Xian hesitated. But what? Nan Gongqingjin intended to instruct Xian to stop the bleeding, but paused when Xian continued. But the man doesn't look like an ordinary villager from down below. He appears very wealthy. Xian considered carefully before making her conclusion confidently. Nan Gongqingjin reflected for a moment and nodded. Then she spoke seriously. Xian, do the people from the village know the rules of our Nangong medical hall? Xian widened her round almond eyes and confirmed resolutely. Yes. Auntie, within 100 miles, everyone knows the rule of our Nangong medical hall. We treat the poor, but not the rich. Nan Gongqingjin smiled faintly, but then frowned sternly. If they know, why would Elder Zhao do this today? Is he trying to break my rules? Auntie, Xian paused briefly before replying. Perhaps my judgment was mistaken. Let's wait until you see him and make a decision. Nan Gongqingjin slowly softened her expression and nodded. First, no matter if this person was wealthy or noble, with such a grave injury that his blood had soaked and unread his clothes, it was only proper to stop the bleeding first before making any decision on whether or not to save him. Doing so would at least buy time to take him to another clinic for treatment. With that thought in mind, she whispered instructions into Xian's ear, after which Xian obeyed and left immediately. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the guest reception hall, Danyang Hall. Zhang Xiang paced anxiously in the center of Danyang Hall, his face full of urgency. His originally light gray cloth robe had become darker, constantly moving back and forth, occasionally shedding some dust from his hurried arrival where he hadn't dared to rest for even a moment. A robust man clad in black coarse hemp fabric leaned the handsome, injured man against the chair on the right side, wiping the sweat off his forehead continuously. Yet the sweat seemed endless, dropping one after another from the pained man's face. Nan Gongqingjin glanced briefly at the injured man, noticing that his bleeding had been stopped by Xian, giving her some peace of mind. She then observed his clothing, an exquisite dragon ink silk brocade that only the wealthy could afford. She flicked her sleeves and sat down, now fully understanding. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Xiang quickly looked up. Upon seeing Nan Gongqingjin arrive, his face lit up with joy as he hastened over to her and pleaded in a sorrowful voice. Miss Nangong, please save my benefactor. I beg you to save him. Surely, earlier when Xian came to stop the bleeding of his benefactor, it must have been upon Nan Gongqingjin's orders. Chapter 2. If you do not treasure, why should I? Nan Gongqingjin furrowed her eyebrows, her face full of authority. Benefactor. Uncle Zhao, so this is your reason for disregarding the rules of my Nangong courtyard to save this young sir? Yes. Before Uncle Zhao could finish his sentence, there was a thud as he knelt down. With tears in his voice, he said, "This young sir has been kind to me. I know Mrs. Rules. Help the poor, not the rich. However, this young sir is my benefactor. To repay a favor with gratitude, when my benefactor is in trouble, miss, I cannot be that ungrateful person." Nangong Qingjin gave Sienna a glance, and Sienna hurriedly went to help Uncle Zhao up. But Uncle Zhao was stubborn. No matter how hard Sienna tried to lift him up, he refused to stand. "Grandpa Zhao, please get up. The ground is cold. You're already not in good health. If anything happens to you, it will be the fault of Sienna and Andy." With less strength than Uncle Zhao, seeing she couldn't help him up, Sienna hurriedly advised. "No, no, no." Uncle Zhao easily broke free from Sienna's arms, clasping his hands together before raising his head to look at Nangong Qingjin, and shook his head. "I won't get up. If Miss Nangong doesn't agree to save my benefactor, I'll kneel until death." His face was filled with determination, showing no hesitation. Uncle Zhao's tear stains were still fresh, despite his old age kneeling on the icy floor, which moved even Nangong Qingjin, who felt deeply touched remembering all the help he once extended to her. "Uncle Zhao, why are you putting yourself through this? Your knee makes me feel indebted." Nangong Qingjin sighed slightly, saying softly, "Miss Qingjin, given the kindness Uncle Zhao showed you back then at the foot of the mountain, please save this young sir. Uncle begs you." He moved several steps closer to Nangong Qingjin while kneeling. "Miss Qingjin, if you can save this young sir, old Zhao is willing to work for you day and night." Sienna looked on with sympathy, wanting to support Uncle Zhao, but knowing he would not rise. She hesitated, unsure what to do, then lifted her head helplessly towards Nangong Qingjin. Furrowing her eyebrows slightly, Nangong Qingjin interrupted Uncle Zhao mid-sentence, stopping him. "Uncle Zhao, you are being too serious." Liang rose, equally moved by his heartfelt feelings. "I've been on Mount Hung for 3 years now. When I first arrived, unfamiliar with people and places, Uncle Zhao and the villagers helped me immensely. Qingjin also repays kindness. Since I have learned some medical skills, I opened this Nangong courtyard in this tranquil part of Mount Hung to treat illnesses for the villagers without any charge, only wishing to repay kindness." Who knew that after curing a few chronic diseases of some villagers, the news spread far and wide within 10 or 20 miles, everyone hearing about Qingjin's ability to cure chronic diseases. As such, every day more people come seeking treatment, making it almost impossible for Qingjin to handle. Mount Hung was originally a serene place, unfortunately now noisy all day long, leaving no tranquility for Qingjin. Back in modern times, Nangong Qingjin fought hard to survive in the present. That desperate struggle left her very tired. After coming to this foreign land and gradually stabilizing her life through effort, she resolved to lead a simple life henceforth. She didn't have big ambitions. She only hoped to save lives with her medical skills, properly care for the flowers and plants within the courtyard, and that would be enough. What seemed straightforward, however, proved otherwise. Events didn't develop as planned. After listening, Uncle Zhao sighed and blamed himself, feeling remorseful. "Sigh. Grandpa knows it's all Grandpa's fault. It's my responsibility. Because of your remarkable medical skills that cured the chronic ailment of my late wife, overcome with joy, I publicized it everywhere, thus causing you to lose peace." Shaking her head earnestly, Nangong Qingjin responded, "Grandpa Zhao, treating your wife was something Qingjin should have done. Making the rules has nothing to do with you. You bear absolutely no responsibility. Don't feel guilty. However, since the rules have been set, everyone within 100 miles already knows these rules, so Qingjin cannot break them. Otherwise, how could she establish herself on Mount Hung? Where would her dignity as Nangong Qingjin go? I know Uncle Zhao values righteousness and understands Qingjin. Surely, you will understand Qingjin's position." Quickly, Nangong Qingjin gave Sienna a meaningful look, and Sienna immediately got the message, hurrying to support Uncle Zhao again. But this Uncle Zhao wouldn't give up. He still refused to get up. Although in heart, Uncle Zhao did understand Nangong Qingjin's stance, yet, he believed in returning favors. His benefactor must not be abandoned. "Miss Qingjin, Grandpa understands you. Grandpa knows you are someone who values credit and honor. However, this benefactor of mine is truly important. You can't just let him die. His favor is like being reborn. Even if it costs my own life, I must save my benefactor." Nangong Qingjin sharply inhaled, then let out a long sigh, realizing that her earnest words had not had any effect. Sienna worriedly watched her young mistress, feeling pained as she sighed again. Sighing ages a person quickly. Although her mistress was beautiful and youthful, every sigh made her appear older, bit by bit. Sienna felt heartbroken for her. This Grandpa Zhao truly didn't know when to stop. Just because mistress had helped him when she first arrived, whenever relatives from his family, regardless of their age, came seeking medical help, she would cure them thoroughly without charging even a penny. If there was some favor owed, it should have been repaid by now. Yet now, here he was, acting like a bully, demanding that the mistress break her own rules and behave unrighteously. How excessive of Grandpa Zhao. "Grandpa Zhao, old man." Sienna tried to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by someone else's voice. It was heavy and resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. It was the injured young man. "Grandpa Zhao, don't waste your time asking this heartless woman." As Yan Lingzhang spoke, blood spewed from his mouth. Grandpa Zhao paid no heed to himself, quickly rising to wipe away the blood. "My benefactor, don't talk anymore. Your injuries are far too severe." Yun Lingzhang, despite being critically wounded, burst into a sudden hearty laugh. Nangong Qingjin frowned slightly, propping her head with her hand as she looked at him. Her eyes were cold and frosty. Haha, cough, cough. There has never been anyone I've asked for help, and I have never begged anyone before. Grandpa Zhao, stop asking this indifferent woman. If I die today, then it is simply my fate, and I accept it. Yun Lingzhong, still conscious in his daze, overheard Nangong Qingjin and Grandpa Zhao's conversation, feeling extremely offended. Except for his master, he had never pleaded with anyone. In this moment, how could he degrade himself and beg a woman for help? Master Yun, no, please don't. Grandpa Zhao hurriedly pleaded. In this 100-mile radius, only Lady Qingjin possesses the most advanced medical skills. Ordinary doctors can't treat your wounds. Only Lady Qingjin can heal you. Due to his serious injuries, Yun Lingzhong's strength was limited, yet he managed to force out a contemptuous snort through gritted teeth. Grandpa Zhao, if you debase yourself by begging this woman for me, I'd rather die. TCH, this certainly wasn't the attitude of someone seeking treatment. Nangong Qingjin sneered. The man about to die still maintained such pride. It wasn't that she refused to help him, it was the rules. Once set, they must be followed. Otherwise, what would the people within this 100-mile radius think of her, Nangong Qingjin? Originally, Nangong Qingjin intended to propose conditions to treat him considering Grandpa Zhao's relentless pleading. But now this man gave up so easily, showing a blatant disregard for life. This was precisely what she, Nangong Qingjin, detested. Life is precious. How could he willingly choose death just to preserve his pride? But then again, what use is pride without life? How foolish. When one doesn't value their own life, why should others care? He trapped himself behind an iron gate, bound by his own proud rules. If so, Nangong Qingjin gazed at the injured man. His figure stood tall and imposing, his appearance distinguished, but his eyes now radiated a chilling determination. His wounds, if left untreated, would surely result in his death within half an hour. He stubbornly adhered to his rules, unwilling to break them. So why should she break hers? Nangong Qingjin cast a scornful look at him and said coldly, the rules are the rules. Once established, they cannot be broken. Xianer, escort our guest out. Within the back garden of the Xianyu Manor. Lord, we've found Guardian. Chu Feng knelt down on one knee, bowing respectfully to the figure standing calmly ahead, leisurely feeding fish. Despite the casual posture, an aura of supreme arrogance surrounded him. Even the elegant gestures of sprinkling food exuded an air of refinement, indicating this was no ordinary person merely by observing his silhouette. Where? The voice was icy, devoid of emotion, seemingly from the depths of hell. On the peak of Hung Mountain, inside the Nangong courtyard. Chu Feng responded promptly. The person's gaze flickered faintly yet profoundly. A pair of cold eyes remained unpolluted by worldly matters, his lips parting slightly. Why didn't you return after completing your mission? What were you doing there? He finished speaking by leisurely scattering more fish food into the pond. Hearing the hint of chill in his lord's tone, Chu Feng became even more respectful, answering cautiously. Guard Yun was severely injured during the mission and was saved by an old farmer named Zhao Xiang. He was taken to the Nangong courtyard for treatment. Is it the very same Nangong courtyard located in Hung Mountain, where the renowned medicinal immortal Nangong Qingjin resides? As he asked indifferently, he threw another handful of fish feed into the water. Indeed, Lord, Chu Feng replied respectfully. The fish swam joyfully as they vied for the food, and the man feeding them glanced down momentarily, lost in thought. After a while, he said, in that case, have him return promptly once he's healed. Master, Chu Feng hesitated. What is it? The people I sent there reported that Nangong Qingjin has set a rule. She treats the poor, but not the rich. Hence, she refuses to heal Guard Yun. Chu Feng explained. Chapter 3. The storm is coming with the force to break bamboo. Oh, is that so? Physicians are supposed to have parental hearts. Treating the poor, but not the rich, huh? Interesting. The man was seen withdrawing his white, clearly jointed hands and stopping the act of scattering fish food. Chu Feng. I am here, my lord. The man placed the leftover fish food from his left hand into the dish, casually brushed off the crumbs on himself. A smirk still lingered at the corner of his lips, his eyes flickering between light and shadow, deep and inscrutable. Chu Feng suddenly felt an invisible pressure. The man spoke unhurriedly. Chu Feng, if this physician refuses to treat patients, then there is no need for us to keep Nangong Yuan around. Burn it down. He paused slightly. Bring back Nangong Qingjin. Yes, I shall obey your command. Chu Feng knew that the man had more words to say, so he respectfully waited without leaving immediately. The fish in the pond were overfed, their bellies swollen, yet they continued to stick their heads out of the water, wanting even more food. The man sneered at the sight. Notify your men to bring Yun Lingzhong back for treatment as quickly as possible. If the guard dies, I never want to see your face again. As you wish. The air no longer carried Chu Feng's presence. He had walked far away. The man took some more fish food from the dish and sprinkled it leisurely toward the fish fiercely competing for it in the pool. Even fish know greed, yet you choose to treat the poor and not the rich, Nangong Qingjin. Interesting. In the dim room, Nangong Qingjin woke up slowly. Her head ached as if splitting, her usually calm mind now extraordinarily panicked. But she could not find the root cause of her distress. It seemed like a nightmare where Nangong Garden was destroyed, Xianer was captured. She became once again an orphan, homeless and wandering. Subconsciously patting her heavy head, Nangong Qingjin assumed naively that it was just a dream. But what place was this? Fearing only the dark, Nangong Garden was always brightly lit day and night. There should be no such dim places. Where was she? You've woken? In the dimness, the direction was unclear, and upon hearing the low voice, Nangong Qingjin startled. This voice was too cold, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Who's there? Instantly, Nangong Qingjin tensed her body, fully on guard. As soon as she finished speaking, light instantly filled the room. Nangong Qingjin instinctively raised her hand to block the brightness, lowering it only after she gradually adapted. Not far away, merely 3 steps away, sat a man in a dark green brocade robe. This man was incredibly handsome, slender in build, with skin smooth as jade. His appearance resembled a refined and unparalleled young man, and his narrow, peach-shaped eyes stared unblinking at her. Except for the occasional charm that leaked through his narrowed, peach-like eyes, Nangong Qingjin believed that this person radiated a scholarly demeanor. Startled internally, was the voice just now his? Such a beautiful man possessed a voice that was so cold, his appearance and voice did not match. Upon thinking this, she began to feel something was wrong. This certainly wasn't Nangong Garden, and she had never seen this person before. An unfamiliar environment, an unfamiliar individual. Filled with doubts, Nangong Qingjin looked at the man, then at her surroundings, asking, "Who are you, and where am I?" Hearing this, Huangfu Kongming stood up, hands behind his back, and stopped standing 2 steps in front of her. His gaze remained calm while scrutinizing her. Being so close to him, she discovered how tall he truly was, significantly taller than her by at least a head. Standing in front of her now, an intangible sense of oppression enveloped her. Nangong Qingjin subconsciously felt he was too close to her and wanted to step back, but then she heard him speak. "It does not matter who I am. Since Nangong Garden has turned to ashes, stay here with peace of mind. I will not mistreat you." Huangfu Kongming valued her medical skills. If it weren't because he found her somewhat useful, he would have killed her long ago. His voice was still frigid, sharp like icy daggers piercing her, because the words he uttered and his tone made Nangong Qingjin feel her mind clear all at once. A headache hit her. Fire, great fire. Nangong Garden was on fire. Shaking her head, Nangong Qingjin tried hard to push these painful sensations away, but waves of scorching heat surged toward her as if the blazing flames engulfed her surroundings. The scenes in her memory were vividly clear. Clutching her face in anguish, she did not want to confront them a second time, but, with vivid memories, she sensed that the storm was about to break. Uncle Zhao had sought her help for a benefactor, but she wouldn't break the rules to treat them, already having sent Xian'er to see the guests off. However, Uncle Zhao and the injured man hadn't even left the hall of Danyang. Suddenly, dozens of men in black flooded in. Xian'er was struck down. Uncle Zhao and the wounded man were taken away as she struggled with the intruders, using all sorts of grappling techniques. But it was no use. She was knocked unconscious. Before losing consciousness, fire. Fire. Great flames erupted. South Palace Manor was set on fire. Nangong Qingjin felt a piercing pain in her heart, clutching her chest while coughing violently. Fire. The great fire. My home. My South Palace Manor. Nangong Qingjin darted forward toward Huangfu Kongming, seething with hatred. It's you. It's you who ordered the fire. You destroyed my home. It was you who burned my South Palace Manor. Shaken with fury, Nangong Qingjin trembled as her heart welled with anguish. Having come to this unfamiliar place 3 years ago, without family or friends, she had endured loneliness and hardship to build South Palace Manor, a sanctuary. Yet this man, he had so easily ruined everything she had built over the past 3 years. So what? Huangfu Kongming towered nearly a head taller than her, his eyes narrowed slightly, casting a cold gaze upon her before he smirked. Nangong Qingjin, if healers have stopped treating patients, then your South Palace Manor serves no purpose anyway. You. She had not expected such brazenness from him. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, she roared in indignation. I follow my own medical principles. If one disobeys those principles, I will naturally refuse treatment. At this moment, she understood. That injured man Uncle Zhao brought for treatment must have been related to the man standing in front of her now. Otherwise, why would he destroy her South Palace Manor just because she refused to treat that person? But his actions were truly deplorable. Was there no law here? Did people just kill and burn whatever they pleased? A mixture of sadness and rage churned within her heart. Who are you? In Hengshan, I practiced medicine quietly, never seeking disputes. Principles are principles. I do not need to treat your people if they disobey my rules. There are plenty of other places you could go for treatment. Why did you have to burn down my home? Do you know how much I sacrificed to possess what I had? What right do you have to ruin everything I've worked for? She thought she could finally live in stability, simple contentment until the end of her days. But this unexpected man had shattered all her dreams. Her mouth brimming with resentment, sorrow filled her heart when she realized tears had wet her cheeks. The next moment, the man's hand clenched her chin roughly. His expression was dark and unfeeling. In my eyes, he spat out coldly, you're worth less than an ant. I can take your life whenever I want. Frankly, your life shouldn't even be spared, but since you know a little about medicine, for now, you can keep living. When he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Nangong Qingjin with surprising seriousness. Although her appearance was delicate and serene, if examined closely, it seemed pleasant indeed. Her tear-streaked face carried a vulnerability which oddly elicited a gentler movement as his fingers trailed lightly along her cheek, instead of merely pinching her chin. Upon first seeing Nangong Qingjin, he had felt an inexplicable familiarity, an association with someone else. As his hand, about to retract, brushed against the skin behind her ear, he suddenly paused, realizing the texture differed greatly from her visible facial skin. Narrowing his eyes, he locked onto hers and demanded, "Are you wearing a human skin mask?" Startled, Nangong Qingjin shoved Huangfu Kongming back several paces. With disbelief clouding her clear eyes, she stammered, "Why you? How did you discover that?" Her flawless human skin mask should leave no trace, yet he somehow knew. How? In her panic, retreating hastily, her foot caught on the hem of her dress. A sharp tearing sound followed, and the lower part of her robe ripped apart completely. Falling unceremoniously to the ground, she lay in quite a sorry state. Her cheeks flushed deeply with embarrassment. The impact caused severe pain, leaving her lying on the floor unable to rise immediately. She couldn't help thinking, it was impossible. How could her perfectly crafted human skin mask, worn for an entire year, have been exposed by him? This was incredible. "Take it off," Huangfu Kongming commanded imperiously. Curiosity had always burned within him about Nangong Qingjin's identity. Her reputation in Hengshan was unparalleled. She was skilled in medicine, benevolent, and regarded almost as a guardian deity by the villagers near the base of Hengshan Mountain. Whoever met her respectfully called her Palace Master. Huangfu Kongming had long heard of her reputation, but never paid her any mind. In his eyes, after all, how could there ever be room for anyone else? What he coveted was her unparalleled medical skills. No, Nangong Qingjin refused outright. Why should she obey him just because he ordered her to take it off? In the next moment, Huangfu Kongming moved with a speed unimaginable to Nangong Qingjin, appearing before her. One hand grabbed her shoulder, while the other tore at the human skin mask on her face. "Let me go! Let go! Let go!" Nangong Qingjin struggled furiously, only to find it utterly useless. Her strength was minuscule in comparison to his. Chapter 4. Never wanting to live as someone else. All of a sudden, there was a tear, and Nangong Qingjin's human skin mask fell off. Instinctively, she was about to cover her face, but just as her hand moved slightly, it was tightly grabbed by the man in front of her. The reason why she wore a human skin mask has to be traced back to that day. It was the second year after she arrived in this country, and by then, Nangong Yuan had already taken on the appearance she wanted. One day, Sienna went down the mountain to buy some daily necessities for her, and returned with a bronze mirror. For 2 years, having been in this strange place for 2 years, she had never looked into a mirror. But that day, when she picked up the mirror, she discovered that the face in the mirror wasn't hers. Her face was big, a big round one, fleshy. Back in modern times, her colleagues at work loved pinching her cheeks, and the more they pinched, the bigger the face got. But the face in the mirror was an exemplary almond-shaped one, without a single bit of excess flesh, balanced and beautiful. Her eyes were single-lidded, and when she smiled, you couldn't see the pupils, making her look very foolish. Therefore, in modern times, she was often bullied by others. But the eyes in the mirror possessed a foreign allure. Their sparkling charm was captivating. Her nose was round-tipped, with large nostrils, which used to be a laughingstock among her colleagues. But the nose on the face in the mirror stood upright and was beautiful. Her lips were thick and big, and her colleagues called it a sausage mouth. But the lips on the face in the mirror were thin, adorned with dots of vermilion, very alluring. When she realized the person in the mirror wasn't herself, she almost reflexively smashed the mirror to pieces. Ever since then, she put on a human skin mask and warned Sienna that no mirrors would be allowed within Nangong Yuan anymore. She thought her life was starting anew, never expecting to live for someone else. Nangong Qingjin didn't know the identity of this face, didn't know who she might be living for. What she did know was that she wouldn't want to live for anyone but herself. She only wanted to live for herself. In modern times, she worked so hard, yet was still despised by many due to her unattractiveness. Now, through this transition, finding herself in such a beautiful body, her soul remained that diligent one, but this body no longer belonged to her. How could she bear something not meant for her? The purpose of the human skin mask was to conceal her stunningly beautiful face and replace it with a serene, elegant visage. No one recognized her, thus allowing Nangong Qingjin to live her own life. But now, her human skin mask has been discovered by this man. By tearing off her mask like this, would it mean that the life she longed for would no longer exist? That was not what she wanted to see. A weak cry erupted from her heart. "I merely want to lead a simple life. It's so simple, yet I can never attain it." Ah! As she felt the grip of the man in front of her suddenly tighten, Nangong Qingjin cried out in pain, looking bewildered at the man before her. In anger, she began to ask, "What exactly do you?" But upon seeing his expression, the rest of her words slowed, as if stretched hundreds of times over. At that moment, his gaze was complex, seemingly deep with affection, yet filled with hatred, as if he'd made a decisive choice to eliminate her entirely. Nangong Qingjin couldn't fathom the meaning behind his eyes, but instinctively conjectured. Is it because of this face? Could it be that he knows her? You. Slap. Before Nangong Qingjin could finish her sentence, she was struck forcefully across the face. The burning pain caused her mind to momentarily short-circuit. Why did you hit me? Is this man deranged? Why does he hit her without a word of explanation? Why? His once calm face turned grotesque. Any signs of earlier tenderness had vanished, swallowed by the malevolent intent spreading across his features. Hey Lianqing Qian, are you truly ignorant or pretending? Standing upright, his eyes fiercely locked onto Nangong Qingjin as he addressed. Bring them here. Nangong Qingjin felt her brain couldn't process enough information. Just now, what did he call her? Hey Lianqing Qian? The infamous beauty from a foreign land known for being even more alluring than a fox spirit, and the root cause of turmoil in the Huangfu dynasty. Could she have heard wrong? Nan Gongqingjin desperately wanted to clarify, but there was no time to speak. As soon as the command was given, 4 black-clad figures jumped out from the shadows. Huangfu Kongming pointed at Nan Gongqingjin in front of him and ordered the 4 men, "Tie her up." What? After slapping her, he was going to tie her up. Could it be that this man has a feud with the owner of this face? After receiving the order from this man, the 4 black-clothed individuals quickly bound Nan Gongqingjin with thick hemp ropes. Their eyes respectfully looked at Huangfu Kongming, waiting for his next command. Huangfu Kongming casually picked up a strand of Nan Gongqingjin's hair before her, his eyes filled with interest as he played with it in his hand. What Nan Gongqingjin didn't see was that beneath the gaze filled with interest lay a suppressed cruelty, an urge to shred her into pieces. He slowly coiled her ink-black hair around his fingers, but suddenly, yanked hard enough to snap it off. The sudden pain caused Nan Gongqingjin to let out a cry of agony. She drew in a few sharp breaths as she looked at Huangfu Kongming and asked, "What exactly do you intend to do? How have I offended you?" After pondering for a moment, she spoke indignantly. "Hey, I don't even know your name. Yet here I am being tormented without reason. Even if I die, you should at least give me clarity, right?" Attempting to rub the area on her scalp where her hair had been pulled, she found herself helpless due to being bound, her doubts growing exponentially. Nan Gongqingjin could no longer tolerate the situation. Either the person before her was mad, or she herself was going insane. He first burned down her South Palace garden, then tied her up and brought her here, forcefully tearing off her human skin mask, slapping her without hesitation, calling her He Lianqing Qian, and ordering her to be tied up again. All of this seemed too absurd. It had been 3 years since she arrived in this country, and this was the first time she encountered such baseless occurrences, leaving her both perplexed and furious. If this man truly knew the original owner of this body and bore a grudge against her, she could explain to him. But now, he was not giving her the opportunity to clarify, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Huangfu Kongming placed the broken hair strands in front of him, lightly blowing them away, and they slowly fell to the ground like weightless thin corpses. Nan Gongqingjin watched, feeling shocked and distressed. Before she could react, Huangfu Kongming grabbed her chin, forcing her to raise her head. His grip was fierce, and Nan Gongqingjin felt his nails almost embedding into her flesh. She had screamed multiple times from the torment, but for some reason, this time, despite the bone-deep pain that made her sweat cold beads all over her body, she refused to scream any longer. Her teeth were clenched tightly as she locked her gaze onto the man in front of her, silently resisting. "No matter what reasons drove you to act maliciously towards me, it is still wrong. I cannot continuously surrender under your torture. That way, I lose my sense of right and wrong. And for myself, showing such weakness tarnishes the dignity I've built deep within my heart step by step." She never expected that her stubborn stance sparked Huangfu Kongming's desire to conquer. Initially, he planned to simply throw her into the snake pit to be devoured by snakes. But suddenly, he thought that punishment would be too light for her. Since she could be so obstinate, there must be some strength in her. Hence, he wanted to see just how long she could hold out. A smirk appeared at the corner of his lips as he bent down close to her ear, saying each word distinctly. "He Lianqing Qian, debts owed will ultimately have to be repaid." Nan Gongqingjin became weak from the pain in her chin, causing her vision to blur. She barely understood what Huangfu Kongming said. She had assumed the martial arts and self-defense skills she learned in modern times would come in handy, but unexpectedly, she found herself completely powerless against his oppression. Then, Huangfu Kongming ordered her to be locked in the water dungeon. The 4 dark guards noticeably hesitated upon hearing the command. They reasoned that the water dungeon was meant for serious criminals, built with icy layers beneath 3 floors. Even young adults wouldn't last more than a day or 2 in such conditions. They would freeze to death. If Nan Gongqingjin were placed there, she would likely be frozen stiff in less than 5 hours, inevitably leading to her death. However, no one dared to disobey Huangfu Kongming's orders, for those who did had already turned to dust. Upon receiving their mission, the 4 dark guards led Nan Gongqingjin to the water dungeon. As Huangfu Kongming observed the suddenly vacant scene before him, he remembered the face he had seen earlier, and his chest felt as though it was being torn apart. "He Lianqing Qian, after searching for you so long, I finally found you. You owe me, so start repaying me bit by bit." Boom boom boom. 3 knocks resounded, prompting Huangfu Kongming to hide his emotions, replacing them with a cold facade. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned and stared at the entrance. "Come in." It was Chu Feng. "Report to the master, Guardian Zhang has awakened. He says he has important matters concerning He Lianqing Qian to report to the master." "Let's go." Inside the water dungeon, the icy water occasionally submerged Nan Gongqingjin's head, and the bone-chilling cold was impossible to resist. She felt as though she had died and come back to life multiple times, and after such torment, she was now barely clinging to life. Why should she endure such torture just because she bears this face, when she doesn't even know that man? Why? Even though she had been tortured to this state, she still had no intention of bowing her head. Chapter 5, Flickering Lamp Without a Flame. She just couldn't understand it all. Why did that man call her He Lianqing Qian? Why did he treat her this way when he believed she was He Lianqing Qian? Questions arose one after another in her heart, and she felt that if these doubts couldn't be unraveled, she wouldn't be able to die in peace. Even if she were to die, she had to know why. Dying without understanding seemed extremely unfair. Thinking of this, as the floodwaters in the water cell subsided and her head emerged from the water surface, She made an effort to raise her head, looked toward the exit overhead, and shouted with all her might, "Help! Help! Help!" Her hoarse cries eventually summoned the guard of the water dungeon. Before leaving, the 4 dark bodyguards had given instructions to the guard. Nangong Qingjin was an important criminal. Show no mercy or leniency, and do not feel soft-hearted because she's a woman. The guard was drinking alcohol and eating meat, and upon hearing her life-and-death cries, became rather annoyed, deciding to scold her a bit for relief. Upon reaching the entrance of the water prison, looking down at the pale-faced Nangong Qingjin submerged in water, this guard, when Nangong Qingjin had been dragged unconscious into the water dungeon earlier, didn't pay close attention to her face due to her state of unconsciousness. And knowing those imprisoned here were supposed to be tortured severely before death, the guard held no interest in someone about to die, regardless of gender. But now as Nangong Qingjin tilted her head upward, her skin mask torn off, although her face was pale, her natural beauty radiated strongly through it. After one look, the guard froze. There truly exists such beauty in this world. If only I could possess this beauty. Unable to suppress his desire for Nangong Qingjin. Faced with such a beautiful sight, how could the guard dare to insult her? He crouched by the edge of the water prison's gate and said flirtatiously and kindly, "Miss, what is your name? How did you offend our master to end up here?" His tone gentle, a stark contrast to his usually fierce demeanor. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin contemplated silently. This guard. Her eyes flickered. She resolved herself quickly. Perhaps having this face was not bad. At least in critical times, it might save her life. Recalling from memory scenes of courtesan women luring others she'd seen on TV, Nangong Qingjin took a deep breath. She appeared frail, gently opened her thin lips, and with a glance, winked at the guard. In a graceful and tender voice, she cooed, "Big brother." The last syllable drawn out longingly, upon hearing which the guard trembled involuntarily, his whole heart softening instantly. "Hey ma." Looking at Nangong Qingjin with eyes full of compassion, he hurriedly said, "Speak. Tell me what your trouble is. Big brother will help you." Seeing this, despite finding her behavior akin to that of a courtesan unpleasant, once seeing the guard falling for it, she inwardly chuckled. Maintaining her coquettish demeanor, she said, "Big brother, your mistress does not know where she offended your master. It's so grievous for me. It's a very complicated matter. Being in this water dungeon is killing me. Big brother, please let me out of the water dungeon for a while. Let me explain everything clearly to you. Then put me back in the dungeon, okay?" Upon hearing this, the guard hesitated for a moment. Recalling the instructions left by the 4 dark guards, his eyes wrestled as they glanced at Nangong Qingjin inside the water dungeon, unable to decide. Nangong Qingjin knew she couldn't let him think too long. The longer he thought, the less advantageous it would be for her. She then said, "Big brother, could you be afraid that I'll run away if you release me from the dungeon? You can completely set that worry aside. I've soaked in this cold water pool for so long, I have no strength left in my body. With your sturdy physique, even if I try to escape, it'll likely be effortless for you to catch me." This flattering speech effectively convinced him. He turned to Nangong Qingjin and said, "Wait a moment. I'll unlock your chains from the water dungeon right away." A rumbling sound echoed as the millennium-cold iron chains locking Nangong Qingjin's hands and feet slowly opened. After the mechanism retracted the chains, the water in the dungeon gradually drained away, revealing Nangong Qingjin's body bit by bit. Her clothes clung tightly to her skin, presenting a tantalizing sight. Seeing this, the guard couldn't help but urgently instruct Nangong Qingjin, "Quick, there's a ladder to your left. Climb up." The thought of drinking wine and enjoying meat in the company of a beautiful woman excited him greatly. Nangong Qingjin searched for the ladder upon hearing his words. The moment her eyes touched it, she hurriedly tried to dash toward it. But just as she lifted her left foot, a wave of numbness hit her, and the next second, she collapsed heavily onto the ground. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" The guard rushed to help when he saw Nangong Qingjin fall, running down the stairs hastily to lift her up from the water prison. "What are you doing?" A chilling voice came from above the dungeon. Upon seeing that it was Huangfu Kongming who had arrived, the guard's pupils widened instantly as he fell to his knees with a loud thud. "My lord, spare my life. Please spare me." Huangfu Kongming slightly narrowed his eyes, which darkened. In his view, it must have been Nangong Qingjin who seduced the guard, persuading him to let her out of the water dungeon. He was fortunate to arrive in time. Otherwise, she might have fled already. He wouldn't tolerate disloyalty. With powerful energy coursing through his hands, Huangfu Kongming struck sharply, severing the guard's head cleanly from his neck in an instant. Blood splattered all over Nangong Qingjin, staining her plain clothes red within moments. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. She could not believe that the guard who was speaking to her moments ago had met such a brutal end. She also couldn't fathom how ruthless Huangfu Kongming could be. A living person had just died right before her eyes, yet she could not accept this reality no matter what. This can't be. This cannot be. Desperately shaking her head, tears streamed down her face as overwhelming fear engulfed her heart. Instinctively seeking comfort, she couldn't bear the weight of this atrocity any longer. As a healer, she was a savior of lives. However, at this very moment, faced with a decapitated corpse, she felt utterly powerless. All she'd ever wanted was to save as many people as possible because she knew too well what suffering and abandonment felt like. Not wanting others to experience the same anguish, she chose medicine to heal others. The scene of killing was something she'd never witnessed nor dared to see. Yet today, someone had died because of her. Nan Gongqingjin felt on the verge of collapse. She simply couldn't endure the gruesomeness of the situation. Watching blood spurting from the guard's headless body caused her whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Terrified, she screamed, "Ah!" Afterward, she blacked out, losing consciousness completely. Seeing that Nan Gongqingjin had fainted, Huangfu Kongming instructed Chu Feng to bring her up. Chu Feng carried out his orders and descended into the dungeon via the staircase to carry up Nan Gongqingjin, who was unconscious. Feeling her lighter than expected, and noticing her pale complexion and frail, delicate appearance, Chu Feng felt inexplicable pity. Having grown up alongside Huangfu Kongming, Chu Feng was well aware of the intricate bond between them, and thus understood her identity. If only she hadn't betrayed their lord back then, perhaps she would now be the most beloved woman in the Huangfu dynasty. Because of her, their lord had lost his throne. Sigh. Amidst his complex thoughts, the brief trace of pity he had felt for her vanished entirely. Carrying her straight upstairs, Chu Feng approached Huangfu Kongming respectfully and addressed him. "My lord." Huangfu Kongming gazed at Nan Gongqingjin in Chu Feng's arms, nearly unconscious, and commanded, "Take her to the cold courtyard and have the doctor examine her. Keep her alive." That she dared to show such intimacy with the guard was more than enough reason for her execution. Moreover, there were still many unsettled accounts from the past. If she were to die now, he would derive no satisfaction. Keeping her alive to nurse her health was merely so he could torture her slowly. Before she repaid everything she owed him, he would never let her die quickly. To Chu Feng, Huangfu Kongming's words held a touch of surprise. He had initially assumed that Huangfu Kongming would order Nan Gongqingjin thrown out of the estate, leaving her to fend for herself since her breathing had become alarmingly weak. However, unexpectedly, Huangfu Kongming decided to save her. But Chu Feng realized clearly that disobeying Huangfu Kongming's commands was impossible, so he followed through without question. At the same time, Huangfu Kongming instructed Chu Feng not to let a third person know that Nan Gongqingjin was actually Helian Qingqian. Chu Feng vaguely felt that this was Huangfu Kongming's way of protecting Helian Qingqian, but also thought it seemed uncharacteristic of Huangfu Kongming. After much deliberation, he still promised Huangfu Kongming that no one else would learn about this. But someone had to take care of Helian Qingqian, so how should they explain her identity to the person caring for her? Chu Feng voiced his dilemma, and Huangfu Kongming's answer was to use her previous identity, Palace Master of the Nangong sect, Nan Gongqingjin. After leaving the palace years ago, Huangfu Kongming had settled in a prosperous city at the border between the homeland and a foreign nation, with only a few attendants by his side. This city was called Qiuchuan. The city mainly relied on trade of goods between the two nations as its economic backbone, making it extraordinarily affluent and thriving. Chapter 6. Let me go and meet her. To evade the pursuit of Huangfu Wenliang, Huangfu Kongming lived under an assumed name here. He started from scratch through business and successfully established Yanming Manor. In order to regain the throne one day, Huangfu Kongming invested a great deal of manpower and resources in training secret guards and has been planning his strategy for reclaiming the royal position. At the same time, he has also been searching for the woman who betrayed him that year, Helian Qingqian. All people in the land knew that there was not only an emperor, but also a master of Yanming Manor. No one knew the master's surname or given name, nor had anyone ever seen his true identity. It was only known that his influence was not less than that of the emperor, who ruled over all. And it was also well known that no one dared to offend the people of Yanming Manor. When people mentioned Emperor Huangfu Wenliang, everyone held him in awe, but when they mentioned the master of Yanming Manor, all that was left was trembling with fear. Liu Mei's maidservant, Liu Li, received news that Huangfu Kongming had somehow acquired a woman. Rumors spread that this woman was extremely beautiful, comparable to Helian Qingqian of old. Worried that Liu Mei's position would be threatened, she hurriedly came forward to report the matter. At that moment, Liu Mei was wearing a light blue dancing outfit, gracefully dancing in the courtyard amidst 100 blossoming flowers. Unsure what was wrong with the master lately, as he always liked watching dances during his leisure time, Liu Mei practiced more dances whenever she had time, trying her best to please him. Amongst the blossoms, her body gently bent, her right leg raised high, her toes delicately pointing upwards, her arms swaying gracefully, forming a comfortable curve. Her hands were shaped like orchids, and her voice, as sweet as a skylark's chirp, flowed gently between her slightly parted lips. Accompanied by enchanting melodies, her body spun, flipped, and leapt in perfect rhythm. She seemed like a celestial maiden among the flowers, whose beauty made even the flowers blush and retract their petals. She was the only one stunning the world both in heaven and on earth. When Liu Li arrived at this scene, Liu Mei had just finished a dance. Now, she sat on a stone bench beside the flowers and took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the sweat off her forehead. Seeing this, Liu Li rushed over. Master. Although Huangfu Kongming deeply loved Liu Mei and gave her everything she desired, he did not give her an official title. Gaining a formal title from Huangfu Kongming had always been something Liu Mei looked forward to. But such matters could not be initiated by her. Only Huangfu Kongming could act first. It was precisely because she had yet to receive an official title that even though everyone in Yanming Manor knew she was Huangfu Kongming's favorite concubine, they could not call her madam, but only Mississippi. Since Liu Li was close to her and was her personal maid, she called her master. Upon hearing Liu Li's repeated calls, Liu Mei turned around to see her standing right before her. Her face drenched in sweat, breathing heavily due to running too fast. Liu Mei watched her humorously, her eyes twinkling like stars, then said, Lioli, what are you doing? You can just walk properly. Why do you run? After finishing her words, she handed the handkerchief to her. Lioli accepted the handkerchief, panting heavily while wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, and spoke. Master, something terrible has happened. Hearing this, Lume frowned lightly and calmly smoothed out the wrinkles on her dancing costume before calmly looking at the person in front of her and saying, Speak slowly, don't rush. Master, I heard from the servants in Cold Courtyard that the master brought back a daughter, claiming she is even more beautiful than Helian Qingqian. What? Hearing this, the smile froze on Liu Mei's face immediately, and she rose directly from the stone bench, her gaze fixed intently on Lioli in front of her as she asked seriously, What exactly is going on? Explain clearly. Master, replied Lioli, I heard this from the servants in the Cold Courtyard. They say that a woman has moved into Cold Courtyard, and this woman is very beautiful. The master seems very concerned about her. Very concerned? Upon hearing these words, an evident displeasure appeared on Liu Mei's face, her eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty, which completely erased the previous laughter and ease from her expression. In matters concerning Huangfu Kongming, Liu Mei never made any compromises. To achieve her goal, she would use any means necessary. From the day Huangfu Kongming took her out of the brothel, she decided to follow him forever. Over the years, his goodness toward her was clear for all to see, making her the undisputed choice for mistress of Yanming Manor in the hearts of every staff member. Now that the situation had just stabilized, Liu Mei only had to wait for Huangfu Kongming to give her an official title. But why now another woman appears so suddenly? TCH, how could she possibly tolerate it? Looking at Lioli, Liu Mei ordered, Lioli, you go and investigate the background of that woman immediately, then report back to me. Understood? Yes, master. After watching Liu Mei walk far away, Lu Meyer replayed in her mind what Liu Mei had just said. Back then, Helian Qingqian became the most hated and envied woman in the entire Huangfu dynasty simply because she was celebrated as the top beauty of a foreign land. She arrived at the Huangfu dynasty and became the favorite concubine of Emperor Huangfu Kongming, later earning the title of the first beauty of the Huangfu dynasty. Fame and fortune. This was surely what every woman in the world desired. But so what if she was the first beauty under heaven? In the end, didn't she disappear together with Huangfu Kongming? A woman who could rival Helian Qingqian. Lu Meyer truly wanted to see her. Speaking of Lu Meyer, she met Huangfu Kongming after he established his great cause in Sichuan City. Therefore, she knew nothing about Huangfu Kongming's past, let alone his true identity. As for Helian Qingqian herself, Lu Meyer had never seen her, but only caught a fleeting glance of her portrait in the hands of a government official when she was the head courtesan in Sichuan's largest brothel. That official often compared her to Helian Qingqian, repeatedly mentioning that her eyes carried a striking resemblance to Helian Qingqian's essence. Lu Meyer's pride was quite high. She disliked being compared to anyone, especially not to the number one beauty under heaven. Comparing this way, it was merely reducing herself to a foil for Helian Qingqian's extraordinary beauty. Few women would willingly accept such a role. Lioli quickly found out more information and returned to report back to Lu Meyer. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer's eyes filled with shock. Unexpectedly, things were so different from what she had imagined. After some careful deliberation, she casually plucked a branch of peach blossoms in full bloom from a nearby tree and bent it into grotesque shapes before violently throwing it to the ground. Then, looking at Lioli, she said, Lioli, return with me now. Assist me in changing my clothes and getting properly dressed up. We shall go to Cold Courtyard to meet that woman. Seeing Lu Meyer's demeanor, Lioli was very pleased. After all, the master cherished their own mistress, not some random new arrival no matter how beautiful. Could that new woman compare with the deep bond formed between their master and Lu Meyer over the years? With these thoughts in mind, Lioli smiled broadly and slightly bowed toward Lu Meyer, saying, Yes, mistress. Nangong Qingjin woke up under the dappled sunlight. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, slowly blinking twice, feeling the warmth on her face. When she opened her eyes, she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself from the light. Between her fingers, strands of sunlight spilled through, warming her face and body increasingly. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Indeed, to experience such sunlight at this moment was rare. Subsequently, she thought absently about how that man had come to his senses and mercifully released her from the water dungeon. Alas, what a pity for that guard. Slightly moving her body, she tried to rise from the bed. However, when she supported herself on her elbows against the bedhead, her arms suddenly grew weak, and her body slumped back onto the bed. Could it be that my body is ruined? Her face displayed a look of melancholy as she calculated roughly that she had been in the water dungeon for 3 hours. Those 3 hours were enough to let the chilling dampness penetrate her bones. No wonder she lacked the strength even to sit up. Clearly, her body wouldn't recover anytime soon. In her present condition, how could she retrieve Sienna or rescue Uncle Zhao? They were currently in unknown situations. Thinking of this, Nangong Qingjin's heart was heavy with worry. Suddenly hearing the door open, Nangong Qingjin alertly turned her head toward the entrance. Seeing the person who stood behind Huangfu Kongming earlier in the water dungeon, she cautiously moved her body further inward on the bed, her sharp gaze fixing on him. Chu Feng paused momentarily, thinking for a second, then smiling gently as he walked to Nangong Qingjin's side, handing her the medicine bowl, saying, Drink the medicine. Otherwise, your body will take longer to recover. She was, after all, the first person to ever escape alive from the water dungeon. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin frowned and refused, raising her hand and saying, "Not necessary. Who knows if you've poisoned it?" Seeing her refusal, Chu Feng helplessly replied, "Mistress, if Chu Feng wanted to poison you, why bother carrying you out of the water dungeon or seeking a doctor to examine you?" Although Nangong Qingjin thought there was logic in his words, she hesitated momentarily, but still felt something wasn't quite right. She fixed her gaze on him and asked, "What did you call me just now, mistress?" Realizing his slip of tongue, Chu Feng hurriedly subdued his expression, lowering his head without speaking. It was all because of the habitual calling in the past that made him blurt it out again uncontrollably. But why did she appear so shocked upon hearing him address her this way? In the past, he used to call her just like that. Could it be true, as His Majesty had said, that she was pretending to be oblivious now to escape from the mistakes she once committed? Thinking about this, he raised his head and glanced at Nangong Qingjin's face with a scrutinizing look filled in his eyes. After pondering for a while, he tentatively asked, Do you know who I am?" That man's guard. This wasn't right. Shouldn't she have called him Chu Feng instead? Chapter 7. Autumn Wind, Thin Curtains. After pondering for a moment, she asked the second question. "Then, who are you?" "I am Nangong Qing'er from the Nangong Manor." Nangong Qing'er was getting irritated by his probing questions and said, "What exactly do you want to ask? Have you really forgotten?" It was the same question that the man had also asked. Taking a deep breath, looking at Chu Feng before her, Nangong Qing'er began, "I really don't understand what's wrong with all of you. Each one's so mysterious and strange. You're like this, and even that man who appears as gentle as jade but acts cruelly is like this. I really can't figure out what you're all thinking. If it's because of my face, then please clearly tell me whose face this is. What grudges or grievances do you have with her? If it's my responsibility, I'll take it, but if it's not, why should I suffer for it?" After this burst of indignant words, Nangong Qing'er sat there, breathing heavily due to her agitation. Chu Feng held the medicine in his hand, his eyes fixed on the angry Nangong Qing'er, unable to think of any words to say. He couldn't even hear clearly what she was ranting about. Could it be because of the water dungeon that she has hurt her brain? Upon thinking of this, Chu Feng decided that when the doctor came back to check on Nangong Qing'er this evening, he would let him thoroughly examine whether her brain had any issues. The Lord's order was to save Nangong Qing'er's life. If her life was saved, but she went insane, it would certainly not be what the Lord wished to see. So, he decided to feed her the soup first. The sooner her body recovers, the better for him. Looking at Nangong Qing'er, Chu Feng said, "Let's set aside these past matters for now since your health isn't good. When you get well, the master will naturally explain everything to you." Really? Remembering Huafeng Kongming's ruthless methods, Nangong Qing'er felt that she shouldn't trust easily. Really? Seeing her suspicious look, Chu Feng hurriedly affirmed. After careful thought, Nangong Qing'er decided to take the medicine properly. Only by restoring her health could she rescue Xianer and Elder Zhao. She slowly sat up, leaning against the head of the bed, taking the bowl of medicine passed by Chu Feng. Surrounded by the bitter smell of the herbs, Nangong Qing'er felt nauseous. Instinctively covering her stomach and suppressing the nausea bit by bit, one hand pinching her nose while the other holding the bowl, she sent the soup into her mouth. She drank large gulps until the medicine in the bowl was finished, using one hand to cover her mouth to prevent herself from vomiting, and handed the empty bowl to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the bowl, deeply gazed at Nangong Qing'er for a moment, and prepared to leave. Nangong Qing'er put down the hand covering her mouth and called out, seeing Chu Feng's back. "Wait." Chu Feng paused and turned to look at her. "What's the matter?" Just after swallowing the medicine, she felt warmth spreading from her chest to the rest of her body. She subconsciously raised her arm and found it gaining strength. This medicine is truly effective. Realizing this, she got up from the bed, trying to place her feet on the ground, walking slowly toward Chu Feng. After some deliberation, her eyes showed a lack of confidence, fearing Chu Feng wouldn't answer her, yet she opened her mouth. "I want to ask something. Where's the little girl and the old man who were brought here together with me?" Her eyes filled with hope, earnestly wishing Chu Feng would reveal the truth without hiding anything from her. "You're asking about them?" "Yes." Since Chu Feng responded, Nangong Qing'er believed he must have seen them. "Do you know where they're imprisoned?" "The day you were captured, that old man was the servant's benefactor in the mansion, so the master ordered him to be given some reward silver and then dismissed. As for that little girl, she should still be locked up in the prison." Although Chu Feng originally didn't intend to say, seeing Nangong Qing'er's pitiful gaze, he couldn't bear withholding the information. So after a short reflection, he told her. Upon hearing that Elder Zhao had left here, Nangong Qing'er was reassured, "But Xianer, can you ask your master to release Xianer?" "Impossible." Chu Feng's eyes suddenly grew cold, answering bluntly. Hearing this, Nangong Qing'er was both worried and filled with disappointment. "Well, I will ask you one last question, hoping you can give me an honest answer." After considering, Chu Feng agreed. "All right, go ahead and ask." "Before I answer your question, I must clearly tell you that I am not Helian Qingqian. Therefore, don't treat me as Helian Qingqian when you respond to this question, okay?" Chu Feng thought it was meaningless and decided she must be pretending to be ignorant. He figured he might as well indulge her for a while and see what kind of question she would ask. "All right, I want to ask, what is the identity of your master?" Chu Feng felt if he kept indulging her pretense, wouldn't the result just be him being played like a fool by her? She clearly knew everything, yet now she was questioning him like this. It seemed that the doctor really needed to examine her head. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Feng turned and left. Nangong Qing'er was shocked and quickly reached out to grab Chu Feng's sleeve, but she missed. "Hey, You promised to answer my question. You're breaking your word. Hey, there was no response, so she followed Chu Feng and chased after him. Unfortunately, with Nangong Qing'er's walking speed, by the time she reached the door chasing Chu Feng, he had already disappeared. She felt extremely upset. Wave after wave of a feeling of loss came over her. She had thought the truth was near, but unexpectedly, he had clearly promised her, yet broke his promise again. In this place, who could she rely on? Whose words could she trust? She moved toward the door, stepped down from the stone steps at the entrance, and stood in the courtyard. With a dazed look, she scanned everything in the yard. Unfamiliar, all unfamiliar. Where exactly was this place? Who was that man? Why did they seem so familiar with her, while she knew nothing about them? Slowly squatting down, Nangong Qing'er wrapped her arms around herself helplessly, deeply burying her head in her chest. Her heart was full of sorrow, tears wanting to flow but unable to escape. If only I had known today would be like this back then. In this deep and alien courtyard surrounded by willows, she felt every step forward impossible. If only she hadn't stubbornly adhered to her unwritten rule before. One mistaken thought brought its bitter consequences. After Chu Feng left, she shakily stood up, trembling. The cold spring air lingered, and she wanted to climb high for a better view. However, all around were jagged walls or sparse flower trees, offering nothing of value. Thankfully, though she had endured passively, she still hadn't lost hope entirely. As long as she didn't die temporarily, she was sure to find out the purpose these people with hidden intentions brought her here. After having eaten something, she returned to the room as usual. There were many ancient books there which passed the time, so she quietly read in silence. Chu Feng arrived at the main hall. Maple leaves were red like intoxication, and the person looking at the maple leaves also seemed intoxicated. The silk curtain swayed slightly in the chill, occasionally interrupted by sea swallows passing through. In Huangfu Kongming's hand was a cormorant wine glass, a fine bottle of pear blossom, white already drunk. His narrow phoenix eyes half closed, appearing half drunk, gazing outside the courtyard at the vivid spring scenery. Even though it was a blooming season, it seemed the weather was still quite cold. Without any wind, his white sleeves fluttered. He set down the wine glass, without waiting for Chu Feng's reply after entering the room, and directly asked, "Have you eaten?" Replying to His Highness the Prince, not only has she eaten, but also eaten thoroughly. This answer was evidently unexpected, causing Huangfu Kongming to turn his gaze back, skeptical. What did you say? She didn't make a fuss wanting to die or live. She initially planned to fast. She had the resolve, but repeated requests to see you went unanswered. She also tried probing around me, and each time I remained silent. After seeing this, she had a change of heart. Women are always fickle. For several days, keep a close eye on her for this prince. Make sure nothing strange happens. She can go nowhere. Do you understand? Huangfu Kongming's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument, ominous. Chu Feng immediately nodded. I understand. Your Highness, please rest assured. These few days, I have other matters. I'll temporarily leave here. No one should come close, otherwise they will be killed without pardon. Yes, Your Highness, I respectfully send off. Remember, it's anyone. On his departing remark to Chu Feng was such a profound and cryptic sentence. Watching him arrive at the stable, mounting his horse, and riding away lightly. For 6 years, has this woman truly changed, or due to certain changes, does she deliberately try to change? If she has indeed forgotten, why didn't she reveal her true face upon meeting me? Mask, damn mask. Does she think a human skin mask can sever all our ties and entanglements? Impossible. Huangfu Kongming mused as he spurred his horse onward. He was very busy recently. Intelligence proved that the third prince, Zisong He, had been closely interacting with Huangfu Wenliang. These two already knew he was in Yanming Manor, so he had to be careful. As for this woman, keeping her in the water prison for a while would surely restore her memory. Sooner or later, he thought, she would definitely cry and beg to acknowledge him. It would be fine. He'd wait for that day to come. The willow breeze was light, the golden threads of the weeping branches fully unfurled, through small latticed windows. At this moment, Lu Meyer, who had just finished washing up, was facing the mirror powdering her face. Occasionally, she spoke to the maid behind her. Luli, have you finished investigating what I asked you to look into? Miss, I've already completed the investigation. The woman locked in the water prison is originally a healer from Nangong Garden at the peak of Yin Mountain. I don't know what His Highness intends, but why does he keep this woman in the mansion? Now that His Highness is gone, why don't we go over there? Chapter 8. The Jealousy of Beauty Yu Huan and Flying Swallow. Ah, she let out a slight sigh, akin to a peony flower gracefully landing on the water in the evening breeze, creating faint ripples. Lu Meyer turned her head. It must be home flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Men are always like this. Come on, we'll show her some colors. Yes, no matter what kind of home flower or wild flower she is, once in my hands, I will eradicate her roots. Lu Meyer gave a lazy smile and looked back. Today, she wore the Ling Shiji hairstyle that was recently popular in the capital, exuding an air of nobility with a touch of otherworldly grace, making it hard to imagine that such a fine beauty could exist in such a sordid place, yet remain unstained by its filth. No, she had been stained but considered herself too high for it. Lu Meyer came out of the inner room gracefully and smiled brightly. Let's go now. Her voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate, or a yellow oriole chirping merrily on a branch. Yes. Lily immediately nodded. In fact, Lu Meyer's existence seemed to validate the word perfect. Fortunately, there were not many such women in the world who possessed both beauty and talent. Actually, until then, she believed herself to be perfect, having never seen a woman more beautiful than herself. Except for a hand scroll inside her room depicting a lady of elegance, who was acclaimed 6 years ago as the most beautiful woman in the land. Helian Qingqian. The beauty of Helian Qingqian could not be described in words. It was a stunning sight that left one breathless, almost divine. She often compared her own reflection in the mirror to the lady in the painting, finding only slight differences, mostly in their eyes that conveyed autumnal allure. In all other aspects, they were worlds apart. This was the direct reason Prince Huangfu Kongming chose her, which was also Lu Meyer's hidden pain. The prince was already gone. The second in command of the villa was Chu Feng. They were familiar with each other, but Chu Feng did not know that Lu Meyer had come here to investigate and was smiling as she took a tour around. Where's the prince? He's busy so early, though I don't mean to say it, but you dogs of his. Even if you can't assist him, you should at least handle internal matters properly, so there won't be any fires in the backyard. In fact, this was a veiled warning. Their footsteps paused near the rear courtyard where Lu Meyer pointed at a corridor leading into the area. What is this place? It's desolate every time I pass by. Today, I want to take a look. This place is forbidden by the prince to anyone, Chu Feng announced formally. Presumptuous. The prince says something, and that's final? Do you dare to defy him to this extent? Soon, I will become the future princess of this estate, and you need not hesitate or lie to me. Even if it's rare animals or precious objects, I insist on seeing them myself. Seeing her sharp tone, Chu Feng finally understood. This miss had arrived prepared. Return, miss, it's just another woman. Woman, her brows arched with discomfort before she quickly smiled again. Then I must see her even more. Luli, there's no need to bother Chu Feng further. We can proceed directly. Chu Feng. Luli smirked darkly. Your presence is unnecessary here. You may rest for now, and if needed, we'll call you. What happens today, you know, I know, and Miss knows, is best kept secret from others. This. Chu Feng hesitated, glancing towards the courtyard. The prince has explicitly ordered otherwise. Stubborn fool, think carefully about your situation. Afterward, we might be family, so there must be no disloyalty. While speaking, Luli laughed and moved forward. A cold wind swept through the courtyard, carrying leaves from last winter that rustled on branches and fell onto the ground, rolling into Nangong Qingjian's robes. She sat calmly under the spring sun, bathed in bright light. She had thought over this matter thoroughly, but still couldn't understand why Huangfu Kongming imprisoned her. At that moment, the sound of chains ding-ling echoed as the vermilion gates creaked open, prompting her to stride briskly toward the entrance. Let me leave here, set me free. Her cries were filled with forceful indignation. Indeed, being well-fed and rested made a difference in vigor. Nangong Qingjin didn't expect to see an aggressive woman entering her field of vision. This woman looked like a fighting rooster, dressed predominantly in red, adorned with dazzling gold jewelry, making her appear bizarrely conspicuous. Who are you? Her days of confinement had accustomed her to strange attire and odd people, so she assumed this woman was also part of Huangfu Kongming's mysterious group, one of them. She stared haughtily at this woman, and in the moment their eyes met, this woman actually froze. Lu Meyer's meticulously drawn eyebrows trembled as her pupils constricted. Quickly, a surge of resentment welled up from her chest to her nostrils. No. In front of her, Lu Meyer gripped the nearby corridor pillar forcefully, looking at the spotless girl standing opposite her in the early spring weather. The waves of fear in her eyes spread like ripples on spring water. No. She nearly lost her balance. Her thick eyelashes were quivering, and her hand moved, pointing forcefully at the girl's nose. How did you come back? You're not supposed to be dead. This, young lady, I don't know you, yet you insult me on first sight like this. It seems quite inappropriate. Nangong Qingjin frowned and examined the trembling woman under the sunlight. This woman became even more incredulous. No, how did you return? You have some nerve coming here. What nonsense. I want to leave, let me go away from this place. Nangong Qingjin pretended to leave. Lu Meyer looked at the woman in front of her with a mix of panic and embarrassment, then gave a confirming glance to her maid Luli. Look, isn't she the same person from the courtesan painting? Isn't she, Luli? Miss, exactly right. There's no mistake. After Luli confirmed, Lu Meyer couldn't possibly let Nangong Qingjin leave this troublemaking spot now, since she had come here with ulterior motives. This was also an opportune time while the prince was away, so it wouldn't be wise to let her go without giving her a taste of something severe. Thinking about this, seeing the fragile-looking woman before her, Lu Meyer smirked lightly. You've made the prince pine day and night. I thought you'd be something special, but compared to the girls from Yanming, you're nothing. Yanming? Confused, she didn't know what Yanming was. Beside her, Luli already chuckled. Young lady, let me explain. Yanming, along with Dai Lianhua and Feng Chi Wu, are top-ranked pleasure quarters in Xiuquan City, filled with countless women. How dare you compare me to a courtesan? And why not? You're not even worth a proper courtesan. Lu Meyer sneered malevolently while speaking. Nangong Qingjin clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms as her face gradually turned paler than white paper. It was an alarming sight. Your eyes, they're quite beautiful. All kinds of charm flow out from them. I never expected that after so many years, you haven't changed a bit. Leave. Whether or not you understand my purposes, the humiliation is clear. I wave my hand now for both of you to leave. This is not your place. You live here like a parasite. What right do you have to make me leave? If I go, it will be by my decision. Now, I tell you to get out. How does that sound? If she left, that would suit her fine, but if she were told to roll, she would absolutely refuse. Leave now. Luli, teach this little brat a lesson. Don't assume we came here for friendliness. I'm not that kind-hearted. With a flick of her finger, somehow Luli grabbed a wooden bucket, which contained icy cold well water. This was a water dungeon where water was readily available. At the sight of water, Nangong Qingjin already felt somewhat fearful. With a splash, completely unpredictably, a bucket of water poured over her head. Instantly, her whole body was drenched, and soon after, she let out a scream, not out of fear, but due to the cold. She had never imagined that someone would humiliate her. In the past, she remained secluded, an aloof and proud woman whose spirit defied frost and snow, making her look down upon others. But now she had been bullied. Is this fun? Looking at the drenched, soaked chicken, Lou Meyer smiled faintly, her lips curving into a mocking, disinterested smile. We have no old grievances or recent conflicts. How dare you treat me this way? So what? I just act improperly. What can you do about it? Lou Meyer laughed again, more beautifully than before. The proud swell of her bosom undulated like rippling water because of her laughter. What's your name? She gazed steadily at the Lou Meyer in front of her. We have a long road ahead. For now I may lack the strength to harm you, but that doesn't mean I'll always remain downtrodden. You? Lou Meyer restrained her crazed, cold smirk, raising an eyebrow and finding the wet wretch interesting. One word at a time, respecting her opponent, she said, my name is Nangong Qingjin. Nangong? So it really isn't Hellion? Hellion or not Hellion? Nangong Qingjin furrowed her brow. And you? Dare to tell me your name? What's all this nonsense about courage? Even the most cowardly person in front of a drenched wretch like you would have courage. No harm letting you know. Our young lady is named Lou Meyer, a name you should have heard before. Lily already spoke out with arrogance. I've noted it down. Will you take revenge because of this? Lou Meyer pointed at the bucket hanging nearby, laughing until she trembled uncontrollably. Nangong Qingjin remained silent. Taking revenge isn't something that can be done overnight. Let them revel in triumph for now. One day you will know my strength, Nangong Qingjin's power. Chapter 9. Killing is just a nod of the head. Fine, everything depends on future observation. I want you to leave, do you hear? Get out. I will give you your freedom, the freedom that you seek. Lou Meyer approached Nangong Qingjin, each word emphasized clearly and firmly. After she finished speaking, she reached up and touched her own nose bone as though the person standing in front of her, Nangong Qingjin, was some kind of filthy thing. Are you one of the people from this estate? And if I am, so what? If I'm not, what then? Lou Meyer countered with another question instead of answering. In fact, how could Nangong Qingjin not desire to leave early? However, through others' meaningful gazes, she had already begun to speculate on what exactly was happening at the moment, and just who she was supposed to be. Clearly, she knew nothing. No, she suddenly touched her beautiful face. Could it be? Was it possible that the body she had taken over had intricate connections with these people? She mobilized her meager memory and began pondering. Hellion what? Besides knowing the name Hellion Qinxian well, there were virtually no memories concerning Hellion within her mind. At this point, she didn't intend to leave immediately. Avoidance and reluctance to confront directly were traits of cowards. Staring at me like that is useless too. Even if you don't leave, I'll still make you leave because your face really is very beautiful, just like blooming peach blossoms in early spring. As she spoke, she smiled happily. Well, let's leave this accursed place together, all right? Do you really have such goodwill? Nangong Qingjin refused to believe her. This could be the start of unforeseen calamities, not something as fortunate as finding unexpected riches from heaven. Don't assume I'm an evil woman. Actually, I'm pretty good. As she said this, she laughed already. Come along quickly. Once we go, don't come back. At this moment, it wasn't about whether Nangong Qingjin wanted to stay or leave. Rather, looking at the wicked maid named Luli, who had clenched her fists and rolled up her sleeves towards her, it was evident she was skilled in martial arts. Nangong Qingjin had previously treated many martial artists. Their movements and gestures were identical to this rough woman named Luli before her. Thinking about this, Nangong Qingjin reluctantly nodded and followed Lou Meyer. At the gate, Xu Feng saw Lou Meyer bringing out Nangong Qingjin and immediately stepped forward. Miss, this is a high-security prison. Without the prince's command, no one can take away the prisoners. If the sky falls, taller people will hold it up. What are you afraid of? Could it be you have some hidden illicit affair with this girl? Xu Feng was nothing but a rough man, utterly losing in their verbal sparring. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lou Meyer took Nangong Qingjin away. As for Nangong Qingjin, she shot him a harsh glare. The meaning of this glance was clear. She was reproaching him for promising to reveal crucial matters fully, only to break his promise when it mattered most. Lou Meyer led Nangong Qingjin toward the exit. But after passing through a courtyard, the mysterious woman coldly smirked and gave Luli a signal. There's a big eye here, a beloved creature of the prince. Be careful not to disturb it lest we get stung, explained Lou Meyer. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin felt unease mounting and moved closer to Lou Meyer. Lou Meyer quickly positioned herself and Luli near the moon gate ahead. Just as they passed, Lou Meyer pressed a button. A metallic clang rang out, and an iron grill dropped down. Realizing the situation turned dangerous, Nangong Qingjin rushed back the way she came. But before she even made it halfway, a huge iron grill also slammed shut at the other entrance. Thus, the central courtyard was swiftly split into two sections. Unaware of what this so-called big eye was, all Nangong Qingjin could think of were the lively, giant salamanders she often encountered in mountain streams. Curiously, she wondered why someone would keep such a creature as a pet, a clear indicator of the kind of character this prince must be. Now, separated by an iron grill, Lu Meyer gloated at Nangong Qingjin inside, saying, "You carelessly wandered in. You trusted others without scrutiny. My words, they should have been questioned, yet you blindly accepted them. It's fair you've suffered consequences." Lu Meyer then cast another look at Luli. Grasping it instantly, Luli blew sharply on a bark-made whistle clutched in her hand. Following the sharp whistling sound, a beast roared akin to the call of a clouded leopard. Only then did Nangong Qingjin see it, a large figure similar to a young wolf rising from a nearby empty chamber. When I was a child, I read the classic of mountains and seas. In this book, ancient creatures are vividly depicted with detailed descriptions, illustrations, and profound introductions. It turns out that the so-called baby fish is not actually a baby fish at all. It's the legendary creature known as the Kangni. Moreover, the Kangni has another widely known alias. It's called a mastiff in common parlance. This must be the king of mastiffs. After letting out a roar akin to a clouded leopard's cry, it charged toward her without further ado. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin immediately dodged. But there wasn't enough time. That massive mastiff, as big as a brown bear, had already pounced on her, hooves flailing as it pinned Nangong Qingjin to the ground. Its enormous mouth roared with a stinking breath. Spittle practically splashed across Nangong Qingjin's face as fear gripped her, but soon after, a long period of thoughtfulness overtook her. The fierce wind rushing past her almost made her believe her life had reached its end. The mastiff's strength was immense, firmly pinning her down with all four limbs. She couldn't move an inch. Actually, she had a steel needle hidden in her sleeve, and it was highly potent. Once inserted into the flesh with the right acupoint located, it would certainly. But, don't I bite her quick. Bite her face, but don't kill her. Go for her face and rip it apart. Onlooker Luli shouted eagerly from the side, while the mastiff's pitch-black eyes stared at Nangong Qingjin. At that moment, she felt death creeping near. Don't I? This woman is an enemy of our estate. Not only that, she tried to seduce the Lord. If you disfigure her, you will have achieved a great deed. Tomorrow, I'll bring you 20 chickens. What do you think about that? Having been raised for a long time, even animals can understand human emotions, let alone mastiffs which already possess a certain intelligence. Lying helplessly on the ground, Nangong Qingjin had no strength left. She didn't know what her back had landed against. The pain was almost unbearable. Her eyes glinted with vicious hatred as they locked onto the mastiff. Then the beast let out a deafening roar, its gaping maw already aimed directly at Nangong Qingjin's nose. Watching this, Lu Meyer immediately pretended to cover her eyes dramatically, as if she were unwilling to see such a gruesome scene, or because she feared nightmares afterward. Indeed, the scenario unfolding before Nangong Qingjin was nothing short of a nightmare. Without needing even one bite, being crushed like this would surely leave her breathless. Closing her eyes, she wondered if this was how she was going to die meaninglessly. Unwillingness welled up inside her, yet what good did it do? With another ferocious roar, the fanged jaws neared her nasal bone. Watching from afar, Lu Meyer laughed coldly. This seductress is done for now. Will His Highness truly fall for someone within his walls? When he returns, the matter will be settled. Luli, Lu Meyer smiled cunningly. What did you and I witness today? Mistress, Luli responded smoothly. Today, your servant accompanied Miss on a stroll in the garden. By accident, we saw the mastiff break free of its chains and hurt this woman. I initially intended to help, but this mastiff is too formidable, let alone me. Even 10 servants together wouldn't be enough. By the time I notified people to come, she had already turned to bones and fragments. This is my fault, and if His Highness wishes to punish me, I accept it willingly. Perfect. Even the blame could be shouldered by others. Listening to this exchange, Nangong Qingjin could not help but feel how malicious Lu Meyer was. Such perverted love had made her a victim. She was attacked by a mastiff, died, and witnesses saw it. There was testimony. Furthermore, it happened within the estate, thus having no direct connection to Lu Meyer. Indeed, this woman was clever. Heartbroken and despairing. Yet oddly enough, the mastiff hadn't instantly torn her face apart or broken her throat, but continued to gaze at her for a moment instead. Then it stuck out its warm, moist tongue and began licking her face. This was most unexpected. Why did everything and everyone in this estate seem strange and eccentric, including the animal acting so friendly? Unclear though this was, feeling safe now, Nangong Qingjin immediately rolled up and stared at the mastiff. Woof woof. The mastiff sounded almost compliant and coquettishly whined, leaving her utterly baffled. Seeing this sudden change in the mastiff's demeanor, from not tearing Nangong Qingjin limb from limb to becoming a complete and utter pitiful wretch, Lu Meyer's expression changed drastically. Big and I, don't lose focus. Hurry up and bite her. Lu Meyer panicked wildly, gesturing frantic movements. This was undoubtedly the most suitable plan for her, an effective way to dispose of evidence. But, however, she didn't dare to even imagine why Da and I seemed to have such affection for Nangong Qingjin. What untold secrets were hidden within this interaction? While Lu Meyer was gesticulating wildly, Da and I rushed to the iron fence and bellowed with a terrifying roar that nearly sent Lu Meyer and Luli fleeing in terror. The two of them exchanged startled glances before immediately vanishing from the courtyard. Nangong Qingjin wasn't certain whether this mastiff considered her a friend, but judging by the current situation, There appeared to be no immediate danger. "You're called to, and I, come here." She waved her hand, and suddenly the mastiff transformed into a tail-wagging little puppy, obediently squatting by her side as it pitifully swung its enormous tail. "You almost scared me to death. Can you help me open the door?" She thought that with the immense strength of such a mastiff, it surely must be able to open the door. And indeed, the mastiff quickly understood her meaning, leaping up in one swift motion and clamping its jaws directly onto the lock. Chapter 10. Turning misfortune into good fortune. Good dog. The mastiff had already turned around and squatted beside Nangong Qingjin again. Nangong Qingjin also reached out to pat the mastiff's head. The mastiff emitted a series of affectionate howls and then nudged Nangong Qingjin in front of him with its head. "I am leaving here. And you, do you want to follow me?" "Oh right, I want you to help me find a person this." Nangong Qingjin knew that time was limited, and it was now her turn to make full use of every second, immediately taking out a sachet from her sleeve. "This belongs to Sienna. Please help me find her. She is still with you. Smell it." Woof woof woof. After sniffing it, the mastiff already pressed its large nostrils against the ground, as if detecting some significant situation, barking loudly towards the air and happily trotting away. "Hey, wait for me." It was well known that mastiffs are spiritual creatures. She believed it would certainly lead her to Sienna. As the mastiff went along, it kept sniffing the floor and flowers. Not long ago, Nangong Qingjin was attacked, trembling all over, and not only did she feel fear, but also something indescribable. "You wait for me." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, almost fainting. On this side, the mastiff was already heading towards the backyard. The backyard was rarely visited by people, gloomy and chilly, with a strange and peculiar feeling. This atmosphere seemed to transport Nangong Qingjin to another world isolated from the outside. As she followed, doubts about the mastiff's accuracy crept in. "Wait for me, wait." The mastiff finally stopped at a position ahead, the glory-seeking creature wagging its tail with all its might. While wagging its tail, it waited for Nangong Qingjin, who was walking, already panting slightly and having exhausted all her strength. She decided that if there were no results, it would be fine. But when she arrived at the position up ahead, she saw a dark dungeon. There was an iron grill at the entrance of the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there was a chain, probably used to restrain someone. Then, she was shocked. Following that, Nangong Qingjin herself didn't know where she found the strength. She approached the entrance of the dungeon. The entrance was scattered with wooden leaves, and the dungeon formed a small yet narrow space with iron bars. She saw a cross-shaped mark made of tied-up wood at the door outside the bars. This was something they agreed upon while they were on the mountain. If there was someone inside the house, they would use two sticks tied together to form a cross. Probably only she could recognize this. Sienna. She was excessively weak. Upon arriving at the entrance of this pit, she felt dizzy, her vision filled with golden stars, and she stumbled, falling to the ground. Fortunately, the mastiff arrived just in time and lay there. Otherwise, Nangong Qingjin would have suffered quite a few injuries. "Sienna, I've come. Ah, miss. First came the sound of chains, then Nangong Qingjin saw Sienna, dressed in rags, joyfully shouting and calling out behind the nearby iron bars. "Miss, you've finally come. I thought I would never see you again in this life. What happened to you?" Her servant had already experienced such a calamity, yet she, as the master, seemed to have been even more cruelly abused, her eyes flickering with tears already streaming down her face. Within a hoo, the mastiff jumped up and headed forward. Sienna extended her hand through the bars, and only after great difficulty did Nangong Qingjin finally reach Sienna's side, forcefully gripping Sienna's hand. "Miss, are you alright?" Seeing that the miss's clothes were soaked, and her mask had vanished without a trace, revealing a disheveled appearance vastly different from the impression Sienna had of her lady. These people were truly too brutal, torturing her like this simply because the miss refused to treat someone's illness. Before Nangong Qingjin could respond, Sienna was already sobbing. "Miss, you've suffered. If I get out, I will make them pay with their lives piece by piece. I will learn martial arts, and I will kill these beasts." A look of cruelty appeared on Sienna's face, something Nangong Qingjin had never seen before. "Sienna, keep your voice down. I came here secretly. Can you walk? I will take you away from here. I can't let this continue. We must leave this place." As she spoke, she looked deeply moved at Sienna. Don't cry, Sienna, be unafraid." She consoled Sienna while wiping away her own tears, stretching out her hand to grip the icy fingers with tender affection. Sienna hiccuped and immediately nodded. "The key is in the hands of a man named Chufeng. He will come to deliver food at the hour tomorrow. I have already devised a plan to ambush him. He'll arrive in about half an hour. Work together with me to kill this man first." Good, Sienna. But there's no need to rush. We can leave without the key. I have a way away." Nangong Qingjin spoke, glancing at the mastiff by her side as she pointed toward the chain ahead. Heaven above, earth below, she silently prayed inside. Hoping the mastiff wouldn't fail her now, it was its turn to help. Both gazes settled on the dog. Sienna didn't know what her master was thinking, but at that moment, Nangong Qingjin had already pleaded earnestly. "Danny, please help me. I beg you. Help until the end. Escort the Buddha to the west. Now we all need your help." However, Danny remained utterly indifferent. Seeing that it would not assist her, Nangong Qingjin gripped a large stone nearby with great difficulty since it required all her strength to move it. This mastiff watched as Nangong Qingjin prepared to use the stone, and then with just its nose ridge, pushed the huge rock which rolled until it was placed right at the entrance of the dungeon. "Ah, thank you. She couldn't understand why the mastiff refused to help break the chain, but seeing it assist her in moving the stone, she laughed and let it go. Now, gripping the stone tightly, she slowly lifted it, leaving the prisoner inside utterly stunned. Though lacking strength, Nangon Qingjin never gave up, lifting the stone as if it were weightless despite her skeletal frame. Inch by inch, bit by bit, she finally managed to lift the stone, and then, on the other side, Lume had already left the iron gate, lightly patting her chest while walking. Truly incomprehensible. I've also failed due to misfortune today. Normally so capable, how could Danny appear subdued like it knows this lowly girl? Really beside her touched her chest, resentfully saying, Mistress, you don't know, this mastiff originally belonged to the prince from his previous residence. It knew Empress Hellion in the past. Such a vile maid. And yet what shall we do? Lume understood too. The dog had connections with humans from before, certainly recognizing some faces even now. With furrowed brows, they gradually pieced together the events and developments. Today we failed to eliminate her, a miscalculation between mistress and servant. Yet looking at how the prince treats this wretched girl, no worries, her death seems certain enough. This vulgar woman has a hard life, Lume said, fiercely tightening her fist. We must devise a method to kill her quietly, without awareness. Can we kill through proxy? The maid Ruli asked, casting a glance around at the women present. Lume eyed Ruli coldly. This vile one obstructs my path, and she must die. Think thoroughly about helping me accomplish this, regardless of means. I understand. For now, we keep still, waiting for the prince's return. By then, she'll be defenseless. Once the situation arises, we'll guide her fate effortlessly. Ruli grinned malevolently, causing Lume to chuckle broadly as well. Indeed, an outside observer sees clearly. Mistress, there's no need to worry. Killing isn't hard, but it requires time. As Ruli spoke, she escorted Lume into her quarters, which were set deep within the rear garden of the villa. Large and scenic, these buildings hugged the mountainside by the water. A pavilion known as Tingxiang Shaozhu, where though small like a sparrow, all essential features were intact. When Lume had been retrieved by Nangon Kongming, she came here namelessly, assuming the prince's undivided love due to the abundance found within Tingxiang Shaozhu. However, soon she realized, far, quiet, secluded, a part of the villa not frequented by others. He did not wish for her constant exposure. Seeing that all the recent charm was being put to use, the prince would soon be unable to resist. However, out of nowhere came an unexpected obstacle. This matter still required her handling. If handled well, everyone would be pleased. If not, she might offend the prince. Still, killing Nangon Qingjin was imperative. Holding the dragon-etched jade palm comb, she smoothed her hair that had become disheveled from running, and gave a faint smile as she looked at herself in the mirror. I am truly beautiful. Isn't she? My lady was born with natural beauty that cannot be hidden, Luli said beside her while bringing over a bottle of rose oil. This plant essence was extraordinary. It was said that 10,000 roses yielded only 1 drop of essence. As for Lu Meyer, this was her favorite item. Dipping her index finger into the rose oil inside, she lightly dotted it on her face and immediately closed the cloisonné box. Chapter 11. The cicada and the praying mantis unaware of the sparrow behind. After applying the makeup again and reopening her eyes, she had already discovered. No, she found someone else in the mirror. To be exact, it was another painting, one that had existed since she came here. It was a portrait of Empress Hellion from years ago. Initially, she had suggested discarding this portrait, but she did not get approval from Huangfu Kongming. Do you think I am more beautiful, or is she? Finally, the jealous woman stood beside the painting, gazing at her female attendant Luli. Luli was actually very troubled because, from the perspective of the painting, the woman depicted in it truly held an edge. Nevertheless, Luli still smiled and said, Naturally, your majesty surpasses all beauties. What does her beauty mean? She's nothing compared to you. Luli, burn this scroll immediately. I don't want to see it anymore. Miss, this might not be wise. This painting is the favorite portrait of His Highness. If we burn it rashly, how can we withstand his wrath? The painting she clutched was already placed over the heating device, which contained live flames. The fire burned on, and with a silent cold snort, she eventually retrieved the painting. Inside the room, spring was flourishing, but outside, there was still a lingering chill as if winter hadn't completely passed. Huangfu Kongming galloped furiously on his horse until he reached near the villa. He noticed that his shadow warriors had detected no unusual activities. Consequently, he headed down the mountain. Recently, Prince 3rd Zisong He and Prince 2nd Huangfu Wenliang had been up to something suspicious. He wanted to check on them to understand their plans. After all, know thyself and know thy enemy. These two were like two birds of a feather, often hatching schemes together. On this day, as the sweet fragrance of wood flowers spread through the air, under a tall magnolia tree, Prince 3rd Zisong He and the current Emperor Huangfu Wenliang sat drinking wine. The wine was a fine green ant wine from the capital city, much clearer than daughter red, sweeter than flower carved, and sharper than pear flower white. Green ant wine pairs well with a small brazier, preferably a red clay stove. As they drank, their gazes occasionally shifted toward a position ahead of them. Unbeknownst to them, Huangfu Kongming stealthily leapt over the wall, positioning himself behind a taihu stone close to where they sat, silently observing. In recent years, he had cultivated an ability to move swiftly and silently, almost like the wind, appearing and disappearing without leaving any trace, high-flying and returning in secret, a skill kept confidential even during those times. Brother Emperor, the current court situation has stabilized recently, and I wish Brother Emperor peace and stability in governing. Brother, drink a toast. Who doesn't know that this empire was secured by your help, and you deserve great credit? While saying this, he held his wine cup and personally poured another for Zisong, who smiled warmly before draining the cup in one gulp. Your Majesty was predestined to ascend the throne. What talent do I possess? Second Prince's chaotic governance should naturally have been quelled by all. Zisong, he continued pouring wine as they toasted, though each harbored ulterior motives. Superficially, though, they appeared perfectly united. Zisong, he was highly intelligent, excelling at strategizing, while the seemingly mild-mannered Emperor Wenliang frequently sought his counsel. Indeed, Zisong, he was formidable, having helped seize power. Such acts deserved respect, and now, ruling the empire, Wenliang knew full well all glory emanated from the man beside him, but also that this man was dangerous, akin to a snake. Brother Emperor, I've discovered where he hides. Tell me about it. You come closer. As he spoke, he gathered his sleeve, revealing a faint smile. Instantly, Wenliang leaned in close enough to listen intently. At that moment, Huangfu Kongming nearby realized they had indeed discovered his location. Just as he prepared to eavesdrop further, a young girl approached. Originally a princess from the imperial city, she was underage and came with her nursemaid to fly kites under the clear sky of early spring. Her youthful innocence blossomed like cherry blossoms, and accompanied by the nursemaid, they ventured out into the fresh morning. Their kite soared high but then got caught in a branch and tumbled down. Curious and unaware, the little girl bounded over to retrieve it and inadvertently encountered her second brother. Oh my brother, you are alive. Her young mind clearly remembered that during the last political upheaval, he was dismembered. Could it be that? Linger don't talk. However, Princess Linger had low intelligence. Seeing his careful behavior, she immediately laughed. Elder brother is playing hide and seek without telling me to come. Big brother, third brother, look who's here. I caught you. This time, it's my turn, no matter what. Let go, Linger. He anxiously pushed Linger away, heading toward the palace wall. He never imagined that his lifetime of glory would be ruined by a little girl. Second brother ran away, big brother and third brother. Why don't you chase quickly? Up until this point, Princess Linger still thought they were playing some sort of hide-and-seek game. Hearing her words, Huangfu Wenliang, who was holding a wine cup, immediately turned around. Linger, what did you say? Come closer, quickly. Yes. Linger came over in just a few steps, still holding a kite with ribbons, smiling as she pointed at the Taihu stone she'd seen earlier. Your Majesty, your younger sister just saw second brother. You three were playing games, but didn't call me. That's so boring. I also want to join. I want to. Did you really see your third brother? Wenliang frowned, half believing this mischievous girl, because Princess Linger liked such unproductive games the most. Linger smiled. Yes, I saw third brother. This person always likes to hide partially. Not wrong. Zisong, he chuckled nearby. Your Majesty, don't worry. I only need a small scheme here. Is it easy to leave the capital city like that? Now, all we need to do is find out what Huangfu Kongming wore just now. The dragon guards have keen eyes. It's his destiny to meet with misfortune. He fell into our trap this time. You and I. Zisong, he made a killing gesture, but maintained a gentle smile on his face. What an upright man he seemed. Good. Everything depends on third brother. Younger brother, quickly make arrangements. Linger, tell us, what did second brother look like when you saw him? Linger was originally a foolish little girl and hadn't yet noticed the undercurrents in their exchanges. She recounted every detail of Huangfu Kongming's attire from before. With this information, Zisong, he understood clearly. Then he stood up, moving forward. There was a bronze bell above the courtyard gate. As soon as the bell jingled slightly, all the experts stationed at the gate arrived immediately. After Zisong, he finished giving orders, everyone set off to act separately. Within less than 15 minutes, undercover warriors, imperial bodyguards, and archers were all prepared. There were also eunuchs from the Western office. Together, these people formed an impenetrable protective layer. All of them sought fame and fortune, and Zisong, he said that whoever could capture Huangfu Kongming would definitely receive a heavy reward. Every individual became a formidable warrior. Zisong, he smiled, his smirk making him appear bewitchingly sinister. All right, Your Majesty, let's drink our wine, and forget about the rest. The two began drinking. While sipping their wine, they looked at the sunlight hitting the palace walls with smiles on their faces. Huangfu Kongming truly did not expect that he'd be accidentally discovered by Linger. This wasn't a game. It was plainly an ambush and escape. When will the princess's intelligence return? Even before reaching Qinglong Gate, a group of guards had already started searching. Along the way, everything was thrown into chaos. Palace maids, serving girls, eunuchs, all had been thoroughly checked one by one. Even the water barrels at the palace entrance and behind the fake mountains were searched. It was a comprehensive sweep. With no other option, Huangfu Kongming retreated. His current position was inside an empty hall far from the city gates. There was no possibility of escaping, so for the time being, he used this place as a hiding spot. Hey, if we can capture the second prince today, there will certainly be endless money for flowers and alcohol in the future, boomed a raspy voice walking loudly, while carelessly swinging a steel sword in the spacious hall. The group approached. General, there are footprints here. One of the men shouted excitedly, as if discovering a new continent. Another one chimed in. And here too. I found them first. Great, it must be here. Search thoroughly. This general was the leader of the royal guard, named Lang Tan. He possessed incredible strength and was known as the top warrior on the grasslands. But his greatest skill wasn't hand-to-hand combat. It was his bow, precise like a venomous dragon. His arrows struck fear into people's hearts, causing countless capable individuals to fall. Not only was his archery exceptional, but he was also a versatile talent skilled in poisoning. Now, with bow drawn and arrow ready, he headed towards the room. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Huangfu Kongming immediately fled. However, his position was quickly exposed, forcing him to sprint desperately. Langton leaped onto the roof and burst into laughter. Langton fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Having been through countless battles, Huangfu Kongming narrowly evaded each one. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his arrows, Langton shouted loudly, "Where are the archers? Shoot him down." With that order, the archers began their assault. Huangfu Kongming performed a somersault and rolled into the Forbidden Palace. This was where the royal women resided. These ladies, confined within walls and doing nothing all day, rarely ventured outside. Today, upon hearing the commotion, they were startled by the unusual disturbance. From afar, they saw a man with folded arms approach, causing each of them to lose their composure. Whoever tells them I've come here will lose their head instantly. Huangfu Kongming glared ferociously at the leading woman. This lady was currently a concubine selected to become empress by Wenliang, but after her initial shock, she clutched her head and ran toward the door. This is terrible. Huangfu Kongming has returned and is now in my Ikuan Palace. What should we do? Wolf General, hurry and capture him. Your Majesty, without the Emperor's decree, anyone entering the Forbidden Palace faces the same penalty of beheading, Lang Tan responded. It wasn't that he wouldn't chase further. Stepping into the inner chambers would lead to his own death sentence as well. Chapter 12. The golden cicada sloughs off its shell, but still must be contained. I will immediately send someone to find His Majesty. I have been startled, and it is imperative that we eliminate this beast. Speaking thus, she tightened her fist forcefully. Langton stood motionlessly at the entrance of Ikuan Palace, his eyes fixed on maidservants and eunuchs exiting in utter shock. There wasn't a single person among them disguised. As he watched the last eunuch come out, he grabbed this eunuch's hand. Did you see the second prince? Replying to General Lang. This eunuch had already lost his eloquence from fear. I'm the kind who fears for my life. I hid under the table. I saw a man in a hemp shirt enter the room, but I don't know. How absurd. What use are you as a eunuch? Lang Tan, known for his foul temper, slapped this eunuch's face resoundingly after hearing his incoherent wasting of time. The eunuch moved his stiff neck and collapsed on the ground. When everyone looked again, the eunuch was already dead. Go and request His Majesty's orders, telling him to bring the Imperial Guards here immediately. The traitors have infiltrated the inner palace of the capital city. Send people immediately to exterminate them, ordered Lang Tan with bulging eyes, continuing. Surround all 6 palaces. Do not allow him any chance to escape. Yes. The crowd quickly departed, leaving Lang Tan feeling triumphant as he gazed at the inner palace. The Empress had been frightened. As for the other concubines and serving girls, each one fled helter-skelter. In just moments, the Empress's residence, Ikuan Palace, was left utterly empty. Now, even if Huangfu Kongming sprouted wings, he could not escape. Once he entered a door adorned with hanging flowers, he began examining his wound. There wasn't serious damage to it, but half of his arm had already gone numb. He knew that Lang Tan was infamous for cruelty. Fearing the poison might claim his life, Huangfu Kongming noticed his arm gradually hardening, a terror indescribable. No, now he must leave immediately. But he couldn't. When he reached a place where he thought he could escape, peering out revealed a horrifying sight. These men had surrounded the area like human pyramids. The Empress had already started sobbing softly. After listening to her heart-rending account, Emperor Wenliang's expression also changed. However, a beautiful smile still lingered on his lips. No worries. Have I not already arrived? He smiled generously while patting the Empress's shoulder in encouragement. Since I'm here, younger brother has no way to escape. Besides, we also have third brother here. You know his capabilities. Zisong he didn't say a word, merely smiling faintly. His smile had already made everyone realize, with him around, he must be central to everything. His strength was evident. Bring the Empress to rest. Naturally, ladies within these deep palaces have smaller hearts. Let me handle the matters here, he directed, walking over beside Zisonghi. Zisonghi stood with hands behind his back, looking at the golden plaque above the gate. The shining 3 characters, Ikuan Palace, were clearly visible. What does elder brother think we should do? Zisonghi asked. Intellectually speaking, Zisonghi was indeed far superior to Wenliang. Not that Zisonghi lacked interest in being emperor. This position within the capital was coveted by every royal family member. But Zisong, he currently lacked power, the necessary pillar to survive. Moreover, until his real rival, Huangfu Kongming, was eliminated, Zisong he dared not recklessly confront Wenliang. Zisong he proved his wisdom right. But before doing so, he decided to inquire about the matter, asking what Emperor Wenliang thought of the situation. The Imperial Guard should be sent inside to search and root out any troublemakers. Don't you agree, third brother? Wenliang smiled sincerely, revealing a cold ruthlessness beneath his seemingly assured stance. This humble younger brother believes that while this plan may seem good, it's not the best course. If he manages to kill a couple of secret guards and disguises himself in their clothing to sneak out amidst the chaos, how would we proceed then? True, Brother 3 makes a valid point. So, what exactly do you propose concerning this issue? This humble younger brother thinks that General Lang, with unmatched strength and strategic brilliance, fits perfectly for this task. Who better than him to resolve this situation? While saying this, he glanced back knowingly, already unable to contain his impatience, disregarding any advice or suggestions from those present. Previously, the report had come back. Lang Tan, you have indeed cornered him here. Yes, my lord. Lang Tan's voice echoed through the room, and Zisong, he was satisfied. Since that's so, all is well. Prince, may I inquire if your arrows struck him? Your Highness, his martial skills are otherworldly, not because my arts lack refinement, but rather there are always better ones elsewhere. Even as Lang Tan explained this, Zisong he already started smiling, a cold smile creasing his face, making him seem like an icy sculpture devoid of humanity. There was no hint of warmth, and at this moment, when Liang fell silent, he excelled in using his silence to mask his ignorance. Since Zisong he could now help him, it was best to wait. What about the arrows? How many did you shoot? Reporting to your majesty, 2 volleys, 6 arrows total. Bring them all here. A faint indifferent smile still lingered on Zisong he's face as an officer quickly produced Lang Tan's used arrows, one by one passing them through Wan Liang to Zisong he. When Zisong he saw the last arrow, his keen insight shone through. Lang Tan, perhaps he isn't as formidable as you say, nor you as incompetent. Look, as Zisong he spoke, he pointed at the arrowhead. There were traces of red blood, though coagulated, yet still revealing a faint black hue. I've heard your prowess with poison is unmatched. Isn't there a potent venom from the endless grasslands called Tiankin poison? You're truly well informed. Lang Tan replied, thinking he had finished his explanation, but Zisong, he wasn't done. His slight smirk deepened. Go on. This Tiankin poison appears unremarkable, but is very lethal. On our grasslands, we have Cordyceps sinensis, though Tiankin isn't exactly that insect. It's rare among thousands, looking similar, yet. How so? Deadly upon contact with blood. As far as I know, there's no antidote. If there is, it can only temporarily alleviate symptoms. Hence, even though I received the Empress's order, I didn't rashly pursue inside due to understanding its effects. Indeed, Lang Tan, your foresight is commendable. Zisong he smiled. After this matter concludes, whatever you desire will be rewarded. And there is a part for me too, added Wan Liang with a smile. Lang Tan's poison was indeed remarkable. Unlike anything seen in Central Plains, this poison came from a bug he accidentally discovered during his childhood. After horrifying refining processes, this bug became an invaluable toxin. The efficacy of this poison could already be seen from the golden armor on Lang Tan's arm. Brother Emperor, time waits for no one. We mustn't find his body only after the poison takes effect. It would be meaningless then. General Lang, enter Ikuan Palace alone. Retrieve the living or dead remains. Do you understand? I comprehend fully, my lord. Rest assured. Lang Tan affirmed as he strode firmly toward Ikuan Palace. After Lang Tan left, Wan Liang turned to Zisong he. Third brother, let us sit a while. As you wish. Zisong he and Wan Liang waited by the entrance, confident they would surely capture Huangfu Kongming. After passing through the hanging flower gate, Huangfu Kongming felt utterly drained. The feeling began spreading. Strength left his arms, his neck stiffened. Without hesitation, he immediately sealed his acupuncture points. Thankfully, he had some knowledge of martial arts in the past. Now, he searched nearby for escape options. Lang Tan entered from the door, his eyes sharp like a leopard's, scrutinizing carefully around. The distance between him and Huangfu Kongming closed rapidly. Acting swiftly at the sound of Lang Tan's footsteps entering the rear courtyard, Huangfu Kongming decisively gripped the well rope, descending into the dry well. Upon reaching the bottom, he found himself in a hidden passage. 6 years ago as emperor, he'd heard about an underground channel leading outside the capital, a retreat prepared by those in power. One must plan ahead for unforeseen troubles, though he hadn't expected the path would lead right before him now. Lang Tan searched throughout the backyard, turning around frantically. Ikuan Palace wasn't large, offering few places for hiding. Despite careful examination yielding nothing, Lang Tan remained unsatisfied. Although Lang Tan was known for boldness and attention to detail, his temper wasn't good either. After searching for a while without success, Lang Tan became agitated and began smashing things around him in frustration. In just moments, the items nearby were left in utter disarray. Hearing the sound of objects shattering in the courtyard, Zisong he immediately stepped forward. This isn't good, Your Majesty, we must go inside quickly. Indeed, why don't my royal guards hasten to protect me? Wan Liang said as he gestured with his hand, signaling for pursuit. Without delay, Zisong he took the lead and entered the courtyard. On the ground lay shattered remains, water jars broken into pieces. Zisong he's brow furrowed as he glanced around, and then spoke firmly. Did I summon General Lang simply so he could wreak havoc? Not so, Lang Tan admitted, realizing his fault, lowering his voice. If not so, then how do you explain this? Now, General Lang, by destroying everything that could have been evidence, what crime have you committed? Zisong he glared at Lang Tan with wide eyes, causing Lang Tan to cower slightly. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Escape from the Palace. This lowly officer. This is due to extreme anger. When I came in, everything here was neat and tidy. These vases, shelves, and water barrels were all damaged by me. It was me who caused this. After hearing this, Zisong he frowned. You have ruined our 100-year plan. This time, your actions have no merit. Yes. What does third brother deduce? The emperor stepped forward as he spoke, waving his hand. Lang Tan, after all, you did hit this person, though he might survive. It will be like shedding a layer of skin. It's your fortune. Stand up, and there will be rewards for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lang Tan stood up, Zisong he had already waved his hand, and those on the left side went toward the left corridor. Another wave of his hand, and those on the right went toward the right, splitting into two groups, not believing that this man could escape. Lang Tan led everyone in the search. Lang Tan was also puzzled. The Ikuan Palace only had so much space. Had the intruder gone somewhere high? He had already checked the roof beams. There was nothing. In the lower areas, every place that could be searched had been looked over, but still no trace. So had this person vanished without a trace? Jinjin. The emperor, seeing the group struggling helplessly, began to doubt if perhaps the empress had made a mistake. Did you truly see him come in here? This servant saw it clearly. After he entered, his right hand held a Xiaoming knife. His complexion was pale. Even if he turned to ash, this person would still be recognizable to me. Wonderful. The emperor nodded, looking at Zisong He. What do you think, third brother? Zisong He found it hard to express the current situation. He lowered his eyes, deep in thought about the progression of events. Actually, his arrangement had been flawless, meticulous down to the smallest detail. Yet why hadn't this person been seen upon entering? So where had he gone? He sighed, gazing at the ground. Suddenly, he noticed something. Now I understand. He spotted a delicate footprint. Lowering his head further, following the footprint step by step, he arrived at the well opening, where he spotted more signs. Suddenly, Zisong He completely understood. Your Majesty, we've found the location. Send someone down to take a thorough look. Everyone knew it was a dry well. The capital city, Daijing, had many such dry wells, some used to drain off water flows, often overlooked by people. Still, it was Lang Tan who, with a group of men, boldly headed toward the location. People followed one another in a continuous chain, descending into the well's mouth. Suddenly, it was pitch black. Huangfu Kongming had already slipped away long before. In the fleeting moments after entering, he saw many things around him. Crystals used for lighting, and occasionally a marker sign along the way. However, as he walked, he extinguished the crystals and destroyed the arrows indicating the path. With effort, it seemed good fortune was on his side. When he emerged, it was twilight, far from the Daijing capital at the rear mountain. Here, in a low-lying area, the water flowed gently. He now realized. The tunnels beneath the Daijing capital had been constructed during the reign of the previous emperor. Currently, his left arm had lost all strength. Descending the mountain afterward, he handed some silver coins to a carriage driver by the roadside, then spurred the horse forward, heading madly toward his residence. This near-death escape taught him at least one lesson. Zisong He and Wenliang temporarily remained unaware of his exact whereabouts. Of course, the outside of the villa appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary country estate. Inside, however, it was entirely different. Seeing Xianer like this, Nangong Qingjin's heart shattered. Why didn't the mastiff help him? Was it because the mastiff had special feelings for him? Or did the mastiff know this was a dungeon, where it couldn't easily release the master who had been detained? Nangong Qingjin was thoroughly confused, but this wasn't the time to think deeply about it. He had already mustered all his strength to lift the stone. Seeing his effort, Xianer was deeply moved but powerless to assist Nangong Qingjin. Miss, let it go? Let it go. There will be other opportunities. Xianer feared Nangong Qingjin would exhaust himself. Nangong Qingjin gave a bitter laugh. Xianer, we are healers. How many other opportunities ultimately become final farewells? To see you today is already my luck. I don't believe in future chances. Xianer, please bear with it just a little longer. She and Nangong Qingjin had spent a long time together, 3 years. They both understood each other's dispositions. Xianer knew that once Nangong Qingjin said something, he would never change his mind. Nangong Qingjin, on certain matters, was indeed quite obstinate. At this moment, their gazes met briefly. Xianer turned her back and began to cry, while Nangong Qingjin had already hoisted the massive stone, lifting it high with great effort before dropping it onto the iron bar. With a thud, the lock shattered. Nangong Qingjin was overjoyed. Despite the injuries on her arms and hands for Xianer's sake, and despite being utterly drained of strength, she had persisted until she broke the lock. Xianer gave it a strong push, and the door swung open. The two embraced and wept bitterly, but naturally, Xianer sobbed more fervently. Over the years, Nangong Qingjin's tear ducts had atrophied. After all, as a healer, she had witnessed countless farewells, both joyful and sorrowful. The present situation was clear enough without needing further words. Dear Xianer, you're safe. I thought you. Miss, you are unharmed too. How wonderful. Xianer finally couldn't hold back her tears and began crying. Nangong Qingjin immediately wiped away her tears, saying, I rushed here as fast as possible. This estate belongs to an extremely cruel person, and we must leave before he returns. Her eyes fell upon the chains still locked around Xianer's wrists. Although a large rock could break the chains, such a maneuver at close quarters was too risky. It might leave Xianer disabled, if not aimed precisely. Her gaze trailed along the smooth chains, looking toward the dungeon. There's a large rock in the dungeon, welded together. Xianer had already inspected this detail. Nangong Qingjin cursed softly under her breath, damn, as she gripped Xianer's hand. Xianer's hands were ice cold. Xianer, don't panic. As long as I'm here, I will ensure your safe departure. Now, let's work together to move this stone into the pit and smash the chain. But, Xianer thought Nangong Qingjin was daydreaming. Moving such a huge rock seemed impossible with only the strength of 2 women who hadn't eaten for days. This task was far too perilous. Miss, please go first. I won't die. We'll find another chance later. Today, just you go. No, you don't know me. Have I ever been someone to abandon friends? It's all my fault. It's because of me that you've suffered, Xianer. My dear Xianer, Nangong Qingjin did not retreat or plan to escape, glaring with fierce determination and beginning to push the massive stone with all her might. Seeing Nangong Qingjin working so hard, Sienna realized now was not the time for tears. Joining forces, the two struggled and barely managed to drag the enormous stone into the pit, panting like oxen from the effort. Nangong Qingjin called out for Luli, sweat pouring down her face and stinging her eyes, making them feel salty and damp. Now, Sienna, we can't give up. Come on, put some strength behind it. Yes, miss. Yes, miss. Sienna nodded eagerly, though she truly had no strength left. To her, the giant stone seemed an insurmountable obstacle. With great difficulty, Nangong Qingjin leveraged the stone using a wooden plank as a makeshift seesaw and finally let it drop. The rocks smashed onto the chains, which snapped with a clear tinkling sound, splitting into two halves. The two looked at each other and smiled. Just as Nangong Qingjin stood up, they heard a ferocious dog bark in celebration, welcoming someone. It wasn't good. The ruthless man was probably back. Nangong Qingjin instinctively tightened her grip on Sienna's hand. Good Sienna, run quickly, he's returned. As she spoke, his silhouette already appeared, standing motionless in the wind like a sculpture. His entire presence was icy, standing with folded arms like a towering tree, swaying effortlessly without any breeze. His left arm hung loosely by his side, his right slightly bent, an enigmatic gesture holding for a long time, yet there was no movement. This strange silence made the two women freeze in place. Leaving? He asked, his gaze falling on the disheveled Nangong Qingjin and Sienna. Sensing impending doom, Sienna knelt down immediately to beg for mercy. She really wanted to see their ruler after being confined so many times, even if it meant humbling herself. If only Miss Nangong could leave safely. Don't degrade yourself, Sienna. He won't let us go, he won't. Nangong Qingjin shot a glance at the man's silhouette amidst the night shadows. His figure stood tall and straight, resembling a willow tree. His clothes moved as if caught in a gentle breeze, giving off an indescribable ethereal air. With his left arm half dropped and his right slightly bent, this mysterious stance continued silently, without change. The subtle tension of this moment rendered both women motionless. Good Sienna, don't kneel around so easily. The worth of a person's dignity is not just for men, but also applies to my daughter. Upon hearing Nangong Qingjin's words of comfort, Sienna slowly ceased her movements and stared at the man before her. He slowly turned around, his eyes bright, like the most captivating north star in a summer night sky, or like two searchlights that suddenly appeared amidst the misty winter seas, drawing gazes in a way that was rare. Sienna couldn't help but stare, mesmerized. He doesn't seem like a bad person, was Sienna's first thought, though she didn't voice it. Beside her, Nangong Qingjin had already stepped forward. No matter who you are or what you intend to do, please let us know. Being left in the dark like lambs awaiting slaughter makes no sense. You've wronged General Yun. That is my principle. Anyone born should have principles. And General Yun is more than just an ordinary man. He's a hound of the court, long unworthy of mercy. Blasphemy. At the word hound, he instantly struck out, gripping Nangong Qingjin's delicate, fair neck. Nangong Qingjin could have avoided it, but instead, she slowly closed her intelligent phoenix-like eyes. I suppose this is how it should be. I take responsibility for my own mistakes, but I have one unreasonable request. Could you? Her weak gaze gradually opened again, locking on Sienna, who had long since knelt down, crying silently. Could you spare Sienna? This has nothing to do with her. She's an outsider. Chapter 14, Discovering His Wound. 6 years ago, she had already met this person, Empress Hellion. Back then, she would absolutely not say anything humiliating like that. Could he? No, he wouldn't make a mistake. Her face could only belong to her. 6 years ago, she had so tortuously manipulated herself in every way possible. Empress Hellion, Empress Hellion, Empress Hellion. In an instant, his mind was filled with confusion, and his gaze looked at the woman before him, full of puzzlement. Being bowed like that, focusing intently on the woman before him, made Nangong Qingjin feel a primitive fear arise within her. She stepped forward. This has nothing to do with Sienna. All of it is my responsibility. Grievances should have their rightful owners. As for General Yun's affairs, I'll take full responsibility. Do you care so much about a servant girl? He asked, his voice harsh. Nangong Qingjin frowned when she heard the word servant girl from his mouth. She glanced at Sienna, then gripped Sienna's injured hand tightly. Sienna isn't a servant girl. Sienna is my friend. Even if that were true, friends are still meant to be used, aren't they? He said as though it were a matter of fact. Nangong Qingjin had never met someone like this. After staring blankly for quite some time with a pained look in her eyes, she let out a bitter laugh, her lips twitching slightly. In your world, or your heart, maybe friends are there to be used. But in my view, friends are simply friends. She said this, and he had already taken large strides towards Nangong Qingjin's side. He clenched his hands into fists and had already grabbed hold of Nangong Qingjin's hand tightly. Stand up. She hadn't expected Huangfu Kongming to act friendly toward her. He should despise her with every fiber of his being, which would be correct, wouldn't it? Nangong Qingjin flinched as if bitten by a venomous snake. Her eyes darted around briefly, and with quick, decisive movements, she broke away from his cold hand. But why was Huangfu Kongming's hand so ice-cold? She thought that perhaps he had some ailment. It needed careful diagnosis to understand exactly what. Are you really not Hellion Qingshan? He said, enunciating each word clearly to ensure Nangong Qingjin understood every syllable. At last, a dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth. How could that be? Empress Hellion passed away 6 years ago, burned alive. There's no possibility that I could. But you two bear an uncanny resemblance, he replied, looking down on her, though his tone seemed calmer than before. Since arriving here and being confined, Nangong Qingjin had never seen this man show such mildness, so naturally, she couldn't help but glance at him more closely. He still stood tall and elegant. Stand up, I won't harm Xianer, he said, and began walking ahead. Chufeng approached. He gave Chufeng a reprimanding glance. Release Xianer's chains and arrange for her to eat something. Yes, your highness. Chufeng came beside Xianer and Nangong Qingjin. The prince has already ordered me to take you both to wash and eat. Let's go. No, you can't touch Xianer, you can't. These past few days, Nangong Qingjin had witnessed this guy's true nature. Fear had crept over her, a kind of fear difficult to describe. Thus, she firmly refused to let him take Xianer away, and she insisted with a firm decision. Xianer timidly held on to Nangong Qingjin's hand tightly, refusing obstinately, unwilling to leave. Nangong, this prince gives his assurance that Chufeng won't lay a finger on her. Allowing her to clean up will actually make things more convenient for your interaction later. Now, come with me, he commanded as he walked further ahead. Sighing, Nangong Qingjin looked at Chufeng beside her. Xianer, I need to seize this opportunity now. He needs something from me. How can you be so sure? Despite still being fearful, Xianer forced herself to appear less tense and frightened. At least, in front of her mistress, she wanted her mistress to know that she was calm, someone who would allow Nangong Qingjin to leave confidently. Because he's poisoned. Really? Xianer said, to which Nangong Qingjin nodded and cast her a comforting glance. Since we're here, we might as well settle. From what I observe, there seems to be some misunderstanding involved. If we clarify it, things may turn out better. A peaceful and confident smile lingered at the corner of Nangong Qingjin's lips. Xianer understood and could only nod in agreement. Standing up, she used her bloodied and wounded hand to grasp Nangong Qingjin's. Mistress, I'll go first then. Go. He won't dare to do anything to you, Nangong Qingjin said, waving her hand as she spoke. The two had already parted ways, one heading south, the other north. A gentle breeze carried through the air, leaves of the parasol trees fluttering down. It was slightly chilly, after all, it was still early spring in March. The flowers on the branches hadn't yet fully bloomed, and last year's small leaves were falling one by one in the wind. Huangfu Kongming led the way, with Nangong Qingjin following behind. The two walked in silence, without exchanging a single word. Nangong Qingjin followed him for a long time, entering a winding corridor. Being a master physician, she didn't forget her duty even while walking. Currently, she had already noticed the wound on his left arm. Though it wasn't large, it was severe. She knew it was poisoned. She could detect the stench wafting through the spring breeze. After walking for quite some time, it seemed that this bridge-like corridor had no end. Let's stop here, Nangong Qingjin finally decided. She paused, looking at the person in front of her. He also stopped and stood there, gazing at the spot ahead. Before them was a massive lotus pond, where green leaves were just beginning to grow. It would still be some time before the lotuses would stretch endlessly across the water. Everything currently appeared serene. The lake reflected deep shades of color, but not lush greenness. Their shadows fell onto the water surface. Supporting her cheek, Nangong Qingjin looked into the distance at the mountain range, occasionally glancing at her reflection in the water. She had awakened within this body, but whether or not this belonged to Empress Hellion, she herself did not know. She had possessed this appearance for 3 years now. Perhaps because this visage was too exquisite, she concealed it with a mask. In truth, she didn't want to have such a face that could captivate the world. The prince temporarily has no interest in you, so don't feel so tense. The prince still has many questions about you. One-sided claims cannot earn trust. Today, the prince wants to have a conversation with you, he said, then placed his left arm on the nearby railing. She had already smelled the foul odor from his wound. What poison was it? She wasn't certain, but she knew it must be extremely potent, as the smell was far too strong. Perhaps I should take a look at it first, she suggested, carefully observing Huangfu Kongming's left arm. If she hadn't truly been an expert healer, it would have been impossible to see the wound on his left arm. From this moment, at least Huangfu Kongming understood that this woman was indeed a genuine medical genius. The previous Empress Hellion had known nothing of medicine. Could there really be two people in the world so similar? In the brief moment he turned his head, he saw once again a beauty mole near Nangong Qingjin's eyebrows. This suddenly made him furious. No, it was impossible. Even if people could resemble each other, there could never be such strikingly identical individuals. Even the beauty mole was in the exact same position, its size and location identical. He looked at her profile. Back then, the palace fire had burned everything to ashes, turning everything into nothingness. Yet her face remained etched in his memory. Even if Empress Hellion had turned to ashes, Huangfu Kongming would still recognize her. Why was she pretending to be someone else right now? He didn't understand what intentions Nangong Qingjin might harbor. You are injured. You can't possibly be unaware of it, Nangong Qingjin said, pointing to a nearby spot. Sit down. With a bitter smile, he replied gravely, carrying a touch of rare desolation, but you have one rule. It's an unwritten rule, something I've been forced to abide by. Many wealthy people are unkind. I don't need to make rich people better. I have no obligation to do so. Now, she explained, I want to help the poor across the land. But you're neither rich nor poor. What am I then? I don't know, but I do know you have a name. It's Patient. Nangong Qingjin added, revealing that she, too, could joke at times. Huangfu Kongming sat beside her. The wind blew, brushing away the disheveled strands of hair on the woman's cheeks, almost like the tender hands of a child lifting those strands. Her beautiful face was now clearly revealed before him. Nangong Qingjin's gaze focused on Huangfu Kongming, while his intense eyes returned the stare. 6 years ago, Huangfu Kongming had looked at the Empress in this very way, the Empress Hellion. And now, there was a blatant wound on Huangfu Kongming's chest and before his eyes. His gaze shifted slightly as he observed the woman approaching. With a light step, she came near, extending her hand to tear open his shirt. She gazed at the man before her and said, "I'll treat you. I'm doing this out of kindness. This poison is extremely potent. I imagine you're in immense pain, aren't you?" Indeed, Huangfu Kongming was suffering profoundly. The venom from Lang Tan's dart was so domineering and powerful that it made him sweat profusely. However, he was always like an Iron Man. No matter how excruciating the pain, he never revealed even a fraction of it. He maintained his calm demeanor while walking and calmly observing every movement of the woman in front of him. It all seemed casual, tranquil, and silent. "Let me take a look," she said as she moved to his left side. He gave a nonchalant nod, and Nangong Qingjin immediately pulled out a slender fish intestine sword from her sleeve. Its blade was extraordinarily sharp, had she chosen this moment. At this moment, if she had attempted to betray him, her chances of success would have been nearly 100%. But she didn't. Instead, she applied some force, parting his shoulder garment to expose the wound. The stench grew even more prominent than before. Yet his expression remained unchanged. She examined the wound for a while before finally stating, "You've been poisoned. It's an arrow wound. It came from a barbed hunting arrow with feathered fletchings. These arrows originate from the steppes, coated with a deadly toxin." Chapter 15. No fear in treating injuries. Nangong Qingjin had never left her home. Such a sheltered person could so easily reveal the weapon that caused her injury and the origin of these poisons, leaving Huangfu Kongming unable to help but look at her with renewed respect. "Some say you're quite skilled. The other day, when I saw you struggling for survival, I didn't think much of you. But now, I see how capable you truly are." Struggling for survival? Yes. Those few days ago, her every move was restricted, always reprimanded. What else would it be if not struggling for survival? Now all of that has passed. Nangong Qingjin's gaze met Huangfu Kongming's after a long silence, and she finally sighed. "Now, it's finally your turn to struggle for survival." Nangong Qingjin knew this remark was extremely disrespectful, yet she said it with such confidence, as though she was certain he wouldn't harm her. Previously, he pulled back his arm and glanced at the wound on it, seemingly dismissing it as nothing. People who spoke like this have already lost their heads. "You are the first one to openly defy me. People can always hit rock bottom sometimes." Nangong Qingjin started reasoning now. "Now all of this is over. If I can heal you, will you give us a way out? Both me and Xian are pitifully desperate." "You're not pitiful, Xian is," he said, looking at Nangong Qingjin. How could a woman with eyes like hers possibly be pitiful? There was no way. Her gaze was sharp, as if she had already seen through life and death. His words were cold, even more frigid than hers. But then facing the so-called friend Xian in her world, there was an evident agitation and anxiety. It seemed that the most important person in her world was her friend. "You seem to have never pleaded for yourself. I killed the general you love. It's only natural you'd be upset. But Xian is innocent." She looked at Huangfu Kongming. "In this world, there is a term called collateral damage. Whether someone is innocent or not, I will let Xian go. As for you, stay here temporarily. After my wound heals, we'll see depending on my mood." "You usually don't have a good mood. You get constipated." Nangong Qingjin really wanted to curse Huangfu Kongming, but lacked the ability to do so, unable to find any recourse. Therefore, she could only subtly hint around the edges. "You? What about me?" Nangong Qingjin smiled at his expression. "All right, enough chatter. Get ready. I need to perform treating the bone on your wound. This is no ordinary injury." "Lord," he glanced at his wound again. "What should I do?" he asked. Meanwhile, Nangong Qingjin became serious, stating earnestly, "There is a story from the past called treating bone injury. You should know it." The story? He naturally knew it. All warriors knew the tale of Guandi during which Hua Tuo treated him, and he laughed and joked carefree throughout, finishing before anyone even realized. "Now, send Chu Feng to prepare everything." Nangong Qingjin looked at Huangfu Kongming while saying this. Huangfu Kongming understood and nodded. "Say what needs to be prepared, and I'll immediately make the arrangements." With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng swiftly arrived like a dragonfly skimming water. Ripples formed across the water surface before dissipating, and soon enough, Chu Feng entered the water pavilion and began listening attentively. "Go ahead, tell him, he isn't deaf." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin nodded. 2 large iron rings, a cloth, and then many other things. She listed them matter-of-factly while keeping her eyes on Chu Feng, who wasn't deaf. Nor was he blind. He had already noticed the wound on the prince's shoulder. Though not large, it was vicious-looking. The surrounding flesh was blackened by poison from the arrowhead, oozing pus with a foul stench. The soldier wishes to ask, "What kind of iron ring should we use?" "The standard ones would suffice. If there are none available, a rope will do just fine. Tie the prince tightly with ropes. When the pain strikes, he'll cry out like a child. It won't be a pretty sight." Thinking of Huangfu Kongming screaming in agony, not only did Nangong Qingjin want to laugh, but even Chu Feng beside her found it hard to suppress a grin. "This is unnecessary." A cunning and cold voice interrupted their conversation, causing both to turn around and fixate on Huangfu Kongming. He raised his brows coldly. "This king will not cry out in pain and disgrace himself. You clearly underestimate me." "It's not about underestimating you or not. Many people always act proud until they are put to the test. It seems you've forgotten one thing. I didn't mention that His Highness does not require a Ma-Fei-san anesthetic. Her words made Huang Fu Kongming smirk slightly. Does this king need an anesthetic when being cut open? That's your decision. I have no right to interfere, she replied coldly, and Huang Fu Kongming nodded. Even if it hurts, I won't scream like girls do. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin frowned sharply. Fine, go prepare some rags then. What kind of rags? Are we talking about silk handkerchiefs or linen cloths? Any rags will suffice, the rougher the better. And also, get a bottle of fine wine, she commanded matter-of-factly. Chu Feng immediately nodded in agreement. The moment Chu Feng was about to leave, Huang Fu Kongming abruptly turned back. Are these rags meant to be stuffed into my mouth to stop me from screaming like a baby? Am I correct? Your Highness truly calculates everything. Nangong Qingjin frowned and retorted sharply. Huang Fu Kongming hadn't expected her prediction to be accurate. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he continued. If this king so much as flinches, you may call me a puppy. Now fetch the last thing I need, another bottle of wine. This is for disinfecting, not drinking, emphasized Nangong Qingjin. Beside her, Huang Fu Kongming sneered with a wry smile. Don't babble nonsense. Wine is originally for drinking. Thus, Chu Feng understood what exactly he needed to prepare. Besides the necessary medical supplies, there were other items to take care of. After watching Chu Feng leave, Nangong Qingjin retrieved something wrapped in fine hemp cloth from her sleeve. Upon unwrapping it, the contents revealed a collection of knives, each uniquely shaped, tools few had ever seen before. Even though Huang Fu Kongming had encountered numerous weapons, seeing these knives left him with a trace of faint bewilderment. She, however, had already pulled another item from her sleeve, gripping flintstone and striking fire which lit up the space. The aroma of strong alcohol filled the air as he looked on with astonishment. What are these? These can either be tools or lethal weapons depending on how they're used, but you can rest assured. I've practiced medicine for a long time and have never failed. Not even today with you, she stated calmly as two knives began sterilizing themselves over the flickering flame beside her. And the antidote, do you have it? Not yet. The antidotes from the secret sect differ from those in the Central Plains region, but I will figure it out, said Nangong Qingjin, while firmly holding a dagger in her hands, inspecting it briefly before declaring, now, you can close your eyes. What harm could come from watching? He questioned, and Nangong Qingjin offered no reply. If he wanted to look, let him. Now she wasn't wasting any more time on unnecessary matters. Compared to her earlier self who had been detained here just a few days ago, Nangong Qingjin had undergone a complete transformation. Her gaze became clear and composed, like still autumn waters or an ancient well undisturbed by ripples. On his side, all the childish antics had disappeared as well, just as Chu Feng had returned with the wine. Huang Fu Kongming pointed to the wine cup in front of him. Pour me a drink. This king needs to indulge. It'll make things more interesting, he suggested jovially. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin had encountered people before who thought surgery would not hurt much, only to be proven wrong. After all, sometimes even clipping one's fingernails too hard caused unbearable pain, let alone cutting away flesh with a blade. She had seen similar patients start shouting for help midway through surgery. There's no shame in giving in. Honestly, it will likely hurt quite a lot. First-timers usually experience the most pain, but this is not my first surgery. Nevertheless, I must ask you 3 words. Be gentle, Huang Fu Kongming teased deliberately, making Nangong Qingjin furrow her brows icily. You are such an insufferable person. Just stay serious, all right. But don't you worry, I'll handle you with care. He mocked with a laugh after finishing his remark, then gripped the wine goblet in his right hand, sipping slowly before relishing the taste. Do you know what's the most beautiful thing in the capital? In your Highness' eyes, the most beautiful must surely be women, right? While saying this, Nangong Qingjin furrowed her brows with force, clutching the gleaming dagger tightly, only to hear Huang Fu Kongming chuckling again. No, no, no. The most beautiful thing in this imperial capital is the peach blossoms stretching for 10 miles. After saying that, he glanced at the woman beside him. You really are a coarse person, but if I truly thought the most beautiful thing here was women, I would have already had my way with you. How could I possibly let you remain sharp-tongued and defiant in front of me? You, what's the best food in the imperial capital? Why did he always like to ask her questions? Nangong Qingjin didn't want to answer, but not answering wasn't possible either, as he awaited her response so patiently. Wrinkling her brows, she eventually replied after a long pause. The best food in the imperial capital must surely be mountain delicacies and wild vegetables. Of course, her time living on the mountain was among the happiest memories of Nangong Qingjin's life, not only because she could search daily for all sorts of delicious foods, but also because she had Siener by her side. Siener could find monkey head mushrooms, matsutake, and raspberries, among many other delicacies. These snacks brightened their otherwise sorrowful and dull days in the villa. Now, reminiscing suddenly brought these memories to mind. Wrong. The best food in the imperial capital comes in 2 varieties. Do you want to know what they are? I might not know what's the best to eat, but I do know one thing. If you don't stop blabbering, soon you'll have much more to worry about than your hunger. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she reached out forcefully, placing the tip of the dagger on his wound, and began cutting. What followed next surprised even her. There was no anticipated scream of agony. Chapter 16. The most beautiful things in the capital. No matter what, we are made of flesh and blood. Yet, this man didn't even wince from the pain, which was unimaginable for Nangong Qingjin. Doesn't it hurt? She asked, looking at him. Huang Fu Kongming sighed. What must I do for you to feel satisfied? Should I shout and scream, right? Not necessarily, she said, while busy with something. She switched to a new knife, each as sharp as a crescent moon, or like eyebrows newly trimmed by a beauty. What were you about to say before? What's the most delicious thing in the capital? Vulgar. Nan Gongqingjin knew that he wouldn't say anything decent, frowning coldly as she looked at the man in front of her, who was prepared to talk eloquently despite being a patient. He maintained an upright appearance. When refined words fall on vulgar ears, they become base. That's why there are different classes in the world. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Kongming swiftly retorted, angering Nan Gongqingjin until her eyebrows furrowed. Why do you always argue unreasonably? Don't you know if I'm in a bad mood, my surgery will be exceptional? Aren't you afraid of pain? Haha, I am afraid, but what can I do? If I'm scared today, does that mean I don't have to endure the blade? His reasoning seemed fair, and Nan Gongqingjin slightly nodded. That makes sense. The most delicious thing in the capital is called beauty's hoof. Do you know what the beauty's hoof is made of? Yellow wine and red delicate hands, either phoenix claws or pig hooves. These names about beauties are all forced interpretations. It seems like all women in the world are considered inferior, serving you men. Even making a dish requires a name that defames women. You're upset, he said with a laugh after finishing his sentence. The beauty's hoof is phoenix claw, you know that. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about the second one. Do you know what beauty's tongue means? I've heard of beauty's kiss before, Nan Gongqingjin said while gripping the dagger, quickly finding his bone in her quick movements. The bone was black with poison, very potent. I'm going to start. You need to bear it. A true man should. What is a beauty's kiss? He asked as if he cared nothing about his body. Nan Gongqingjin scraped off the black powder on his bone while responding fluently. It's the mouth of a West Lake carp, used to make a dish known as the beauty's kiss. However, the beauty's tongue that I mentioned just now isn't the tongue of a dragon bird, but truly the tongue of a beauty. Have you ever tasted it? Shameless. Nan Gongqingjin didn't even look at Huangfu Kongming. In general, Huangfu Kongming wasn't usually like this. This time, he intentionally wanted to differentiate this woman from Empress Hellion. As it turned out, this girl was indeed different from Empress Hellion. They appeared identical, yet everything about them was different. The creator was marvelous, producing two identical girls, but also evil, since these identical people weren't the same person. Or was she acting? No. From Nan Gongqingjin's surgical process, it could already be seen that she was as skilled as a butcher in dissecting cattle. It seemed impossible for someone who started learning medicine later in life to achieve such divine mastery. There are many things in the capital that you don't know about. Aren't you curious? By the way, weren't you alone in the deep mountains and old forests? Weren't you scared? He said, while Nan Gongqingjin paid no attention at all. Huangfu Kongming watched her busying around in the mirror. Weren't you scared? He asked again. This time, Nan Gongqingjin completely ignored him because she had reached a critical moment and couldn't stop her hands. He kept asking persistently regardless. Don't move. You made me lose control. He saw Nan Gongqingjin not answering his question, so he moved slightly. How sharp was that scalpel? Just such a slight movement accidentally cut somewhere else. Seeing this, Nan Gongqingjin couldn't help but get angry. I've already said not to move. Don't move. Why don't you listen? You're just like a child, amusing yourself. If I had known this would happen, I should really let Chu Feng use copper rings to restrain you. Copper rings? You're imagining too much. He said, sitting properly again. After all, you care about me. What thoughts come to mind when your rules and traditions are broken? He still insisted on asking this. Nan Gongqingjin frowned. What kind of thoughts? You're already on the brink of death. What kind of thoughts? He looked at Nan Gongqingjin. Isn't there you? With you here, what more feelings are needed? I'll get better. And you aren't the type to stand by while someone dies, right? As for you, all you see every day in the deep mountains and old forests are snakes and insects. Aren't you scared? You're a girl. Grip this. While speaking, Nan Gongqingjin handed over a porcelain bottle to Huangfu Kongming, who immediately gripped it tightly. The bottle was milky white, filled with fine powdered medicine of the same color. What is this? To be used later. This is very effective medicine, but unfortunately, it seems not much help against this poison. It's strange. I've never seen anything like it. After hearing her words, Huangfu Kongming sighed. They say you're the medicinal immortal. Even you can do nothing. Looks like my end is near. Alas, there's so much left undone. With a bang, Nan Gongqingjin had already pulled out the stopper of the bottle, making him bite down on it, finally stopping his incessant chatter. She held the medicine carefully, sprinkling the powder onto the wound on his shoulder. Then she swiftly tore a piece of her own clothing to bandage him up. Before long, the wound was well wrapped, and after she cut the thread with her teeth, she turned around without looking back as if an animal severing its umbilical cord. Take this medicine twice a day. In the morning applied on the wound, at night take it orally. After saying that, she left without waiting for a reply. Huangfu Kongming stared at his wound, and then at the retreating figure of the woman, becoming increasingly puzzled about whether she was the same person as Empress Hellion. Yes, after returning, over there, Lu Meyer had already found him. Upon seeing his injuries, Lu Meyer burst into tears, wailing aloud for some time before placing her delicate head on his chest. Your Highness, you've returned at last. How could you have gotten injured? Even such a wise and brave prince as yourself could still be hurt. Why didn't you take more care? I went deep into the inner palace chambers to visit my two older brothers. You. Lu Meyer immediately became alarmed. That's a place you should go? Such recklessness could cost your life. Lu Meyer knew full well about Wen Liang and Zi Sanghe. In these 6 years, Wen Liang often sent people to look for him. Zi Sanghe, too, was no less notorious. They stayed away from society constantly due to fear of calamities falling from the heavens. Not to mention, he had actually appeared in public. Even appearing in public would have been dangerous enough. Yet here, he was willingly walking into a trap. Lu Meyer felt immense distress, her gaze fixed upon the man before her. You must promise me, never go there again. Promise, promise, please promise. She started pouting, something Huang Fu Kongming could never resist. Immediately, he nodded. All right, I promise you. I won't go anymore. A deal is a deal, don't let it escape your memory after you've said it. I'm not the kind who forgets easily, Lu Meyer said, looking at him. Huang Fu Kongming smiled, reaching out to hold Lu Meyer's chin, gazing into her beautiful eyes. In the past, among countless people, the reason he had chosen Lu Meyer was not because she was pretty, but because of her eyes. Those dazzlingly beautiful eyes were strikingly similar to those of Empress Hellion. So radiant, they exuded warmth. Close your eyes, he said, extending his hand to touch inside her collar as Lu Meyer giggled seductively. So today you make the first move. I belong to you tonight. Whatever you want, I will stay with you till the end. Good. He nodded, looking at Lu Meyer's face once more. Despite being just as lovely as always, because she wasn't quite the same as Empress Hellion, his interest gradually waned. There are many things done at night. But tonight, I am too exhausted from being busy all night long. I'll come find you tonight. He continued, withdrawing his hand from her garment, letting Lu Meyer heave a long sigh of regret. You've set my heart ablaze, and now you leave unsatisfied. My heart feels uncomfortable. Tonight, I'll make sure you experience utmost pleasure. For now, you can go. A deal is a deal, don't think I'll forget. I won't. She pulled on Huang Fu Kongming's hand and swayed it slightly before straightening her clothes and preparing to leave. Watching Lu Meyer flit about happily like a flower butterfly, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Recently, avoid coming to the back courtyard. I need to recover and rest quietly. After finishing his sentence, Lu Meyer immediately turned around. You have a secret in the backyard which I've discovered. What you? His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer was greatly alarmed and realized that now wasn't the time for jokes. She immediately said, this girl is exceedingly cunning and peculiar. Do you know anything else? I know everything that Prince Wang wants me to know, and I know nothing when Prince Wang wishes me to be oblivious. Lu Meyer gave her characteristic smile. Then Huang Fu Kongming waved his hand. I want you to be utterly ignorant so you don't invite disaster upon yourself. You may go. Yes. With a flirtatious laugh, Lu Meyer left. After stepping out of the door, Luli immediately approached. As the two masters and servant walked forward, Luli said, this woman is truly bizarre. Prince Wang has returned, but she remains completely silent. Her composure is admirable. Sooner or later, when she meets her end at my hands, he will know what I'm capable of. Lu Meyer gritted her teeth fiercely before speaking further, then gazed at her reflection on the lake surface. Do my eyes look beautiful, Lily? Each time, Huang Fu Kongming had intensely scrutinized her eyes. Chapter 17, wanting to see her. After staring for so long, even Lu Meyer herself realized that it was only her good looks playing tricks on her. Other than her appearance, what else could be considered advantageous? These beautiful eyes probably reminded him of someone he once loved. Your eyes are beautiful, but your lips are even more attractive. Your lips are quite alluring, and besides that, you have a straight nose, a slender figure, smooth skin like silk, and, miss, please don't leave. In fact, Lily wasn't exaggerating because everyone in the capital knew that Lu Meyer was naturally stunning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the leading courtesan at Yanming. If I could, she turned back to look at Liuli who had followed her closely. I would almost gouge out my own eyes. I want him to see clearly, without my eyes. I, Lu Meyer, am still beautiful, still extraordinary. You are indeed incomparably charming, unmatched by anyone. As she spoke, Liuli hurried after Lu Meyer. For Zisong He, losing Huang Fu Kongming this time was unexpected. Zisong He had conducted multiple investigations and sent spies numerous times, yet no one could find where Huang Fu Kongming had stayed. This was strange. The city of Daijing wasn't large, but this person disappeared as if sinking into mud, leaving no trace since his departure. Now, General Lang Tan had already taken his people down into the well, and after a long journey, they finally discovered that the well led to a tunnel outside the city. Lang Tan was a bold yet meticulous man. Even though the cave was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, it didn't stop his exploration or discoveries. Li Na sighed and led her army through an arduous trek until they finally emerged under open sky again. It was a dense forest, and the underground passage was longer than expected. Fortunately, there were no interconnected passageways. It was evident that the passage had been prepared by the former emperor's arrangement. Imperial family members always valued their lives. By the time they came out, the crescent moon was hanging in the tree hollows, and it was the quiet moment just after midnight. Zisong He held a post-house lantern, with a bright red palace lantern in his hands, casting a rosy glow on his face, making it look like a perfectly ripe apple. As he gazed at the trees before him, listening carefully, he heard heavy breathing from behind. The corpulent Emperor Wenliang climbing out of the tunnel was truly an exhausting task, leaving him panting heavily upon emergence. Third brother. Now, where could he have gone? There are too many places to go after leaving the imperial city. Let's not panic. We should return home first. After saying this, Zisong He turned around, only to unexpectedly see the Empress arriving, sighing incessantly and stamping her feet repeatedly. This scoundrel has escaped. I'm filled with rage. The Empress's phoenix crown was almost about to roll off her head. She was an inherently vengeful woman. and the current situation showed her anger more vividly. Standing beside Zisong-he, the Empress actually harbored a deep appreciation for him. Now, as Zisong-he glanced back, his gaze held profound meaning as he looked at the Empress. Madam, there is no need for such alarm. In the future, your humble servant will assist in capturing this person. Today he simply had better luck. A single sentence from our elder brother soothes my heart greatly. Madam, please rest. These matters are between men. After speaking, Zisong-he headed forward. Emperor Wenliang looked at the crowd, wiping sweat from his forehead while frowning at the pitch-black tunnel, climbing again, heavens above. That night, Zisong-he metaphorically wore a green hat for Emperor Wenliang. The Empress never expected that after being queen for several years, she would finally achieve her desire. Under the moonlight, amidst a tranquil green shadow cast by a pear tree, Zisong-he had already unleashed his inner flames. Lying there lazily, his eyes gazed at the brightest star in the sky. The starlit night was serene, and all the stars in the heavens graced the scene. Looking at them made it seem like one could reach out and grasp the celestial beauty. The Empress had never experienced this feeling before. Emperor Wenliang's approach long ago left her accustomed to merely going through the motions, but with Zisong-he, just his touch could make her feel as though she had entered paradise. If only she could. She looked at Zisong-he's profile, while Zisong-he gazed up at the stars in the sky. Look, the brightest one is the Emperor's star, also called Ziwei star, sister-in-law, he said, and after uttering these two words, the Empress immediately blushed. Just a moment ago, he had done such a thing with his sister-in-law, and now. I do not know what this Ziwei star is that your highness speaks of, but I think if you desire the imperial throne, it can be easily attained. Sister-in-law, with you and me together, the world will be ours, my dear sister-in-law. Zisong-he's thin lips curved into a silent smile, while the woman giggled softly. This matter, I will help you with, so rest assured. The realm naturally belongs to us. Good sister-in-law. When Zisong-he heard the Empress agree, he immediately turned back and hugged her tightly. She immediately closed her eyes and let him kiss her. Despite the Empress being a very beautiful and seductive woman, Zisong-he had encountered countless women. If it weren't for leveraging the Empress to achieve half the results with double the effort in certain matters, he would rather die than offend such an ignorant woman. Tonight, the stars were so bright. Sitting under the stars, looking at the imperial star, there was another person, Huangfu Kongming. He hadn't seen such a beautiful starry sky in a very long time. Hellion Queen used to like stargazing too. Though the heavens held myriad wonders, Hellion Queen was indeed talented. She could recount every single star without missing any details. Now, Hellion Queen has gone, leaving only himself. In these 6 years, he didn't know how he had managed to get through them. That lonely insomnia wasn't something anyone who hadn't experienced could truly understand. Now, as he looked up at the sky, feeling the wind blow past him, insects chirped in the wind, their sounds carried by the breeze towards him. All nature's sounds were celestial music, making him drunk in their embrace without even realizing. Sienna had already changed into clean clothes before dusk. Although still dressed as a maid, they were indeed genuine silk garments. Sienna was fed after being arranged to wait, and it took her a long time until Nangong Qingjin finally returned. Today, she couldn't figure out why freedom mattered so much when it was suddenly granted but then separated her from her companion. Huangfu Kongming took Nangong Qingjin away. What did he plan to do? She almost waited till all hope was lost. When finally Nangong Qingjin returned, her expression still as usual. Miss, you finally come back. I thought, if anything should happen to you, I wouldn't know how to go on, Sienna said while tears flowed, though Sienna was usually not the weeping type. But considering the present situation, after enduring so much hardship, it wasn't easy for them to reunite. Seeing Sienna crying, Nangong Qingjin clenched her teeth. If you keep washing your face in tears daily, what will become of it? Right now, we need to heal our wounds and leave here early, staying strong and steady. I'm fine. Miss, you've grown thinner. It's better than being unhealthy due to being too fat. Miss, she wanted to say more, but Nangong Qingjin had already gone inside the room. I want to bathe. Could you help me? Yes. Sienna immediately followed Nangong Qingjin inside the room. They came primarily for bathing, but secondarily to deliver important information. Nangong Qingjin had a piece of clothing that seemed unremarkable at first glance, but became extraordinary once wet. This was the sole relic left by Nangong Qingjin's master. After inheriting the legacy, Nangong Qingjin wore it beneath her outer garments. It would never be taken off unless absolutely necessary, and it bore invaluable text documenting a lifetime of diligent clinical experience and life-saving knowledge. Inside the room, Chu Feng was already helping Nangong Qingjin fill the bathtub with water at a perfect temperature. Watching people bustling around her, Nangong Qingjin felt a certain inexplicable awkwardness. Finally, everything was prepared. An elderly matron approached with a cheerful grin, saying, "Mistress, I've come to assist you in changing." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin remained unmoved, glancing sideways at Sienna instead. "Let's go." The matron understood immediately. It was an order to leave. Without hesitation, she closed the doors and left the space to the two. There was once Jin Kue, a famous medical text, but the prince set it ablaze, all because of my carelessness. I didn't hide it soon enough. Yes, once upon a time, they possessed countless medical classics, volumes upon volumes of literature, like cattle filling up a barn. Now, today, everything had vanished. Speaking of this, Nangong Qingjin was also somewhat concerned. Since she was a child, her master had educated her that if one wants to be a healer, they must get used to seeing life, old age, sickness, and death. Human emotions are things that should be forgotten, because healers are supposed to be heartless. If you carry emotional baggage while diagnosing patients, it wouldn't work. Practicing medicine is rational, not sentimental. Practicing medicine is also cold-hearted. Even so, in that remote countryside, Nangong Qingjin still became sentimental. A person without feelings would be such an awful thing. It's not your fault. This is fate. As Nangong Qingjin said this, she stood by the bathtub. Xian'er quickly helped Nangong Qingjin begin undressing her. Her graceful skirt fell off, revealing skin as beautiful as porcelain bathed in milk. How could there be such white and tender skin in the world? She then took off her undergarment, which was already wet, and those speckled words began to shine through. Nangong Qingjin nodded with satisfaction, then entered the bathtub and started searching for whether this poison was truly beyond remedy. If there is a cure, what should she do? Chapter 18. Not a simple poison. Eventually, with efforts paying off, Nangong Qingjin soon made a discovery. Her eyes searched and found a spot that was not easily noticeable. The traces of ink there were clear as day, and after reading it, she silently remembered the needed prescriptions and various Chinese herbs. Xian'er, I'm done. She said this while standing up. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin didn't expect her current little courtyard, though cool and quiet, to be not entirely hidden. In the distance, Huang Fukong Ming was drinking wine, which looked like a piece of solid emerald. His lips, resembling freshly bloomed petals, were exceptionally beautiful, a rare sight for men. Cool and aloof, but carrying rich emotions. Moreover, his incredibly white and delicate fingers were also enviable. He gazed calmly at the space ahead. Through the courtyard he saw the graceful silhouette of a woman in a small window on the opposite side. Candlelight flickered red, and through the bone-white green bamboo curtain, he could vaguely see the magnificent figure of a woman. The light from the candle was hazy. As he watched here, he intended to shift his gaze away, because he usually had strong self-control. But strangely, a force, an indescribable one, held his attention. He discovered the breathtaking beauty in this brief glance. This indescribably shocking beauty was almost like a misty enchantment. Huang Fukong Ming watched, recalling suddenly 6 years ago the figure of Empress Helion. They were exactly alike. How could there exist such a beautiful body, almost like an art piece carefully crafted by God? Every inch of her skin was as flawless, plump, and elastic as a baby's. Her neck, long and refined, resembled a segment of polished jade. Her beautiful, luminous black pupils shone brightly. Alongside the clever and slender hands, that elegant and graceful figure, among countless other features, captivated him. Xian'er, you will need to help me prepare these tomorrow, but I wonder if we have enough herbal medicine here. Her voice was filled with hope and confidence. Yet inexplicably, she only focused on his safety despite having strict rules to follow. Miss, it's been a long time since I've seen you like this, Xian'er observed as Nangong Qingjin paused momentarily, tilting her phoenix-like eyes in confusion towards Xian'er. What? You are excited, just like a bride-to-be, she continued, guiding Nangong Qingjin to sit nearby. Miss, look at yourself. Your face is radiating happiness. What happiness or no happiness? After encountering difficult cases, I am always like this, Nangong Qingjin replied while examining herself in the mirror, often believing herself to be heartless. However, it seemed she overestimated her own indifference. Seeing her beautiful smile reflected in the mirror contradicted this perception. For a moment, she felt lost for words. Could it be that Huang Fukong Ming has captivated her? His cold demeanor reminded her of a poisonous snake. Could she really take a fancy to such a detached person? Or does her joy solely stem from her investigation into complex medical cases? Xian'er saw through this, but remained silent. Smiling warmly, she watched Nangong Qingjin's reflection in the mirror until she turned around and seriously stared at Xian'er. Make sure to help me properly. We'll be free from here soon. Are you going to break your own rules this time? Xian'er inquired, slightly lowering her eyes and holding the dragon-patterned jade comb in her hand. Let me comb your hair, and tell me what you need my assistance with tomorrow. Xian'er quickly grabbed hold of Nangong Qingjin's thick black hair. The dense strands were akin to seaweed, pitch black, healthy, and vigorous. Xian'er's hands, starkly white, combined with such deep darkness, created an indescribable visual contrast. Huang Fukong Ming is sick, and this is now our chance. If we can cure him effortlessly, our departure shouldn't be too far away, she stated. Over these past decades, she had never loved anyone nor understood the meaning of love and sacrifice. Xian'er understood but chose not to speak. But strangely, at this very moment, a sudden desire to give, to pour out all her strength to help someone else overtook her. She was confused, tormented by this unexpected emotion that left her wavering. She kept asking herself, have I already fallen in love with such a cold person? Is this a one-sided misunderstanding of affection? Or is it love? What exactly is it? She couldn't figure it out. Xian'er, nearby, was worried that her mistress might fall for Huang Fukong Ming, and sighed softly. Have you forgotten there's also a Lu Mayor in this mansion? What about Lu Mayor? Nangong Qingjin's thoughts had been drifting, but finally came to rest because of this sentence, bringing her calm. I seem to see something familiar between the two of you. Lu Mayor's eyes are identical to yours. Eyes. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin immediately reached up, touching her own eyes, and then compared them in the mirror to the glowing, vibrant gaze she saw reflected back. Inevitably, she began recalling Lu Mayor. Lu Mayor's eyes did resemble hers quite closely. Otherwise, Huang Fukong Ming wouldn't be so drawn to her either. Those bright, shimmering large eyes sparkled as if they were talking, alive with emotion. But now, as she turned around, Her expression changed somewhat. She pulled on Shier's hand while combing her hair and asked steadily, "Do you think I've changed? You are a healer. You never showed such intense emotions before. Now, every move you make seems strange, though your servant can't quite describe it." "Oh no, not good at all." If even Shier couldn't put this feeling into words, could love have arrived? Annoyed and frustrated, she sighed heavily, trying to calm herself down before taking a deep breath to steady her heart. "Shier, Miss, this man is unfathomable. We can't tell what he thinks inside. Remember, he used to be an emperor. Don't entertain any wild thoughts. I know, I don't have any inappropriate desires." Finishing, she held the comb tightly, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, her face had grown soft and pink, red like a lychee fruit. Nan Gongqing turning red because of a man. It was an experience unprecedented. To be honest, she didn't know how many men she'd treated before, some of whom she had even seen stripped to their bronze-toned bodies. But, Chapter 19, the necessity of being wary. However, there had never been such a heart-stirring feeling. Despite this, Nan Gongqing knew that what the Mrs. Zhang said was inappropriate and wrong. Xian'er saw Nan Gongqing daydreaming, so she stepped forward, picked a gardenia flower beside her slowly, and pinned it in his hair gently before lightly patting it with her hand. "Looks good, doesn't it?" he said, smiling as he spoke. Nan Gongqing also smiled. "It looks good. Well, miss, it's very late now. In the quiet of the night, you should rest earlier. Here." Xian'er said this while moving to an adjacent position. Seeing a very delicate fruit knife on the table, she immediately grabbed it and handed it over to Nan Gongqing. She held onto the knife. "What is this for?" "Since we are staying under someone else's roof, and to ensure our own safety, one must have some means of self-defense. You should hide this weapon. In case of any danger, at least you won't be flustered." Xian'er might look young, but she indeed had profound experiences. "Xian'er, it feels like I'm meeting you for the first time today. I didn't realize you're also quite experienced in worldly affairs. Not only am I well-versed, actually, if this dagger is hidden without anyone noticing, there's a perfect place for it." Xian'er continued speaking while holding the dagger, making sure both the blade and its sheath were in perfect condition with no issues. Then she smiled and quietly slipped the dagger into the gap between her breasts, making Nan Gongqing shiver from the cold sensation immediately. This truly is. When a blade is needed, you'll regret not having one. Just follow my advice. Although I'm not some seasoned adventurer, I need to take good care of you. When you need the dagger, you can reach out effortlessly, then retrieve the dagger silently. She paused briefly to explain herself better. "You understand, don't you?" Nan Gongqing understood completely that all these meticulous arrangements by Xian'er were solely out of concern for her safety, and she nodded and smiled. "It's good. I understand your intention. Rest early. I'll do so soon." Nan Gongqing touched her damp hair strands. Resting at this moment wasn't practical yet, so she opened the window. It was summer already, and outside, 7 or 8 stars twinkled in the sky. Today, a full moon hung brightly at the horizon. The moonlight was dazzling, almost unbelievable, draping softly like a light silk over her face and body. Probably due to the hot weather, she smiled faintly and sat down on the windowsill. Then she lifted her eyes to gaze at the bright moon on the horizon. People often say mountains make the moon appear small, but here the moon is huge, like a jade plate. "Xian'er, look, it seems different from the moons we've seen before." While saying this, she pointed towards the bright moon. Beneath it, the clouds seemed like white lotus blossoms. "Miss, your life is already in danger, and yet you're watching the moon." Xian'er said this despite raising her head and gazing at the bright, round moon on the horizon after all. Once she looked up, Xian'er couldn't help but applaud cheerfully. "Ah, miss, look, how big the moon is. It really does look like a jade plate." Xian'er smiled slightly as she said this and pointed at the bright moon. The moon was stunning. "Miss, sleep now. Where in the world is there no moon? After we return, you can watch the moon every day, and I promise you will see it clearly." As Xian'er said this, she yawned tiredly. Nan Gongqing naturally knew that recently Xian'er was exhausted beyond measure. With time for rest available, they certainly needed to let Xian'er get proper rest. Seeing Xian'er snoring soundly on the nearby chaise lounge, Nan Gongqing smiled faintly, gazing at the luminous moon she had never seen before. She crossed her legs gracefully, swinging her white, beautiful feet in the gentle breeze of early summer. Far away, the hand holding the wine goblet paused, and the golden cup rolled onto the table. The liquor shimmered like crystal-clear moonlight upon it, and he stared at the liquor on the table. Tonight, has this king drunk too much? He looked at the reflection on the table and himself within that reflection. And then, involuntarily, he turned his gaze to the graceful beauty across the river. He inwardly mused. "Hellion, you say you aren't Hellion, but even your gestures are exactly alike, Hellion." He tried to suppress the wild thumps of his heartbeat, but failed. He had never felt such a desire to look at a woman. This woman had almost captured all of his energy and attention. Her beautiful face gave an indescribable sense of beauty. Even from a distance, one could see that her face was flawless, like a white rose without blemish. He watched her as he poured the wine. The fine liquor of this night was no different from the ones before, but upon touching his lips, he immediately turned flushed. Finally, he stood up. Behind him, Chu Feng had emerged from the shadows. "My lord, shall we approach?" "No," he replied, then filled another cup from the jade pot and handed it to Chu Feng behind him. "The road to drunkenness is safe and worth frequent visits. Other paths are unendurable. Have a drink. What is special about tonight's wine compared to the past?" "My lord, this." Chu Feng was a leading figure in the manor who was responsible for patrolling at night. He held strict standards for himself, always believing that alcohol could cloud one's judgment, so he avoided drinking whenever possible. But tonight was different. This cup of wine was a gift from His Highness, and he dared not refuse it. Thus, he grasped the golden goblet and drank it in one gulp. I asked you, what is different about this wine? Pear blossoms white, clear spring water. Chu Feng savored it slowly, closing his eyes after a moment. The only difference lies in the presence of a beautiful woman enhancing the evening. Alas, there's no one to toast with you, my lord, isn't that so? Chu Feng, why are you always so clever? Don't you know that wise men die young? I'd rather die early than fail in my duties. Chu Feng nodded, pointing toward the 16-year-old beauty nearby. As the night grew quiet, Nangong Qingjin couldn't have imagined she was now part of someone else's framed picture. Both Chu Feng and Huangfu Kongming were observing her. How could there be a woman so unforgettable in the world? A glance at this woman's charming smile was enough to make anyone remember her forever. Just then, Nangong Qingjin yawned lightly, letting her wide sleeves fall from her wrist onto her shoulder. She glanced around her surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Her hand moved unconsciously to touch her chest, where the weapon had become warm, bringing a soothing warmth. At first, everything felt unfamiliar, but once you got used to certain things existing, you began to feel it would be unreasonable for them not to be there. After feeling her chest, she couldn't help but smile faintly before leaping nimbly out of the window. The moonlight of this night was breathtakingly beautiful. She had almost forgotten time, having stared for a very long while, easily lost in the embrace of nature. Chapter 20, Luo Mu Qing Han, Qianzhong Deng. As the pearl-embroidered curtain was rolled up, Nangong Qingjin let go of her hands. The jewels collided with each other one by one, producing a sound so pleasant that it touched the heart and soul, like a dream in the still night. Now, she was going to rest. Her hair felt cool as if the dampness soaked into it. Even after drying, it left a chill on her scalp. Nangong Qingjin enjoyed the faintly cool breeze at night and smiled. Let her come over. The hand holding the wine glass paused for a moment, the eyes shining brightly as they looked at Chu Feng. Yes. Chu Feng immediately nodded and headed toward the front position. Nangong Qingjin had never imagined that tonight Chu Feng would come to summon her to meet with Huangfu Kongming. But really, there was no need for her to be surprised. It's late, can't we meet tomorrow? She said, her voice returning to its usual icy coldness, an intense sense of rejection evident. Chu Feng laughed coldly. This is the prince's command. He wants me to take you there and hasn't told me to reason with you. I won't go. Nangong Qingjin clenched her fists in defiance, glaring coldly at Chu Feng. Chun Feng smirked lightly. If you don't go, I will follow behind you. Wherever you go, I'll be like a shadow following wherever you are. You, watching the Chu Feng before her, he had already begun walking. Chu Feng was a man who kept his word unless absolutely impossible, always pestering you until he achieved his end. Nangong Qingjin, upon realizing this, could only stand up and ask, where? I will show the way. Lead on. As she spoke, she stood up. Chu Feng led Nangong Qingjin forward. When Nangong Qingjin reached the door, she realized she had forgotten to wear socks and shoes. While preparing to put them on, she remembered that it was an old feudal society ruled by Confucianism where men shouldn't casually see women's feet. He should not see her small feet either. At the doorway, she followed silently behind him without a word, while Chu Feng strode briskly, passing through the corridor swiftly. Soon, they arrived at the designated spot. Here it was quiet, as if the sound of a single leaf falling could be clearly heard. She followed silently behind Chu Feng to a pavilion surrounded by flowers and trees. His back faced her, as straight and firm as young green bamboo, the white clothes outlining his body, strong yet resolute. Nangong Qingjin stopped her steps, her gaze slightly turning towards the man in front of her before bowing her head. When meeting the prince, you must be cautious with your words and actions. Also, while speaking, Chu Feng approached Nangong Qingjin. Those sharp eyes glanced once over Nangong Qingjin, then lifted their gaze towards her chest, which was slightly protruding. He wasn't lustful, but during the walk, Nangong Qingjin's hand would constantly touch this area from time to time. There definitely had to be some hidden item here. Originally, this dagger was concealed within her chest area and would roll out as she walked. To avoid danger, Nangong Qingjin adjusted its position carefully as she moved. What are you planning to do? Seeing that Chu Feng was about to act disrespectfully, Nangong Qingjin frowned immediately, stepping back slightly. Both her hands tightly held onto her chest, as if to say a gentleman may be killed but never disgraced. Chu Feng just chuckled coldly. What I am planning to do, you should know very well. I merely wish to check whether you carry any cold weapons or not. I don't have any. Then allow me to search. If you truly feel guiltless inside, your hands. Chu Feng's piercing eyes locked onto Nangong Qingjin's hands. With no words, Nangong Qingjin glared intensely at the man before her. Chu Feng, don't be disrespectful. Huangfu Kongming finally turned around. He'd already understood every detail of the argument crystal clear. His expression remained indifferent as Nangong Qingjin suddenly snapped back to reality, staring directly at the prince with her glowing, intense gaze. Even his voice was so refined. She gazed at that icy face. There wasn't a trace of emotion on his face. Similarly, Nangong Qingjin's expression remained tranquil, distant, devoid of any expressions whatsoever. The two faces were both mysterious in such an uncanny way. But, Your Highness, her. Chu Feng hesitated momentarily, swallowing hard and shifting his gaze uncomfortably toward Nangong Qingjin's chest. Already frowning, Nangong Qingjin glared angrily back at him, though there was also an element of pitiful helplessness in her look. Watching the seemingly vulnerable appearance of Nangong Qingjin, Huang Fu Kongming couldn't help but give a faint smile. Nangong, you may sit down. Chu Feng, leave us. Huang Fu Kongming stated calmly. Although reluctant, Chu Feng quickly obeyed the order and retreated. Nangong Qingjin's gaze fell onto the man before her. Drink a little less alcohol. Too much liquor delays wound healing. It doesn't matter. He said it as though his wound was of little importance. Nangong Qingjin sighed. If I had known you'd be like this, I regret saving you. She finished speaking just as a female attendant arrived with tea and refreshments. Nangong Qingjin took a sip, her gaze fixed on the man before her. Good tea. Never would I have thought that you are also knowledgeable in the art of tea. Truly admirable. He commented, prompting a smile from Nangong Qingjin. This is water from Dongting Lake and Luan tea from Junshan Island, right? Indeed, a true expert. I assumed you only knew about saving lives and healing the wounded. He said with a faint laugh, saving lives and healing the wounded is effortless for me. I don't want to see people wailing in pain in front of me, nor do I want to see people lose hope in their illness and die without a proper burial. But you still indirectly killed General Yun, he remarked, his cold tone suggesting reproach. Nangong Qingjin frowned for a while before saying, he's a soldier, and moreover, he's already listed on the Imperial Wanted Notice. Not informing on him has already been my limit of benevolence. Everyone should clean up their own mess. Why do you insist so much? Actually, Nangong Qingjin gripped the teacup and sipped lightly, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. In fact, whether others help or not, it's their duty, and you can't hold them responsible for everything. Or, maybe I am too radical. He admitted, then continued, the incident today owed a lot to you. He spoke while knowing how potent the poison of Langtan was. Even from when Nangong Qingjin performed surgical therapy on him until now, the wound still throbbed with pain intermittently, which wasn't numbing but rather radiated to every organ, contracting all his internal organs in spasms. Huang Fu Kongming had long heard of the potency of Langtan's poisons, and after experiencing it himself, he finally understood its fearsome reputation. If it weren't for the woman before him reaching out to help, he would certainly have perished. Without showing any sign of agitation, he wiped away the sweat dripping down his forehead and looked at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin remained silent for a moment, then furrowed her brows slightly. You don't need to thank me. A tree grows fruit unintentionally. I have no favor to bestow upon you. I have my own purpose. I don't like people who act with motives, but His Highness appreciates those with clear intentions, he said, then leisurely stood up and walked towards the pillar. Nangong Qingjin's eyes stayed glued to his steps, specifically observing the wound on his shoulder. The white bandage covering the wound had become wet with vivid crimson blood, an ominous red. Chapter 21. Observe their words, investigate the source. It must be admitted that some people are themselves a brilliant scene. Indeed, he thought this way, and so did Nangong Qingjin. Now, their gazes slightly met. She lowered her eyes, looking at the ground, and suddenly saw her own toes. Each of her toes was as if carved from white jade, clean and fair-skinned, her nails like newly bloomed buds, red and small. He probably noticed too, and she immediately blushed, drawing her toes under her flowing gown. He looked at her movement and said, do you long to leave? I have no sense of security here. In fact, since Huang Fu Kongming returned, Chu Feng had concealed much evil, hiding the wickedness of Lu Meier. After all, it was trivial and shouldn't reach Huang Fu Kongming's ears. Lu Meier, coming out of the brothel in the Imperial City, possessed a naturally lethal charm in her every gesture. Instinctively, Lu Meier already regarded Nangong Qingjin as her rival. Through these encounters, however, Nangong Qingjin couldn't forget being chased by that mastiff. Fortunately, thanks to divine fortune, at the critical moment, the mastiff remembered its old ties with her and didn't harm her. She wasn't sure if he knew about what happened after she left. But now, indeed, she had no sense of security. Who exactly was Chu Feng? Almost just then, he nearly touched her chest, indicating that Chu Feng wasn't merely a lustful fiend. Yet, that action made Nangong Qingjin feel a chill run down her spine when thinking about it. Chu Feng, could it be that you didn't tell Huang Fu Kongming about this? Why do you always let others die without help? Nangong Qingjin had expressed her views already, but it seemed like he still didn't fully understand. Now, she had to say again, because when officials rescue others, there's a great possibility I will get into trouble myself. As a weak woman, before anyone can protect me, I need to protect myself. Sienna is the same. We may be at fault, but have you ever considered this? In this vast world, there are many who deserve death. If everyone sought us for help, even with 7 hands and 8 feet, we wouldn't be able to manage. You're not a healer, but I hope you can see things from the perspective of a healer. Yes, he hadn't put himself in her shoes. You burned my estate, one I painstakingly built. I don't even know why, and your methods are harsh. Truthfully, someone like you shouldn't have been helped either. But why, suddenly, did her decision change? Why? She looked at his face, the owner of the face smiling faintly with a touch of unnoticeable concern in his brows. Then, his straight eyebrows stood firm. There is a misunderstanding. There was indeed a misunderstanding, but he didn't suggest any method or proposal to resolve it. Nangong Qingjin waited, and he also didn't mention letting her go. Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but sigh, casting a gentle gaze towards the man in front of her. The wound would still hurt today. Shall I take a look? It's all right, he said, already turning his head toward her side. She had just bathed, and a faint scent of magnolia drifted over, mixing with the jasmine above, causing Huang Fu Kongming a slight daze and melancholy. Nan Gongqing Jin stepped forward, stood up, reached out, and gently held the bandage, slowly unwrapping it. The sight of his ghastly wound revealed itself, wherefrom she took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. Inside the bottle were special medicines. But for Huang Fukongming's wound, it seemed not particularly effective. Her eyes flickered for a moment as she sighed softly. Her skilled movements were swift and decisive, holding a knife firmly, but without intending to cut right away. Instead, she gazed at the rose-colored lake nearby. Your lordship, look, there is a dragon in your lotus pond today. Since Nan Gongqing Jin never joked around, the calm, serious tone she used while saying this, it caused Huang Fukongming to immediately glance in the direction she indicated. The water surface was calm and tranquil, where was any sign of a dragon. He realized belatedly that talking about dragons was just nonsense. Such shallow water could hardly contain a dragon. She, having successfully distracted him, immediately reached out and swiftly shaved open Huang Fukongming's wound. His wound was already terrible, dark black, making one feel nauseous just from looking at it. But for Nan Gongqing Jin, an experienced healer accustomed to all sorts of wounds, it was business as usual. The wound was gangrenous, and her special medicine wasn't very effective. He thought, perhaps his arm was already numb. Her movements were so fast, with a slight touch, the rotten flesh on the wound had cracked. Then, she let go and firmly wrapped it with gauze. He finally understood Nan Gongqing Jin's intention and furrowed his eyebrows coldly. You don't need to distract this Wang's attention in such a way because I do not feel pain. Are you fearless, or do you really not feel it? She asked softly. In fact, Nan Gongqing Jin wanted to figure out whether his left arm was numb or still fine. Not feeling pain means not feeling pain. There's no need for all these complications. Seeing him getting angry, seeing his enraged expression, Nan Gongqing Jin sighed at last. If you're fine, that's good. I will find a method as soon as possible to heal you in the shortest time, rest assured about this. However, I have an impolite request. Our misunderstanding has been cleared up, your beloved general is also dead. If I can atone for my past crimes here, I want to leave. The king grants your wish. He said that, but strangely, after he finished speaking, he immediately felt it was untimely, because she found that her face, in the hazy night color, was simply like Empress Hellion from back then when the Hellion clan initially attacked. At that time, Empress Hellion was still a beautiful woman in her early 20s, extraordinarily gorgeous and enchanting, just like freshly peeled eggs. Her face was so unforgettable. Huang Fukongming looked at that face and regretted already. You indeed are not Empress Hellion. Watching Nan Gongqing Jin skillfully bandage his wound, he couldn't help but ask a question, and Nan Gongqing Jin nodded indifferently. How could I be Empress Hellion? The woman you mentioned, I've heard of her. The Empress used to be famous throughout the capital, naturally surpassing others in her youth, so hearing about her isn't strange. But if you haven't heard of her, that's what's odd, he said. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqing Jin had completely finished wrapping the wound and wiped the sweat off her forehead from the busy work. You should rest for now. I'll figure something out, though it might be slow. Poisons from the grasslands are truly inconceivable, requiring my dedicated research, but you needn't worry. Once deteriorated to this extent, it won't get worse. You will be fine. I know, he said, after which his gaze grew cold as he pulled his arm back and suddenly grabbed her sleeve. She was startled, losing her balance after a stumble, and ended up falling directly into his embrace. He laughed, but his voice remained icy. How is it that you resemble the Empress so much? If I hadn't had foresight, I would have almost mistaken you for the Empress, and the Empress for you. He tightly gripped her sleeve. Now, she was under his control. Let go of your hand. This king wants to ask you. His hand remained motionless. His large, cold hand gripped her sleeve and rested it on Nan Gongqing Jin's thigh, instilling an overwhelming sense of fear. She glared at him fiercely, silently protesting. You. He gently moved his nose, sniffing the scent emanating from her body. A soft fragrance, refreshingly pleasing, just like what Empress Hellion used to prefer. As for why Empress Hellion liked Eulania flowers, he didn't know, but that faint smell marked the first spring blooms, earlier than apricot or pear blossoms. After winter passed, the buds of the Eulania flower became plump and quickly bloomed, one after another growing large and round, becoming beautifully magnificent. Their gazes met momentarily, and her face had already turned the color of charcoal due to burning fever. He, however, continued to gently sniff that refreshing aroma until it thoroughly enveloped him. So fragrant. It's not me choosing Eulania flowers. Only roses and Eulania flowers are available here. I don't like roses, she said, her face flushed red, breathing heavily. Never before had Nan Gongqing Jin had such close contact with a man. It was indescribable, an inexplicable feeling, unable to be explained, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. That unstoppable palpitation made Nan Gongqing Jin restless overall. Strangely, after being violated, the intense fear she initially felt faded surprisingly quickly. This sudden ebb and flow of emotions was unexpected even by Nan Gongqing Jin. Huang Fukongming almost undid his own robe's ties, and his hands were trembling visibly. It was evident that he was trying his best to suppress his urges. For the first time, real terror gripped her. She had never been this close to a man before. Your Highness, you're drunk. Please let me go. Suddenly, she stood up. Due to her abrupt movement, Huang Fukongming's brows furrowed coldly, and with visible dissatisfaction, he looked at the woman in his arms who had risen, still flushed-faced and flustered. I almost forgot to tell you. Your gown actually belonged to Empress Hellion. You look exactly like her in it. This resemblance is indeed one of the reasons I suspected you two to be the same person. After speaking, he tossed over the bag. Though Nan Gongqing wasn't skilled in martial arts, having lived many years in the mountains, she still moved with great agility, catching the flying bag midair almost effortlessly. However, the teakwood floor was wet, causing her to slip with an exasperated stumble. Before she could steady herself, the dagger placed between them vanished into thin air and clattered onto the ground with a soft thud. To prevent Huang Fukongming from mistakenly thinking she was there to assassinate him, Nan Gongqing immediately stepped forward. But before she could grasp the dagger, Huang Fukongming swiftly acted and already had a firm grip on the weapon. Chapter 22. Nan Gongqing's disheveled state. The dagger was warm to the touch, and it emitted a faint, pleasant aroma that left one feeling refreshed after just a single sniff. How could there be such an invigorating fragrance? He couldn't figure it out. The Mycelia flower was supposed to have no scent at all, yet here it exhibited such mysterious allure. He truly didn't understand. His gaze then fell on her. She had almost forgotten to fasten the cloth bag, the wind disheveling her clothes, revealing glimpses of her red undergarment underneath. Upon seeing this, his eyes became transfixed, gazing intently at her body, one he had enjoyed countless times before, one he had possessed many times and coveted innumerable times, dreaming often of reliving those moments. When she noticed his direct stare, she quickly averted her gaze and began fumbling with securing the cloth bag. While tidying up, his attention shifted back to the dagger in his hand. It was astonishingly thin, almost inexplicable. You're quite daring, aren't you? Hiding a dagger like this. Did you intend to assassinate this prince? Ah, no. Nan Gongqing's face changed drastically. If only she hadn't fallen earlier. But this commoner had no intention of harming the prince. This dagger can cut through iron like butter. I borrowed it from you. Recently, I've encountered numerous dangerous situations, so, therefore, I thought to keep a dagger hidden as a precaution for emergencies. However, I absolutely have no intention of murdering you. None whatsoever. She started to explain anxiously while he watched her calmly, as if silently agreeing with her words but never voicing his thoughts. This prince doubts that this is something you'd do. It rather seems like your maid's doing. She's far more mischievous than you. Huang Fukongming continued despite her wanting to protect her maid, but still she didn't foresee this turn of events. His gaze pierced through her with deep intensity. Sienna isn't my maid, she's my friend. Please don't make things hard for Sienna. If it were true that I intended to assassinate you, I would have had ample opportunities, not once. Would I miss every chance? You know very well that I acted 6 times already just now, she claimed, but soon realized that the more she explained, the worse it sounded. She widened her eyes with frustration, shaking her head violently. No, that's not what I mean. In short, I have no intention of killing you. Don't assume anything. I simply don't, she asserted. This prince does not baselessly assume things. 6 times, you've already counted. I prefer people who act with purpose. And you seem exactly that kind of person. Don't expect success from me easily. Killing this prince with merely a Yuchang sword? A foolish fantasy indeed. With that, he threw the dagger into the water. A soft splash followed as the Yuchang sword sank beneath the surface, leaving the lake calm again. He slowly looked at the disheveled Nan Gongqing. Henceforth, avoid rash actions lest you invite calamity. By the time it strikes, you'll certainly regret it. He spoke while frowning. She wanted to explain herself, but held back after some time. There was nothing to explain anyway. She'd simply be more careful in the future. Leave. I don't wish to see you anymore, he stated wearily, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Relieved, she was about to leave when Huang Fukongming added, Stay here, don't wander aimlessly. I also have a pharmacy on premises. If you need anything, Chu Feng will guide you there. Yes, sir, she replied, ready to depart. He pointed at her, signaling her to stay put. Realizing Huang Fukongming was upset, Nan Gongqing remained standing there. Through these days of observation, she understood that the prince was unpredictable in temperament. When in a good mood, he could engage in amicable conversations with anyone. But at a moment's notice, if his temper flared, he might order immediate execution without hesitation. Faced with Huang Fukongming, Nan Gongqing was always on edge. Who could endure a person like him indefinitely? She reflected that, fortunately, she wasn't truly Empress He Lian. If she were the real Empress He Lian, tolerating someone like him might prove hazardous indeed. Now, his gaze flickered briefly as he sighed. Forgive me. Just now. Don't move, he said, then picked up his wine glass and started pouring for himself, showing no intention of engaging in conversation with Nan Gongqing. She could only stand there awkwardly as she watched Chu Feng lightly tread on the water's surface and disappear. After a few leaps, he landed beside her, holding one of her shoes. Upon realizing Huang Fukongming's meaning, Nan Gongqing understood why he had retrieved it. Turning back, Huang Fukongming stated, Do not think to thank me. I did not intend to help you. I merely thought that if you were to go barefoot, your feet might be injured by thorns ahead, making it inconvenient for us later when you are required to treat me. Now let's go. With those words, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating his loss of interest in further interaction. Grateful for the reprieve, Nan Gongqing knelt down to put on her shoes. Though embarrassed about exposing her feet, especially in front of this man, she was relieved that Huang Fukongming hadn't looked. Once properly shod, she proceeded to follow Chu Feng. Passing through the winding corridor, Chu Feng abruptly spoke coldly. You truly did hide a dagger there. I didn't mistake it. Acknowledging her guilt, Nan Gongqing refrained from defending herself and quickened her pace. The guest house wasn't too far away, and Chu Feng seemed familiar with the path. Stepping past a cluster of flowers, Chu Feng's sharp eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't anticipated the young woman would disregard his presence altogether, an action which irked the bulky man. As the undisputed leader in this secluded estate, known for a naturally poor temper, Chu Feng became enraged at being ignored. Moving swiftly, he blocked Nangong Qingjin's way menacingly. When she turned left, so did he, obstructing her. When she attempted to go right, he intercepted her once more. After several futile attempts to pass, she was forced to halt. What exactly do you intend? Her gaze met the imposing figure before her. His large, fierce eyes darted momentarily before bulging in anger. Shouldn't I be asking you that, young lady? What were you doing concealing a dagger in such a place just now during the meeting? If Lord Wang had not detected it, wouldn't you have succeeded in your scheme by now? People like you. There's nothing you wouldn't attempt. You've misunderstood, replied Nangong Qingjin, aware they would spend much time together in the future. There was no point in entangling herself excessively with Chu Feng over this trivial matter. Many issues in life lost significance when overly scrutinized. I warn you, this is the first and only instance of such conduct. As the chief under the prince, I will not tolerate any repeat offenses. Otherwise, his voice trailed off midway, his earlier indignation fading into coughs. Your phlegm increases at night, indicative of internal cold. Even amidst summer's heat, your body must feel as though submerged in icy waters, correct? Chu Feng immediately shook his head, unwilling to acknowledge her diagnosis. All right then, can you deny the sensation of foul qi rising between your heart and lungs, settling momentarily near your chest before descending toward your lower abdomen? You try using your internal energy to suppress it, but find yourself lacking the necessary force, am I right? Why you? Indeed, 6 years ago, while protecting Huang Fu Kongming's safe escape from Zihua City, Chu Feng fell victim to a despicable villain's ambush. Despite consulting numerous physicians afterward, his ailment remained unresolved. Most alarming was how accurately this young woman pinpointed his critical malady word for word. His expression darkened instantly. No, how could she possess such profound insight? This turbid qi won't dissipate immediately upon reaching your dantian. Instead, it continues wandering, manifesting nightly as a freezing poison. If my guess is correct, regardless of season, your sleeping quarters always feature a lit stove, does it not? Rest assured, I shall not treat your condition. I only wish to emphasize the importance of guiding exercises. You might experiment by channeling this turbid qi residing in your dantian via the middle of your chest into your lungs. Then press these points here, and here. It will provide significant relief. Do give it a try. In a concise explanation, Chu Feng indeed began practicing what she suggested. To his astonishment, the stifling turbid qi vanished entirely, leaving him feeling extraordinarily refreshed. It appeared this young woman possessed genuine skills. As expected, you're feeling better. I don't need your thanks, and as for what happened earlier, it was a misunderstanding. I don't intend to explain myself to you. Now, with the night so quiet, could you possibly let me take a walk alone, couldn't you? She said, her words hanging in the air as she gazed at Chu Feng. Chu Feng could only nod, and with that, Nangong Qingjin offered a faint smile before heading forward. In no time, her graceful silhouette had vanished into the winding corridor behind. She wouldn't heal Chu Feng for 2 reasons. First, she deeply resented how he had concealed his command of the ferocious hounds that attacked her. Second, she wanted Chu Feng to realize just how valuable she truly was. With this understanding, he would be cautious around her, knowing well enough not to harm her since Huang Fu Kongming's illness still required her skilled hands. Step by painstaking step, she finally arrived at the guest house, where far off, Sienna had already emerged to greet her. After freshening up and dressing herself neatly, Sienna radiated renewed vigor. Upon hearing of her mistress's adventure, her heart had gone with her, but now the anxious flutter within her chest finally settled into calmness. Her joyous form, like a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, embraced Nangong Qingjin without hesitation. Miss, you finally returned safely. It was clear how much Sienna cared for her. If it weren't for the intricate paths and guards who blocked her path like ferocious tigers in this mansion, she would have come rushing to find her long before. I'm fine. And you? Surely you're safe too. Miss is well, and so is your servant. Sienna spoke warmly, gripping Nangong Qingjin's hand affectionately as the two made their way inside. Chapter 23 Misunderstanding with Chu Feng. What was the problem? She took good care of herself, but what worried her most now was that the fairy suffered for no reason. The two entered the room, and Nangong Qingjin did not mention what had just happened. The fairy didn't bring it up either, so that night passed peacefully like many other nights before. But after closing her eyes, she couldn't help but remember his face. That face seemed to have been etched into her mind. The more she wanted to forget, the more impossible it became. This subtle feeling made Nangong Qingjin feel even more conflicted within herself. What was going on? Was this the kind of love that caused her heart to leap suddenly upon seeing the other person, a tightness in her chest, a rhythm of excitement, something Nangong Qingjin had never experienced before? This sensation of a racing heartbeat made Nangong Qingjin uneasy. In those fleeting moments between midnight dreams, she once again remembered Huang Fu Kongming's face. She admitted that no one had ever stirred her soul as Huang Fu Kongming had. So there she stood, leaning on the railing gazing at the distant dark sky. Damn it. She slightly tightened her grip on the curved railing, curling her fingers slightly, trembling slightly. What was going on here? Could this truly be love? That night did not pass quietly after all. Beneath the surface calm often lay tumultuous undercurrents. News of Nan Gongqingjin regaining her freedom and meeting Huang Fukongming in the back courtyard quickly reached Lu Meier's ears. She was originally the type of woman who envied others easily and absolutely would not tolerate someone stealing her love right in front of her. For some unknown reason, she developed an aversion toward Nan Gongqingjin. When her maid, Liuli, mentioned the incident, Lu Meier was shocked beyond measure. Since arriving at the villa, although she had not officially established herself as the mistress of the household and the prince hadn't clearly defined their relationship, still, big and small matters within the estate required her personal oversight. Especially when the prince was away, now that Huang Fukongming had just returned and already started looking at Nan Gongqingjin differently. This filled Lu Meier with a sense of impending peril. What? You mean they are together? In the rear garden, she could say no more. Lu Meier was now utterly infuriated. Their rendezvous in the rear garden might have been enough, but how dare they engage in something so scandalous and bold? It was clear they were treating her as if she weren't even worth considering. And if things escalated from here, where would she fit in? As a result, she became increasingly anxious and stared at Liuli. Liuli added, "Your servant also learned that even the girl was set free. Good Nan Gongqingjin. What witchcraft did you use to gain such trust from the prince so effortlessly? I will go now to see this shameless woman." While uttering curses continuously, Lu Meier prepared to confront the woman, but she was stopped by Liuli grabbing her hand as soon as she moved. "Miss, you're acting impulsively again. All things must be considered carefully. Impulsive actions always lead to trouble." Although Liuli wasn't exceptionally intelligent, having followed Miss Lu for many years, their personalities complemented each other well. Lu Meier had a fiery temper, revealing every emotion openly, whereas Liuli had more detailed thoughtfulness. Every time this coarse yet perceptive maid offered advice, Lu Meier found it necessary to listen. Yes. Lu Meier immediately sat down beside her, staring at her reflection in the mirror. Yes, impulsiveness is devilish. It will destroy me. Miss, stay calm. Eliminating people without leaving traces, that's true skill. If you act rashly now, it won't benefit anything about the current situation. We need to think long term. Do not rush. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Yes, what should we do? She asked while eyeing the woman in front of her, ready to hear her suggestion. The main issue isn't her view or actions toward the prince, but rather the prince's views and actions towards her. Therefore, our focus currently needs to strengthen the bond between you and the prince. Once the foundation of your feelings becomes unbreakable, then, yes, the rest of the issues can be easily resolved. But Huang Fukongming barely paid any attention to her. There was only one instance where Lu Meier felt truly significant. This was the time when Huang Fukongming would instinctively treat her as if she were Empress Hellion after getting drunk. That was perhaps Lu Meier's happiest moment. Also the time when she would willingly offer herself with utmost dedication. Although Lu Meier knew that Huang Fukongming had someone special in his heart, competing with a dead person only required patience, and she felt that time was on her side. Empress Hellion was beautiful, but she was already gone. What could be so great about this woman who had passed away? The one thing troubling her now was how this woman's face looked exactly like Empress Hellion's. Because of this similarity, the woman had already won her over. In Huang Fukongming's view of love, survival of the fittest was inevitable. She thought it through, and at first, there didn't seem to be any issue. But soon enough, her anxiety began to grow. It won't do. Liuli, you must come up with a plan right now to make me more important in his eyes. Quickly think of something. It's urgent. Lu Meier said while staring at Liuli, who was also deep in thought. But they hadn't yet thought of a good plan. Go see His Excellency. He is drinking alone. A person only drinks when truly troubled or deeply lonely. It's called drowning sorrows in alcohol. What do you mean? Lu Meier cast a questioning look toward the maid. What could I possibly mean? It's very simple. Just go see His Excellency now. There's a good chance he needs you. Yes, let's go right now. Lu Meier stood up, her eyes reflecting a somewhat flustered state. She should have driven this woman away at all costs from the beginning. Never would she have imagined that such a gifted woman would one day steal her man. It was something almost unimaginable for him. Though her heart felt heavy at the moment, what was currently the best solution was nothing more than Liuli's suggestion. As Lu Meier stood to leave, fatefully glancing back, her gaze fell upon the scroll still hanging on the wall. Simple as the painting was, the grace of the woman depicted in just a few strokes shone brilliantly. She was an extraordinarily independent woman, stunningly beautiful, like a radiant star in the sky. Before this, Lu Meier had never seen the real visage of this woman since their timelines did not intersect. How could Lu Meier ever lay eyes on Empress Hellion hidden within the palace walls? But now, as Lu Meier stared at the portrait of Empress Hellion, she sighed helplessly. How can two people in the world look so identical? Exactly alike. From the spirit conveyed in the painting, the two women appeared indistinguishable. Miss, it's simply a case of mistaken resemblance. His Excellency liking one person probably won't end up being so fragile. Shall we go? Liuli sighed lightly while speaking. Lu Meier then shifted her gaze elsewhere and encouraged herself. Yes, it's time to leave. In no time, the mistress and her maid arrived at the back garden where Huang Fukongming was sitting, moodily pouring himself drink after drink. Naturally, his mood wasn't good. Back in Zihua City, he had deeply adored Empress Hellion. Yet Empress Hellion had always acted aloof towards him, seeming to consider busy state affairs far more important than his affections. Such women were rare. What a remarkable woman she had been. Her greatness was obvious to all. But eventually, she died, consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Though Lu Meier had not personally witnessed Empress Helian's last moments, the chain of events could be clearly pieced together. Empress Helian perished in the fire. Now, he was wounded, and Zi sang he had joined forces with Emperor Wen Liang. In the common folks' gossip, sibling rivalries were shocking scandals that people hesitated to speak about openly. But in the capital city, it was different. In the imperial capital, such fierce internal conflicts and mutual destruction occurred frequently. These were things he had to accept fully and digest. Zi sang he was an extremely ruthless individual, and though Wen Liang seemed indecisive without clear opinions, appearances were deceiving. Wen Liang was capable in his own right, just choosing not to reveal his full potential. At that moment, he raised his eyes and stared into the endless night ahead, sighing involuntarily. Though Liang Garden was a fine place, it was no permanent refuge. 1 or 2 days of hiding might help evade the danger of those relentless searches, but what about the long term? Over the years, with Zi Sanghe's and Wen Liang's abilities, they would inevitably find their way here eventually. Rather than living as a coward, why not take decisive action now and do what one truly desires? Yet knowing is easier than doing. Though pursuing one's desires sounds simple, achieving success in them is infinitely more difficult. Since Empress Helian's tragic death, he had become increasingly isolated. Her passing weighed heavily on his heart, creating a sensation beyond words that could only be momentarily soothed by holding a wine glass. Now, hidden worries and melancholy rose slowly with the influence of alcohol, like a bomb beginning to roll within him. There was plenty of wine, but no soulmate, no companion who could readily join him for drinks at a moment's notice. Chu Feng was not ideal. Though Chu Feng never got drunk, his demeanor was excessively restrained in his presence, and this was far from what Huang Fu Kongming wanted to see. Who else then? In this villa, there seemed to be no one left who could fully understand his emotions. Lu Meier? No. Lu Meier's ambition extended only as far as becoming a princess consort. This reclusive lifestyle that managed to constrain her was already more than she expected, and even that was something outside of Huang Fu Kongming's original plans. At this moment, Huang Fu Kongming let out a faint sigh, gazing forward silently. The stillness clouded everything. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Meier finally arrived. Lu Meier came accompanied by Liuli, who held a red lantern. The ethereal shadow of the lantern fell upon Lu Meier's face, making her cheeks appear rosy and radiant, captivating all who looked upon her. Chapter 24, The Beauty Stratagem. At this moment, he looked at the beautiful cheek, and at the exquisite and alluring makeup on it, and couldn't help but sneer slightly. Why aren't you resting in the middle of the night? He asked, his eyes deep and dark like an ancient well without ripples. Lady Lu has been waiting for your return, for a very long time. Meier twitched her nose as if she smelled something foul. Come over here, he pointed to a place beside him, and Meier immediately approached. Sit here, he said. With a bright smile, Meier floated like a cloud and sat beside Huang Fu Kongming. It was only then that she noticed the wound on Huang Fu Kongming's arm, already bandaged, likely not serious. Ah, you're injured? Her eyes widened with concern, as if she had encountered a shock. She reached out to touch his arm, but Huang Fu Kongming quickly pulled it back. Why are you overreacting again? It's just an injury. My lord, you should not go out if nothing urgent needs to be done. Every time you leave, don't you come back with wounds? Are you all right? Lady Lu Meier asked, her eyes black and teary, looking pitifully pathetic. If I don't go out, I would have died long ago due to Zisonghe's schemes. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. This is not something a woman like you should understand. Why did you come now? To drink with you, she said and held the wine cup. There was wine in Lord Wang's cup, and it was so beautiful, like a piece of emerald jade reflecting the shimmering night clouds. The clouds resembled intertwined white lotuses. It seemed so heavy. Holding the wine goblet, after sipping a little, his eyes blinked once. In the dead of night, you shouldn't have come. Lady Lu merely wishes to see you drinking alone. How could you be content? Let me see you. Even if I die, I will be without regrets. Why do you speak so ominously, Lady Lu Meier? I like you. Especially now, especially when I'm drunk and dazed. Do you understand? The prince had already drank too much, but it was just 1 cup of wine. But it was said that during times of sorrow, alcohol runs through the body 3 times faster than normal. Perhaps, he truly got drunk. His drunken state made Huang Fu Kongming become bewildered very quickly, his pupils gazing fixedly at the woman before him. Do you know? I like to look at you at this time, he said. Yes, viewing beauties under the moonlight. Since the prince enjoys watching, please satisfy your eyes, Lady Lu Meier said, prepared and ready. When Huang Fu Kongming was watching Lu Meier had already extended her hand, her bewitching eyes clearly revealed. In fact, he liked noble women, but each time Lu Meier misinterpreted what he wanted. He thought what Huang Fu Kongming needed more was physical lust, but it wasn't so. If Lu Meier could truly understand such things, naturally, she would be someone with high emotional intelligence and high IQ. But alas, Lu Meier could not. At this moment, Lu Meier's gaze focused on the Huang Fu Kongming before her eyes. Huang Fu Kongming smiled. This was the private time that belonged to Huang Fu Kongming. He stared intently for a long time, then finally sighed faintly. It was good, it was really good. If only she were Hedian Empress, that would be even better. But these two people were so different from each other. They both looked equally beautiful, but their temperaments were vastly different. These were two people with completely distinct souls. What does my lord wish from me? I will always fulfill your desire. Saying these words, Lady Lu Meier already gripped Prince Huangfu's hand. What Lady Lu Meier loved most was not this because, at such times, he was cruel towards her, causing Lu Meier's every encounter alone with Huang Fu Kongming to result in fear whenever certain things happened. That unspoken fear had left her tasteless. However, now, to truly win Prince Huangfu's heart, there was no way Lady Lu Meier could refuse any of his cruel and cold actions. He simply looked emotionless, as if performing an ordinary routine task. Prince. Finally, Lady Lu Meier's gaze drifted to the side. After a long silence, those two authoritative and cold words escaped his lips. Impossible. It was impossible because Hedian Empress hadn't been kind to him. Being an independent and forceful woman, so extraordinary and yet seemingly never truly gained. Is it really so hard to win someone's heart? The pent-up pain in his heart over the years had finally been alleviated and released. How could he let go so easily? Seeing Lu Meier's furrowed brows due to pain, his mood became unbearably heavy and desolately sorrowful. He looked at Lu Meier's beautiful eyes. It was as if Huang Fu Kongming had some kind of magical power that could ignite his latent sense of original sin. Prince Wang Yu, don't move. I like it this way, he said. Lu Meier had already lost her radiant complexion. Tonight, she wore a silk veil on her face, using a hazy charm to seduce the man before her. Her eyes were full of longing as she gazed at him, while he, seeing her eyes filled with melancholy, mistakenly assumed, perhaps allowing himself to believe, that this Lu Meier was actually the former Hellion Empress. Is this acceptable, he asked. Then, delicate white pear blossoms fell petal by petal onto Lu Meier's back. With a gentle breath, the flower buds and petals scattered completely, creating such a beautiful sight. Next, he extended his hand and lovingly caressed Lu Meier's head. After an unknown amount of time, he hugged Lu Meier. Her face turned rosy, and he slowly closed his eyes. In his semi-drunken, semi-awake state, under the indescribable sensations he couldn't put into words, he got lost, immersed in the enchanting blue glow of the midnight hour. Now, in his enjoyment, his vision swirled and blurred, and now his mind thoroughly discarded thoughts of Lu Meier, replaced instead by memories of one person, Hellion. She had once shared a deep emotional connection with him, but there were certain actions and events she would never do toward him, even in her madness of love. Now, everything Lu Meier did was without reservation. Lu Meier smiled faintly, forgetting everything completely. He tenderly touched Lu Meier's temple hair, then slowly opened his eyes. Lu Meier allowed her silk veil to fall to the ground, revealing her face for Huang Fu Kongming to see tonight. What a breathtaking face it was. Even though one glance would make it unforgettable, Huang Fu Kongming seemed uninterested, showing no emotion. His gaze flickered slightly before receding. While Lu Meier swayed flirtatiously, without warning, he raised his hand to push her away. But just as he was about to, he closed his eyes. From a distance, the straight direction, the window opened, and a face appeared. This face's owner simply wanted to check if it was already past midnight and whether he had left, but upon opening the window, they unexpectedly witnessed such an intimate scene. It was an experience Nangong Qingjin hadn't gone through before, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. Although she didn't intend to watch and had prepared to close the window, her hand holding the window frame froze involuntarily, as if guided by some inexplicable intuition. In this atmosphere, amidst the present moment, Lu Meier turned her gaze, sending a sweet smile directly at her. That calm smile carried no intention of intimidation, yet it still made Nangong Qingjin shudder. Ridiculous. She muttered a curse under her breath, immediately shutting the window. Still unsatisfied, she leaned heavily against the window with her back. Just now, fortunately, Huang Fu Kongming didn't see her, or she would have been suspected of voyeurism. Now, her heart gradually calmed down, but at the same time, outside the window, a cry akin to weeping and trembling erupted. As if Lu Meier was undergoing severe torture, causing her cries to sound like ghostly wails, until she, as if showing defiance, finally stopped. Lifeless, his dark, soulless eyes gazed at the woman drenched in sweat. Then he extended his hand, so gently, so lightly, so gently, and pushed her away. Chapter 25 Warning from Lu Meier. Finally, it seemed like he realized that the person in his embrace, who had just brought him to the peak of passion, was not the woman he admired, but it was Lu Meier from the brothel. Like someone coming out of a drunken stupor, Lu Meier had anticipated this outcome and wasn't particularly surprised. Lu Meier fell to the ground where the floor was damp with the cool, thin dew of the night that had already set in. Lying on the elong wood floor, she didn't move her body an inch. With such calmness and detachment, she looked at him. Huang Fu Kongming didn't need Lu Meier's help for anything. He had already dressed himself, turned around solemnly, and said coldly to Lu Meier lying on the ground, "Rest now, don't catch a cold." Is this love? No, this absolutely isn't love. But if it's not love, then what is it? Just moments ago, they were so closely entwined. Now, are they already going their separate ways? If this isn't love, then what is it? Lu Meier doesn't know. Watching his figure slowly fade away, staggering slightly, perhaps he too was equally lonely. At this moment, Lu Meier finally sighed and slowly put on her disheveled clothes that he had discarded. Her eyes followed his departing back, and she couldn't help sighing again. In the distance, Lily walked over. She didn't need to guess what had just happened. Seeing the red gauze scarf on the ground, Lily immediately stepped forward. "How did you take off your own veil?" "Years ago, I used this scarf to win the prince's heart," she said, reminiscing about the past with dramatic nostalgia. Back then, Empress Hellion died, and he began experiencing grief akin to many others who lost their loved ones, drowning himself in sorrow. After going to the brothel one day, destiny decided otherwise. On stage, Lu Meier smiled faintly with lowered brows. Among all those present, She stood out, elegant and solitary, with a red silk veil covering half her face. That gaze alone was enough to capture Huang Fukoming's attention. Her eyes were exactly like Empress Hulian's. He had never seen such similar eyes before. Those beautiful eyes were the root of why he liked her, the reason why he had to draw closer to her. At first, Lu Meyer didn't understand either, but as time passed, she eventually realized that she was nothing more than his shadow lover. At this point, while Liuli helped Lu Meyer up, she gently tidied her clothes and quietly reminded her. As they say, long-term feelings may turn into deep affection. You've been together for so long, and the prince always looks at you with respect. Although His Highness can be ruthless, we still cannot deny this might not be love. Liuli said while speaking, sighing lightly. Bear it for a while. His Highness will surely restore himself. He's the type who can rise from the ashes. Endure. While dressing her mistress, Liuli suddenly noticed that Lu Meyer's body was covered with bruises. This discovery made Liuli fearfully speculate about who Huang Fukoming really was. Lu Meyer, let me support you. I want to speak a few words with Nangong Qingjin, Lu Meyer said. Liuli quickly held onto her hand, which was long, pale, yet icy cold. The evening dew made those hands feel icy cold. The two moved forward. Not long after, they arrived at a nearby room where Nangong Qingjin pretended to be asleep, though she was wide awake. She glanced towards the front position and gave Liuli a meaningful look. Liuli stepped forward and knocked softly on the door. Xian woke up grumpily, murmured something, and went to open it. Under the moonlight, Xian saw the disheveled Lu Meyer accompanied by the woman named Liuli. You're coming over this late at night, aren't you tired? I'm exhausted, Xian muttered while yawning. Where's Nangong Qingjin? Has she gone to sleep? Lu Meyer asked. As soon as Lu Meyer finished, Liuli interrupted sharply. Regardless of whether she has slept or not, make her come out. Our mistress has already fallen asleep. She usually goes to bed early. That's our routine. Xian responded and subtly shifted her bright phoenix-like eyes. Perhaps, she already guessed the intentions of the lady in front of her. Whatever you have to say, tell me. Xian, after all, knew well enough that the woman in front of her was currently the unofficial mistress of this household. Liuli chuckled disdainfully, paying no heed to Xian, and proceeded toward the doorway. What are you doing? Xian's face flushed with anger, her eyes glaring coldly. It's just taking a look inside. Why are you so nervous? Get out of the way. As Liuli said this, she reached out to push Xian aside. Recently, Xian had been frail, even weaker after a few days of captivity, and found herself powerless against these two aggressive women. She felt at a loss as to what to do. The most significant issue was that Huang Fukoming wasn't often home, and now her awkward predicament was whether or not to act, to intimidate them into leaving or let them come in easily. If this time they achieved their goal, then what would happen later? Would they just barge in whenever they wanted? Thinking about this, Liuli couldn't help but feel an overwhelming anxiety. The two stood in opposition. Lu Meyer's face maintained a calm smile as if it had nothing to do with her, but her eyes hadn't left the two for a moment. As she observed every move the girls made, suddenly the door opened, and a graceful woman stepped out. While they were arguing, she had already heard everything. Now, there was no need to play hide and seek like a cowardly turtle. Now, she had to face them. The gazes of the two women intersected briefly, and Nangong Qingjin remained as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. But when confronted with such quiet eyes, Lu Meyer's heart also began to beat faster. She always acted so inconspicuously, Lu Meyer thought. Then she took a step forward into the room and softly said, I'd like to talk to you alone. After Lu Meyer finished speaking, her eyes landed on Nangong Qingjin's face. Beside her, Xian quickly rushed over. Miss, no, absolutely not. She is dangerous. Whether dangerous or not, one could already tell from her eyes. It's fine, go for a walk outside. Don't go too far, it's deep into the night. Nangong Qingjin said. Though reluctant, Xian obeyed. Outside the door, Liuli had already sharply rebuked. Go on. What are you still doing here? The two maids left, and Nangong Qingjin worried secretly that Liuli might harm Xian, which troubled her deeply at that moment. Now, as Lu Meyer looked at the woman before her, she gestured toward the seat ahead. Sit down, we'll talk while seated. All right. Nangong Qingjin sat in the nearby seat, and Lu Meyer followed by sitting beside her. They faced each other, and Lu Meyer smiled. You've seen it, haven't you? She cut straight to the point. Seen what? Nangong Qingjin feigned ignorance, but her face flushed red anyway. You saw how Prince Wang and I just engaged in passionate lovemaking in the backyard. You saw how well-matched we were. You've all seen it. Since you've seen it, stop coveting the prince. We are truly enamored with each other, and we're going to be together. You're already together, Lu Meyer said, and while saying so, she poured some tea and handed a cup to the woman beside her. Drink up. Lu Meyer held the teacup, sipped a little, then turned to look at Nangong Qingjin beside her. Nangong Qingjin smirked faintly. What I saw isn't what you described. I saw how indifferent he is, and falling for such a man must be incredibly painful, isn't it? As Nangong Qingjin asked this, looking at Lu Meyer, she foresaw her own future in that fleeting moment. It seemed like she saw herself reflecting in Lu Meyer's life, a distant and unattainable future. If she also loved such a person, would her own fate eventually become Lu Meyer's current state? Is this cold-hearted man worth loving, or not worth it? Her mind was in utter confusion, gripping the teacup lightly as she sipped, while Lu Meyer gazed at the woman in front of her. How do you know? Who does he love? You should be aware of it. Lu Meyer choked, knowing all too well the truth. Self-deception had been possible in the past, but now, there was no longer any room for pretense. Panicking, she stood up, trying to evade Nangong Qingjin's sharp gaze like a dagger, her black pupils flickering slightly as she took a breath. To know the outcome from the very beginning, yet still fly headlong into the flames, that takes courage. But long-term, are you really happy? Nangong Qingjin said. It was as though she wanted to see through Lu Meyer's soul. People always seem to have weaker defenses as night falls. But every day I spend with him makes me happy. Someone like me, can I really expect anything more from him? It's just day-by-day living. Lu Meyer said, while looking at the woman in front of her. A flicker of loneliness appeared in Nangong Qingjin's serene gaze. I understand your feelings, but why have you come to find me? She asked. It was late, and she didn't seem sleepy. Why did she come here at this time? Was it a warning, or, I know, you want to leave? She said, and this was undoubtedly what Nangong Qingjin wanted. However, when she thought about the methods and tricks used the first time they left together, Nangong Qingjin smiled. So, your meaning is, you will let me go? Yes, she replied decisively, for she knew that after the prince drank himself into a stupor and engaged in certain activities, he would need some time to rest. Given this necessity, it meant waiting temporarily. I do want to leave, but I certainly don't always have such good luck. Thinking about the last time sends shivers down my spine. You wouldn't let me leave so easily, or perhaps before I even got away, calamity would strike and my head would roll. And still, your hands. She looked at Lu Meyer's beautiful, white, and pristine fingers. Remain as spotless as ever. No, this time, I'm truly letting you go. If we were to compare, Lu Meyer swiftly turned her gaze, but Nangong Qingjin still noticed the glistening tears clinging to her curled eyelashes. You resemble him far more than I do. My reason for wanting you gone is merely this. He won't fall in love with me. Nangong Qingjin stated firmly. No, you're wrong. He would risk his life for a face like yours. In your eyes, he may be an icy person, but that's not entirely true. Because of the short time you've spent with him, you see only the cold exterior hiding an inward warmth. His thoughts and feelings are rich indeed. Right now, you must leave. As Lu Meyer spoke, she edged closer to Nangong Qingjin. He's been poisoned. Surely you haven't failed to notice. Nangong Qingjin glanced sideways at the woman in front of her. Am I right? The poison isn't the main issue. He'll get better, Lu Meyer responded. Chapter 26. Such a disagreement. I'm researching ways to detoxify. This poison is unlike anything I've seen before. Moreover, even if you ask me to leave, his influence reaches far and wide. What choice do I have but to die? In these remote mountains and wild ridges, do you think I can walk far? They'll either catch me after 10 miles or as soon as I step out of the door, maybe even right away by Chu Feng. South Gong Qingjin did not have a good first impression of Chu Feng. Everything this man did was irksome to her, despite his loyal heart. Besides, South Gong Qingjin had never left any medical matters unfinished in her practice. She always went all the way through with it. At present, he seemed fine on the surface, but his condition was deteriorating day by day. He knew it. She knew it too. Lu Meyer wanted her to leave, which was utterly impossible. What do you want? Just tell me. He destroyed your estate, but a simple estate. I'll compensate with silver coins. Humph, evidently quite wealthy. Hearing that, she couldn't help but smirk slightly, looking at Lu Meyer before her. Is this truly the prince's idea alone? Do you think someone around me fanned the flames? I don't believe so. There was another sentence. It's you who confessed without being pressed. But South Gong Qingjin didn't say it. By this point, she thought it necessary to disclose Huang Fu Kongming's current condition. I cannot leave because the prince's illness has now reached a critical stage. I've already told you that he will recover. Why are you so obstinately entangled? It's not that I'm being stubborn. As a doctor, I understand priorities. And I also know what you're thinking and what fears you have, but rest assured, I have no ulterior motives toward the prince. South Gong Qingjin said while smiling faintly. But why won't you leave? She asked, nearing the edge of fury. South Gong Qingjin, if you claim to have no feelings for the prince, then why aren't you leaving? As I said, it's for the disease. What about afterward? Once the prince recovers, will you leave? Right. Yes. When the time comes, I'll leave voluntarily. There's no need to drive me out. She said, word by word. Very well. Lu Meyer also felt that her concern was finally over. Now, South Gong Qingjin had given an opinion regarding whether she stays or goes. Now, hopefully, South Gong Qingjin would understand. She intended to go. Getting tangled up with someone like this was truly exhausting both mentally and physically. But just as she took a step forward, South Gong Qingjin already spoke. I've heard there's a portrait of her in your bedroom. Though she didn't clarify who her was. However, like lightning, Lu Meyer turned back, her eyes revealing a moment of unexpected embarrassment. Her? You know, naturally, Hellion Empress. There was no choice but to expose this truth. Lu Meyer sighed wryly. Indeed, I didn't expect even you to be so interested. She says I resemble Hellion Empress. If I could take a look, perhaps you. The portrait is in my possession. In the quiet of night, I will take you there. South Gong Qingjin wasn't afraid of Lu Meyer harming her. After all, she had her medical skills, and when danger arose, she knew how to protect herself and avoid these dangers. The two stood up and moved deeper into the late-night silence. The journey, though seemingly long due to the darkness, was actually just made distant by the blackness. Amidst the twilight with its scattered stars, she walked ahead. South Gong Qingjin followed closely behind. Soon, they reached Lu Meyer's bedroom. The interior was simple, all designs pared down to basic geometric patterns. Despite this simplicity, the room was decorated with various splendid crafts and trinkets, remaining unchanged as ever. They exchanged glances, tacitly understanding each other, then entered the room. Luli, bring tea. Lu Meyer commanded upon returning. Though unwilling, Lily promptly served the tea. It was excellent tea, fresh and clear like jade. Yet, South Gong Qingjin had no appetite. Instead, the two stood beneath a painting, said to be drawn by Huangfu Kongming himself. He wasn't a legendary painter, nor truly talented at depicting realistic images, but his brush brought life to the woman depicted vividly on the paper. Staring at the image before her, South Gong Qingjin saw this lifelike representation of the woman. The resemblance was uncanny, practically indistinguishable. The accuracy was indescribable, leaving her speechless, especially fitting with the delicate oval-shaped face, which, although not the most pursued feature according to the era's beauty standards, still stood out. She stared at the portrait for a very long time, breathing cautiously and moving her steps with great care, gazing intently without making a sound, as if fearing any unintentional movement might disturb the woman in the painting. And so she looked for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Nan Gong Qingjin smiled, then sat down from a distance while looking at the painting. Meanwhile, Lu Meyer compared Nan Gong Qingjin to the woman in the picture. After careful inspection, it appeared they were almost identical. At this point, Lu Meyer's heart began to sink. She had to think of some way to get this woman away from here. The extreme resemblance made Lu Meyer uneasy. Her eyes moved back and forth between the two figures, and after who knows how long, she sighed softly. Indeed, the resemblance is striking, Nan Gong Qingjin murmured to herself, then paused to recall the image of the woman she saw upon opening her eyes. It was the true Nan Gong Qingjin, but this body wasn't hers, absolutely not hers. She didn't know exactly what had happened in between, but everything changed after that one awakening. What she hadn't expected was that. Could this really be the legendary case of returning to life through another's body? Such a mysterious event actually happening to her seemed unimaginable. Silence filled the modest chamber. After a long while, he retracted his gaze from the side position and said, I finally understand your intention. I almost wanted to kill you. Lu Meyer did not hide her thoughts. She was always a straightforward person. The two locked eyes, and Nan Gong Qingjin sighed. You needn't worry. I won't die by your hands. I wouldn't be so stupid either to just kill you. Have you seen enough now? Far more than that. She replied. I am practically identical to the woman in the portrait. Now I finally understand why, when he first saw me, despite wanting to kill me right away, he suddenly retracted his evil hand. It's merely because you resemble someone dear to him in the past, Lu Meyer coolly remarked, acknowledging the undeniable truth. I think I finally understand too. The word think feels rather forced. I hope after treating people with medicine, you don't end up harming anyone else. Otherwise, we'll become sworn enemies. Lu Meyer excelled in self-protection and quickly issued her warning. Nan Gong Qingjin smirked. Rest assured, I'm only interested in the poison within him. As for the man himself, naturally, he's yours. What can I say? You saw just now. Lu Meyer, as she spoke, flirtatiously touched her neck, her white neck giving the illusion of being caressed like white jade. In the stillness of the night, I've finally understood why the prince favored me differently. Now I must go. Nan Gong Qingjin set down her teacup, preparing to leave. Upon seeing her depart, Lu Meyer immediately stood up, not to see her off or escort her, but her voice grew cold and her face turned pale as she said, though you have every advantage, I hope you won't come between us. He belongs to me. She stared at Nan Gong Qingjin's retreating figure and added, do you understand? She is mine, mine alone, from start to finish, has always been mine. Nan Gong Qingjin said quietly, calmly walking toward the door. Last night amidst the chaos of the mountains, I came draped in clouds. These two poetic lines seemed written solely for Nan Gong Qingjin, depicting her as extraordinarily beautiful, leaving Lu Meyer behind sighing wistfully. Truly, Lu Meyer's mood became irritable, beyond description. Nan Gong Qingjin had returned. Seeing her arrival, Xian eagerly approached and tightly gripped Nan Gong Qingjin's cold hands. Walking in had left Nan Gong Qingjin's hands ice cold, which shocked Xian greatly. Oh, your hands are as cold as ice. Though it was spring with all living things awakening, and though the weather had already cleared, her hands were unnaturally frigid, as if having walked through snow-covered lands just moments ago. Xian tenderly breathed warmth onto Nan Gong Qingjin's hands and observed her closely. Where have you been? Lu Meyer's place. My advice, you shouldn't go there anymore. Appearances can be deceiving, and we've nearly lost our lives to her tricks before. They say adversity breeds wisdom, yet here you are again insisting on visiting her. I didn't walk into a trap willingly. There was a reason I went there. I heard that Lu Meyer has a portrait of the previous empress, and I really wanted to see what kind of stunning beauty the late empress was, so I went. She said it as if it were completely reasonable. It has already been seen. Xian hesitantly asked, and Nan Gong Qingjin nodded, taking Xian's hand instead. The two headed towards their guest quarters, walking while gazing at the vast and ambiguous darkness. It is absolutely identical to me. For a moment, I almost mistakenly thought, Miss, don't speak nonsense on such an ominous night. Xian had already started to panic. Nan Gong Qingjin, naturally not wanting to scare her further, slowly explained, I once read a strange story in a novel. The servant also often reads them. Xian couldn't help but think about those terrifying stories. Not thinking about it was fine, but once she did, chills ran down her spine. I really do read them often. After reading them, I get frightened. Perhaps we all previously assumed these were fake, rumors, exaggerations. But now, I finally understand, they are not. These things exist. At least, my face wasn't like this before. Otherwise, why would I use a human skin mask? What to do, miss? Xian grew nervous. But I am still not the former empress. Today, I finally realized why he behaved strangely toward me. Probably 1. He wanted to test whether I truly am the previous empress, and 2. He hoped these actions could awaken my buried memories from long ago. Chapter 27. Nan Gongqing Jin's Guess. Sealed memories? Sienna became even more timid than before. Suddenly, she realized that this early spring was colder than any other day in the past. This kind of cold was indescribable. Sienna couldn't help but move closer to Nan Gongqing Jin ahead. Nan Gongqing Jin sighed and touched Sienna's head. Since we are here, even if we want to leave quietly now, the prince will never agree. So, when are we leaving? I always feel like Lu Meyer hasn't had good intentions. Not having good intentions is certain. We need to take care of our own safety. While saying this, she slightly exhaled as their gazes met again. The silence fit perfectly in this moment. That night, after Nan Gongqing Jin left, Lu Meyer could no longer hold back. She took a step forward and tightly grabbed the scroll on the wall, attempting to pull it down. What are you doing? Luli saw Lu Meyer suddenly become agitated, so she immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lu Meyer's arm firmly. Controlled by others, Lu Meyer had to stop her attempt to destroy the scroll. Luli, what should I do? Miss, how could you be so confused? You should clearly understand the current situation. Now, she is the prince's physician. There is no way the prince would let her leave. The only problem is that this woman is already dead. Her wicked eyes glared at the scroll like daggers, like venomous snakes. The beautiful woman in the scroll seemed to smile mockingly, looking down arrogantly at the increasingly mad woman dancing before her. She simply couldn't calm down. Actually, 6 years ago, their days together weren't necessarily happy. He said that it was indeed true. Their life together was full of pain. But the most coveted woman for him was still the one right before his eyes. For this woman, he found himself so unforgettable, with feelings indescribable that filled his heart for all these years. You need to calm down. Driving her away. First of all, the prince will hate you for being narrow-minded and intolerant. Secondly, even if she is driven away, soon enough, the prince will inevitably find her again. So, finally, she loosened her grip on the painting, glaring fiercely. According to what you say, there is absolutely no solution at all. While Lu Meyer said this, she sighed. There are certainly ways, but they require careful thought. For now, stay calm. I will provide you with the best advice. Do not cross the prince's boundaries. You do not know yet. Lily said while grasping Lu Meyer's hand. Yes, my anger has overwhelmed me. Thank you for reminding me. Fortunately, the painting wasn't torn just now. If we had done something regrettable earlier, those other chain reactions, they were unimaginable for him and truly horrifying to her. After exchanging a long glance, Lily finally smiled faintly. Miss, it's time to rest. Yes, it surely is time to rest. That night, naturally, this woman didn't sleep well. The next day, as soon as Nan Gongqing Jin got up, she started researching. To clearly see what was recorded in the book called Qianjin Fong, a magnifying glass made from crystal was needed. All morning, she was busy working hard. After a very long period of research, she eventually started writing on the paper nearby. She temporarily wrote down the usable herbs, and Sienna also began copying them diligently beside her. The poison on the grasslands was incredibly baffling. Sienna had a strong interest in medical studies too. After their master-servant pair immersed themselves in studying this, they lost track of meals and sleep. After all, Sienna's skills were inferior. However, she remained quiet. When it was time to eat, Sienna went to set the table. Soon afterward, they both stopped, sitting around the round table. Yet her mind was swirling with countless black dots. Looking at the dishes, they seemed to turn into black spots as well. Sienna chuckled. Today's feast is quite splendid. I did not ask for extra meals. At first, the food that the master and servant ate was quite coarse and simple, likely the usual fare in this household. But today was different. Nan Gongqing Jin noticed that there was a cold mixed pork knuckle, a sweet and sour carp, and even some goose liver. Miss, it seems you are truly blessed with great fortune. This isn't necessarily a good thing, but we both need to eat well, or we'll have no strength. As she spoke, she smiled faintly, and the two began eating heartily. Before long, all the dishes were nearly finished, an impressive feat for two delicate women like them, which was quite unusual. The maid who came to clear the dishes was shocked, yet Nan Gongqing Jin remained seated by the window bathed in sunlight, continuing her research into the intricate, maze-like characters of the ancient texts. The dense handwriting induced a kind of indescribable terror and confusion, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. Miss, shouldn't we gather these first? Sienna grew restless, eager to find something to do. The white sheet of paper on the table already contained a long list of herbs. Experiments required both materials and processes, naturally necessitating their collection. I heard there's a large pharmacy here. Upon hearing this, Sienna became immediately interested. Why don't we take a walk? We've been confined in this villa for days without venturing even an inch beyond it. It's boring to death. Fearfully, Nan Gongqing Jin sighed slightly. Curiosity may kill the cat. If we really start wandering around aimlessly, we might die faster. But we are healers. We benefit His Highness. Everyone here, including the servants, His Highness himself, and Lu Meyer, tread carefully. Though this is a highly protected estate, what have you truly seen, and how much of it have you observed? We haven't spotted a single guard. This was critical. Nan Gongqing Jin had carefully observed. There were very few guards here, but the defenses were extremely tight. The guards were as elusive as ghosts. The entire estate, from top to bottom, understood this was the place they relied on for survival. Everything was carefully protected, not only within the estate grounds, but also outside, where people merely assumed it to be a modest yard belonging to some retired noble official. As for the rest, nobody knew anything about it. With such conditions, I feel stifled. How about catching field mice with me? Wonderful. Sienna was already joyfully jumping up and down, since she was younger than Nan Gongqing Jin and retained more childlike innocence. The two stepped out. Nan Gongqing Jin remembered clearly that in one area of the backyard, at dusk, there was always the scene of bright moonlight startling the magpies off branches, accompanied by cool night breezes rustling through the leaves while frogs croaked nearby. Where there are frogs, there must also be field mice, because frogs and field mice are natural enemies. Full of excitement, the two headed toward the dry lotus pond at the back courtyard. Watching the two maids head for the dry lotus pond, Chu Feng had already approached. As the strongest executioner in the estate, though seemingly rough, he paid meticulous attention to detail. He needed to observe any situation closely. Before long, Chu Feng was already following Nan Gongqing Jin and Sienna behind. Sienna nervously held onto Nan Gongqing Jin's sleeve. Miss, look behind us. Let him follow if he wants to. You and I just focus on our own business and do what we need to do. After all, monitoring them was part of Chu Feng's job, which Nan Gongqing Jin could understand. On the other hand, Sienna could only sigh dejectedly. Doing everything under someone else's watchful eyes made it quite uncomfortable. When they reached the dry lotus pond, Chu Feng arrived huffing and puffing. He exchanged a glance with Nan Gongqing Jin and said menacingly, "What do you intend to do?" "I want to play around here." Playing in the mud. Chu Feng looked at the dry lotus pond. Nan Gongqing Jin refused to get involved in a dispute. "It's just playing. If you're not opposed, come join in if you wish. If you don't agree, that's fine too." She glanced at Chu Feng as she spoke. "General Chu has no intention of playing with you. Now, General Chu will take you back," Chu Feng stated bluntly. Nan Gongqing Jin gave a wry laugh. "Why do you seem so distrustful of me?" "Because you're an inherently untrustworthy person," the prince warned Chu repeatedly before leaving to make sure you're watched carefully. Last night's incident, as it turned out, was somewhat of a misunderstanding, but Chu Feng still harbored resentment. Between Nan Gongqing Jin and Lu Meyer, Chu Feng actually supported Lu Meyer more. Lu Meyer was the kind of great beauty that left an unforgettable impression at first sight. Her beautiful face could effortlessly be etched into a man's heart. Lu Meyer had once been known as the first beauty of the imperial capital, but with time, this title gradually faded. When Lu Meyer came here, many people thought she had met some unforeseen calamity and died. However, in reality, Lu Meyer was very much alive. Upon arriving here, Lu Meyer quickly transformed into a model wife and mother, learning numerous skills and talents beyond measure. Women from such environments usually had an innate ability to win hearts. Chu Feng was the first person Lu Meyer won over. Nowadays, Chu Feng greatly appreciated listening to Lu Meyer, and in his eyes, Lu Meyer was nothing less than the lady of the house. Given the current situation, Chu Feng favored Lu Meyer while being somewhat weary of Nan Gongqing Jin. "I came here for a reason. If you want to watch, then do so, otherwise leave." Chu Feng was about to say something when suddenly, something shiny caught his eye, as though it had fallen on his face. He focused and saw that the light source was a brilliant object held by Huangfu Kongming high up in one of the towers. Huangfu Kongming must have wanted to communicate something to him, but due to the distance, it was inconvenient to speak, so he removed the golden hairpin on his head and used its reflected light to catch Chu Feng's attention. Upon seeing the glimmer, Chu Feng leapt into action, moving like a released rabbit, dashing away in no time. Chapter 28. Giving her freedom. Amazingly fast, rarely do you see such a chubby person moving as swiftly as a streak of lightning. As Sienna spoke, she rolled up her trouser legs. "Miss, please wait for a moment. Your maid will be right back." Sienna was about to step into the water. "Sienna, I want to go too," Nan Gongqing Jin said, while squatting down and starting to take off her shoes. She had no idea why Chu Feng had already gone earlier. If she had known, she would have discovered that at this very moment, from atop a high building, the earnest gaze of a man had locked onto her feet. Though far away, his vision was sharp enough to see clearly that her feet were natural ones, unbound by foot binding. In that era, most women underwent foot binding, but Empress Hellion never required it of any woman. It was after all an age of male dominance over females. In that time, women with unbound feet were considered indecorous. Yet Empress Hellion herself set an example by not binding her feet, and others from various trades began to follow suit, each proud to emulate Empress Hellion. Even among the lower classes, including maids and prostitutes, those who avoided foot binding found practical benefits. Maids ran faster and were more comfortable without bound feet, while prostitutes' trade demanded less restrictive etiquette. Gazing at her natural feet, Huangfu Kongming couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed clear now. She was a woman with unbound feet. Even if she wasn't Empress Hellion, she surely had intricate connections to the late queen that were difficult to untangle. He continued to look at her feet. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived. What have they been doing all morning? Truthfully, he had no idea what exactly these two intended to do, or why they'd ended up in the dry lotus pond so early. Was there some medicinal herb in the dry lotus pond? But no, apart from last year's dried lotus leaves, there seemed to be nothing else. They say they are here to play. She isn't the kind who enjoys playing around. Here, just give her freedom, he said, followed by a slight cough. Your health isn't good either. Don't overwork yourself. Let them play here and see what kinds of games they can come up with. Yes, my lord. Actually, Chu Feng still harbored reluctance. Chu Feng, did she examine your illness? She mentioned guiding techniques. She assured me that this ailment is not something to fear. It's merely because of its long history that it has grown problematic. Chu Feng added, "My lord, you don't need to worry. If I were to die, I would have already passed 6 years ago. As for you, my lord, you should be cautious about this woman. Have you not noticed?" Chu Feng obviously hesitated, but the other party chuckled faintly, his phoenix-like eyes turning calm. "Chu Feng, today you have something to say." These two women, they panicked initially, but quickly calmed down, treating the surveillance and danger here as if they were part of their daily lives. And this woman's face resembles. Chu Feng, you dare overstep. His voice remained steady, yet his expression turned cold. Chu Feng immediately nodded, sweat dripping profusely down his face. "Yes, this servant has spoken out of turn. Since you know you're speaking nonsense, don't continue. Rest for now and leave them alone." With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng left promptly. Meanwhile, he held a golden goblet in his hand, savoring wine while placing a primitive golden hairpin on his head. His gaze fixed ahead, and in the distance, he could already see the two women, one master, one servant, in the dry lotus pond, enjoying themselves immensely. This scene made him think immediately of the late Empress Helene. Many say Empress Helene was quiet, yet deep within the imperial palace, she often displayed spontaneity. For instance, a scene like the current one. This is called catching mole rats. "Ah, your maid has caught one." Sienna smiled and clutched a plump field rat in her hand. They only needed one for experimentation. "Good, bring it here." Nangong Qingjin moved forward at once. Seeing a fish basket nearby, she grabbed it, and Sienna placed the field rat inside. Nangong Qingjin sealed the basket securely, and both were now covered in mud and murky water. Early spring, the dry lotus pond was still chilly. Before long, they reached the front area where Nangong Qingjin pointed to a clean puddle. "Over there, wash your feet." New paragraph starts here. That's right. The maid Sienna immediately grabbed the fish basket. Both of them were mired deep in mud, walking for a while until they reached the front area. Then, both quietly sat on a stone and gazed at their reflections in the water. As she stared, Nangong Qingjin increasingly realized that she resembled Empress Helene more and more. Their bare feet stirred the cold spring water as Nangong Qingjin looked toward the distant sky. The intense spring sun dyed the beautiful clouds with shades of purple and pink, layer upon layer shimmering like golden waves. Both women smiled. "Miss, look, the farthest cloud looks like a person. And this one," she pointed to a cloud on the left. "It looks like an iron anvil, heavy and solid. This one, take a look, isn't it similar?" A master and her maid were pointing and chatting. From high above, all he could see was Nangong Qingjin's back, which also exactly matched Empress Helene's. How could there be two people in the world so alike, especially in their movements, in every gesture? But this woman clearly denied being Empress Helene. Could this woman still be lying? No. He found himself unable to look at Nangong Qingjin anymore, because each time his eyes fell on her, Nangong Qingjin gave him a sense of déjà vu, bringing with it a pleasant stir in his heart. "Your Highness, it's mealtime. Lunch is already ready, but we couldn't find you." Turning around, the eyes filled with worry belonged to Lu Meyer. He smiled at Lu Meyer. "We'll eat here. I will immediately send someone to bring the food here." Lu Meyer waved her hand, and the nearby Luli had already nodded. Not long after, the meal was delivered. He did not look at Nangong Qingjin or Sienna again. By the time Nangong Qingjin and Sienna had hastily put their shoes back on, they had disappeared into the courtyard. This morning, they had eaten a satisfying breakfast. Despite being busy all morning, their stomachs still felt full, very different from the days before when hunger gnawed at them. The two of them placed the field rat inside the house and went to find Chu Feng. Chu Feng had just finished eating. Nangong Qingjin came prepared. "His Highness said I should take a look at your pharmacy." True to expectation, Chu Feng smirked coldly. "Why didn't His Highness inform me? Why are you being so difficult?" Nangong Qingjin frowned, staring at Chu Feng. Chu Feng sighed. "It's not that I am difficult. It's that your origins are unclear, and I must remain cautious." "So, does that mean you won't take me to your pharmacy?" she asked, her eyes watching the man before her. The general has no intention of doing so. As he spoke, he stood up and headed toward the courtyard gate, originally planning to take Nangong Qingjin along. However, Nangong Qingjin decided not to ask any further and turned around to head in the opposite direction, completely diverging from Chu Feng's path. This was unexpected by Chu Feng. Nangong Qingjin had her own pride. Sienna's gaze lingered on Nangong Qingjin. After a long period of silence, she finally sighed. "What can we do now?" She enjoyed listening to her miss speak because she was wise. When it came to solving problems, her lady was remarkably clever. At this moment, a gentle smile remained on Nangong Qingjin's lips. People like her only bowed in the face of finality. "If he won't take us, don't we have hands and feet of our own? We'll just go ourselves." Saying this, she headed deeper into the estate, walking for a long time without finding what they sought. Soon after, Nangong Qingjin spotted a building. "Let's go check it out." Guided by instinct, that mysterious sixth sense, Nangong Qingjin seemed to understand. The hut not far away must indeed be the pharmacy. Master and servant made their way towards the building ahead. It was still locked tightly, appearing as though it hadn't been used for a long time. With no signs of human presence around, they noticed the sachets of medicine hanging from the roof. Nangong Qingjin then realized that this building must be the herb lodge. When Sienna stepped forward and saw the lock hanging on the door, it was a large one, and without a key, it couldn't be opened. Just as Nangong Qingjin felt stuck, a shiny object flew overhead with a whoosh, hitting the ground almost instantly. Before Sienna knew it, she picked it up, clutching it like treasure. "Ah, heaven helps those who help themselves. This must be the key to the herb lodge." Open it, Nangong Qingjin said, but she still glanced around, trying to see who had thrown the key over. Deep within the courtyard, it was hard to spot anyone. The two of them moved forward and entered the thatched hut, where Siener immediately became overjoyed. Miss, look, there are so many herbs here. Siener looked at the abundant medicinal herbs filling the room. These dried herbs were right in front of them, followed by tall shelves and Chinese medicine boxes. The covers of these boxes had long since lost their bright colors due to age. Indeed, it was impossible to identify the names of the herbs inside each box through the blurred inscriptions. For a long while, they just stared, until dust fell from above. With a caw, a black mynah bird flew away from overhead. Hack, hack, hack. Both the mistress and her maid were choked by the dust, and began coughing intensely. You think, with so many herbs here, where do we start? Siener looked at the herbs, sighing as though facing an unscalable ocean. However, Nangong Qingjin, seeing all this, was genuinely astonished. Could Empress Helian have been fond of studying traditional Chinese medicine? Hack, hack, hack. Siener pulled out a piece of paper sheet prepared beforehand from her sleeve and spread it on a table. Miss, where do we start looking for these herbs? It's in disarray here. Hack, hack, like a tiger trying to eat the sky. We have no idea where to begin. Therefore, we should split up. I'll go this way, and you can head to the other side. We'll meet back here after half an hour. Agreed. For now, it's a makeshift plan. The two separated, heading toward two different passageways. The passages were pitch black, with a strong smell of accumulated Chinese herbal medicine lingering continuously. There was a faintly refreshing and sweet fragrance as Nangong Qingjin walked along, marveling the entire time. The variety of herbs here was vast. From the outside, it seemed chaotic, but once inside, there was a hidden order. Soon, she used the diagram to find the required herbs and classified them accordingly. Chapter 29. A few matters concerning the experiment. Nangong Qingjin found a place to sit, looking at the herbs she needed and sorting them according to their pharmacological properties and medicinal nature. Only then did she find a paper package to wrap these herbs. She couldn't have expected that there would be such a large, complete, yet complex herbal collection here. Now, holding a red lantern, she walked carefully, looking around. There was simply too much stuff piled up in this room, making it pitch black inside. The light was blocked out, and all she could see was a deep darkness. The night had already swallowed everything here. She walked cautiously, looking at the path beside her. It was truly strange. There was another world hidden here, something completely unexpected. As she walked on, she couldn't help but associate with something. After finally passing through the passage, she entered a small but spacious place, a chamber resembling a living room. Finally arriving here, Nangong Qingjin sighed in relief. Siener, where are you? We can go back now. Siener, she softly called out, but no one answered her, which made Nangong Qingjin start to worry. Urgently, she increased the intensity of her voice. Siener, where are you? Come here. Come over. While speaking, Nangong Qingjin instinctively headed towards the position where she and Siener had parted ways earlier. She searched for a long time in the surrounding area, but still didn't find anything. Unable to help but get upset, Nangong Qingjin called out again. Siener, Siener, come out quickly. Don't play around. Where's this place to play? It's so dark you can't even see your hand in front of your face. Siener, Siener, Nangong Qingjin called out hopelessly. Suddenly, something underfoot caused her to stumble. Losing her balance, she almost fell forward due to inertia, but luckily, someone appeared before her eyes at the last moment and caught her. This person's body was as solid as a wall. His hands were clean, pale, and strong. When did he arrive? Nangong Qingjin naturally didn't know. After a brief moment of astonishment, Nangong Qingjin quickly smoothed her disheveled hair. When did you come? Could he walk silently like a shadow? Or was she just too careless? Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of searching for Siener, and she had forgotten to listen for sounds by the door. While pondering this, he already answered. I heard you calling and came immediately. Siener is gone. She looked pleadingly at the tall figure before her, who remained calm as ever. He took the lantern from her hand, raised it high, and let his wise, clear phoenix-like eyes scan the surroundings before pointing to the ground. It turned out what she sought was closer than she thought. What had tripped Nangong Qingjin was none other than Siener herself, lying unconscious on the floor. Nangong Qingjin rushed over in one quick stride, placed her hand on Siener's wrist, and only after confirming her pulse and breathing did she feel relieved. Who attacked Siener from the shadows? Why couldn't they direct their hostility towards me? Is it really an ambush? Huangfu Kongming took a step forward, examining Siener's pale complexion, and after bending down to inspect closely, finally spotted some telltale signs on her. Look at this, he said, pointing at Siener's fingers. Clearly, while she was searching for something among books, something within harmed her. This. As Nangong Qingjin pondered deeply, she had already grasped Siener's hand and examined further. Indeed, there were two wounds like puncture holes on Siener's right thumb and index finger. Snake venom. I don't know. Aren't you the healer? You're asking me. Frankly speaking, being around Huangfu Kongming often left Nangong Qingjin a bit confused. Any young woman might feel flustered having a handsome youth like him nearby. She forced herself to calm down. Together, the two of them helped Siener up and moved her to a nearby spot where an ancient round table stood. Nangong Qingjin immediately began treating Siener for the snake poison, though fortunately, many herbs were available here, nothing alarming. After applying antidotes to Siener, Nangong Qingjin let out a sigh. It seems heaven-sent calamities keep happening to me. The former Hellion Empress never complained about fate, he remarked coolly. Nangong Qingjin glanced coldly at Huangfu Kongming standing beside her. Are you always going to mock me like this? I am not the Hellion Empress. And remember, the former Nangong Qingjin never blamed heaven or earth either. And now, his sharp eyes scrutinized the woman before him. Nangong Qingjin's face flushed red. Though she had countless words choked in her throat, she ultimately refrained from saying them. After all, sometimes it's better not to say things aloud. Many roads, no matter how uneven or thorny they may be, are ultimately walked alone. She sighed, her eyes resting on the unconscious Sienner, as her hand gently probed the wound on Sienner's forehead. Fortunately, Sienner appeared unharmed, which eased Nangong Qingjin's mind. You care deeply for this girl. She cares just as much for me. People have similar feelings. She treats me well, so I return the favor. For all these years, she's been my only friend, an orphan like me. Sienner isn't a servant. In my heart, she's never been just a servant. It's clear you're like sisters, he said, glancing at the unconscious girl. In an era where hierarchy was strict, being Nangong Qingjin's maid was truly fortunate. In many grand estates, maids were frequently beaten to death for overstepping their boundaries. No, we've surpassed the bond of sisterhood, she said with another sigh. How long has it been since anyone came here? It's pitch black and cold. Very, very long. Huangfu Kongming responded indifferently, as though he wasn't particularly interested in answering such a question. The silence filled the small chamber, the heavy atmosphere affecting Nangong Qingjin's mood. Your poison will subside. I have a favor to ask. She looked at Huangfu Kongming beside her. He smiled lightly and nodded, asking, do you wish the prince to grant your request or refuse it? That depends on your highness, but if possible, I hope you'll grant it. Speak then, he urged, gesturing with his arms and slowly closing his eyes as he awaited her reply. Nangong Qingjin furrowed her eyebrows before focusing her gaze on him. I've lost everything. If we return home someday and need to rebuild, I'll rely solely on what I used to do. I accept your plea. I promise to restore a garden exactly as it once was, he replied. Nangong Qingjin nodded and added, besides that, I know nothing else but survival through my skills. Huangfu Kongming nodded again. Whatever you need, it shall be yours, and arrangements will be made accordingly. In that case, when you recover, will I be free to leave? Not necessarily, because... He slowly approached her, his eyes burning with intensity before smirking darkly. Because it seems I've grown fond of you. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin's heart raced. Are you drunk now? Sometimes, people get drunk without alcohol. Hellion, don't touch me. Nangong Qingjin immediately pushed Huangfu Kongming away. However, Huangfu Kongming, being immensely strong, quickly grabbed her trembling hands, pressing his lips close to her flushed cheek. Backing away further, Nangong Qingjin found herself trapped against a medicinal shelf. The fresh scent of medicine mixed with an indescribable fragrance, igniting an overwhelming desire in his eyes as soon as they locked onto hers. After many years, this sensation unexpectedly resurfaced, a feeling Huangfu Kongming couldn't describe even if he tried. Their gazes slightly clashed, and she weakly protested, let go of me. The more she struggled, the wilder her tiny movements became, mirroring the frenzied passion of Queen Hellion in his memories. Though she hadn't seen Hellion herself, in her imagination, their love was something ordinary people could never reach. Yet now, she seemed to understand. It wasn't the idealized bliss she had dreamed of. Instead, their love carried more pain than pleasure. Perhaps they weren't as lucky or happy as she imagined. Even today, Huangfu Kongming didn't drink a drop of alcohol, but seeing Nangong Qingjin amid the darkness awakened desires deep within him. Let go of me. I am not Hellion. People resemble one another sometimes. He chuckled meaningfully, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Then, he softly gripped the strands of hair in his hand, blowing lightly before saying, truly, you're Nangong Qingjin, not someone else. You yourself admitted that resemblance can happen, she countered, preparing to push away the intrusive hand which had already landed accurately on her chest, an act far too familiar, leaving her young, untouched body defenseless. Beyond pushing and attacking with her hands and feet, she felt powerless. He, however, possessed immense strength, confining Nangong Qingjin to such a confined space. Then he forcefully embraced her, and her eyes immediately revealed a surge of panic. She took a step back. You don't do this. She was fully aware of what would happen next, but she didn't want it to happen. She was a chaste maiden and would never serve as anyone else's shadow, let alone be involved with someone like him. No, don't do this. She pushed him away, clearly unwilling. Huangfu Kongming couldn't imagine that there would be any woman who could reject him. Relying on his good looks, he had always been invincible. Women always looked at him with admiration. But here, the woman before him rejected him as if he were some kind of pest. Nangong Qingjin sighed, looking at the position in front of her eyes. You. Get away, she threatened sharply, like a firecracker igniting. However, not only did he not leave, his interest grew due to her sudden outburst. Why was she always so different? The prince mused. I simply can't believe you dislike men. As he said this, he was already gripping her garment's pocket. Her words lost all power against his lewdness, leaving her with no choice but to use both hands and feet in an attempt to push him off. Her strength seemed endless, but eventually all forces come to an end. Why must you look so much like Hellion? He muttered, as he pinned her down beneath him. His gaze then fell behind Nangong Qingjin's ear, where, just like Hellion, there was also a mole. Chapter 30, Striking Resemblance. The location and size were exactly the same. Everything matched perfectly, but everything also seemed like it belonged to two completely different people. She was pressed so hard, she couldn't even catch her breath. She had never experienced such humiliation before, and now her fear kept growing. Her hand slowly extended outward. There must have been something beside her since the place was a mess. If only she could grab something to defend herself. Her hand fumbled around until it finally touched something. Just as she was about to grip the porcelain vase, he suddenly sprang up and pushed Nan Gongqingjin away. She was still dazed, unsure of what just happened. When she looked again, a snake had already quickly disappeared into the scrolls. Huang Fukongming was injured, and Nan Gongqingjin realized that this venomous snake was likely the culprit behind Xian's harm. Are you alright? She scrambled up from the ground and went toward him, noticing beads of blood dripping from his wound. Nan Gongqingjin was deeply worried for him, immediately lowering her head, gripping his hand, and sucking at the wound repeatedly until she spat out the pitch-black toxic blood. Green bamboo leaf. As Nan Gongqingjin spoke, she retrieved a porcelain bottle from her sleeve, sprinkling its powdered medicine onto his injured arm. This room isn't safe. Why don't you have someone tidy it up? Though you may not be a healer, it's always wise to be prepared. As she said this, she earnestly looked at the man before her. Huang Fukongming sighed, gazing intently at Nan Gongqingjin, who was tending to his injury. Though they were clearly the same person, why did she insist on denying it? What was her intention? In the past, you didn't like me, Your Highness. How? Her hands paused as she bandaged his wound. And here you go with your innuendos again. I'm not Empress Hellion, and I hope you understand. No, you are. Yes, if you say so. She replied, releasing his hand. This is no place to linger. We should leave. Have the snakes driven out. Afterward, I might come back, but now, we need to leave. She finished speaking and then moved to support him. His expression immediately changed. Fine. But only one word was spoken before Nan Gongqingjin stepped forward, carrying Xian on her back, leading all three towards the door. It was unexpected. Lu Meyer was waiting there. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin carrying Xian and noticing Huang Fukongming nearby, she became very puzzled. What on earth was going on? However, soon enough, she spotted the wound on Huang Fukongming's arm. Letting out a startled cry, she rushed forward, tightly gripping Huang Fukongming's hand. Your Highness, how did you get injured? She asked, glancing worriedly at the prince while directing an accusatory gaze at Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin paid her no mind and walked off towards her guest quarters. Your Highness, are you alright? How did you end up here? It's already lunchtime, and I've been searching for you. Who would have thought we'd meet under these circumstances? In truth, by chance wasn't possible. If not for Chu Feng informing her, how could she have arrived so easily? Huang Fukongming gave Chu Feng a sidelong glance. Chill ran down Chu Feng's back as his eyes stayed glued to the ground, swallowing nervously, as though saying, this has nothing to do with me. Although his demeanor suggested otherwise. I merely came here looking for some medicine. Didn't expect a green bamboo leaf snake to show up in this pavilion. Clearly, he was skeptical about the snake's appearance. It wasn't me. Chu Feng hastily defended himself. By now, Huang Fukongming understood. It must have been arranged precisely when Nan Gongqingjin and Xian entered the room, and Chu Feng followed Lu Meyer's orders. When did you become so vicious and cruel? He questioned, each word cutting through the heart. Lu Meyer burst into tears, sobbing and wiping her face, then knelt beside Huang Fukongming. I've served you, Your Highness, without merit but certainly with hard work. You've never acknowledged me, yet this newcomer, Nan Gongqingjin, this wretch. You, he interrogated her forcefully, every word landing like thunderbolts. What did you say? What I mean is, she struggled frantically to recall whether she'd made any mistakes, but found none. Her eyes flickered before correcting herself. No, I haven't said anything. My meaning is, I admire you, my whole heart belongs to you. How could you? Henceforth, I will not allow you to harm Nan Gongqingjin. He stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. After speaking, he shoved her aside. My lord, she stood there, watching his retreating back, listening to the cold and indifferent footsteps. My lord, she's dead. She already passed away 6 years ago. Such a terrible fire would have left no trace of her behind. How can you remain so attached? What are you saying? He frowned forcefully, gripping his fists tightly, his eyes filled with an aura of menace, the kind that could destroy everything in its wake. Despite her fear, she mustered up the courage and stepped forward. With timid eyes, she looked at the man before her, her curled eyelashes trembling. After a long pause, she finally spoke each word out clearly. I am saying Empress Hellion died 6 years ago. That enormous fire in the Hibiscus Palace surely consumed her entirely, without even leaving ashes behind. How can you still cling to this obsession? Do you wish to die? He asked. Like lightning, he reached out and gripped Lu Meyer's throat, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Since I cannot win your favor and am nothing but useless to you, life for me now is worse than death. If you cough. From this moment forth, this prince does not wish to hear another denigrating word about Empress Hellion. He said this slowly, each word deliberate and heavy. Empress Hellion lives. He then slowly loosened his grip on Lu Meyer's throat. Lu Meyer let out a bitter laugh. Go ahead and indulge in your fantasy dreams. Even if Empress Hellion had some lucky survival, how could she ever like you? You're destined to fall into unrequited love for Empress Hellion. Kill me now, Huang Fukongming. I'd rather die by your hand. Infuriated, she muttered under her breath when suddenly he turned around with lightning speed, causing Lu Meyer to immediately fall silent as his eyes burned with murderous intent. Do you think I dare not or cannot? He questioned, raising his arm, and once again grabbed Lu Meyer by the throat. Due to her rash actions, Lu Meyer faced such cold disdain from him, making her feel both physically weak and emotionally pained. Her eyes fixated ahead as she struggled to speak. My lord, you. Take heart. This is your final chance. I hope you will cherish it. We should keep our waters separate, all right. By the way, about Nan Gongqing Jin. Regardless of who Nan Gongqing Jin really is, it's best for you to be a bit more restrained. Don't assume this prince is blind to all your schemes. He delivered these words one by one with sternness. As soon as he finished speaking, he flung her off and walked away coldly. With a thud, Lu Meyer collapsed onto her knees, utterly drained of strength. She cried uncontrollably, staring at the departing figure of the man with heroic bearing as his back faded into the distance. Beside her, the maidservant Luli rushed over. Miss, why did you act impulsively just now? It was extremely dangerous. Luli. Lu Meyer embraced Luli, sobbing pitifully. What should I do? What can I possibly do? The more she talked, the more she cried. Luli quickly hugged her mistress close. On the other side, seeing Huangfu Kongming walk away, Chu Feng hurriedly took a step forward and followed closely behind him. Watching Huangfu Kongming enter his quarters, Chu Feng paused at the eaves. Turning around, he looked at Chu Feng standing bathed in sunlight, whose face was as pale as paper. Ever since Chu Feng fell ill that year, after so many years, his health has never fully recovered. Although he has been enduring it silently, there were still too many signs that couldn't be concealed. With a sigh, Huangfu Kongming retrieved his heavy coat inside and threw it to Chu Feng. This. Put it on, find a place to sit down. I have something important to say to you. He continued, gazing intently at the man before him. Chu Feng nodded silently and obediently put on the heavy coat, his eyes focused on the prince. What is it that you want to know? Chu Feng will tell all. Chu Feng, you've served this prince for many years. 12 years, and 2 prior serving the former emperor. Time flies, seasons pass, yet Chu Feng has already spent 12 years by his side. Truly fast. He looked at the man before him, of course also noticing that this man, Chu Feng, nearing middle age, already had faint streaks of silver in his hair. At merely over 30, Chu Feng already seemed old beyond his years. Huangfu Kongming could not bear to look at Chu Feng, nor to scold him. I didn't realize so much time had passed. In fact, Chu Feng began to speak, though at this moment he himself wasn't sure what should serve as an introduction. Nevertheless, Chu Feng sighed desolately and with a tone full of gravity said, Empress Helian is indeed dead. When we fled, I personally saw the great fire ignite in Hibis's palace. Is there any possibility of a Phoenix Nippon? She is that kind of smart person, she would not leave without a contingency plan. She has been through all sorts of challenges in the past, and still made it through unscathed. Chu Feng knew that, for so many years, Empress Helian had always been a hidden pain for Huangfu Kongming. And after all these years have passed, Huangfu Kongming has never stopped searching for her. But, after the grand banquet at Hebe Palace ended, a coup occurred in the palace during the year when Prince Wenliang of the second royal family forcibly took over power 6 years ago. Empress Helian already. 6 years have passed. I hope you can move on. If it's meant to be good fortune, it won't turn into calamity. What should come, will come, and what should go, cannot be held back by our strength. There's no turning back for this matter now. 6 years have passed. It's time for you to let go. For my entire life, I could never forget her. It's only been 6 years, he said, sighing while speaking. One maid cautiously stepped forward. My lord wishes to drink alcohol. Yes. The clever maid immediately prepared the alcohol. Gripping the golden goblet, he drank 3 cups heartily before his complexion turned ruddy and healthier. Then, in a clear voice, he asked, what about the current Nan Gongqing Jin? Have we found anything out? Her previous life was rather peaceful and uneventful, definitely not as complex as you might have expected. In addition, she learned a lot of medical techniques. After a family tragedy struck in 1 year, she resolutely went up the mountain and thus. Indeed, has she no connection with Empress Helian? Chapter 31. Impossible to stand by and watch someone die. Wind, horse, ox, all unrelated. These two were originally people who had nothing to do with each other. Chu Feng paused here, finally expressing his disappointment. But soon after, as if in self-defense, he began again. This king saw her ears. Behind her ear was a mole. It was simply identical to the one Helian used to have. My lord, Chu Feng suddenly knelt down. How can you still not wake up? Queen Helian is indeed gone. No, she's alive. She's alive. Every moment she's alive. I can feel it. Chu Feng, you wouldn't understand what it means to have an unspoken understanding of someone's heart. What it means to be so connected, he explained. Chu Feng lowered his gaze, not saying a single word. For the sake of Queen Helian, the prince was almost driven mad. If Nan Gongqing Jin hadn't appeared, everything would have been fine. All because of Nan Gongqing Jin. Now, hot-tempered Chu Feng really wanted to draw his sword and immediately kill Nan Gongqing Jin. However, he was the kind of person who could hide his inner world well, the kind who remained calm no matter what happened. Have you thoroughly investigated? He asked, coughing after speaking. Chu Feng nodded. The subordinate has already found out everything clearly 6 years ago. But we need either to see her alive or find her body dead. This king hasn't seen the corpse of Empress Consort yet. This at least indicates that she's still alive. Chu Feng was left speechless. In his mind, the prince was always an extraordinary wise person who under any circumstances would never lose his bearings. But now, the prince had started rambling incoherently. Truly, humans are emotional beings unlike plants. They can't remain unaffected by beauty. My lord, when a person dies, their life fades like a lamp. No, my heart. He touched the spot over his chest. Is not completely extinguished. This king will prove it to you. It's clear that Nan Gongqingjin is actually Queen Hulian. You? Chu Feng sighed. Very well. Chu Feng left. He had repeatedly warned him not to take action against Nan Gongqingjin. For the rest of the day, he wished to spend time alone, just being alone. However, Liu Meier, an overly nosy woman, showed up right away. She cried dramatically while confessing her errors. Huangfu Kongming always turned a blind eye toward her. In the past, before Nan Gongqingjin's appearance, things were better. Even if his heart belonged to another, it was just an abstract concept, a dead person, just a memory lingering in his mind caused by her death. Now it's different. Now, there's a living, breathing person. Immediately, Liu Meier felt a sense of crisis, an indescribable feeling of fear. My lord, I was truly wrong. Liu Meier was shut out by Huangfu Kongming. As she sobbed and bowed her head, she gazed toward the window, where inside, everything was eerily quiet as if no one was there at all. The young maid attending to the prince had come out, gesturing slightly. The prince is resting. Miss, please don't howl like a banshee here. If his highness gets upset, it will be embarrassing for everyone. When will the prince wake up? Tell me, demanded one of Huangfu Kongming's maids, who, in truth, would rarely heed anyone else's questions. To her, only the prince mattered, not some apparent house mistress like Liu Meier. How would this servant know such things? Go back. When the prince awakens, I'll send word. This. Go back. The maid waved her hand dismissively and entered the room. Seeing this, Liu Meier had no choice but to stand up and wipe her sweat from her face. The perspiration kept flowing even more as she wiped. Her attendant, Liliu, promptly steadied Liu Meier's wobbling body. Miss, go back under the scorching sun. Yes, let's go back. Even if she knelt forever here, his heart would remain cold. Their love, after all, had more than its fair share of pretense. Liu Meier was ill. The illness started physically, merely due to regular wounds at first. Then things took a turn for the worse, and her physical ailments slowly became psychological ones. She regretted not having done everything in her power the first time around to drive this woman away. Now, since the woman had regained freedom, trying to get rid of her would become much harder. All because of this despicable woman. I want to eat her flesh and sleep on her skin. Jealousy between women was far more terrifying than among men. Hearing her mistress curse with clenched teeth, Lily gently patted Liu Meier's hand. Let us think this through carefully. Best not to let the prince know. You look so full of hatred. This isn't good. I've thought up a win-win plan for you, which can make that woman leave and also ensure the prince becomes utterly devoted to you. What do you think about it? As Liliu spoke, she leaned closer to Liu Meier's ear, whispering something. This is such a stupid idea. Let's wait and see. We won't need these bad ideas for now. While Liu Meier was talking, she followed Liliu walking forward. After walking for a long time, they finally returned to their room. Soon after, Liu Meier fell ill. Due to the alternation between cold and heat at the beginning of spring, before long, she had caught a common cold. For these few days, Liu Meier had been bedridden, but strangely, during this period, Nan Gongqingjin's surroundings seemed to have become quieter. Upon learning about Liu Meier's illness, Nan Gongqingjin sighed too. Although Liu Meier was a courtesan, her feelings toward the prince were real and sincere. According to reason, what else would someone like her want besides fame, wealth, power, and status? However, differently, Liu Meier didn't solely pursue wealth or those things most people desired. This was quite unusual for Liu Meier. Even in this villa, Liu Meier meticulously managed everything, fully showcasing the intelligence a wise woman should possess. Now, her only heartache was Nan Gongqingjin. If Nan Gongqingjin could die, that would be fine. Even if he couldn't, leaving here would be good too. But this woman kept lingering around, occupying her position. Nan Gongqingjin's experiment had already begun. Using her knowledge of medicinal herbs, she started experimenting on field mice. However, the results weren't promising. Though the mice hadn't died yet, they appeared listless. In these past few days, she became rather anxious because poisons from the prairies were inherently different from those in Central Plains, Zheng. She was afraid that if the poison proved potent enough, it might destroy Huangfu Kongming's entire arm. Hence, despite the tedium, she continued her experiments tirelessly, going back and forth between the thatched cottage and guest quarters, busy coming and going, but still unable to uncover any significant findings. As a result, Chufeng mistakenly believed that Nan Gongqingjin wanted nothing more than to attract Huangfu Kongming's attention. That night, fate ultimately brought them face to face. And this meeting wasn't arranged by Liu Meier. It happened halfway along the path where Chufeng usually walked towards the guest quarters, with Nan Gongqingjin and Xian'er chatting happily and strolling together. Upon seeing Chufeng, their laughter froze momentarily on their faces. Nangong lady, could you refrain from speaking? Chufeng said while glancing briefly at Xian'er beside her. The meaning was straightforward. He needed quiet for a private conversation, preferably without others present. How sharp-witted Nan Gongqingjin was. After coughing lightly, she handed the herbal medicine she held to Xian'er, giving some instructions, and then told her to go back first. Anxious and restless, upon seeing Chufeng's sly face, Xian'er felt even less willing to leave her mistress alone. It would feel like betrayal. No, I'll stay nearby. It's not dark yet. I want to enjoy the scenery. Chufeng General, do you mind? Chufeng knew Xian'er posed no threat, so he nodded. Both proceeded down the corridor ahead. Even if Chufeng hadn't come to find her today, Nan Gongqingjin also intended to look for Chufeng sometime soon. So how could one not consider this a preordained encounter? General, just speak plainly. I'm rather dull-witted and often fail to understand vague insinuations. Since Nan Gongqingjin clearly listened to Liu Meier's nonsense designed to expel her, How could she possibly misunderstand his words? Today, my intentions are clear. I want to send you away from here. Good. Nangong Qingjin agreed, surprising Chu Feng with how effortlessly and swiftly she complied. I have a few questions that need your truthful answers, she asked anyway. Chu Feng nodded. Ask away. I'm blunt and direct. I will hold nothing back. Very well. Nodding after much deliberation, she smiled faintly and looked at him. What exactly happened between Huang Fu Coming and Queen Helian? Well, Chu Feng glanced cautiously around the estate grounds. By the waterside pavilion, it was eerily silent, not a soul in sight. Gentle breezes rippled through the air, birds swept across overhead. In the distance, under the shimmering reflections of the wooden bridge, a flock of mandarin ducks called to each other. Then pointing towards an unoccupied spot ahead, he said, walls have ears. Let me tell you at that place instead. Excellent. She moved forward, entering this waterside pavilion, and only then did she realize how perfect a spot it was for chatting. Go ahead, I'm all ears. She didn't know when she had started to take interest in Huang Fu Coming's history. But now, she really wanted to hear it, right now. Once the desire to delve into another person's past takes root, it grows uncontrollably. Now their gazes intersected briefly, and Chu Feng sighed first before he spoke. You may not know this, but 6 years ago, the prince was actually the emperor, and Queen Helian was his empress. This is common knowledge. Stories in the marketplace always paint their love as extraordinary, something everyone admires. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Chu Feng. I guess those tales must be exaggerated. Your expression alone reveals something amiss. Do you know there's a term called love-hate relationship? Chu Feng didn't address her question directly. Yes. Nangong Qingjin thought for a moment. These two individuals seemed evenly matched. So why? You must also be pondering why. Despite both having the talent to govern the world, they ended up becoming bitter enemies, which seems almost impossible. Chu Feng continued, prompting Nangong Qingjin to nod. It's merely because the emperor was an absolute male chauvinist while the empress was a complete advocate for female rights. In her world, once she made up her mind, nothing could sway her, not even 8 oxen pulling together. And the truth is, her stubbornness has been proven correct. Even if that tragic incident 6 years ago hadn't happened, it's nearly impossible for such a pair of exceptional figures to remain peaceful forever. Their passion might have burned too fiercely, causing this. Nangong Qingjin seemed to understand. Chapter 32, Nangong Qingjin's Benevolence. Yes, the more evenly matched two people are, the more likely they are to hurt each other. Such successful individuals together can avoid clashes. She seemed to have finally understood this. How was the previous empress with His Majesty? She asked, looking at the man before her. Chu Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. Very well. However, it was clear that this was merely Chu Feng's perspective. If their relationship had truly been good, why did his words seem so forced? Nangong Qingjin gave a slight nod. Based on what information she currently had, it was obvious that these two people once shared a deep, earth-shattering love, a love enviable to others. Yet, from Chu Feng's recounting, one could also understand that the former empress wasn't particularly skilled at expressing her emotions. These two were bound to hurt each other. 6 years ago, Empress Helian sacrificed herself. If not for her sacrifice, we wouldn't have been able to leave the capital safely and peacefully. Our prince has always harbored regrets over this matter, and as time passed, he has grown increasingly nostalgic for the empress. This is love, she said, though she didn't fully grasp the faint heart-pounding feelings associated with it. Nevertheless, love is love. It remains beautiful nonetheless. Perhaps it is. Chu Feng sighed. Even he wasn't certain if such a mutually destructive relationship could truly be called love. Naming it love might imply its own kind of confinement. As for you, he continued, your illness probably began back then. Even though many healers can't pinpoint your ailment, you've managed to figure out where my problem lies. They lack knowledge, but I am slightly better. She replied confidently while observing Chu Feng closely. Do you trust me? Will you believe in me? She questioned. Chu Feng nodded in affirmation. I do. Good. Let me examine you thoroughly now. It isn't terrible if the disease is still in the skin. What doctors fear most is when the disease reaches the bone marrow. Once it does, no medicine can save the person. Be happy, because if you were really going to die, you would have perished long ago. You have a good constitution, and some luck too. Yes, Chu Feng is lucky enough to have met you. Chu Feng responded as he extended his hand. Immediately, Nangong Qingjin clasped it, taking his pulse. Her expression became calmer afterward. I made diagnostic mistakes before. There are at least 6 different poisons in your body. These 6 poisons coexist in a cycle of mutual destruction and generation. Actually, having them inside your body isn't fatal over time. They would eventually cancel each other out. But, you took numerous medications prescribed by various doctors. Someone tried the poison against poison method. Therefore, you ingested substances inappropriate for your condition, creating another virus that solidified within your body. Over time, this led to your deteriorating health. Fortunately, you've encountered me. I've heard that the lady treats the poor, but not the rich. Chu Feng quickly withdrew his hand, wanting to clarify beforehand any terms or costs for treatment. That's just hearsay. Besides, times change. In the past, I couldn't help due to circumstances beyond my control. Now, I need to leave here. I require your help and your favor. If you regard me as a friend, that would be ideal. A pleasure meeting you. Chu Feng responded courteously with a bow. Nangong Qingjin returned the gesture promptly, saying, don't worry about it. Right now, I will treat you and guarantee that in no time, you'll be healed. With confidence, she prepared to begin. After an initial examination, Nangong Qingjin wrote a prescription for Chu Feng. The venomous snakes in the pharmacy had been driven away, allowing her to collect herbs according to the prescription. After explaining dosage instructions, she smiled gently. I'm leaving now. Take care. These remedies will certainly restore your health. Since there are many toxins in your body, consuming these may make you feel uncomfortable at first. Gradually, you'll improve. Difficult beginnings are inevitable, but you can endure this. Let's hope so. Chu Feng replied lukewarmly. Oddly, Nangong Qingjin hadn't asked anything of him. Smiling sincerely, her tender look remained deeply imprinted. As the two went their separate ways, Nangong Qingjin returned to her guest house. Today, Xian was bitten by a snake and was nearly unconscious, but timely medical attention brought her back around. Without airs of being a mistress, Nangong Qingjin set aside kanji sent from the kitchen for Xian. Seeing Xian slowly awaken, Nangong Qingjin's worries melted away, placing her mind where it belonged. Xian, you've finally woken up, she said. In a hazy glow, Xian lifted her eyes to see Nangong Qingjin, whose worried face was etched with indescribable pain evident in every furrow of her brows and corners of her eyes. With a sigh of shame, she apologized. It's all my fault. I never expected there would be venomous snakes in the pharmacy. I was too careless, but don't worry. Look, I'm getting better already, Xian said while attempting to sit upright. Take it slowly. You're not fully recovered yet. Don't you know me? As she spoke, she held onto the bowl in her hand. This is the kanji freshly delivered from the small kitchen. I initially intended to make medicinal food, but given the circumstances, this will do. Miss, how can you serve me like this? Unless both my hands and feet are gone, I cannot possibly let you serve me. Xian responded as she struggled to get up, wanting to take care of herself. There's no need for such distinctions between us. To me, you're not just a maid. We're the same, Xian, Nangong Qingjin replied softly with a faint sigh. But? There should be no buts. Just eat. While we're still here temporarily, we should stay cautious and protect ourselves well. Every day, I live in constant fear. She finished speaking, recalling Liu Mei's face. Liu Mei had a sweet appearance, but harbored malice. Having originated from a pleasure house, she knew much about women. A woman capable enough to stand out in a pleasure house wouldn't be ordinary. Now, Nangong Qingjin glanced meaningfully at Xian, her gaze flickering. I understand, Xian said, holding the porcelain spoon and starting to feed herself while Nangong Qingjin appeared troubled, far from happy. Miss, why are you unhappy? Where? Not at all. Nangong Qingjin shook her head vigorously, gazing at Xian. Xian, I wish to ask Prince Wang to let you leave here first. I fear I might not be able to protect you well. Following me would only bring suffering to you. How could this be called suffering? As long as I'm with you, I feel delighted. Wherever you are, Xian will be there. I'll follow your lead entirely without any intention of leaving. Xian looked at the young lady before her. Xian, knowing what to do is easier than actually doing it, Nangong Qingjin sighed. You have witnessed everything happening here. I truly fear potential dangers. Her tone carried another deep sigh as she continued looking at Xian. Where isn't dangerous? Xian will get better soon. Miss, just rest assured, Xian said then added. Please cheer up and don't always wear a gloomy expression. Unhappy things will pass by gradually, disappear, and vanish into the wind. Xian, contentment brings perpetual joy. Nangong Qingjin smiled seeing Xian still maintain cheerfulness despite everything. The mansion's people had mostly been killed by soldiers, and that was all Nangong Qingjin's fault. Now, even her only attendant, Xian, had suffered this unfair treatment. This situation made Nangong Qingjin fearful and reluctant, wishing to send Xian away. But Xian obstinately didn't intend to leave immediately. Keeping Xian around meant having to constantly watch out for sudden plots, making their life rather difficult. After exchanging glances, Xian began eating voraciously to show she was already recovered. Watching Xian devour her food so enthusiastically brought a smile back to Nangong Qingjin's face. Xian, your appetite is fine. Your servant eats heartily and sleeps soundly, with strong limbs, Xian chuckled, making Nangong Qingjin join her in laughter. Rest well now. I need to prepare some medicine. She turned and entered the inner chamber. That's good. Feeling sleepy, Xian reclined on her back and stared at the ceiling. The carved dragons and phoenixes adorning the ceiling seemed to come alive under the magnificent gold decorations. Those vivid carvings evoked an uncomfortable sixth sense in anyone who looked at them. Everywhere inside, dragon motifs were visible, symbolizing absolute supremacy, creating a breathtaking yet unforgettable atmosphere. Looking upward for a long time, Xian eventually sighed lightly. Once one came in here, it wasn't easy to leave. Judging by Prince Wang's current stance, he wouldn't let either of them go easily. Nangong Qingjin always walked carefully, fearing that a single misstep could cost everything. Arriving at the inner chamber, Nangong Qingjin found the lab mice still alive. She then started preparing the ingredients which had already been prepped, documenting and mixing as she went. In a short while, everything needed had been carefully measured and prepared according to her requirements. Xian, I'll be back soon. I will lock the doors and windows. If you hear someone knocking, do not get up. As long as it's not me, you should stay inside. Nangong Qingjin was about to leave when Xian, no matter how sick she might have been, could by no means simply sit and watch. Struggling immediately, with a loud thud, she had rolled off the bed onto the hard floor. The sound of collision indicated an abnormality that caught attention. You are doing fine. You're always like this. How can I possibly feel at ease? You are still rash. Nangong Qingjin scolded Xian with a resentful gaze. They already give me headaches, but you're no better? Unable to serve the prince properly, how can our retreat from here ever be peaceful? Your servant doesn't care. I want to be with you, through life and death together. Look at your condition now. Let alone being with me. Resting well is all you need. After so many years with me, don't you know my nature? Yes, Miss Nangong Qingjin's temperament was such that she didn't want anyone to risk their lives for her. Looking at the young woman before her, she sighed slightly, then helped Xian to stand. Well, rest well. It's more important than anything else. We must leave here sooner rather than later. Lingering brings unpredictable troubles. With these words, despite Xian's reluctance, she left. Given Xian's current state, even if she followed Nangong Qingjin, it would only result in being a burden without any other benefit. Nangong Qingjin went out, yet Xian remained uneasy, uncertain how much time passed until Nangong Qingjin finally reached the annex. Huangfu Kongming wasn't resting. On fine days, similar to when the weather was sunny and tranquil, he practiced boxing alone. But on bad days, he stayed indoors reading books. Chapter 33, Revisiting Huangfu Kongming. He arrived at the separate courtyard, and a maid saw Nangong Qingjin coming. She was holding a medicine bowl and had already come to greet her from afar, each one smiling graciously. Nangong, young lady, you've arrived. As she spoke, she was already walking over. I want to see His Royal Highness, she said bluntly because she knew that Huangfu Kongming was certainly inside. This maid immediately giggled and gave a look to another maid on the side, and the other servant maid understood immediately. Stepping forward, she already held the medicine bowl in Nangong Qingjin's hand. Young lady, let me take care of this. You came such a long way. As she spoke, she helped Nangong Qingjin take away the medicine bowl. Nangong Qingjin nodded, as the maid already held onto her hand. How is His Royal Highness? He's fine, at least he looks fine. I can't diagnose by looking, listening, questioning, or palpating, but now that you've arrived, it truly is wonderful. I smelled a faint odor emanating from his arm. The maid whispered urgently, and Nangong Qingjin already remembered it. Is His Royal Highness showing any abnormalities? That kind of person, you know. This maid again lowered her voice. Even if it hurts like crazy, he doesn't show it. In my opinion, his arm surely hasn't healed yet. Oh Amit Buddha, do be good and heal His Royal Highness. It would benefit both you and me. How could I not? His Royal Highness poison is quite strange, but today I've finally figured it out. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she moved forward. An inner chamber maid had already lifted the curtain. The red soft curtain swayed slightly in the breeze, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound. Nangong Qingjin entered, and this maid stayed outside. Only now did Nangong Qingjin realize that there were still all sorts of rules here in Huangfu Kongming's quarters. Anyone couldn't just enter freely. The maid in the inner chamber appeared more intelligent than the one just now. Those expressive eyes blinked, shining brightly and lively as they looked at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled lightly and walked in without a sound. The maids outside probably weren't allowed to move about either, so they handed the medicine bowl back to Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin held it, and, against the light, saw him reading a book, leaning against a white marble decorative screen. His limbs were relaxed, his eyes drifting vaguely, calm and indifferent, as if her arrival hadn't disturbed him, or perhaps, when reading these things, he was always so focused. The serving maid immediately stepped forward, ready to bow respectfully. Nangong Qingjin didn't bear to disturb Huangfu Kongming, so she weakly gestured with her hand, indicating for the maid to understand her meaning. The maid lowered her head and stood silently by Huangfu Kongming's side. It was a hot day, giving people an annoying sensation. The maid waved a round fan, cooling Huangfu Kongming down and bringing the cicada songs from the window. Cicada chirps rang continuously. Nangong Qingjin almost became lost in this serene and pleasant atmosphere, the floor carved from white marble polished smooth between the joints. Walking on the floor felt refreshingly cool. The rest of the furnishings were all clear to Nangong Qingjin's eyes, simple yet elegant, but without lacking the grandeur and sophistication appropriate for a royal family. The number of objects might not be numerous, but their placement was sparse and well-proportioned. Previously, she had never been to this place. It was Huangfu Kongming's private chambers. Naturally, everything here had higher specifications. She found a seat for herself and sat down. Then she fixed her gaze on the man before her. Huangfu Kongming was reading a book, his eyes glued to the pages. While flipping them, he listened quietly to the cicada chirps. The chirping rose and fell, like a concerto, and he seemed unaware that a woman had entered. He continued turning the pages peacefully, and this afternoon passed quietly, as if flowing from left hand to right. After about 15 minutes, the maid who let her in earlier returned with a smile on her lips, holding tea utensils. One bowl of tea was given to Nangong Qingjin, and she immediately nodded in thanks. Another was prepared for Huangfu Kongming, and the maid was just about to go forward when Nangong Qingjin yawned and took hold of it. You go ahead with your duties, I'll handle this. As she spoke, she took the teacup and quietly placed it on the table in front of Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming didn't utter a word, but simply reached out. His slender, nearly jade-sculpted fingers lightly tested the water temperature through the jade cup, then grasped it. And then he drank it all in one gulp. Nangong Qingjin really couldn't understand what content it was that had so captured his attention. Following suit, she also glanced. The book was written in delicate and elegant small-cap script, stroke by stroke. It was clear the author had been very meticulous, with closely packed characters on each page. For a while, Nangong Qingjin couldn't discern much. Glancing, she noticed that this particular page discussed military strategy. She smiled then. It made sense. What could attract Huangfu Kongming if not military tactics? What else could it be besides wisdom and strategic brilliance? There were about 20 to 30 maids of various ages within this room. These 20-odd maids, one more beautiful than the next, seemed entirely overlooked by him. What kind of tea is it today? Jasmine, replied Nangong Qingjin immediately, her nose being particularly good. Huangfu Kongming nodded. From now on, bring chrysanthemum tea instead. The last year's chrysanthemums haven't been brewed yet. Yes. As Nangong Qingjin responded, she stepped beside the maid, gently taking the circular fan from her hand and fanning him. Huangfu Kongming accepted this with apparent ease. My arrangements for sending items to Miss Ningong's quarters should already match everything provided here. Have all necessary matters been completed? Prince Wang, I personally took care of these trifles. All has been prepared perfectly well, the maid affirmed with a nod, after which Huangfu Kongming gave his acknowledgement before casually tossing the book onto the nearby table and picking up a white jade plaything. Prince Wang, before he could continue, he turned his head at that moment and saw a woman's cheapao-like dress, its hem embroidered with large crimson peonies. Usually, such vulgar red would not complement a woman's beauty, but strangely, the vibrant hue exuded an ethereal grace. He felt compelled to look further and discover who wore such a skirt. Slowly raising his eyes from the embroidered flowers, he moved upward until finally seeing a face filled with barely suppressed laughter. It was Nangong Qingjin. Why is it you? He arched his eyebrows as though teased, to which Nangong Qingjin quickly reined in the smile playing on her lips. In fact, I've been here since earlier, but seeing your highness engrossed in reading, I thought it best not to disturb you. Oh, so considerate of you. His tone held a skillful retort that left Nangong Qingjin momentarily speechless. With a sigh of frustration, she muttered, Yes, indeed, my consideration. Today my medicine has been prepared. Shall you try it? All right, he agreed simply. Instantly, a maid came forth with a silver needle in her hand to test the bowl of medicine. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. Why bother with the silver needle? Haven't you heard the saying, all medicines are toxic to some degree? Nwabi, stammering. The maid watched her silver needle gradually turn black, unsure of how to respond. Smiling knowingly, Nangong Qingjin added, One must be extremely careful attending to his highness, Prince Wang. Having such cautious maids under your wing is truly fortunate. That's true, so off you go. He waved his hand, and the maid left in quiet relief. Only then did Huangfu Kongming lift the bowl of medicine to his mouth, as Nangong Qingjin continued watching. Hold, she interjected suddenly. At once, his motion froze, and he looked at her intriguingly. Slightly annoyed, Nangong Qingjin retorted, You don't even let anyone taste test. Poisoning you would indeed be too easy for me right now. While saying this, her gaze remained fixed on his facial expression. You wouldn't do that, he replied firmly while holding the bowl and drinking down the bitter medicine in one sip. Medicine, though harsh, tastes unpleasant yet cures. Though you may dislike me, you would not kill me outright so easily. You're clever, like Her Majesty the Empress. I'm unworthy of comparison to the Empress, Nangong Qingjin said modestly, pointing toward his left arm. How does it feel? For now, there's no great concern. Saying this, he picked up the book again. Clearly, his left arm lacked strength. This was his idea of fine. Although Nangong Qingjin was initially about to leave, she decided against it shortly thereafter. Observing further, she confirmed his left arm truly lacked strength. I have told you time and again, any changes you must inform me immediately. Yet you neglected this. Now, surely, your left arm must be numb and paralyzed, decaying rapidly due to the virus spreading, she accused gravely. How do you know this? He set the book aside, turning his full attention to the woman before him. I naturally know, she declared confidently, stepping closer. Let me see. Finishing, she immediately seized a pair of scissors nearby. Since last uncovering the dagger hidden beneath her own chest clothing, she rarely carried any blade or weapon on her person anymore. The scissors cut through the bandages on his arm, revealing a ghastly wound. It was summer, and layer upon layer of bandaging was not conducive to scabbing or healing. Moreover, the wound was infected with some viruses. Due to the tight wrapping, his wound had become festering and bloody. Does this hurt? As I said, there's no sensation, he replied. After hearing this, Nangong Qingjin nodded. No need to worry, I have another method. This method you use it. I'm your patient, he said, keeping his eyes on Nangong Qingjin. She could see the trust in his gaze and nodded again. All right. She then explained the method. As soon as she finished, the women nearby began to look pale, almost believing that Nangong Qingjin was making fun of them. However, she remained serious, and Huangfu Kongming watching attentively seemed particularly interested in what Nangong Qingjin was about to do, gazing at her expectantly. This is the best way. Would you like to consider it? If you're ready, I'll immediately prepare the necessary items, she said while looking at the man. Huangfu Kongming hardly hesitated before responding with just a few words. I trust you. Why do you trust me? Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but wonder where such swift trust came from, or what it was based on. Chapter 34, Lou Meyer's Resolute Disagreement. Perhaps it's because you're the healer and I'm the patient, he said, extending his arm afterward. There's no time to waste. You may proceed as you wish. He then looked at Nangong Qingjin. It's still early. I'll do it tonight, Nangong Qingjin said, adding, How does your body feel after taking this medicine? Not bad. Nothing unusual so far, he replied. Actually, Nangong Qingjin was about to leave at that moment, but stayed in the end, looking intently at the person in front of him. I'll check again later. You just watch over me. I'll sit here for a bit and then go. Do as you please, he responded, already ignoring Nangong Qingjin. Although Nangong Qingjin ultimately felt rather bored, She stood up and started pacing around the room. In front of her was an antique cabinet filled with many fine pieces of blue and white porcelain flawlessly crafted. The various colors on the porcelain were vibrant and dazzling. A vase particularly caught Nan Gongqingjian's attention. It depicted Empress Hellion. Why was she so certain it was Empress Hellion? It was due to the lifelike brushwork, and also because this woman resembled her almost exactly. She was Nan Gongqingjian, but the body she currently inhabited wasn't hers, but rather the host's. At this moment, Nan Gongqingjian gazed at the woman painted on the vase. Her radiant beauty, her graceful figure swaying like a willow branch, and her elegant poise exuded both languor and nobility. Looking closer at herself, the woman depicted on the vase wore a red robe embroidered with beautiful peonies in yellow and purple, arranged in perfect density. She strolled leisurely through a garden adorned with flourishing blossoms. This was how Empress Hellion spent her days in the past. Nan Gongqingjian wanted to reach out and touch this piece of blue and white porcelain, but before her fingers touched it, a clear and cold voice cut through the air like a dagger. Stop! It was Huang Fukongming. Though he did not look directly, his peripheral vision had already spotted what she was about to do. I noticed it was dirty. I merely intended to help clean it for you, she explained, her cheeks flushing red as she turned her gaze toward other objects. No need, he said curtly, and then added, all the items here were used by the late Empress. Please refrain from touching them unnecessarily. Clearly, Empress Hellion held immense importance in Huang Fukongming's heart. Even though she had perished long ago, everything here that bore her scent remained untouched. Just a glance back could bring her into sight every day. Her sympathy for him felt unwarranted. The dead are gone, yet we must move forward with our lives. Prince, may you accept your loss gracefully, she said, while earnestly examining a nearby box. A cosmetic case, enamel in design, but now bearing marks of fire, leaving its lid uneven. This was likely a cosmetic used by Her Majesty, the Empress, Nan Gongqingjian murmured, moving forward to observe an ancient, simple hairpin. The hairpin bore a design of dragon and phoenix, its simplicity giving off a regal grandeur. Continuing onward, the array of items displayed dazzled the eyes. Beyond seeing personal belongings once used by Empress Hellion, there were colorful items galore, even a small crossbow. Did the Empress use this too? She raised her eyebrows, questioning. She was skilled in martial arts, the reader replied. As Nan Gongqingjian observed more, this clearly wasn't just anyone's preferences, it uniquely belonged to one person. She continued forward, checking adjacent areas. Were these her possessions salvaged from the fiery sea? Yes, he confirmed, closing the book and taking firm steps towards Nan Gongqingjian. An eerie silence engulfed the room. Nan Gongqingjian didn't realize the taboos present. These items hadn't been wiped since they were moved here 6 years ago. Huang Fukongming had devoted his affection to preserving the everyday trinkets here, disallowing any maid from casually meddling. Thus, the place appeared somewhat disordered, yet none dared to alter it. Now, these relics lay covered in dust, filthy. The maid stood motionless, casting side glances. Someone cast a sorrowful, empathetic look toward her, as they recalled the previous incident when another maid had been unaware of the rules. After accidentally moving the previous Empress's makeup box, she had narrowly avoided having her fingers chopped off. If not for the excuse of ignorance being bliss, the maid would have been finished long ago. Now, emboldened, she boldly roamed around the room, looking as she pleased. And not only was she looking, but she also muttered incessantly while doing so. This left the maids too startled to intervene. As expected, the prince erupted. His cold, ink-black eyes pierced the woman in front of him. Have you seen enough? Talked enough. People are bound to die. When a person dies, it's the end of everything. Nothing remains. Only those who live have the right to speak. Dead people should rest in peace, and the living should keep striving forward. You're psychologically unwell. Perhaps these maids hadn't anticipated that Nan Gongqingjian would be so audacious. Provoking Huang Fukongming was akin to stirring up an utterly abnormal individual who did not permit judgment from a newcomer like her. Yet, she proceeded anyway, even staring at him with earnest eyes after speaking her mind, as though hoping to enlighten Huang Fukongming abruptly. This unexpected rebuke caused Huang Fukongming's mood to sour. If you utter another word, she saw his hand strike the nearby table, shattering it into pieces. I'll kill you. It was evident that the memory of the previous empress remained a latent wound in his heart. Is it because I talk too much? No, it's because you meddle in what doesn't concern you, Huang Fukongming retorted. The maids and everyone in the room watched as Huang Fukongming became enraged, smashing the 8 immortals' table into smithereens. Their faces lost all color, and immediately they knelt one by one, trembling uncontrollably with fear. How could I possibly be meddling? I only considered you a friend. This isn't interference at all. You shouldn't remain obstinately stubborn. If the previous empress were watching from heaven, she wouldn't want to see you so isolated and lonely. Huang Fukongming, I hope you can recover. The prince is perfectly fine. It's you. His hand shot out and gripped her throat forcefully. Are you going to kill me for my impudence? She asked, tears welling up, not from fear or pain, but due to the sheer strength applied. You shouldn't think that just because you've been helping the prince with his illness, he would forgive you. Nan Gongqingjian, you'd better not overestimate yourself. What nonsense about friends? In my world, Huang Fukongming, there are no friends, no family. Are you really so noble? If you kill me, you'll regret it. She said this, then slowly closed her eyes. He looked at her face and couldn't help but think of the empress. Her current expression was exactly like that of Empress Hellion when she held firm to her stance. Her determination to disregard others' opinions in such moments was nearly identical to the empress' resolve. Let me go. From now on, never mention the topic of the Empress again. Let me go, but will the wandering soul of the Empress let you go? All you can think about now is the Empress. If you opened your eyes and truly observed your surroundings, you'd see different landscapes. Wasting your precious time on a dead person is not worth it. She snapped these words angrily before starting to cough violently. Cough, 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 cough. I won't bother with you anymore. After saying this, she tried to escape, unwilling to let Huang Fukongming see her disheveled state. In reality, she was deeply entangled in feelings for him and wished more than anything to be indifferent towards Huang Fukongming. But it wasn't possible. Seeing Huang Fukongming's anguish made her own heart ache as well. However, she was Nan Gongqing, not the previous Empress Hellion. She yearned to find a quiet place to sort through her chaotic thoughts. As Nan Gongqing prepared to leave, Lu Meyer descended suddenly from the neighboring courtyard. Her timing was impeccable, almost prophetic, as if she had foreseen that Nan Gongqing would offend Huang Fukongming. Lu Meyer was enjoying the coolness at the moat pool earlier. This was the only shaded spot in the estate where the curtains remained unrolled, and soft breezes drifted inside. It was already mid-July, and the water wheel turned steadily, carrying water onto the tiled roof of the veranda. The design at Moat Pool was ingenious. The water traveled through bamboo pipes to the lofty rooftop, falling down like rain, creating pearl-like droplets that served as curtains. Consequently, the veranda became delightfully cooler, making it a comfortable place to sit. Today, after eating chilled papaya, Lu Meyer had been sitting here. At first, she was watching the koi in the water with Lioli, amusing herself with trivial chatter, just a few disconnected words. But just now, only just now, a maid from His Highness's side had rushed over in a panic. Miss, it's bad news. A calamity. The maid spoke while bowing frantically. Seeing her flustered state, Lu Meyer stepped forward immediately. Speak up. Look at you, so distressed. It can't be that serious. This. The maid hurriedly stepped closer, not even bothering to dust off her knees as she blurted out. I was sent there by you, Mississippi. Yes. I just saw Lady Nangong go inside and give the prince his medicine, and then. Lu Meyer was shocked and immediately stood up, causing the jade maid Emerald Rui on her knee to fall onto the ground. With a sharp crack, it shattered into pieces. The prince was poisoned by her. Lu Meyer was completely stunned. This maid wasn't articulate either. Under Lu Meyer's urgent questioning, she became too nervous to speak, standing dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Enraged, Lu Meyer shouted loudly for one person, Lioli. In an instant, Lioli approached and swiftly pulled out a hairpin from her bond. So sharp was the pin that it instantly pierced the nape of the maid's neck. In pain, the maid began bowing repeatedly. Chapter 35, Misdirected Anger. Miss, spare my life, please spare me. The maid immediately burst into tears. It was this lowly person who was seducing His Highness the Prince. If you go and take a look yourself, everything will be clear. So that's how it is. You're no good at doing your job. I'll deal with you later. Lady Lu Meyer glared viciously at the woman before her. Luli, let's go over and take a look. Yes, miss. Luli similarly furrowed her brows in anger. The two mistresses and their servant moved towards the rear courtyard one after another. This despicable woman seemed to have made herself quite at home, even escalating her behavior. Luli thought to herself that she must devise some way to kill this wretched woman. If things were allowed to continue like this, where would she stand? She knew perfectly well what kind of person His Highness the Prince was. 6 years ago, Empress Dowager had already passed away. But during these 6 years, the prince had never forgotten the Empress Dowager. If not for her eyes resembling those of the Empress Dowager so closely, how could Lu Meyer have transformed herself overnight into a favored concubine in this estate? Now, she suddenly felt her position under threat merely because someone unexpected had appeared in the household. This person absolutely had to die. Not long after, Lu Meyer arrived at the back courtyard. It was quieter there compared to the front part. At this time, it was even more silent. Before they crossed the atrium, they could faintly hear two people whispering. So if there's nothing wrong with this, I'll begin tonight. Do as you say since you are the healer. It's roughly about this, but requires endurance from you, she said, leaving the exact meaning ambiguous without context. These mysterious sentences puzzled the listeners. Neither Lu Li nor Lu Meyer understood the conversation. Glancing at each other, Lu Meyer then gave a sweet smile and walked gracefully toward the figure ahead. Your Highness, it's late and quiet. Shouldn't you be resting yet? After finishing, as if only just noticing Nan Gongqing standing nearby, she added, Oh, it seems Miss Nangong is here too. Nan Gongqing nodded slightly. Lu Meyer smiled again and leaned coquettishly next to the prince. How is your illness, Your Highness? It's quite cold out here. Why don't we return? It's no problem, he replied while saying further, I am currently employing a method to treat the wound on my arm. As Huang Fukongming continued speaking frankly, the nearby Lu Meyer was stunned. You? What are you talking about? Lu Meyer nearly doubted her ears. Her bright eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. Had she misheard him? Did the prince really say his arm was now festering, and the condition was worsening severely? He needed to use maggots as medicine, placing these rice-sized larvae onto the wounds on his arms, and then... No, this method was simply too insane, far too shocking. Their gazes intersected momentarily. Lu Meyer shot a dagger-like glance at Nan Gongqing by her side, but Nan Gongqing remained unaffected. Did you come up with this crazy idea? He questioned, staring coldly at Nan Gongqing. How could this absurd plan be anything but revenge disguised as treatment? This is the only way, Nan Gongqing retorted. These two women, whose presences naturally clashed, did not escape the notice of Huang Fukongming. A slight, indifferent smirk played at the corner of his mouth throughout their exchange. How could this possibly be the only way? I've heard you are a healer and your medical skills surpass all others in the world. But this method is simply unbearable and erroneous, argued Lou Meyer. Though she wasn't a healer, in her mind, such a method would inevitably carry risks. Referring to the concept of fetid bone maggots, if maggots were placed on an open wound, after consuming the dead flesh, they would surely proceed to devour new flesh and eventually enter the heart. Thinking further, the potential repercussions chilled Lou Meyer. My goodness, could this only method truly be the product of Nan Gongqing Jin's provocations rather than medical wisdom? Is this really the only way? Lou Meyer asked earnestly, trying hard not to lose her temper and stay calm. Yes. Nan Gongqing Jin immediately nodded without a moment's hesitation. Lou Meyer, upon seeing Nan Gongqing Jin's reaction, couldn't help but wonder what this woman was up to. If you say so, then there must be precedent for this method, though I have not seen it, and His Highness probably hasn't either. Such an unheard of action is akin to murder. How can you guarantee success? I am a healer, he said simply, just 4 plain words. A healer? Even healers make mistakes sometimes. Moreover, your completely absurd method amounts to killing someone. This matter, I do not agree with, and His Highness should also consider carefully before letting this woman bewitch him. Following my suggestion, we might as well beat her to death with clubs. Lou Meyer frowned coldly, looking at the woman before her who merely gave a detached smile. This is a personal grudge between us. I hope you don't always treat me as a rival. Now, our common goal is to ensure the recovery of His Highness. Is it not? Yes, that's why your far-fetched methods will never gain my approval. Your Highness, please speak your mind. This is a gamble, a reckless gamble, she exclaimed, stepping forward and tightly gripping Huang Fukongming's sleeve to seek his support. But Huang Fukongming had already risen to his feet. Gently, effortlessly, he pried Lou Meyer's hand off his sleeve and slowly smiled. I know what I should do. In this matter, this prince has already made up his mind. Have you gone mad? Lou Meyer's lips trembled, her eyes staring forcefully at the figure in front. It's not that this prince has gone mad. It's that this prince chooses to trust the healer. She's doing good, not harm. By the way, did you come here tonight specifically for this reason? To be honest, I indeed came to dissuade your highness. She spoke, falling to her knees even as she continued. I cannot bear to see your highness fall victim to ignorance and deceit. Though disease requires urgent treatment, this path you are taking now is no different from seeking random cures in desperation. Imagine if these creatures were placed on your arm. No. She couldn't imagine it without feeling terrified already. If the maggots crawled into His Highness' heart from his arm, would His Highness still be fine? Lou Meyer sighed, bowing her head in a prostration. Your Highness, what does this woman intend? She seeks retaliation against us. If you truly heed her words, Your Highness, you will undoubtedly meet your end. I didn't mean that. Nan Gongqing Jin gazed at the night sky, illuminated by the bright moonlight which cast a holy glow upon her face. You may not mean it, but you harbor thoughts of causing harm. We cannot allow this decision to hinge solely on your judgment. This prince is in charge here, Huang Fukongming stated. Besides, it's late. It's time for you to rest now. Go ahead. As he said this, he waved dismissively. Your Highness, I won't leave tonight. So, you wish to witness this process personally? He questioned, gazing at the woman before him, who sighed. What's there to watch? Just the mere thought makes me uneasy. Not only do I refuse to watch, but I also implore you, Your Highness, to abandon any thoughts of trying this method. Unfortunately, you've arrived too late. Unfortunately, my arm is now excruciatingly painful, and I urgently need a perfect solution. Since you insist on staying, remain here quietly. But do not chatter incessantly, or else you risk angering this prince, and I offer no guarantees regarding your safety in this place. Your Highness, you've changed. You weren't like this before towards me. Lou Meyer sighed, her gaze intense and unwavering. This prince remains exactly as before. If you choose to stay here, then keep your mouth shut and utter not a single word more. That's my final word. I won't drive you away. Yes. Lou Meyer could only observe silently as the deep night fell still, and she stepped delicately with wave-like motions toward the spot under the grapevine. Soon, she reached inside her gown and shortly thereafter produced a jade bottle. Not overly large nor small, the bottle was paired with a white jade plate. Her left index finger tapped lightly on the bottom of the jar, and about 7 or 8 larvae, huddled together, fell out obediently. Each one appeared dry and shriveled, measuring approximately the size of a grain of rice. These are special maggots designed to consume dead flesh only. They will stop after finishing their task. Please, Your Highness, have peace of mind, she explained, stepping forward as she continued. His Highness endured the pain of bone-scraping therapy without flinching. Surely, mere maggots should pose no challenge. Do you truly insist on proceeding? Lou Meyer asked, almost feeling sick at the sight of the repulsive worms. I must, she said, already gripping the bandage on the prince's arm and opening it to reveal the flesh beneath, flecked and rotten. Currently, the residual toxins were being purged, but the severity of Huang Fukongming's wound was alarming. After Nan Gongqing Jin had removed all the bandages, despite the presence of gardenias and guavas, as well as many fragrant flowers in the courtyard, nothing could mask the foul odor emanating from the wound. Lou Meyer couldn't believe how much the prince's injury had worsened. At that moment, she was genuinely startled, gazing at his wound with shock. This nomad's arrow is truly potent. Prince, does it still hurt? Hurting is good. It feels now like my left arm belongs to someone else. Hearing this, Lu Meyer could only sigh helplessly. Has a healer examined you? What about healers? Have they come to look at your wound? The healers are powerless, he replied. Nearby, Nangong Qingjin seemed completely oblivious to their conversation, maintaining an indifferent smile as she swiftly took hold of the bandage again. In no time, she placed those 8 maggots directly onto his wound. The worms began wriggling immediately, and she rewrapped the prince's wound with the bandage. Frankly, the sensation made Huang Fu Kongming feel somewhat nauseous. However, this unconventional method gave him hope that it would eventually restore him to health. Now, this was the last resort. Prince, don't worry. I've tested these insects before. Trust me, there will be no mishaps. How could I trust you if I didn't allow you to take charge? He retorted and added. When will the bandages be unwrapped? And when my left arm regains feeling after that? Chapter 36. Taking a risk for the cure. With the help of herbs, we will. He said this while looking at the person before him. In that case, I thank you, my lord. Such a method was not only unseen by ordinary people, but also unheard of. It was truly horrifying. This night, Lu Meyer, who was observing from the side, was on edge, even when the maggots were placed on the wound of the prince. Lu Meyer had already instructed Chu Feng to arrange the troops accordingly. Chu Feng was quick to put them on high alert, not only arranging the forces, but also making sure the healers were nearby, in case something unimaginable happened. However, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Huang Fu Kongming remained the same as ever, still smiling calmly, his eyes focused ahead with recent days' vitality. If you're tired, go rest, he said, glancing at the 2 women. Since arriving here, Lu Meyer had gradually adjusted her daily rhythm, regaining the normality she once lost. Here, with the night deepening, drowsiness started creeping over her. Though worried about Huang Fu Kongming, when she saw the prince urging her to rest, she immediately disagreed. No, I'll stay awake and drink tea instead, just in case anyone harms you. She suppressed an incoming yawn as she gestured. Luli, bring some tea quickly. Yes. Luli nodded and left. Nearby, Nangong Qingjin was reading a book under the pale moonlight, which, though dim, did little to hamper her sharp vision. She could read clearly under such light. Meanwhile, Huang Fu Kongming had grasped the lantern beside him. Subtly, it moved closer to her hand. Surprised by the sudden brightness, she raised an eyebrow and looked up, encountering a friendly expression on his face. A face that was cold like an iceberg or sinister when needed, but now radiated righteousness. No need, she replied, closing her book. Medical text? Just idle novels. With so much free time, I found this hobby helpful to pass the hours. She smiled good-naturedly, adding, You can be assured, everything is ready. You will recover gradually without danger. I know, he agreed, then tilted his head to sneak a glance at Nangong Qingjin's book. A story written by Gongzi Wushuang? Has your highness read his works? Nangong Qingjin doubted that someone like the prince would indulge in such popular novels. Currently, Gongzi Wushuang was one of the most sought-after novelists, renowned for captivating tales filled with twists and emotional intensity. His stories were hard to resist. Always tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens finding love. These couples come together through comedy more often than tragedy. Have you seen them? Do you believe me? He questioned, earning a clever reply from Nangong Qingjin. Yes, there's no reason not to believe you. It must have been about 10 years ago when you were young, and full of romantic dreams, right? That sounds about right. He laughed, nodding as he spoke. At this point, Lily arrived with the tea, serving different colored teas into 3 cups. First, she went to Huang Fu Kongming, presenting a cup containing red liquid, then served Lu Meyer and Nangong Qingjin respectively. The tea contained merely a mild laxative, something easily detectable for Nangong Qingjin by scent alone. Drink your tea, Huang Fu Kongming encouraged, holding his own teacup firmly. All right, Nangong Qingjin pretended to take a sip, placing the cup back down. Beside her, Luli chuckled softly, and a momentary smile spread across her lips. Why was this place always rife with schemes, even under the very nose of the prince? What if he weren't around? What kind of unexpected dangers might they encounter? Looking forward, his gaze settled on the ivory-white robe of the man before him. Lowering his eyes, one couldn't deny that Huang Fu Kongming was extraordinarily handsome, his majestic charm undimmed even by the shadows of night. Now, gazing silently ahead, the silence draped everything in a faint melancholy tone. After much deliberation, he finally murmured, Even I feel tired. But resting wasn't desirable because the experiment was far too perilous. He feared that if he closed his eyes, he would wake up as a pile of white bones. No, white bones could not wake up, and the maggots were so potent. If they wriggled at will on his left arm, Huang Fu Kongming dared not imagine, let alone accept, what might come after. Right now, Moke Pool has a conflower in bloom. We should seize the night with candles lit, he suggested, and after speaking, Chu Feng already nodded to arrange the guards. Tunflower. Honestly, Nangong Qingjin had only heard about the tunflower, but never seen one. Now, hearing there was one to see seemed far better than wasting time here. It was only the first watch of the night. Do you not want to go take a look? I do. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she stood up immediately. Xian walked over to drape a cloak around her shoulders. On this side, Lu Meyer originally hadn't wanted to go, but when she saw them leaving together, she was alone here. No, it couldn't be. I'll come along too, she said, moving forward. Now, these people had already spread out some distance apart. Since Nangong Qingjin was a healer, her distance from Huang Fu Kongming was closer. Meanwhile, Lady Lu Meyer, the head of the household, was somewhat behind. The grand procession soon arrived at Moke Pool. Moke Pool was a specially designated place for cooling off during summer nights. There, amid chirping insects and sleeping birds perched on branches, one could feel a tranquil serenity. Arriving here, there was also a not-so-long corridor bridge. He looked ahead, raising his index finger to his lips. Shoo, speak softly. We'll just proceed quietly. Do flowers have spirits? Perhaps so, he replied, then naturally reached out and held Nangong Qingjin's hand. She tried to struggle a little, but quickly turned crimson-faced. Having lived this long, she had never allowed a man to hold her hand before, and now, such feelings could not be put into words. Her heart was racing wildly, almost leaping out of her throat. She fixed her gaze ahead, already dazzled. In truth, she no longer knew what exactly she was doing, merely trailing hesitantly behind Huangfu Kongming. Finally, at the end of the corridor, her face was red enough, fortunately cloaked by the night, masking the fluttering heartbeat and disappearing redness. Turning back, he looked at her. You're breathing. It's because I rarely exercise so, she hastily explained, and Huangfu Kongming nodded, pointing ahead. Look, there it is. Nangong Qingjin nodded, following where Huangfu Kongming pointed to see ripples on the water surface leading to a shore where white blossoms bloomed gracefully in the night wind, like lotus flowers, but, upon closer inspection, their petals weren't as large. Like magnolias, yet delicate, but upon closer examination again, magnolias were somewhat heavy and lacked that ethereal quality. Looking more closely, this flower was truly something Nangong Qingjin had never seen before. Watching silently, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Beautiful, beautiful. Is it beautiful? There's even more beauty yet. As he said this, he embraced Nangong Qingjin's waist before she could react fully. In an instant, he leaned toward the railing. Bang. Nangong Qingjin immediately closed her eyes since it appeared he was heading straight for the water. Damn it, what was he doing? But Nangong Qingjin did not fall in. With light toes touching the water surface, it was as if clouds hung suspended midair. Stepping deftly onto a lotus leaf, multiple ripples rippled across the water. Then he had already made it to the opposite bank. Ah, so beautiful. Flowers had not been of great interest to her before, but now, feeling grounded, the flowers blooming beneath her feet, unseen by her till now, the night blooming Sirius, completely captivated Nangong Qingjin. She half squatting among the flowers, touched the large and gentle stamens. Such beauty could not be described in words. That kind of indescribable beauty was incomprehensible. Such ultimate astonishment, that unspeakable grace, prompted anyone to draw near for a closer look. Previously, she liked flowers, Huangfu Kongming said, lost in reminiscence. In the imperial capital, there are peony gardens, Changchun gardens, Langrun gardens, Yanming gardens. All sorts of flowers planted in these gardens bloom with allure during this season, The dead are gone. My lord should have already consoled yourself and accepted the change. Indeed, we all must eventually go to one place, the cold of eternal night. It's just that the Empress did not walk alongside you. Now she has merely taken an earlier path. Everyone eventually departs. I hope you can see through this. You speak with such maturity. What have you truly experienced? It's far less colorful than your life. So far, I've had no contact with any man, so I haven't experienced anything, she said, nodding slightly as she spoke. Is that so? He said, seeming somewhat unconvinced, and moved forward, quickly entering among the flowers of the tan blossoms. The flowers were radiant, yet almost incomprehensible in their beauty. As he walked, he reached out to touch the soft petals, which felt like a child's small hand, so tender, so easily within reach. Ahead was a patch of exposed green stone. She arrived by the stone first, ready to sit down immediately, but she stepped forward, reaching out to take Huangfu Kongming's hand. It was clear after all that Huangfu Kongming was now unwell. She needed to care for this self-assured man, who had already taken his seat nearby. Through the moonlight, he looked at the woman before him. Her face was calm, nearly silent. Her features were peaceful and elegant. Every time I look at you, I feel a kind of illusion, he said, then laughed even after speaking. I always think you're her, but when I examine closely, I realize you two are not the same person. Chapter 37, Full Moon. How could I be alone? Since my childhood, I have been studying medicine under the guidance of my father and my master. As for Her Majesty the Empress and I looking alike, that's merely because people resemble each other sometimes, which is why you associate us together, but it's not really something remarkable. She said this while also sitting down in a nearby position. The fragrance of night-blooming Sirius flowed through the air, filling her sleeves with subtle scents. Nangong Qingjin reached out and plucked a flower, simply gazing at the blossom adorned with dewdrops in her hand. It was so beautiful, indescribably so, and at this moment, she couldn't help but smile. He looked at Nangong Qingjin's face, saying, "It's more than just resemblance." Yes, it was more than just resemblance. They were indeed one and the same person. After she regained consciousness, everything had changed. Even though she longed to remain herself, that possibility seemed elusive. 6 years later, you still cannot let go. Not 6 years, he continued, but an entire lifetime. This prince will likely never forget. These words made Nangong Qingjin realize he was a devoted lover, unwavering in his affection. She sighed deeply, unable to think of a proper response. You? Finally, summoning her courage, Nangong Qingjin asked, do you like Lu Meyer? Yes. Her eyes are very similar to those of the late empress, the same brightness and wisdom. He said as he went on, this prince is lonely, not indulging in pleasures, but rather needing someone to console me. Otherwise, I would not have survived until now. I see, she murmured, glancing at the spot ahead of her. There were still countless questions, but suddenly, she felt less mature, less inclined to inquire further. She just sat there, staring blankly at the moon, which illuminated the uneven shadows of flowers and trees swaying across the ground. Like ghostly hands, a crow flew away from a willow tree with a sharp caw. Though such a sound might be ordinary during the day, in this midnight stillness, it sent shivers down one's spine. Instinctively, Nan Gongqingjin moved closer to the man beside her. Seeing her approach, Huang Pu Kongming caught a whiff of her delicate aroma, almost ethereal. He flared his nostrils slightly, inhaling the fragrant mix of floral scents and her own unique body scent. How strange, could someone truly be born with such natural fragrance? Could Nan Gongqingjin really be Hellion? Was she or wasn't she? If the answer was yes, why didn't she reconcile with him? Could it be that all these years Hellion, the Empress, truly harbored no fond memories for him anymore? No, if she wasn't the Empress, how could she possess the snow-white skin and facial features of the Empress Hellion? Truly inconceivable. How could nature create such wonders, making one feel utterly unnerved? Now, his gaze quietly lingered on the woman before him. Silence spread like vines between them, their eyes briefly meeting. The Empress spirit must be blessing you. You will get better. Why do you treat me? Because. Nan Gongqingjin suddenly found herself unsure what to say. She sighed. If I cure you, perhaps you'll allow me to leave this place. I yearn for freedom after all. So eager to leave? He asked, and she nodded vigorously. Though Lianyuan Park is wonderful, it's no permanent home, and besides here. Indeed, their relationship was awkward and unclear. What kind of situation were they in by being together? She rested her chin, contemplating the flower beside her. Night blooming Sirius bloomed gracefully under the moonlight, unhurried, like a fairy. Nan Gongqingjin stared at the flower by her feet, watching as it blossomed slowly, its beauty akin to the ascending glow of the moon, having expended all its strength. This prince. He too had something to say, but paused halfway. Why bother speaking, and what even needed to be spoken? Their eyes brushed momentarily, then he suddenly embraced her waist without warning. Nan Gongqingjin's back tensed. No, not. Should she reject him or accept him? In the moment when anger should have surged, she inexplicably calmed down. The desire for his embrace had existed within her heart for far longer than expected. She had always read stories about love at first sight, dismissing such notions as impossible fantasies. But now, those implausible feelings took root deep within her soul. She closed her eyes and gently shifted her stiffened body, drawing closer to his side. He gently turned her face, their eyes locking. She had never looked at a man so closely before, let alone stared into someone's eyes with such calmness. Nan Gongqingjin quickly averted her gaze. And then he suddenly pressed his lips against hers. She stumbled, the stone not being very large, and fell into the grass. He straddled her, trembling lips biting down hard, her mind entirely blank on what to do in this moment. Is it permissible? His restrained desires finally surged forth, while she bit her lip, cheeks flushed red from embarrassment as she still had no idea what to do. Huang Pu Kongming wanted to laugh. Clearly, this was an inexperienced woman since every action of hers showed just how clueless she truly was. As he gazed upon this young lady, his hand slowly reached out toward the first button of her collar. Ahem, ahem. From a distance, Lu Meyer suddenly coughed twice, as if reminding them of something. Realizing his momentary lapse into passion, Huang Pu Kongming came back to his senses. Similarly, Nan Gongqingjin also understood her brief loss of restraint. Damn it, why did such an intense desire surge? Did she even know this man? Did this man really love her? Did this man actually see her differently? She was about to give herself away. How absurd when she thought about it now. She calls you. I understand. With that, he sprang up, lifting her into his arms. Nan Gongqingjin's face was already burning red as she brushed off her robes and walked toward the flowers nearby. Her dress swayed gracefully, like ripples on a starry lake, while he watched her graceful figure retreat into the distance. Miss, your face is so red. What's wrong with you? As they passed through the flower beds to the covered bridge, Sienna appeared, looking curiously at Nan Gongqingjin, whose face wasn't merely red, it was practically drenched in sweat and dry-mouthed with anxiety. It's nothing. She noticed how strained her voice sounded even as she tried to speak. But, didn't you? Sienna pointed at her flushed face. Accelerating her pace, Nan Gongqingjin hurried ahead until Lu Meyer arrived at the covered bridge as well. Pretending not to notice anything unusual moments ago, Lu Meyer acted oblivious. You're leaving without attending to His Highness? Just as the two were about to part ways, Lu Meyer asked, her eyes fixed straight ahead. His Highness has both hands and feet, said Nan Gongqingjin as she prepared to walk away. Watching her retreating back, Lu Meyer called out softly, Young miss, please wait. Reluctantly, Nan Gongqingjin stopped. Stepping closer, Lu Meyer aligned herself beside Nan Gongqingjin and calmly stated, Anyone who dared contest my favor in the past is now dead. So powerful, you disregard human lives so easily. But what exactly are you saying? Nan Gongqingjin turned around to look directly at her, Lu Meyer's sharp eyes glaring coldly like blades. All I want to warn you is this. If the prince's condition doesn't improve, it'll be your fault. She said icily. And secondly, don't dare have intentions toward the prince. The prince belongs to me, and I belong to the prince. Should you overestimate yourself, don't expect me to leave you unharmed. Humph. Nan Gongqingjin gave a faint laugh and pointed toward the nearby willow tree. Look, there's a willow. In the blink of an eye, a white powder appeared in her hand, and she scattered it onto the willow. Should you spout nonsense again, rest assured you'll end up like this willow. Lu Meyer examined the tree carefully, wanting to ask about its state. However, by the time she could open her mouth, Nangongqingjin had already strode off under the support of Luli. Luli approached and touched the bark of the willow, which cracked apart immediately. This proved it wasn't Nangongqingjin holding back, but simply choosing restraint. It seemed she harbored some kind of caution towards something else. This woman must die. Calm down, my lady, reminded Luli. That night, everyone above and below stairs couldn't rest properly, listlessly dragging themselves along. Exiting from the garden of night blooming Sirius, he made his way to his parlor, where Huang Pu Kongming found that the wound didn't itch as badly as it had during the day. Most importantly, it felt like he had regained some strength. Though it was already midnight, he immediately informed the nearby Nangongqingjin about his miraculous discovery. Immediately nodding, she gestured for him to sit down. Huang Pu Kongming settled himself, allowing Nangongqingjin to unwrap the bandage. Next, he used tweezers to remove the 8 plump maggots and threw them into a bottle nearby. Seeing that the pus was gone, he smiled and took out his specially made ointment, then applied it after finishing and bandaged the wound again. It will get better soon. I'll consolidate your foundation and restore your vitality while continuing the treatment. After clearing the remaining toxins, everything will be fine, he said, smiling at the end. With the night so quiet, everyone should return and rest. Huang Pu Kongming stated. On cue, Lu Meyer immediately stood up and approached Huang Pu Kongming. Your arm is truly much better? It's indeed much better, he answered, and Lu Meyer grew happy, wiping her red eyes. I've worried for you for such a long time. If there's anything you want to eat, I'll wash my hands and make a soup for you. Too exaggerated. Given the situation, who would still talk about washing hands to make a soup? Huang Pu Kongming just offered a faint smile and said, no need, go rest earlier. This. Lu Meyer glanced toward Nangongqingjin beside him. She didn't want to leave these two alone, but also had no choice but to do so. Chufeng, please escort the young lady back, Huang Pu Kongming commanded. Upon hearing this, Chufeng stepped forward. Miss, let's head back. Even if Lu Meyer was unwilling, she could only follow this dismissal order. Once Lu Meyer had left, to avoid any suspicion, Nangongqingjin quickly prepared to leave as well. I should go too, she said and started to move. Miss Nangong, please wait a moment. As expected, he wanted her to stay behind. Nangongqingjin's heart pounded rapidly as she watched him approach step by step. Now, I'm feeling much better. Chapter 38. An appeal to Chufeng. That's good. My lord will naturally be blessed with good fortune. If it weren't for you, I would already be crippled, he said, and as he continued, I feel deeply remorseful about the past events. Hereby, I offer my apology and hope you can forgive me. I will have people repair your estate. For now, I am not fully recovered yet. Once I'm better, you may leave whenever you please. I will prepare a high carriage and 4 horses to see you off and ensure your safety. As for now, his eyes looked at Nangongqingjin. The young lady will have to bear with it for the moment. Nangongqingjin knew that she could not go anywhere for now and had to stay here. Luckily, she was gradually getting used to it. For many things, becoming accustomed to them naturally is not necessarily bad. In the depth of night, when wind and dew are heavy, after Nangongqingjin left, Huang Pu Kongming watched her slender figure disappear like willow branches swaying in the breeze, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. It was indescribable. It was unclear, hard to explain. Perhaps there was attachment. No. He shook his head vigorously. Using insects to bite at his wounds, he thought it would cause excruciating pain akin to 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. But who would have known? It wasn't anything extraordinary. His arm almost went numb, and now the wound was gradually healing. All this happened because Nangongqingjin took a dangerous gamble. But in truth, Huang Pu Kongming was also risking much. In many things, he trusted this woman. As for Lu Meyer, due to this matter, she harbored resentment towards Nangongqingjin and wanted to provoke her, seeking revenge. But current conditions were not ripe. When she saw Nangongqingjin indulging in intimacy with Huang Pu Kongming in the Tanhua garden under the rain, her heart almost shattered into pieces. Now, what she needed was an opportunity. As Liali said, patience is crucial. Everything needs to be handled calmly and mustn't act out of impulse or emotion, letting no one see her intentions. She must wait for this opportunity. The next day, Huang Pu Kongming's condition indeed improved. After Nangongqingjin applied the special medicine, his wound began to heal and all sorts of complications like arm numbness disappeared. There was no doubt, this woman was a divine healer. So potent was the poison, it was eradicated easily, which was something beyond the reach of many others. Knowledge that many spent their whole lives studying but barely touched its tip. Today, in the garden where red blossoms scattered like the sea, after examining his arm, he asked, Am I nearly well? Yes. Can I draw the bow and shoot? He questioned again, his eyes on the woman in front of him. Nangongqingjin shook her head. Not yet. For your own safety. Why must you insist on doing the impossible? She worriedly looked at Huang Pu Kongming, who was different from other men. This should be the time to conserve energy, but he always thought about living an unstable life filled with dangers, whereas Nangongqingjin preferred tranquility, liking a simple, routine lifestyle. But I really want to draw the bow and shoot now. I know you're itching to do so, but now is truly the time to recuperate. If the wound splits open, it wouldn't be good for the future. Please think carefully, she said. Recently, I will need to leave for a few days. Yes, it wasn't that he didn't want to rest, but he disliked the servile life where everything was handed to him. Many people thought living in the manor was peaceful, but only Huang Pu Kongming realized that beneath the surface calmness lay a surging tide of hidden currents. The whirlpool formed under the lake, the emperor's benevolence, the empress, and Z saying he had exhausted their efforts searching for his hideout. Should they one day find him, there would surely be no escape from obliteration. You've just recovered. It isn't suitable for you to wander around everywhere right now, she warned, looking perplexed at the man in front of her. What could possibly be more important than one's health? Although unclear, seeing his urgent manner made her aware. His departure was inevitable, likely permanent. After attempting to dissuade him, she fixed her gaze upon Huang Fu Kongming. While everyone else lets their guard down, we cannot lose vigilance here. He pointed to his head. A sharp blade dangles above us, suspended but uncut. Z saying he and Wen Liang have tried countless methods to locate my hideout. I must release 2 smoke screens. If they truly find me, this place will be obliterated. How then can we even mention restoration? You have ambition, she said. Indeed, he had been deposed from the throne due to a conspiracy. What he truly hadn't anticipated was that the seemingly scholarly Z Sang, he turned out to be a hypocritical gentleman of words without actions. Nor could he have imagined that Wen Liang, who always appeared neatly dressed and acted in a measured manner, was in reality a tiger hiding his ill intentions. These 2 individuals used to be so obliging toward him, but one day, without anyone expecting it, even Empress Helan, these 2 joined hands and launched a coup, seizing power. The horrific memories of those events made him shudder uncontrollably. Fortunately, it was all over now. He reached out and moved his hand in the air for a moment, realizing it was time to think about safety amidst peace, and it was time to help Empress Helan take revenge. He wasn't the kind of person to forget pain as soon as the wound healed. He wasn't. Ambition exists in everyone, and this Wang is no exception. Is being an emperor really such a wonderful thing? For a woman, being an emperor might seem dull and uninteresting. Currently, she believed that the life here far away from the world's chaos was very good. But for Huang Fu Kongming, it didn't seem to inspire much yearning. Being emperor has its advantages. Sometimes being tied by fame and fortune can lead to regrets, but more often, it allows you to change everything you want to. He clenched his fists tightly. His left arm indeed felt normal again, and the strength in his fist kept increasing steadily. When will you return? She asked, gazing at the broad back of the man before her. He stood there, looking at the brilliant sunshine below which roses and peonies bloomed vibrantly. After some time, he turned around and said, I don't know. When others try to control me, I also wish to immediately control them. You're alone. She spoke these words while tidying up her belongings, and the implicit meaning was clear. You are alone. If you need company, I can come along. The Wang believes in one saying, snakes and rats gather in groups, but fierce beasts walk alone. So that's how it is. It seemed clear then that he didn't truly need her. After gathering all her things together, she nodded and said, take care of yourself. I'll go. While I am away, if anything happens, just tell Chu Feng. He will act on my behalf. His decisions are as good as mine. Take care of yourself, he said, watching her notice the curve of his lips. There was nothing else she could do but nod. I will. As she walked out of his room, her mood suddenly became heavy. Xian noticed Miss Nan Gongqingjian's dispirited appearance and quickly took her hand. Miss, your complexion isn't good. Xian, take care of yourself lately. We must play by the rules. The prince is going to leave for a few days. In the meantime, Lu Meyer won't relax her guard on us. We must stay vigilant. Why don't you ask the prince to let us leave now that he's getting better? Lu Meyer thrives on intrigues. How can you and I possibly cope with her? If we don't make mistakes, she'll have no leverage. As they say, flies only target eggs with cracks. She seemed to be an idealist, not realizing that Lu Meyer was someone who would stir up trouble even where there was none. Miss, I think our situation is precarious. Nowhere in life is easy, Xian. Extending her hand, she warmly grasped Xian's hand. Both women exchanged a glance, sighed, and silence followed, interrupted only by their unhurried steps, one after the other. After finalizing the itinerary, apart from a few leading figures in the estate who knew that the prince had already departed, the rest remained ignorant. Of course, the insiders included Lu Meyer. Now, regarding the prince's temporary departure, Lu Meyer felt it as a golden opportunity. Lioli, now we can finally take action, she declared. As long as the prince left, deprived of Huang Fu Kongming's protection, manufacturing calamities was bound to become straightforward, wasn't it? Despite having an incomplete plan, her smile grew increasingly menacing. My lady, please calm down. Let me remind you not to upset the prince. With the prince gone, am I not the leader here? Am I not the one whose word is law? She pondered. She was the main housewife here. For several years, hadn't every matter, big or small, passed through her hands? Could she not possess even this bit of authority? Not exactly. I've heard that after the prince leaves, he handed all responsibilities to Chu Feng. What do you mean? If Chu Feng can turn a blind eye, this matter would be much easier. If Chu Feng could also follow the prince's instructions, then? Lu Meyer smiled slightly after realizing the situation, and said, you may as well call Chu Feng over right now. Yes. Lioli left promptly and returned shortly with Chu Feng. His steps were firm, resonating clearly even before he reached where Lady Lu was waiting. When Chu Feng appeared, Lu Meyer unexpectedly gave a courteous bow, then grinned gracefully. General, you assist the prince in managing the estate's affairs now. I fear your efforts may lead to some oversights. I'm willing to offer my assistance. With such kind words from you, miss, Chu Feng would gladly sacrifice all for your cause. Chu Feng replied while scrutinizing the woman before him. I don't require any grand sacrifice from you. I merely have a wish that I hope you will fulfill for me, she continued, her smile fading gradually. replaced by an expression of deep sorrow, making her look pitiable and vulnerable. Her inherent fragility, amplified by the act, elicited immediate sympathy even from the hardest of hearts. There were few people whom Chu Feng respected, but there were two exceptional figures, Huang Fu Kongming and the former Empress Helian. In fact, there was another lesser-known secret hidden within Chu Feng's heart. This secret, known only to himself, revealed his unspoken longing for the previous empress. Sensitive women with keen insight might also notice this. Chu Feng harbored feelings beyond mere admiration for the late empress. In contrast to the aloof and chilly nature of the former empress, Lu Meyer shared her resemblance, but radiated warmth instead of coldness. By embodying traits similar to the late empress, Lu Meyer fulfilled the dreams and affections that resided deeply within Chu Feng's mind. As a result, quite appropriately, Chu Feng redirected his affection originally meant for the former empress towards Lu Meyer, and Lu Meyer herself was very much aware of this. Chapter 39. Chu Feng's decision. Before, after the prince left, you and I always worked together on all matters big and small in this mansion. We were equally matched. Now, I must still work this way. What the young miss says is very true. Chu Feng is but a rough and unpolished man. If you want to say something, just express it directly. After all, he had worked with Lu Meyer before, and she was fully aware that Chu Feng's so-called roughness wasn't that of a true brute. The general is someone who combines coarseness with meticulousness. The general need only go along with things. Lady won't make the general torn between two sides, nor can one play off against another. Since the general wants me to express my views frankly, I can do nothing but follow orders. She sighed repeatedly while speaking, clearly burdened with heavy thoughts. Then, speak. Does the general know the background of Nan Gongqing? She said, knowing full well this would serve as her ace card. Immediately after uttering those words, Chu Feng's complexion changed. I've already made some inquiries. Nan Gongqing studied medicine as a child. Later, she lost both parents and apprenticed herself to an itinerant monk for medical skills before retreating to live alone on a mountain. This is merely one side of the story, also half-truths. To be honest, not only is it the case for you, General, but also, I too cannot let down my guard. I've investigated, but the findings differ significantly from what the General has stated. As she spoke, she gazed intently at Chu Feng before her. Chu Feng then realized the topic had finally reached its crux. You speak. What did your investigation uncover? Lu Li, present the portrait to the General for his review. Lu Meyer did not state her findings directly, but instead waved her hand. Although puzzled by this move, Chu Feng stepped forward and gripped a sheet of paper given to him by Lu Li. On it was a likeness drawing. Indeed, crafted by the finest painter in the capital, he looked at the portrait which depicted a woman, pale and gaunt, appearing on the verge of death. This person certainly does not bear good features. Hearing such remarks from the general, I can barely suppress laughter. This person is Nan Gongqing. She's been here for a month, yet you still claim unfamiliarity. Nan Gongqing. He scrutinized the piece of paper, questioning. How could this possibly be Nan Gongqing? There's a great difference between this face and Nan Gongqing. Look, pointing out, Nan Gongqing possesses noble eyebrows shaped like distant mountains, whereas these here are common willow leaf brows. Nan Gongqing's cherry lips are delicate and affluent. Here, the lips appear rugged, and there's no resemblance in face shape or any feature similar to Nan Gongqing. Thus, his commentary caused a nearby lady to chuckle, saying, do not ramble nonsensically. The individual the general referred to might not be Nan Gongqing, but Empress Helian from the previous dynasty. Ah, yes, indeed. Chu Feng slapped his forehead, promptly understanding. So, she extended her hand to grip the piece of paper. This matter is clear enough now. It seems you have also understood. There is something amiss about this woman. She remains an enigma from start to finish, perhaps even a spy sent by Emperor Wenliang or Zisonghe. How could someone like her, a devious element, be permitted to entangle themselves with someone as brilliant and heroic as you and I? General, her hand lightly patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Speaking softly, her breath faintly cool, it fell onto Chu Feng's shoulder, resembling the sweet fragrance of orchids. Would the general agree? The meaning miss? Looking uncomfortably at Lu Meyer before him, Lu Meyer curved the smile at the corner of her lips slightly, then spoke. What could I possibly mean? Merely to warn the general. This woman has an unknown origin and should not be taken lightly in our presence. Understood. Chu Feng nodded immediately. So, she continued, if that's the case, we might as well take decisive action at this moment, sketching a gesture cutting off heads. If His Royal Highness returns, he will not let this go unpunished. Chu Feng knew well that Huang Fu Kongming cared deeply for Nan Gongqing. Hearing Huang Fu Kongming mentioned, Lu Meyer immediately burst into a string of crisp laughter beside him. The general should calm down. Have you not heard? Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than allow one enemy to escape? I understand. This matter really is something I cannot carry out. The general may simply turn a blind eye to this affair. Should trouble arise, I shall take sole responsibility, absolving you completely. If undetected, then it's perfect. She also added, simply declare she has left, escaped. What power do you and I have to hold back such an unruly soul? But the general need only nod, she said, laughing as she spoke. Chu Feng hesitated, but upon reconsidering her words from another angle, they seemed reasonable. If this woman truly had an unknown background and harmed the prince, it would not be good. It was better to nip such evil in the bud from the start. Very well, I saw nothing. She fled on her own. The general is a clever man. Lu Meyer smiled as she handed him a cup of wine while speaking. Please drink this full cup, General. Thank you. Chu Feng drained the cup at once, his face turning red. In fact, as he was in close contact with Lu Meyer, his heart raced and his face flushed for quite some time. This matter having been settled between these two with ulterior motives. The day after Huang Fu Kongming's departure, Lu Meyer found a pretext to enter Nangong Qingjin's guest chambers. As the head lady of the house, no matter what excuse she gave, it was appropriate for her to come. Miss, Lu Meyer has arrived, said the maid on that day when Nangong Qingjin was carefully copying inscriptions from the garments, glancing up as she heard the maid's voice filled with apprehension. Shall I ask her to wait outside for now? What must come will come, whether sooner or later. Sooner is better than later. Saying this, she gripped the silk next to her, covering the things she had copied. These were her master's life work, secrets she never disclosed even the tiniest bit to outsiders. But, just receive her, we conduct ourselves properly, Nangong Qingjin said, straightening herself immediately as she spoke. Lu Meyer eventually came. When Huang Fu Kongming had not yet left, there was no way Lu Meyer could have so easily entered. But now, Lu Meyer could march right in without any obstruction, and her first glance was directly toward Nangong Qingjin who sat there. Lady Lu has honored us with her presence, Nangong Qingjin said, standing up as she spoke and bowing respectfully. Although Lu Meyer held no official rank, here she had already become a dominant figure whom Nangong Qingjin wished not to offend. Moreover, Lu Meyer's methods were manifold and difficult to guard against. Oh, you are indeed busy, Lu Meyer remarked casually as she quickly approached Nangong Qingjin without allowing her to rise, lightly placing her hand on Nangong Qingjin's shoulder. Instantly, this slight touch brought a wave of terror that engulfed Nangong Qingjin. Lady Lu, Nangong Qingjin's voice trembled, her eyelashes flickered, and her shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. A fear like that of a lowly animal confronting a superior one gripped her. She had never expected Lu Meyer to suddenly show up, just as she had never imagined Huang Fu Kongming leaving so abruptly. Nor had she ever suspected Lu Meyer possessed martial skills. And it was as if Lu Meyer chose this precise moment to arrive, which made it all the more unsettling. Lu Meyer's hand tightened. I've been observing you for quite some time. Rise, Lu Meyer said with chilling sarcasm. Nangong Qingjin's eyes widened with dissatisfaction, stepping back slightly. You know martial arts? She asked in shock. Just some self-defense techniques. One needs to be capable around the prince to survive. But as for you, Lu Meyer scrutinized Nangong Qingjin before her, finding the resemblance between her face and the portrait in her chamber growing stronger with every passing moment. It was almost the same person. With this realization, she immediately decided to eliminate her. You seem also skilled in surviving. You're certainly not the previous empress. Yet why does your face look exactly like hers? Her sharp tone cut through the peaceful morning air like a sharp pair of scissors. Lu Meyer acted swiftly, showing no mercy. She grabbed hold of Nangong Qingjin with ease, tightening her grip on Nangong Qingjin's jawbone until the power became unbearable. No words were necessary. Lu Meyer did not need to put on a facade to make it clear that she wasn't here today without reason. Panic forced Nangong Qingjin's phoenix eyes wide open. You, stand up. Look at you, appearing so sickly. Have you examined yourself? Lu Meyer asked with apparent concern despite her feigned sincerity. Sienna quickly came over and helped Nangong Qingjin up. Her arms felt icy cold. Miss, are you alright? Sienna asked, looking anxiously at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin managed a forced smile. Was she fine? Considering the current situation, how could she possibly be? Since Gunyan has come, please sit down to talk. While saying this, Nangong Qingjin gently pushed Sienna away. Sienna understood that it was Nangong Qingjin's intention for her to leave, but at such a critical moment, how could she just walk away? Even if there was danger, it was something the master and servant should face together. Sienna. She shook her head at Sienna. Sienna sighed and could only stand by on one side. It's clear that he is very concerned about you. Having someone care for you is always a good thing. But no matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't figure out what brings you here. Her tone was not friendly. I have my reasons. Isn't that just what you say? Lu Meyer, as she spoke, gave a faint smile, glancing over at Nangong Qingjin. Now, His Highness the Prince has gone. Are you copying these inscriptions to pass the time, or do you harbor some other plot? You, Nangong Qingjin frowned. This is my livelihood, so of course I must practice diligently. Why are you so confrontational? Although you may have known the prince since childhood, I've never entertained improper thoughts about him. Don't mistake me for your rival. As for coming here, it's merely because I made a mistake. Nangong Qingjin knew what Lu Meyer wanted to hear, and so she also understood what she needed to say. To serve in front and behind His Highness's horse, I am willing to die 10,000 deaths. With that said, Lu Meyer smiled with relief. Although I may lack title and honor, I still believe the necessary tasks must be done. Kill me, Nangong Qingjin asked while already furrowing her brows and sighing. How could that be? Now that His Highness is gone, I've merely come to see you. There's no need for you to worry unnecessarily. When Sienna heard Lu Meyer say this, she immediately realized that Lu Meyer had indeed come prepared. Chapter 40, Lu Meyer's Rebuke. The medical techs in the mansion are a complete mess recently, and none of the physicians here seem competent. Since you have this ability, help me organize these things into categories. In fact, Nangong Qingjin could have refused, but this was the beginning of an ominous sign. She simply couldn't refuse. Because, at the door, Chu Feng had already arranged for many heavy medical books to be brought inside. Seeing so many books, even Sienna thought it was excessive. General Chu Feng, Sienna approached from a distance. What is the meaning of this? I am delivering these medical texts to Miss Nangong. She is a master physician, and otherwise, what would we do? Watching as book after book was delivered inside, Sienna was already overwhelmed. It wouldn't do. If all these books were reviewed completely, this would be exhausting work. Moreover, Nangong Qingjin wasn't in good health lately, and it would be better if the prince were here. Recovering from illness requires freedom from noise and distractions. This was too much. Nangong Qingjin had already foreseen that Chu Feng was here to support Lu Meyer's grievances, and there was no choice but to endure it silently. As for Lu Meyer, she seemed calm with an accepting attitude, always maintaining a faint smile on her lips. She ignored Nangong Qingjin and instead held a nearby makeup box, looking through it. Is it comfortable to dress up as the late empress every day? Lu Meyer asked with a sharp voice, pretending to be kind. Nangong Qingjin immediately became serious. It was out of necessity, though now I've become accustomed to it. You're right. Lu Meyer looked at the contents of the makeup box and saw the golden pearl from Huangfu Kongming's headpiece. She immediately understood. Huangfu Kongming often visited, and the secret hidden within the pearl exposed a scandalous truth. The prince frequently spent intimate time with this woman. From the start, Lu Meyer had an unfavorable impression of Nangong Qingjin. During her years as a courtesan, Lu Meyer had always been adept at seeing through situations. But she never expected that the prince would show such special attention to this frail-looking woman. She's right. After all, she bears a striking resemblance to Empress Helion. At this moment, Lu Meyer observed Nangong Qingjin under the sunlight. The woman's face displayed a peaceful and warm smile. Despite being unwell, her features were like half a blooming lotus, so pale, so delicate. Her beauty, enhanced by her fragile state, resembled the classic elegance of Lady She holding her heart. Such beauty was indescribable and immeasurable. If they were together, how admirably matched they would be. Just imagining it made Lu Meyer picture vivid scenes of intimacy. Even when Nangong Qingjin wore no makeup, she was so captivating, let alone when she took care to adorn herself. Her beauty defied any description with words. The more Lu Meyer watched, the more she realized that this threat must be the root cause of her own loss of favor. Gripping her hairpin tightly, she applied force subconsciously. Cough, cough. As soon as she sat down to work, Nangong Qingjin's health was visibly deteriorating. An inexplicable sense of weakness had enveloped her. Last night, she caught a chill, and now her head throbbed faintly. When she casually glanced at Lu Meyer lightly coughed. Nangong Qingjin trembled slightly as she held her pen nervously. It was the first day since Huangfu Kongming left, yet she had endured thus far. It was clear that the current harm was just a test and hadn't escalated fully yet. Lu Meyer merely wanted to accuse her of disrespect. She refused to comply. Now, she endured quietly, thinking to herself that organizing these texts wasn't beyond her abilities. Miss, are you all right? Seeing the sweat on Nangong Qingjin's forehead, Sienna quickly approached and handed her a cup of tea. Nangong Qingjin weakly smiled. No need to worry, no need to worry. You should rest. Look at yourself, Sienna insisted. Nangong Qingjin could only laugh softly. Why be so alarmed? I'm fine. This girl doesn't know when to step back. Miss Nangong is busy reviewing documents. This matter mustn't be taken lightly. You, a mere servant, dare to disturb her. Go away quickly. Chu Feng furrowed his brows coldly as he scolded Sienna. Sienna immediately knelt down. Please, Miss and General, consider Our Lady's condition since she is ill. Lady Nangong has already given everything for the prince. Now, impudent. Lu Meyer had long wanted to find an excuse to reprimand someone, and now she finally had a reason. Nangong Qingjin was such a meticulous person that Lu Meyer, despite her frustrations, could not find fault with her until now. Everything had unfolded perfectly for Lu Meyer's plans. Someone slap her face. This girl is slandering recklessly without basis. 30 strikes should be sufficient. As Lu Meyer spoke, a sinister smirk crossed the face of a minor officer stationed near Chu Feng. He stepped forward, exchanged a strange glance with those around him, and before anyone could react, 2 eunuchs from the inner court seized Sienna. 30 strikes on the mouth. Lu Meyer's voice deepened as she waved her hand dismissively. The eunuchs understood that this was unavoidable, and just as one of them was about to execute the punishment, Nangong Qingjin finally interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Lu girl, please show mercy. Nangong Qingjin stood firm despite her frailness, her tone cold but filled with urgency. How has Sienna disrespected you? Please be generous enough to forgive her. Oh, Lu Meyer rose to her feet, casting a cutting remark. What are Sienna's intentions? I don't know, but what are my intentions, do you? Lu girl, she is my maid. My health has been poor lately, and I need Sienna's assistance whenever I go in or out. She tried desperately to make Lu Meyer understand the importance of this servant, but unfortunately, her efforts backfired. Lu Meyer nodded lightly with indifference. However, if we let this matter slide, there will surely be people who insult me again. Everyone in this mansion will start challenging authority. What do you think of that? She won't do it again. Please rest assured. How much Nangong Qingjin wished she could pat her own chest to guarantee this. But Lu Meyer had already risen, glaring fiercely with her sharp black and white eyes. This girl needs more discipline. Don't spoil her, Lu Meyer declared, then slowly approached Sienna kneeling on the ground. Sienna remained silent, having prepared herself for whatever might come next. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she could not bear to see Nangong Qingjin humiliated by Lu Meyer. You tell me, what shall we do? The state has its laws, and the family has its rules. This matter, I will handle properly. You. All matters are because of you. Let's deal with it like this. Lu Meyer continued, turning slowly to deliver a chilling sentence directly into Nan Gongqingjian's ear. You give her 20 resounding slaps. What do you think of that? How can I possibly do such a thing? Clearly, Lu Meyer had grasped her weakness. Watching Nan Gongqingjin try to defend her maid, arguing against her even though it was futile, Lu Meyer only frowned icily. So, are we going to let this end peacefully? Then I will lose all my dignity in the future. I leave it entirely to your discretion. However, please consider showing leniency. A sheen of sweat coated Nan Gongqingjin's face, and her frailty now weighed heavier than ever. Pain gripped her, blinding spots dancing before her eyes, yet she couldn't falter now. If she lost consciousness, who knew how they would torment her maid? Sienner, please hope the young lady shows leniency. Servant asks the young lady to calm down. It's my fault. I deserve death. Please overlook my insolence, as a great man does not hold a grudge against a small one. Sienner, being a clever girl, knew exactly when to say the right words. She immediately began banging her head on the ground in entreaty. I think. Just as Lu Meyer was about to speak further, she accidentally turned and overturned a container beside her, holding both white and red beans. These scattered across the golden woven carpet. Lu Meyer quickly frowned, devising a plan. These beans, would you help me pick them up? All right. Nan Gongqingjin immediately responded on behalf of Sienner. As long as it didn't involve physical punishment, she would accept anything. But Lu Meyer waited until Nan Gongqingjin agreed, then added, separate the black ones, red ones, and white ones. I will check them carefully. Lu Meyer. Nan Gongqingjin still tried to ask for mercy, but clearly Lu Meyer had no intention of relenting. To me, this is already the lightest punishment I can conceive of. Sienner, be careful. Nan Gongqingjin reminded, and could only watch helplessly as Sienner started collecting the beans. Sienner's eyes flickered briefly, then began the arduous task earnestly. These beans were fragrant, commonly known in the capital city as red beans. The red beans grow in the southern country, and when spring comes, they will surely be lush with flowers and fruits. These beans, beautifully named red beans, are not all red. It's just that the red ones make up the majority. The rest come in various colors. Because of their natural fragrance, when the beans ripen, many people in the capital city flock to place them inside their homes to purify the air. There were already tens of thousands of these beans in this measure. Simply picking them up would have been fine, but after picking them, they also had to be sorted by color. This was truly speechless. Clearly, this was one of Lu Meyer's tricks. But what could be done? Nan Gongqingjin did not know where she had gone wrong, which led to this calamity. The people who usually served Nan Gongqingjin in this house knew that she had offended someone, but beyond silent grief, what else could they do? In the past, they could have secretly sought out Huangfu Kongming for help, but now Huangfu Kongming had disappeared. This left no one to uphold justice. Although Lu Meyer couldn't fully represent the prince, her words and actions were indisputable here. What's more, Lu Meyer had come prepared today. On the table lay a variety of colorful books, scarlet, sapphire blue, and other white ones. Sorting them into categories wouldn't exactly be considered significant work even if Nan Gongqingjin hadn't truly accomplished anything noteworthy. At this moment, Lu Meyer had ordered all medical texts to be brought over and seized, an overwhelming amount. It wasn't something that could be easily handled. New paragraph starts here. With so many items, how could they possibly finish sorting through them effortlessly? Chapter 41. The doctor also falls ill. Nan Gongqingjin endured the throbbing headache, but in truth, that soul-tearing sensation began as soon as she grasped the scroll. It must be said that Lu Meyer was unsurpassed in tormenting people. And it must also be said that those who have struggled through the brothel world possess incredible skills. Seeing Sienner picking up beans and Nan Gongqingjin silently flipping through the scrolls, Lu Meyer did not leave. Her eyes, filled with intrigue and menace, rested on the master and servant duo. The beans were small but abundant in number. Despite Sienner's utmost efforts to pick them all up, disappointment followed every attempt. Watching Nan Gongqingjin being tortured by Lu Meyer under the guise of official duties, Sienner felt her heart pierced by a knife, unbearable agony. With a bang, Nan Gongqingjin could no longer bear the pain in her head and collapsed onto the ground. Only then did Lu Meyer's lips curl into a satisfied smile. She gave a nod to Chu Feng beside her, and Chu Feng rushed to Nan Gongqingjin in a panic. Nan Gongqingjin had lost consciousness and was now unconscious. Indeed, such an overwhelming amount of tasks was bound to bring disaster quickly. Miss, are you alright? Sienner immediately stepped forward towards Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin's body wasn't this bad normally, but it couldn't withstand such torture. At this moment, Lu Meyer coughed forcefully. Do your own work. Can't you follow my commands? Lu girl, our miss is unwell. Perhaps you should let the doctor come first. Sienner spoke humbly, fear and trepidation evident in her voice, the feeling of being at someone else's mercy gradually forming. It's just fatigue. There are plenty of medical books left. I'll temporarily take my leave today. As for these beans, Lu Meyer paused, eyeing Sienner before smiling wickedly. Chu Feng will supervise you. One bean at a time, one by one, categorized carefully. Chu Feng. Sienner looked at this despicable man with venomous eyes. Why did he always listen so willingly to Lu Meyer's words? It was incomprehensible. Truly, what a two-faced general. Even the prince entrusted him to care for them upon his departure. Who would have thought? Upon the prince's departure, he started misbehaving without restraint. Was it possible that everyone had a dark side? Or was it that people, for their self-interest, could sacrifice everything, disregard everything, even the very concept of conscience? Miss, walk safely. Chu Feng led the group of guards and maidservants in bowing as Lu Meyer departed gracefully. Xian'er thought the ordeal of the day was over, unaware that this was merely the beginning. Nangong Qingjin was ill, her condition far from optimistic. After rushing to the villa without proper rest and nourishment, she caught a cold compounded by exhaustion from staying up all night. Let alone a woman, even a person made of iron would suffer headaches and fevers. And worse still, this was Lu Meyer's deliberate intent. She aimed to root out her completely and was truly preparing to make her move. At present, apart from enduring passively, she seemed to have no other recourse. Seeing Lu Meyer strutting off triumphantly, Xian'er immediately supported Nangong Qingjin to the cloud-like couch nearby. Her high fever wouldn't abate, her face redder than before. Breathing softly, her body fluctuated between hot and cold. A nameless sense of helplessness enveloped her entirely. With great effort, she tried looking around, afraid of losing consciousness lest Lu Meyer use extreme methods against Xian'er, her loyal maid. Xian'er, are you alright? Reaching out, she anxiously tried to see Xian'er, who quickly responded. As Xian'er prepared to stand, the cruel Chu Feng took a step forward. His bejeweled shoes stomped heavily onto Xian'er's hand. Ah! Immediately, Xian'er screamed in shock, the soul-shattering pain indescribable. Seeing Xian'er drenched in sweat, Nangong Qingjin suffered even more than if it were herself injured. Save your strength, young lady. You seem to forget the master's command moments ago. Or maybe you prefer following orders. Chu Feng said as he shifted his heavy foot, causing Xian'er to cry out in agony, as if being tormented beyond comprehension, screaming under these severe measures. For one who had never struck a woman before, this was an unusual pleasure. No, Xian'er. Despite her illness, Nangong Qingjin sat up suddenly from her semi-comatose state and moved towards the front position, struggling toward the door while shouting. In truth, Nangong Qingjin was someone who carried a heavy sense of responsibility. Now, the person right before her eyes was the one she had been through thick and thin with, inseparable. If anything untoward happened to this person, not only would she be left unsupported alone, but also her heart would ache immensely. At this moment, her brows were furrowed forcefully, her gaze piercing as she observed the scene in front of her. Xian'er's hand was crushed beneath Chu Feng's foot. Xian'er screamed desperately for help, yet there was nothing she could do. Chu Feng, however, wore a malevolent smile on his face. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. This move could not be underestimated. A cold gleam burst from the chilling depths of Nangong Qingjin's eyes, vowing that she would not let this go unpunished. Stop it. Stop. But where did she have the strength? The situation had escalated to an irreconcilable extent. Finally, Nangong Qingjin was about to explode. Her eyes soon flared up with two fiery red flames, so fierce they seemed capable of burning everything to ashes. Her throat parched and her tongue dry, she shouted. Chu Feng, why don't you direct your hostility at me instead? Grievance has its source, and debt its owner. I'm here. You're forbidden to harm those who belong to me. This is Master Lady's decree. The girl spoke ill of her master out of sheer insolence. Lady has shown great mercy, yet why does this maid still act like a lunatic? Not knowing when to retreat, she deserves due punishment. As Chu Feng said this, he glared fiercely with bulging copper bell-like eyes at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin never expected Lu Meyer to summon Chu Feng for this matter. She even less anticipated how completely subservient Chu Feng was to Lu Meyer, showing absolutely no resistance. Stop! A sharp shout came from the doorway. Chu Feng and Nangong Qingjin turned their heads simultaneously. How much Nangong Qingjin wanted to call for reinforcements, yet the current situation and form made it impossible for her to summon any help. His gaze then flickered slightly, fixing itself on the face of the person standing in front. It was Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming had returned. He had just left, but returned unexpectedly. Nangong Qingjin almost thought she was dreaming, though this was undoubtedly a good dream. She simply stared at Huangfu Kongming, finally sighing in relief. Chu Feng never imagined Huangfu Kongming would drop in unexpectedly like this. Immediately, he shifted his foot away from Xian'er's hand, loosening his grip. My lord, how did you return? Huangfu Kongming indeed had official duties to attend to, but now, it seemed luck favored him, leading to his timely return and uncovering of this predicament. It wasn't until Lu Meyer had left that Huangfu Kongming learned of the danger here. Fortunately, he arrived early enough to prevent unspeakable consequences. Seeing the barely conscious woman on the ground, Huangfu Kongming immediately approached. Nangong girl, how are you? I'm fine. My lord, please first check on Xian'er. Look at Xian'er. Nangong Qingjin pushed Huangfu Kongming aside, who promptly went to her side. Seeing Xian'er's hand already battered and swollen, he frowned severely. Chu Feng, have you overstepped boundaries? This is the villa. Your feet stand on the land of this prince. You dare abuse authority in my domain. Huangfu Kongming was Huangfu Kongming. After all, after a single sentence, Chu Feng quickly shrunk back. My lord, this is not what I intended. Even if you gave me 100 more gallbladders, I would not dare to challenge your command. It's just that. This is Lu girl's order, and this humble servant. Chu Feng sighed deeply while speaking. Witnessing this sudden change of attitude, Huangfu Kongming sighed. You truly take life too lightly. Go away. Of all people, I detest most those who wield petty power excessively. With this roar, everyone slinked off quietly with bowed heads, tails between their legs. Watching everyone leave, he proceeded to tear part of his shirt into strips, binding Xian'er's wounded hand carefully. Chu Feng remained stunned in place. 6 years ago, he was the one who carried Huangfu Kongming out of a pile of corpses. Time may have passed 6 years since, but that fact remained undeniable. For Huangfu Kongming, there was nothing he hadn't done, and nothing that couldn't be done. Yet he never anticipated this situation, never expected Huangfu Kongming would rebuke him for the sake of a newcomer. Still standing there. Leave. Huangfu Kongming perhaps realized his tone had grown overly harsh. He softened it slightly, waving a dismissive hand. Yes. Seeing Chu Feng depart, Nangong Qingjin's face flushed, unsure whether it stemmed from numbness or some other reason. Now, Nangong Qingjin almost could not feel any pain anymore. Or rather, perhaps the best effective medicine for treating wounds came from the care shown by someone of the opposite sex. Observing him so swiftly and proficiently wrap the wound, she lost all sensation of suffering. Nangong Qingjin finally expressed her gratitude, but just as she was about to bow, she slipped, nearly falling to the ground. In a flash, his hand had already reached out, holding her around the waist. Nangong Qingjin looked into his eyes, and he too gazed back at her. Their eyes locked, and his eyes revealed more indulgence and care, seemingly along with a bit of reproach for her not taking better care of herself. I've come late, he said. Nangong Qingjin felt that this position was inappropriate, so in a panic and somewhat clumsily, she pushed away the person who was embracing her. The prince has come at the right time, she said. After speaking, she quickly adjusted her disheveled hair, then walked towards Sienna and took her hand. Are you all right? My life is like that of a lowly golden turtle beetle. I'm fine, Sienna replied while wiping the sweat from Nangong Qingjin's face. Mistress, it's you I worry about. Looking at the girl before her, Nangong Qingjin sighed. It's my fault that you got involved. This servant can let someone else pick up the beans, rest well. No, we must not rely on others. General Chu Feng is not easy to deal with. If Lu Meyer comes tomorrow, at least I have some hope. But mistress, are you all right? You look unwell. If you really can't review many documents, please pay attention to your rest. There was a third person in the room, but it seemed as if these two had already ignored the presence of the third party entirely. Chapter 42, A Sudden Concern. Are you feeling better? Seeing the fading blush on Nangong Qingjin's face, Huangfu Kongming finally spoke up. Nangong Qingjin gave a slight bow. Yes, all thanks to you. Otherwise, I truly don't know what would have happened tonight. It's not good to be alone when you're unwell. Tell me where it hurts so I can check. As he spoke, without waiting for her response, he grabbed Nangong Qingjin's wrist. She had initially intended to resist, but his resolute attitude left her no room for escape. He firmly held onto her arm. First, it wasn't pulse diagnosis. Instead, he sent his internal energy continuously through his palm. Nangong Qingjin felt renewed vigor throughout her body. Then he took her pulse, pulling her along as he led her towards the inner chamber. Inside the inner chamber, a red candle flickered. In the dim light of the candle, the woman's face looked bashful like honey, and her eyes, pitch black, were mesmerizingly beautiful. This stirred a sudden desire within him. How did His Highness come at this hour? I came upon hearing news, he said, and after finishing, added, Do not speak. I need quiet to check your pulse, while extending his hand. Checking her pulse? She was the healer, yet he had preemptively pressed down on her arm, taking charge with authority. It was strange indeed. If he had come upon hearing news, whose news could that possibly be? After checking Nangong Qingjin's pulse, Huangfu Kongming remarked, Why must you work yourself to exhaustion again? Actually, it was a redundant question because real rest seemed impossible. But lady, I offended your springtime sweetheart, and after you left, I became the primary target. Tell me, how is my health? She asked nervously, fearing she might suffer from some obscure ailment. As she spoke, she looked into the man's eyes with her glossy black ones, her lashes flickering like the petals of a lotus in the wind. It's my negligence. Huangfu Kongming sighed softly. You were elusive, hard to find. Now in the capital city, everyone says that caution against you is necessary, Nangong Qingjin stated. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming merely snorted with a cold laugh. What about you? What do you think? Do you parrot others' opinions? Not necessarily, but in my eyes, your highness is still the prince. There wouldn't be those sorts of issues. Since it's late and quiet, should your highness retire? He asked, glancing at Nangong Qingjin. Frankly, this suited her as well, since sharing quarters with an unmarried male under these circumstances wasn't appropriate. Furthermore, there were medical books to review carefully before the night ended. After all, countless reasons weighed on her. Her vitality returned more strongly now, likely due to the powerful life force he transmitted earlier. It's already late. Perhaps your servant may escort your highness out. Would leaving be proper? What do you think? He questioned, watching her. She hadn't expected this unexpected change in topic by Huangfu Kongming. Feeling a bit affronted, she hesitated. How does His Highness ask such a thing? Questions are never aimless. He explained. Nangong Qingjin suddenly felt powerless. With disappointment, she looked down, her hand aimlessly fumbling in her pocket. Huangfu Kongming smirked bitterly, observing Nangong Qingjin's fingers, delicate, pale, and with beautiful pink nails. How wonderful they were, embodying exactly what a woman's hand should look like. He reached out intensely, gripping Nangong Qingjin's hand. The abrupt agitation caught Nangong Qingjin completely off guard and made her flustered. Your Highness, please don't behave this way. Nangong Qingjin protested, her face turning red like peach blossoms in spring. Consequently, she appeared more alluring, more pitiable. It turned out that life in her supposed utopia wasn't as blissful as imagined, though who knew? Nangong Qingjin's backhand was so fair and delicate, but the palms were surprisingly rough. He couldn't believe this was a woman's hand. Holding tightly onto it, he didn't seem capable of letting go anymore. making both of them remain locked in this moment. Why didn't you say earlier that there had been tension between you two? No, no, she sighed heavily, forcefully releasing those hands, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. There's nothing, you're overthinking. She couldn't just ruin their feelings like that. Fortunately, it's not too late now, he said calmly. Nan Gongqingjin had already stood up, gazing into the deepening night as darkness slowly enveloped everything. The somber twilight had thoroughly swept across the night sky, covering every corner of the villa. As she looked on, his gaze became unbearably uncomfortable, almost incomprehensible. Sorry, you have unspoken secrets, you have your hardships. But now, finally, I understand, he said, preparing to embrace her, but Nan Gongqingjin immediately avoided him. My lord, please don't act like this. You can't. I've been searching for you for a long time. I never expected you were right in front of my eyes all along. Now you can't escape anymore, Nan Gongqingjin. You can't escape anymore. It's great, he said with satisfaction, though she didn't feel anything positive about it. Her eyes flickered. In those pitch-black pupils, it seemed like thousands of words were brewing, but ultimately restrained. Silence made everything subtle, transforming impossibilities into possibilities. Gradually, all the maids and bothersome eunuchs disappeared one by one. This moment belonged to Nan Gongqingjin, and to him. This was the most delicate moment between them. He looked at her back. Actually, I should have realized from the very beginning, but I didn't. Are you blaming me? No, my lord. I am the real Nan Gongqingjin, not Empress Hellion. Please don't put me in such a dilemma. Still, I'm grateful for what happened before. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how to resolve it. In the future, I'll always be by your side, he said, pouring a cup of tea and offering it to her. Nan Gongqingjin had been standing for so long that occasional chills ran through her body, so she sat beside him. Drink, he reminded her. Nan Gongqingjin could only sip quietly, then picked up the vermilion pen next to her, starting to check documents. At the moment, she felt so flustered she could hardly read the content of the books. Seeing the odd tadpole-like characters, he couldn't help but laugh and grabbed another vermilion pen to start helping Nan Gongqingjin. In Nan Gongqingjin's eyes, Prince Huang Fukongming was a lazy person who would never do such tasks. But now, at this very moment, every movement of his was changing Nan Gongqingjin's impression of him. He was so quick, so precise. Nan Gongqingjin thought he might just be going through the motions or skimming carelessly, but soon she noticed every sentence and word had gone through deep deliberation. Thus, in the capital city, he used his carefree and innocent demeanor to conceal his true talent and virtue. To possess the knowledge yet not flaunt it, to remain discreet despite clear understanding. All these were traits of a highly admirable character. How hard it was to achieve. He turned out to be a fully qualified genius. With Huang Fukongming assisting her with the obligations, Nan Gongqingjin instantly felt more relaxed and the work went much faster. From the bottom of her heart, she was thankful to him. He ordered people to prepare food in the kitchen. Nan Gongqingjin saw the servants come in one after another, calming her thumping heart. After about half an hour, everything was finally reviewed. His eyes glanced at the messy pile of papers beside him, and he couldn't help but smile. It must be said, after Huang Fukongming's assistance, everything became much simpler, faster, and more efficient. This man had strength, had decisiveness, and was incredibly effective. It was late at night, yet the dishes kept flowing in from the small kitchen without stopping. Although Nan Gongqingjin was still a lady, she wasn't particularly picky about her food, and she'd never indulged in wastefulness. However, after coming, he brought all sorts of delicious foods. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin busy past midnight, and noticing the sweat on her forehead, he suddenly gasped slightly and stared at her. Nan Gongqingjin's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. You're hungry. Eat first. I still have some official papers left. After finishing reviewing them, I'll eat as well. If you don't eat, I can't either. In fact, Huang Fukongming had already picked up the chopsticks and dished out portions of rice for each of them. Nan Gongqingjin knew that he must have been starving since soon after she heard his stomach growl. Upon hearing it, Nan Gongqingjin sighed and gripped her jade chopsticks, gazing at the abundance of dishes before her. Did you mistreat yourself like this when you were alone in the past? Actually, every meal should be delicious, and you should eat as much as possible every day. I know. However, being here was already a mistake on his part. If he continued to have so many things sent over, it might give rise to unwanted suspicions. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin's troubled expression, he smiled faintly. It's something one gets used to over time. Why did you return so suddenly? Nan Gongqingjin asked, steering the conversation away from the previous topic. The original plan was 3 days, but we encountered some matters along the way, he replied. After finishing, he served a little more food onto the plate. This is deep-fried pine mushrooms, and this one here is oatmeal. Why don't you eat more? I'm not feeling hungry. It's an illness. Let me see. He spoke firmly, already holding Nan Gongqingjin's hand without giving her a chance to refuse. She shrank back slightly but then quickly flickered her dark pupils with a slight unease. I'm fine. What kind of fine is this? Do you think I am blind? My lord, Nan Gongqingjin managed a wry smile, her lips curving bitterly. I am truly well. Is it so wrong for me to show concern? Huang Fukongming continued speaking while smiling, a bitter smile. Watching the dimple in Huang Fukongming's corner of the mouth, Nan Gongqingjin felt her heart sinking lower and lower, as if into the faraway land of Java. Finally, she let out a sigh. I am not Hellion. Chapter 43. If this doesn't count as love, the king knows. Since that is the case, she said, trying her best to explain a principle. There was not even a shred of possibility between the two of them, and she wanted Huangfu Kongming to understand this, at least for now. Unfortunately, Huangfu Kongming was not the kind of person who played by the rules. As he gazed ahead, looking at her, he smiled. Now, what stood before Nangong Qingjin was no longer a simple question of love or lack thereof, but rather how to make Huangfu Kongming realize that she was not Empress Hellion. She simply wanted to be an ordinary person, herself. All right, you rest first. I will handle things here. Seeing that Nangong Qingjin had eaten her fill and drank enough, knowing she was also tired, after all, she was still a patient. With these words from him, Nangong Qingjin sighed softly. The moon was high in the sky. In truth, she hadn't eaten much earlier, yet resting now would be untimely for a patient. But, for a patient, it wouldn't be ideal. Nangong Qingjin sighed. Fine, your servant shall go rest. Please do so soon as well. After saying this, Nangong Qingjin headed toward the back courtyard. Xian saw her approach and immediately offered support, saying, Your complexion doesn't look good. Indeed, encountering such a situation, anyone's expression would falter. After a brief encounter, Nangong Qingjin sighed. Were you alright just now? Why did you have to jump to my defense? Haven't you heard the saying, the spear always targets the leading bird? Today, Lu Meyer came prepared. Look at yourself, having spent half the night picking red beans. Your eyes are just as red as the beans. In response to Nangong Qingjin's deeply concerned statement, Xian merely smiled faintly. In truth, His Highness mentioned before he left, asking me to take good care of you. I did not fall short of my duties. He also said if you were in danger, I should give a golden bell to one of his guards. And thus, he appeared. Did you correspond? She guessed a question as she looked at the girl before her. No correspondence. Merely 3 days have passed. Could it be that you miss His Majesty so intensely that absence feels like a year has gone by? It's been only 3 days without meeting, and it hasn't felt like 3 years within your heart. Hasn't it already reached the point where you still joke around? Nangong Qingjin sighed, her gaze resting on the woman before her. The woman replied with a slight smirk, seizing happiness in the cracks. You and I survive in these gaps. If we don't find joy for ourselves, how can we carry on? It's called pain with pleasure. Just pain. What schemes Lu Meyer might have tomorrow remained unknown, and Nangong Qingjin was already fatigued. Sighing, she retired to rest. Yet strangely, though tired tonight, sleep eluded her entirely. For a long time, tossing and turning, the only thought occupying Nangong Qingjin's mind was him from the daytime, Huangfu Kongming. An irate Huangfu Kongming, an ill-tempered Huangfu Kongming, a Huangfu Kongming who showed great concern for her, a Huangfu Kongming who took tender care of her, the Huangfu Kongming during meals. Every variety of Huangfu Kongming filled her mind. Oh heavens, right now, her thoughts were completely dominated by Huangfu Kongming. Hellion Qingshan of yesteryear, now Nangong Qingjin. A monarch of old with unparalleled authority, today's white-robed official. No. Nangong Qingjin felt more and more that her life was like a dream, a nightmare. Nangong Qingjin didn't get any rest all night. By the next day, she noticed the dark circles under her eyes, resembling those of a panda, those beautiful black pupils embedded in her eye sockets, pitch black like glass. As dawn broke, Nangong Qingjin couldn't linger in bed. Even if mornings weren't for appointments, these were trying times, and she didn't want to provide any leverage against her. Miss, you appear to be preoccupied with something. Xianer, does the depth of eyebrow painting fit the fashion? While speaking, she asked, touching her far mountain eyebrows. Xian smiled faintly. Why do you say this now? You should focus on ensuring there are no traps or tricks today. We're indeed in a dangerous position. Xianer, even Hua Mulan knew to adorn her face with yellow flower paste before the mirror. How could I, in my prime, neglect grooming myself? To be so prematurely aged would be undesirable. While talking, she sighed, her gaze fixated on a certain spot ahead. Their gazes both flickered momentarily when breakfast arrived, simple yet flavorful. After partaking in their meal, the master-servant pair moved from the back courtyard to the front. However, neither of them expected Huangfu Kongming hadn't left last night. The medical books on the table had already been meticulously reviewed, and Huangfu Kongming was snoring soundly. A guard draped a heavy fur over Huangfu Kongming's shoulders, its white fur collar brushed against his nostrils. Seeing him sleep so deeply, Xian immediately took a step forward. Xian, don't disturb Uncle Huang. Oh, Mississippi. Xian approached right away, as Nangong Qingjin waved to dismiss everyone else except for one servant, who stepped forward. Nangong Qingjin looked at this guard. When did His Highness finish inspecting last night? Not last night, but this morning he completed the reviews. The later texts were increasingly difficult to read. It's obvious His Highness was exhausted. I see. When His Highness wakes up, ensure that good food is prepared for him. After saying this, the guard nodded respectfully. Nangong Qingjin headed toward the door, with Xian following closely behind her. Are you completely recovered today? You should at least pretend. You need to walk like this. As Xian spoke, she mimed a pained expression, like she's sure clutching her heart in agony, which appeared very uncomfortable. Watching Xian's strange demonstration, Nangong Qingjin spat out. You're too disrespectful. It looks terrible. Who would find this appealing? If you don't feign weakness in this cutthroat place, how can you survive, miss? You're perfect in every way, except for not knowing how to show vulnerability. If only you showed more weakness sometimes. While saying this, Xian sighed heavily. She was absolutely right. Nangong Qingjin never showed any weakness. After a short while, master and servant reached the winding corridor. During her convalescence until today, she rarely ventured outside. Today, upon stepping out, the air felt fresh, Birds chirped melodiously, and even the scenery appeared more picturesque. Though it was early autumn, the day was brilliantly sunny. Passing the front, Xian genuinely had no idea where Nan Gongqingjin was heading. Seeing her steps, Xian asked abruptly, "You haven't said where you're going this morning." To Lady Lu Meyer. "Recently, we've been walking on eggshells, having drained our strength. Now isn't a bad time to rally our energy once more. Miss, you truly dare to do anything." "I won't go? Won't." Frowning, Xian looked at her. Mississippi. Nan Gongqingjin stood in the sunlight, slowly opening her eyes to gaze at the lively wisteria flowers, which resembled little bells. "Xian, just because we dislike certain things doesn't mean we can avoid them. Times change, and some tasks must be done, however distasteful. Xian, keep quiet. Here, you cannot say what comes to mind." "I understand, mistress." Together they walked towards Queen Lu Meyer's residence. After last night's events, Nan Gongqingjin unexpectedly came to visit Lu Meyer early in the morning, catching Lu Meyer off guard. This morning, Lu Meyer also rose early, listening as a guard described vividly last night's confrontation between her and Nan Gongqingjin. Lu Meyer clapped her hands delightedly. "That's wonderful, truly refreshing. But everyone should know not to let her discover it was my doing. Of course, sir understands that clearly." Lu Meyer slowly stood up, gazing at the plants in the courtyard. Withered crepe myrtle and Japanese red hibiscus signified the end of spring, leaves falling from the trees. However, the maple leaves in the garden had turned red, dazzlingly brilliant, capturing her interest as she stepped toward the door. Seeing Lu Meyer approach the doorway, a guard quickly opened the pearl curtain. In the courtyard, Lu Meyer stared at the fiery red maple leaves, their color fierce and intimidating, breathtakingly beautiful, resembling the end of life itself. Contemplating the fading red, Empress Lu Meyer smirked faintly and grasped the leaf. "When will His Royal Highness return?" she asked while pretending to sniff the scent of the maple leaf as if it held an aroma. The servant replied immediately. "He said 3 days. Yesterday was the first day, today is the second. He returned last night." "So soon?" As she exclaimed, she grabbed the leaf tightly, tearing it apart violently before letting it drop to the ground. "The prince now views her differently," the guard remarked. "Could Empress Helion really be an incomparable person? What do you think?" "The prince has merely allowed this woman to temporarily deceive him. People may resemble each other," the guard responded. "You're wrong," Lu Meyer sighed as she continued. "If I could, I would rather look like Empress Helion." As she spoke, she moved gracefully toward the front position. The gate of the courtyard opened, and just as a group of people arrived at the door, Lu Meyer caught sight of Nan Gongqingjin coming towards her. The timing was impeccable, and Lu Meyer immediately smiled upon seeing Nan Gongqingjin. "It's Miss Nan Gong. I was just about to visit you." "It's not by chance. I came especially to see you," Nan Gongqingjin replied. Lu Meyer chuckled softly. "What is there for me to look at? On the contrary, it's you who should take good care of yourself. You don't seem well, and if the prince finds out that I didn't take proper care of you, how will I have any face left? You've done enough for me already, lady." After speaking, both women entered the courtyard, where Lu Meyer turned to gaze at Nan Gongqingjin. "You've been busy all night, so you really shouldn't have come. It's your responsibility to handle family affairs, and unfortunately, I can't assist with your worries. I feel quite troubled. Someone has helped me though." "Who could it be?" Lu Meyer asked curiously, looking directly at Nan Gongqingjin. In fact, Lu Meyer was an exceptionally talented woman, one well-versed in literature and arts. Actually, assisting in reviewing medical books would have been acceptable, but Lu Meyer deliberately feigned ignorance and incompetence regarding these matters, avoiding involvement with them. "It's His Highness." Upon hearing Nan Gongqingjin's words, Lu Meyer instantly understood. "He's returned then." Indeed, Queen Lu Meyer gave Nan Gongqingjin a reproachful look, while Nan Gongqingjin sighed faintly. "That's correct." This news seemed like a deliberate challenge, conflicting with what Lu Meyer had learned from her own guard. A flash of doubt crossed Lu Meyer's brow before she sharply glared at the guard standing nearby. The guard shrunk back, unable to respond. How could this happen without him knowing? Chapter 44, Needle Against Grain. When did His Highness return? At the depth of night. Nan Gongqingjin immediately nodded. Last night, Chu Feng returned to Lady Lu Mei and immediately reported. On the way back, a Cheng Yaojin showed up. It was someone we didn't dare to move against. "Who's this Cheng Yaojin?" Lu Mei held a banana and smelled it gently. The banana had been transported from the south. She didn't have any special preferences except for silk, satin, brocade, gold, and jewels. She particularly liked the smell of bananas. While she was gently sniffing, General Chu Feng looked dispirited. "General, I was just instructing her to thoroughly review the medical books when His Highness arrived unexpectedly." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei immediately placed the banana on the table. Her calculating phoenix eyes flashed with a cold, fierce light. "What do you mean? He has returned, and why has he come back?" "Naturally, he's exerting pressure on me, knowing that I am but a small figure in this grand scheme and don't dare to make a rash move, so I came back." "Do you seek punishment for failing, General? You've done well." As she spoke, she continued. "It seems she is resourceful indeed, having His Highness aiding her. For now, let's leave her be." Lu Mei stood up and held some fish food, scattering it into an adjacent fish tank. The fish swam over lively, vine to eat. She flicked her fingers, letting more pellets out of her nail protector, feeding them generously. Chu Feng, why has His Highness suddenly returned at such a moment? Gazing at Liu Mei's elegant silhouette, Chu Feng froze momentarily before stepping forward slightly, whispering softly. "I'm not quite clear about this matter. Just speak out already. Who doesn't know you?" "Chu Feng, as the old fox." Saying this, she threw all the fish feed into the water. Perhaps His Highness only heard rumors. What wonderful hearsay indeed, Chu Feng. What now? Lu Mei paused, her question landing straight on Chu Feng's face. Why does he not come to decide my fate? What exactly is His Highness planning with his moves? With this question, not only did Chu Feng not evade Liu Mei's icy glare, but instead stepped closer, lowering his voice further. He appeared far too conveniently. If private affairs can't stand in the state's interests, does Lady Lu Mei you really want this man to be our future empress? The Empress Dowager immediately grasped the meaning implied by the Chamberlain. Your suggestion is for me to eliminate her using others? This person must not be left alive no matter how capable they may be. Should they remain, there would surely be unrest within the household, turmoil everywhere. Have you ever seen His Highness go through such torment and perseverance for any woman? This, Chu Feng sighed, yet spoke honestly. The late Hellion Empress, even she. Words unspoken were unnecessary. Henceforth it was clear that even Hellion Empress had experienced such favor from him. Contemplating this, Lu Mei couldn't help feeling desolate and aggrieved. An overwhelming sorrow surged within her. Enough, let's discuss something else. She gritted her teeth, tense and stiff-faced. Chu Feng, after all, was Chu Feng. After so many years in office, he knew what to do and what not to do. He also understood how to behave himself correctly. Normally, he was least fond of causing trouble without cause. And Lu Mei, unable to interact freely with people outside quickly enough, felt deep melancholy in her heart. Her piercing eyes gazed at the nearby Chu Feng. So your point is, for now, merely observe silently. If there is no illicit affair between them, everyone will rejoice. If there truly is some unclear or suspicious behavior going on, he drew a gesture mimicking chop in the air. Fine, do it as you see fit. Just ensure no traces are found by others. Lu Mei decided to allow Chu Feng to handle matters independently. Low bowing, Chu Feng disappeared quietly from the room. Liu Mei's mood worsened dramatically. She never expected things to escalate to such an extent. His peculiar intentions towards Nangong Qingjin were completely unexpected. Following such trends and ignoring them, things would soon end disastrously. Her position in the villa was originally precarious. If her status were to suddenly be replaced, leaving her degraded, then where should she go? Regardless of whether she could restart her former life or not, current events were already beyond her control. Now, both her mood and situation were grim. Now, she had no choice but to think of ways to deal with the thorn in her eye and remove the source of her resentment. She looked blankly ahead, a profound sense of distress swelling within her. What should she do now? Last night, while reviewing medical books, Nangong Qingjin was indeed very tired. When she woke up, the sun had already risen high. Last night, she did not rest on the cloud-like couch. Instead, she fell asleep in a very unnatural position on the table. After waking up, Xian immediately walked over. Miss, you're awake. Come over to wash your face. She nodded softly, feeling parched and sore-mouthed. Her side effects were coming back. Now was also the time for colds and flu. She was coughing, walking forward with a slight cough. Xian had already brought over the water, and she looked at her reflection in the water of the bronze basin. The rippling water reflected her pretty face, and she looked pitifully delicate. Her illness didn't make her look emaciated. Instead, it added a touch of tenderness that made others sympathize. Xian, standing beside her, observed Nangong Qingjin. Miss, wash your face. After reminding her, Xian stepped closer, helping Nangong Qingjin roll up her sleeves. At this moment, Nangong Qingjin suddenly grabbed Xian's hand. Sorry, it's all because of me. I'm sorry. How can the miss talk nonsense so early in the morning about dragging or not dragging? It is a blessing across lifetimes to be with the miss. You shouldn't speak like this. It leaves your servant speechless. Xian finished speaking seriously and helped Nangong Qingjin wash her face. Her unkempt appearance today, coupled with last night's events, were entirely unexpected by Nangong Qingjin. She never imagined that this woman would act so quickly when she herself had no anticipation. The woman moved when Nangong Qingjin least expected it, leaving her completely defenseless. Now, after washing up, as Xian took away the water basin, Nangong Qingjin just gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Was it advantageous or detrimental to have such a face? Was it a blessing or a curse to stay here? Now, she felt a certain panic. But clearly, escape was impossible now. The next day, Huangfu Kongming naturally arrived at Lady Liu Mei's place. He knew well what happened last night. Not coming over last night to cause a fuss did not mean he would forgive Liu Mei today. Rather, last night, he intended to give Liu Mei time to reflect on her mistakes. This morning, an irate Huangfu Kongming arrived nonetheless. Lu Li knew trouble was near, but before she could go to inform them, she accidentally bumped into the prince. His anger finally reached a critical point. So, with cold eyes wide open, he gave an order. Beat her. This command baffled Lu Li, who screamed out in shock, alerting Lady Liu Mei. Lady Liu Mei was grooming inside, intending to let Lu Li go out and pick some osmanthus flowers, which naturally would adorn her to look alluring. But before stepping out, things turned dire and escape was impossible. Instead, she collided straight with the prince, truly having bad luck. Prince, please spare my life. Please. She cried and wailed like a slaughtered pig, the sound quickly reaching Liu Mei's ears. There weren't many maidservants here. Firstly, they didn't want to keep too many idle people around. Secondly, Liu Mei usually called upon Lu Li, treating her like a sister. So there weren't many other servants. Upon hearing Lu Li scream, Prince, save me, rather than Miss, save me, Lu Mei instantly realized the situation was amiss. This was a subtle way of alerting her that he had come. Wrinkling her brows, Lu Mei quickly headed toward the entrance. Unfortunately, by the time she got there, Luli had already been dragged away. Seeing Luli crying helplessly along the road, Lu Mei acted without thinking, stepping forward and blocking the person in front. Prince, you've just returned and you're making decisions without understanding the situation. Even though Luli may have done something wrong, should you not show respect to the master when punishing a dog? Moreover, Lu Mei immediately squatted half beside Luli. Moreover, Luli is my person. She belongs to me, so why can't you show mercy? At this moment, the party's stern eyes emitted a chilling light, staring directly at the culprit, Lu Mei. Although Prince Huangfu Kongming was known as the ultimate war god in legends, an Asura who kills demons and kills Buddhas, he now glared fiercely at the woman in front of him. Out of timidity, he slowly took a small step back, but still stubbornly protected the crystal before him. Now, Huangfu Kongming was staring coldly at the woman before him. How did I instruct you before I left? Upon hearing this, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Lu Mei immediately replied, after your highness left, you taught me to take good care of all situations and affairs within the mansion. So that's how it is, he said forcefully, stepping toward the woman as he spoke. And you? How have you conducted yourself? His voice was sharp. They had been together for many years, and throughout those years, Lu Mei rarely saw Huangfu Kongming like this. Even when enraged, his anger would not be revealed openly, let alone in front of her. She felt herself being consumed by fear, her dark pupils constricting slightly. Now, should she admit her fault right away or? Your Highness, I didn't mean to, she said, and afterward, she looked like a quail, pitifully gazing up at the man before her. For a fleeting moment, Huangfu Kongming was stunned. The feigned cuteness of the woman before him wasn't entirely unpleasant. Her chubby cheeks, flushed with guilt, were red like half-ripe spring peaches. The way her lashes curved and her eyes blinked repeatedly seemed heartbreakingly endearing. Especially those beautiful eyes of hers, which radiated a gem-like brilliance, made her look incredibly appealing. How dare you defy my orders so blatantly? You are truly disrespectful. I do have my reasons, Your Highness. Even if I had the audacity of a leopard, I wouldn't dare to go against your wishes. You've misunderstood me. There must be someone spreading false rumors, and you shouldn't believe these girls' idle talk. Lu Mei tried to clear her name immediately, but it only made things worse. Chapter 45, Failure to Draw a Tiger Breeds Hatred. Have I ever been one to follow the herd so blindly? He said, his eyes piercingly focused on the woman in front of him. You always assume this about me. Where did I express such an intention? You can't possibly let her just sit idle here. Idle people over these years have only caused trouble. She studies medicine, and I've noticed how severely the medical books in our garden have deteriorated. To prepare for all eventualities, She wanted to continue, but Huangfu Kongming's cold glance silenced her. So it was your well-meaning gesture, was it? He questioned her, his gaze colder as he looked down on the woman in front of him after rebuking her. My intentions were good. I certainly didn't mean for things to turn out this way, Lu Mei said through tears while looking at Huangfu Kongming. She accidentally touched upon one of Huangfu Kongming's sore points. His brows twitched, and with every step closer toward Lu Mei, she had no choice but to keep retreating under his oppressive aura. To save face for someone else, you wouldn't really exterminate me and my maidservants, would you? From now on, I will correct my mistakes if you give me the chance to retreat. Lu Mei continued incessantly, gesturing wildly to prove that what happened yesterday was purely unintentional, an accident which deeply regretted. He has recently appeared obviously more lethargic. He clenched his fists, looking at Lu Mei. Not good. Signs weren't favorable. This kind of temper from Huangfu Kongming was rare for Lu Mei. Even though Lu Mei might be considered foolish, she understood instinctively that Lord Wang was about to explode. She reached her trembling hands toward him, meeting her prince consort's dark gaze filled with frosty oppression, as though clouds rippled around his black hair strands, showing internal struggle within. My lord, I've wronged you. Please don't hold this low person's fault against a great man like you, she said as she kneeled partially. This marked Lu Mei's first time apologizing to Huangfu Kongming. Ever since coming here, she lived without crossing boundaries, never doing something like this. But now it's different. As she knelt halfway there, he lowered his gaze toward her, her cheeks still exuding a jasmine-infused aroma. People say you aren't an incapable and unethical woman, that among other young women, you've already earned fame in the capital city whereas many others have tarnished names. But somehow, in my eyes, you are not supposed to be like them. Yet why do you persistently refuse correction? His tone grew colder. I'm not that unyielding. Last night was merely an accident, truly unintentional. Huangfu Kongming found out how meticulous this woman could be, and how sincerely remorseful she seemed when acknowledging her faults. Most importantly, how brave and accountable she was, radiating with youthful energy that contrasted significantly, making him feel perhaps he might be wrong himself. Last night, Huangfu Kongming had caught Nangong Qingjin feigning illness, her feeble state visible but unexplained, beyond what she couldn't see, either as a reproach or an inadvertent act causing her regrets. It left him pondering whether forgiveness should come. Moreover, usually Lu Mei carried herself arrogantly and condescendingly, traits that cannot compare with the famous Queen Hulian known for her strategic and detailed thinking skills. Clearly, rumors had twisted reality. This woman wasn't as unintelligent as they'd said. With immense rage, Huangfu Kongming's golden hair ring shook. His lush black locks danced dramatically in the wind, startling Liu Li, who fell limp to the ground, too scared to look up at the prince consort. The streets buzzed that before. My lord was extremely formidable, capable of taking a life from miles away, then vanishing afterward. The smoke rising signifies war. people looking northward, your long sword pointing everywhere, driving villains to switch their loyalties. Her flattery went on exaggeratedly, while carefully observing his reactions. Huangfu Kongming remained expressionless, frigid as if sculpted from ice and snow. Emotionless entirely, this icy demeanor of Huangfu Kongming was far scarier than his fits of rage, its numbing chill self-evident. Huangfu Kongming noticed the mischievous little eyes peering curiously at him from underneath her lids, akin to a sneaky mouse. He couldn't help but sigh softly, releasing some of his anger. That was before, he remarked. Yes, 6 years ago, his life had indeed been tempestuous, capable of standing alone amidst storms. Although married to Empress Hulyan, their time together was sparse and full of more pain than joy. However, after all, what is bound to pass will eventually pass. It's been 6 years now, and he had never willingly accepted his situation. Over these 6 years, he lived cautiously, always fearing that these people would suddenly come and kill him. Your Highness, I can already see it. You've changed. You've become kinder and more open to new things, she continued to flatter, observing his reactions carefully. Although now the skies are clear, and it seems like the people live in a time where nothing left on the road is picked up, doors are not locked at night. Still, your Highness has your place to display your talents. Regardless of anything else, the praises kept coming. After all, as they say, flattery knows no bounds but works wonders. Indeed, common folk often said that Lord Huangfu Kongming was an inscrutable man. He might be laughing with you 1 second about tonight's dinner, and the next second, that dinner would be your last. Now, her fear was spreading and escalating. Because, at this moment, Huangfu Kongming seemed like a statue carved from ice and snow, completely unmoved by her pleasantries. His cold eyes remained fixed on the radiant sunlight streaming through the door, so dazzling it almost looked as if it were staining his clothes. If only the resemblance between her and Empress Hulyan were not just in their eyebrows and eyes. Huangfu Kongming favoring Nangong Qingjin was such blatant partiality based solely on appearance. Killing Nangong Qingjin seemed inevitable. I cannot let you flatter me into complacency. The lotus pond has dried up this summer, he said, glancing at the adjacent Lioli. Lu Meyer stretched out her lily fingers to grasp a nearby willow sprout. But due to this one statement, Lu Meyer turned pale with shock. Your Highness, please show mercy, she begged. In fact, this punishment was already the lightest possible in the mansion. However, desires are endless. In the past, he wouldn't tolerate anyone offending him. Back then, Huangfu Kongming would have ruthlessly killed such a crude woman like Lioli for instigating trouble. This woman simply did not belong here. However, times had changed. Perhaps he didn't want Lu Meyer to grieve too much. His presence here today was clearly for Nangong Qingjin to gain justice. Nangong Qingjin herself dared not speak up, but he certainly would when necessary. He harbored much gratitude toward Nangong Qingjin. Through their interactions over these few days, the bright spots in Nangong Qingjin's character had started to shine like gold bit by bit. Rarely had Lu Meyer seen the Lord erupt this way before. Why should the drying up of the lotus pool matter to her? Bewildered, she stared at Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming's sharp phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. He suppressed his murderous intent and regarded the two women in front of him with the gaze of an ordinary person, ultimately reluctant to exterminate them all. The current state of affairs was deteriorating rapidly. If he were to kill this woman, there would be another restless spirit under his domain. And yet, merely punishing her would surely make her even bolder afterward. Without fully confirming whether Nangong Qingjin was the former Empress Hulyan, he couldn't let Lu Meyer continue tormenting her. Moreover, he could not stay here forever. If he ever truly left, how could Nangong Qingjin possibly lead a good life? Thinking about this made even the tough man Huangfu Kongming shiver. In the imperial court, he had witnessed countless women plotting against each other, a chilling reality even more disturbing than present events. Still, keeping this woman around to observe her further was unavoidable. Do you not think redemption through merit would be appropriate? He asked, scrutinizing the woman before him as he spoke. I was wrong, she conceded, continuing from the previous topic. Huangfu Kongming suddenly realized that this woman was quite pitiable as well. Yet, her words just now contained some wisdom. Indeed, the capital city had seen no warfare for 6 years. To tell the truth, he wasn't just itching anymore. Even his once boiling blood seemed close to solidifying. Lioli shall perform manual labor alongside the rough servants at the lotus pond for the next week as a form of atonement. As for you, rest for now, Huangfu Kongming announced while preparing to leave. This undoubtedly was the lightest punishment they could receive. Lu Meyer wanted to say something more, but seeing Huangfu Kongming turning to go, Lioli quickly stepped forward, grabbing Lu Meyer's arm. Miss, forget it. Too many words invite mistakes. After all, we were the ones who erred first. What did I do wrong? The only thing, if it's a mistake at all, is... Lu Meyer's face turned red with hesitation as she watched Huangfu Kongming's figure gradually fade into the distance. The only real mistake is that I've fallen in love with His Highness, the Prince. Apart from this, what else have I done wrong? She kept talking like this. Miss, please quiet down. There are ears everywhere in this mansion. Lioli pulled on the arm of the woman before her while softly sighing, almost inaudibly saying, Lioli, it's my fault. This time, I've dragged you into this. Miss, why do you treat me as if we were strangers now? I often did such labor before. It's no big deal, said Lioli firmly as she clenched her fists. Tomorrow, just follow these servants and work diligently. His Highness will definitely not let this matter rest so easily. I sigh. In fact, from Lu Meyer's hesitating expression, one could already tell that the situation was not as simple or easy to resolve as it seemed. Miss, let's take a stroll here. Look, today there's a shower of blossoms falling. How nice it is. She spoke and forced a smile. Yes, it is beautiful, Lu Meyer replied through a strained smile. Now, Lu Meyer finally understood something. Nangong Qingjin still held some importance in Huang Fu Kongming's heart, even if it wasn't clear how much weight she carried. This woman, merely because of her resemblance to Empress Hulian, had managed to rise quickly and obtain honors that Lu Meyer never dared to imagine for herself. And yet, if Lu Meyer couldn't truly awaken Huang Fu Kongming's heart again, if he wouldn't completely focus solely on loving her, the future was unimaginable. Watching Huang Fu Kongming leave made her heart heavy. Chapter 46. Lu Meyer is punished. Today, early in the morning after he had admonished Lu Meyer, he went to Nangong Qingjin's lodging. Nangong Qingjin was much better than last night. She had just finished cleansing her face and was preparing to go out for a walk after breakfast. The shocking events of last night may have been forgotten by others, but for her, they were still vividly remembered. Now, Nangong Qingjin's heart beat erratically with an indescribable feeling that made her feel sad. She herself didn't even know where she should go from here. After eating congee, Prince Huang Fu Kongming arrived, so she greeted him respectfully. Are you okay? Huang Fu Kongming asked. While speaking, he reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to support her. She hesitated slightly and took a step back as she stood up, looking at Huang Fu Kongming. I'm fine. Rest well these few days, he said, then added. What happened last night won't happen again. Wang Ya. Originally, she wanted to express her intention. After all, she came here not willingly, but was brought here by force by Huang Fu Kongming. Now, seeing that Huang Fu Kongming had recovered well and walked gracefully, wasn't it time for her to leave? Where has Wang Ya been recently? Xian'er had already left, giving them space to talk freely. In fact, she wasn't particularly interested in what Huang Fu Kongming did during his absence. If possible, she would even hope that Huang Fu Kongming stayed here most of the time with her. Despite knowing this thought was fatal, evoking a chilling sense of unease, yet the heart's desire is something one cannot resist. A savage, authoritarian quiet call from within, not a scream, but an unstoppable force. 6 years ago, I was a true emperor, and surely you also know how I stepped down. They wouldn't let me go. They must certainly be Zisong He and Huang Fu Wenliang. Regarding these matters, Nangong Qingjin knew little, but she could speculate. Can we take a walk ahead? There was a feeling of oppression inside the room. All right. He stood up immediately and turned around to look at the frail woman in front of him. Can you? Your servant girl grew up on the mountain from childhood, so everything will be fine. You needn't worry, she said, then coughed lightly and headed toward the door, taking a cloak from a nearby rack. Don't overexert yourself, he said, draping the cloak over her shoulders. This affection and beauty were meant for Queen Hulian, but how clear was it to Nangong Qingjin, who smiled bitterly as she adjusted the cloak on her shoulder. The spring blouse was thin, and emotions were in turmoil. Your servant girl once heard that when Emperor Gaosong ascended the throne, he killed his father? She asked while observing Huang Fu Kongming's reaction, who paused briefly before nodding. Yes. When Emperor Gaozu inherited the throne, however, he killed his elder brother. These royal secrets are actually no longer mysteries. Not just the woman in front of him, probably many people are already fully aware. Although it's a taboo topic, Nangong Qingjin still asked. The bloodshed among the royalty is always brewing. I fear it might not be safe here. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles, he said. I can't avoid managing these matters and dare not turn a blind eye. Wang Ya, as someone who's experienced it, knows more. She supported Huang Fu Kongming, who smiled slightly. Do you think these filthy acts are disgusting, right? On the contrary, these people ended up being killed, but could only be killed. History needs dreamers like heroes, and you are such a one. Now, I don't have any troops, he said with a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It seems like I lack any real power. I want to move forward, but need time and determination. Actually, during these 6 years in the capital, there hasn't been bloodshed among the royal families. At least on the surface, it hasn't. Saying this, it seemed as if he was lamenting his own loss of purpose, but Nangong Qingjin didn't think so. Even though I am deep in the mountains, I still heard that Emperor Wenliang and Zisong, he pretend to get along well, but have ulterior motives. Actually, Emperor Wenliang isn't as benevolent as he seems, and everything still needs to be discussed with Zisong He. You seem to know everything. According to you, should this prince change my name and hide resolutely? He actually asked the little girl. Since the question had already been spoken, he awaited her answer patiently to see what this greenhorn would say. Although he didn't know what the girl might say, if it were the Empress Hellion, she would surely support him as well. Despite their frequent disagreements, Hellion Empress ultimately still supported him with her actions, and this much he knew. Doesn't Wang Ya know that under heaven, there is always division after prolonged union and union after prolonged division? Quite surprisingly, the young girl actually said this, causing Huang Fu Kongming to suddenly take great interest in Nangong Qingjin. Silently, he simply looked at the woman before him. Then, with a faint yet beautiful smile, he turned around and asked the woman who followed behind, "Whose theory is this?" Of course it's not mine. It's history proving itself. When people lose their drive to persevere and only seek pleasure, they will eventually bring about their own downfall. They are short-sighted. Unexpectedly, this woman possessed such broad-mindedness, which again aligned with Hellion Empress in an intangible way. History. He almost thought he heard wrong, reaching out to touch his hair, and when his hand came out of his hair, he scrutinized the woman in front of him. She reached out and broke a willow branch from beside her, but smiled as gently as a breeze. History proves one truth. Survival of the fittest, that is reality. You really do know a lot, he said while looking at the lake surface where petals were drifting away on the water. She glanced back, seeing the woman bathed in sunlight with red cheeks, as though weighed down by heavy thoughts. From this angle, she resembled Queen Hulian completely. It's just a glimpse through a tube or a shell measuring the sea. Whatever you intend to do, if it's correct in your eyes, naturally you will try all out. We doctors are the same. Once we see any hope in patients' conditions, we can't give up. This is why everyone respects and should admire you. She spoke even though she herself wasn't quite sure why she understood her captor this way. Do you know how I punished Lu Meyer? He shifted the topic. Wang Ye, can you bear to let such a flower-like young girl release water from your lotus pond? Your lotus pond is so large, are you sure? Am I not sure? His slightly closed phoenix eyes finally opened. This was the first option. There is also the second one. Huangfu Kongming finally smiled as he spoke here. There's a second one. It seems like multiple choice then? Nangong Qingjin frowned as she gazed at the present Huangfu Kongming. Sometimes glad, sometimes apprehensive, Wang Ye really knows how to keep things obscure. Even if Lu Meyer hasn't been doing well these years, she is still considered a co-wife of Huangfu Kongming. Would she indeed reprimand Lu Meyer and be heartless enough to let Lu Meyer's maid release water from the endless lotus pond? She was a delicate, weak woman. Seeing it was actually a multiple-choice question, Nangong Qingjin leisurely watched Huangfu Kongming resting her chin on her palm. Huangfu Kongming's gaze met her starry eyes. Then he stood up. No. Do you think I'd kill this girl? Isn't it that? No. The second option is to make her carry water and clean all the roads coming and going in the estate. That's enough punishment for me. Wang Ye, Nangong Qingjin almost doubted she heard correctly. How could I be mistaken? People like Lu Mei, except for doing such menial tasks, what else can they do? Don't think that without me, Lu Meyer can manage everything on her own, he said, while speaking, watching Nangong Qingjin. She doesn't have that intention. She lowered her head, unwilling to create discord between them. Although their relationship actually didn't need sabotage, it was almost falling apart anyway. You can actually impose lighter punishment. I have no objections. In fact, that night's incident was truly my fault too. Wang Ye, Nangong Qingjin muttered, casting a resentful glance at the current Huangfu Kongming. Unlike Lu Meyer, Nangong Qingjin wasn't the type who enjoyed stirring up trouble, and she didn't fully understand why Huangfu Kongming had absolutely no tenderness toward women. Let the girl start tomorrow, following the laborers to experience something she has never done before. It's also a lesson for her. Actually, things here have already passed. Alright, it seemed Lu Meyer received great relief. In fact, Lu Mei managed to escape this ordeal, nearly celebrating silently. However, imagining carrying water the next day caused her legs to reflexively ache. You've been troubled for half the night, seemingly quite worried about them. You can just rest assured. These two are very capable. How could someone as frail as you compare? Moreover, I merely wanted Luli to exercise more, not to that extent, which you probably misunderstood. Huangfu Kongming looked at the woman before him with a hint of resentment. She remained silent. Let Luli only do one chore. Either fill up the lotus pond or clean the road. Nangong Qingjin said. Good. This prince will be watching. One menial task is enough, and she should perform it well. Just don't start strong and end weakly. This prince dislikes unfinished tasks. He coolly remarked while gazing at the water where a dragonfly had just landed on the lotus flowers. The tender leaves of the lotus have just emerged. Early dragonflies perch atop. Nangong Qingjin sighed. In fact, she probably couldn't leave even if she wanted to now because Lu Meyer was a very cunning person and wouldn't let her go so easily. The days ahead would undoubtedly be more difficult than today, and she knew this well. Wang Ye, have you ever thought about? She stood proudly beside Huangfu Kongming, who looked down upon her from a height. This woman's troubled expression and the slight crease between her eyebrows were almost identical to Empress Helian's from the past. Why did fate create two such beautiful women? Could she not be Helian Empress? For Empress Helian, what was there that he couldn't do, or wouldn't dare to do? There he was, staring at Nangong Qingjin. Naturally, Nangong Qingjin could not respond to his burning gaze with either a smile or pretend nothing happened. Chapter 47. Spring hearts should not compete with flowers to bloom. From now on, it's best if you don't pay attention to them. I know. The two walked forward and arrived beside a desk ahead. The view here was very nice. Nangong Qingjin quickly grabbed a piece of paper without any specific purpose. He saw Nangong Qingjin grab the paper and smiled as he asked, "What does Miss Nangong intend to do?" "Freehand writing," Nangong Qingjin said indifferently. Then let the ink spread freely on the imperial decree, creating a large expanse of beautiful traces. "Are you in a bad mood?" His gaze fell on her face. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin wasn't in a good mood, and it showed on her face. "I'm fine, just caught a cold occasionally, cough, cough." "If everything is so fine, why is there no curve at the corner of your mouth?" In fact, Nangong Qingjin had wanted to scream to the heavens, but after laughing, she would still be left feeling aggrieved, only able to be a slave to her emotions. In the past, Empress Helian also liked ink and colors. I, your humble servant, never knew that even simple ink could have 5 shades: burnt, dense, heavy, light, and clear. He said this while looking at Nangong Qingjin. She skillfully wielded the brush, and soon a scene of wind-lifted lotus blossoms appeared on the paper. He hadn't expected her to have such remarkable talent in ink painting, truly causing him to look at her with renewed appreciation. Lotus flowers? The lotus emerges from the mud yet remains unstained, cleansed in clear water yet not enchanting. It is hollow inside and straight outside, neither sprawling nor branching. She said this while completing the final step of the painting, gazing at the picture. Besides this, what else can you do? He asked, his eyes turning cold. Why do you still deceive me? You are originally from the Hellion family. How could we face each other without recognition? What exactly has happened to you? He asked anxiously, the agitation in his tone making Nangong Qingjin feel increasingly apprehensive. The brush unintentionally fell onto his robe, smearing a large blotch of ink onto his white clothes. He preferred white because it symbolized inner purity and integrity. This unintentional mistake was certainly still quite distressing. His gaze turned cold and fierce, as if staring at an enemy. Nangong Qingjin saw a flame-like brightness burning in Huang Fukoming's eyes, capturing every move he made. Your humble servant has no special talents besides these likes. She said this while adding, Your Highness, I am not the queen you speak of. Haven't you realized from my unconventional behavior that I am who I am, whereas your queen already vanished in the feast at the Hebe Palace? You? Who allowed you to defame her? He tightly clenched his fists forcefully and coldly, then looked at Nangong Qingjin who merely focused on the painting she had just created. Your humble servant also knows how to paint cats and drunken crabs. Your humble servant knows she possesses advantages, with a face that resembles your majesty's queen almost identically, but not like that. Nangong Qingjin. His hand slashed through the air. Seeing Huang Fukoming's appearance, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but find the man lacking humanity and empathy. He was always shrewd and insightful in all matters except this one, where he seemed unreasonably tangled up. Love is something inexplicable, often leaving people utterly bewildered. My lord, please see clearly. My lord. Nangong Qingjin looked at Huang Fukoming, who examined the woman before him more attentively. Her cheeks were still so lovely, glowing in the sunlight like milk, her silk-smooth profile inspiring the desire for intimate touch. Those pearly teeth like coral beads, those radiant red lips. Could they belong to anyone other than Empress Hellion? Yet every time, she denied it so quickly. Didn't he understand his feelings for her? In the past, perhaps your lordship wasn't good enough, but now I've the resolve to make amends. Why do you still refuse to acknowledge your identity? I know you wouldn't die easily with your incredible abilities. You could come and go freely in the capital. How could you have met such a catastrophic end? She drew herself into love's prison, unable to escape. She said this, then looked at Huang Fukoming. As an old saying goes, you must meet the living or confirm the death. After Hebe Palace burned down, his dynasty underwent a complete transformation. Still, she firmly believed that she couldn't have turned into dust so quickly. The Empress had been incredibly capable, with powers reaching to the heavens themselves. At such a critical moment, one would certainly flee, but she gave up her precious escape time for him. The reason why Huang Fukoming could be sitting opposite Nangong Qingjin chatting after 6 years was because 6 years ago the Empress used all her efforts to arrange for him to leave safely. Thinking about those past events was unbearable for him. It seemed to confirm the fact that the Empress had passed away. For many years, he had deceived himself. No matter how cunning Zisong He and Wen Liang were, they couldn't have allowed the two of them to withdraw safely. If it hadn't been for the Empress's foreknowledge of danger and her instructions for Chu Feng to protect Huang Fukoming without leaving his side, Huang Fukoming would have already. No. Agitated, he stood up and accidentally dislodged a cluster of lantana flowers from above his head. Petals fell onto the table where the imperial decree lay, covering it. Seeing Huang Fukoming stand up, Nangong Qingjin followed him closely. The lotus pool was already dry, but the lotus flowers, which emerged from mud yet remained pure, still grew vigorously. They broke through the hard ground little by little. To refill the lotus pool with water, as suggested by Liuli and Qi, would require enormous work and labor. She looked at his straight back. When people die, it is like the extinguishing of a lamp. I, your subject, understand this fact very well. In my childhood, I lost both parents, and I thought, just like you, that it was a nightmare. After the nightmare passed, I would wake up, and everyone in my family would be fine again. My mother would wash her hands to prepare soup, calling me and my younger sister to eat. My father would return home complaining about the corruption of the capital, and we, together with our parents, enjoyed familial bliss. However, I know all this is my delusion, something that simply doesn't exist and cannot possibly exist. I'm very clear about it. She decisively and mercilessly shredded her own illusions. Huang Fukoming stared at the woman before him. After a long silence, he harshly opened his mouth. Shut up. After speaking, Huang Fukoming prepared to walk away, taking fast steps. When he reached the front, unexpectedly, Nangong Qingjin was still following. However, in the moment when Huang Fukoming turned his head, Nangong Qingjin pretended to be looking at the garden where spring was deep like the sea. Your place here is very beautiful. Nangong girl, today you are especially detestable. Huang Fukoming said while pointing at a line on the ground he had drawn with his foot. We won't bother each other, and if I find out you've come near me when I'm not paying attention, I'll break your legs. Indeed, Huang Fukoming was fickle. Nangong Qingjin looked at the line marking a boundary like the Chu River and Han border. She took half a step backward. I will leave. It was clear that she wanted to say more, but this time, Nangong Qingjin really walked away determinedly. The swaying nearby flowers revealed an attendant named Siener. Looking helplessly at her master, Siener had actually seen everything that happened. Miss, at a time of turmoil, do you not yet understand what self-preservation or peaceful embellishment mean? His Highness says what he means, without exception. Now you've drawn boundaries between us. How can we coexist in the future? Why did you care so much about him? Yes, she, Nangong Qingjin, had no close ties to Huang Fukoming, so why did she bother? Let him lament over himself. Now, Nangong Qingjin also felt self-pity, for Xian'er wasn't entirely wrong. This was a time of turmoil. It would have been better to keep quiet and avoid trouble. If only they had known earlier, but regrets were too late to mend. Huangfu Kongming moved forward with a full heart of anger. At the corner of the corridor, he noticed the position where they parted ways. Sure enough, this woman did not follow. Her constant chatter this morning had almost made his brain explode. Indeed, in many matters, her opinions were identical to those of the late empress. Even in certain stands and principles, they were exactly alike, especially regarding the situation in Jing province. Truly, her words were correct. The capital has been free from war for 6 years. Speaking of war, others might feel fear since war equals calamity. But when it came to war, there was a blazing passion in Huangfu Kongming's eyes. Clearly, he was a true warrior, someone who truly embraced war. Just now, she had said, the absence of war is merely a temporary phenomenon. There will come a day when you will be earnestly studying and the people will be pleading for your help. She said this while looking straight into Huangfu Kongming's eyes. She vividly remembered his dazzling gaze. There was nothing in the world more captivating than that brilliance, so luminous and unforgettable at first sight. It was so reminiscent of Empress Helion. In truth, these brief words were nothing but comfort to Huangfu Kongming. Given the unclear situation at present, and as a newcomer, how could Nangong Qingjin determine whether there would truly be no war? On this day, because she had annoyed Huangfu Kongming, he did not show up by dusk. Meanwhile, Nangong Qingjin's illness had slightly improved. After taking her medicine, she gazed blankly at the pearl curtain swaying gently in the breeze. The cat's eyes, turquoise, scattered pomegranate stones, and colorful gems appeared like a dreamy curtain swaying back and forth. Miss, do you regret it now? Xian'er said as she approached her side. Xian'er, has it come to the time for us to bid farewell? She asked, glancing at the woman before her. Xian'er gave a slight smirk. It seems like your heart has already taken root here. Have you fallen under the charm of the young soldiers? But ladies, no matter how youthful or charming they may be, are still tied down by circumstances. They cannot simply leave when they wish. As the moon climbed to the sky's zenith, this tumultuous day finally passed. Though she wanted to leave, she was unwilling, but with Huangfu Kongming's sullen face now revealed, there was no way to resolve it just because of her reluctance. Seeing no one nearby, Nangong Qingjin could only sigh. Chapter 48, Lu Meyer's Plot. Even you have noticed? She wondered what expression on her face could be so obvious that even Xian'er could tell of her admiration. No, her secret infatuation for him. Every one of your actions revolves around the prince. Although you cannot see your own expression, it's crystal clear to me, miss. Xian'er raised her voice. I wanted to warn you, but never mind, since we're here already. Still, but how? She shifted her gaze from the pearl curtains and focused it on Xian'er. Xian'er hesitated for a moment, looking slightly regretful, then sat opposite her. After sighing, she began her lecture with an opening statement that left Nangong Qingjin utterly astonished. But I can't just watch you sink deeper and deeper into this mess. Your situation is already perilous, and I am not someone who will sit idly by. I need to help you see the situation clearly. To put it simply, do you really think he, such a cold and detached person, is your ideal partner? This was far from what she had ever thought or considered. I've never thought this far ahead, Nangong Qingjin said as she absent-mindedly touched the cowhair patterns on the table, falling into a state of melancholy and regret. Also, there are 2 reasons why he likes you and yearns for you. 2. Nangong Qingjin had never considered that, but after Xian'er's analysis, it seemed there were indeed 2 reasons. Incredulous, she couldn't help but smirk. Tell me more, enlighten me. I'm almost lost in this fog, but thankfully you remain objective. It's Qing, as in lightness, not purity. Xian'er went on. Think about it. If you were truly with him, deep down, what he truly desires isn't you, but someone else, the Empress. Ah yes. Who are you? Xian'er asked. You will merely be his shadow lover all your life. You should realize early that if these things aren't meant for you, don't pursue them. Don't be deceived by his kindness now. As they say, unattainable things always stir restlessness, while those favored feel entitled without fear. Surely, you must have heard this saying. Ah, good Xian'er, your words have awakened me like a splash of cold water. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin suddenly came to her senses, realizing the budding feelings of love needed to be nipped in the bud. Xian'er, get ready. We're leaving here now. Where to, miss? To the medical hall, to do what we're supposed to do. With your ladyship's skills, how could we possibly lack means of livelihood outside? Have no worries. She spoke confidently, waving her hand, yet Xian'er remained unmoved. Have you thought it through? If we don't start, we won't end up heartbroken. I've made up my mind. Good Xian'er, you have opened my eyes like no other. How grand could I be? It's you yourself who understood earlier, Xian'er sighed. Now that you've decided, may you keep everything crystal clear from hereafter. To be honest, none of these belong to us. There's nothing to pack. Xian'er frowned. All the better. Let's come and go without attachments. After saying this, she stood up. The sooner, the better. I'll go bid farewell immediately. Miss, why must you act impulsively without further consideration? Xian'er rushed forward upon seeing Nangong Qingjin moving toward the door. Nangong Qingjin, however, harbored no thoughts of reconsideration. She feared that overthinking might make her even more hesitant and less resolute, thus making it impossible to leave. In a hazy state of mind, severing ties didn't seem like such a bad idea. Sometimes, she believed, one must be cruel to oneself. As night fell, clouds gathered, making it hard for many to sleep. Not only Nangong Qingjin, but also Huang Fu Kongming tossed and turned. After storming off earlier, he had returned to his chambers under the faint glow of fractured moonlight. What he didn't expect was finding Lu Meyer in his room. She had been waiting a long time because the food on the table was stone cold. He was startled. How did you get here? Awake in the middle of the night. At once, Lu Meyer stepped forward. Your servant has been waiting for you for a long time, Prince. I thought you wouldn't return tonight. Looks like I worried unnecessarily. Her words were sharp and sarcastic, laced with cold mockery. This is where the prince resides, Huang Fu Kongming stated matter-of-factly. Do you think she resembles the late empress more than I do? Lu Meyer dared boldly to challenge. Faced with Lu Meyer's brazen question, all he did was bitterly twitch his lips into a semblance of a smile. Our bodies are given to us by our parents. Whether she resembles the late empress or not truly makes no difference. His sarcastic tone left Lu Meyer speechless as she gazed at the man before her. Huang Fu Kongming had already nodded and uninterestedly asked, have you eaten? This prince is starving. Under the table, Lu Meyer clenched her fists immediately. This residence really needs a mistress now, Your Highness. I guess it's finally time for me to bid farewell and go my own way, isn't it? As she spoke, she began to sob softly, smearing her makeup and making her once beautiful features less appealing. How could that be? He replied while beginning to eat without hesitation. On hearing this, Lu Meyer felt relieved instantly. As long as she still held a place in the Wang's heart, there would come a day when she would have her chance again. If she lost even this foothold, what future peace or safety could she expect? Your Highness, your humble servant cannot leave you. Rather than let me go, it might be better just to kill me outright, she said, smiling brightly as she looked at the man before her. Huang Fu Kongming sighed regrettably. This prince feared that once feelings grew between us, they'd only cause these sorts of absurd thoughts from you. But look, here you are indulging them already. Seeing Huang Fu Kongming speaking like this, Lu Meyer realized her opportunity had finally arrived. She made tears miraculously and dramatically roll down her cheeks, then grasped Huang Fu Kongming's wrist. Your Highness, your humble servant can't bear being apart from you. And you? Do you feel truly towards me, or are you merely pretending? Actually, both emotions mingled together. However, Huang Fu Kongming quickly put down his jade chopsticks and looked at her hand as though it were water in spring. Upon this, she hastily withdrew her hand. I apologize, I've overstepped myself. If you truly care about this prince, how could you let someone like Luli act on your behalf like this? She questioned, clenching her fists as she spoke. This is punishment. After all, Lady Nangong is a distinguished guest here, not your prisoner. The cold gaze of Huang Fu Kongming fell upon Lu Meyer. Inwardly, Lu Meyer regretted Chu Feng's foul plan but realized now she'd aroused suspicion. Hence, she couldn't reuse the same tricks to deal with Nangong Qingjin later. Repeating old tactics would surely bring bad luck. Except through suicide, no calamities of this world could ever separate me from your highness. Just wait and see, she declared, holding her fists cutely. Because of her earnestness, the gesture wasn't quite so ridiculous. Huang Fu Kongming watched the woman before him for a long, while before his deep, ocean-like eyes settled on her face. Her gaze focused firmly on his as well. Lu Meyer's heartbeat had gone haywire. How could such a handsome man exist? Truly, it was unfair by the creator. This prince does not admire many aspects of you, especially this one, Huang Fu Kongming remarked after speaking, and then added, just concentrate on what you should do and eat your meal. My body tends toward coldness. I can't eat this. Whatever your highness likes, I will send a maid to reheat it right away. Please don't worry, your highness. As she spoke, she closed the distance between them. His body was slightly cool, whereas hers, plump and warm, appeared almost like a steamed bun. Truly cold. Huang Fu Kongming inquired gently. My body has been fluctuating between cold and hot lately. I don't know why. I wish to have it diagnosed properly, but how could I possibly spare the time right now? My health has deteriorated greatly. Your highness, you must comfort me. She immediately changed the subject since they were about to tread forbidden territory. But, oh, Lu Meyer, true to her name, the #1 courtesan of Yanming, shifted positions swiftly, a posture. Huang Fu Kongming raised his hand, stroking her round, pearl-like chin. Yet her heart was ringing endless warnings. Promise this prince one thing. Reshape yourself. Become a beauty unmatched in brilliance. Is that acceptable? Even if you differ significantly from the empress, this prince hopes you at least try to emulate her position. He looked into her bright eyes. I obey wholeheartedly. But your highness, your hand, and your shins. Oh, this prince's hand shall remain where it ought to be. He glanced at his wandering hand, while Lu Meyer looked at the supposed correct placement of it. That place was clearly. Could it be that this prince's hand is misplaced? He countered, looking into the woman's gem-like eyes. No, I did not mean to ask your highness to lift your hand. Huang Fu Kongming's hand moved slightly at her words, as if savoring the moment, yet it never left its position. Oh, this prince understands your implication, no worries. Lu Meyer was utterly astounded. Despite the previous deterioration of their relationship, things reconciled so swiftly, revealing that her charms had genuinely captured the heart of the prince once again. As for Nangong Qingjin, she was likely already forgotten by Huang Fu Kongming, far away in some distant land. All the better for Lu Meyer. Let her reign supreme and allow other women to wander far and wide without hindrance. Now, with a delicate touch, she had grasped the man's hand before guiding it toward. He smelled like a fierce tiger gently inhaling the fragrance of a rose, and amidst his murmurs emerged the childhood name of Empress Hellion. Indeed, Lu Meyer understood clearly. Empress Hellion stood irreplaceable in his heart, completely unyielding and beyond substitution. It seemed as though his entire heart and emotions were solely devoted to releasing for one sole woman. The increasing calls and sounds filled the courtyard with an alluring charm and a whisper of spring. Chapter 49. Nangong Qingjin's Farewell. With Huangfu Kongming's illness cured, she finally cut her black hair and prepared to leave. On this day, fortunately, Huangfu Kongming did not go far, so Nangong Qingjin went to his side. The sky was clear and the breeze pleasant. He was cooling off in a waterside pavilion next to the Magia pool, holding a folding fan in his hand. The fan had ivory bones, and from afar, one could see a bright and dazzling light that reflected onto his face, which was as fair as crown jade. That was a bright and alert face, imbued with wisdom and handsomeness alike. It was breathtakingly beautiful, unforgettable once seen. Actually, not only people of the opposite sex, but also the same sex couldn't help but take an extra glance at such a face. "Siener, wait for me, I'll be right back," Nangong Qingjin said, already stepping forward. They separated after reaching a certain point. Nangong Qingjin suppressed the tremor in her heart and headed toward the flower hall. There was a pavilion jutting out over the water, and upon hearing footsteps, Huangfu Kongming immediately turned around. He had expected Lu Meyer, since this woman always found opportunities to insert herself. But when he turned, he saw Nangong Qingjin, whose complexion appeared paler than before due to her illness, making her face appear strikingly distinct in its contrast between white and dark features. Her porcelain-white skin was delicate, her long curled eyelashes black as ink, and her eyes like amber, shining with a precious brilliance. Everything about her looked perfectly coordinated despite her frailty. With a weak demeanor, she came gracefully closer. After bowing slightly, Huangfu Kongming regained his composure, opened the folding fan, letting petals fall onto it. A flick of his wrist sent them rolling lightly onto the ground beside him. Dancing delicately near Huangfu Kongming's feet, petals floated gracefully. In fact, his heart had already lost its normal rhythm upon seeing the woman in front of him. "I've heard your health has not been well recently. You should rest properly instead of coming out in such weather." After this opening statement, silence followed, filled with coldness and stern reprimand, lacking any tenderness or care, and blurted out matter-of-factly. She likely noticed the impatience in his tone and gave a faintly sorrowful smile. "I have come to bid farewell," she said, followed by a slight cough. Far away, Siener didn't understand what Nangong Qingjin was doing. Watching the thin spine, her heart ached and she clenched her fists tightly. "How can you just leave without warning?" he asked, his eyes growing even more perplexed than before. "Your illness has healed, and I am gradually recovering too. So, it is time for me to leave." Her reasons sounded sufficient. "Yes, your recovery owes something to me. As for me, I've overcome my own ailment, and it's now time for us to part ways. There's a proper distance and safety level between you and me. It's time we parted. If not now, then eventually anyway. Since the day of our separation will always come, sooner is better than later. At present, she hasn't become heartbroken or desolate due to love. Leaving now would serve as the best farewell ceremony between the two of them. I, the prince, am not yet fully recovered." Suddenly, Huangfu Kongming's voice became cold. After finishing his sentence, the sharp gaze of his eyes, fierce like a cloud leopard, landed on Nangong Qingjin's face. "How are you not fully recovered?" Seeing Huangfu Kongming's reluctance to let her go made Nangong Qingjin feel agitated. Her piercing gaze carried a tone of protest, staring coldly at his defenses. "My body belongs to me. Don't I know its condition better than anyone?" he said, glaring ferociously while closing the distance between them. A faint scent of wood fragrance, like a suddenly blooming rose with fresh air, had entered Nangong Qingjin's nostrils. That captivating aroma combined with the natural musk from Huangfu Kongming himself left her utterly tense and unable to compose herself. "Damn, why does this man naturally exude such commanding presence? One day, I will leave, you agreed earlier," she said, looking into his eyes. His lips curved in an amused smile, gazing at her eyes for a long time before turning around, his eyes fixing on the still lake surface. "When exactly did this king promise to let you go? When and where?" "You." Nangong Qingjin could not help but feel startled, never expecting that he would actually have the intention to imprison her. Now she felt bewildered, filled with frustration and tension as she stared at the man before her. "Huangfu Kongming, you go back on your word. You clearly said you were going to let me leave here, yet now you ignore this." "The king did say so, but the king also mentioned that after rebuilding your estate, only then would you be allowed to leave. Your departure is not permitted now," Huangfu Kongming replied, almost as though he were making excuses. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin's face darkened slightly, and she gave a bitter laugh. "Presumably, my lord has been helping me rebuild my home?" "That's correct." He nodded, his audacity in lying blatantly clear, though it caused no disruption. "Good. A month ago, you had already claimed as much. It's been 1 month, and they always say a country possesses the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Now it's been roughly a month. Has everything been repaired? Can the owner of this estate pay a visit?" "No," he declared, arrogance akin to that of a peacock, causing Nangong Qingjin to sigh bitterly. "So there's nothing built yet. You've given me an empty promise." "It isn't like that. The king has started construction upon the ruins of your former property. Whether you believe it or not, what was unintentionally destroyed by the king must naturally be rebuilt under the king's own hands." "I don't need your majesty's efforts," she retorted, continuing, "I truly intend to leave. If there indeed are arrows awaiting me there, once the matter concludes, the place can be rented out, and I will really leave." Seeing Nangong Qingjin determined to leave, Huang Fukongming could hold back no longer. Taking a step forward, he opened his folding fan, its tip pressing against her delicate and beautiful jawline. Held aloft by the fan, she gazed directly at the man with wide eyes. My lord, I truly must leave. No, he firmly refused, prompting Nangong Qingjin to give another bitter laugh. Why no? Although this place is not my home, I still have a place where I belong. Each day here, I am subjected to various trivial conspiracies. Do you think I live a comfortable, carefree life? This is your reason for leaving? He finally understood, asking further. Such matters, and added, won't happen again. When my lord is present, from top to bottom, everyone gets along harmoniously. But when my lord departs, things become unimaginable. At the very least, I need to ensure my own safety. Without safety, I'm constantly uneasy. Rather than enduring this, it's better to leave early. She spoke, each word pushing her closer to the gate of the courtyard. His grip tightened on the fan until it fell with a crash to the floor, shattering into pieces with a resonant sound. Ignoring the valuable object, he seemed suddenly melancholic and detached over her resolute decision to depart. With a loud thud, Nangong Qingjin paused in her steps, hesitating as she turned back, glancing at the broken fan lying on the ground. Its bones were finely carved, its silk fabric costly. This should have been a priceless item. But, after briefly surveying it, she continued stepping toward her intended destination without hesitation. Footsteps echoed behind her, then he quickly followed after her, calling out, Miss Nangong, please stop. How stubborn are you, my lord? Once agreed upon to leave, then one must certainly leave. Though her words were resolute, Huang Fukongming remained expressionless, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any emotion as they stared intently at the woman before him. She stepped back slightly. A natural sense of terror that lower creatures feel toward higher ones surged within her. Many times, she was apprehensive of this man and wanted to evade him. Just as she was about to flee, she ultimately stopped her retreat. You're taking away not just your ailing body, but also these intricate secrets from my villa. Do you think the king would allow you to go? His voice had become harsher, those cold predatory eyes fixing sharply on her face. Nangong Qingjin trembled slightly as he took another step forward. Now, do you still want to leave? He asked. Unlike other girls, Nangong Qingjin possessed an innate boldness, and no amount of intimidation could make her easily retreat. On the contrary, because of such intimidation, Nangong Qingjin became bolder. Then, your meaning is that if you wish to keep me here, guarding your secrets, there's only one way. Eliminate all traces of evidence. Am I right? Perhaps you could interpret it this way. Huang Fukongming said, simultaneously reaching out to remove a fallen flower resting on her shoulder. No, she spun around in her Lucian skirt. I will naturally leave. I'll forget everything here, and I'll remain tight-lipped. How can you guarantee that? Because I wouldn't want to expose the private life of a selfish ghost to anyone, and there's another reason. She wasn't as agitated as before, her tone becoming calm. You make a much better emperor than Wen Liang. I at least know that much, so the person I support is still you. She said. In that case, stay and support me fully. When I face calamities, I'll need you. I don't get involved in treasonous affairs. She said while preparing to leave. Huang Fukongming gazed at the woman's retreating back. He clenched his fists in frustration. This woman was exactly like Empress Hellion in some ways. Exactly the same stubbornness. Exactly the same cold-hearted indifference. And exactly the same unyielding determination. She never once thought about putting herself in his position, just like Empress Hellion of the past, who only realized much later how her sharp words had deeply wounded the heart of the person she harmed. There he stood, staring blankly at her retreating figure. Chu Feng, he called out. Usually Chu Feng would be by his side, but now even Chu Feng seemed to not often be around. Huang Fukongming understood Chu Feng's physical condition. It wasn't possible for him to serve daily. So, his gaze fell upon the person standing beside him with beady eyes. This man looked at Huang Fukongming with his rat-like, greenish beady eyes. Your Highness. Chapter 50. The so-called revenge of a clever woman. Ensure their safety. After they leave, track them. If it becomes unavoidable, bring them back for me. Bring them back unharmed. I don't want these two girls injured or harmed in any way. They must be brought back safely. Remember this. The master's words are engraved in my mind. The man replied, and then waved his hand earnestly. Several people nearby who were sweeping the ground and trimming the grass quickly rushed forward and followed behind him. We're leaving. The master's instructions need no further elaboration, do they? The man asked with an acerbic tone. The others nodded repeatedly. Yes, we understand. Meanwhile, Nangong Qingjin had no idea what would await her after she left, or if she could even leave safely. When Xianer saw her mistress approach, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed Nangong Qingjin's hand. Miss, you're finally back. Since you've been gone, my heart has been uneasy. I've been constantly thinking that he probably won't let us leave. Xianer, since when have you gained the ability to predict the future? He does indeed not wish for me to leave. Then what should we do? We don't know what will happen here. Can we escape, miss? Xianer, look at how heavily guarded this place is. Outside, they say there are deep ditches and high walls. If we manage to escape, it would be a great blessing for us. But if we fail and are captured again, will we still be lucky enough? Let me tell you honestly, it's not certain. At this point, she herself sighed despondently, lowering her head. So what shall we do? If we have come, we must settle down. Xianer, where our hearts find peace, that is our home. She said this, and, after finishing, the two, a master and a servant, moved forward. They walked for quite some time until Xianer suddenly let out a long sigh and remarked, Miss, could it be because he has already developed feelings for you? Think about it. Your face looks exactly like Empress Hulian's. Because of your face, she certainly wouldn't let us go. It's merely a case of human resemblance. Moreover, even if I were Empress Hulian, encountering such a man as him, I would choose to leave anyway. His love is excessive. As the two were speaking, they had already crossed the corridor bridge and reached the side of the lotus pond. There, they noticed many people drawing water from it. I heard the prince loves lotuses. It's not so much that he loves lotuses as it is that he doesn't want these people idle. In fact, it's just for appearances, letting others watch them work. If these people were all left to sit around doing nothing, outsiders would suspect what this estate truly conceals. Her voice carried wisdom, as always. Ouch! Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. A moment later, ripples surged on the surface of the water. The ripples continued to spread as a person floated precariously up and down, barely keeping afloat. Upon seeing this, Sienna immediately let out another exclamation of alarm, as the location was not far from where the two women stood. In the past, upon encountering situations like this, Nan Gongqing might have paused and devised a solution. But after having experienced numerous episodes orchestrated by Lu Meier, Nan Gongqing now realized that this place was no longer her own villa. Seeing this kind of situation, it was better to turn a blind eye. Sienna, everyone should sweep the snow in front of their own door instead of worrying about the frost on others' roof tiles, she said while gripping Sienna's hand, pretending to pull her away. But this isn't the kind of behavior we usually expect from our Mississippi. These people live hard lives. Miss, remember how you once saved me? Why ignore someone in need now? Look, one girl is screaming for help. I'm not refraining from acting. It's just that this place is filled with absurdity and intrigue. Saving someone is good, but we shouldn't cause harm unintentionally. Few people are watching right now. If you succeed, they'll thank you. If you fail, miss, I get it now. If I fail, they might say it was me who pushed her into the water. It'll be impossible to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Sienna, frightened, pulled Nan Gongqing's hand urgently and quickly rushed forward. One after the other, they crossed the corridor bridge. Only after walking farther did they notice a crowd had managed to retrieve the drowning girl from the lotus pond. The lotus pond seemed unremarkable, yet due to varying depths, a slip could result in a dangerous accident. Bad luck struck this girl this time. Neither Nan Gongqing nor Sienna had recognized this girl. She was Liusi. There was only one Liusi in the house, the attendant maid who served Lu Meier. Liusi's fall into the water had actually been staged. It marked the beginning of a sinister plot. Fortunately, Nan Gongqing didn't rush to act and chose to ignore it completely, which proved wise. In fact, Lu Meier had already overheard the conversation between the two just now. In this mansion, 8 words could already describe it. Under the sun, there is nothing new. The maids and old women in this mansion, even the servants and other people, each and every one of them listens to Lu Meier. On many matters, they only follow the prince's orders, but for trivial things, they do enjoy stirring up trouble to please Lu Meier. After all, life in the villa is extremely boring, and any spice adds interest for everyone. Truly so, what witchcraft does that base-born woman possess, making His Highness the Prince admire her like this? Lu Meier immediately threw away her teacup after hearing an attendant maid repeat these words parrot fashion. With a sound, the teacup fell and shattered into pieces on the ground. Miss, don't be upset. Do you not know that anger harms your body? Since His Highness doesn't permit it, no matter how much ability we have, we can't make her leave. You might as well let it flow with the stream. Isn't it good that she stays here? According to your meaning. She turned around, looking at the maid beside her. Proceed according to your plan. If it fails, then it won't fail. The healers in this estate are quite capable. You needn't worry. I assure you, there will come a time when she will eat a silent loss. Do you not understand who the prince naturally likes? Are you still unclear? The prince naturally favors those who are serious and consistent inside and out. Do you think the prince likes hypocrites? She also understood very well. All these years, the prince has always preferred straightforward people. As for those who deceive openly while scheming secretly, Huangfu Kongming hates them with all his heart. After all, he himself emerged from such an environment. The treachery by his elder brother's gentleness and by his younger brother Zisong, he taught him an invaluable lesson late in life. Never turn your back on anyone. Today's arrangements were impeccable. From the outset, it was designed to be impossible to overcome. And from the perspective of the entry point, it left one speechless. If Nan Gongqing saves someone, she'll suffer consequences. If she doesn't save them, it'll look like neglect. In summary, whatever way one calculates, almost every outcome would be a miscalculation on Nan Gongqing's part. For this arrangement, Lu Meier felt completely satisfied. Now, Lu Meier wore a faint smile. Meanwhile, the situation was entirely different. After dusk, Huangfu Kongming also grew tired and headed toward the sleeping quarters. The pearl curtain knows no weariness under the night frost. By this time, the temperature was no longer as pleasant as it used to be. He had just crossed the corridor bridge when he saw splashing water. Upon seeing the splashing water, his heart immediately tightened. The person he worried about most was newly arrived Nan Gongqing. It wasn't far from the corridor bridge. Just as he was about to leap into action, Chu Feng beside him said immediately, "Your Highness, allow me." As soon as the words were spoken, he nodded and jumped gracefully into the air like a swallow skimming the water. In 2 bounds, he had reached the whirlpool. With a slight effort, he grabbed the struggling woman in the water, then leapt again. Though Chu Feng was a bulky man, his long years of diligent practice were evident. His actions were extraordinarily fast and beyond belief, and before long, he landed on the shore. Only then did Huangfu Kongming walk over, and the stone in his heart finally fell. because Huangfu Kongming saw that the woman just rescued was not Nan Gongqingjin, but a dripping Liusi. Liusi's face was wet, her whole body drenched, coughing pitifully. Seeing Huangfu Kongming beside her, she became greatly frightened and began to bow repeatedly. It's your highness. As she spoke, she knelt there. At this moment, he finally saw the fleeting silhouette of Nan Gongqingjin disappear into the woods. After sighing silently, he shifted his gaze to the pathetic woman. How did you drown? I tripped and fell into the water. Her voice was low, clearly wanting to say more but stopping herself, seemingly haunted by some unseen demons. As she spoke, she nervously looked around, exuding a sense of inexplicable fear that made her appear pitiful. Their gazes briefly intersected, and he stepped forward with authority. How dare you lie? With such a demeanor and evasive gaze, how could she possibly not be lying? Once exposed, she immediately frowned out of terror. Your highness, there's no such thing, absolutely none. It had better be so. Huangfu Kongming was about to leave when Chu Feng gave a stern cold snort. Speak quickly, don't delay. Knowing Chu Feng's impatience, the girl finally burst into loud crying. Amidst her sobbing and chest-thumping wails, she exclaimed, How could I just tell lies if I wanted to? Your servant was drawing water, never expecting someone would scheme against me. Scheming? His cold eyes gleamed slightly with sharp intelligence. Indeed, it was scheming. As she spoke, her voice trembled as though still fearing the situation, her gaze darting nervously once more. Someone behind me pushed me suddenly, and unable to steady myself, I fell precisely in the most dangerous spot. And then, she continued with heart-wrenching sobs. As this girl cried and whimpered further, Huangfu Kongming seemed to understand. He looked at her hand. What is that you are holding? Speaking deliberately, he moved closer toward the girl, who tightened her fists even tighter than before and retreated slightly. Hand it over. His tone was icy. Your prince. Always speak plainly without hesitation. Chapter 51, Lu Meyer's Double Insurance. Yes. Liuli respectfully handed over an object she had in her hands, and Huangfu Kongming firmly grasped it. After glancing at it once, it turned out to be a sachet. This sachet was meticulously crafted with coiling floral patterns, peonies. Even though they were embroidered flowers and thus fake ones, they seemed to exude a faint, ethereal fragrance. The two of them stared at the flowers silently for a while, then couldn't help but sigh slightly. This is something I accidentally grabbed when I fell into the water, my lord. How would I know what this is? My lord. What? She continued timidly while cautiously observing Huangfu Kongming's expression. Huangfu tossed the sachet lightly in the air before gripping it again firmly. Your carelessness caused trouble. Something as trivial as this should not have resulted in such dark plotting against you. Be more vigilant in the future. It's late now. Go back and rest early. While speaking, he waved his hand dismissively. The young maid, overwhelmed with gratitude, was about to leave when suddenly Lu Meyer also arrived. After all, among everyone in this manor, the person Lu Meyer cared about most was just this little maid. Now, this little girl had nearly been killed. How could one tolerate such audacity? My lord, please bring justice for my maid. I haven't even been away from Liuli for a single day, yet someone tried to harm her. This clearly isn't targeted at her specifically. It's a way of making an example out of her. She isn't some chicken, and neither are you a monkey, he said curtly as he took a step forward. My lord. Seeing that Huangfu Kongming intended to distance himself from the matter, Lu Meyer wouldn't let it pass easily, and hurriedly stepped up next to him, forcefully grabbing his sleeve. Huangfu Kongming turned around coldly and gazed at her without saying a word. What do you want? What can I do? What am I brave enough to do? I only dare to speak on behalf of fairness, because after all, my lord, you are the master of this household. Such sordid matters cannot simply be ignored. Neither I nor Liuli can remain silent in the face of such things. My lord, why don't you investigate this? Who said I won't investigate? He asked, his gaze coldly fixing on the woman beside him. Lu Meyer naturally knew when it came to striking while the iron was hot. With a loud thud, she immediately knelt down on the cold and hard teakwood floor. My lord, you must investigate. You claim great loyalty. Well, I will indeed look into it. Go now. While speaking, he made a waving gesture with his hand. Lu Meyer, seeing that the situation was lost, could only turn around and support the trembling young maid beside her. Liuli smiled, and Lu Meyer's eyes locked onto her with a gentle touch of Liuli's head. Are you still all right? Liuli responded immediately with a grin. I'm fine. Your plan was impeccable. What nonsense about an impeccable plan? This isn't my planning. It's all her doing. She spoke coldly while laughing, already walking towards her own room. On the other side, Nan Gongqingjin and the maid Xian also arrived at the guest house. That night, the moon was exceptionally bright, enveloped by a misty glow. The two of them waded deep into the darkness, making their way toward their room. Once they reached the door, Xian then said, Please slow down a bit, lest you trip. Xian, the more I think about these events, the stranger it seems. What's strange about it? This maid called Liuli is originally someone who doesn't engage in labor or distinguish between different types of grains. People like her, what kind of abilities could they possibly have? So naturally, her not exercising regularly is understandable. Now, her injuries seem quite logical as a result, and perhaps it's even better that we did not come to her aid. While saying this, she chuckled and looked meaningfully at Nan Gongqingjin. One foot of Nan Gongqingjin was already inside the room, while the other paused awkwardly outside the threshold. She slowly turned her gaze back with deliberation. This seems like a stratagem. How so? Obviously, it's a scheme aiming at killing two birds with one stone. If we had rushed to help them, Liuli would definitely accuse us of orchestrating a conspiracy that led her into danger. As such, how could our hands be clean? Secondly, if we had simply passed by without helping and were seen by outsiders, it wouldn't appear as though our hands were untainted either, would it? Indeed, Nan Gongqingjin was a shrewd person, summing everything up within a few words. Upon hearing her analysis, Xian felt a chilling sensation run through her spine. Miss, how can there be so many wicked people here? It's merely the power of hearsay. There's no distinction between filthiness and nobility. They're simply trying to harass us until death. It's time for us to leave. However, they still harbor suspicions and fears that if we left, the prince might summon us back using a gathering order. Hence they adopted this inferior tactic. As expected, Nan Gongqingjin had already analyzed the situation thoroughly. Their eyes briefly met. Miss, so what should we do now? Let things take their natural course. While saying this, she sighed. They walked forward together. After entering the room, Nan Gongqingjin was still frowning, pondering how complicated this matter really was. Now that they couldn't leave safely, the possibility of leaving safely in the future seemed incredibly slim. She was passively entangled and sinking into a dangerous vortex. It felt like someone had pressed her head underwater, making even breathing unbearably heavy. It was late at night, time for rest, but he wasn't resting. As he silently thought, after an indeterminate amount of time passed, his gaze casually glanced down and noticed a note on the table. Oh, there's a note here. Miss, would you please take a look? Xian quickly picked it up and handed it over to Nan Gongqingjin. She examined the handwriting. Both the ink and the paper were fresh. Every stroke was composed with ease. To find the lost item, meet at the back garden. Lumiere. Nan Gongqingjin gazed at the note, increasingly feeling its peculiarity. Xian, based on your understanding, what does Lumiere mean by this? She asked while looking towards Xian. What else could it mean? If you go, you'll be walking right into a trap. But if I don't go, what lies ahead will inevitably come my way all the same. At this point, since her first scheme failed, she has surely escalated to a new level. However, I must go. Miss, at such a precarious time, why are you being so obstinate? It's better to avoid trouble when possible. According to me, you shouldn't go, alright? Xian's voice quivered slightly. No need to worry. Troubles one is bound to attract will find its way even if you stay perfectly still, she said with a small laugh. If you can still manage to laugh about it, well then, allow me to accompany you. You'd better wear a coat as you go, Xian offered while walking alongside her. The two silently made their way across the veranda, not realizing Huangfu Kongming passing them by on their right, moving along the winding railings. Huangfu Kongming had been heading over to see her. By now, both parties were unknowingly passing each other on different routes, yet she remained completely unaware of him. The master-servant pair did not walk long before arriving at Lumiere's place. Unlike before, Lumiere rose upon seeing Nan Gongqingjin and Xian arrive from afar, starting to welcome them warmly. This hypocritical woman wore an overly friendly smile on her heavily made-up face, which brought a mix of absurdity and unease to those who saw it. You've come in the dead of night. Careful not to catch a chill, Lumiere greeted, stepping closer and attempting to grasp Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Nan Gongqingjin swiftly evaded and stood stiffly under the mock orange flowers clustered above, glowing like stars under the moonlight. Come in. Once we're here, let's make ourselves comfortable. Shall we not talk standing outside? Lumiere invited, while sighing and extending her hand to touch Nan Gongqingjin. I'd rather not enter. I'm only here briefly and only have a few words to say, but it's important to make things clear, Nan Gongqingjin replied, glancing at the woman in front of her. Lumiere nodded, watching Nan Gongqingjin as she quickly unraveled the paper ball in her hand. You summoned me here, so what exactly have you taken from me? What do you mean, what have I taken? Are you implying something rare and valuable? Her smile remained unfaltering, prompting Xian to feel a rising urge to punch her right there. How insidious and duplicitous this woman could be. Forget it. It seems I own nothing worth mentioning anyway. Regardless of what it is, keep it if you like. Now, I just want to tell you that I am truly leaving here. Rest assured, I have absolutely no improper thoughts towards His Royal Highness. I won't get delusional just because my face resembles his former consort. After finishing her statement, Nan Gongqingjin prepared to leave. Nan Gongqingjin. Lumiere finally called out as she saw her preparing to depart. Nan Gongqingjin nodded and turned around slowly, staring back at Lumiere. Lumiere only spoke a few cryptic words, her lips moving lazily. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food, she said, already waving her hand as Nan Gongqingjin left. Those final two sentences sounded like a warning, leaving Nan Gongqingjin uneasy. Xian watched her lady leave, immediately following closely behind. Miss, what did we lose? Xian asked while racking her brain. They didn't seem to have anything valuable left at all, but soon enough, Xian figured it out and started scrutinizing Nan Gongqingjin up and down. The clothes were brand new. Everything was new from head to toe. Only after checking thoroughly did Xian take notice of something specific. Miss, your sachet seems to be missing. Is that so? She touched her waist, indeed finding the sachet gone. She sighed slightly in regret. What is destined to come will surely arrive. Even what shouldn't might show up as well. After finishing her words, she gave a faint smile. Chapter 52, The Prince's Misunderstanding. The two of them headed toward the house. Nan Gongqingjin also felt curious. Why was Lumiere interested in her sachet? This sachet was nothing special, except that it contained a few rare Chinese herbal medicines. These herbs had such strong scents, spreading fragrance everywhere and providing a refreshing effect. Now, the sachet had vanished without a trace. She didn't know if she had accidentally lost it or if it had been lost long ago, and she simply hadn't noticed. The mistress and servant returned, and after entering the house, they found an uninvited guest inside. Just then, Huangfu Kongming walked in. Huangfu Kongming was waiting in the room for her arrival. Footsteps were already approaching from the doorway. As the sound of footsteps grew closer, looking again, Nangong Qingjin and Xianer had arrived. Xianer stood still at the door, like a sculpture, frozen with surprise because from her angle, she could already see the dignified figure sitting inside the room. Axioluo, Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming's gaze was cold, like ice picks, like sharp swords, like all kinds of piercing sharp objects, coldly and mercilessly looking at the people at the door. At that moment, she also saw Huangfu Kongming sitting there, a gust of wind blowing his strands of hair upward. The gracefully dancing black hair softly fell onto his shoulder. Back already, he said, while saying this, focusing his eyes on Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin immediately nodded. Back already. Is the prince actually free to visit you and return something to its rightful owner? Huangfu Kongming said, while speaking, standing up. Nangong Qingjin remained where she was, but didn't know why. In the instant Huangfu Kongming stood up, she retreated a small step, almost tripping over her green silk dress. He had already ignored Nangong Qingjin's presence, stepping into the room. This was the only drawback of being dependent on others. Visitors can come without any notice to you, without going through any formality. Have you not rested yet? He asked as he stepped into the house. She looked at the man before her. Huangfu Kongming just gave a slight nod. Miss Nangong hasn't rested either. I have worries in my heart. How about you? Facing this imposing figure, she felt a natural sense of fear deeply rooted in her heart. People who do not plan for the distant future will certainly encounter near-term troubles. He said, you have concerns, let alone someone like me, a prince who also has worries. Indeed, the higher one's position and power, the more often their worries increase. You also have worries, whereas I am merely a nobody. Remember, to remove afflictions, one must first eliminate the self. Nangong Qingjin spoke while avoiding his cold gaze, finding a place to sit, staring at the man before her. That makes sense, he replied, then added, I won't pursue what happened today. But since you're here, just treat this place as your home. Home. My home has turned to ashes, she said with boundless sorrow. Seeing her like this, Huangfu Kongming could only lower his gaze. Sorry, that was indeed the best approach I took at the time, though perhaps a bit extreme. Just a bit extreme? Does he even feel he's overstepped? She thought as she sat beside him. Would you like some tea? After drinking, can we still rest tonight? He countered, watching Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin was speechless. After a long silence, she finally said, then let's drink alcohol. Drinking clouds confusion. You're a woman, I'm a man. It's already dangerous enough being together. If things heat up, wouldn't I once again be neglecting your well-being? Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin's face suddenly turned red, like a fully ripened red apple. Well, then we'll drink nothing, she said, reaching out to take hold of her sachet. How did this end up with you when I was just looking for it? The drowning person gave it to me. Doesn't it look familiar? Huangfu Kongming said, glancing at the coiled flowers on the sachet. Peony, the flower of wealth and honor. You also love peonies. Truly, you and I are kindred spirits. Although I'm a man, I also enjoy this noble and elegant flower. So, there are times when you share interests with others. Very good, she said, gripping the sachet as she spoke. This is probably my last thing left. The peony flowers inside this sachet were picked 2 years ago from my estate. Her eyes reflected a tinge of nostalgia. From now on, hold on to your own things. Here, one should have some propriety. That's all, I'm leaving now. His nonsensical remarks hinted at something, which left the nearby maid silent for a long time. After a very long while, she stepped forward, looking at Huangfu Kongming's retreating figure. I did not do those things, she said. Huangfu Kongming immediately turned around, his eyes turning vicious. Is this you confessing without being asked? They may be bad, but when did they ever touch your sachet? After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Nangong Qingjin gritting her teeth, and walked towards the courtyard. The courtyard was desolate, with gardenias falling from the sky. One landed on his back, and he shuddered, causing the flower to fall by his feet, and then he boldly stepped over the cold, scattered flowers. After Huangfu Kongming left, Xianer finally approached. For these events, Xianer had already been pondering earlier, and now finally understood clearly. Miss, it's certain that this is Lu Meyer's plot. Now we're like mud dropping into our pants. Why must they keep pressuring us? Xianer said, while looking far off into the distance. From afar, his silhouette had already disappeared. She retracted her gaze, and after a long silence, sighed. Miss, your mood doesn't seem too good. With constant intrigues going on every day, how can my mood improve? Look and see what else we've brought along. Destroy everything together. As for this sachet, it's the root cause of trouble. Burn it. There wasn't a hint of regret in her voice. Miss, this is the only thing we have left that ties us to the past. Xianer hesitated to act. In fact, everything in this house was no longer theirs. She personally took a step forward and firmly grasped the object. Don't develop attachment to material objects. It will only make parting harder, she said while gazing at the spot before her eyes. You're right. Xianer threw the sachet into an earthen brazier, igniting flames. Before long, the sachet was reduced to ashes. That night, the mistress and servant did not exchange a single word. Xianer was truly exhausted, and recent events had already worn out the young girl completely. Nangong Qingjin saw Xianer sleeping soundly, yet she herself tossed and turned sleeplessly. In the early hours of the morning, she had a dream. In her dream, she became Empress Helion, surrounded by roaring flames that almost dyed half the sky red. In the dream, the fiery glow illuminated the heavens, an incredible sight. Amidst the chaos of the raging fire, busy attendants and palace servants rushed about. She watched as Emperor Huangfu Kongming, under protection, departed. This main palace had been personally constructed by the Empress. Hellion held deep affection for this place, no less than a cherished friend. Now, during the coup, everyone could panic, except her. A small attendant rushed over. Your Majesty, Empress, please leave this place. This is where I belong, I will perish with it. You go. Empress, you are wise, why falter now? If you leave now, even if your world crumbles, you still have hope to rebuild it. If you die with the imperial city, any future endeavor will become impossible. I have served you for 10 years. I cannot bear to see you walk the path to ruin. How come at this moment you understand better than I? She looked at the kneeling maiden beside her. The maid gave a sorrowful smile, slightly pulling at her lips. I believe your Majesty won't give up so easily. They may be cunning, but they resorted to desperate measures to deceive you. Truly, you're just someone who has temporarily lost their footing, not a failure. If I can ensure your safe escape, my life would indeed be meaningful. Axiu, can I still leave now? Your Majesty, don't be confused. The underground passage hasn't been sealed off. Let me lead you to safety. Amidst the blazing inferno, she quickly decided and readily accepted the clarity of an outside perspective, nodding instantly as she headed towards the direction Axiu pointed. Upon entering the tunnel, she again questioned, why don't you leave? I have been loyal all my life and naturally cannot leave. Give me your clothes, your golden hairpin, and your shoes. Axiu seemed to have already prepared herself for death. When a person is ready to die, they generally no longer feel any fear and instead become rather clever. Thus, in the midst of her confusion as she handed over the clothes, shoes, and golden hairpin to Axiu, it only then dawned on her that this maid was intending to die in her place. Otherwise, Zisong He and Wen Liang would never leave peacefully if they couldn't see the remnants of burnt bones in the ashes. As the maid nimbly dressed herself and looked at her master with sincerity inside the underground tunnel, she said, Your Majesty, please hurry and flee far away. Do not let them detect anything. I will seal the dragon-breaking stone for you. Once the dragon-breaking stone descended, the tunnel would be completely sealed off. Even if Zisong He and Wen Liang arrived just one step too late, with the ingenious design of the craftsman, there would be no trace left behind for anyone to find. During their final gaze at each other, Axiu smiled. The Empress, who had always been as cold-hearted as iron, now found herself with tears streaming down her face. In the imperial capital, these past few years, she had treated Axiu terribly, berating her even worse than an ordinary servant girl. For 6 years, Axiu had constantly faced blame but still remained diligent, making it her duty to ensure the Empress's safety. To receive such outstanding support made her profoundly moved. Your Majesty, don't look back, go quickly. Remember my heartfelt words. Chapter 53, Recollections of Hellion Qingqian. Then, in a daze, she seemed to have entered a strange world. Everything beneath her feet spun wildly as the sounds of destruction faded into the distance. Before the icy soil was scorched by massive flames, Hellion finally moved alone toward the front position. The passage was narrow and long, simply inconceivable. How could the capital city ever be so full of surprises? Hellion walked step by step, and after what felt like a very long time, it seemed as if this narrow tunnel had finally reached its end. She placed her hand on her forehead, thinking she had passed through the most dangerous section. But little did she know that once she stepped out from here, reinforcements were already on their way. She almost didn't see Huangfu Kongming as she struggled desperately along the way. It's unimaginable, a girl as beautiful as a flower, once the Empress herself. Such a fragrant and soft beauty. A woman like that stirs up desires in many people's hearts. Many would want to possess her, yearning for skin-to-skin contact with the Empress. Thus, she was in such peril. Her own beauty would cost her dearly, just like an elephant dying for its ivory. Lost and panic-stricken in the dense forest, looking left and right, she'd never been so flustered and disheveled before. Eventually, she escaped death. However, en route, she encountered unprecedented terror. She was even bitten by a venomous snake. Prior to this incident, she had no experience with any physical activity. Now, not moving was no longer possible. When she arrived at the manor, she perished instantly, like a fading fragrance or disappearing jade. For an arrogant empress like her, dying didn't sound pleasant, yet it seemed like heaven itself played a cruel joke on her, allowing her to die this way. Once her eyes closed, they would never open again. Afterward, the world lost one Empress Hellion and gained another, Nangong Qingjin. This dream occurred in Nangong Qingjin's slumber, haunting her unconsciousness. Sienna, Sienna. She jolted awake, the dream feeling all too real. Hearing her scream, Sienna immediately rose, clad only in her nightclothes. This young girl attended to her without fail, responding promptly whenever called. Hearing this cry, she rushed holding a lamp into the inner chamber. Miss. It's nothing, Sienna. Just a nightmare, she said while sighing deeply. Licking her cracked lips, Sienna noticed Nangong Qingjin's pale and troubled face. Immediately, she filled a teacup nearby with water and handed it to her. Nangong Qingjin drank it all down and then stared listlessly at the table. Her eyes empty and unblinking, she questioned if these dreams reflected reality or were surreal hints. What exactly did Empress Hellion intend to tell her? Death was unwillingly hers, yet even against such a stubborn will, events like death proceed regardless. Therefore, Empress Hellion must be reminding her, urging her to seek revenge. Realizing this, she clenched her fists tightly in determination. "Miss, you look awful," said Sienna as she draped the quilt next to Nangong Qingjin over her shoulders. Nangong Qingjin sighed, glancing down at her reflection in the teacup's ripples, her flawless face, her phoenix-like eyes, her dark tresses. All of this, everything inherited from Empress Helion, shocked her, causing her teacup to slip and shatter loudly onto the ground with a bang. "Miss, you're an atheist. Why are you suddenly so frightened now?" "It's just a dream," Sienna remarked while sighing deeply, clutching Nangong Qingjin's hand. Nangong Qingjin sucked in a cold breath. "Sienna, I dreamed I came back to life using someone else's corpse. I dreamed about countless memories from others, specifically those of Empress Helion." After hearing this, Sienna froze with fright, her smile stiffening on her face. "Miss, can you stop frightening me?" Sienna asked, alarmed. Not having intended to scare her, Nangong Qingjin now softened her tone slightly. "It's probably because I think too much during the day, leading to unsettling dreams at night." "It doesn't mean anything, Sienna. Go get some rest earlier." "How can I dare get some rest when you're acting like this?" Sienna complained while staring at Nangong Qingjin, crawling into her bed. "Let me stay with you, Mississippi." "That's fine, good Sienna." The next day, bathed in brilliant sunshine, the weather lengthened as the start of summer approached. The flying catkins were light, and the gentle breeze swirled around, turning the pale green willows around them into a rich shade of green. That green, both solemn and harmonious, imparted freshness and vitality to everyone who beheld it. She had been confined indoors all day, and now Huangfu Kongming's illness had completely healed. She was no longer useful to him, yet it seemed that Huangfu Kongming still had no intention of letting her go. As for Huangfu Kongming himself, he remained reclusive, and even though it was already late morning, she still hadn't seen this celestial devil. By the afternoon, the sun began to blaze fiercely, with cicada calls echoing far and wide. The ice from the front courtyard had already been delivered. Although everything was readily available within this villa, initially, they were undeniably prisoners and had no access to such luxuries. Now, things were different. They had transformed overnight into honored guests. The blocks of ice were delivered by Chu Feng along with a few maids and elderly women, though just after start of summer, there was absolutely no need for them. Yet, this group hurriedly came to place the ice under the veranda. After the cool breeze passed through, the house immediately felt refreshed and cool. The refreshing air flowed steadily into the room without rushing, bringing about calm and coldness. With the serene cold settling in, Nangong Qingjin found herself becoming less restless. As Chu Feng was about to leave, Nangong Qingjin heard his coughing. Originally, she intended to ask about Huangfu Kongming's itinerary, but at the last moment, she restrained herself. "Chu Feng," she called out. Chu Feng turned around to look at Nangong Qingjin. "I don't blame you," she continued, prompting a smile to appear on Chu Feng's lips. "If entrusted, one must faithfully execute their duties." "Lady, your lack of blame toward me is truly best," replied Chu Feng, who fundamentally wasn't a bad person. But Chu Feng, while taking Huangfu Kongming's orders, also had to follow Lu Meyer's. After all, Lu Meyer was acting on behalf of Huangfu Kongming in household matters and did indeed hold an important position here, something Nangong Qingjin understood. "Are you still sick?" she asked with concern, as if finally finding a point of connection between them. Sighing lightly, she took a step forward. "Shall I take a look?" This was something Chu Feng hadn't expected. Everyone said Nangong Qingjin's medical skills were extraordinary. If she could help examine him, surely his illness could be cured. "It isn't as hopeless as you think. From observing your speech and manner, I can see that although your condition seems severe, there is still hope for treatment," she said, then looked at Chu Feng. "What does lady want this general to do?" he asked, looking warily at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin let out a bitter laugh, realizing that whatever Lu Meyer asked, Chu Feng would assist her, which made her sigh once more. "I don't need you to do anything." After reflecting on herself, she actually had a bit of affection for Chu Feng, knowing he was a loyal servant. If his health could improve, it would also mean better care for Huangfu Kongming. In fact, she felt compassion for Huangfu Kongming. "Then, I cannot waste your precious time like this," he said, turning to leave. "Whether it's deserved or not, I wish you get well," she said. Although Chu Feng had started walking away, he still looked back. "I've been sick for 6 years. For these 6 years, every moment I've felt my life drawing to an end. I've gotten used to living in fear." "You will get better," she replied firmly. Chu Feng didn't know what to do now, standing there hesitating. Should he trust Nangong Qingjin? Then she might need him to do something later. Should he not trust her? No. He'd lose this golden opportunity if Nangong Qingjin left this place. He knew clearly that besides her, there was no other doctor capable of curing his illness. Thinking of this, he slowly turned back, appraising this kind-hearted woman up and down again. "Do you have any ulterior motives?" "No, right?" he confirmed. "Why would I?" she replied, prompting Chu Feng to nod. "Then, thank you." Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin smiled and pointed to a nearby seat. Together, they moved to the parlor in front. Under the bright sunshine, gardenias and sweet osmanthus flowers were in full bloom. Above them shimmered wisteria vines, and beneath fluttered butterflies and bees buzzing busily, a bustling scene brimming with vitality. Under the wisteria blossoms, the two sat down. Nangong Qingjin extended her hand and pulled out a medicinal pillow. Chu Feng half tilted his eyes, placed his hand on the pillow, but trembled slightly due to the cold. The old wounds from years ago made Chu Feng fear any sort of coldness. As he waited, Nangong Qingjin had already taken his pulse nonchalantly. After a brief moment, she gave a faint nod, seeming to have grasped the situation, and gestured for Chu Feng to extend the other arm. He followed by presenting the other arm, and Nangong Qingjin, according to the previous method, held his wrist. After listening to his pulse, she finally nodded and examined his eyes and tongue before putting her mind at ease. It's nothing serious, just a cold disease. Due to the long years without proper treatment, these ailments have accumulated inside the body, leading to an indescribable feeling. I'll start with acupuncture to open up your 8 extraordinary meridians. Then, as food and medicine share the same origin, I will add a small amount of herbs to your food. However, this shouldn't be excessive because every medicine carries a certain level of toxicity. In the following month, you'll need to rinse your body with specially prepared herbal solutions. At most, it might take half a year to a year, at least 3 to 5 months, and you will be well again. Really? Chu Feng retracted his hand and shifted his position to let more scorching sunlight shine on him. She, upon hearing this, immediately nodded and smiled. Of course, a doctor doesn't speak recklessly, but I want to ask you a question. If you can answer, do so, but if you can't, it's also fine. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and Sienna instantly disappeared to fetch paper, ink, and brush. Seeing Nangong Qingjin's readiness for a long conversation, Chu Feng was unsure what exactly she had in mind. He could only sit there calmly. However, he soon became restless, looking toward the sunlight and pretending to get up and leave. General, don't be alarmed. Even when facing a large man like you, I, a weak woman without any weapons, remain calm. Why should you feel nervous? You don't have to answer my questions if you prefer not to. Of course, it would be better if you did. Or even, General, you can lie. This is unimportant. Chapter 54, A Long Talk with Chu Feng. The important thing is that I must ask. As for whether or not you answer, that's your choice. It won't affect my emotions. Truly, I am quite interested in the General's illness. I hope to treat those difficult diseases that common people cannot handle. After listening to Nangong Qingjin's words, Huangfu Kongming finally nodded. I am willing to hear more. As long as it is something I can answer, I will tell you. I won't lie. Either I remain taciturn or I speak the truth. Seeing Chu Feng like this, she smiled slightly. Very well. After nodding, she looked at Chu Feng. 6 years ago, before she could finish her opening remarks, Chu Feng's expression had already stiffened but quickly returned to normal. The body of Empress Helion was finally found, correct? Nangong Qingjin asked while observing Chu Feng's facial expression. Chu Feng sighed. Why does Miss ask this question? Because I really want to know. This reason was sufficient. Chu Feng stood up and grabbed a wisteria high above. After a long pause, he moved his throat, and his voice became hoarse. If I told you that I am still searching for Empress Helion, would you believe me? You are someone who won't give up until you've exhausted all options, she said, then nodded solemnly. You are also someone known for loyalty. That much is clear. I hope you find what you seek. But after so many years, have you discovered any clues? She said, then continued looking at the man before her. I am. Chu Feng nodded. Without lying to you. Chu Feng turned around and looked at Nangong Qingjin. I almost thought I found the answer when I saw you, but it wasn't true. You aren't Empress Helion, so I feel disappointed, but my belief hasn't been shaken. I still need to search. After escaping through the passageway, did you never see the Empress again? They say the Empress was burned into ashes during the coup. But how could that be? The Empress is an exceptionally intelligent person. There's no way she turned into ashes. The story about the ashes is merely to deceive others. The current situation here is rather special. This place is where the Empress originally thought she couldn't find even after going through immense difficulties. But this place isn't exactly very secret. Indeed, if the Empress were still alive, such a smart woman wouldn't fail to find their hideout. Moreover, 6 years have passed. How could the Empress not have found it by now? This was also Chu Feng's doubt. This was found by His Highness. Both His Highness and I believe that the most dangerous place is also the safest one. With this explanation, she realized the estate indeed wasn't particularly noticeable. In fact, in many cases, even if someone entered this estate, they wouldn't notice anything unusual inside. It was the result of their intelligence and planning, a way to keep from drawing attention. A good thing. As they say, live we should see a person, dead we should see a corpse. I, Chu Feng, won't rashly assume the Empress is dead until I see her remains. I am not someone who follows others' opinions blindly. After saying this, Chu Feng looked at the woman in front of him. You truly aren't the Empress, right? If only I were. She sighed. Since I was young, I have been studying medicine and never imagined that this survival skill would bring me so much peril. Nor did I think I would be imprisoned here, unable to leave and lose my freedom. That is also His Highness's decision. He has unfinished feelings for the Empress. And as for Lu Meyer, as you've probably noticed, this woman's beautiful eyes resemble yours quite closely, which is why she gained His Highness's favor. Otherwise, how could she be here? I noticed. She replied, then glanced at a maid walking over. Sienna handed Nangong Qingjin ink and paper, but didn't approve of her treating this person. Chu Feng might not be entirely bad, but when he acted maliciously, it was terrifying. The incident with picking beans had already passed, but Sienna still vividly remembered it. Chu Feng was someone who held grudges and, when bad, could be horrifying. Miss, she reminded softly. Nangong Qingjin smiled, picked up the brush, and began writing. There were quite a few medicinal ingredients listed, filling the paper extensively and still not finished. Switching to another sheet, she continued writing. Watching her write, Chu Feng beside her could no longer doubt that this woman was Empress Helion. Empress Helion used to be deeply fascinated by political tactics and military strategies, but knew nothing of these particular actions. Time might shape a person's heart, but time is just time after all. Silence filled the space between the two of them. By now, she had finished writing and devised a medicinal kanji recipe. You should have the small kitchen prepared daily. For safety's sake, please be sure to test it with a silver needle each time before consumption to see if there's any poison. Alright, I'll remember that. These herbs need preparation immediately. If everything goes as expected, I will deliver them to you soon. Now my questions are done. After this, I won't ask anything further, so rest assured. Chu Feng immediately nodded, and they parted ways. Watching Chu Feng leave, Sienna approached. Miss, haven't you noticed that General Chu Feng is an ungrateful person? When someone bestows kindness on him, he doesn't remember it, but when grudges arise, he remembers them all too well. It's just idleness anyway. Let's go find the herbs now. Sienna, don't be petty. In the future, we might need Chu Feng's help here. It's always better to have more friends than more enemies, right? Miss, this person is not your friend. He didn't even express a hint of gratitude. Perhaps he's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Besides, his heart is fully devoted to His Highness. Whether or not he expresses gratitude isn't important. What matters is that I need to help him. She said this while standing up and gazing at the splendidly radiant wisteria above her head, like a waterfall cascading in purple hues. Sienna, let's find the herbs. The master and servant reached the front location, entered the straw house, and began searching. There were many herbs here. It didn't take long for them to fill their arms and return, satisfied. Under the eaves, they started categorizing the items. After about an hour, they managed to get the proportions correct. The amount of these herbs was overwhelming, something Sienna had rarely seen in her life. Indeed, during Nan Gongqing Jin's medical career, there had never been such extensive use of herbs for a single individual. While working busily, Sienna couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Miss, are you sure this amount is intended for one person only? It's so much. Sienna looked at the pile of herbs on the ground, resembling a little mountain. Nan Gongqing Jin smiled faintly. Don't misinterpret me. This isn't something to be gulped down instantly in a force-feeding manner. It needs to be taken continuously over the course of a year. This isn't excessive at all. Yes, I am learning as I grow older, Sienna said earnestly, nodding forcefully. After several trips, they finally managed to transport all the herbs back. These actions were quickly noted by Lu Meyer's spies. Initially, Lu Meyer wasn't quite sure why Nan Gongqing Jin needed so many herbs. When she realized later, it caused a sense of unease. Why would this woman treat Chu Feng with such goodwill? Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she clutched the armrest of the nearby chair viciously, her expression fierce like that of a gamecock. Miss, don't worry. We can adjust accordingly. Anyway, whether or not Chu Feng dares to use these herbs remains questionable. Luli, call Chu Feng over and tell him I want to see him. Having said that, she waved her hand. Being an intelligent person, Luli quickly found Chu Feng in the garden and conveyed the reason for summoning him. Immediately, Chu Feng nodded and soon followed Lu Li to the appointed location. Lu Meyer gave Chu Feng a coquettish smile. General, your complexion seems much improved. The same, every day. Chu Feng nodded. Taking a step closer, Lu Meyer leaned near him, causing Chu Feng to catch the subtle fragrance emanating from her, making him momentarily stunned. Lu Meyer raised her eyebrows slightly. Just now, the general went to the backyard. Were you appreciating the springtime scenery? We're already into early summer. Where could there be springtime scenery? I was just visiting someone. Could this person be the Empress of your? Why do you visit her so often? Unless you have inappropriate thoughts. As she spoke, Chu Feng was greatly startled and instinctively stepped back a bit before regaining composure. Why does Miss say such things? This is actually His Highness's instruction. He instructed me to check on her occasionally. If you don't harbor improper intentions, why are you so nervous? I was merely making a casual comment. She smiled slyly and continued. Has General observed any signs? To the young lady, Nan Gongqing Jin is not the Empress of your. The Empress was ruthless and decisive, her words as binding as nails, commanding respect. Now, though the frail woman in the backyard behaves very similarly to the Empress, fundamentally, she is not. I see. It's thanks to your keen observation, General. No, not at all. I'm truly unworthy of praise. Little did Chu Feng know, this meeting had set the groundwork for being considered her rival. Before long, she planned to harm Chu Feng. Following this encounter, Chu Feng hurriedly left the place. Miss, this is a counter-spy strategy. If Chu Feng becomes her man, in fact, we will have endless future troubles. The prince loves her madly, but now it's uncertain who she really is. If one day this woman can't leave and inevitably develops deep feelings with the prince, then won't our positions become very precarious? Every cruel and venomous ruler always has an infuriating and odious maid beside them, just like here with Lu Meyer. Exactly the same. This maid was not only ruthless but also uniquely discerning, from before until now, and forever onward. According to your meaning? Perhaps. Liuli sketched a kill gesture with her brush, and her glum eyes rolled slightly. Chu Feng is the prince's man. Liuli, how dare you? When Lu Meyer said this, Liuli immediately knelt down. This servant doesn't dare to overstep. But miss, haven't you noticed yet that this wretched girl indeed has designs on the prince? If we let such a thing continue, and she actually takes another's place one day. You mean, if one day she truly claims herself as the Empress, Lu Meyer didn't dare to think further, feeling nervous and helpless while staring at the maid before her. Immediately, Liuli stood up from the ground. That's exactly it. If we give this girl any opportunity, won't these past 4 or 5 years of hardship between you and me all go to waste? Chapter 55. Lu Meyer hatches another ingenious plan. Thinking about all these years she had spent accompanying Huangfu Kongming, without title or status, inevitably made Lu Meyer transfer all her burgeoning hatred onto Nangong Qingjin. I understand, Luli, you've reminded me. It's just my duty, Luli said while raising her eyebrows and looking at the woman before her. This matter must be handled swiftly, not delayed. Aside from Chufeng, it's a safeguard for both of us. As for Nangong Qingjin, she absolutely cannot be spared. If you show mercy like a woman, it would be cruel to yourself, Mississippi. Yes, Luli. The more Lu Meyer thought, the more fear grew within her. It was merely because her eyes resembled the Empress's that she could gain the favor of the prince. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if there was someone who completely looked like the Empress. Lu Meyer's eyes flickered, and after a long silence, she finally sighed. Today, Huangfu Kongming still did not come to see Nangong Qingjin, and the matter of the sachet was already settled. Today, because Luli was unwell, upon Lu Meyer's request, it also marked the end of what should have been bed rest time. The next day, following the medicinal diet schedule, Chufeng ate these things. He never expected them to work so effectively, just a bowl of congee and a meal. But once they were eaten, he felt warmth spread throughout his body, an incredible warmth that cycled within him repeatedly. Without a doubt, Nangong Qingjin's medical skills were truly admirable. From this point onward, he began to believe in Nangong Qingjin. His attitude toward this unexpected visitor improved significantly. After the evening meal, Chufeng arrived at Nangong Qingjin's quarters. Upon seeing Chufeng's rosy complexion, which had previously been pale, now glowing with luster, she found herself surprisingly rejuvenated so quickly. Their gazes slightly intersected, and Nangong Qingjin smiled. Please sit, General. Thank you. He originally came to express gratitude, and after finishing, he bowed and prepared to leave. Nangong Qingjin did not attempt to detain him. Only after he left did she seem to remember something and began writing on a piece of paper, crafting another clever verse. Seeing this, Xian beside her exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" "These are medical instructions. Take them to General Chufeng." "I will not go. This person is vicious and cruel. I am afraid of picking beans." "It won't happen. Just trust me. Though Chufeng is evil, he can distinguish that I bear no malice toward him." With that, she pushed the girl. "Xian, will you go? If not, I'll go myself." "Miss, please don't bother," she replied, but unwillingly clutched the paper and flitted off to catch up with Chufeng. When Chufeng saw Xian panting and gasping for breath as she approached, he immediately halted his quick stride. General, please stop." Indeed, having recovered from illness, his walk was steadier than before, an observation even Xian noticed. Seeing Xian arrive, Chufeng turned back immediately. "These are our Miss medical instructions and advice. Please follow them." While speaking, she hastily handed the paper over to Chufeng, who nodded, opened it, quietly recited it, and then walked away. This scene inadvertently fell under Lu Meyer's watchful eye. Having heard recently that Chufeng and Nangong Qingjin had grown close, she could no longer restrain herself and was walking towards this direction when she discovered they might have exchanged some strange items. Lu Meyer was originally a narrow-minded and easily irascible woman. Now, she couldn't help but suspect this paper possessed magical powers, a piece of paper capable of changing the current situation and the balance of power. It was quite a formidable piece of paper indeed. Shocked, Lu Meyer's face changed, becoming filled with dread. "Miss, there's no need to worry. This wretch has a strategy for sowing discord. Let me think of something suitable." Luli stood by the red bamboo flowers and observed the surreptitiously watching Lu Meyer, who sighed. "It seems things are turning against us. What shall we do?" "Miss, just observe silently and remain calm. Don't panic, and soon I will devise a plan." That night passed gently with the wind and soft clouds. However, Huangfu Kongming seemed to disappear without coming around. For Nangong Qingjin, this tranquility was far from auspicious. Indeed, she became increasingly tense due to the unusual calmness and prepared to leave immediately. Their gazes met again, one expressing profound sorrow and the other full of calculation. It was a brand new day. On this day, the prince not only did not go to Nangong Qingjin's quarters, but also seemed to have overlooked the necessity of visiting Lu Meyer as well, which caused Lu Meyer to feel an unsettling fear. How could it be like this? No way. Lu Meyer shivered with trepidation and silently thought that there must be something suspicious going on. It was absolutely impossible for the prince not to come unless this woman had sown discord between them. Seizing the chance today, she would make Huangfu Kongming come over immediately, no matter what. Upon entering the room, she found Huangfu Kongming standing with his hands behind his back, watching as the breeze carried falling petals one by one into the room, where they gently landed on the floor. Amidst this scene of solitary flowers falling and twin martins flying through the curtain flapping their wings gracefully inside, he didn't turn around, keeping his gaze focused both on the fallen petals and the painting hanging on the adjacent wall. "Prince, I came to check up on you. Recently, you've been avoiding me," she said coyly as she took a step forward, now standing beside him. Following his eyes toward the painting on the wall, it was the portrait of Empress Heliant. Truly a masterful brushwork depicting her lifelike image. Without exception, this painting always elicited feelings of jealousy from any woman who saw it. Lu Meyer was even more envious. Her jealousy mingled with resentment as she glared hard at the lady in the painting. She slowly lit the incense nearby while silently cursing this accursed woman in her heart. This woman had been dead for such a long time, but still managed to occupy his heart so powerfully. A living, beautiful woman who could provide him comfort, he ignored entirely. And a woman from a painting. She can never descend to share intimate moments with him, but he truly favored her nonetheless. Another year has passed since the palace rebellion, he stated, his voice cold. Finally, Lu Meyer understood why Huangfu Kongming had recently secluded himself indoors. At this same time every year, he always struggled with deep sorrow and fasted for some period to mourn. Time flew swiftly once again. A full 6 years had gone by. My lord, there's no need to grieve so deeply. 6 years have already passed. The things that should or shouldn't have happened, they've all passed. You should accept reality. There's nothing too serious about it, is there? How can I possibly let go of my grief? 6 years ago, I was the emperor, facing loyalty among my officials. Now, petty everyday affairs have reduced me to nothing more than a cowardly turtle, hiding away in my shell. You are the true son of heaven. In my eyes, Zisong He and Wen Liang are mere despicable villains. Though I cannot help you alone, I want to tell you that we should not judge heroes solely by success or failure. My lord, you are successful, not failed. Today, I wish to reflect quietly. His voice trailed off before he continued speaking. She then stepped closer. Why do you stay here stewing in silence when the weather is clear, the wind is gentle, and our courtyard bursts with vibrant colors? The pomegranate blossoms and water lilies are in bloom. Why don't you consider taking a look? I am not interested, he replied. My lord, I don't want to see you so dispirited. You must restore your strength and inject new vigor into yourself, she urged as she clenched her fists forcefully. The prince understands, Huangfu Kongming responded with a wave of his hand. Leave. Today, he felt heavy-hearted and melancholy. Even though he remained unharmed, she had wanted to linger, yet couldn't do so any longer. With a sigh, she disappeared from his presence. After the two parted ways, right after stepping out the door, he noticed the servant girl Lu Li already lurking stealthily near Lu Meyer, bowing humbly and whispering schematically to her with an ingratiating manner. Seeing this, he paused briefly and shifted his sharp eyes. Summon Lu Li, Huangfu Kongming commanded. This Lu Li was clearly troublemaking. There were still doubts regarding yesterday's incidents that needed clarification. Had it not been for seeing Lu Li, perhaps everything could have been dismissed from mind. But now, far away, this accursed maid had caught his eye. Little did Lu Li expect that he wished to summon her. Nervously, she followed another maid into the front chamber. Huangfu Kongming's tone was hollow, cold as frost, and akin to a chilling gale as he never even glanced at Lu Li. Kneel. With no choice, Lu Li knelt down. Watching from afar, Lu Meyer realized Huangfu Kongming intended to punish Lu Li and could not sit idly anymore. She quickly rushed after and entered the room in no time. You seem to be feeling much better today. He walked to the painting, gently touching it with his fingers while glancing at them, then blowing lightly. The faint dust had already dissipated in the air. Lu Li was bowing fervently. My lord, what exactly have I done wrong? Please punish me. I will take responsibility for my actions alone. Your punishment is to perform hard labor by fetching water, and yet you've forgotten this? Or do you disregard my words so easily? If so, what use are your ears? Huangfu Kongming spoke as he grabbed a Yuchang sword from beside him. It was originally there to cut oranges, merely a decorative item, but also a deadly weapon. Lu Li's face turned pale. She had no idea how, or when she'd angered the Azura-like figure before her. She began trembling violently and continued bowing frantically. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. Lu Meyer didn't expect Huangfu Kongming to suddenly attack without warning and immediately fell to her knees. My lord, if you must act, remember that even beating a dog requires respect for its owner. Moreover, my allowing Lu Li's exemption was tacit approval on my part. If you punish her, please include me as well. All I wish to remind Lu Li of is that when serving her master, she should know not to sow discord or spread rumors recklessly, and definitely not incite her master into doing petty theft or wearing crowns inappropriately. Otherwise, regret will come too late. The dagger in Huangfu Kongming's hand cast a cold gleam as it was thrown into the marble fish tank in front of Lu Li. The icy splashes of water unexpectedly hit her face, causing her to gasp in alarm. Water droplets trickled down her nose as she remained speechless. Chapter 56. Nan Gongqing Jin reveals her heart. Shivering. My lord, Lu Li has not done what you have accused her of. It must be someone who is spreading rumors and slander. Why not bring this person forth, face them head on, to clear Lu Li's name, and let others know the decorum of your household? She thought, it must be Nan Gongqing Jin stirring up trouble. It turns out, even Nan Gongqing Jin isn't one to let things slide easily. Not just Lu Li. Even Lu Meyer would never have expected that Nan Gongqing Jin would take the initiative. Given the current relationship between Nan Gongqing Jin and the prince, it is indeed thought-provoking. These two people have transitioned from being aloof to becoming very close allies. Still, Nan Gongqing Jin's words carried weight. At that moment, Huangfu Kongming looked coldly on, his gaze icily focused on Lu Li kneeling before him. Lu Li, knowing she was in the wrong, could only kowtow and beg for forgiveness, without daring to make another move. He looked as if carved from ice and snow. Well then, tomorrow you shall continue with your duties. Do not think that I will turn a blind eye to this matter, he said, his tone deep and grave. Afterward, the look of fury on his face gradually disappeared. By then, Lu Li sighed in relief, slowly getting up. It's my fault for not supervising well enough. You can direct all your grievances toward me. Please don't beat around the bush. Lu Meyer knelt down too as she spoke. Despite himself, Huangfu Kongming softened. Lu Meyer may have many flaws, but there's no denying the manor wouldn't function without her harsh presence. Most of the time, the daily affairs of the manor are handled by Lu Meyer. Over these years, this quiet and unassuming woman has been diligent and hardworking. Reflecting on this, even a stone-hearted person might feel moved. not to mention Prince Huangfu Kongming, who is relatively passionate by nature. Huangfu Kongming gazed at Lu Meyer before him. Stand up. Why must you go through such trouble? My lord, you. Stand up. His voice turned slightly cold. Reluctantly, Lu Meyer rose to her feet, glancing at Huangfu Kongming for an instant before sighing deeply, her heart filled with sorrow and melancholy. Their gazes met briefly before Huangfu Kongming waved his hand dismissively. Go. My lord, I came here. Actually, she had something important to say, but his casual wave-off left many of her words caught in her throat like thorns. Damn it, didn't he realize that she had come with a purpose? Go. The night was quiet. Tonight he wished to be alone, not wanting this woman by his side. Since Lu Meyer is a perceptive person, seeing that the prince had issued his dismissal, she reluctantly nodded and stepped away. When she reached the door, Luli rushed over immediately, anxiously and eagerly gripping Lu Meyer's hand. Lu Meyer softly sighed, looking at Luli for a long while in silence before speaking. Miss, this despicable woman has already risen above you. It's clearly evident to all. Lu Meyer said with a sigh, her steps slowing despite moving forward, burdened with heavy thoughts. This woman cannot be allowed to stay, Luli suggested, furrowing her brows forcefully. Lu Meyer sighed again, her expression pained. But even with our combined strength, killing this woman won't be easy. Now even Chu Feng is very close to her. That's right, Chu Feng is sick, yet this woman is quite willing to help. In the past, we always claimed not to treat the rich, but now, all those statements seem like lies. This woman has certainly become smarter, Luli marveled. People inevitably get clever when circumstances demand it. Times change, rules shift. But if we don't quickly devise a good plan, we'll soon find ourselves in trouble. Every move this woman makes already implicates us, and if she really acts against us, I can barely imagine what will happen afterward. We still have our uses, at least. Luli leaned closer to Lu Meyer, whispering lower and lowering her voice more and more as she laid out her thoughts and plans. After hearing, Lu Meyer nodded and smiled. You've given much more thought to this. I've always been rather scheming, but you're an intelligent person. Though you're busy handling myriad matters, I have nothing else but a fondness for idle musings. What do you think about this? Currently, though the prince considers Luli as someone prone to deceit and cunning behavior, regarding the matter of the sachet, Huangfu Kongming still harbors doubts deep within. Moreover, the incident of the sachet requires some explanation. However, the person concerned seems to have no intention of addressing it. Something as crucial as a matter of life and death appears in Nan Gongqingjin's eyes, as though nothing has happened at all. Goodness, this is truly strange. Really, we must set our defenses early, lest plans fall behind changes. Now, you and I need to take precautions sooner. As she spoke, she gripped Ruli's hand, and soon the two of them disappeared into the depths of the mansion. Tonight, for some unknown reason, Nan Gongqingjin was again unable to sleep. Lately, this sensation had grown day by day. She herself wasn't sure why. Before, as soon as her head touched the pillow, she would drift off to sleep immediately. Now, however, try as she might, it seemed she couldn't rest properly. This restless state troubled Nan Gongqingjin so much that it left her with a throbbing headache. And yet she was a healer, but curiously, she couldn't diagnose what was wrong with herself. Or perhaps, it wasn't any illness, it was simply the frustration of being confined here. Now, her gaze fell on the pearl curtain. The curtain swayed lightly and mistily in the evening breeze, lit faintly by red candles, creating a faint rustling sound as it moved. As she watched, she couldn't help but gasp softly, her gaze fixed forward in prolonged silence until the nearby maid Xian woke up. Miss, what are you doing? You haven't been resting well recently. It's not that I choose not to rest. Lately, I've felt restless and anxious, always sensing as if someone were trying to harm me. This premonition is very strong, and it makes me feel quite uncomfortable, Nan Gongqingjin said, sighing as she did so. Miss, even if someone intends to harm you, you cannot be perpetually on high alert. If you continue like this every night, you won't last 3 or 5 days before your body gives out. Your own body cannot sustain this. What will you do then? What you say is very reasonable, Nan Gongqingjin nodded, her gaze turning toward the bright moon in the sky. The moon looked clear and round, glowing with a warm brilliance, offering an unprecedented sense of warmth and brightness when reflected in people's eyes. It also gave a kind of hope. Just like that, she gazed at the moon while Xian observed Nan Gongqingjin. After observing for quite some time, Xian finally shifted her watery, gem-like bright eyes, which sparkled like amber, glancing around restlessly. Miss, I never understood at first why they always think you and the late empress are one and the same, despite being entirely different. Why? This question amused Nan Gongqingjin herself. Because, Xian said, boldly reaching out and touching Nan Gongqingjin's face before continuing. Because, look at your nose. It's exactly like the late empress's. Besides that, your oval face, your distant mountain brows, your eyes, everything about you. The observer sees clearly while the participant remains blind. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin was slightly startled. With this astonishment, she grabbed Xian's hand. Xian noticed her hand wasn't usually warm but instead carried a slight chill, and their gazes intersected briefly. Could I really be so similar? In the back courtyard, there are many portraits of the late empress. At first, I didn't understand why His Highness the Prince shows such an intense affection towards you. But now it seems I am beginning to see. You and the late empress are indeed incredibly alike. I've never seen anyone else in this world so similar. At this statement, Nan Gongqingjin became increasingly agitated. Nearby, Ruli quickly extended a hexagonal mirror, which Nan Gongqingjin grasped, and stared at it intently. Sure enough, her reflection appeared exactly as Xian described, identical not just in looks, but also in the unhidden defiance and arrogance within her brows and between her eyes, exuding a wild, aloof air as if from the very core of her being. After staring at the image of herself in the mirror for a long while, she eventually tossed the mirror aside. Damn it, she cursed low in frustration. Nearby, Riley hurriedly stepped forward to catch the mirror rolling on the ground. What's so damnable? You should think carefully. If you're stuck here, Xian, you mustn't speak nonsense. Who is Huangfu Kongming? Is he someone easy to deal with? Certainly not, but after all, you did save his life, and she genuinely looks at you differently. Why don't you? Xian, she muttered under her breath, and Xian saw that Nan Gongqingjin's face was flushed. She could only chuckle nervously as she approached in a playful manner. But, after all, you're no longer young. Eventually, you'll need to settle down. After all these years, haven't you realized that having a man support you makes life much easier? Xian truly has gone off the rails, said Nan Gongqingjin, gazing at the bright moon on the horizon as she gently stroked Xian's head while seriously saying, Good Xian, there's one thing you probably don't know yet. You tell me. Xian embraced Nan Gongqingjin tenderly, noticing a subtle floral scent emanating from her person, mingled with the aroma of osmanthus blossoms in wooden chests. This fragrance was delicate and soothing, filling Xian's senses effortlessly, making her feel like her mistress was nothing short of a flower fairy. I've been studying medicine since childhood, pharmacology, pharmaceuticals, all those sorts of things. And that was before I met you, when I was just a young girl born into a noble family. Of course, Mrs. That. From their first meeting, Xian had already sensed that her mistress was an intelligent young lady from a distinguished family. My medical skills here have become well known, and it's not without reason, is it? Asked Nan Gongqingjin, to which Xian immediately nodded, fixing her gaze earnestly on her mistress, then carefully reaching out and caressing Nan Gongqingjin's cheek. Her temperature seemed normal, so why did Nan Gongqingjin sound so delirious? Chapter 57. Lu Meyer prepares to enchant all. Xianer, one day I was at home eating an eggplant. I had just taken a bite when suddenly everything went blurry before my eyes, and then I started feeling dizzy and disoriented. At first, I didn't think much of it, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself on the mountain. Once I realized I was on the mountain, I examined my attire. Only then did Xianer understand that what Miss had said earlier wasn't meaningless chatter. It was all leading up to this one sentence. Now, Xianer no longer dared to be careless. She stared wide-eyed at her miss with unwavering focus, though she still couldn't fully grasp the situation. Miss, you didn't make a mistake in your words? Your servant didn't misunderstand what you said. When you opened your eyes, everything changed. Nothing was the same, not even your surroundings. Xianer widened her eyes, intensely looking at Nan Gongqingjin as if seeing her for the first time. As if recognizing this woman for the very first time, yet Nan Gongqingjin merely smirked slightly. Xianer, when I opened my eyes again, I looked at myself, only to find that I had changed into this present appearance. Often, I wonder if I am truly Empress Hellion, or perhaps the true Empress Hellion isn't me. Could I possibly be reincarnated through another's body? It's inconceivable, yet it stirs the imagination. Or, maybe you're right. Miss, calamities spring from careless words. You are once again speaking without thought. Xianer immediately reached out and grabbed Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Why is it that every time I am completely serious, you act frivolously? Because Mrs. Seriousness is genuinely perplexing. She said this while rising, walking over to shut the window. You must never speak like that again in the future. Even if such matters exist, you are still Nan Gongqingjin, not Empress Hellion. Otherwise, you would be doomed. I have no knowledge about this host's memories. She spoke to herself softly. Indeed, her voice had become quieter than before. Xianer, standing nearby, scrutinized Nan Gongqingjin carefully, as if meeting her for the first time and not knowing who she was. Miss, so tell me, do you remember your own family? Everything remains vivid in my memory. I've even returned, but now my nation has fallen and my family destroyed. There is nowhere left to go now. My options are exhausted. She continued. Xianer, until today, I have yet to understand why I woke up to become someone else. Miss, have you ever read any strange tales? Xianer asked, looking directly at Nan Gongqingjin. Although Nan Gongqingjin hadn't extensively explored these sorts of stories, she nodded. Yes, but not many. If you've read them, then surely you know too. Many things simply cannot be explained. You already understand it deep inside, and these could eventually lead to your downfall. We'll take one step at a time, all right? All right. So, tonight, my lady, we should sleep soundly. Xianer immediately hugged Nan Gongqingjin's shoulder, watching her gently tucked into bed. Only then did Xianer close her eyes and fall into a deep sleep. By the next day, Huangfu Kongming had grown mad with longing for Nan Gongqingjin. However, lacking a good excuse to see her, he could do nothing. Recently, his health had recovered, and he no longer required medical care. She, too, had lately ceased taking regular strolls around the garden. They were separated as though an invisible boundary had been drawn between them. He on one side, she on the other, both living apart without crossing that line. He aimlessly wandered through the gardens, but failed to run into Nan Gongqingjin. It wasn't until the afternoon when Nan Gongqingjin sent over some huya zongzi, holly leaf rice dumplings, via Xianer. Unnoticed by many, it had already reached the 5th month, the Dragon Boat Festival, a reminder of how swiftly time passed and seasons changed. She sent the zongzi just like that. Xianer smiled cheerfully. Our miss was busy preparing these early this morning. These were just made, and she asked that His Highness try them fresh. Did your miss make them herself? Huang Fu Kongming murmured while lowering his gaze toward the basket filled with holly leaf rice dumplings. Each dumpling appeared plump, juicy, and perfectly shaped, with each edge and corner displaying a certain aesthetic beauty, resembling small crabs. They're not usually made this way, he remarked. Though well-traveled and knowledgeable, he hadn't known that holly leaves could also be used for making zongzi. Why use holly leaves to make the dumplings? Truthfully, although learned, Huang Fu Kongming was unaware that holly leaves could serve as ingredients for zongzi. Xian'er, meanwhile, smiled sweetly and replied lightly. This was our Miss's idea. Our Miss said that recently. You appear troubled, and holly leaves are a type of Chinese medicine. And he slowly began opening the dumpling. It has the effect of clearing the liver and improving eyesight, but most people are unaware of it. Since this type of tree is quite common, its leaves are easily obtainable and not valued by people. Nowadays, they've been made into zongzi for you to enjoy. It'll be excellent after you eat them. Please thank your Miss on my behalf, Huang Fu Kongming said, as he waved his hand casually. By then, Xian'er had already nodded and left. He looked at the zongzi for a very long time before finally beginning to eat. To be honest, usually, he disliked eating these oddly shaped things the most. He also disliked tasting things that his taste buds had never encountered before. But today was different. Today, Nan Gongqingjin wanted to try the flavor of these rice dumplings. Back in 6 years, no. It was even longer ago when Empress Helian personally washed her hands and prepared the congee for him. After he tasted it, he couldn't forget the flavor. The importance lay in the effort and thought behind what someone made with their own hands. Moreover, this one was so unique and ingeniously designed, so he ate one. Upon discovering the first one was red bean paste filling inside, he noticed something else besides the red bean paste. Altogether, it had a faintly refreshing aroma. Then, he ate the second one which was jujube filled, making it sweet and irresistible once tasted. There were a total of 20 zongzi, each filled completely differently, showing the result of her efforts throughout the day. Unconsciously, he'd already eaten 10 and naturally didn't dare to eat the 11th one, so he stopped. Not much later, Lu Meyer arrived. She had no way of knowing that Nan Gongqingjin had already sent over the Dragon Boat Festival zongzi ahead of her. Normally, she brought over the zongzi she herself wrapped. Even though she was incredibly capable and deeply researched in food preparation, she still slightly fell short in comparison. In terms of putting in effort, she indeed lagged far behind this woman. Now, she walked in alone, holding a bamboo basket. Inside the basket were naturally zongzi. After arriving, Lu Meyer sweetly greeted and smiled warmly before taking out her zongzi. My lord, the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching. I wrapped a few zongzi today and am here to offer them to you. Please taste them, Lu Meyer said while presenting the basket as if offering a treasure, lifting the cloth covering it. Clearly visible were indeed the zongzi, each rather large. However, Huang Fu Kongming was already full, politely declining any further delicious offerings. Just set them aside, I'll eat them later. Lu Meyer couldn't help feeling puzzled, but calmly and composedly placed the zongzi on the side. She inspected the holly leaves on the table and recognized signs of rapid eating. At once, she understood that someone had already beaten her to it. What a scheming Nan Gongqingjin. The last time, she had insisted verbally, promising not to compete with Lu Meyer for the prince's affection. Who knew that soon afterward, everything changed? This truly was a deceitful woman. Lu Meyer clenched her fists secretly. My lord, if there's nothing else today, would you care to stroll through the garden with me? Indeed, it had been a very long time since he had strolled through the garden with Lu Meyer. Today, this king feels unwell. He refused straightforwardly. Though not an outright rejection, such words felt like a bright slap, landing squarely on Lu Meyer's face. Now, Lu Meyer began to feel anxious. Did this man still have any affection for her? If he did, how much exactly? And could she, in the future, become his consort or not? If Huang Fu Kongming successfully restored his reign, would she have the chance to transform into the empress she dreamed of becoming? Or might there be some other outcomes? While Lu Meyer pondered, sighing, their gazes momentarily crossed. Lu Meyer smiled subtly. Since you don't wish to go out today, we can stay right here. What would you like to eat? I'll have the small kitchen prepare it and send it over for you. For now, I don't need anything. You may leave. Your humble servant. Actually, Lu Meyer had no intention of leaving. In the span of a single day, if he wouldn't come to her, Lu Meyer could only come to him. But upon coming, it seemed this man had little interest in her and always hoped she would leave early. Therefore, she wasn't about to leave just yet. The long days stretched before Lu Meyer, who found it difficult to digest the loneliness she experienced alone after returning home. And now, their relationship grew increasingly distant. Lu Meyer took a soft step forward, lightly gathering up her sleeves, emitting a gentle fragrance. Huang Fu Kongming's gaze flickered momentarily, slightly surprised. So fragrant. Mysterious fragrance, you used to like it the most. You always liked me here. She slowly extended her hand and took off her outer robe, revealing her beautiful collarbone. She pointed to it and added, and here, and her hand gently touched her abdomen. Here and mysterious fragrance, come closer, he said. Without hesitation, mysterious fragrance stepped forward and embraced Huang Fu Kongming passionately. They began a frantic kiss. My lord, do you still have feelings for me? My brows are painted for you. My heart beats for you. Just listen, just take a moment to hear me. Mysterious fragrance, I've been keeping some distance from you lately, Huang Fu Kongming said, his voice laced with confusion as he gazed at the woman in front of him. Indeed, Lu Meyer was an expert in captivating men, especially in alluring arts. After all, she had risen from such environments. The allure of the scent was strong. strong enough to affect not only humans, but animals too, leaving them dazed and enchanted. With her having spent a long time alone, the situation now between Lu Mei and Huang Fukongming was akin to kindling meeting flames, burning wildly. Chapter 58, Lu Mei's Bitter Stratagem. From beginning to end, the fact that he has been with her, harming her, admiring her, and being ambiguous towards her, all stems from another woman, a woman named Helian Qingqian. It was so in the past, it is now, and it very likely will be in the future. She feels both joy and fear. The joy comes from the fact that His Highness the Prince did not blurt out the name Nan Gongqingjin after all, but stayed the same as before. Even if it is just an illusion, it is imagining her as Empress Helian. Yet she also feels fear because the prince's body is simply different from that of an ordinary person. Lu Mei, drenched from head to toe, starts crying uncontrollably, struggling for breath. He really didn't expect that he would make Lu Mei cry like this. Gently extending his hand, he had already embraced Lu Mei's shoulders, asking softly, "Does it hurt a lot?" It does hurt. How could he have put so much effort into a single woman? Is this a kind of perversion or possession? A severe form of punishment? Lu Mei simply doesn't understand. The current Huang Fukongming is mad, acting like a fierce beast. Despite having met various types of men before, none have been as formidable as this. So, just as Lu Mei prepared to nod and seek comfort, a single sentence from him left Lu Mei silent after her heightened emotions had calmed down. Her heart suddenly turned cold. The prince has indeed been cruel to you. But Aqian, do you know that I have always wanted to protect you? To treat you well? Why are you always this way, always like this? Aqian, it finally came. Even after such intimate actions, she, Lu Mei, is still merely someone else's shadow. He grabs Lu Mei's hand tightly. Lu Mei's hand trembles. After a long while, Lu Mei gets up and wraps herself in clothing. The sunlight outside the window is brilliant, as though it were secretly watching them. Lu Mei sighs slightly, putting on clothes silently. At this moment, he seems to finally come back to himself and finally realizes clearly. The woman by his side is not Empress Helian, but truly Lu Mei, the real Lu Mei. With that, he eventually sighs. Sorry, the prince. Why does the prince hallucinate like this? Your queen has already returned to dust long ago. It's been 6 years, and you've been muddled for these 6 years. You live in memories from 6 years ago and cannot break free. I am Lu Mei, but have you ever once allowed me to be truly myself? Her voice shakes with emotion as she buttons up her blouse and forces a bitter laugh. I shall take my leave. I'm not feeling well today. Go then. He waves his hand, showing no intention of keeping her. As a result, Lu Mei inevitably feels her pride has been wounded. Standing up, looking at the bright sunshine, observing the dancing specks of dust in the light, after a long silence, she finally steps toward the front. I shall take my leave, she says again, already at the door. Today, Nan Gongqingjin's buckwheat leaf zongzi suits the taste of those in the manor quite well. Not only did Huang Fukongming eat 10, but Chu Feng ate a lot too. Now, Chu Feng seems to no longer harbor as much hatred towards Nan Gongqingjin. This woman is one who can look forward and start anew. Even though she herself had harmed this woman in the past, it can be seen that this woman does not intend to find out anything from her. Day by day, she simply checks in on her. Today, after coming over and eating the buckwheat leaf zongzi, Nan Gongqingjin already grasped his wrist to examine his pulse. The pulse is more robust than before, partly due to her contributions. He has already improved quite a bit. Nan Gongqingjin smiles faintly. You've been doing better recently, and gradually you'll improve even more. The cold-induced illness in your body will get better, everything will pass. I will continue to treat you, just stay calm. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. After examining the pulse of Chu Feng, she also assigned some treatments which he accepted one by one before leaving. On this side, seeing Chu Feng leave, there was Xianer harboring resentment. Since Chu Feng entered, Xianer had never paid attention to him. This Chu Feng was the kind of person who mistook feathers for commandments, relying on the prince's authorization over here to always like doing things secretly. Previously, what he made Xianer endure still remained fresh in her memory. Now, watching Chu Feng go, Xianer approached Nan Gongqingjin, saying, Miss, you have a big heart. Do you not know what sort of person General Chu Feng is? It would have been better if he were dead. Xianer, don't say that. This man is very capable, but times have changed, and his prejudice against us is understandable since we are new here. He must be cautious. But he was overly cautious, almost costing our lives. It's no matter. He'll understand in time. We're good people. She said this, then asked, enough of that. Let me ask you, did the prince actually eat the buckwheat leaf zongzi? I worked so hard to find those leaves. They're only on the back mountain. And I added quite a few Chinese medicinal herbs into these zongzi, originally meant for strengthening the spleen and nourishing the stomach. The prince? Of course, he ate many of them. Now, aren't you happy after all your morning efforts? Eating myself wouldn't bring out its full aroma, as it involves human nature. If the prince enjoyed it, that's all that matters. Look at the prince's complexion, isn't it much better? Nan Gongqingjin cared greatly about Huang Fukongming's physical condition. At this point, Xianer sighed. You're truly worrying too much. They say misfortune cannot kill, and blessings will surely follow. The prince has died many times already. All went well, so there's nothing to worry about. You have truly been their nemesis despite the potent poisons from the steppe people. What else should you fear or be anxious about? That's true, yes. Hearing that Huang Fukongming had eaten the buckwheat leaf zongzi made Nan Gongqingjin significantly happier. Her morning effort hadn't been wasted after all. Just thinking about it, her lips curved into a sweet smile. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin smile, Xianer immediately leaned closer to her. You seem so delighted. I've never seen you smile like this before. Be honest, aren't you already in love with this man? Ah, good Sienna, stop making wild guesses. She shook her hands repeatedly, saying, no, never. How could it be? Although she denied it, her cheeks flushed red like a pomegranate, and even she felt she was lying. Miss, we should leave here. Staying here for too long isn't good for either you or me. That's my humble opinion, Sienna said while deliberately avoiding looking at Nan Gongqingjian's expression. Meanwhile, she peeled a zongzi and drizzled honey over it, presenting it to Nan Gongqingjin. However, if you truly wish to stay, I'll be the first one to stand by your side through thick and thin. Have peace of mind about that. Sienna spoke clearly as an outside observer, prompting Nan Gongqingjin to sigh. I apologize, Sienna. Your reminder makes me realize we need to leave soon. Yes, Sienna replied. Huang Fukongming, even if he likes you, isn't really liking the real you. His affection is for the unforgettable Empress Helian. Truly unclear why this Empress Helian became such a powerful person. The previous Yisong he also loved the Empress obsessively. And Wen Liang too. What's wrong with these people? Ignoring so many other women in the world, they only desire such a power-hungry woman. Perhaps power-hungry women are rare, and when one appears who can alter history at will, everyone rushes toward her. But it's not extraordinary at all, is it? Speaking this, Manan took a bite of the zongzi. At this moment, Lu Meyer came out of Huang Fukongming's room. Nearby, Luli immediately gave her an icy smirk and walked up beside Lu Meyer. Noticing Lu Meyer's obvious disheveled state and hearing her recent cries, Luli knew. Mystic incense does work marvelously. Indeed, it works well, but how can it last forever? The prince is haunted by memories of old loves, and I lack a better way to deal with him. Now isn't the time to linger on past feelings. It's time to implement our plan. Luli, you're truly daring to think beyond limits. Told to fetch water today, yet here you are instead. You'd best just go and not raise the prince's suspicion. While speaking, Lu Meyer dragged Luli to a quiet corner, where it was peaceful without any prying ears. I've smoothed everything over from top to bottom. Which servant or handmaiden here would dare not respect me? Even if they disrespect me, how could they ignore your authority, miss? Don't let today get you down. After all, a good start is half the success. Luli, your statement varies. She wanted to say more, but Luli was already triumphant in her laughter, explaining nothing. Together, the master and servant headed toward the front area. It was already beginning summer, and the weather had become hotter than ever. There were tall willows and cicadas chirping incessantly. It caused a great deal of distress, and the two sat in silence for a very long time. Eventually, Luli supported Lu Meyer as they both headed toward the front. The area was peaceful and quiet, with lush grasses and cool breezes. Once they had entered, it wasn't long before screams erupted from Lu Meyer in the midst of the grass. Next came Luli's cries for help. Help! Help! The consort's been bitten by a venomous snake. Upon hearing Luli's cries, those nearby rushed to the scene. It wasn't long before everyone had arrived. Lu Meyer lay unconscious on the ground, her condition critical. Her breathing was labored, and her eyes were completely shut. This was the season when poisonous snakes are most active. Unfortunately for Lu Meyer, her luck had failed her today. When everyone else remained unscathed, she had suddenly fallen victim to a venomous snake's attack, leaving people speechless. Because the location wasn't far from the Lord's residence, he soon emerged. People had already begun searching for a healer. Shortly after, an elderly man with silver eyebrows and hair arrived, carrying his medical kit. He immediately began examining Lu Meyer upon setting it down. Chapter 59, The Attack of the Venomous Snake. TSK. Being bitten by a venomous snake is simply incredible. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? The healer was running around frantically, while beside him, the maid Nianliu was shouting loudly. Her appearance was truly terrifying to look at. In reality, it wasn't something serious, but the current situation made it seem as though they had encountered an incalculable loss. Originally, Nan Gongqingjin had no intention of going over to see. After all, it's better not to meddle unnecessarily, but at this moment, an indescribable attraction still grabbed hold of her. She slowly walked toward the Lang Garden. No wonder Lu Meyer would be attacked by a venomous snake here. With lush green leaves and flying willow catkins around fragrant pavilions, it was already the beginning of May. It was only natural that snakes, insects, rats, or ants would hide here. Blame it on Lu Meyer talking about how cool it was here. There were thick ivy vines along the way, making it even more gloomy and oppressive. A faint chill had enveloped her, causing Nan Gongqingjin to almost shiver. Huang Fukongming also arrived upon hearing the news. Never had Nianliu been so distraught before. It seemed the situation was quite severe. From far away, he already came anxiously with furrowed brows. The healer had acted faster than them, performing a basic examination and bandaging after which he stood up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Huang Fukongming. It was just a bite from a black-browed, beautiful snake, nothing too alarming. The young Mrs. Injuries have been treated. Don't worry despite your great distance and concern. As he spoke, he tried to comfort both Nan Gongqingjin and Huang Fukongming. Although Nan Gongqingjin had previously harbored such enmity towards Lu Meyer, finding the woman very hateful. After all, when Huang Fukongming left, this woman had done everything possible to belittle her. But at the moment she saw the woman lying helplessly on the ground, she couldn't help feeling pity. Part of this sympathy was also for Huang Fukongming. After all, it wouldn't do if there were no such mistress in Huang Fukongming's household. At this point, upon hearing what the healer said, Nan Gongqingjin took one step forward, extended her hand, and examined Lu Meyer's wound. Strangely enough, she had originally assumed the wound would be on the ankle, but instead found it on Lu Meyer's arm, at the joint connecting the arm and wrist. Why would it bite there? Having seen this, Nan Gongqingjin couldn't help but glance around at the surrounding luxuriant flowers and trees. This snake must have climbed too high. It wasn't bitten by a black-browed, beautiful snake. Nan Gongqingjin knew immediately upon seeing it that the earlier diagnosis was wrong. After all, she had lived in remote wild areas for 5 or 6 years, and her opinion should count. In those remote wild areas, many farmers had been bitten by snakes, and she had extensively studied snakes, like the current case of Lou Meyer, who was definitely not bitten by a black-browed beautiful snake. Since the color of the bruised blood and the tooth marks on the wound were completely wrong now, she immediately reached out and wiped off the medicine the healer had just applied without any hesitation. Why do you think so? The healer was ultimately an experienced person who believed his judgment to be correct. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin, a naive girl, claim that he was wrong naturally made him glare angrily at the woman before him. I won't make a mistake, she said, decisively glaring with wide eyes. The healer wanted to say more, but by then, Nan Gongqingjin had already started explaining. Although the black-browed beautiful snake is indeed venomous, it cannot climb tree vines. I'm sure you're well aware of that. The black-browed beautiful snake may be poisonous, but it does not possess such potent venom. Moreover, an important point is that the size of this kind of snake certainly wouldn't be large. Practitioners rely on observation, smell, inquiry, and palpation. How can you make judgments based solely on assumptions? In the future, please avoid such actions and prescribe according to the condition. On the side, Huang Fu Kongming watched Nan Gongqingjin throughout. What Nan Gongqingjin didn't expect was that her current self possessed a certain kind of beauty, a beauty that only emerges when working diligently. That kind of beauty was ever present on her, but never as prominent as it was at this moment. The healer beside her intended to argue further, but everything Nan Gongqingjin said made perfect sense, and her analysis was profound, leaving the elderly man deeply convinced. When a professional makes a move, there is no nonsense. That old gentleman watched as Nan Gongqingjin quickly brought out the bandages and swiftly took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. Her movements were precise and smooth, something an ordinary person absolutely wouldn't be capable of. She then proceeded to re-bandage it swiftly, observing Mian Liu, crying nearby. She had not expected that this seemingly arrogant girl in the estate could look so despondent. This girl, who usually behaved like a wolf wagging its tail, turned out to be surprisingly formidable. Nan Gongqingjin often sought to make trouble, but now she stood up and looked at the helpless young maid. In a deep voice, she said, "Your young miss will be fine. I'll check on her later, so you need not mourn so prematurely. She will get better soon. Is what Miss says true? Have I ever lied to you? In this manner, my conduct has been upright. As a healer, I have a compassionate heart. You can trust me in this matter. Whatever happens, it's on me." As she said this, she extended her hand once more, withdrawing the porcelain bottle she had used earlier from her sleeve, placing it carefully beside them. Apply it morning and evening, only externally, not for ingestion. Remember this well, remember it. After repeating the instructions, Lu Mei took her time reaching for the bottle with hesitation, eventually grasping it after shaking it slightly. She searched its surface carefully for any writing, but found none. At this sight, Lu Mei could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of melancholy rise within her. "You may rest assured. I'm incapable of such malice," Nan Gongqingjin then added. "I find it beneath me. If I intended harm, there would have been thousands of opportunities, yet I wouldn't use even one of them." Having said that, she disappeared without a trace, as if she were a spirit. Seeing her leave, Lu Mei finally rose slowly. "Lady, please wait. What is it?" Nan Gongqingjin turned around and looked at Lu Mei, who struggled to stand up, wiping away tears at the corner of her eyes. Taking 3 swift steps, Lu Mei reached Nan Gongqingjin's side and performed a respectful bow. "We've wronged you in many ways before, and perhaps misunderstandings lingered between us. Please forgive me, as an adult shouldn't hold a grudge against a minor like me. Today's events, Lu Mei will remember. Lady, take your time leaving." The sudden change in Liu Mei's attitude was beyond Nan Gongqingjin's wildest expectations. All she could do was nod and move forward. From start to finish, every action of hers caught Huang Fu Kongming's watchful eyes. Once Nan Gongqingjin left, Huang Fu Kongming stepped forward. "Make sure someone takes good care of your young miss. Go back. My lord, your servant." Liu Mei's face showed obvious difficulty. Huang Fu Kongming already knew what Lu Mei wanted to say. Slightly raising his eyebrows, he said indifferently, "You've done well in protecting your mistress. Good deeds and bad cancel each other out. You don't need to fetch water anymore. With the arrival of Mei, the estate won't be as clean as before. Don't wander aimlessly if you have nothing important to do." "Yes." Lu Mei bid farewell to Huang Fu Kongming. "I'm not just speaking about you, but also your master," he concluded, floating towards the rear courtyard as if untouched by dust. And as for Nan Gongqingjin, after leaving, she felt a strange sensation enveloping her. It wasn't right. Why did the snake strike precisely now? It wasn't yet the season when snakes become so rampant. Slowly lost in contemplation for a long while, she murmured unhappily, "Sienner, last time we discovered a venomous snake in the medicine room. Didn't His Royal Highness order a thorough investigation inside and out?" Back then, she had just arrived, a newcomer to these quarters where the prince placed immense importance on such affairs. "That's correct." Sienner immediately nodded, then added, "My lady, you really should not have saved that woman. Let her live or die as she pleases. It would be better. This woman seeks ways to counterattack us all the time. If something goes wrong this time, then there are countless cases of people aiming for perfection leading to ruin, but we mustn't quit just because of setbacks. Besides, today's medication was truly inappropriate, and I lack the instinct to let others die without helping, she sighed wistfully afterward. Actually, standing by and letting someone die could have been an option, but she couldn't. Moreover, if the woman's identity didn't relate to Huang Fu Kongming, or even affect his future royal authority, she might not have bothered at all. However, if women like Lu Meyer could be cured, it might indeed eliminate her enmity. Living here in the future, having more friends than enemies would always be better. She had her own plan. Still, Sienna remained furrowed-browed. I always feel, my lady, that this whole incident is suspicious. Think about it. If there were really venomous snakes in the estate, they would have bitten many people by now. There are so many attendants on the corridor. Why hasn't anyone suffered any bites? The maids and old women are constantly present, and they're all unharmed. No one seems to have seen any venomous snake except her, Lu Meyer, who walked past briefly and got bitten. Could there be some sinister plot involved here, my lady? As she spoke, she moved closer, gripping tightly onto Nan Gongqingjin's hand. You seem to be thinking about potential dangers while enjoying peace now. Why didn't you do so in the past? Or is it because there have been more tricks lately, and you're no longer naive? He said, gently patting Sienna's hand as he spoke. Sienna's hand was cold, without any warmth. Well, don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Even if the sky falls down, I'll handle it for you. So just relax. I'm scared, really scared. Miss, from now on, please don't involve yourself in these trivial matters. I've found that not only Lu Meyer but also many others in this manner, including Chu Feng, are all sweet-talking yet cruel-hearted. Please stop being kind-hearted when your kindness may lead to bad outcomes. You want to help them, but if something turns out wrong, then, given our special identity. Listening to Sienna's incessant nagging made Nan Gongqingjin want to laugh. You sure have become extremely cautious lately, but actually, there's nothing serious. That's enough. I promise, it won't happen again. Nan Gongqingjin held up her finger as if making a vow. Seeing this, Sienna felt somewhat apologetic. In any case, doing one more thing could only bring unnecessary trouble. Please prioritize your safety above all else. I don't care about the rest of them, and I don't want to waste my care on them. Yes. Nan Gongqingjin immediately nodded, for Sienna had become incredibly fussy lately. The two arrived at the rear courtyard. After having some food, the sky gradually darkened. Not long after, thunder began to roll. Nan Gongqingjin was originally sitting by the door enjoying the breeze, but she was startled by the sudden lightning. Immediately, a light drizzle started to fall from the sky. Chapter 60, originally not alone. The sudden rain stopped, and the scattered pearls left ripples on the water, making it shimmer with flickering light. Nearby, Sienna had already walked over to cover Nan Gongqingjin with a cloak. Miss, please come inside. What is there to see when you're all wet? Ah, such beautiful rain. Don't you think it's pretty? Nan Gongqingjin smiled as she spoke. After adjusting her clothes, she looked at the golden streaks in the sky, as if someone were moving the clouds in rain. It was fascinating to watch. Miss, come on, let's go back. Yes. The two of them returned indoors. Later that evening, they stepped out to relax. As soon as they passed the courtyard, they noticed someone drinking wine in a pavilion not far away. Nan Gongqingjin immediately took a step forward toward the pavilion. It was Huang Fu Kongming. He was here drinking? His figure appeared faintly sorrowful. She stood there holding her umbrella while approaching him. He didn't turn around to look. Perhaps many years had made him sensitive enough to identify people by their voices alone. For instance, now the echoing footsteps were steady, confident, and full of enjoyment. Quickly, these footsteps paused outside the pavilion before he turned around, seeing Nan Gongqingjin, just as expected. Nan Gongqingjin's gaze also locked onto his face. Huang Fu Kongming set down his cup, said nothing, but simply pointed at the seat opposite him. Nan Gongqingjin nodded, and sat down facing Huang Fu Kongming. Neither of them spoke a word, yet they seemed to understand each other's thoughts. How can you be out in the rain? Huang Fu Kongming asked, furrowing his brow as he watched the woman in front of him. However, Nan Gongqingjin merely smirked faintly and replied, the scenery during the rain holds its own special charm, different from after the storm clears. Why not enjoy it fully? Once missed, the regret might linger. This is quite different from Empress Hellion, he commented. Nan Gongqingjin felt a twinge of pain, like a needle lightly pricking her heart, a sharp pain that wasn't easily noticeable but powerful enough to influence her. She slightly furrowed her eyebrows, gazing at the man before her. Behind him lay a vast field of lotus flowers swaying gracefully in the evening breeze. This year's lotus blooms were magnificent, their leaves flourishing like green umbrellas covering the waters. Gentle winds stirred them, causing droplets of water to cascade off like pearls. She refused to shift her gaze, continuing to look. The reason why she avoided getting caught in the rain sounds laughably simple. She was a selfish person who feared becoming ill because no one would manage state affairs if she did. In her mind, neglecting governance was an unforgivable crime. A person of high standing must always remind themselves of what they should do next or what actions they should take now. To not care for oneself makes it impossible to care for others. Though absurd, it is reasonable, Nan Gongqingjin agreed, looking straight at Huang Fu Kongming. Huang Fu Kongming nodded, then handed her a cup of wine. Care for a drink? All right, she said and confidently held the goblet. The clear wine was exquisite. Her red lips touched the edge of the goblet, and quickly afterward left behind a distinct crimson lip mark. The Empress has been gone for so long, I conclude that she is dead. If she were alive, with all your capabilities, it's hard to believe even something like finding her would be unattainable. Her words carried a slight reproach towards Huang Fu Kongming. Breathing deeply, Huang Fukongming knew that the thing he most wanted not to believe, he had to accept anyway, because eventually reality catches up to us whether we face it or evade it. Excessive avoidance leads only to eventual confrontation with cold facts. Now, he stared at the woman in front of him, asking quietly, "Why do you think such an intelligent person who could arrange everything so meticulously couldn't protect herself in the end? Because after arranging everything perfectly for everyone else, she overlooked herself. Even under dangerous circumstances, you could have safely departed thanks to the opportunity she gave you to survive. Unfortunately, the same opportunity cost her her life." As she spoke, her eyes stayed firmly fixed ahead. "I know," said Huang Fukongming. Clenching his fists in frustration, he added, "So, you mean to say, Empress Helion is truly dead after all? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? Do you think Emperor and Zisong here are easy to deal with? They are better at investigating than you. The reason Zisong he helped Emperor Wenliang ascend the throne actually deserves some analysis. Go on." He looked at Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin merely gave a faint smile, saying it will naturally lose its charm. But if you think carefully, why is Zisong he more powerful than Emperor Wenliang, but does not covet the throne at all? It's just that everyone has different aspirations. This was Huang Fukongming's understanding, but Nan Gongqingjin had already sneered and pointed out incisively. That's because he currently believes there is no need for him to be your enemy. He knows the disadvantages of being against you. You mean? My point is that he has already confirmed that Empress passed away. The person who died in the fire at the Hebe Palace wasn't the Empress, but she was closely related to her. Otherwise, if there were such an intelligent rival here, would you dare to put the crown on your head? After listening to Nan Gongqingjin's analysis, Huang Fukongming couldn't help but admire Nan Gongqingjin's foresight. Standing up, he shakily drank a mouthful of wine and sighed, holding the jade pot, and then offering a memorial toast to the ground. "Is she really dead? Lady, as an intelligent person, if the Empress were still alive, she would have shown herself by now, but she hasn't. It's been 6 years, not just a day or two." "You're very right." Huang Fukongming finally agreed, nodding his head, almost letting the woman in front of him persuade him. But suddenly, his eyes fell on her face like a venomous snake. "Next, you are surely going to bid farewell, aren't you? You, Qian, I treated you poorly in the past. You still hold a grudge. What do you want me to do to prove that I love you? I care about you. Except you, I don't want anyone in the world," he said hurriedly while staring intently into her eyes. "You're drunk," she said, standing up immediately, preparing to leave. He wasn't drunk, but he was slightly tipsy. Watching the figure of the woman in front of him, looking at her gait, and hearing her stubborn voice, she looked more and more like Empress Helion. "Qian, come back, don't leave me." "Me? Hadn't it been 6 years? Didn't he know yet that the world had changed? Only the true emperor could call himself I now." For some unknown reason, Nan Gongqingjin suddenly found Huang Fukongming pitiable. So pitiable, she could only take slow steps backward, lost in melancholy. After a long silence, she grabbed Prince Huang Fukongming's hand. His dark pupils turned like black glass, tightly moving with intense emotion. His lips were trembling, wanting to say something but holding back. An indescribable tension filled the air between them. She earnestly looked at Huang Fukongming and said seriously, "She is gone. Why are you still so bitter? Ultimately, people die. No matter how passionate your love for Empress was, death will eventually come. It came earlier," he said, sighing while looking at Huang Fukongming. Qian, why won't you openly tell me that you are Qian and Qian is you?" Huang Fukongming said, forcing himself to look deep into the woman's eyes, those beautiful, dark, jet-black irises resembling black agate. Allowing Huang Fukongming to look freely, after a long time, the woman smiled faintly. "Prince, you're not an emperor anymore. As for me, from beginning to end, I am Nan Gongqingjin, not Empress Helion. Look at my eyes, they don't lie." Indeed, her gaze didn't flinch, her line of sight stayed unwaveringly fixed on his face. He finally sighed, his gaze resting on the woman before him. After a long silence, he let out a cold laugh and prepared to push Nan Gongqingjin away. He was drunk, unsteady, lost in a colorful haze, almost unable to distinguish between the sky and the lake, but he still managed to discern whether the woman before him was Empress Helion. "Why won't you acknowledge me? Why?" he said, pushing forcefully as if trying to push Nan Gongqingjin away. However, she did not let go but instead gripped him even tighter. "Since you're not Empress Helion, why are you touching me? You can't. Because the prince needs someone to take care of him right now, and I willingly step into this role. A fine job you're doing willingly stepping in, since you're already willing, just." His body reeked of alcohol, his breath laden with it, as though he had emerged straight from a vat of wine. "It's been quite some time since you've touched liquor. Allow me to guess, what special day is today? It must not be the anniversary of Queen Helion's passing," she said, gazing steadily at the face before her. "Is it perhaps the day you two met? Or could it be the day you proclaimed Empress Helion your queen?" "You, purely by chance," she hit the mark. It indeed was the day he had proclaimed Empress Helion as his queen, many years ago. The memory had fermented into a cup of bitter wine, and he had toasted to it beforehand. Many things disappeared into the dust of time. Everything seemed non-existent, wiped clean without a trace. If you continue living like this aimlessly, even if Empress Helion were truly still alive, she would not approve of your behavior. You've lost the heart for thinking ahead. Now that you're drunk, I will send you back. I hope that in the future, you can come to understand. So much in this world depends on human effort. Things depend on what we make of them, and you need to regain your strength, inside and out. "I know." Huang Fu Kongming actually nodded. Chapter 61. Who is the beauty snake? Knowing is easy, doing is hard, Nangong Qingjin said, sighing as she spoke. Let's go back, my lord. The sudden rain hadn't passed. It had already knocked down the red peonies before the steps. The ground was scattered with vibrant colors as guavas and red peonies mingled together, exuding a particularly gentle charm. And something else lay scattered in colorful patches. Cold rain drenched him, yet it made him regain clarity. He looked at the woman before him. Did you say man proposes, God disposes? I didn't say that. It must be Her Majesty the Empress's meaning, she replied while opening an oiled paper umbrella. She covered it over Huang Fu Kongming's body, and he smiled. Since you're not Her Majesty, why bother to be so good to me? As he spoke, he adjusted the oiled paper umbrella. The rain was heavy, and soon Nangong Qingjin's shoulders were soaked. After adjusting the umbrella, Nangong Qingjin did not make another move. Let us walk leisurely while chanting. I'll leave now. As he spoke, he walked into the rain. The drizzle fell continuously on him, landing on his pitch-black hair. Watching Huang Fu Kongming leave, Nangong Qingjin's heart also skipped a beat. Why had she recently become more concerned about him than before? Why did she already have a feeling of being inseparable from him? Why? Could this be love? What is it exactly? She was originally planning to leave, but why does her heart command her not to leave every time she should depart? Could it be the soul of the former empress playing tricks? Or could it be that the former empress still harbors old feelings for him, thus controlling her soul? No. It was time for her to wield her sword and sever her ties. She was an Empress Hellion after all, even if one day they might become lovers who eventually end up together. What use would it be anyway? Eventually, she herself, this imposter, would be exposed. Rather than suffering deeply on that day, it would be better to clearly reveal the truth early. That's the right way. Thinking of this, amidst the cold rain, a maid approached. Ah, miss, there you are. Your servant has been searching for you. This maid bowed as she spoke. Nangong Qingjin saw that the maid wasn't one of hers, so she turned around immediately. You? Is there something? What could your humble servant have that would dare trouble your great presence? You gave Lady Lu medicine today, but Lady Lu is now in very poor condition and needs you to check on her again. The anxious appearance of the maid made Nangong Qingjin feel immediately that she shouldn't appear at this moment. My medicine has no problem, she said while opening the oiled paper umbrella. Her fingers moved slightly, touching the cool bamboo ribs where he had just caressed them. It's probably a complication, possibly unrelated to your medicine. But now Lady Lu is in excruciating pain, and your humble servant is deeply worried. Please do show some mercy and take a look. The little maid started preparing to kneel down as she spoke. It's late at night. One pill of my medicine can almost completely detoxify. My diagnosis won't be wrong. I won't go out this late. Your lady should note her diet and rest. And another point, after falling ill, don't dwell too much on those insubstantial questions. It will drain both spirit and energy. As she spoke, she took a step back and walked away with the oiled paper umbrella in hand. Ah, miss, you mustn't go. The maid followed her, forgetting to open her own umbrella, making her completely drenched. Seeing the pitiful state of the little maid, she sighed. It truly won't cause any problem, unless... She didn't dare think about it. Li Meier doesn't seem like someone who would resort to a self-harm strategy, so she couldn't say it outright. Instead, she consoled and grasped the maid's hand, whispering earnestly, offering numerous reassurances. The maid memorized everything. Afterward, she disappeared nearby. On this side, Sienna also came over, looking intently at the woman in front of her. Miss, you are lost in thought again. Sienna asks you, would you please answer honestly? You don't talk nonsense. She bit her lip, gazing at the rain curtain. Sienna accompanied Nangong Qingjin towards the rain. While walking, Sienna asked, Miss, during quiet nights, do you ever feel lonely? No, you're lying. Sometimes even I feel lonely. Loneliness isn't just experienced between people. Even animals and plants feel it. A wildflower cannot admire its beauty alone forever. It still needs green leaves for companionship. People, especially people, need someone else's care even more. While saying this, Sienna continued accompanying Nangong Qingjin through the rain. Sienna went on. When you're deeply upset and have sorrows that you can't resolve, who's the first person you think of? Tell me, all right. Of course, the first person I would naturally think of is you, Sienna. Miss, you really are talking nonsense. The second person you think of might be Sienna, but if I haven't guessed wrong, the first one is him, Huang Fu Kongming, right? Sienna spoke while looking at the woman before her. Sienna, if it's truly like this, then can you explain what this feeling is? She asked in a very humble tone, eager to learn. Sienna laughed with a voice as melodious as wind chimes and said, You, even being a healer, don't know what this disease is. It's an age-old illness that has no cure for centuries. Do you know what this disease is? This. Nangong Qingjin was completely unaware of this, actually thinking about Huang Fu Kongming even now. It's lovesickness. Your current symptoms are those of lovesickness. You're lying through your teeth when you say you're thinking of me, Sienna. There's a repulsion between us since we're of the same sex, and I certainly don't feel anything for you. But you've fallen for someone inappropriate, miss. The best move here would be to leave early. Sienna, this is the first time I've liked someone. Nangong Qingjin said, sighing as she did so. Hopefully, miss, the first time will make you realize it's absolutely not wise to fall for someone you shouldn't. Sienna continued as they walked forward, finally breaking through the rain curtain and entering the house. The next day, as usual, when Huang Fu Kongming saw Nangong Qingjin, he seemed to have automatically forgotten everything from last night. Or perhaps he was drunk last night and hadn't remembered anything that happened. As for her, After giving just a slight nod, she suddenly remembered what Sienner had said last night and immediately took a step forward, trailing behind Huang Fukongming. Is His Highness the Prince going out? No, just walking around the garden. Recently, with the political situation unstable, he didn't want to go out because it would bring danger. Inside the estate, his location was advantageous. After leaving the house, raising his eyes, one could see many people already busy with various tasks, making the estate lively and bustling. Outside the estate, some were picking tea leaves, others planting vegetables, creating the illusion of a true paradise far from worldly troubles, where everyone appeared to be industrious without any idleness. Nan Gongqingjin withdrew her gaze and asked a question. Who's the first person you think of during the loneliest moments? Actually, this question didn't require an answer. Naturally, it wasn't her, Nan Gongqingjin, but rather the Empress. However, women differ from men, especially in handling certain situations where they aren't exactly skillful. For instance, at this exact moment, after posing the question, she looked at Huang Fukongming, waiting for the man's reply. Why ask like this? If you can answer, do so. If not, don't. But why ask like this? She said, pretending to get angry and preparing to leave. Then, Huang Fukongming smiled. Sometimes I do think of you. Are you happy now? Sometimes I think of you now. Are you happy? She almost thought she heard incorrectly and turned back quickly. His bright eyes stared at her, her face flushing red like a ripe fruit. It's too early in the morning to ask such a question. But you still asked. This king asks again, are you happy? My lord, to be happy is all that matters. Where was her happiness? Did she jump or dance in joy? Yet, he merely said, to be happy is all that matters, as though she had become completely lost in delight. In despair, Nan Gongqingjin looked at herself and then towards his tall figure once more, and pursued after him. Your condition is fully recovered, and I am a healer. My time for wandering around has finally come. Now, I wish to return. The days here are overly peaceful, and I'm almost letting my skills go to waste. The mastery of a field demands devotion. How could you forget what you've learned? He rebutted, obviously disbelieving. Nan Gongqingjin grew anxious to explain, her sweat beads rolling down her face due to this anxiety. Then, she reached out with a handkerchief, wiping his forehead. On top of that, isn't your life going well? His long fingers felt cold, yet carried a floral scent. How could there be such fine fingers, such a wonderful person in the world? Whether you approve or not, I'm leaving now. With that, Nan Gongqingjin puckered her lips and was about to leave when Huang Fukongming already blocked her way, unexpectedly hugging her. You can't go. If you left, I would be unaccustomed. I'm not the Empress. She immediately struggled a bit, but Huang Fukongming gave a faint smile. You're not the Empress, but at least your face is incredibly similar to Her Majesty's. At this remark, her heart finally sank. So it was true. Indeed, the onlookers were always more perceptive. Yes, Sienner's observation had been correct after all. Of course, even if there was a trace of affection towards her, it stemmed from the former Empress. Thinking to this point, she could feel her hands and feet turning icy cold. Could this cold-hearted man truly not see that she admired him? Or did he deliberately ignore it? Damn. After retreating half a step, she walked toward the flower bed in front. He watched her run off and couldn't help but give a small smile. Lately, he increasingly felt that Nan Gongqingjin resembled the Empress. He didn't know what had happened these past few years that made the Empress so different in character. But he would give Hellion time and strength to recall those past events. Now, as he watched her leave like that, he also moved forward. Just as he arrived at the front, a maid hurriedly came out of the courtyard, falling to her knees before Huang Fukongming in a rush. Huang Fukongming waved his hand. What do you have to say? Reply, Your Highness, last night, after our young lady took Miss Nengong's medicine, you'd better go and take a look yourself. What should we do? The little maid sighed as she spoke. Chapter 62. What's poisoning got to do with her? Knowing the situation was far from optimistic and that he had nothing else to do today, he nodded calmly and followed the young girl. In any situation, he always seemed cold and indifferent, as if nothing could disturb the calmness of his heart. The master and servant soon entered Lu Meyer's backyard. Lu Meyer hadn't gotten up today and was lying facing inward, sleeping soundly. Her jet-black hair looked like a flourishing sea plant spread out on the purple-red cloud bed. The cloud bed was embroidered with a picture of mandarin ducks flying together, looking quite fresh. After he came in, Lu Meyer, hearing footsteps, stretched her trembling hands and grasped the quilt, covering her face with it. I have come to see you. Why do you avoid me? He said while looking at the woman in front of him, his concern evident. Meanwhile, the maid named Luli was already kneeling on the ground, crying fitfully. Lu Meyer remained silent, which shocked Huang Fukongming greatly. You. What exactly is going on? Lady, a few days ago, Miss was attacked by a venomous snake. After taking Miss Nangong's medicine recently, her condition has been deteriorating. I don't know what's wrong. When I sent someone to ask Miss Nangong, she just said there was no problem, we must continue the medication. And now, Luli's voice was broken and shaky, evoking great fear in anyone who heard it. Just how bad had Lu Meyer's condition worsened? He hesitated slightly, momentarily stunned, then slowly reached out and grabbed Lu Meyer's quilt. At first, Lu Meyer insisted that Huang Fukongming should not see her, but how could she resist Huang Fukongming? He extended his hand again, pulling away Lu Meyer's quilt, revealing her face. That face used to be so beautiful, radiant like the new moon, but now, it was dotted with scars and wounds, horrifying to look at, a scene completely unexpected by Huang Fukongming. Strangely enough, after being exposed to the wind, Lu Meyer started itching at her wounds and began scratching uncontrollably. In no time, red streaks appeared all over her face. Upon seeing this, how could Huangfu Kongming not feel panic and dread? Could it really be due to the medicine? There can be no other explanation, Your Highness. Look here. As Lily spoke, she also pulled up the sleeve of her arm, exposing red scars across her own arm. How could we both be like this? Your ladyship fell into the water, something you know about. Afterwards, I got sick and you had Miss Nangong come to treat me. I thought Miss Nangong was exceptionally skilled, renowned for her medical expertise, but now, look. Nonsense. Send someone to bring Nangong Qingjin over. He was angry, his grip tightening on the golden dragon armrest until his knuckles turned white. His face lost all its color, his lips twitched continuously, and his nostrils flared. Even if Lu Meyer was not well, Nangong Qingjin did not have the right to meddle with her treatment without permission since Lu Meyer was still under his care. At that moment, a servant hurried off towards Nangong Qingjin. Early in the morning, after returning from a stroll outside, Nangong Qingjin had eaten some food and chatted happily with Xianer. Suddenly, a maid rushed in recklessly and recounted everything that had happened. Although Nangong Qingjin wasn't particularly moved, Xianer let out a long sigh. Miss, this is the reward for helping them. Why are there always such ungrateful people in this world? Or perhaps they've caught some kind of infection, whatever it may be. I'll check it out first. You can't go. This obviously seems like a one-way trip. Xianer quickly blocked Nangong Qingjin's way, shielding her with her thin chest. Xianer, we must go now. I need to clarify this matter, or it will get even more complicated. It made sense, and both moved forward. Nangong Qingjin's heart was uneasy. How could something like this happen? Someone would ruin themselves just to harm another. Listening to the maid's words earlier, it seemed the situation was indeed grim. What medicine could cause such severe skin damage? She wandered in thoughts, heading towards the backyard. The yard smelled sweet with blooming wood fragrances, seemingly deep into spring. When they arrived, maids and servants under the eaves were silent as cicadas in winter, their looks towards Nangong Qingjin carrying subtle regret. Nangong Qingjin, however, was just like her old self, as if nothing had happened, and she was already heading towards the garden step by step. She had no fear and did not need to evade. Since it was Lu Meyer's trivial skill, why not completely expose this trick and see what Lu Meyer's so-called purpose really was? Would she use a stratagem on herself to secure her future position? This woman, when it came to desperate measures, was indeed impressive. When Nangong Qingjin reached the door, there were clever maids who had already come forward to open the curtain for her. Watch your step, young miss. These words from the maid were not only a reminder to Nangong Qingjin to watch her step, but also an indication that it was time to be cautious. No trouble, she replied, reaching out her hand while Xianer had already walked up and grasped Nangong Qingjin's hand. Xianer's hands were cold, as if devoid of warmth, whereas Nangong Qingjin's hand felt soft and warm. The two entered the house one after the other. Inside the house, it was eerily quiet, so much so that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard distinctly. A feeling of facing a great enemy arose spontaneously. She looked at every person in the room, her beautiful eyes bright, like gemstones, calm yet alert. After looking at everyone, she then turned her gaze toward the quilt, inside which presumably lay Lu Meyer, the one accusing her. Once her eyes had scanned the entire room, they fell on the prince, moving directly toward Huangfu Kongming. May his highness have everlasting peace and good fortune. She bowed, and Huangfu Kongming frowned deeply, looking rather upset. His complexion was ashen, and his sharp, dagger-like eyes sized up Nangong Qingjin from head to toe. That piercing gaze was utterly devoid of emotion. Fortunately, Nangong Qingjin was accustomed to it. Often, the man before her showed no sentiment at all. No matter how Huangfu Kongming scrutinized her or glanced at her, she remained calm. Then, his low and gentle voice, carrying an icy coldness without any anger, cut through. Were you treating her these past few days? He asked while looking at Nangong Qingjin. Yes, Nangong Qingjin replied quickly, nodding her head. Beside her, Xianer hurriedly signaled to her with glances, but Nangong Qingjin ignored them and silently stared at the man in front of her. Only after seeing this did Huangfu Kongming finally nod, easing some of the earlier tension. Taking a step forward, he reached out and pulled back the blanket, revealing a shocking scene. Even Nangong Qingjin, who had treated countless patients, couldn't help shuddering when she saw such a face. There are people in this world who would harm themselves first to hurt others. Once, she read about military strategies, one called the self-inflicted wound plan. It goes, kill 1,000 enemies, injure 800 of yourself. Initially, she didn't understand its meaning until now, seeing Lu Meyer lying in bed in extreme despair. She understood at last. Wasn't this exactly a case of injuring 800? Lu Meyer's face was almost ruined. Women often care the most about their graceful bodies and flawless faces. But the Lu Meyer before them? The damage was done precisely to her own face, leading one to almost doubt whether Lu Meyer had orchestrated this situation herself. At this moment, she just took a glance at that face and concluded that someone must have taken some sort of medication. Beside her, Huangfu Kongming, after taking a look, refused to continue observing and exchanged a quick glance with Nangong Qingjin. She had already reached into her sleeve and taken out several jars, placing them casually on the nearby sandalwood table. Her actions were fluid, effortless, confident, professional, as though it were absolutely inappropriate for anyone to interrupt her right now. Having arranged everything, beside her, Huangfu Kongming was already furrowing his brow in cold severity, and with a provoking tone, coolly said, "What else do you intend to do?" "Treat and save lives," she replied, and then busied herself without further acknowledging Huangfu Kongming. Seeing this, Huang Fukongming couldn't help but feel enraged. You've been treating her since the beginning, and now it has come to this. Don't you think you should do something? I've been diagnosing her condition, but this state isn't something I caused, she retorted quickly, turning her head, her gaze cold and emotionless, directed squarely at the woman before her. A few days ago, I managed to pick some tumi flowers from under the tumi trellis. After coming back, I mixed them with wood fragrance and campsis flowers, adding the pollen of magnolia and iris flowers. She ate it, and now she's like this. Could there be any other possibility? Even if one were to consume an entire bottle of the medicine I gave her at once, it wouldn't cause any side effects. Every word she said rang out clearly. Once she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to anyone and began taking everything out of her bottle. The powders were gradually blended together, then placed bit by bit onto a piece of paper. Her movements were unhurried, and her explanation was delivered in an appropriately measured tone, leaving no room for argument. This was a case of pollen allergy. Ordinarily, it wasn't much to worry about, just 7 or 8 types of spring flowers. However, the severity lay in the fact that these pollens had been mixed with snake venom, and since the two toxins were different in nature, consuming them caused this condition. Such a cunning plan might fool others, but in front of her, Nangong Qingjin, it had already unraveled. Huang Fukongming listened nearby, and after hearing everything, he shifted his gaze toward Lu Meyer. It must be said that Lu Meyer was indeed a consummate actress. Upon hearing Nangong Qingjin so quickly clearing her name and analyzing the sequence of events so swiftly, Lu Meyer immediately sat up straight. She then glared furiously, her eyes wide with indignation. Her eyebrows shot up. You're slandering me. It's clearly you, it's all you. And now you've started to retaliate. Accuse me instead. I haven't blamed you yet, which should already be considered lucky for you. And yet here you are spewing nonsense, framing me you. Chapter 63. Who is arguing falsely? Excuse me. During her busy pause, she slowly turned around, and with an indisputable voice, said gently, why would I harm you again? What for? You? Liu Meier's reasoning ability was so strong that she quickly replied, you just want to ruin me. You want to destroy me. Nangong Qingjin paused in her movements, glancing sideways at the panting Liu Meier. Originally, she wanted to calm things down, but clearly Liu Meier had no intention of doing so. Since that was the case, it was better to clarify the situation openly. Her sharp gaze carried a cutting edge and landed coldly on Liu Meier, then swept over her before resting on the pitiful figure of Nu Li, who was kneeling on the ground crying. Then, Nangong Qingjin straightened up. So, why would I give the same medicine to Nu Li? She asked, wanting to hear Liu Meier's response. You have devious intentions, who knows what you mean. Since you intend to kill us, naturally you wouldn't let anyone go. It's not your fault. It's only my own fault for being careless and trusting you, this treacherous woman. Well, she really should not have helped this woman from the start. She showed no expression and looked calmly at Huang Fukongming beside her. But Huang Fukongming seemed unclear about the whole matter. There was no sign of him intending to act as judge. His eyes remained vague, half open and half closed, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin could not help feeling utterly disappointed. But upon further reflection, it made sense. Why would he bother defending her when the matter itself was already murky? Besides, they were not related in any way. Now, she needed to clear herself of this false accusation and make sure this woman did not defame her integrity. Thinking to this point, she gave a faint smile. If I intended to kill you, I'd use 100 ways far simpler and more effective. Why resort to something bizarre like this? She remained calm, as if intent on exposing the lies before her. Liu Meier's expression flickered with shock and quickly frowned. Because you know very well that my face means more to me than my life. You know. So, if you don't treat yourself soon, I can't guarantee you will return to your original self. To pressure me, you've done everything possible. Fine, I'll leave. My lord, please listen. What she says are nonsense words. I had no intention to squeeze her. After she came here, she treated your various diseases successfully. Initially, I was grateful to her. How could I hurt her? I couldn't, I truly couldn't. While speaking, Liu Meier explained weakly, weeping and sobbing uncontrollably. On the contrary, Nangong Qingjin remained indifferent, aloof, and calm throughout, showing little reaction to the accusations against her. This allowed Huang Fukongming to see that Nangong Qingjin was material suited for great undertakings, completely different from the servile young woman by his side. Regarding this incident, he was inclined to believe Nangong Qingjin. Consequently, when Liu Meier cried, she failed to win Huang Fukongming's favor or sympathy, instead making him dislike her. He didn't understand why he disliked her so much, but he knew he trusted Nangong Qingjin more. After finishing her explanation, Nangong Qingjin resumed her tasks on her own, combining all the powdered medicine from 3 bottles and dividing them into 3 equal portions wrapped in paper. She placed them on the table. Just take 1 package daily. The facial ulcers will heal after 1 day, scars will fade after 2 days, and by the 3rd day, you'll be fine. Having said that, she prepared to leave. Liu Meier could not have foreseen this. Despite her efforts which had left her battered and bruised, she still hadn't secured justice from Huang Fukongming. Thus, she mulled internally that Nangong Qingjin must not be allowed to leave. If she went, opportunities in the future would be even slimmer. Furthermore, hurting this woman would become incredibly difficult later. Reflecting on this, she knelt beside Huang Fukongming and blocked Nangong Qingjin's path to departure. My lord, how could I speak falsely? You know who I am. I have never taken risks with myself. This is my face. Why would I destroy my own face? The way I please you is through my appearance. I would never do such a thing, never. As she spoke, she began to cry uncontrollably, occasionally banging her head on the ground. Seeing her pitiful state, Gongqing realized that it was truly time for her to leave. If she didn't depart now, who knows what unexpected incidents might happen later. Thus, stepping forward, she positioned herself in front of Liu Meier. The medicine has already been left here. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Now, I want to tell you, I am leaving here right now and will never come back. After finishing her statement, she glanced at Huang Fucongming beside her. Huang Fucongming's face was expressionless. Initially, she thought he would ask her to stay a bit longer. However, there was no such reaction from him. Instead, he stared ahead silently. After curtsying slightly, Gongqing moved toward the door, creating a subtle silence within the room. Just as she reached the doorway, Huang Fucongming stood up suddenly, brushing Liu Meier aside and walking step by step towards the exit. Thinking it was Xian'er, Gongqing turned her gaze only to find Huang Fucongming following closely behind, with an apologetic expression on his face. Walking ahead a little further, she finally looked back and forced a smile. Even you think it's me? Tell me, is it you? He asked, looking directly at the woman before him. Gongqing thought, he still doesn't trust her after all, but she did not answer straightforwardly. Instead, she stretched out her hand, lightly swaying a weeping willow branch hanging from the sky, then said, I wouldn't resort to such lowly tactics. The way of medicine is sacred. Is she staging a feigned injury plan? Huang Fucongming questioned coldly. No, she is attempting to win back your heart, but went too far. I can understand it. Today I must really leave, Your Highness. She prepared to bid farewell to the prince. However, Huang Fucongming had already extended his hand, making a decisive cut in midair. Sorry, I cannot let you go now, he stated firmly, leaving no room for Gongqing's arguments. Left speechless, she fell into prolonged silence and eventually muttered, There's always a reason, why? If you leave, her condition will remain unchanged. Where can I find another person like you? Do you suspect me? She asked, turning coldly, her eyes piercing into Huang Fucongming's face. Sighing deeply, he admitted, Now, the evidence points to you. What if I tell you I really did this? How would you react? She wanted to know how he would punish her, but unexpectedly, Huang Fucongming stepped closer and gently responded, I would forgive you. But Your Highness, I also need to remind you. It's indeed time for me to leave. I no longer wish to live here. I must go. I agree with your departure, but please cure her face first. Otherwise, if you leave, I'll have nothing left. Seeing Huang Fucongming's serious, even stubborn attitude, even someone as hard-hearted as Gongqing couldn't help being touched. With a sigh, she could only nod. I understand, she said, tossing away the gold thread she held in her hand, while the willow branches danced gracefully in the air. She moved forward without a backward glance at Huang Fucongming. Watching her go, Huang Fucongming immediately understood. This woman possessed pride and would not harm anyone. If she were to help, she certainly wouldn't hurt, let alone resort to filthy means. Thus, everything turned out to be Liu Meier's own scheming. Now, he was completely captivated by this woman. As for letting her go, that was simply out of the question. He discovered now, spending time with her brought joy, even made him reluctant to part ways. When Gongqing left, he stretched out his hand, grasping the same willow branch she had just touched, sniffed it lightly, then let it fall. The willow branch vibrated momentarily in the air, shaking loose a cascade of leaves. Looking at her retreating silhouette disappear into the corridor, he turned around and entered Liu Meier's room. Originally, Liu Meier believed her false act of suffering would surely force Gongqing to leave. But it wasn't Gongqing refusing to leave, rather Huang Fucongming refusing her departure. This revelation caused Liu Meier to comprehend that Huang Fucongming's feelings for Gongqing had grown deep, even surpassing his affection for her. Realizing this, Liu Meier grew sensitive. Entering the room, Huang Fucongming noticed the paper package on the table. The usage and dosage have already been told to you. Don't play with it anymore. It's not fun, he said coldly, his eyes fixed on Liu Meier kneeling there. It must be this fox-like girl who has incited you. Now Chufeng, your servant is present. Chufeng had already appeared, standing beside with his arms crossed, his bright gaze fixed on Huang Fucongming. Huang Fucongming furrowed his brows, pressing the pulsing spot between them. Kill this girl, named Liu Meier. Do it immediately. This. Liu Meier had always followed Betrayal in public eyes. They were like sisters. Killing Liu Meier would sever both of Betrayal's arms. Now, Betrayal was panicking, immediately kneeling down. As for Liu Meier, she was terrified, placing all her hope on the nearby woman. Miss, save me. Save me. I don't want to die. I will serve you forever. Chufeng, why are you hesitating? Why don't you take action? After all, Chufeng also had a rapport with Liu Meier privately. Seeing the prince issue the command, it wasn't easy for him to act instantly against this young maid. Instead, he started pleading on behalf of Liu Meier. My lord, please spare her life under the blade. The matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet. It wouldn't be good if you mistakenly kill an innocent person. Do it, he said, and prepared to leave. Chufeng clenched his fists, then loosened them into hands, painfully staring at Liu Meier, but gathering fierce killing intent in his eyes. Seeing this, Liu Meier could not help retreating, trembling all over. Chapter 64. The matter of poisoning is still vague. Your Highness, the truth of this matter has yet to be determined, and you are already planning to kill Liuli. If your intention is truly set, please. At this moment, Liu Meier began to argue fervently. She had forcefully drawn a slender dagger, as if she had practiced this hundreds of times before, and now held it firmly against her own neck. The edge of the blade gleamed white like silk, while her neck was equally pale, though their whites were distinct. Her face was wet with tears, and she looked heartbroken at the person in front of her. He snapped back to his senses and coldly gazed at the woman before him. "You've learned how to threaten me. How bold of you." His eyes shone brightly. He didn't give in one bit to her threat, and they remained locked in this standoff. Lou Meyer slowly stood up. "Your Highness, I have long been ready to end my own life. For so many years, which day have you truly loved me? From beginning to end, I've merely been a tool for you to release your desires. I've spent 3 years by your side. In these 3 years, every moment your eyes and your heart were on your previous empress. My existence is worse than death. Today, you're preparing to kill Lioli. Why not kill me first, and let me wait for you in the depths of the underworld?" As she spoke, she truly moved the knife, putting force into it. Seeing this, he acted as fast as lightning, gripping the dagger from Lou Meyer's hand and tossing it away with great strength. The dagger made a tinkling sound, flew over the water pavilion, and sank into the dark river waves. Seeing that the danger had finally passed, Chu Feng sighed with relief. "Surely, you've grown tired of everything," Huangfu Kongming said, talking as if to himself, but soon added, "If you're indeed tired, then there's truly no need for you here anymore. You may leave today. Whatever you want, I will provide for you. Chu Feng, you will arrange this." Lou Meyer never imagined things would backfire. She originally planned to use this scheme to drive Nangong Qingjin away, but never expected to fall into her own trap, now regretting it without measure. Beyond kneeling on the ground and bowing submissively, she had no other actions left. "Chu Feng, hopefully, you know what you should do." After Huangfu Kongming finished speaking, he headed toward the corridor. Seeing Huangfu Kongming about to leave, she knew that if she didn't quickly move to salvage her precarious fate, she'd be completely lost, genuinely leaving. Thinking this, she immediately took a step forward, disregarding all else, already hugging Huangfu Kongming tightly. Surprised, he glanced at her arms strong enough to hold tightly around his waist. He sighed. "What more do you intend to do? If you let me leave, I cannot go. Unless I die," she said. After which she released her grip on Huangfu Kongming and began wailing loudly, causing Huangfu Kongming to lose his composure. Seeing Lou Meyer unwilling to leave, and also considering the inconvenience of her departure, Huangfu Kongming could do nothing but allow Lou Meyer to stay. Now, Huangfu Kongming was undoubtedly troubled and distracted. The former Empress Helian was so good. Although this situation wouldn't have happened with her, still, there's only one such person under the heaven. He carried an overwhelming sense of sorrow as he departed from Lou Meyer's residence. That day, Lou Meyer had failed but fortunately survived unscathed. Seeing Huangfu Kongming walk away, she stepped forward immediately, grabbing the antidote on the table, and started mixing the powder from the medicine bag into tea. On the side, Lioli, witnessing the trend was against them, finally struggled to rise from the ground. Still shaken by the terrifying sight of the Azura Huangfu Kongming, her steps were light and unstable. She grabbed a silver hairpin and probed the contents of the bowl, then nodded and said, "Miss, don't worry, this medicine is safe to consume. Let me try it first." Without hesitation, she swallowed it, waiting for approximately 2 hours until evening approached, and no abnormalities were detected, assuring everyone that the medicine contained no poison. Thus, Lou Meyer also felt relieved and partook in the tea. "What should we do now? I originally wanted to get rid of this woman, but it seems His Highness doesn't intend to make her leave. Miss, this vile woman's status has surpassed yours. We can already see the differences from how the prince treats each of you," Lioli said, looking straight at the woman before her. "To kill her isn't an option, and not killing her leads us nowhere. What should I do? Why have all your previous cunning tricks run out? Now you are merely trying hard to find fault with this woman. Everyone makes mistakes. We just need to carefully watch her every move. The prince's temper is so bad, but even someone as accommodating as him has limits. When some things happen, they truly cannot be tolerated." In fact, long ago, Lou Meyer had already known that in Huangfu Kongming's eyes, she was an unimportant person. Huangfu Kongming valued emotions and justice, but only between brothers and superiors. Her position was somewhat awkward. She was called the prince's consort, yet for many years, Huangfu Kongming showed no intention of officially granting her that title, without name or rank. To say she was his lover, while they indeed acted like lovers, inseparable though they might be, it seemed Huangfu Kongming could easily discard her at any moment. This back and forth made her realize, if she continued using schemes, it would only cheapen herself and bring nothing but trouble. That day, Nangong Qingjin's calm stability and elegant poise truly highlighted how insignificant Lou Meyer appeared, almost like a clown jumping around pointlessly. Now, Lou Meyer dared not make another move and could only follow Lioli's orders, observing patiently to see if there were any flaws in this seemingly flawless woman. Nangong Qingjin had already returned, deliberately wanting to forget the events of the morning. However, the memories she wanted to erase kept reminding her. Today, she felt deeply restless, always thinking her choice to stay was wrong, her decision to tolerate the hateful Lou Meyer was wrong, and choosing Huangfu Kongming was wrong too. If only she were still at the estate, living her simple, content life without these troubles. Now, her inner world is filled with sorrow. She sat for a long time as dusk enveloped the surroundings. Drawing the pearl curtain, frost descended at night. She remained unmoving, gazing at the withered vines and old trees in the courtyard, watching crows fly south, listening to the heart-wrenching cries of birds echoing from the sky. "Miss," Sienna wiped a spot next to Nangong Qingjin and leaned against her, sitting down. "You have worries on your mind, and lately, they seem much heavier than before. I don't. She immediately avoided Xianer's gaze. Though young, Xianer was wise beyond her years, understanding that Nangong Qingjin did not wish to delve into the matter further, but sighing lightly, she said, "You've fallen for someone who you shouldn't love, but I support you anyway." "Xianer, don't talk nonsense." Nangong Qingjin scolded her, but Xianer didn't protest. Instead, tilting her head, she continued, "I've never liked anyone, but may this fondness be sweet. Miss, this is no place to stay for long. But you intend to stay here for good. Xianer won't leave your side, no matter how dangerous it gets. I hope we can face it together, all right, miss?" As she spoke, she took hold of Nangong Qingjin's hand. "Xianer, what should I do? I know clearly that he and I belong to different worlds, but I still can't help but think about him. I can't. One day, if he falls for you, deep down you'll know that his affection isn't entirely sincere. He likes you because of your appearance. It's strikingly similar to the previous empress. People always hope the one they love fits their ideal image, so? Xianer, I'm so conflicted right now. Just choose what you believe is right. What's there to be conflicted about? Time passes quickly, silently. And if you close your eyes forever and cannot open them again, a lifetime goes by. I just hope, miss, you won't regret your decisions." Premised on the fact that the person he truly loves is Empress Hellion, Nangong Qingjin sighed despondently, but Xianer simply smiled cheekily, saying, "Be yourself. Between you and the Empress, his bright eyes will surely distinguish the truth. Just continue being yourself." Xianer, suddenly, Nangong Qingjin became serious, tightly grasping Xianer's hand, freezing her smile in place. Panicking, Xianer stammered, "Xianer fears one day I might completely transform into the likeness of the late Empress, inside and out. Miss, don't speak nonsense." As the mistress and servant were chatting, Chu Feng arrived. It was upon hearing a cough that Nangong Qingjin turned around. The recent relationship between Chu Feng and them wasn't as strained as before, so when Chu Feng came in, Nangong Qingjin knew something was up. She pointed to a seat nearby. "General, please sit." While saying this, she prepared tea. "The night is deep with heavy dew. Have a cup." Immediately, Chu Feng grasped the teacup and drank it all at once, then looked at the woman before him. "I was shivering all over last night again. After eating your cold fragrance pill, I felt fine at first, but after the first watch of the night, my body became almost cold as iron. I almost thought I was going to die." "How could that be?" she said. While speaking, she extended her hand to feel his pulse carefully, listening intently before finally saying, "My approach to diagnosing illnesses has always been meticulous. Don't worry, what you experienced is a normal reaction. You shouldn't scare yourself, you'll get better soon. 3 years of illness requires 7 years of moxibustion. It certainly won't cure itself that fast. Just follow my medical advice. Tonic soups help too, but you must eat them. You will recover soon, General." As she said this, she smiled. "Then, I thank you, young lady." Chu Feng was about to leave, but seeing Chu Feng's preparations to go, Nangong Qingjin stepped forward. "General, please stay a moment." Thinking that Nangong Qingjin had some other matter, Chu Feng immediately stopped. Taking a breath, Nangong Qingjin said in a calm tone, "That matter, you know about it, right?" "What?" Chu Feng grew tense. Chapter 65, Is This Love? The matter of her administering medication to herself. Nangong Qingjin decided to come straight to the point, speaking openly. After hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow and, after a long pause, nodded heavily. Nangong Qingjin simply smiled and said 2 words, "Thank you." Chu Feng wasn't entirely sure who or what that thank you was for. In a hazy daze, he chose to leave from the side position. After Chu Feng had gone, Xian approached. "Mistress, how can you thank such a person? At least, he didn't lie, though he remains neutral," she replied. Afterward, she added, "You should also seriously study medicine. By now, it must be clear to you that good medical knowledge is always useful. But the more one learns, the more troubles arise, mistress." "Indeed, isn't that true? It's still better than being ignorant and incompetent, Xian. And indeed, isn't that right?" After Nangong Qingjin's treatment, Chu Feng's condition gradually improved, although it took a long time since his illness was deeply rooted. Encountering Nangong Qingjin turned out to be a turning point in Chu Feng's life. Naturally, he was grateful to Nangong Qingjin in his heart, yet Chu Feng was an upright person who wouldn't express it. In fact, gradually, their past grievances had been resolved. This could be seen through many subtle small details. The next day, Lu Meyer's condition had indeed improved. Originally, according to custom, Nangong Qingjin should have checked on her again, but at the thought of that woman's sneering face, she decided she'd never go near her again. Even when her intentions were good, they weren't reciprocated sincerely. This woman lived in a precarious environment, with a rich imagination. Once she perceived even the slightest danger, she made the decision to nip it in the bud. It seemed fate had conspired against her. Her resemblance to Empress Hellion was ill-timed. Over the years, Hellion had remained a thorn in Lu Meyer's heart. She originally believed that, with enough time, she would eventually replace a dead rival. But she never expected this dead person, despite being deceased, continued to loom over Emperor Huangfu Coming's heart, year after year. Even without words, Huangfu did not forget her existence for a single moment, or rather, this dead person had taken possession of all the most beautiful moments of his life. All these efforts were helping to ensure that Huangfu Kongming would never forget about Hellion, even after the real Hellion queen passed away. Now, upon encountering another similar woman, he held the same attitude toward her. What would happen if this persisted indefinitely? Lu Meyer couldn't even bear to think about what might follow. Initially, she assumed that her suffering strategy would be foolproof, but unexpectedly, it proved completely ineffective and only revealed her pettiness to Huangfu Kongming instead. On this day, as shadows fell under the Polonia tree by midday and cool air followed after a bath post-lunch, Lu Meyer lay lost in thought. She pondered what the current ideal situation was and whether there was another method to edge out Nangong Qingjin. Clearly, Emperor Huangfu already harbored feelings for Nangong Qingjin, something no one expected. At first, she thought he merely imprisoned her. Had she known earlier how enchanting this woman truly was, she wouldn't have let her stay under any circumstances. Miss, you're thinking aimlessly again. It's very hot recently. Rest well and don't torment yourself unnecessarily. As she spoke, she came closer, opened a fan, and began fanning Lu Meyer. After staring at the maidservant before her for a while, Lu Meyer finally sighed, filled with sorrow. Do we need fans? Don't you know I feel upset seeing them? Nowadays, my usefulness has already faded like an autumn fan discarded. Why do you say such disheartening words? You're fine, so don't give up on yourself, Lioli said, waving the fan vigorously as she leaned close to Lu Meyer's ear, revealing her ultimate ace. Considering Lioli's previous failures, upon hearing this plan, Lu Meyer immediately reacted strongly, spitting and pushing Lioli away. Damn. Do you really think His Royal Highness would fall for such tricks so easily? Not even mentioning how feasible your scheme is. If this leaks, our heads will surely roll. Incredible how you even think of such things. Although it was unclear what specific suggestion Lioli made to Lu Meyer, judging by Lu Meyer's expression, it was clear that she would not agree. Without a word, Lioli knelt beside Lu Meyer, placing the folding fan carefully and then gripping the nearby beauty hammer. She began to lightly tap Lu Meyer's knees with it. Lioli, I've been too harsh, but what you suggested is truly something we cannot dare to attempt. We've been here for 3 years now. Don't you know who His Royal Highness is? As of now, these groundless matters aside, even if His Royal Highness were to believe us, how could we possibly manage the future consequences? In truth, Lu Meyer was actually interested in Lioli's recent suggestion, but she hadn't figured out exactly how to proceed yet. After all, Lioli wasn't someone easy to manipulate either. Having followed Lu Meyer for so many years, and having gone through countless battles, she knew which methods and tactics worked best in different situations. Upon hearing this from Lu Meyer, Lioli immediately let go of the beauty hammer, her eyes deep and resolute as she looked at Lu Meyer, and then lowered her voice to whisper, "Let us plan this out step by step slowly. There's no need for haste." "Do you have another plan in mind?" Lu Meyer asked, glancing at Lioli. Truly, over the years, if not for Lioli always supporting her, Lu Meyer would never have reached her current position. The relationship between Lu Meyer and Lioli was almost perfectly synchronized. Any subtle sign or hint Lu Meyer gave was promptly understood by Lioli. What Lu Meyer wanted to do or say, Lioli could often predict beforehand. These two were as one, both extremely intelligent, sharing the same devious streak. Often, when certain things hadn't occurred to Lu Meyer yet, Lioli had already considered them. Although being served by such a charming and clever maid like Lioli was indeed a great fortune for Lu Meyer most times. Of course, Lioli's schemes didn't always work flawlessly, but they were certainly better than Lu Meyer trying to brainstorm everything on her own. Even though some plans had failed, His Royal Highness' feelings for Nangong Qingjin were gradually cooling down. A single exchange of glances between them sufficed for Lioli to smile faintly, and she quietly recounted her thoughts. After listening, Lu Meyer finally grasped that Lioli's conspiracy was more complex than it initially appeared. Intricately interlinked, every step meticulously planned. Reflecting on this, Lu Meyer couldn't help but beam brightly, extending her hand to grasp Lioli's roughened one. "Will this succeed?" she questioned, gazing at the maid before her. Lioli neither nodded nor shook her head, instead replying, "Miss, haven't you heard? Plans are devised by humans, but success depends on heaven. Even if this doesn't succeed, we won't lose anything. If everything is perfectly arranged without flaws, it will naturally succeed." Lioli smiled, and that dazzling white of her teeth shone like the gleam of venomous snakes. In general, Lu Meyer approved of Lioli's arrangements, agreeing quickly with her. Grasping Lioli's hand tightly, Lu Meyer declared, "This matter, you must ensure everything goes smoothly. This time we cannot be hasty." This woman, Lu Meyer continued, is well known for despising evil and speaking the truth. Her actions often surprise others, and she has a genuine and profound knowledge of medicine. So, we must act cautiously and strategize every move bit by bit, ensuring her fall into our trap sooner or later. As Lioli spoke, she laughed softly. Seeing the dimple on Lioli's lips, Lu Meyer couldn't help but burst out with a brilliant smile. "I always trust your judgment, but please remember, make sure of your safety." "Good Lioli, I simply cannot do without you." While speaking, Lu Meyer embraced Lioli firmly, who nodded immediately and responded with a gentle smile. "If my master suffers humiliation, her servant should die in her stead. Moreover, this woman has already grown too powerful. Even if you didn't say anything, I would never stand idly by." She gently patted Lu Meyer's back as Lu Meyer nodded, her gratitude evident. However, Lu Meyer said nothing. Often, their understanding went beyond mere words. A fleeting glance was enough to express everything between them. Now, with a brief meeting of their eyes, Lu Meyer grinned contentedly, satisfied with their arrangement. Similarly, Lioli followed suit with a laugh. They could allow failure. They could even endure failures along the way, but ultimate success would always belong to them. Lioli had always been clear about this self-awareness, and it was precisely this little intelligence that made her an indispensable figure by Lu Meyer's side. Now, all they needed was an opportunity. They were both waiting. The beauty hammer tapped lightly, irregularly, on Lu Meyer's knees. Lu Meyer smirked slightly, glancing sideways at Liuli beside her. Liuli, however, merely stayed silent with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Today, the mistress and her servant were acting quite unusually compared to before. A few days ago, they had no interest in eating, but now they suddenly started feasting heartily, and even Lu Meyer's health seemed to have improved significantly. Not long after, the Dragon Boat Festival had passed, and one day, it was suddenly Huang Fukoming's birthday. Birthdays used to be grand affairs, and logically speaking, this year shouldn't pass by without any celebration either. But Huang Fukongming refused extravagant celebrations that were wasteful. First of all, if possible, he preferred stillness. Given the current situation, they should not stir up unnecessary chaos since tranquility was better than turmoil. Secondly, being middle-aged now, he felt less interested in such banquet affairs. Thirdly, an extravagant event would inevitably attract unwanted attention from outsiders. If Wenxian Liang or Zisong he came over because of it, that wouldn't be good. Actually, Zisong he and Wenxian Liang had exhausted all their efforts in searching for clues about Huang Fukoming's whereabouts. Unfortunately, despite their best attempts, not even a shred of trace could be found. Chapter 66, Lu Meyer's Desperate Strategy. In redeeming Huang Fukongming, his follow-up work was always well done, regardless of the time. Therefore, early in the morning, when Huang Fukongming heard that Lu Meyer was going to prepare a birthday banquet for him, he frowned immediately. He suddenly realized how considerate Lu Meyer used to be. The current Lu Meyer, however, was completely stubborn and unyielding. Though Huang Fukongming didn't reprimand her harshly, his eyes betrayed everything. I do not wish to have any banquet. You should stop mentioning it afterward. His refusal was so decisive that it made Lu Meyer feel utterly confused. It has been years since there has been any joy. According to my intention, this banquet can simply take place within the yard without involving people outside. Seize this opportunity to relax and have fun. Look at yourself. Lately, you've become emaciated. You have just recovered from illness. Won't all these efforts exhaust you? Huang Fukongming turned his gaze to the woman kneeling beside him. Lu Meyer looked indeed exhausted. However, for her goals, she was often someone who would stop at nothing. Although being tired somewhat, she had no sense of fear or worry. Your Highness, Lu Meyer quickly paid respect, trying to draw Huang Fukongming's attention back to her face. Indeed, her face had already improved. It even looked better than before she fell ill. The pleasant smile on her lips was full of allure, and her visage resembled a crescent moon in the sky. At that moment, unintentionally, Huang Fukongming noticed some semblance between her and the former Empress Helian, as their faces were strikingly similar. If not looked at closely, then nothing mattered. But once seen, an indescribable, piercing pain arose within him. He sighed and waved dismissively. You must have already planned thoroughly, so what exactly are we going to do on that day? Your Highness dislikes extravagance. So do I. Therefore, I will arrange everything appropriately, just having fun within our little courtyard. If you truly have your heart set on it, go ahead and make the arrangements, Huang Fukongming said. Immediately, Lu Meyer smiled upon hearing this. He merely needed to agree and allow the planning, ensuring that matters would flow smoothly thereafter. Yes, I will handle everything meticulously. You don't need to worry about others knowing what we're celebrating. You should take good rest and avoid overexerting yourself. As Lu Meyer spoke, she held a fan beside her, gently fanning the air for Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming's hair was stirred by the breeze. His gaze wandered over the courtyard. This was different from the splendid imperial city. Here, the court flowers withered slightly, bringing an atmosphere of earthly simplicity, reflecting a life of true pastoral tranquility. But honestly, if given a choice, this kind of life was not something Huang Fukongming desired. He now retracted his glance and let out a faint sigh despite its lightness. It caught Lu Meyer's ear anyway. She, as an incredibly astute woman, asked gently, Your Highness, you still appear so troubled. Don't worry, you're barely over 20, so you have plenty of time ahead. But I feel as though I am already approaching old age. Saying this, he gripped Lu Meyer's hand tightly. Her hands were smooth and cool like jade without sweat, feeling refreshingly cold. Lu Meyer allowed Huang Fukongming to hold her hand. After a long pause, they both exchanged soft smiles. Then Lu Meyer raised her eyebrows. Your Highness, you're still in the prime of creativity. There's no such thing as declining vitality. What I refer to is the heart. The heart is aging. Nothing is sadder than a dead heart. Saying this, he turned around and sat down on the adjacent chair. For a moment, Lu Meyer froze, but finally came to understand what Huang Fukongming meant by nothing is sadder than a dead heart. In fact, nothing is sadder than an undying heart, for deep within, Huang Fukongming's heart harbored feelings for someone else. Cough cough. Unexpectedly, Lu Meyer suddenly felt nauseous. After a dry retch, she quickly covered her mouth. My apologies, I don't know why I have this urge to vomit. It might be due to something I ate improperly. Please excuse me. As for the banquet, I will ensure everything is well arranged. You must get some proper rest. While speaking, Lu Meyer hastily left. Just as she was about to leave, Huang Fukongming commanded abruptly, Let me see your face. Huh. Lu Meyer doubted she had misheard, but still reflexively turned around, revealing her face to Huang Fukongming. His hand reached out. It wasn't just to look. It was more intimate, intending to touch her up close. Lu Meyer unexpectedly found his action rather endearing. She immediately stepped forward 2 paces toward Huang Fukongming, slowly closing her eyes. Huang Fukongming's long fingers gently touched the face before him, lightly sketching over the eyes and brows, then faintly smiled. Very good, it is just as I imagined. What does very good mean, Your Highness? Lu Meyer was puzzled. Her looks had never changed. Why was he suddenly praising her so enthusiastically? This left Lu Meyer completely baffled. Her medical skills are indeed extraordinary. Realizing this, though Lu Meyer's heart sank gradually and turned icy cold, she still maintained composure on her face without showing any emotion. Yes, we owe a lot to Miss Nangon for her remarkable skills in medicine. There's no one comparable to her in the world. As he said this, he took a small half-step backward, but again, the nauseous feeling of vomiting arose. Upon seeing this, Huangfu Kongming could not help but worry. What exactly is wrong with you? Perhaps the healer should take a look? Pretending, Huangfu Kongming signaled to call the healer over. But in reality, there was no such intention. Instead, he gave a gentle smile. No need. It will get better. I probably consumed something unclean during summer. I'll be more careful, Your Highness. That's good. He waved his hand, and Lu Meyer promptly left. Upon hearing that Lu Meyer had successfully maneuvered things here, Lily knew there was nothing to worry about, because the real opportunity would come on that day when they were to display their true talents. For now, everything was being done meticulously to prepare for the arrival of that day. Miss, as I've said, your words still have their effect. I will properly handle what comes after. Just leave it in my hands. Lily smiled indifferently while speaking, and Lu Meyer also let out a soft chuckle. You're truly an outstanding assistant. You're like wings to a tiger. Please don't say such things, Mississippi. Regarding the event of Huangfu Kongming's birthday 3 days later, very few people were aware of it. This was an internal matter. According to Huangfu Kongming's wish, the matter should not be announced widely. Now, living in seclusion satisfied him greatly. Though the date drew nearer, it hadn't yet been revealed to everyone. On the other side, Nangon Qingjin also heard the news, and Sienna asked, Miss, do you think His Highness will invite us? Do you really want to be part of this celebration? Nangon Qingjin asked, her gaze flickering. I'm not eager to join, but I think he might come to invite you personally. If he does, how should you respond? Aren't preparations necessary ahead of time? What preparation is needed here? Do you think His Highness requires something specific? Leaning against the Mulan railing, Nangon Qingjin watched the fish swimming in the water while asking Sienna. The koi in the water looked lively and cheerful, moving around in groups, striving to ascend upward. Without making a sound, fish food slipped quietly onto the surface of the water, some splashing slightly and landing on round lotus leaves. Ripples spread across the water as the fish darted through the waves. Seeing Nangon Qingjin's deeply contemplative expression, Sienna couldn't help waving her hand in front of her. Miss, recently you've been like this often. You weren't like this before. Back on the mountain, we'd talk openly about anything. We shared everything. Sienna turned away petulantly. But now I feel a certain distance has developed between us. A gap that cannot be bridged. What's so terrible? It's just tiring lately. By the way, returning to our previous topic, what do you think the prince needs or desires? Nangon Qingjin tossed all the remaining fish food in the plate into the water at once. The fish leapt vigorously, fiercely competing until all the food was devoured. The water eventually grew still. While observing the fish, Nangon Qingjin secretly envied their freedom. Moreover, some say that fish lack memory. They quickly forget whatever troubles them. At this thought, she began to envy these carefree little creatures. With the question asked just now, Sienna scratched her head and soon nodded, saying, In my opinion, what the prince seeks right now, and what he needs most, is imperial power and wealth. The imperial power makes sense, but wealth? When the prince spends money lavishly, it shocks everyone. But when he views wealth as dirt, such moments happen far more often. In my view, it isn't necessarily that the prince craves gold and jewels. Indeed, the entire attire of Huangfu Kongming always tended towards simplicity. There was not a single pearl or anything glittering with gold on her head. So what could this person possibly need? So, I think the prince requires more than these objects. Even if that were the case, you and I here have nothing much of value. If we were to prepare gold and silver as presents, they would be far from easy to come by. Instead, we should give something more unique as a gift. At first, Sienna didn't quite understand why her miss asked so many questions, consulting her. Now, things became clear. Oh, she finally realized. Her miss planned to give Lord Yanluo a gift on that day. A unique one unforgettable at first glance, yet meaningful without being extravagant. Could it be that her miss had truly fallen for this cold-faced and heartless man? Miss, do you really intend to go present this gift? Don't you know he doesn't welcome us? You are only here because your looks somewhat resemble the former empress. Do not let yourself. No, Sienna, we are friends. Nangon Qingjin said this firmly, and immediately beside her, Sienna rebutted. How does that show, miss? By what means can you tell? Aren't we simply locked up prisoners? Friends? Such a kind of friendship has never existed since ancient times. Sienna, as a woman, my sixth sense tells me Huangfu Kongming has kept us in prison not just due to past matters, but also because he wishes to keep something from leaving his side. Chapter 67. Huangfu Kongming's Birthday Banquet. Love truly is a maddening thing. In the past, Miss had transformed into a philosopher. Love is far more powerful than venomous snakes or ferocious floods. Seeing how love has completely changed Miss, what can Xian do but sigh helplessly? Xian in front has already sighed deeply and is utterly unable to understand. It's Nangon Qingjin who still faintly smiles. From Xian's angle, Nangon Qingjin's face blushes red like a guava. Xian immediately reaches out and touches Miss's face. Miss, don't you think you should cool down a bit? Look at you now, what have you become? Xian, I am fine, very fine. She says this while laughing. She seems fine, but Xian cannot comprehend why she appears so. Regarding the banquet preparations, everything has been fully taken care of. Within 3 days, Lu Meyer has been busy day and night. The front courtyard has quieted down, while on this day, the flower hall in the back garden becomes bright, as if it never knows darkness. Lanterns drape over the corridors, dimly lit and dreamlike, while sheer curtains dance gracefully in the wind. And those entertainers are already prepared to follow their schedule. Once the host arrives, there will instantly be an unconventional small performance here. Even the red wool carpets in the corridor are newly replaced, clean and striking. In the center of the flower hall, an endless supply of delicious fruits, vegetables, and pastries continue to be delivered. Although silent, everything remains orderly. On this side, Lu Meyer gives herself a final glance in the mirror, confirming her hair is calm and neat, making sure her gold hairpin radiates authority before finally giving a sweet smile and placing the bronze mirror away properly. Then turning around, she looks at Xian, who has stood beside her like a statue all along. Do I look good? Am I pretty? Lu Meyer smiles sweetly, a bewitching smile that used to be commonplace. But after joining forces with Huangfu Kongming, such a beautiful smile faded from view. Seeing her rare smile again makes the attendant Ruliu chuckle, quickly nodding. Miss is the most beautiful person in the world, she sincerely says. Although there are many beauties in the imperial capital, few possess the uniqueness and unforgettable allure that Lu Meyer does. Otherwise, why would the famous pleasure house, I Seduction, originally promote Lu Meyer as their top courtesan? There must be a reason for it. Their gazes slightly meet, and Ruliu continues to smile sweetly, though Lu Meyer laughs through her heart not. If I am indeed a stunning beauty, then why hasn't the prince shown me special favor? It's already been 3 years, 3 long years of being together night and day. He has never once proposed making me his future princess consort. Lu Meyer speaks softly, her voice melancholic and cold. Miss, you've forgotten, man plans, but heaven decides. If you take no action at all, what shall happen later? You at least need to strive. With this action, you'll know exactly what to do next. There's a cause and effect relationship. Her words console Lu Meyer, who reluctantly sighs and slightly rotates her wise eyes. All right, since you've said it like that, perhaps my time just hasn't come yet. As for the prince, why doesn't he come soon? He's today's main character. We shouldn't steal his thunder. While saying this, Lu Meyer already looks toward Ruliu. Ruliu nods. People have already been sent to find the prince. Recently, no one knows what the prince has been doing. He looks quite exhausted. People always live tired lives. Ensure the prince arrives early. We're all waiting. If she fails to bring him, then go yourself. And if you return unsuccessful, there's still me. I'll personally go fetch him. Originally, Lu Meyer thought Huangfu Kongming probably changed his mind last minute and wouldn't show up. But what Lu Meyer couldn't foresee was Huangfu Kongming arriving not long after, walking leisurely along a fragrant osmanthus-lined path. Lu Meyer immediately stands up, happily fluttering toward Huangfu Kongming like a butterfly. Prince, you've finally come. Her tone clearly conveys her anticipation for his arrival. After he sits beside her, his gaze rests on the woman before him. I have been here for quite some time. Your arrangements are excellent and low-key. It's all the prince's idea. Please take your seat, your highness. As she spoke, she adjusted the brocade cushion at the seat of honor. Once Huangfu Kongming was seated, his gaze swept over the surrounding people. Sure enough, Nangong Qingjin still hadn't arrived. After glancing around, he asked, why hasn't Miss Nangong come? I didn't invite Miss Nangong. But quickly, Lu Meyer had understood from Huangfu Kongming's expression. It seemed it was necessary to fetch Nangong Qingjin. Ruli, hurry and bring Miss Nangong here. After issuing the order, Ruli immediately set off for Nangong Qingjin's room. Actually, this evening, Nangong Qingjin was also waiting. Through the misty green gauze screen, one could see distant pinpricks of light and fire in the distance, faint and ethereal. It was probably already the start of the banquet. How strange, without the usual clamor of music. Could this be what Huangfu Kongming admired? It was that quiet, a quietness unlike any banquet. It seemed like nothing existed except for mere celebration. Seeing Ruli come, Xian stepped forward at once, shielding Nangong Qingjin with her frail body. You, why have you come at this deep hour of night? Though afraid, Xian's latter half sentence carried strength. Beside her, Ruli immediately said, the prince is hosting a banquet tonight. The prince sent me here to invite you, and also to thank you for your medicine. Both my condition and missus have now fully recovered. A banquet? What kind of banquet? The prince's birthday banquet. The prince doesn't want a loud or extravagant event. Don't miss this fine moment. The other side awaits good news from you. If you go now, you can follow me. If you don't intend to attend, just stay here quietly while I return. As Ruli spoke, she made as if to leave. Where is it? In the flower hall. Yes, in the flower hall. Everything is prepared already. You should come earlier. To avoid suspicion, after speaking, Ruli respectfully left. Miss, you've already changed into appropriate clothing. There's no reason not to go, right? Beside her, Xian immediately asked. Indeed, the clothes had been carefully chosen only moments before. Hearing Xian's words, Nangong Qingjin nodded immediately, but still expressed some dissatisfaction with her outfit. Xian, does this piece of clothing really look good? In the eyes of love, even an ugly duckling becomes a swan. Whether it looks good or not is up to the prince to decide, not me. Let me tell you, it truly works. While saying this, she looked at the woman before her. Nangong Qingjin's heart bloomed with joy, and she nodded with a smile, saying, let's go then. Why wouldn't we go? Miss, don't get so carried away and lose yourself. Slow down a bit. Even though she said this, Xian still hurried behind Nangong Qingjin as they walked one after the other. Before long, they passed through 9 winding corridors. After all, Nangang Qingjin was still a reserved young lady, so upon crossing that threshold, she slowed her steps. Stepping gracefully onto the wooden floor beside her, her figure appeared as ephemeral as a lone wild goose. In truth, what Huangfu Kongming eagerly anticipated was none other than Nangang Qingjin's arrival. Now, through the pearl curtain, his enchanting peony-like eyes had caught sight of the elegant silhouette approaching. Her every movement was graceful and delicate, much like the late empress. That allure instantly captured Huangfu Kongming's attention, rendering him unable to move his gaze. Upon seeing this graceful and delicate form, his inner excitement became impossible to suppress, and a beautiful smile graced his lips. This smile came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. However, such a smile had never been bestowed on Lu Meyer. Despite her efforts that left her breathless organizing this banquet, her hard work went unrecognized by him. Now, seeing the beautiful curve of his lips, Lu Meyer resolved to uproot the problem completely. Nangang Qingjin absolutely couldn't remain here indefinitely. It would ruin their future relations. Perhaps, Ruli's arrangement this time was best. She wanted to find out just who held more weight in Huangfu Kongming's heart, herself or Nangang Qingjin. She had been persistently working towards her goal, and now, finally, that goal was within reach. Finally, Nangang Qingjin had arrived. She seemed to move quickly, but after entering the long corridor, she deliberately slowed down quite a bit. Surely, there should also be a faint, barely there smile lurking at the corner of her lips. But both of them were so skilled at hiding their own emotions that in the eyes of outsiders, this meeting seemed rather mundane, with no special significance. "Your servant greets your highness, the prince," she said after arriving, bowing her head and paying respects. Huangfu Kongming glanced over Nangang Qingjin standing before him, then casually waved his hand. "Rise, be seated." At that, the maids brought the gilded chair over. Nangang Qingjin complied with Huangfu Kongming's arrangement and sat down without casting even a glance at Huangfu Kongming. This made Huangfu Kongming feel rather self-pitying. Did this woman have absolutely no interest in him? Was this woman truly as cold-hearted as stone or still unaware of romantic feelings, completely ignoring his affections for her? As Huangfu Kongming pondered, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, examining Nangang Qingjin carefully before him. Chapter 68. It turns out this is the chain reaction. After Nangang Qingjin took her seat, she couldn't help but look around. Indeed, this small banquet had all the necessary elements, and although not many people were invited, they were still all important figures within the mansion. Each of them once wielded great power and influence, except for herself. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Meyer beside her. It was obvious that Lu Meyer was smiling, especially at the moment their eyes met. Her smile deepened in a way that was hard to understand. Why did Lu Meyer laugh like that, with an enigmatic grin? In Nangang Qingjin's eyes, it was puzzling and provoked her thoughts. What scheme was this woman brewing? Now, it seemed as though everything she did brought trouble. She wanted to leave here but couldn't. Staying was equally impossible. The feeling was indescribable. At this moment, she slightly closed her eyes, pulling back her gaze, and then focusing on Huangfu Kongming, who was his usual self. The corner of his lips carried a faint smile, a rather ethereal one, indicating he was burdened with heavy thoughts. Nangang Qingjin's heart couldn't help but beat faster, filled with compassion for Huangfu Kongming. He was once the son of heaven. Now, due to changing times, everything had transformed. The former emperor now hides away in this villa, such a drastic change in lifestyle. Let alone the son of heaven. Even an ordinary person would struggle to bear it. His shadowed mind and melancholy are undeniable. Seeing Huangfu Kongming's sorrow, lately, Nangang Qingjin has also become sorrowful. This must be what others often refer to as sharing each other's joys and sorrows, right? What about him? Does he feel the same way towards me? Nangang Qingjin remained unaware for a long time until the music gradually emerged. Soft and delicate tunes from the music bureau began to sound, which usually wouldn't play so loud here. Because today was Huangfu Kongming's birthday, these long-forgotten instruments were taken out again. The music was quiet, filtered through layers of beaded curtains, almost fading away altogether. Huangfu Kongming said not a word, occasionally sipping on prepared wine while occasionally glancing around. His gaze finally settled on Nangang Qingjin. Nangang Qingjin, feeling that stare, immediately lowered her eyes, tucking her toes closer together, only to have his intense gaze sweep over her again just after doing so, as if he was looking directly at her feet. Nangang Qingjin was different from other women. For some unknown reason, when she opened her eyes, she found herself as a natural-footed woman, unlike most women who bound their feet. Now, his full attention was fixed entirely on Nangang Qingjin's feet. A woman's foot in ancient times was a symbol of mystery. Indeed, it wasn't free from connotations of ambiguity as well. Although she wasn't truly an accomplished young lady, being looked at her bare feet still quickly made her blush intensely. As if Huangfu Kongming realized his indiscretion, yet struggled to withdraw his gaze. Silently, he sighed, recalling Empress Hellion from before. Empress Hellion had never bound her feet either. How could there be two people so alike, these two people looking exactly the same, yet so fundamentally different under various circumstances? What was the reason behind it? He thought coolly, remaining silent for a long while before Lu Meyer noticed something subtle happening nearby. She smirked slightly, already gripping the wineglass by her side. "Your Highness, your auspicious day with perfect scenery calls for a toast." Speaking thus, she held up the wineglass by her side. Golden goblets filled with clear wine, coupled with good omens, having a drink was entirely justified. let alone since this glass of wine came from her favorite woman herself. He immediately grabbed the wine glass, Lu Meyer's gleeful glance scanning those present, including Chu Feng and the two maidservants. Everyone had no choice but to hold their glasses, giving Lu Meyer face. Your Highness, I wish you swift success in reviving your fortunes. Saying this, she already lifted her goblet beside her. Unfortunately, just as the cup reached her lips, Lu Meyer gagged. This highly disruptive event caused Huang Fukongming's anger to rise. Still, he had to show concern. After drinking his own share, he worriedly gazed at Lu Meyer. What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? Or perhaps eaten something unclean? It would have been fine if no one had asked. However, after this question was raised, Nan Gongqingjin suddenly noticed that Lu Meyer's expression immediately changed. It turned sorrowful and then became filled with such profound pain, followed by soft wails. I suppose I am just unfortunate, Lu Meyer began in a quivering voice. Recently, I don't know what's wrong with me. My body has inexplicably become like this. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, though silently. What a woman of many tricks. The whole business about diagnosing herself had come to an end already, yet here she was, still trying to frame her. What a genius. However, Nan Gongqingjin simply paid no heed to the matter. Perhaps Huang Fukongming had already understood Lu Meyer's intentions, showing not an ounce of sympathy towards Lu Meyer, but rather furrowing his brows in displeasure. If you're feeling unwell, go rest. There will always be another day. How can I go rest? Lu Meyer replied sharply, her eyebrows shooting up dramatically, soon crying pitifully. If this illness means I won't last much longer, all I wish for is to cherish every moment with your Highness. It was a beautifully spoken sentiment. These words reached Nan Gongqingjin's ears, and though she envied the situation a little, it was more out of jealousy. Jealousy that this woman could so openly and under everyone's eyes express her fiery emotions towards the man before them, whereas she could never do the same. In this instant, her gaze fell on Lu Meyer. It was the look of a healer examining a patient. Lu Meyer pretended to be ill, but Nan Gongqingjin wanted to see through her. Was Lu Meyer as sick as claimed or perfectly fine? As it turns out, upon inspection, it was clear. Patients usually give away subtle signs, and though Nan Gongqingjin wouldn't claim to be so skilled in medicine as to diagnose from a distance, she trusted her own ability. Now, judging by appearances, Lu Meyer seemed perfectly well. So why, exactly, was she making such a fuss today? For what purpose? These two gazes briefly met, causing Nan Gongqingjin to pause and think, while Lu Meyer appeared unfazed as usual. Ruli, drape something over your lady. Since Lu Meyer had no intention of leaving immediately, Huang Fukongming gestured for Ruli to drape a robe around their mistress. Ruli did so, her eyes now resting on Lu Meyer. Miss, perhaps we should return. You don't seem quite yourself, Ruli suggested. Did Lu Meyer not appear well? Hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin glanced at the woman beside her. Was it true she wasn't well? From her professional perspective, Lu Meyer seemed entirely fine. Thus, tonight's banquet. Thinking about this made Nan Gongqingjin reproach herself. If only she hadn't come. It was foolish to fall into her trap. This woman clearly had some hidden agenda. Surely this agenda was cruel and connected somehow to her. Lu Meyer, who had spent time in a brothel previously, was brimming with deceitful schemes. No one could predict her actions or anticipate the harm she might cause. After a long silence, Lu Meyer sighed slightly, meeting Huang Fukongming's eyes. It's your Highness' birthday today, and I certainly shouldn't ruin your joy because of personal issues. I'm doing fine, just occasionally uneasy. I'll be fine soon. Would you like to see a dance today, my lord? Lu Meyer said, looking eagerly at Huang Fukongming. I remember when I was in the palace. The past. That accursed past. Back then, even Empress Helion had been a paragon of literary and martial skills. In dancing especially, she excelled in the challenging bamboo branch dance, a style not easily mastered by anyone. Her body swayed gracefully, mimicking bamboo branches in the evening wind. Though countless women in Daijing had pursued learning the bamboo branch dance with fervor, few succeeded. At this thought, a pang of sadness struck him. It had been 6 years now. Everyone says time is the best healer, but here, its effects were minimal, or perhaps non-existent altogether. 6 years. Heaven, 6 years. Huang Fukongming and Empress Helion were already worlds apart. One living, one dead. But Huang Fukongming had never forgotten her. Helion Queen, Helion Queen, Helion Queen. My lord, I've also learned a new dance recently. It's called the bamboo branch dance, which, it seems, was once highly popular in the court. Today, I would like to perform it for you. What do you think? She said softly, smiling at Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming nodded indifferently, his attitude seemingly ambivalent. Yet Lu Meyer had already taken a step forward, her hand gripping the hand of Luli beside her. The two figures then moved toward the center of the stage. With their arrival, the drum beats and music shifted seamlessly from a bold and passionate tune to one that was now graceful and steady. Lu Meyer smiled gently as she tightened her grip on her flowing sleeves and began to dance gracefully in the center of the stage. As she danced, her charming eyes occasionally glanced at the prince. Watching this dance, Huang Fukongming couldn't help but reminisce about an event 6 years ago. It was the same dance, yet while it carried an indescribable elegance and grandeur when performed by Empress Helion, in Lu Meyer's performance, it lacked a certain grace and beauty. Instead, it appeared forced and imitative. Although it was evident that Lu Meyer had put much effort into mastering this dance, the resemblance wasn't quite there. A common woman would usually not dare to perform such a demanding dance, but Lu Meyer was different. By now, Lu Meyer had completely lost herself in her own world. disregarding everything else once she started dancing. Seeing her mesmerizing and self-forgetful expression, Huangfu Kongming could no longer bear to watch. Clutching his wine goblet tightly, he took a sip lightly. Nan Gongqingjin clearly noticed that Huangfu Kongming's hand gripping the wine cup was trembling subtly with force. There must be a tumultuous storm raging within him. In truth, it seemed like it was time for Nan Gongqingjin to take her leave, but her desire to catch another glance at Huangfu Kongming kept her lingering, unwilling to depart. On stage, Lu Meyer danced passionately, stunningly, almost unbelievably well. Her movements conveyed a beauty that was hard to describe, transcending words and leaving the audience in awe. Chapter 69. The Beauty of Falling Flowers. That beauty, in comparison to those who hadn't seen Empress Hellion dance, was already shocking. Now, watching the woman's body sway like a bamboo branch in the evening breeze, many were involuntarily drawn in. As for Nan Gongqingjin, her gaze remained fixed on Huangfu Kongming standing not far ahead, entirely unmoved. The dance finally came to an end. Lu Meyer, red-faced and out of breath from dancing, saw Huangfu Kongming looking at her and couldn't help but smirk as she quickly approached him. "Your Highness, what do you think?" Lu Meyer asked, wanting to gauge the impact her dance had left on Huangfu Kongming. In fact, even Lu Meyer herself had never seen the Helions dance, but she had delivered the best performance of her life, so much that she felt there was nothing more she could have done. Now she waited for Huangfu Kongming's evaluation. Naturally, his review of this dance wasn't particularly high. He remained silent. "Sit down, look how tired you are," said Huangfu Kongming, pointing to a spot beside him while taking out his silk handkerchief and giving it to Liuli beside him. In the past, Huangfu Kongming would have never acted this way, so Lu Meyer smiled as she clutched the handkerchief and began wiping away the shimmering sweat on her forehead, glancing sideways at Huangfu Kongming while doing so. "As the moon reaches mid-sky, Your Highness, shall we continue playing?" Lu Meyer asked, her eyes focused on the man before her. Huangfu Kongming took a deep breath and replied indifferently, "Then, let's end here." After finishing, it was only then that he seemed to notice Nan Gongqingjin nearby, giving her a beautiful smile, a smile that enchanted people. Despite Nan Gongqingjin having possibly seen many different smiles before, this one was the first of its kind. It was an extraordinarily beautiful smile. When surrounded by such a smile, one discovers the sky seemingly clears up entirely, and what awaits is a gentle softness, an inexplicable beauty beyond words. Nan Gongqingjin swiftly withdrew her gaze. On the other side, Lu Meyer naturally noticed, but made no move or sound. "Your Highness, let me support you. Be careful." At this moment, the few people around them had already left one after another. It was time for everyone to leave. Servant girls came forward with lamps, filling the scene with a misty haze of light. In this ultimate beauty of luminance, Nan Gongqingjin stole a glance at Huangfu Kongming. She marveled. How could there be someone in this world so nearly perfect? Everything about him was perfect. The reason why Huangfu Kongming was this way now was solely because so many things hadn't been accomplished, so many desires unfulfilled. Thinking of this, her heart ached. If only she could help him somehow. But she lacked extraordinary talent to aid this melancholic, frustrated soul. Thereupon, Nan Gongqingjin watched as Lu Meyer reached out and grasped Huangfu Kongming's hand. The two walked towards her. For some unknown reason, when he came close to her, her chest tightened immediately, closing her eyes as a faint, cloud-like fragrance enveloped her nose. With Lu Meyer's assistance, Huangfu Kongming stood before Nan Gongqingjin, remaining still as if frozen in place, a situation she had never foreseen. Thus, she dumbly waited, staring blankly with wide, hopeful eyes. Dazedly, she looked at the man before her. Moonlight descended, spreading clear light across the figure before her, softening his defiant eyebrows with a tender glow. Mixed with the pleasant scent of flowers and trees, she gently raised her brows, anxiously watching Huangfu Kongming. Under the dim, silvery haze, Huangfu Kongming was gazing back at her. Their gazes flickered momentarily before avoiding each other's. She discovered that a faint smile tinged with self-mockery graced Huangfu Kongming's lips, gradually widening in amusement until it finally settled upon her. "You're very beautiful tonight." If said by a common lecherous man, Nan Gongqingjin would naturally become angry rather quickly. But this wasn't the case. This came from the person she liked, from the high and mighty prince, Huangfu Kongming. Upon hearing these words, Nan Gongqingjin froze in surprise, bewilderedly staring at the man before her. A beam of moonlight fell on Huangfu Kongming's body, and then a large shadow already obscured her view. That shadow landed in front of Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin's eyes flickered and avoided it. "Thank you," she said. As she spoke, she took out something she had prepared long ago. It was a small gift, a sachet. After taking it out, Nan Gongqingjin's face turned even redder than before. In most cases, in that era, when a woman gave a man a sachet, it was considered a token of affection. Nevertheless, she still handed it over. His hand gripped the sachet, his gaze full of infinite sorrow as he looked at the woman before him. After a very long while, he also replied with a deep, pleasant voice, "Thank you. The night is quiet. Your Highness should leave." Nan Gongqingjin could no longer raise her head because she realized how utterly incompetent she had become, so completely defeated. Now, she dared not look into the eyes of the man in front of her, not at all. Huangfu Kongming chuckled lightly. "This is the best blessing and the finest gift this prince has ever received. The night is deep and tranquil. Young lady, you should retire early." "I will." Nan Gongqingjin nodded immediately. The two slightly moved their gazes and went in opposite directions. Right after they walked away, Xian came over and grabbed Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Miss, you've truly made a mess. The gift just now wasn't embroidered for the prince by you, but... You see, Xian continued, pulling on the right sleeve of Nan Gongqingjin's dress, producing another sachet, whereas the previous one, Nan Gongqingjin suddenly realized something was wrong. Earlier, the sachet she sent was actually one she carried with her constantly. She couldn't believe she ended up giving Huangfu Kongming her personal sachet. No, such foolish behavior shouldn't have been hers to do, but indeed she did it. Ah, heavens, what am I to do? Xian, I must return. While saying this, Nan Gongqingjin tried to move forward, but Xian sighed immediately, stopping her. Miss, didn't you just notice Lu Meyer's glare? Her eyes were like they wanted to eat you alive. Eat me? What's so edible about me? Nan Gongqingjin gazed blankly at Huangfu Kongming's receding silhouette and gradually started speaking nonsense. Xian let out sighs repeatedly. Love could transform a high-intelligence person into such an idiot. This love, Xian would rather do without. Miss. Xian immediately stepped forward, gripping Nan Gongqingjin's hands and shaking them. Don't get lost in thoughts. Now I realize we're truly in trouble. You've already fallen hopelessly in love, buried yourself deeply in it. Before, Lu Meyer's revenge was simple. But now we are doomed. No, I wouldn't fall in love with someone like him, Nan Gongqingjin muttered despite everyone being able to sense her infatuation with Huangfu Kongming. Although Xian wanted to say more, looking at Nan Gongqingjin's state, she realized whatever words she'd speak would be useless. A faint, dreamy smile hung on Nan Gongqingjin's face until Huangfu Kongming's figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did she withdraw her gaze, touching her burning cheeks with her hand. Miss, you're done for, you're finished. Xian kept talking, squatting on the ground and swinging her legs back and forth. Seeing Xian's antics, Nan Gongqingjin couldn't help but smile slightly and responded. It's fine, there's nothing wrong, Xian. Do you know? I've fallen for someone. I would gladly exchange everything for a chance to be with him. Even... Miss, you're crazy, you're absolutely mad. Xian exclaimed, watching Nan Gongqingjin closely, who remained the same, as always. Xian felt compelled to check her temperature, and upon completion, found Nan Gongqingjin's temperature normal. Thus, she exhaled indignantly. Xian, you're right. Or perhaps, I really have gone insane. Saying this, she sighed. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin's condition, Xian could no longer do anything, nor did she wish to say another word, merely glanced sideways and fell silent. Huangfu Kongming had already passed the turning point nearby. Suddenly, Lu Meyer beside him stumbled and fell to the ground. This scene surprised both Nan Gongqingjin and Xian from afar, making them wonder, what did Lu Meyer plan to do tonight? What exactly was her purpose? Miss, don't go? Absolutely do not go. We can't meddle and bring trouble upon ourselves. Seeing that her miss was about to step forward, Xian immediately started to block her way. Yes, Xian, you're right. I shouldn't go. I mustn't go. Nan Gongqingjin immediately nodded and turned towards the opposite direction without understanding what had happened just ahead. Time seemed to stand still as vague shapes gathered around a corridor now packed so tightly no wind could pass through. Even from a distance, it was clear that the situation wasn't promising. Xian sighed in relief, safe from danger for now, and then said after looking at the scene far away, I saw Lu Meyer's expression earlier. Something was amiss with her. Still, she persisted with her passionate dancing. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Deserved it. She really deserved it. Nan Gongqingjin observed from afar without any intention of moving closer. She did not know what exactly happened, but still wanted to find out. So she stood there watching from a distance, without any mockery or schadenfreude. After all, Nan Gongqingjin was not someone who would gloat over others' misfortunes. She didn't quite understand the specifics, only seeing a commotion of people calling out in unison. Meanwhile, Xian was already clapping joyfully. Xian, don't revel too much. If anyone notices and reports your current state to His Highness, he might order us to pick beans endlessly. How could we handle that? As Nan Gongqingjin spoke, she glanced at Xian, who instantly covered her mouth, but soon opened it again. Miss, let's head back. There is nothing interesting here to see anyway. Chapter 70. This is the root of the conspiracy. Nan Gongqingjin nodded slightly, saying yes, there was nothing worth looking at. What could be worth watching in the middle of the night? Lu Meyer's spirits were not good today to begin with, so fainting was quite reasonable. It could only be blamed on this woman's eagerness to show herself off in front of the prince. It was just that, Lu Meyer was too excited tonight, and as a result, she lost herself in her own excitement. Xian had already held Nan Gongqingjin's hand, preparing to leave when Chu Feng came over in great strides, intercepting the path of Nan Gongqingjin and Xian who were about to leave. Huangfu Kongming and Lu Meyer moved towards a side position. They hadn't walked 2 steps when the woman stumbled and collapsed to the ground, something Huangfu Kongming never expected. He immediately reached out to let Lu Meyer land softly. In fact, his mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts right now. Why would Nan Gongqingjin give him that personal item she always carried with her? Was it a confession of love? Or did it have another meaning? Nan Gongqingjin is almost identical to Empress Hellion in every way. Even their actions and everything else are exactly the same, including their feet. These 2 people were clearly the same person. But why did Nan Gongqingjin deny being Empress Hellion? What happened in these past few years that changed the previous Empress so much, to the point where she has completely transformed herself? They once shared a deep love after all, but now, has this woman thoroughly forgotten that love? While Huangfu Kongming was lost in thought, he stumbled, causing the woman in his arms to fall to the ground. He looked at her with an intense gaze. Summon a healer from the estate, quickly. Although Huangfu Kongming did not love Lu Meyer deeply, some affection still existed between them. Over these years, though this woman hadn't healed the wound in his heart, she had certainly filled many sleepless nights for him. Moreover, she was adept at handling affairs around the house. She was resourceful in managing domestic chores. Now that this woman suddenly fainted, Huangfu Kongming naturally wanted to get to the bottom of things and carefully check on her condition. The healers were still not there yet, but he had already extended his hand and picked up Lu Meyer, gently placing her on a nearby stool. Lu Meyer frowned, and it was evident from her expression that she was suffering greatly. Because they needed to separate the front courtyard, this place was far from it. All the healers were in the front courtyard currently. Even though the maid had rushed there without delay, summoning a healer instantly seemed impossible. The environment of the villa was complex and large, so they could only wait. Your Highness, it seems that Miss Lu looks really unwell, Chu Feng said while extending his hand and channeling his internal energy continuously into Lu Meyer's palm. Lu Meyer only felt a sudden wave of scorching heat at her fingertips. It was not a pleasant sensation. But Lu Meyer didn't open her eyes. Nangong Qingjin hasn't gone far. Perhaps your subordinate should call her over to take a look since remote assistance won't solve our urgent situation here. As he suggested this, by this point, the only thing Huangfu Kongming could do was call upon Nangong Qingjin. He turned around and spotted Nangong Qingjin walking gracefully into the dim darkness. Chu Feng promptly appeared on Nangong Qingjin's inevitable route and blocked her path. Now, according to Nangong Qingjin's plan, Chu Feng had started focusing on nurturing his own body. Initially, Chu Feng would not have believed that Nangong Qingjin truly cared to help him, but now, he realized that she genuinely was helping him. Combining food and medicine was highly beneficial to his health, making Chu Feng more vigorous and lively than before. Now, Chu Feng firmly believed that Nangong Qingjin was indeed a divine physician because despite having been seen by thousands of doctors who sighed in despair or even claimed he wouldn't survive beyond 2 years under Nangong Qingjin's treatment, a simple prescription had quickly improved his condition. At this moment, Chu Feng knelt halfway on the ground, appearing abruptly like a ghost, startling Xianer, who was nearly scared out of her wits. Nangong Qingjin, however, had noticed Chu Feng's figure moving swiftly through the air long ago. Frowning slightly, she spoke in a voice filled with disgust. I haven't touched your master, nor even approached her. The sachet I sent certainly would not cause anyone to faint. Before Nangong Qingjin could further explain, the man beside her chuckled warmly and replied, No, miss, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to blame you, nor am I accusing you. Our miss has fainted now, we don't know why, so we asked you kindly to come take a look. Nangong Qingjin was about to go over immediately, but upon further thought, it truly was strange. She didn't faint earlier or later, but precisely at this moment, collapsing just like that, truly unbelievable. It was bizarre, something suspicious was definitely involved. Let the healer take a look, it's the middle of the night anyway, and I am already exhausted today. Nangong Qingjin yawned while speaking. This was something Chu Feng hadn't expected. Often, when he thought Nangong Qingjin was a good person, she would disappoint him. And every time he deemed her bad, she'd end up doing things that left him utterly incredulous. What was the reason behind this woman? Could it be true, as Lu Li said, that this woman only helped him to build some connection? Chu Feng gazed at Nangong Qingjin, slowly standing up and lowering his hoarse voice. Then, while saying this, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Does that mean you'll leave her without help? With this question, Xianer stepped forward promptly, laying out exactly what she wanted to say. She isn't a general, and if the general were in danger, Miss Nangong Qingjin would surely step forward to help instantly. But don't you see, this woman is constantly targeting our miss. Who knows what might happen if our miss perishes now? Who says she isn't faking the fainting? Xianer was straightforward and quick-tempered, so after she finished talking, Nangong Qingjin frowned immediately, slightly threatening her. Xianer, don't be disrespectful. What I'm saying is reasonable, don't let General misunderstand. You're not someone who stands idly by during an emergency. You're no cold-hearted stone. I'm addressing matters at hand. Xianer said this while looking at Chu Feng. What should Chu Feng do now? He had thought that with their relationship, regardless of anything, Nangong Qingjin would follow him back. But unimaginably, Nangong Qingjin showed no intention at all of going back with him. If he returned now, he would undoubtedly lose face. It was he who recommended Nangong Qingjin, yet here he was returning empty-handed, which made no sense. Chu Feng was the kind of person who suffered silently rather than losing face, so since he had promised to bring Nangong Qingjin over, if she didn't come now, it wouldn't make any sense at all. Your subordinate guarantees to the young miss that she truly fainted this time. Would you kindly come take a look? There won't be any problems. Everything is on me. Chu Feng pleaded earnestly, eventually moving Nangong Qingjin's compassion. Saying she couldn't go anymore would make Chu Feng lose face, plus it might seem too heartless from her side. Upon considering this, Nangong Qingjin could only nod. Miss, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Why don't you become wiser through hardship? This woman is highly skilled, full of tricks. To drive you and me away, she's pulled off many underhanded moves before. If you go, I won't agree. Xianer clenched her fists, waving them in protest in midair. It's fine, we'll just check it out. If it really turns out to be some serious illness, it won't be good. Xianer was utterly defeated by Nangong Qingjin and could only sigh, trailing behind her. Miss, you've got a clear path to heaven and refuse to walk it. While hell offers no door, yet you barge into it. Truly, there's nothing more to say about you. Xianer muttered these words while sighing again, walking behind the miss. Before long, They arrived at the front position where everyone noticed Nangang Qingjin coming and immediately made way for her. Ventilate the area. Don't crowd around where someone has fainted. Sienner said this while leading the way. Everyone hearing this moved aside quickly, revealing a clear passage. Sienner led the way, with Nangang Qingjin following her closely but slightly behind. Upon reaching the front, Nangang Qingjin greeted Huangfu Kongming gracefully. On Huangfu Kongming's face was visible anxiety as he pointed towards the woman lying on the chair he had just lifted up. Quickly take a look, he urged. Nangang Qingjin nodded immediately, but didn't take a single step forward. Instead, she slowly rolled up her sleeves and said, Miss Liu has never been on good terms with me. In order to show everyone clearly, my hands are free of anything harmful. I absolutely won't hurt her. Please allow everyone to confirm carefully. As she spoke, she waved her hands in front of the group. After everyone nodded, confirming her claim, Nangang Qingjin took one step forward and gripped Lu Meyer's hand. She quickly began to take the pulse, glancing back at Huangfu Kongming with a firm look conveying no need for worry. Huangfu Kongming nodded in response. The crowd watched as Nangang Qingjin diagnosed Lu Meyer. Not long after, there was a flicker in Nangang Qingjin's elegant brows. Next, she swiftly switched to another hand, repeating the exact same movements and grasped the woman's wrist once again. After listening to her pulse, it seemed like she still wasn't sure. She placed this wrist near her ear, softly listening and finally understanding. Once everything was heard, a pill emerged from her sleeves. She split it into two parts to show that there was nothing wrong with the medicine. Nangang Qingjin herself chewed part of the white pill while giving the other half to Lu Meyer. Soon after, Ruli handed over a pot of water to help Lu Meyer drink it down with great difficulty. Only then did Nangang Qingjin withdraw her hand from Lu Meyer's wrist, looking straight at Huangfu Kongming before speaking. Medicine is always a bit toxic, so you don't need to test it yourself anymore. This king trusts you. He said this decisively, while staring directly at Nangang Qingjin. Nangang Qingjin didn't respond much, only calmly nodding, her gaze moving toward Huangfu Kongming, still devoid of any emotion or ripples. Calmly, one word by one word, but with the impact of thunder, she announced, Worried Lord, there is good news. Are you jesting? The expression on Huangfu Kongming's face turned extremely unpleasant. He did not wish for Lu Meyer to become pregnant. In fact, it was selfish, hateful, despicable. Chapter 71, A Fortuitous Pulse from Heaven. Lu Meyer could only be his secret lover, and if he truly wanted to live together with Lu Meyer in blissful harmony, it should have happened many years ago. Nangang Qingjin certainly did not expect that Lu Meyer would be pregnant. It was simply unbelievable. But the diagnosis must be correct. A fortuitous pulse isn't difficult to distinguish. Nangang Qingjin's gaze looked straight at Lu Meyer. Ah, Your Highness, Your Highness. Lu Meyer was so excited. She had already gripped Huangfu Kongming's hand, her eyes bursting forth with radiant light. Your Highness, you and I have finally conceived the fruit of our love. Your Highness, I will finally become a mother, a mother. Lu Meyer finally got what she wished for, nervously looking at Huangfu Kongming, her eyelashes quivering, overcome by such surprise, almost not knowing what to do with herself. At this moment, Lu Meyer felt as if she were immersed in a pot of honey, while gratefully gazing at Huangfu Kongming, appearing somewhat hesitant and unsure. At a loss for words, Huangfu Kongming's hands were icy cold. His face did not brighten up with sudden joy. Slowly he asked word by word, Truly? Truly? Nangang Qingjin immediately nodded, slowly releasing Lu Meyer's hand. Although Lu Meyer liked to deceive, this time the fortuitous pulse was real. Seeing Nangang Qingjin gave him an accurate reply, Huangfu Kongming silently nodded. Well then, since it is like this, take care of yourself. Don't wander around unnecessarily recently. While saying this, he gave Luli a glance. Take good care of your miss. Don't let anything unfortunate happen to her. Otherwise, there will surely be no leniency here. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I work day and night tirelessly, Luli said while immediately kneeling down. Beside them, Nangang Qingjin, seeing that she had nothing else to do, said, If there is nothing else, I will temporarily leave. You, wait a moment. Nangang Qingjin did not expect Huangfu Kongming to ask her to stay, but since he did, she naturally stood still, slightly raising her eyebrows, nodding. Although she did not know why Huangfu Kongming had chosen to keep her there, it was clear that there was some business to attend to. During this period, she slightly bowed her head, looking at Lu Meyer, who was overjoyed, gazing and gazing, her heart gradually filled with sadness. In fact, if possible, she herself wanted to be together with Huangfu Kongming. But it has been 3 years now. Although Lu Meyer had long crossed the threshold, her position was unnamed and unrecognized, akin to strangers with the prince. Only at certain moments did they seem like fireworks burning brightly, though these fireworks burned quickly and went out even faster. Lu Meyer probably never thought that one day she would marry Huangfu Kongming because of their child, and Nangang Qingjin also did not anticipate that before she could speak, everything had already ended prematurely. Now, even if she had the chance to be with Huangfu Kongming, even if they could be a perfect match, what would be the use? What awaited ahead was likely a lifetime of intrigues and plots, a life of self-inflicted wounds, and one filled with royal scheming, which was not what Nangang Qingjin desired. All she wanted at the moment was to win one heart, to grow old together peacefully, but achieving this was not so simple. In silence, Lu Meyer laughed joyfully, her eyes glancing smugly at Luli nearby. Luli smiled faintly, lips closed gently, and soon retracted the smile from her mouth. Nangang Qingjin looked at the boundless night filled with confusion, It should have been a time of great happiness for all, yet she alone stood aside, wondering why. Why? Isn't it true that loving someone means willingly seeing them happy? Could she be selfish too? She began to carefully sort through her inner thoughts. Initially, everything seemed orderly and smooth, but soon became different, encountering thorns and vines everywhere. These thorns and vines had many knots. As a result, the comb of her thoughts paused just when it reached the most subtle place. Fortunately, Nangong Qingjin realized that Lu Meyer was the happiest person, not Huangfu Kongming. For Lu Meyer, this child was an unexpected delight, but for Huangfu Kongming, this child came without preparation. Now Huangfu Kongming found himself caught in a dilemma. Should the bloodline of this child be kept, or should it? No. He almost trembled from the malevolence in his own mind. Realizing this, he immediately clenched his fists, his gaze focusing on the position ahead, little by little, step by step. Have someone send Lu Meyer back. I'll take a walk in this courtyard, he said, appearing troubled and agitated. The indistinct glow enveloped Huangfu Kongming, obscuring his facial expression. All that could be seen was a vague outline, an expressionless face that revealed neither sorrow nor joy. It was like a polished piece of marble. Nangong Qingjin immediately withdrew her gaze from him. He inherently had a kind of allure, an allure that made your eyes unable to leave him for a moment. Something breathtaking beyond description. Finally, she withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Meyer leaving. Due to her pregnancy, Lu Meyer's steps had become slower. In fact, she wanted to return with Huangfu Kongming. But once again, she ended up disappointed, didn't she? She always thought that, by now, at this very moment, Huangfu Kongming would see her pregnancy as a pleasant surprise. But there was only surprise without any delight. This feeling of loss was the first time it made Lu Meyer truly understand. In life, she was merely a splash of color added to an already rich tapestry. She was just one of Huangfu Kongming's discarded toys. It wasn't hard to deduce from Huangfu Kongming's expression just now. He didn't love her as much as she imagined. Otherwise, after hearing about her pregnancy, why would he react like this? Lu Meyer thought, maybe she didn't need to keep striving anymore. Slowly, she should regroup herself and then make a strong move when the time was right. Luli supported Lu Meyer, and the two walked silently forward. A few maids and servants from the front yard also left. The dramatic scene that had unfolded had already passed. Everything returned to normal. Seeing the emptiness around, Lu Meyer sighed softly, gripping Luli's hand. At least one thing is certain now. The prince does not genuinely care for me. In fact, from the start, Luli already knew this. Miss, if you chose this path, you must see it through, even on your knees. Luli did not immediately respond to Lu Meyer's statement, but concluded with these words. Lu Meyer could only sigh deeply, more depressed than before. You are absolutely right, Luli. Miss, now things have come to this point. All you can do is guard against small problems early. Killing Nangong Qingjin cannot be delayed any longer. Luli clenched her fists while saying this. Their eyes briefly met. After arriving at a secluded place, Lu Meyer tore off a plaster from her shoulder, then furtively threw it into the water. Watching the plaster sink beneath its surface, Lu Meyer said, I don't want to deceive others. But you have no choice. For your future, for hours later, you must keep moving forward. No one lives by staring at their shadow all day. Lily said this while looking intently at the woman in front of her. Miss, we should go back now. Lily tightened her grip on Lu Meyer's hand. Lu Meyer gazed blankly ahead where agile magpies flew over the pond, uttering a single croaky cry, making the originally tranquil night even quieter. Both fell into deep thoughts. I will eventually grow old and lose my appeal. On that day, what will the prince do to me? Will he kick me out? Or? Her fingers tightened on the railing. In reality, Lu Meyer was no longer young. In those times, girls would marry as young as 13 years old. She was an old maid at 21, an age when marriage had long been imperative. Now, everyone assumed that Lu Meyer had all the favors of the world. But they were wrong. Only Lu Meyer knew that the two were a mismatched pair. Only when Huangfu Kongming needed someone to satisfy his desires did she appear. At other times, she was completely powerless to be near him. Now, there was an additional complication with Nangong Qingjin lurking in the shadows. Although it was unclear whether Huangfu Kongming loved Nangong Qingjin, with the sharp sixth sense inherent to women, Lu Meyer could already feel that Huangfu Kongming did have some feelings for Nangong Qingjin, though still in its budding stages. It won't happen. At most, your whole life will be like this. The prince isn't the type who will discard or replace people, Luli replied, then continued. Women are selfish. Actually, all people are selfish. If you can be with the prince, there's no reason to split him in two. Actually, miss, you don't need to worry. If we kill Nangong Qingjin, this world will truly only have one person who looks exactly like the Empress Dowager, and that is you. Before Nangong Qingjin arrived, think carefully. Wasn't His Highness always infatuated with only you? Lu Meyer immediately recalled that before Nangong Qingjin appeared, indeed Huangfu Kongming had favored only her, without looking around. Though that affection was faint, it still gave Lu Meyer a grounded feeling, unlike now when an indescribable apprehension had already surfaced. Both of their gazes were fixed on the sweet-smelling night for a long time, fearful of giving anything away. Finally, Lu Meyer reached out and gripped Luli's hand. Luli, even back in the brothel, you were my most reliable aid. Now that we're here, I hope you'll lend me a helping hand. Without you, I'm useless. Miss, rest assured, whether you are a princess or a lady, I will always be Luli, the first one to step forward when you're in danger. Please don't doubt me. She solemnly held Lu Meyer's hand as she said these words. Luli, this life would be nothing without you. Miss, don't speak such disheartening words. We'll take it step by step. For now, at least the prince believes you are with child. From now on, things will be easier to manage. While saying this, Lily continued to remind her, when you walk from now on, you must act. You need to look as if you're very heavily pregnant. Yes, Lily. Lumire nodded immediately. The two vanished into the quiet night, where a few dots of green moss lay on the pool, and beneath the leaves chirped 3 or 4 yellow orioles. Huangfu Kongming hadn't paid much attention to the two of them. He only reminded Luli to take good care of Lumire, while making no other specific arrangements for the rest. Chapter 72. Dreams Conceal the Cold. This was not something a soon-to-be father should do. It was evident that even Huangfu Kongming didn't want to be in this role as an expectant father. After Li Meier left, only then did Huangfu Kongming raise his eyes and look at Nangong Qingjin beside him. Nangong Qingjin gave a slight bow. Your Highness, she said. Her voice was cold, distant, and devoid of any emotion, mechanical and passive, with a clear reluctance to acknowledge Huangfu Kongming. Let's take a walk. You don't mind. I do. She said this and then prepared to leave on her own. Xian, standing nearby, watched her mistress like this and felt torn. Clearly, she liked the prince. Clearly, she now had a rare chance to spend time alone with Huangfu Kongming. Yet why wouldn't her mistress cherish this opportunity? Not only was she not cherishing it, but she also seemed ready to let such a great chance slip away. Good opportunities don't come every day, and often time waits for no one. Without further ado, Xian distanced herself during this standoff, curious to see what her mistress would do next. Huangfu Kongming's gaze fixed on the person before him. Nangong Qingjin's voice was hoarse. It's late. I wish to return. The prince believes that isn't your intention, he said. As he spoke, his hand already reached out and grasped Nangong Qingjin's wrist. Shocked, Nangong Qingjin immediately took a small step back. How dare you? Your Highness, how dare you? The prince has always been audacious, he said boldly, pointing toward a spot ahead. Will you go willingly, or shall I force you to go? Seeing an implication of missed opportunity if she refused, Nangong Qingjin could only nod. You may go first. I'll follow shortly. Very well. Huangfu Kongming strode forward confidently, walking swiftly toward the water pavilion ahead. Nangong Qingjin turned back, catching sight of Xian winking mischievously at her. With a sigh, she followed Huangfu Kongming into the tranquil setting of the water pavilion, surrounded by the gentle sounds of water lilies shedding dewdrops onto ripples in the lake. Huangfu Kongming stood near the railing, gazing across the lake. The evening breeze swept through, carrying a refreshing coolness that rippled softly over the water. Amidst the flourishing lotus flowers and vibrant greenery stretching across the surface, both their gazes were drawn to the shimmering water. For a long while, silence enveloped them until Huangfu Kongming sighed faintly. Today is the prince's birthday, Huangfu Kongming muttered solemnly, seemingly expecting some response. Nangong Qingjin bit her lips tightly, remaining speechless for quite a while. This kind of silence obviously wasn't pleasing to Huangfu Kongming. He leaned closer, enunciating each word deliberately. The prince is celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday, Your Highness, Nangong Qingjin responded immediately. Once she spoke, her bright eyes locked onto Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming nodded slightly, but with visible dissatisfaction since his straight eyebrows had already furrowed, indicating a less than ideal mood. Tonight's banquet had been splendid and harmonious, yet the main figure behind it all seemed troubled, deeply confounding those around him. Your Highness seems unhappy, she observed gently, looking intently at Huangfu Kongming. Compassion arose in her heart when she saw that although he appeared to have everything, a well-disciplined estate brimming with talent, seemingly endless leisure hours spent in trivialities, Nangong Qingjin understood clearly that this man had secretly prepared for his own restoration for a very long time. He had been preparing meticulously, waiting for the opportune moment, honing his skills over 10 years. Certain plans couldn't be rushed too far ahead. Though Nangong Qingjin was merely a woman, she could sense these things. How so? Which eye of yours sees the prince unhappy? Huangfu Kongming retorted sharply, unwilling to admit it. Nangong Qingjin looked at him, her tone dropping ever so slightly. She gazed at the vague reflection of the moon on the water. The moon tonight offered nothing remarkable, but all around was serene tranquility. The moonlight was hazy, birds indistinct, people blurred, trees obscured. Everything fit perfectly into the soft shadows of night. They stood together under an unlit lantern, its silk diffusing dreamlike illumination. Not sharp, almost dim, giving rise to a faint melancholy. As Huangfu Kongming gazed up at the moon, he then focused on its reflection in the water below, as though the dual images merged seamlessly but remained tantalizingly apart. The water met the sky, creating an effect of unity between heaven and earth, as if a cosmic vein had been bridged. Huangfu Kongming remained silent, simply lost in his observation. Gradually, Nangong Qingjin's initial tension dissipated. If there's nothing else, Your Highness, I will temporarily take my leave since the night is already deep. You haven't accompanied the prince on an outing for a very long time, Huangfu Kongming lamented. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin, who was about to leave, suddenly gave a faint smile and paused in her tracks. Your Highness is confused. I am Nangong Qingjin. Would the prince mistake you for the former empress? He replied, and then he could hear his own heartbeat. Nangong Qingjin clenched her hand tightly on the carved railing, so hard that the red lacquer began to flake off. This statement was abrupt and seemingly disconnected. But this one sentence already highlighted something significant. The current Huangfu Kongming's eyes were no longer solely focused on the former empress. They also included Nangong Qingjin herself. Originally prepared to leave immediately, she stayed behind without hesitation due to that single sentence. What kind of person was the former empress that makes you think of her so often? She asked, propping her chin with one hand as she gazed at the water surface where ripples distorted the reflection of the moon, breaking it into fragmented pieces. Huang Fucongming's gaze was also fixed on the reflected moonlight in the water. Such a question had come unexpectedly. However, understanding Nangong Qingjin quickly added, if you do not wish to answer, no one will force you. You can choose not to respond or remain silent. She was a very good person, kind to everyone except the prince, appearing harsh toward me. Actually, part of my success as emperor owed to her contributions. I deeply regret not realizing this earlier. When, he recounted slowly, she warned me that those in power must stay close to virtuous advisors and distant from flatterers, especially being cautious of our brothers. Back then, Zisong He and Wenliang. Surely you've heard of them. These two, obedient outside and filial inside. I thought that the former empress was trying to sow discord between me and my brothers. Plus, Zisong He knew how to exploit opportunities well. After his scheming words, my relationship with the former empress deteriorated even further. On closer reflection, all these mistakes stemmed from my obstinacy. And thus today's outcome came to be. If it weren't for the former empress' foresight and her preparation of secret passages ahead of potential disasters, I might still have been enjoying my throne carelessly. Since the passing of the former empress, I've reflected a lot. Gradually, I realized that everything she did and said made sense, all of which were well-thought-out strategies. But back then, I refused to listen, leading to many verbal conflicts with the former empress. She was someone who became equally strong when confronted with strength, and therefore our exchanges often led to disputes both within and outside the court. Your Highness, Nangong Qingjin interrupted. You've already lost the most important person in your life. Nangong Qingjin spoke, following with silence. This pause delicately adorned their shared atmosphere, while their gazes simultaneously shimmered momentarily. You have lost her, Your Highness, she reiterated, looking steadfastly at the man before her. Huang Fucongming remained silent for a long while, eventually nodding reluctantly. From this angle, his face appeared pale and devoid of blood. Evidently, these words touched upon a sensitive chord within Huang Fucongming, bringing discomfort. Once gone, people always remember another's virtues only after they are truly lost, Nangong Qingjin said, sighing lightly. Her eyes remained on the undulating waters under the dim moonlight. The matter of the former empress has passed. Now you should have recovered by now. You should know that once someone passes away, they cannot return. Nangong Qingjin voiced coolly. When she finished speaking, her piercing gaze fell directly on Huang Fucongming. How could Huang Fucongming not know that the dead cannot come back? I understand. Then you should recover soon. Since you feel you owe the former empress, strive to govern well and create a beautiful realm instead of remaining gloomy. If the former empress knows from beyond, seeing you like this would break her heart. Actually, the pain originated not from the soul of the former empress but from herself, Nangong Qingjin. She didn't know why she felt such pain, whether it was because of the tender narration or whether she herself was originally the former empress. And, thinking now, everything that seemed incredible happened right after she opened her eyes. Her previous body wasn't like this, nor was she ever this way before. But since awakening, things had already changed. This was a genuine case of soul transmigration, although Nangong Qingjin found it utterly impossible. But the events that unfolded left her no choice but to believe. As for the mysteries surrounding her origins, Nangong Qingjin had already pondered them countless times. After opening her eyes, everything about her had been transformed, fundamentally because her original body had mysteriously passed away, leaving her soul to inhabit another person's body. Now, she was still the flesh and blood Nangong Qingjin, but everything had changed, quietly and unknowingly. Nangong Qingjin gazed at the place before her. After a long silence, as the gentle autumn breeze rustled through the falling parasol tree leaves, she said softly, Your Highness, you should rest early. I'm taking my leave. With those words, she prepared to depart. Huang Fucongming didn't want Nangong Qingjin to leave just yet, but he couldn't figure out what to say to make her stay. All he could do was look at her with an almost pleading expression, a sight unlike the usual composed Huang Fucongming. Huang Fucongming had changed. He now appeared pitifully helpless, evoking a sudden pang of sympathy in Nangong Qingjin. Their gazes met briefly, and she realized these tangled emotions were something only Huang Fucongming could resolve on his own. Their gaze lingered momentarily before Nangong Qingjin curtsied again and began to move forward. The trailing hem of her gown left behind faint wisps of clouds in her wake. Huang Fucongming reached out and took hold of her hand. Chapter 73. Why bother with pearls to alleviate loneliness? Previously, on my birthday, the Empress always used to dance for me, he said, his eyes pleading with Nangong Qingjin until she quickly understood. I don't know how to dance, she replied. In truth, every girl knows how to dance, but dancing for the one they cherish most requires a different kind of courage and strength. Hence, Nangong Qingjin was preparing to refuse. Prince knows that you can dance. It would be just like before when you performed the bamboo branch dance. Could you dance for Prince? Long ago, she always danced for me. Her. Every time Huang Fucongming spoke, it was about the former empress. What kind of person was this former empress to leave such an unforgettable impression on Huang Fucongming? Huang Fucongming likely already noticed Nangong Qingjin's hesitation and slightly frowned as he said, If possible, many years ago, I would have preferred to be the self-sacrificing one myself rather than Hellion. Hellion has been gone. For 6 years now I haven't smiled. I've become cruel. he said word by word, causing Nangong Qingjin to sigh. I am not your former empress. Why bother using pearls to console loneliness? Perhaps, Prince has started to like you. Wasn't this exactly the answer Nangong Qingjin had long hoped to hear? Now, Huangfu Kongming had finally said it. Huangfu Kongming. It turns out you and I see things in the same way. Your Highness is drunk. I haven't drunk much tonight. I hope to see you dance. Since you have already given me your sachet, there really is no reason you shouldn't dance for me. Huangfu Kongming said while taking out the sachet and smelled it near his nose. Give it back, give it back. Nangong Qingjin immediately rushed toward Huangfu Kongming, trying her best to retrieve the sachet which she had mistakenly handed over. I won't return something already given away. He then raised the sachet high. Nangong Qingjin jumped, nearly grabbing it when her foot slipped. She stumbled and fell directly into Huangfu Kongming's arms. Even more importantly, at the moment her foot slipped, her soft, fragrant lips inadvertently touched Huangfu Kongming's cheek. Startled, Huangfu Kongming dropped the sachet, which exploded upon landing under the moonlight. The fragrance of happy flowers was continuously released. Nangong Qingjin quickly grabbed the sachet from the ground, then blushed furiously, embarrassed because this was her first accidental kiss with someone of the opposite sex. You must not tell anyone. Her words sounded as if hummed through her nose. Huangfu Kongming hadn't anticipated Nangong Qingjin's shyness and became composed, forming a sharp contrast with her. I will announce it to many tomorrow. We were together tonight. You're slandering. It didn't happen. It certainly didn't. Seeing Huangfu Kongming about to fabricate, Nangong Qingjin anxiously stamped her feet. Seeing her stamping, Huangfu Kongming felt mischievous, smiling slowly and extending his hand. Return it. Nangong Qingjin hadn't expected Huangfu Kongming to corner her like this. She quickly frowned and prepared to put the sachet away. Return it. Yet, Huangfu Kongming continued to reach out. With a smirk, Nangong Qingjin had no intention of giving the sachet back. Fortunately, Huangfu Kongming wasn't overly concerned. He casually opened his folding fan and playfully made a threat, leading Nangong Qingjin to instantly surrender the sachet entirely. If you don't quickly take it back, I guarantee that everyone here tomorrow will know what happened between us tonight. This threat forced even the audacious Nangong Qingjin to obey unwillingly, narrowing her eyes unhappily as she handed over the sachet. Huangfu Kongming sniffed it, satisfied, placed it in his sleeve, and then asked, Have you never been kissed or kissed anyone before? No, there was someone. Nangong Qingjin lied hastily, though it wasn't true. Then you're an expert at it, wasting Prince's concern for nothing. How did it feel? Huangfu Kongming probed further, but Nangong Qingjin could only evade without having experienced it. Huangfu Kongming laughed and said, Tonight, Prince seems to have found an interesting game. If you keep being this stubborn, I will really leave. Nangong Qingjin pretended to walk away. Seeing her about to go, Huangfu Kongming wasn't at all worried but just kept waving his hand. You go ahead. If you do, I'll immediately tell anyone what happened between us tonight. Huangfu Kongming, don't push your luck. Nangong Qingjin put her hands on her hips, looking like a teapot, glaring at the man in front of her. Tonight, I have two demands. First, you must kiss me again, otherwise I'll immediately tell others about your business. Upon hearing this threat, Nangong Qingjin began stomping her feet in anxiety, almost ready to scold him, but Huangfu Kongming only found it even more interesting. Now, come over and fulfill the first. Heavens, how could he ask a girl to do such a thing? Nangong Qingjin wouldn't do it. Under the moonlight, Huangfu Kongming was calm as ever, still watching Nangong Qingjin while she frowned at him. 1. He had already started counting down, which made Nangong Qingjin panic. Don't. Let me think. Let me seriously think about it. You seem to enjoy thinking too much. Don't give me a reason to find another way to torment you. You're so thin-skinned. Things won't be pleasant for either of us later on. He said it while deliberately giving her a lecherous look, leaving Nangong Qingjin no choice but to step forward unwillingly. Your Highness, it's agreed, just one time. Nangong Qingjin muttered while glancing around cautiously, fortunately finding no eavesdroppers nearby. Only then did she carefully take a step forward and quickly planted a kiss on Huangfu Kongming's face. At that moment, she thought she had succeeded and could withdraw now. But little did she know, Huangfu Kongming had already cupped Nangong Qingjin's head, startling her and causing her eyes to widen with shock. You. Before she could say more, Huangfu Kongming had already taken hold of her, and Nangong Qingjin had never encountered anything like this before. Now, she was utterly confused and fearful. Huangfu Kongming, observing her violent struggle, didn't care how much she wriggled under his control. After a long while, Huangfu Kongming finally released her with satisfaction. Nangong Qingjin immediately hid behind a nearby pillar, staring aimlessly at the man in front of her, and tears began rolling down her eyes. You bullied me. You tricked me. I caressed you. How could that be bullying? Come here. He crooked his finger, remembering the previous incident. Nangong Qingjin refused to step forward this time. Huangfu Kongming pointed to the spot beside him, saying, I lost control because I remembered the Empress. The former Empress would certainly not love you. You were just excessively savage just now. Nangong Qingjin shivered, still recovering from the fear of having been violated moments ago. Huangfu Kongming chuckled. Do you think you can hide there, and I cannot reach you? So, come back over. I want you to do my second thing. At these words, Nangong Qingjin immediately protected her chest. You dare not. I won't give it to you. Won't let you have your way. She was afraid. What else would Huangfu Kongming demand from her? Now Huangfu Kongming laughed. Nangong Qingjin, You are mistaken. What I want is not that. I just want to see you dance, the bamboo branch dance. I can't. Nangong Qingjin had regained her composure, but still dared not step out from behind the pillar, merely watching Huang Fukongming, who replied, what you can't do, you can learn. It's not hard. Your memory is excellent. When Lu Meyer danced, you were clearly watching. I forget everything I see. I simply ask if you will dance or not. I have 1,000 ways to make you submit. Don't let me use the cruelest method. He smiled, showing sharp teeth that shimmered like pearls. Nangong Qingjin thought it best to step out. Talking about the grounds, this was Huang Fukongming's place. In the dead of night, if Huang Fukongming became angry, he could easily devour her whole. Speaking of martial arts, Huang Fukongming was far superior to her. There was no point resisting. Let me play the zhu while you dance, he said, taking out wine cups from the table as he spoke. There were 6 cups, each filled with different amounts of wine, creating the sounds of gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu. With nothing left to strike, he then took a golden pin from his dark hair. Thus, his long and lush black tresses now danced wildly and rebelliously in the wind. The jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, while pale slender fingers held the golden pin, gazing at Nangong Qingjin. Though she had to admit she had some talent, her ability was ultimately limited. I don't know much about the bamboo branch dance, but I did learn a bit when I was young. If I dance now, please don't mock me, said Nangong Qingjin. Dancing before a man was, in her mind, the first, the only, and perhaps the last time. How could this prince laugh at what you were doing? Despite saying no laughing, there already seemed to be a faint smile on Huang Fukongming's lips. Nangong Qingjin realized that if she didn't dance tonight, she wouldn't get away easily. Rather than let the beautiful moment pass, it was better to begin sooner. She gracefully stepped forward and offered a beautiful smile to Huang Fukongming. I am about to start. Just start. I'm watching. As he spoke, the golden pin tapped against the first wine cup, producing a crisp sound, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Taking a step forward, Nangong Qingjin began her dance with grace and agility. There was no grand accompaniment of bells or flutes, yet she moved swiftly and earnestly. Her commitment was as precise and thorough as possible, for it was a dance for someone she cared deeply for. Much like how even a rabbit would fiercely fight an eagle with all its might, Nangong Qingjin put her full effort into the performance. Chapter 74. Despite the hazy night. Watching her dance with such vigor, he was utterly entranced. Huang Fukongming would never have thought that Nangong Qingjin could dance. She had always been a person of integrity in both words and actions. If she said she couldn't do something, it was absolutely impossible. But now, her movements harmonized with his music perfectly, up and down, as though they'd rehearsed countless times. Drum and paddle responding in perfect unison. It seemed as if everything had already been choreographed millions of times before. Watching the woman dance gracefully in front of him stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Are you still going to say you can't? Are you still going to say you're not the previous empress? Everything about this has revealed everything. In the capital, everyone is madly learning the Zhuji dance, like an overwhelming frenzy. But there is only one person besides the late Empress Helian who has truly grasped its spirit. No one else comes close. He still couldn't forget how, every year on his birthday, the former empress would always dance for him. This scene now was almost exactly the same. He tried hard to remind himself that the woman before him merely resembled the former empress. The woman before him wasn't special at all. It's just his own longing that makes him see what he sees. But as he continued to watch, Huang Fukongming couldn't help but notice that every movement was identical to the previous empresses. Or perhaps, he didn't understand much about Nangong Qingjin, but he spent many years with the Empress Helian. Every action, every glance, even her playful gestures, were unforgettable even in dreams. Now, everything played out as vividly as in those past moments. Quietly, without making a sound, he memorized every rhythm and movement of her dance. When everything finally settled down, he gave a faint smile, watching the sweat-drenched woman before him. Are you still going to claim you're not the former empress? Her skills in dancing the Zhuji dance are extraordinary. It's not easy to find two people so identical in the world, let alone for their dance styles to match so impeccably. It's unbelievable. Why, after enduring so much tragedy, would the former empress change her name and live under a different identity, choosing anonymity instead of taking responsibility? What has happened in these years? His gaze fell onto the woman named Nangong Qingjin in front of him, and finally, she stopped. The golden hairpin in his hand made a tinkling sound as it dropped into the wine goblet, rippling circles forming in the liquor. The moon reflected in the bowl became fragmented, distorted. Silent and contemplative, his eyes scrutinized the woman before him. You're still claiming you're not the former empress? Wipe yourself off, he said, tossing her a brocade handkerchief with precision, which she caught deftly. Nodding slightly, she whispered a quiet, thank you, before starting to wipe away the sweat streaming down her face from the Zhuji dance. Though Nangong Qingjin wasn't deeply versed in dance, her Zhuji dance performance, just now, was entirely spontaneous. A quick study, nothing more. It wasn't her true talent, but those steps and rhythms, as if etched in her memory, naturally flowed when prompted by the music, looking graceful and light, enchantingly elegant. Such a beautiful and successful performance surprised even herself. It was indeed. Her heart suddenly sank, realization dawning. This kind of dance wasn't hers. It belonged to the host's memories from the past. With that understanding, her complexion turned deathly pale as regret overcame her for her recent display. Then, upon such a revelation, surely Huang Fukongming must have thought immediately of Empress Helian. After all, Empress Hellion will always be a thorn in Huang Fu Kongming's heart. She looked at the man before her timidly, with trepidation, while he was observing her carefully, albeit with no particularly strong reaction. After a long silence, their eyes met, and eventually, Huang Fu Kongming broke the silence. His voice sounded as clear yet distant as the moonlight. "Aikian, why have you deceived me?" Without waiting for Nangong Qingjin to reply, he cut her off firmly, saying, "Is this a punishment for me? Am I supposed to feel regretful because I didn't treat you better in the past?" Actually, when Nangong Qingjin heard this, her expression changed drastically, enveloped by an indescribable feeling. She wanted to back away, but some powerful force tethered her in place, preventing her retreat. Perhaps this was what being stuck between a rock and a hard place felt like. Shaking, her long eyelashes trembled, and she looked up shyly, trembling as she absorbed each word Huang Fu Kongming uttered. "In fact, if there had been an opportunity back then to save my life, I would have protected you and helped you. I truly would have." Saying this, he clenched his fists tightly. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Qingjin immediately stood up. "His Highness the Prince is tired. I shall take my leave." She wanted to escape from a place of trouble, but just as she took a step, Huang Fu Kongming gave a hoarse, despondent laugh. "So it seems you still refuse to acknowledge. Do you truly think that only you are willing to sacrifice yourself, while at crucial moments, I would abandon you? All these years have passed, and I deeply regret not acting differently back then. From the start, you warned me about Zisong He's duplicity, and about how gentle people are not as weak as they appear on the surface, yet I never believed you. And now, everything you foretold has come to pass. I am overwhelmed with admiration for your remarkable insight, and I was wrong." "Is she repenting?" Nangong Qingjin turned her head, looking at Huang Fu Kongming with sorrowful eyes, then gazed at the wine goblet in his hand. It made sense now why His Highness was speaking such confused words. He had simply drunk too much. Their eyes met briefly, and Huang Fu Kongming took a breath. Nangong Qingjin remained motionless where she stood, like a statue carved out of clay or wood. Why does Huang Fu Kongming always mistakenly believe I am Empress Hellion? I'm not. If I could, I'd like to be myself. From the inside out, truly and genuinely myself. Thinking about this, her eyebrows knitted together, and a profound sense of loss washed over her. After a long silence, she finally sighed softly, then stepped forward, shortening the distance between herself and Huang Fu Kongming. Her gaze no longer flickered, and her demeanor lost its previous arrogance. Calmly, she looked directly at Huang Fu Kongming before saying word by word, "Does His Highness still fantasize that the Empress is alive and well?" "Aikian, you were never meant to die," Huang Fu Kongming exclaimed tragically, sounding like an injured beast. As he spoke, he firmly grasped the wine goblet and drank 3 cups in succession. Watching this disheartened and dispirited Huang Fu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin found herself speechless. Before others, Huang Fu Kongming presents one image, standing firm as a king, embodying an indescribable loneliness and ferocity. But behind closed doors, after all have left, what does this man who once ruled as emperor look like? Not many people can witness this. The man before her appeared so disheartened, resembling an abandoned solitary wild goose, drinking wine while sighing repeatedly. "His Highness, please stop drinking." Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin immediately reached out and held Huang Fu Kongming's hand. Their palms touched slightly, and he slowly raised his gaze, which was no longer dazed but had become cold and steady. "Why won't you give me the chance to make amends? How long do you plan to deceive yourself? I see you daily, yet my heart remains distant from yours. You've returned to punish me, haven't you? Haven't you?" He said this while shaking Nangong Qingjin's shoulders. Nangong Qingjin didn't expect Huang Fu Kongming to lose control under the influence of alcohol, let alone act completely crazed. His strength was immense, and beneath such force, she soon began to feel dizzy. Attempting to escape, she was unsuccessful because Huang Fu Kongming wouldn't allow it. After a series of shakes, seeing Nangong Qingjin unable to bear it any longer and preparing to leave, he suddenly drew in a sharp breath. "You're finally going to leave me again. You're finally leaving. In the past, I might have let you go, but not now, not ever." As he spoke, he tightly embraced Nangong Qingjin. Shocked, her eyes widened, and her heart raced uncontrollably, thumping wildly. Streams of tears fell down her cheeks. She realized that even if she were with Huang Fu Kongming, the one he truly loved was still the former empress. Disappointed, she thought. If only I hadn't inherited the appearance of the late empress, then I could openly declare my feelings to His Highness. But now, whatever she said, whatever she tried to express, it would only lead to disaster. Huang Fu Kongming would undoubtedly mistake her for the former Empress Hellion. Unfortunately, she wasn't. "Empress Hellion is dead," she declared, every word clear and distinct, as cruel as a dagger slicing a gap between them. She clearly felt his arms around her stiffen momentarily, lose their strength, and finally release her. Nangong Qingjin slowly gazed at Huang Fu Kongming. As Huang Fu Kongming reached out to grasp the wine pot again, all these years had been spent in such a manner, drowning sorrows and alcohol behind closed doors. But did it work? Not at all. Just as Huang Fu Kongming was about to drink, Nangong Qingjin suddenly extended her hand and firmly gripped the wine vessel in his hands. Since Huang Fu Kongming hadn't expected Nangong Qingjin's sudden move, drops of wine began spilling onto the table. Their eyes briefly met, Huang Fu Kongming. Upon hearing the resolute tone of the woman's voice, which resonated like beads clinking on a jade platter, full of solitary courage and forceful conviction, she clearly articulated, "If you're unwilling, I can. You can." Now, it was Huangfu Kongming who was bewildered. He stared at the woman bathed in moonlight. Her eyebrows resembled phoenix-tail bamboo, slightly arched with an unprecedented decisiveness and courage, her gaze deep like rivers, lakes, and seas. Their eyes slightly met again. The waves of surprise in Huangfu Kongming's gaze gradually dissipated as he asked solemnly, "What exactly can you do?" "You," she started, immediately releasing her grip, unable to look into those burning eyes that could almost consume her. She said lowly and earnestly, "I will do anything for you, including pretending to be the Empress." Chapter 75, Because Everything is Love. She did not know why she had made such a promise at this moment. It was clearly absurd and something she strongly disliked. Perhaps it was because the moonlight tonight was exceptionally gentle, or perhaps it was because she truly liked the person before her too much, so she willingly gave up the chance to be herself. Now, after Huangfu Kongming heard that sentence, he had already drained the remaining wine in his cup, then let out a long howl to the sky. In the instant when Nangong Qingjin completely failed to understand what Huangfu Kongming intended to do, he had already struck out forcefully with one palm landing on the adjacent table. The wooden Eight Immortals table soon split into two and crumbled into powder. Looking at the remains of the table on the ground, it took a very long time before Huangfu Kongming finally sighed and waved his hand. When Nangong Qingjin was about to say something more, his wide robes fluttered slightly. He pointed to a nearby position. "You can go back. As long as you desire it, I'm willing to play any role," she said, sighing as she spoke. Regarding the matter of her going back, the present Nangong Qingjin had no intention of returning. Huangfu Kongming frowned coldly and turned back sharply, glaring at the woman before him. "Why are you so obstinate? His Highness wants you to go back." He emphasized each word forcefully, almost startling the birds perched on the branches behind him. Watching the birds fly high into the sky until they quickly disappeared on the horizon, Nangong Qingjin stepped forward. The distance between them was already quite close, now even closer, so much that their breaths intertwined around each other's hair and fingers. Due to the sudden shortening of distance, it seemed to have broken Huangfu Kongming's sense of safety, causing him to suddenly turn around. "Nangong Qingjin, go back to where His Highness commanded you." "I won't." This was the first time Nangong Qingjin expressed her emotions. Normally, as long as Huangfu Kongming said something, she would always follow through, but today was different. Today, Nangong Qingjin had changed, staring brightly at the man before her. After a long mutual gaze, eventually Huangfu Kongming conceded. Turning his back to her, he looked at that robust back for a long time in silence, before saying, "Huangfu Kongming, in your heart, you must have known that Empress Hellion has been dead for a long time. If you dare to say another word, His Highness will kill you." He said it viciously, his voice like a cold wind that hit Nangong Qingjin's ears. Actually, Nangong Qingjin should have stopped while ahead, but she really didn't want the person she liked to live like this muddled existence forever. So she furrowed her brows and began her lecture without further ado. Whatever consequences might arise, Nangong Qingjin was fearless now. If she were to sacrifice herself, and afterward Huangfu Kongming could regain clarity, then it wouldn't be such a bad thing. A woman, when in love, actually values inner feelings, whereas men differ. They value appearances. Empress Hellion passed away long ago. That day must have been full of peril, yet Empress Hellion forgot herself and decided to sacrifice herself for your rescue. Now, all I want to tell the prince is this. I am myself, I am Nangong Qingjin, and I have no connection with Empress Hellion. If forced to draw some kind of relation, it's only that my face looks exactly like Empress Hellion's. Please, Your Excellency, come to terms with this. The deceased has passed. I am myself, and the former Empress is the former Empress. Henceforth, do not confuse us. While speaking, she fixed her eyes open wide, looking intently at the man before her. Nangong Qingjin fell silent, and after a long silence, his hands tensed up as if trying to reach out, almost choking Nangong Qingjin's throat, but eventually, they drooped softly beside him. You better leave quickly, otherwise His Highness does not know what he might do to you. It was a warning, and Nangong Qingjin could already detect the thick, killing intent from Huangfu Kongming's face. Silence enveloped both of them, making the atmosphere eerily mysterious. After an exceedingly long silence, Nangong Qingjin ultimately took a step forward. Now, there was no way she could allow herself to die in the hands of a drunkard. What does a drunk person know? Even if she had spoken clearly now, once Huangfu Kongming woke up, everything might change greatly. Everything might fade as a dream. In order to ensure her safety, she had to take a step back and prepare to vanish from Huangfu Kongming's sight. But walking a couple steps forward, Nangong Qingjin quietly returned, glanced at Huangfu Kongming, and grabbed the wine cup and wine pot next to her, quietly taking them away. With a respectful bow, she said, Your Excellency, please rest early, as it is already late at night. Why are you so good to me? Seeing Nangong Qingjin was about to leave, Huangfu Kongming finally asked in a deep voice. He had seen her every move of collecting the wine utensils clearly, and her purpose was also crystal clear. Nangong Qingjin felt she couldn't answer, so she just gave a faint smile. With a mournful tone, she said, It's simply because I don't want you to keep drinking yourself into a stupor. Sure, when drunk, one can forget many worries, but you will wake up eventually. Deep down, we know that what should be forgotten cannot truly be erased. It would be better to stop all chances of starting this before it gets worse. I have nothing to forget. Like a boiled duck still trying to quack defiantly, Nangong Qingjin stared at Huangfu Kongming for a long time in silence until he finally sighed. I finally understand now. You're not Hellion, you're Nangong. I am, Nangong Qingjin replied as she spoke. turning her gaze back over her shoulder to glance at Huangfu Kongming under the moonlight. Then Huangfu Kongming continued, "But it only confuses me even more. Unless you have some ulterior motive, why are you always so good to me?" After saying this, Huangfu Kongming fixed his gaze on Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin remained silent for a moment. Then tears welled up in her eyes. She hastily wiped them away, forcing a weak smile. "I haven't been good to you. Today is your birthday, my lord. Please don't forget it was you who asked me to stay and dance for you." "I won't forget," he said, looking steadily at Nangong Qingjin. "Do you like me?" At hearing this, Nangong Qingjin waved her hands frantically. No, there's nothing to it, absolutely not. I can see right through you, and I won't believe your denial." He took another step forward as he spoke. "Why are you crying? Do you think so poorly of me now that you've lost all hope in my potential to achieve greatness?" In an instant, he reached out and wiped away a tear from the corner of Nangong Qingjin's eye. Nangong Qingjin was dazed for a moment and immediately tried to flee. However, as soon as she turned around, the corridor bridge behind her nearly made her fall into the water. Swiftly, Huangfu Kongming caught her hand. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but your hand." Nangong Qingjin almost fell into the water, and immediately, Huangfu Kongming held her waist firmly. Nangong Qingjin had never let anyone get this close. Her face flushed red instantly. This feeling was indescribable. Their gazes met briefly, and slowly, Huangfu Kongming began to inch closer to Nangong Qingjin. The intoxicating breath laced with the scent of alcohol was sweet like orchids or musk, and for the first time in her life, Nangong Qingjin felt a sense of contradiction and fear, an indescribable mix of emotions. What was about to happen next wasn't exactly hard to guess, was it? What would happen next? Nangong Qingjin thought, whether she would accept, reject, or no, she couldn't dwell on it any longer. Though her mind was racing, she still prepared to push Huangfu Kongming away. Clearly, Huangfu Kongming had come prepared. He had already gripped her waist tightly. Their gazes met briefly again. Nangong Qingjin's trembling eyes brimmed with apprehension, while Huangfu Kongming gazed at those beautiful eyes and slowly whispered near her ear, "Now I finally realize who you truly are." Nangong Qingjin glanced at herself uncertainly. Nangong Qingjin, the genuine Nangong Qingjin. He stated calmly, grateful beyond words. Nangong Qingjin's eyes filled with hot tears. Huangfu Kongming took her hand. His slender fingers were icy cold. His breath carried the faintest tinge of alcohol. It was an invasive yet oddly captivating sensation. Despite knowing it wasn't proper, Nangong Qingjin could not resist waiting for that lingering closeness. This, perhaps, was not just liking someone. It was love, something far deeper than mere fondness. Nangong Qingjin, I seem to be gradually understanding something important now, he said as he looked deeply into Nangong Qingjin's eyes. The darkness in her pupil reflected Huangfu Kongming, as if he were searching for the tiny version of himself within her gaze. A long pause of silence followed, and finally, a sigh escaped him. I should have understood this 6 years ago, but it's not too late. Does the prince finally understand that Empress Hellion has passed away? Upon saying this, Huangfu Kongming cut in coldly. Not at all. Although she may be gone, she lives on in my heart forever. Now, I've come to understand this principle, that if there's a flower to pluck it straight away. Don't wait until there's no flower left to hold. This. Staring at Huangfu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help laughing and crying simultaneously. So this was the conclusion Huangfu Kongming had arrived at. Is this even considered an insight? There's another one. Instead of yearning for faraway rivers and mountains in vain, it's better to cherish the person right before your eyes. As he spoke, he had already lifted Nangong Qingjin into his arms horizontally. A shivering fear enveloped her. She was so timid, so terrified. Struggling against his embrace, she managed to slip onto the ground. But there was still a trace of affection. When you sober up, we can talk about this, Nangong Qingjin said while attempting to escape hastily. Now, she felt panic. After all, Nangong Qingjin was an innocent young girl who needed full preparation when she intended to offer herself as a sacrifice. Tonight I did drink, but tonight I also realized many truths. Thank you, Nangong Qingjin. Not only did you heal my physical ailments, but you've also cured the disease in my heart. Even if body transforms, the mind must be healed with medicine from within. I have no such ability. It's your enlightenment that has made the difference. Since you've understood everything, I won't say more. I hope the prince recovers soon. With that, she gracefully prepared to leave. Thank you. Watching Nangong Qingjin's figure vanish, Huangfu Kongming whispered. Nangong Qingjin gave a faint smile and then left. As she reached the corridor, she spotted Xian'er. Xian'er had waited for a long time, and just as she assumed that Huangfu Kongming and Nangong Qingjin had consummated their relationship, her master finally arrived. Chapter 76, Lu Meyer's False Pregnancy. With disheveled clothes, Xian'er could only see from afar that Nangong Qingjin was dancing. As for other matters, she could see none of it. Now, seeing her mistress approaching in such a state, with messy clothing, Xian'er couldn't help but take a step forward. My lady. Xian'er, I'm so happy tonight, she said with joy bubbling up inside her. As she spoke, she looked at Xian'er, who had no idea what was so joyful. To be reduced to this state and still insist on being happy puzzled her. When the prince was drunk, did you two consummate your union? Xian'er gazed at Nangong Qingjin, feeling it wasn't worth it for Nangong Qingjin. Truly, how could this man not have eyes to see? Even if Miss didn't say anything, she should still be able to understand the love Miss has for him. But this person, it's as if he's doing it on purpose. either ignoring Nangong Qingjin or mistakenly thinking of Nangong Qingjin as Hellion Empress. How absurd. The Hellion Empress has long been dead. What else is there to dwell on? One does not have endless youth, and one mustn't miss any beautiful presence beside oneself. Right now, Nangong Qingjin vigorously shook her head, shaking while looking at her disheveled clothes. You, Xiener, you've misunderstood. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. The servant won't misinterpret this. The servant can already see clearly. You've truly fallen in love with a man, sacrificing everything, practically selling yourself. She added while questioning further, does it hurt? Does it really hurt? Nangong Qingjin was confused for a moment about what Xiener meant by does it hurt, but soon understood, causing her to sigh heavily in frustration. Why do you speak nonsense? I don't want to talk about it with you. Well, Miss changed so quickly. Fine, we won't talk about it then, Xiener muttered, following closely behind Nangong Qingjin. In the future, if you stay here, you will indeed become a thorn in Lu Meyer's side. Xiener's warning was very appropriate. This matter, I shall carefully consider it. Good Xiener, you're reminding me quite well. Nangong Qingjin continued moving forward as she spoke. Tonight, someone had already reported one by one what happened after Nangong Qingjin's meeting with Huangfu Kongming to Lu Meyer. After all, Lu Meyer still counted as the head of the household. After hearing these words, she couldn't help but glare angrily, forcefully striking a fist against the table nearby. Such an audacious Nangong Qingjin, playing these games on me, building open roads while secretly crossing through hidden paths. Previously, you clearly said you wouldn't covet the prince, but now, you're still setting yourself up as my rival. You infuriate me. When Lioli saw Lu Meyer flaring with anger, she immediately took a step forward and grasped Lu Meyer's hand. It isn't worth it. It isn't worth it. Please think about it. Even if the prince likes Nangong Qingjin, in reality, he admires someone else entirely. Anyway, Nangong Qingjin is going to meet her downfall soon enough. Let's just wait and see. But you shouldn't act this way. Showing all your emotions openly will give away your true feelings. Your meaning is that I should pretend like nothing happened? You returned from a brothel before. Don't you know that a woman's ability to manage her husband properly is the best approach? Anything else is secondary, and reacting over some trivial matters is even worse. At this point, Lu Meyer seemed to gradually understand. It seems I understand. As long as you understand, that's good. The night is quiet now. Regardless of whether anything actually happened or not, it would be better to let it pass. Men, aren't they all fond of beauty and young women? Once it passes, today you dealt with one Nangong. Tomorrow, there might be a Shiman. If you don't rest properly yourself, how will you face the future? Lioli, you've done well, very well. Lady overpraises me. Lioli smiled slightly as she spoke. Tonight, Lu Meyer was acting unusually. Upon returning home, instead of making a big fuss, she quietly rested. On the next day, she remained quiet. Clearly aware of Lu Meyer's pregnancy, Huangfu Kongming hadn't come over yet. Last night, when it was known that Lu Meyer was pregnant, logically, according to royal customs, today she should have been promoted in status promptly, but nothing happened. You needn't rush into action. Our target right now isn't the prince. We need him to see that you are a considerate and understanding person. Lioli gave Lu Meyer a sly smile while speaking. There was a time when Lioli accompanied Lu Meyer, using countless cunning tactics, harming countless brothel women. Now, though it has been a long time since doing those manipulative things, Lu Meyer still remained as sharp as ever and quickly regained her proficiency, all while Lioli assisted from the side. By mid-morning, Huangfu Kongming had still not arrived. Lu Meyer clearly understood that if the prince did not come today, then in the future, making him come would be nearly impossible. Thus, by noon, with a radiant smile already in place, she carried a food box towards Huangfu Kongming's quarters. Last night, Huangfu Kongming had drunken quite heavily. Every maid and page within the room walked silently like agile cats, not daring to make any sound or movement. Seeing Lu Meyer arriving gracefully, the maidservant who attended the prince waved her hand and bowed from afar, knowing that Lu Meyer should be quiet because the prince was still asleep. The young lady may talk outside, she said lightly with a smile. Very well, Lu Meyer agreed, and the three of them moved towards the entrance. Once they reached the outer hall, the maid smiled gently and explained, the young lady must surely wonder why His Excellency has not risen yet. To tell the truth, last night he drank far too much, thus causing his deep sleep. When he wakes up, my people will immediately go and inform you. Here, others addressed Lu Meyer as young lady or miss, titles that Lu Meyer didn't quite appreciate nor agree with. She longed for titles such as empress or princess, but now, even if she tried her utmost, in Huangfu Kongming's heart, she could only remain forever a lowly concubine. After the prince returned last night, he kept muttering in his sleep. He also held on to this item. This must belong to the young lady. The little maid, who hadn't left the house the previous night during the banquet, explained. When Huangfu Kongming returned quietly late at night, he fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Though he muttered incoherently in his sleep, the maid reported everything faithfully to Lu Meyer. The maid extended her hand and revealed a gold hairpin before Lu Meyer's eyes. This must belong to the young lady. In the maid's eyes, the prince and Lu Meyer were harmonious lovers. However, the golden hairpin belonged to Nangong Qingjin. Holding it out like this undeniably embarrassed Lu Meyer, whose expression quickly changed. But Lioli stepped forward respectfully, taking hold of the hairpin ambiguously while offering endless thanks. No need for such formalities, we'll soon be family. Young lady, please retreat temporarily until His Excellency wakes up. We will have someone report to you then. the maid said with good intentions, which inadvertently added insult to injury. Thank you. Lu Meyer replied curtly and left. Huangfu Kongming wasn't known for his pleasant mood when waking, especially after sleeping in. Given the warning of the maid to leave earlier, it was best to do so. At the doorway, Liu Li pinned the golden hairpin atop Lu Meyer's head. Lu Meyer immediately tried to throw it away. What useless trash is this? Give it back. This humble woman doesn't want it. She threatened to throw the pin aside, but Liu Li laughed, stepping close and whispering something into Lu Meyer's ear, causing her to visibly relax and grow cheerful. By afternoon, Huangfu Kongming finally woke up. The maid who had served him in the morning approached again. While helping Huangfu Kongming bathe and change his clothes, she began combing his hair. Suddenly, Huangfu Kongming seemed to remember something and asked, "Did anyone come by this morning?" "Your Highness." While carefully lifting a bundle of jet black hair, she responded, "Miss Lu came by. She also brought some delicious snacks for you." Did Miss Nangong come by? The events of last night felt like a dream. Were it not for the lingering scent on his robe and the golden hairpin still in his hand, Huangfu Kongming might have thought the night's memories were just a fabrication of his imagination, a mere pipe dream. Now the hairpin was gone, perhaps lost somewhere along the way. He looked at himself in the mirror, observing the maid. Miss Nangong did not come by. As the maid spoke, she took another mirror to help Huangfu Kongming examine the back of his head, a task she performed adroitly. The prince liked her efficiency immensely. "Wonderful," he murmured. He said, already standing up, "I'll take a walk in the courtyard. You all continue with your business." With that, the girl immediately asked for a location and quickly had it relayed to Lu Meyer. It was clear that Lu Meyer was very popular within the estate. Ever since the palace coup in the imperial capital, Huangfu Kongming had been keeping to himself, as if he had forgotten his ambitions, or perhaps he still had them but no longer wished to act upon them. In fact, last night Nangong Qingjin had spoken the truth. His lack of action had nothing to do with ambition, but rather, it was because sorrow had overwhelmed him, drowning him in endless grief. If only he could regain control of the situation. Now, walking slowly through the courtyard, he tried to sort through the myriad thoughts in his mind, but his head remained muddled, becoming increasingly tangled the more he thought. At this moment, Lu Meyer arrived, resplendent in her attire. The meeting seemed accidental, but was clearly orchestrated, even down to the patterns on her dress. From afar, Lu Meyer swayed her slender waist as she approached Huangfu Kongming. "Your Highness," she greeted. He responded, standing still without moving. Once again, Liu Li took charge, guiding Lu Meyer closer and whispering a reminder in her ear to display the careful and cautious demeanor unique to pregnant women. Only then did Lu Meyer proceed slowly and carefully toward Huangfu Kongming. Chapter 77. Unreasonable Requests. The drastic changes from yesterday to today made Huangfu Kongming momentarily feel that the Lu Meyer in front of him was a completely different person than yesterday's Lu Meyer. In fact, this was just the beginning. Lu Meyer knew what killing two birds with one stone meant and also understood how to guide things according to the situation. As for this child, Lu Meyer was fully aware of how to use it as a weapon to defend her position and drive Nangong Qingjin out. Child. What a possibility. If there really was a child, everything would be perfect. But how could Huangfu Kongming truly have a child with her? It was merely wishful thinking. However, after being treated by Nangong Qingjin, Huangfu Kongming did not raise too many doubts. Lu Meyer had already heard about last night's events but pretended to know nothing. Time would prove that the ultimate victor would still be Lu Meyer. After all, the biggest ace was still firmly in her control. As for last night's events, Lu Meyer had decided to forget them gracefully. After all, was there anything in this household that Lu Meyer herself wasn't clear about? She had been well aware of all the affairs big and small within the mansion, but she chose not to mention them. That morning, Huangfu Kongming had just woken up when Lu Meyer arrived. Huangfu Kongming had guessed that Lu Meyer would come, so upon seeing her, he simply smiled faintly. "You've come, so early." Huangfu Kongming became much more amiable. After last night, it seemed like Huangfu Kongming had gradually become a different person. Actually, changing a person is impossible. People have many deeply ingrained ideas, and breaking someone's traditional perceptions is extraordinarily difficult. It was unimaginable, yet after having an open chat with Nangong Qingjin last night, Huangfu Kongming didn't have any sudden strange ideas but soon changed his views on many things. 6 years had passed. Empress Huyan's remains had long since disappeared. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he still had to force himself to do so. Time would prove that Nangong Qingjin was right, and time would also prove that he needed to forget some things. This would have an effect on lightening his burden for future actions, forgetting what needs to be forgotten, and doing everything possible to retain the people he wants. The gazes of the two interlaced briefly, then Lu Meyer laughed. Some delicious items were sent over from the small kitchen. "Please try them." "Good." Huangfu Kongming watched as Lu Li sent the delicately made pastries over, grabbed one at once, finding it quite to his taste. After eating 2 pieces, he couldn't help but smile broadly. In the past, Huangfu Kongming rarely smiled, but now, unexpectedly, he was laughing freely. Was it because she was pregnant, or was there another reason? Lu Meyer wasn't very sure, her eyes shimmering with ripples as she studied Huangfu Kongming seriously. But the moment Huangfu Kongming looked at her, her expression turned nonchalant again. Now, according to her plan executed through Lu Li, this pregnancy was naturally not real, and it would eventually fade away into oblivion. A brand new feeling wrapped around her. The silent moments stretched on endlessly like a rubber band. Watching Huangfu Kongming eat attentively, Lu Meyer finally chuckled lightly and took a step forward. "Your Highness, your mood seems good today." "So it does." He said this while patting his hands and asking, "Is there anything else?" This was clearly a cue to leave. The expressions on Lou Meyer's face stiffened slightly, and she let out a melancholy sigh. "There's nothing major. Only during the initial stages of pregnancy. I am often afraid and always need some sort of support." Huangfu Kongming simply nodded, taking hold of the teacup beside him while subtly shifting the topic. After sipping a mouthful of tea, he said, "This year's Shueting Hansue has a pleasant flavor. Have you tried it?" Lou Meyer hadn't expected that even at this moment, Huangfu Kongming's words had no hint of concern towards her. "I've tasted it. It's better than previous years." Lou Meyer thought of herself as a smart woman who knew how to respond, knowing how to answer properly. Their gazes crossed for a moment, followed by a long period of silence before Huangfu Kongming finally made a slight sound, putting down the cover of the teacup. Their gazes intersected again. Huangfu Kongming asked in a tone as if he already knew the answer. "It seems you have something on your mind, worrying like a cheap person worrying unnecessarily. Why don't you say it aloud and we can discuss it? What could I possibly have on my mind? Seeing your Highness in such a good mood makes me just as happy. There truly is nothing else." Lou Meyer paused deliberately halfway through her sentence, knowing this would be intriguing enough for Huangfu Kongming to investigate further. Placing the teacup he had been holding carefully aside, Huangfu Kongming leaned forward, his eyes fixated on the cup's intricate dragon and phoenix patterns before asking, "Is there truly nothing at all on your mind? I am but a woman. What could possibly occupy my thoughts other than occasional heart palpitations? Coming here and sitting for a while has made me feel better." She gave a timid smile as she spoke. Huangfu Kongming merely nodded without uttering another word. An oppressive silence filled the room, with Huangfu Kongming's gaze fixed upon the woman in front of him. Rarely one to stay quiet for long, Lou Meyer lifted her head amid the prolonged silence, casting a tender glance brimming with affection toward Huangfu Kongming. Meanwhile, Huangfu Kongming stood up, ignoring her completely as he busied himself with some documents lying around, seemingly absorbed in his tasks, first rummaging through things, then annotating papers, and finally focusing intently on whatever caught his attention. He appeared utterly indifferent to her presence. This blatant disregard made Lou Meyer feel awkward. In the stillness that followed, Lou Meyer sighed faintly, her eyes shifting about nervously. Time seemed split into two. The silence stretched endlessly until it was broken only by the rustling of paper turning. It was clear even without words. Huangfu Kongming was issuing an unspoken dismissal with his actions alone. Yet Lou Meyer pretended not to notice, stubbornly refusing to leave. After a very long period, when she no longer knew exactly what Huangfu Kongming was doing, Lou Meyer could bear it no more. Silently and hesitantly, she rose from her seat and stepped closer to Huangfu Kongming's side, suddenly grabbing the scroll in his hands and unfolding it carelessly. Then, with an unwavering tone, she blurted out, "Your Highness, I'm pregnant, yet you seem entirely unconcerned. How can that be?" Huangfu Kongming responded to his own rhetorical question, continuing smoothly, "I show great concern for you. How do you feel today? Today or any day? Regardless, I remain but your concubine. Never once did I entertain the thought of becoming your empress. Yet how can I endure this existence forever? Now, I carry only myself, but later, when my son is born, what then? Will I always be like this?" Indeed, for many years, Lou Meyer had lived without recognition or title, enduring this untenable lifestyle for far too long. She used to think that, given time, Huangfu Kongming might bestow something meaningful upon her, but now she understood clearly. No matter how much time passed, Huangfu Kongming's heart remained buried in the grave of someone who was not truly gone. It was futile to hope for anything substantial from him. In the heavy silence, Huangfu Kongming scrutinized Lou Meyer closely, but soon his beautiful eyes grew colder, carrying the potential for sudden fury. Recognizing his growing anger, Lou Meyer instinctively frowned, suppressing every impulse to speak further. Despite his current pleasant demeanor, Huangfu Kongming, when truly enraged, represented a level of dread far beyond Lou Meyer's imagination. Regretting her momentary candor, Lou Meyer felt faint remorse tinged with fear. In the stillness, her nod came swiftly as she lowered her gaze, looking fixedly at her feet. "Did you come today merely to discuss this with me?" "I dare not, Your Highness. It is merely a matter-of-fact discussion." Lou Meyer finally gathered the courage to speak. In her mind, she firmly believed she now held bargaining power, not just as Lou Meyer, but as the mother-to-be of Huangfu Kongming's child. If even now this didn't grant her leverage, when would it? The future left no possibility for progress otherwise. No longer was Lou Meyer simply Lou Meyer. She was the mother of Huangfu Kongming's heir. But despite her belief in this reality, Huangfu Kongming seemed unmoved by these developments. "Well said, you insist on being pragmatic. Let this be a warning to you," Huangfu Kongming declared seriously, a first for him when discussing these matters with Lou Meyer. The distance between them diminished rapidly as his sharp, icy eyes focused intensely on her. Overcome with terror, Lou Meyer began to tremble uncontrollably, becoming inexplicably irrational under his glare. Her beautiful eyes radiated resolute determination. No matter the cost, bloodshed or sacrifice, nothing would change this decision. Never. Would never. Change. The Lou Meyer of now was no longer the same Lou Meyer from before. She was the mother of Huangfu Kongming's child. But could it be that Huangfu Kongming didn't have even a trace of such subconscious thoughts? In the imperial capital, if a woman could bear the offspring of the king, she would receive titles and benefits. and the status of such a woman would naturally rise in rank. Although this place wasn't the imperial capital, Huangfu Kongming was still undeniably a prince. Actually, to be fair, Lu Meyer wasn't truly seeking any of those intangible honors. She merely wanted what was rightfully hers as a wife. And the right to raise her child was also hers. These rights had come to feel like shackles binding Lu Meyer tightly. The silence between them served only to accentuate their tension, and evidently, Huangfu Kongming was growing angry. Touching the scales of a dragon could provoke its wrath, yet how could Lu Meyer return empty-handed without addressing anything? Her gaze became just as sharp and steely as his. On matters concerning herself, Huangfu Kongming had always been so indifferent, almost to the point of being inconsequential. Huangfu Kongming's eyes locked onto Lu Meyer for a long while until finally, Lu Meyer let out a bitter laugh. Have you ever truly loved me? Meyer, rest well today and don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts. This prince loves you. There were times when Huangfu Kongming spoke with forked tongue, and when he did, it was bewildering. They remained silent for a stretch, facing each other but saying not a word. Ultimately, it was Lu Meyer who gave way. She resolved to bring up the matter of her title another day. Chapter 78. How could Nangong Qingjin be willing? Your Highness, I have actually come for a reason today. I want Nangong Qingjin to help me examine my body from now on. There are so many mediocre doctors in this manner. If anything goes wrong, I would feel very ashamed. Is this the purpose of your visit? Huangfu Kongming knew clearly that it wasn't the case. He knew well that it couldn't possibly be the result, yet the words still slipped out impulsively. Yes, this was indeed one of the purposes of her visit, but certainly not the most important one. Lady Liume's eyes flickered for a moment as Huangfu Kongming already smiled faintly and said, all right. Upon hearing such a response, she had taken another step closer to her goal. Lady Liume forcibly suppressed her inner excitement and joy, yet maintained a seemingly calm demeanor as she nodded gently. Chufeng, go see what Miss Nangong is busy with today and ask her to come over. Nangong Qingjin undoubtedly had become one of Huangfu Kongming's servants at present. At least here, Nangong Qingjin had lost her own rights, though Huangfu Kongming could summon her at will. She was entirely different from an ordinary servant. Yet, Chufeng was not there, which caused Nangong Qingjin to frown slightly in disappointment. Chufeng? Reporting to your Highness, General Chufeng has been absent since early this morning. At this time every day, he usually is not around either. This was strange because Chufeng was usually always by her side. Considering this, Huangfu Kongming temporarily refrained from asking further questions. You go. Please ask Miss Nangong to come over. Ensure she takes the time to spy whatever she's doing. Understood. The nearby footman nodded eagerly and hastened away. Every morning, Chufeng was with Miss Nangong. Every day, he came early to let Nangong Qingjin check his physical condition. Moreover, Nangong Qingjin needed to prescribe medicine for Chufeng. Seeing him gradually improve brought great satisfaction. After all, in this place, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. At this moment, Nangong Qingjin held some traditional Chinese medicine in her hands. As she sniffed it under her nose, she dropped the herb into the pot of medicine beside her. What is this? Chufeng had little knowledge of pharmacology, but recently, having followed closely behind Nangong Qingjin, he seemed to have developed an eye like a connoisseur. That particular medicinal herb was rare. In fact, it was Nangong Qingjin who gave directions on where to find it, then sent someone to collect it. In the past, before Nangong Qingjin arrived here, she often went to gather herbs herself among the famous mountains and rivers, thus knowing them quite well. Now, she gave a slight smirk and began introducing the matter. Her expertise in medical arts revealed much knowledge indeed. This is called Chonglu, but also known as 7 leaves and 1 flower. It plays a vital role in reviving your health. Don't underestimate this. This herb is precious throughout its entire being, and it isn't easily harvested. Today, I will incorporate this into your daily medication, and after you take it, stop taking other medicines for a while and need to recuperate. All medicine is toxic to some degree, Nangong Qingjin said while handing Chufeng the dried, processed 7 leaves and 1 flower. Chufeng examined it carefully, truly living up to its name. It was dry, but counting clearly confirmed it had 7 broad leaves, with a flower in the center appearing exceptionally beautiful, crystal clear and shimmering like a sapphire. It was rare even for Chufeng to see such a beautiful medicinal herb. His eyes twinkled, focusing intently on the herb, and he smiled lightly, saying, indeed. Correct. Having prepared all the medicine for Chufeng, Nangong Qingjin handed it over to the attendant Xiener, who went off to boil it. Chufeng, who never spoke flatteringly, nonetheless showed gratitude with a smile. Lately, I am deeply thankful to you, young lady. If it weren't for your assistance, I wouldn't know when my life would end. You were just lucky. Nangong Qingjin was not the type to boast about her achievements. Washing her hands in the bronze basin, she looked down into it at her face reflected in the water. As her hand dipped into the water, the reflection shattered. Staring at the fragmented image, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but ask, do I really look exactly like your previous empress? Not only that, Chufeng focused his gaze on Nangong Qingjin's face, but you're just as formidable as her. How can there be 2 people like this in the world? To be honest, at first sight of you, I almost thought the former empress was still alive. When a person dies, their light extinguishes, Nangong Qingjin replied, grasping the silk handkerchief beside her. Moreover, it's been 6 years. Given the character of your former empress, if she were still alive during these 6 years, she would long have appeared to tell her story, rather than hide in secrecy. That's true. Your personalities are similar in some ways, but thoroughly different in many others, which is thought-provoking. Chu Feng retracted his gaze and was about to say something when a servant peeked from the doorway, spotting Chu Feng there, immediately stepped forward. General, miss. The servant looked at Nangong Qingjin, who nodded, realizing it must be Huangfu Kongming needing her. Thus, she asked, is there anything? The prince says if you're free, please come over. He has something to inform you. Huangfu Kongming certainly didn't beat around the bush, frequently summoning her with just a few words. Nangong Qingjin nodded, gazing at the now blazing sun outside. Let's go then. Yes. The servant led the way as Nangong Qingjin walked forward, taking a moment to instruct. Sienner, take good care of boiling the medicine. I'll be back shortly. The task of preparing the medicine wasn't one to be taken lightly since this place wasn't absolutely secure. Understood, Mississippi. Please return soon. Sienner responded quietly as Nangong Qingjin nodded and headed off with Chu Feng, asking along the way. It's been 6 years already, and your prince and empress are already separated by life and death. Why can't they ever forget? Not just the prince. Anyone who's seen the empress can't forget her so quickly. She's a truly formidable person, someone who makes an indelible impression, much like the prince himself. That's true, Nangong Qingjin pondered. If she were to leave, would she remain infatuated with Huangfu Kongming for many, many years? Trying not to think about it, upon contemplating this, her heart jolted, and her steps paused momentarily. Both the leading servant and Chu Feng froze briefly. What are you looking at, young lady? Nothing, nothing. Nangong Qingjin shook her head, finally pulling her mind back together after its meandering thoughts. As the three walked forward, it wasn't long before they reached Huangfu Kongming's chamber. Nangong Qingjin had anticipated this. Today, she expected to encounter Lady Lu Mei. Just as she entered, Lady Lu Mei smiled politely, nodding. Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but think that there might be no more insincere person in the world than this. Despite clearly harboring ill intentions towards her at every turn, Lady Lu Mei acted warmly when they met. Nangong Qingjin mused that even herself wouldn't likely be able to maintain such hypocritical behavior. Their eyes met briefly. One remained silent while the other dipped her brows and gave a slight smile. Prince, Lady Lu. Huangfu Kongming put down the volume in his hands, looking through the trembling royal circlet to the woman before him. She appeared so poised, her complexion rosy and her bright eyes resembling a lamp or the morning star on the horizon. Before this, Huangfu Kongming had seen countless varieties of eyes. Yet, eyes like Nangong Qingjin's were truly rare. Those beautiful eyes contained a faint sorrow, their emotions restrained but offering an indescribably magnetic charm. Nangong Qingjin lowered her gaze, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Any woman stared at by a man for too long tends to feel like this, let alone being observed by the imposing man who is also the object of her admiration. You've come at the right time. Lately, if you're unoccupied, assist this prince by examining Lady Lu Mei closely. She is currently with child, and the doctors here are all useless. This matter falls into your hands. What do you think, Prince? I haven't treated any pregnancy cases before. To handle this without support may not be proper, she said, clearly showing reluctance to assist Huangfu Kongming further. But, this is my first child, he said seriously, while watching Nangong Qingjin intently. His gaze carried little demand and less pleading, yet that very look caused a subtle tremor within Nangong Qingjin upon the moment his eyes met hers. This? Why do you refuse this, Prince? It's not such a significant task. This? That's settled then. Huangfu Kongming had made up his mind. In glancing toward Lady Lu Mei, Nangong Qingjin could have sworn to catch a flicker of excitement and cunning in Lady Lu Mei's eyes, but all she could do was bite her lip. Fine. In that case, this matter will be entirely entrusted to you. For the time being, this prince is overwhelmed with duties. Thank you. Our humble thanks extend also to the girl for her deep kindness, Lady Lu Mei said as she bowed in gratitude. Nangong Qingjin had no choice but to reciprocate the bow. There's no harm in doing so, but I've indeed never handled this sort of matter before. If there's anyone experienced among the house physicians, perhaps they could collaborate with me in caring for Lady Lu Mei, ensuring absolute security. Nangong Qingjin was wary of Liu Mei's intentions, so she spoke accordingly. Hearing this, Lu Mei coughed once. Beside her, Lily had already stepped forward and knelt half before Huangfu Kongming, saying, I used to attend to pregnant women. It's not such a big deal. I can handle it. Besides, all the physicians here are men, which would be quite inconvenient. Huangfu Kongming agreed, considering that pregnancy would last for 10 months. If Lu Meyer were left alone with men too often, that wouldn't be appropriate. Thus he nodded. So, it'll just be you and Miss Nangong who will care for Miss Lu? The servant will do whatever is needed, replied Luli loyally, showing dedication beyond expectation for Lu Meyer, whose vicious character puzzled Nangong Qingjin greatly. But then, isn't there always an explanation? Perhaps, like attracts like? After the arrangement was settled, Huangfu Kongming smiled faintly and waved his hand. Today, leave me be. Go outside for a stroll. Indeed, Huangfu Kongming had some matters on his mind, although outwardly he appeared unperturbed. There's a famous saying, plan battles within the tent, win wars miles away. That precisely described Huangfu Kongming. This sort of person could orchestrate countless unbelievable events just from inside his room, appearing inactive while everything was actually arranged perfectly. The few women could only leave. As they reached the door, Lu Meyer firmly held on to Nangong Qingjin's hand. Miss, please take good care of me moving forward. Why? Chapter 79, The Tower Locked After the Dream. Nangong Qingjin didn't look at the Lu Meyer in front of her. Her gaze was focused on the flowing clouds high up in the sky, as if she were talking to herself. Why is it me? There must always be a reason. Planning ensures success. Without planning there will be failure. If it's not you, then who could it be? In this house, you are the only woman, and now I am pregnant, not suffering from any kind of injury, so it can only be you. With these words, Nangong Qingjin swiftly and accurately grabbed Lu Meyer's wrist. Better, don't play tricks, she said, for if she moved her hand carefully, she could feel her pulse. In fact, it wasn't a sign of pregnancy. The wrists of the two slightly intertwined, and Lu Meyer's complexion had already changed. Miss, don't say such things recklessly. Walls have ears. People who don't know might think I am scheming against you. For now, my body is still fine, but in the future, I will need your help a lot. Thank you, miss. Nangong Qingjin could only nod, watching Lu Meyer leave. Today, Nangong Qingjin originally thought Lu Meyer would have made her life difficult. Unexpectedly, nothing like that happened. Lu Meyer did not bother Nangong Qingjin frequently just because she was a patient and Nangong Qingjin was a healer. Nangong Qingjin was quite happy with this situation. By evening, delicious food had already been sent over, opening up Nangong Qingjin's appetite. As she ate her meal, it felt as though she had tasted sand ginger. This was Nangong Qingjin's keen sensitivity to medicine. However, even Nangong Qingjin has her own shortcomings. She never imagined that the cake made from cassava flour would contain sand ginger. While eating, she pondered it in her mind. Even Sienna tasted the sand ginger. Sand ginger isn't a poison. It's often added to various dishes. Combined with tangerine peel and hawthorn, it opens one's appetite. Did the prince send over this cake? Nangong Qingjin asked, looking at the cake made from cassava flour as she spoke. That's right. It came from the south. Sienna nodded. The two remained silent, finding it strange that such a simple pastry could evoke such flavors. After Nangong Qingjin finished eating, she looked at the porcelain basin next to her. Inside the basin was rice wine. This also came from the prince. These past few days, it seemed like Huangfu Kongming was trying to increase Nangong Qingjin's nutrition. Not only were her meals varied every day, but he also sent various foods that Nangong Qingjin had never tried before, naturally drawing her attraction. As for Sienna, she found it all the more delicious. Yes, it also came from the south. They say it's made from short grain rice and glutinous rice. Before eating, after boiling, they add osmanthus flowers and lotus powder. It's thick, but won't make your head spin. Speaking while using the spoon to send the rice wine in the porcelain basin to Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin sniffed, feeling an inviting light osmanthus fragrance fill her nose. Without hesitation, she took a taste, sweet and satisfying. This was the first time in her life Nangong Qingjin drank this dessert wine. She'd long heard that southern rice wine was very good, but she'd never truly tasted it until today, leaving her nose feeling sweet with the sensation. Had Nangong Qingjin known that the sand ginger earlier was used to enhance stomach movement, with the ultimate aim of making her drink more rice wine, she would have become wary. Had Nangong Qingjin further reflected on how every food delivery had been meticulously arranged, she might have become thoroughly alarmed. But alas, recently there hadn't been any danger from the dietary arrangements, causing Nangong Qingjin to lower her guard. Besides, it's just rice wine. Under normal circumstances, even if Nangong Qingjin drinks alcohol, a small amount wouldn't make her drunk, so having some rice wine should pose no problem. Moreover, concerning any possible sedatives, Nangong Qingjin believed she could quickly detect them. Unbeknownst to her, most of the rice wine had disappeared, with her consuming only a small portion, while Sienna had eaten the larger share. Soon, Sienna began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Miss, no, it's no good. Sienna chuckled. I have a floating on cloud sensation, With a pong, Sienna fell victim, collapsing on the ground. Just as Nangong Qingjin was about to scold her for eating so much, she herself stumbled forward, dizziness overcoming her, eventually losing consciousness where she stood. Seeing both the mistress and servant unconscious, out of the darkness immediately walked a girl. It was clear, it was Luli. Luli was actually worried that Nangong Qingjin would be wary and not drink the stuff, yet she didn't expect someone like Nangong Qingjin to fall prey to the allure of fine food as well. When Luli appeared, she smirked sinisterly and stood beside Nangong Qingjin. Young lady, young lady. She gently shook Nangong Qingjin's back, but sure enough, Nangong Qingjin did not wake up. Luli took advantage of the time, heading towards the rear chamber of Nangong Qingjin, locating the medicine pot. She immediately replaced the 7 leaves and 1 flower in the pot with wolf's bane using her jade chopsticks. Then she hurriedly left, this act having gone flawlessly without anyone knowing except for the maids who served here. After finishing everything, Luli promptly summoned all the maids in the outer hall and said harshly, "If any of you dare to leak a word about my visit today, there will be no mercy." Yes, the maids could only nod under the threat of Luli. After all, this place would eventually become the domain of Lu Meyer. The current Lu Meyer already held immense power, let alone other matters. The maids were originally a group of people who sought safety and avoided trouble, so hearing Luli's words made them realize she had come to do some scheming tonight. But what exactly Luli had done was something unknown to others. The smarter maids chose to pretend they saw nothing, acting as if nothing had happened. Drunken from the rice wine, Nangong Qingjin vaguely heard someone calling her name. Yet, she couldn't wake up right away. That voice seemed familiar. Nangong Qingjin quickly woke up, finding Sienna by her side already being supported by a maid to rest. It was Nangong Qingjin herself who woke up. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a maid standing next to her. Oh, it's you. Originally, she thought that familiar voice belonged to Luli, but seeing the maid next to her, she finally relaxed. It turned out that the familiar voice wasn't Luli, but this little maid. It sure is. The young lady got drunk. This glutinous rice wine is indeed different from strong alcohol. You are from the north, so you're unfamiliar with the nature of rice wine. Drinking it now might seem fine, but soon the effect will take hold. Ah, I see. While pressing on her throbbing temples, Nangong Qingjin asked, "Where's Siener?" Miss Siener has already gone to rest. As for you, miss, allow me to help you rest too. Saying this, the maid reached out to support Nangong Qingjin as they started walking forward. After just a few steps, the wine fumes surged upward, making her feel as though she had much to say. A sense of excitement enveloped her. Nangong Qingjin's gaze flickered slightly. "I won't rest just yet. Could you accompany me to stroll around the garden? To sober up." The maid understood well, hinting, "It may not be wise. If you're drunk and anything happens in the house, what shall we do?" Had Nangong Qingjin realized sooner that the maid's words carried deeper meaning, things could have been different. But alas, she didn't react that fast. "It's fine, going out briefly won't hurt." "All right then, watch your step, the ground is uneven." This was also a subtle suggestion, but unfortunately, Nangong Qingjin completely failed to catch it. It was simply too veiled. The two headed towards the courtyard. After crossing the bridge, not far away, they saw Huangfu Kongming. Upon spotting Huangfu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin prepared to flee immediately. But today, strangely, her courage felt bigger than before. Not only did she not hastily run off, she even struggled slightly, saying, "Wait for me here. I need to say a few words to His Highness the Prince." Young lady, you're drunk. Take it easy." The maid behind tried to say more, but Nangong Qingjin paid no heed, heading directly toward Huangfu Kongming. In no time, she was already standing in front of him. Huangfu Kongming noticed Nangong Qingjin's state of intoxication. Seeing her alluring and tipsy demeanor, a slight charming smile curved at Huangfu Kongming's lips. He gestured towards the brocade stool opposite him. "Sit." Nangong Qingjin didn't want to sit, merely gazing fixatedly at Huangfu Kongming. "Sit down," Huangfu Kongming reiterated. Nangong Qingjin pursed her lips and stepped closer, saying, "Huangfu Kongming, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead and speak. I am not drunk," he replied while holding a cup of excellent pear blossom white wine. Since Empress Helian passed away, whenever the moon was bright and the breeze clear, Huangfu Kongming always felt compelled to drink wine under such skies. Drinking had already become a prolonged transformation method, but Huangfu Kongming's alcohol tolerance kept increasing day by day. Initially, he would feel a dizzy kind of drunkenness, but after so many years of solitary drinking, that feeling was gone. Back then, whenever he thought of those days and looked at the woman before him, Huangfu Kongming felt unbearable pain. If Empress Helian were still alive, he would certainly listen more to her political insights and discuss matters with her more often. But the person has passed, and there is no longer such an opportunity. Therefore, he drank much more than before. Huangfu Kongming, she looked at the man before her, struggling to steady her swaying body as she stammered timidly. "If I weren't carrying the last portrait of the late Empress, would you have liked me? Would you?" Huangfu Kongming had never expected Nangong Qingjin to ask such a question. A faint, tender emotion had quietly enveloped him, causing Huangfu Kongming to earnestly reflect. In fact, he should have considered this long ago. Amidst the silence, it seemed as though the surrounding air had become thick and heavy, except for one petal after another drifting in the wind. He looked at the petals falling beside him and the tired silhouette of the woman within them. "You are drunk." He did not answer. Originally, he could have given a definitive answer, but giving it might disappoint the late Empress in her eternal rest. No, in fact, all these years had passed, yet Huangfu Kongming's love for Empress Helian had not faded with time. On the contrary, due to the passing years, it had only grown stronger and clearer. Huangfu Kongming gazed at the woman before him for a long while. Chapter 80, Nangong Qingjin is not crazy. "Ho!" Nangong Qingjin gave a contemptuous smile, speaking self-mockingly. "So it turns out everything was just an illusion created by me alone, just my one-sided feelings. Since you don't like me, why did you imprison me? Huangfu Kongming, I beg you, let me go, please grant me freedom, can you?" Nangong Qingjin, this prince believes that you're drunk. Doesn't the prince know truths are spoken when one is drunk? As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she already let out a bitter laugh, gazing at the bright moon on the horizon and also looking at the wine cup in Huangfu Kongming's hand. "Unfortunately, the moon I intended to illuminate with my sincerity shines upon a ditch instead, Huangfu Kongming. Tomorrow, I am leaving. Since you have no intentions towards me, why should I stay here tormenting myself? Why? While saying this, Nangong Qingjin turned around, lost in despair, preparing to leave. "What have you eaten?" Eventually, Huangfu Kongming noticed something was not right, saying sweetly while stepping up next to Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin appeared so disheartened, so emaciated, her face taut as if she could collapse at any moment. Her face seemed like an overripe pomegranate, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly arched. Her clear black eyes showed no expression, only a feeling of emptiness that pierced straight into the heart. This indescribable sensation enveloped Nangong Qingjin as if pulling her in. She prepared to leave, disheartened and lost. Honestly, even Nangong Qingjin herself didn't understand why the rice wine had such immediate effects. Though she hadn't drank rice wine before, at the moment, her steps became unsteady and heavy. The figure of Huangfu Kongming before her wasn't as clear as it used to be, his vague outline appearing hazy and dreamlike. His wide sleeves in black had already extended to block Nangong Qingjin. At present, Nangong Qingjin wanted nothing more than to leave quickly, walking hastily forward. Just as she reached the front, Huang Fu Kongming stepped ahead and blocked her way. Looking at the woman with drunken, misty eyes, Huang Fu Kongming wanted to say something, but his lips moved slightly, and in the end, not a word came out. After a long silence, Nangong Qingjin stepped back slightly, turning her head to lean against the wooden pillar nearby. A gentle breeze stroked her hair, making it dance gracefully in the air. Everything looked so beautiful, so pitiable. It was also effortlessly drawing out the stirring emotion hidden deep within Huang Fu Kongming, a completely unprecedented feeling growing between them. He watched Nangong Qingjin under the moonlight. Nangong Qingjin stood tall yet slim, her big, black eyes full of grievance and melancholy, glaring at him. The Nangong Qingjin, after drinking, was clearly very different from her usual self. Their gazes met momentarily. One remained silent, followed by the other's silence as well. His hands formed a circle that wrapped perfectly around the trembling Nangong Qingjin, holding her in its center. "Sorry, I've made you unhappy," he said, tough guy showing tenderness. This might be the first time in Huang Fu Kongming's life that he apologized to a woman. Even though Nangong Qingjin was somewhat dazed now, she still heard those words loud and clear. Her sorrowful gaze slowly dissipated. The sky covered by dark clouds was soon accompanied by lightning and thunder. Nangong Qingjin's heart fluttered incomprehensibly, her burning heart feeling as if it wasn't her own anymore. That sensation, astonishingly inexplicable, couldn't be described in words. Her cheeks burned, her entire body feeling as if she had just emerged from a furnace. A cool wind from the waterside pavilion blew through, lifting Nangong Qingjin's hair. A faint, refreshing fragrance spread through the air, intruding into Huang Fu Kongming's nostrils without resistance, as if the tender affection could reach every part of his body. It was that alluring, so much so that when Huang Fu Kongming looked at Nangong Qingjin again, what he saw was not Queen Hulian but the real Nangong Qingjin. "This prince promises you, if you want to leave, tomorrow I'll arrange for your departure," he said, sighing while speaking. His gaze fell sadly on Nangong Qingjin. In truth, Huang Fu Kongming didn't want Nangong Qingjin to leave. For many days now, he had been with her every day, the yearning he felt seeming insignificant while together. But once Nangong Qingjin truly planned to leave, putting everything into action, that lingering feeling in his heart grew increasingly important. The unprecedented feeling of loss seemed to envelop Huang Fu Kongming himself like a tide. Huang Fu Kongming had never experienced anything like this. After a long, long silence, Nangong Qingjin finally nodded slightly. "Love me." Seeing Nangong Qingjin about to leave, Huang Fu Kongming immediately asked her in urgency. Nangong Qingjin quickened her steps and showed no sign of stopping. Naturally, she didn't mean to answer his question either, which left Huang Fu Kongming with a faint sense of disappointment and failure. He appeared again, his nose almost touching Nangong Qingjin's nasal bone. Their eyes met for a moment, and then Huang Fu Kongming sighed, avoiding Nangong Qingjin's gaze by looking at the ground. "You haven't answered me yet, and you want to go?" he said, fearing that Nangong Qingjin might escape from him as he spoke, so he reached out and held her trembling, icy hand. In fact, her hands were just like his heart now. Both were cold to the touch, both indescribable feelings. That sensation wrapped around Huang Fu Kongming, giving him strength to make sure the woman before him wouldn't leave too soon. "Does it matter?" This was Huang Fu Kongming's reply. It seemed too off-topic, too far-fetched. His gaze circled around the woman in front of him. After a long pause, he forced Nangong Qingjin's frightened deer-like eyes to look at him. "Of course it matters. It decides your stay or departure, and also decides my attitude toward you afterward," Huang Fu Kongming continued, while still looking at Nangong Qingjin. "Huang Fu Kongming." Nangong Qingjin calmed down instead. What needed to be said eventually had to come out. "I've never liked you. I hope you keep your promise. Tomorrow, I will leave. Don't renege and force me to stay." She said this while preparing to leave. At one point, Huang Fu Kongming had solemnly promised that he would let her leave without hindrance. Since neither of them harbored mutual affection, parting ways earlier rather than later may well be the best result. Sienner, though on the sidelines, always spoke truthfully. They didn't need to leave if they could. Though Liang Garden is beautiful, it's not a place to stay forever. Even if currently Huang Fu Kongming loved her to an extreme degree, this love was still built upon Empress Helian. Without the former queen, what was Nangong Qingjin but a fly who accidentally stumbled into a marquee house? Now, she finally understood her position in his heart, realized many things, and all she wanted to do was escape immediately. Disappear quickly from here, vanish, vanish. Huang Fu Kongming gazed at Nangong Qingjin. "Answer a few questions for me. Once you finish answering, I'll definitely let you go. As for tomorrow, what I have promised today, there is absolutely no possibility that I won't let you leave tomorrow." After hearing this from Huang Fu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin slightly relaxed. With a cold manner, despair written all over her face, she looked at Huang Fu Kongming and said, "Go ahead, as long as I can answer, I will." Not lying. Huang Fu Kongming feared Nangong Qingjin would try to placate him. His thick eyebrows furrowed visibly, and he half believed and half doubted when he glanced at the woman before him. But Nangong Qingjin was firm and ready to leave. What questions could there be that she couldn't answer? "When did you start to admire me?" Unexpectedly, the first question came so straightforward and sharp, which was out of Nangong Qingjin's expectation. The dim light in her eyes gradually accumulated, increased, and after a long time, she softly replied, "Definitely not from the first sight of you." Indeed, how could one possibly fall in love with such a devilish figure at first glance? It was impossible. After all, their encounter was filled with unpleasantness. He was like the demon star in her life. His very first appearance destroyed the medical hall she relied on to survive. All those past memories were excruciating pains for Nangong Qingjin. If only those past days hadn't happened, if only she hadn't been captured back then surely there wouldn't be this hard-to-part-with moment now. Their eyes barely intersected. Silence engulfed the air. Huangfu Kongming glared at Nangong Qingjin with intensity, whereas Nangong Qingjin's lips trembled, her eyelashes quivered like lightning bolts. So, it wasn't love at first sight then? Your Highness, I need to return and prepare medicine for Chu Feng. Please excuse me. Nangong Qingjin said this while already preparing to leave. She was not thinking clearly tonight herself and found it strange that her earlier excitement had vanished. The effect of the rice wine had gradually faded. Nangong Qingjin's gaze flickered as silence filled the air between the two of them. It was as if a layer of misty water enveloped them, bringing stillness to everything. As if everything around them had died, except for these two people, herself and Huangfu Kongming before her. You cannot leave. We haven't clarified things yet, so you're not allowed to go. While speaking, Huangfu Kongming forcefully blocked Nangong Qingjin's way. Her heartbeat quickened, but her expression remained unchanged. Her burning eyes fixed on the man in front of her. What more do you want to hear? Ask if you must, but I'll warn you. At this time every day, I always need to return home. Chu Feng requires his medication now, and seeing her being alone there makes things inconvenient. As she spoke, she attempted to leave. Chu Feng, in your mouth, others are always more important than this prince. Like someone jealous, he let out an intense shout, glaring coldly at the woman before him with frustration, unable to believe how unimpressed she was by him. Nangong Qingjin sneered. Does your highness even need to be valued? Chapter 81. Huangfu Kongming's barbarity. Because of his anger, Huangfu Kongming had already thrown a punch at the spot beside him and stepped forward, shortening the distance between the two people. He had now confined Nangong Qingjin to a very narrow space, close enough to hear each other's breathing. He looked at Nangong Qingjin's eyelashes, which were trembling like feathers. He looked for a long, long time, then finally coldly questioned himself. This is a lie. You have never liked this king, right? What you said earlier was just to make this king let you leave here, right? Yes, I am lying. I have never liked you. What I said earlier was so that I could leave safely. Now, the evil woman has gotten what she wanted. Should I leave? Shouldn't it be time for your highness to let me go? While speaking, she tried her best to push Huangfu Kongming away. This was the first time in his life that someone had treated him so unfairly. Watching Nangong Qingjin stumbling and trying to leave, he could no longer hold back. He chased after her from behind without saying a word and already held her tightly in his arms. Now, there was no way he would let this woman leave. Things were not sorted out yet. They had not spoken everything clear yet. There was no way Nangong Qingjin could leave. Nangong Qingjin, shocked, began to flail her hands and feet around while shouting loudly. Huangfu Kongming rudely threw her over his shoulder and went towards the front room. When Nangong Qingjin still didn't understand the situation, Huangfu Kongming already threw her onto the cloud bed. With one step, he closed the door and plunged them into darkness. Nangong Qingjin felt fear grip her heart as she helplessly thrashed about, but found herself unable to do anything. King Nangong Qingjin, this king likes you, he said, preparing. Your highness, who am I now? Are you mistaking me for Empress Hellion on your wall, or am I truly Nangong Qingjin? Please come to your senses. What you are doing is madness, crime, and harm. Nangong Qingjin struggled as she forcefully tried to push Huangfu Kongming away. What this king wants has, until today, never failed to be within my grasp. In the past, you weren't included, but now, Nangong Qingjin, you are what this king desires, he said while tightly controlling the struggling woman. Nangong Qingjin's heart sank in despair as she thought of being mistaken for another person and disgraced by Huangfu Kongming. She was ashamed to the point of fury, wishing for death to avoid this disgrace. He began treating her with a familiarity, suggesting extensive experience among women. No matter how much Nangong Qingjin resisted, Huangfu Kongming paid no attention. Often, Huangfu Kongming couldn't distinguish between the former empress and Nangong Qingjin before him. Finally, Nangong Qingjin reached for a porcelain vase nearby and struck it hard, shattering it into pieces. Holding the neck of the broken vase with its sharp shards, she listened to Huangfu Kongming's panting breath. Eventually, Nangong Qingjin gave a faint smile, pressing the sharp edge against her throat, asking weakly, "Will you stop?" And furthered, "Does your majesty even let beautiful corpses alone?" She spoke while glaring fiercely, stopping Huangfu Kongming's motions. His hands slowly retreated, his passionate fervor subsiding. Now, as if dropped into an ice cellar, it was himself who felt an indescribable sensation causing Huangfu Kongming distress as he stared at the porcelain fragment in Nangong Qingjin's hand. "Drop it," he commanded. He knew she was a fiercely determined woman but hadn't anticipated that she would resort to torturing herself to achieve her aim, protecting her dignity, yet also using death to threaten Huangfu Kongming. After a prolonged silence filled with flashing eyes, Huangfu Kongming finally stated firmly, "Drop the weapon." "Your highness." Nangong Qingjin moved slightly. The alcohol effects seemed to have completely worn off now. She appeared so calm, so rational, gazing slowly at the man before her. "If you persist in this delusion, I can only kill myself. I want you to drop it." He didn't want to say it a third time, but instead of dropping the porcelain fragment, Nangong Qingjin became more resolute than Huangfu Kongming. Her hand tightened, gradually pushing the shard deeper into her neck, blood steadily flowing down her throat. Nangong Qingjin's heart ached as well. She had never encountered such a woman before. Her strength matched the force applied to her, And despite the fact that love eventually intertwines with intimacy, in Nan Gongqingjin's mind, things should be kept separate. Even if it was him, he could not violate this abstinent woman. Watching Nan Gongqingjin like this, Huangfu Kongming stayed silent for a long time. Finally, Huangfu Kongming sighed helplessly. He had never encountered such a woman either, and this was the first time, but he hoped it would also be the last. Sorry. Huangfu Kongming looked at Nan Gongqingjin and prepared to leave. I'll let you go tomorrow, my word on it this time. Nan Gongqingjin watched Huangfu Kongming's figure gradually fade into the moonlight, then gave a sorrowful smile. Tears slowly trickled down from her eyes. Nan Gongqingjin did not wipe away the tears flowing out, for everything had ended. Everything was about to disappear. Since this was how it was, let tonight's tears become a commemoration, a mourning, a remembrance of their aborted love. Nan Gongqingjin slowly let go of the porcelain shard in her hand, even though she loved Huangfu Kongming. But in Nan Gongqingjin's heart, love is noble, clean, and pure. It isn't depraved, filthy, or dirty, nor something hastily indulged without formal vows. After all, Nan Gongqingjin is different from Lu Meyer, and will forever remain so. Looking at the porcelain fragment covered in droplets of blood, Nan Gongqingjin finally sighed, and slowly released the fragment. Sorry, Your Highness, but my love is different from others, and I must leave tomorrow, Nan Gongqingjin muttered to herself, her resolve to depart already firmly decided. Having thought through her pain thoroughly, she struggled slightly and straightened her body. After tidying up her disheveled clothes, she headed toward the door. Huangfu Kongming was nowhere to be seen, and the wind carried fallen leaves which gently covered the road along which Nan Gongqingjin was about to leave. Xian was supposed to guard the compound today, but because of the sweet rice wine, she had already become drowsy. In a semi-dreaming state, Chu Feng came, unexpectedly finding that both Nan Gongqingjin and Xian had unintentionally gotten drunk. Fortunately, the medicine to be collected daily had already been decocted over the stove. Xian, in her half-asleep state, heard one of the maids say Chu Feng had arrived to collect the medicine. She yawned and said, "Not every day do they have to come. You know what to do. I'm sleepy, let me rest a bit." As she spoke, she waved her hand. The nearby maid saw this and apologized to the waiting Chu Feng. "General, we sincerely apologize. Perhaps the medicine can't be taken tonight. Once the young lady wakes up, the servant will." Before the little maid finished speaking, Chu Feng already smiled, pointing to the kiln by the side, and said, "No need, no need. I'll take it myself." While speaking, he held the boiling medicinal soup, pouring it into a bottle beside him. "When the young lady wakes up, please kindly pass on my thanks," Chu Feng said as he left, and the little maid nodded. When Nan Gongqingjin returned, almost everyone had already retired for the night. A few people were outside searching for Nan Gongqingjin, though after searching everywhere, Nan Gongqingjin seemed to have disappeared altogether. By the dead of night, when silence reigned, Nan Gongqingjin returned in disheveled attire. Although none of them knew what had happened, one by one they approached with concern. Nan Gongqingjin glanced around at the maids gathered around her. The maids were busy lighting lamps and helping Nan Gongqingjin steady herself. These maids were exceptionally astute. They clearly understood the inappropriate atmosphere and the confusion surrounding the situation. Yet not a single maid said a word, each instead eagerly stepping forward to grasp Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Nan Gongqingjin was genuinely exhausted. After being drunk, fatigue easily overwhelmed her, and the current circumstances didn't help. After returning, Nan Gongqingjin fell asleep immediately due to exhaustion, and this sleep was sound. By the time she woke up, it was already late morning of the next day. She remembered only half of what had happened after she got drunk the previous night. Looking at the red wound on her neck, even Nan Gongqingjin herself was unclear. Now, she silently took out the powdered gold wound medication from her sleeve and examined her wounds in front of the mirror, applying ointments externally. Beside her, Xian, who had never been drunk, woke up much later this morning. Only after Nan Gongqingjin had completely finished applying the powdered gold wound medication did Xian wake up, rubbing her bleary eyes and rising. Upon seeing her mistress retouching her makeup before the mirror, Xian let out a yawn and walked slowly to Nan Gongqingjin's side, still groggy. Even though Huangfu Kongming had given her numerous beautiful golden hairpins adorned with intricate designs, Nan Gongqingjin never intended to use them. Now, so calmly, she chose the simplest one and placed it in her cloud-like bun before looking at Xian as she approached leisurely. Almost everything had been forgotten, except for the promise made by Huangfu Kongming last night, that he would allow her to leave today. Since she was determined to go, Nan Gongqingjin naturally wouldn't take anything that Huangfu Kongming had previously prepared for her. "Xian, you're awake." Nan Gongqingjin spoke softly, turning her head to look at Xian. Though just awakened, Xian lacked vigor, appearing instead tired, with dark circles under her eyes. This puzzled Nan Gongqingjin greatly. Could there have been something wrong with the sweet rice wine last night? She asked hesitantly, lowering her gaze and pondering deeply. Even if this was their first time getting drunk, it shouldn't have affected them to such an extent. Now that both of them were awake, they began to consider whether there was indeed something amiss with the wine from last night. Nan Gongqingjin, gripping the hairpin, subconsciously tightened her grip, feeling the coldness creep into her fingers. She pointed to the adjacent seat, and Xian immediately sat down with a dejected expression. Chapter 82, Lu Meyer's Gang. Xian, think back. Was there anything wrong with the rice wine last night? The rice wine was said to be from the south, but neither of us is a good drinker, and we drank too much, so... Xian wanted to say more, but appeared listless and kept yawning. Seeing this, Nan Gongqingjin already understood. The rice wine definitely had something wrong with it. I will go find it. Clearly, even Xian'er sensed something amiss and immediately went to look for the rice wine. Nan Gongqingjin was usually confident, but now she started to waver. Last night when they were drinking the rice wine, it just tasted fine. If the rice wine contained any hallucinogenic agents, she wondered how could that have been possible. She, an expert in medicine, should have been able to taste it out. Yet, now, her only hope lay with Xian'er, hoping Xian'er would find the remaining portion from last night so that she could carefully distinguish its composition. After a very long time, Xian'er still didn't find the rice wine. Although there wasn't much of the leftover rice wine left, it had already been thrown away by one of the maids in the house. These maids often idled around, yet last night they became particularly diligent. Another puzzling issue for Nan Gongqingjin. Where's the rice wine? The remainder from last night. Xian'er realized something was off and immediately asked the maid. The rice wine in the house had already been discarded by this maid. But the maid also looked innocent, rummaging through boxes alongside Xian'er while helplessly shrugging. If you need some more, I'll ask someone to prepare it for you. There's plenty in the kitchen. There might be plenty, but who knew if the new batch would be the same as last night's? Xian'er quickly shook her head, then vaguely discovered that she herself had fallen into a trap last night. Panicking, she rushed over to Nan Gongqingjin. For the destruction of evidence regarding the rice wine, Nan Gongqingjin had already foreseen it. Still, seeing Xian'er come like this, she sighed melancholically. Thankfully, no other incidents occurred after getting drunk, so she could only admonish gently. In future, anything sent here, especially what goes into our mouths, must be thoroughly examined. Although Nan Gongqingjin usually trusted the maids in this house, after last night's incident, things would be different moving forward. Now, suddenly, her heart began to inexplicably race. A strong sense of unease had gripped her. Even though the morning sunlight was warm, the light that normally comforted others made Nan Gongqingjin feel icy cold, as if falling into an ice hole. After a long silence, unconsciously, she stood up, gripping the adjacent magnolia wood. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin's demeanor, Xian'er obviously knew that she was piecing together the events from last night. Unwilling to disturb her, Xian'er quietly waited and observed, waiting patiently for Nan Gongqingjin's final conclusion on the matter. After a brief moment, Nan Gongqingjin suddenly turned her gaze, fire sparking in her eyes, revealing the most primal fear. No. She hoped that matters weren't as terrible as she had anticipated. Her large, doe-like eyes filled with an unspoken dread. She took a step back and moved toward the nearby small room. Unaware of what Nan Gongqingjin intended to do, Xian'er followed closely behind. Not long after, Nan Gongqingjin had already picked up the medicinal jar from last night. Placing it near her nose to take a slight sniff, the jar slipped from her hands and shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. Upon seeing this, Xian'er clearly understood the situation was dire and immediately crouched down there. Xian'er, there's no need to look further. Our fates are sealed. Last night, someone swapped the Kyazifawa herb for wolfsbane grass in the medicine. It looks identical, but the wolfsbane grass is highly toxic. Common people who drink it will become paralyzed. Xian'er clutched at the charred black remnants of the grass that could no longer be identified, repeatedly sighing in despair. It was my fault, my oversight. It was my mistake. I deserve death. I deserve death. Xian'er, it's me who has brought harm to you. It's all because of me. Nan Gongqingjin knew that it would be impossible to leave today. What made matters worse, soon after, Lady Lu Meyer from the Annex Palace also arrived. Nan Gongqingjin did not know why Lu Meyer had come. Yet, now that Lu Meyer wished to get inside, it was effortless for her. Quickly giving Xian'er a glance, Xian'er understood well. Having lived together for so long, their meanings conveyed through glances alone were easily understood. Xian'er had already hidden the wet, black wolfsbane grass in her sleeve and quickly discarded the shattered medicine jar to the side before standing up and heading towards the source of the footsteps. Lu Meyer appeared as usual, still extravagantly dressed. Clearly, last night when Huangfu Kongming and Nan Gongqingjin were entangled, Lu Meyer knew about it. Yet, this didn't lead Lu Meyer to act hostile towards Nan Gongqingjin. Instead, Lu Meyer was now smiling faintly as she stepped closer toward the house. Her eyes swept across Nan Gongqingjin's face, with a delicate dimple and rosy complexion forming a stark contrast to Nan Gongqingjin's deathly pale visage at this moment. I've come for a reason. Let me see what's wrong. Speaking directly, after just one introductory line, Lu Meyer gracefully walked over and sat stably at the 8 immortals table. Xian'er, bring the medicinal pillow. Upon Nan Gongqingjin's order, Xian'er quickly retrieved the medicinal pillow and placed it on the table. The two exchanged glances briefly, while Lu Meyer let out a cold chuckle without averting her gaze from Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin quickly began to take Lu Meyer's pulse, but something was off. This wasn't the pulse of pregnancy. Based on Nan Gongqingjin's years of medical expertise, the current condition was highly unusual. After finishing the diagnosis, Nan Gongqingjin realized the truth. You tricked us, you're not pregnant. Nan Gongqingjin bluntly broke the news. Nearby, Lu Meyer's eyebrows shot upward. You couldn't even recognize the pulse of pregnancy? I thought entrusting my well-being to you would be safe, but evidently, you're no different from those unlearned fools. Hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin frowned immediately. You have a purpose. What is your intent? She asked sharply, glaring intensely at the woman before her. But Lu Meyer remained unruffled and did not withdraw her hand immediately, choosing to smile lightly. In the beginning, you claimed I was pregnant, and now you claim I'm not. South Palace Qingjin. Isn't this you discrediting your own reputation? Whether or not I am truly pregnant, you've already ruined yourself, because... Lu Meyer spoke slowly, a sinister grin crossing her lips as she moved forward with premeditation, grasping Nan Gongqingjian's hand tightly. Nan Gongqingjian instinctively tried to struggle, but Lu Meyer wouldn't allow it. Lu Meyer's abdomen then forcibly collided with the corner of the table nearby, an obviously premeditated action, something that could have been stopped if allowed. Despite this clear planning, Lu Meyer immediately turned red in the face afterward and shouted loudly, "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Why did you push me? You. Miss, are you all right?" At this, Luli already took a step forward dramatically, clutching Lu Meyer's hand in an exaggerated manner. Now, Lu Meyer's complexion became ashen white, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. A more pitiful incident unfolded soon after. "Bring someone. Quick, where is everyone? Have they all died?" In moments, all the maidservants big and small arrived, swarming around Lu Meyer and surrounding her protectively. One maid acted more panicked than Lu Meyer herself. "Ah, blood. So much blood. Miss, are you all right?" This ruckus quickly spread the news to Huangfu Kongming. During the night, people tend to have weaker willpower, so the decision to let Nan Gongqingjian leave last night wasn't exactly his original intention. His eyes flickered as he pondered whether he should change his mind. If he decided now not to let Nan Gongqingjian leave, he'd appear dishonest. However, if he agreed now to let her go, then considering how accustomed he had become to seeing this woman every day, her sudden absence would make many subsequent matters nearly impossible to handle. For a long time in silence, he started wavering, utterly unsure of what he should do next, or how to proceed. At that exact moment, all the maids at the entrance grew anxious, and before long, a maid delivered alarming news. Huangfu Kongming never expected something like this to happen. Every maid present unanimously reported that Nan Gongqingjian had a verbal conflict with Lu Meyer early in the morning. The exact reason why Nan Gongqingjian would resort to such extreme measures was still uncertain. However, upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming could no longer contain himself and soon headed towards Nan Gongqingjian's quarters. Meanwhile, Lu Meyer was already in agony, rolling around on the ground uncontrollably. One doctor after another arrived at the estate. Seeing them come one after another made Nan Gongqingjian finally realize it was now a time when even 100 mouths couldn't defend her innocence. Such a despicable scheme, and yet she hadn't foreseen it. This child had only just been conceived. After diagnosing her condition to its eventual miscarriage, it all happened within 3 days. Nan Gongqingjian had now pieced everything together. It was all rooted in that woman's revenge against her. The woman was selfish, envious of her, and wanted to have Huangfu Kongming all to herself. She could only blame herself for not diagnosing Lu Meyer properly at first. When Nan Gongqingjian learned about Lu Meyer's pregnancy, she was so devastated that this sorrow quickly overwhelmed her, leaving her vulnerable, which allowed Lu Meyer's vile plan to succeed. Now, everything made sense. Looking at Lu Meyer writhing on the ground, completely irrational, Nan Gongqingjian was struck speechless. On the side, Lily continued to curse maliciously while helping Lu Meyer up and leading her toward the cloud couch. "You are truly an evil woman, Miss Ningong. I know you love His Highness, but how could you have such wicked thoughts about harming a fetus so small? I've seen too much of you. I, along with my mistress, misjudged your character. She once trusted you wholeheartedly. Now we understand. You're a beast in human form." Chapter 83. The murderer is not me. Malicious woman, you are truly malicious. As for the present Lu Meyer, she has become much calmer after feeling completely disheartened, but her eyes still gaze strangely at Nan Gongqingjian beside her. "Young lady Nangong, why did you push me? You knew very well that I am with child. You knew it, and yet you did not have good intentions. From the start, this was your scheme. You're truly formidable. To like His Highness the Prince is not wrong. We could have competed fairly. There are many in this mansion who admire His Highness, but what about you? Now look at yourself." Since she had fallen ill and suffered a miscarriage, this woman should now be subdued. But instead, she started to irrationally scold others. In everyone's eyes, Lu Meyer appears as a pitiable victim while the guilty Nan Gongqingjian remains completely unmoved, lacking even the basic attitude one would expect in apologizing for an error. You people slander our young miss. Our miss didn't push Miss Lu. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Why do you accuse her of slander early in the morning? You ungrateful people. Everything has been arranged by Lu Meyer herself. Lu Meyer, you've gone through great efforts. You've gone through great efforts. Sienna had already grown quite indignant and expressed all of her dissatisfaction. Beside her, Lu Meyer had already begun sobbing softly, appearing utterly helpless. Faced with the current situation, there was nothing to do but wait for Huangfu Kongming's arrival. No one else could preside over justice. In response to such a serious matter, Huangfu Kongming did not delay in arriving. Even from far away, he could already hear the clamor erupting from inside the room. With firm steps, he entered decisively. What met his eyes was this scene. Lu Meyer, under the support of servants, had already moved to the cloud couch. Her face appeared sallow, her breathing faint, and she was clearly bedridden. Perhaps before Huangfu Kongming arrived, Lu Meyer's attitude was better. However, after Huangfu Kongming showed up, this woman appeared even more pitiful, as if entirely without support. She did not need to utter a single word or make even the simplest motion. All she needed was to display her weakness and win sympathy. That heart-wrenching sight, that light sadness mixed with sorrowful pain, was enough to immediately spark an unprecedented desire to protect her. Though he did not yet fully understand what had happened, the undeniable truth staring him in the face made one thing clear. Nangong Qingjin, had caused Lu Meyer's miscarriage. The only child of his being sacrificed in such a power struggle environment filled Huangfu Kongming with cold fury. The sharp brows on his dignified face stood out sharply. His chilling, emotionless gaze carried within it not a shred of sentiment, icy and daunting. You couldn't even spare this prince's child. How cruel you are. At this moment, everyone can see that Lu Meyer is the victim, and without a doubt, the person harming her is none other than the composed Nangong Qingjin before them. Remarkably, Nangong Qingjin did not show even a trace of anxiety. She remained unusually calm, as if absolutely nothing had happened. Despite the fact that Huangfu Kongming's affection for Lu Meyer wasn't sufficient to inspire a fatherly love toward the unborn child. Still, Lu Meyer had been pregnant, and this child truly was his own. At this thought, Huangfu Kongming suddenly became indifferent. Even if this child were born in the future and Lu Meyer continued without status or title, the child would remain just another ordinary kid. Yet, Lu Meyer was still Lu Meyer, the mother of his child. Thinking about this, Huangfu Kongming glanced at Lu Meyer once more. Right now, Lu Meyer had already begun crying with despair, sometimes silently shedding tears without sound, other times crying without shedding tears, and at other moments sobbing uncontrollably. It was beyond imagination how fast this child had vanished, becoming non-existent so soon. Just a day or two ago, she experienced the joy of being a mother-to-be, a happiness she relished deeply. But now, everything had changed. Everything had slowly transformed, the passage of time turning silent. I did not. Nangong Qingjin bit her lips gently, speaking while slowly lifting her eyes to look at the man who misunderstood her. The pain she felt was not physical. It pierced deep into her heart, making it feel as though it were bleeding drop by drop. Nangong Qingjin had not foreseen that the situation would evolve into such a state. Given the current circumstances, everything appeared to be taking a very unfavorable turn. This woman was ultimately still targeting her. This woman never actually bore a child at all. Her pregnancy from the start was merely a smokescreen used to deceive. The fundamental purpose behind this was nothing more than an attempt to bring her down. Upon realizing this, Nangong Qingjin felt her heart ache, a pain she had never before experienced. Despite this, she managed to endure, keeping herself composed. Huangfu Kongming's gaze remained cold and melancholic, unwaveringly fixed on Nangong Qingjin's face. It was foreseeable that Huangfu Kongming, mourning the loss of his beloved child, would naturally believe Nangong Qingjin's guilt. After all, what everyone inside this room claimed was already evident. The saying, 3 men make a tiger, seemed particularly fitting in this case. Now it was necessary to hear what the surrounding maids and servants had to say. You. He spat out this word with hostility through clenched teeth, delivering a warning. Nangong Qingjin did not utter a single word of rebuttal, merely gazing at Huangfu Kongming in complete despair. Could it be that after all this time, Huangfu Kongming still didn't know Lu Meyer's true character? Upon contemplating this, she tightened her lips further, as if her tongue had tasted the faint bitterness of blood. Finally, Huangfu Kongming slowly drew a breath, raised his brows slightly, then calmly clenched his fists, pointing toward one of the maids nearby. This maid glanced timidly at Lu Meyer beside her. Lu Meyer, however, had no time for exchanging glances or subtle communications with this young maid. Once their eyes met briefly, this clever maid immediately understood everything and realized Lu Meyer's intentions. She stepped forward without delay, kneeling before Huangfu Kongming. The maid began bowing her head continuously, trembling while shedding tears profusely, and commenced accusing the other woman. Her finger pointed accusingly like a blade, directly targeting the woman standing close by. It was you. It was you who did this. Nangong Qingjin hadn't anticipated this. Though the maid usually got along well with her and she had always treated her kindly, she had mistakenly assumed that they shared sisterly camaraderie. However, in times of calamity, people fled for self-preservation. Their eyes meeting briefly confirmed this betrayal. Nangong Qingjin coldly stared at this lying person. You. How dare you fabricate lies? These are non-existent allegations. How can you conjure up falsehoods? You're truly absurd. Your Highness, this girl spouts nonsense. Please don't believe her. Don't believe her. Sienna cried out pleadingly. Huangfu Kongming's gaze shifted briefly between both women like spring water flowing over them, eventually locking once again on the maid who first knelt before him. Sienna, return to your place and let her speak. We shall remain calm and need not fear any slander. Your Highness will decide justly, said Nangong Qingjin as she extended her hand, stopping Sienna, who was eager to step forward. Sienna sighed deeply, her gaze flickering. With great reluctance, she wiped away her wet tears and kneeled beside, listening silently as others spoke false accusations against her. At this moment, Sienna was filled with deep grief, whereas Nangong Qingjin remained unperturbed, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. She faced adversity so serenely, dissolving challenges effortlessly. Her heart, devoid of any regret, seemed genuinely blameless. Regarding the loss of the child who never should have been born, Huangfu Kongming felt profound pain. Yet, despite his anguish, he somehow reached a sense of tranquil acceptance. Although cruel, allowing a courtesan to become the mother of his child would contradict propriety and morality, a standard Huangfu Kongming could not accept. As for what had actually transpired, various conflicting accounts now existed, even several differing versions altogether. As their eyes met briefly again, Nangong Qingjin did not lower hers. Instead, she maintained silence patiently, showing absolutely no ripples of emotion on her face. Such composure resembled someone unfazed even if a mountain crumbled right before her eyes. Huangfu Kongming, Observing this tranquil, Nangong Qingjin gradually calmed himself too. I wouldn't dare lie to His Highness. I clearly witnessed Miss Nangong quarreling with our young miss over something earlier. Initially, I wanted to mediate, but given my lowly status, I dared not interfere. The maid wept bitterly, narrating her story mournfully, as if it were undeniably true. Nangong Qingjin couldn't believe she was being so unjustly framed, so vilely slandered. Her beautiful eyes widened, and an unprecedented coldness enveloped her entirely. She looked at the maid who was talking nonsense beside her coldly, maliciously, and without a word of defense or indication of her own attitude. She just gazed at the maid quietly. The maid, while sobbing, continued to tell her sorrowful story. That is after all my fault. I thought, rather than watching Miss Nangong argue with our young miss, I should step forward and mediate better. But when I just stepped forward, ready to calm both parties down and suggest discussing things properly seated. When the maid got here in her narrative, she cast an immediate timid and guilty glance at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin still maintained her usual composure, but now there wasn't even a trace of emotion left in her eyes, only an empty and chilling gaze directed towards the woman before her. As soon as I moved forward, I saw Miss Nangong extend her hand and forcefully push toward our miss's stomach. Caught unprepared, our miss fell back and collided straight into the nearby table. While speaking, she pointed to the table behind Lu Meyer. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer cried louder than ever before, clearly finding this account credible. Huangfu Kongming's gaze shifted to the side table, his brain quickly estimating the distance, clenching his fists furiously. Being far away, by the time I took a step forward to intervene, tragedy had already occurred. I saw. What? Speak faster. I saw Miss slump gently onto the ground. By the time I helped Sister Luli carry Miss onto the side daybed, blood was already on Miss's body. Later, after rushing through this part of her story, the maid then added, as for what happened later, you've already seen it, isn't it? Isn't it unnecessary for me to repeat it? Chapter 84, Huangfu Kongming's Verification. Step back. Huangfu Kongming coldly waved his sleeve, and the girl immediately nodded and prepared to step back. However, upon seeing her relieved expression, Huangfu Kongming furrowed his brow and pressed on with a question. Just now, you did not lie, did you? I wouldn't dare, under broad daylight. Moreover, there are so many girls here who witnessed it. You could just ask anyone. If you don't believe me and think I lied, kill me if you want, but you may ask those around. Ask them. Huangfu Kongming turned his verifying gaze toward the other girls nearby. Among them, one girl seemed the least noticeable, yet this girl was trembling the hardest. This girl likely had a smaller courage. As Huangfu Kongming took a step forward, his towering shadow already loomed over her, causing her to tremble even more violently than before. Tears streaming before words could form, she fell plop to her knees beside Huangfu Kongming, as he coldly asked, "Tell me, was what Liuli just said true or false?" Lady Lu Meyer had originally prepared to give this coward a dirty look, but Huangfu Kongming's actions already made it clear that such an act was impossible. Now, Huangfu Kongming had cut off all invisible bonds of friendship between them. The girl wiped away the sweaty moisture from her face and began nodding profusely. My lord demands more than mere nods or shakes. My lord, was what Liuli just said true or false? At this inquiry, the girl started bowing her head repeatedly, her voice fragmented due to tension and fear, yet loud and clear. Sister Liuli spoke correctly. I deserve death for not noticing earlier when Miss Nangong moved against a certain young lady. If I had seen, I would have given my life to protect the miss and your prince. I deserve death. I deserve death. This. Huangfu Kongming gestured with his hand, signaling the girl to rise. He then pointed at another person close by. This servant similarly repeated the same claim. The situation became increasingly disadvantageous to Nangong Qingjin, her heart racing. With everyone unanimously testifying, what more do you have to say? Huangfu Kongming was genuinely angry. Indeed, he hadn't been too enthusiastic about this child being born in the first place. But even if he didn't love this child, its loss meant Huangfu Kongming, as the father, still had to investigate appropriately. Nangong Qingjin was always a woman who stood firm when challenged. If only she would humbly accept criticism and admit her faults at this moment, it might have settled matters. But no, Nangong Qingjin wasn't doing any of that. Her eyes were still piercingly cold, determined, unreasonable, and brazen, glaring with venom akin to that of a snake. I hate you, Nangong Qingjin said softly, while lowering her gaze to look at the tip of her shoes. Just now, were their claims true? Huangfu Kongming seemed to have uncovered something. Perhaps hatred could extend far like affection can, both in different ways connecting things indirectly related. Their gazes intersected briefly. Huangfu Kongming couldn't help but wonder why this clearly guilty woman held herself so confidently. A woman who was so utterly wrong acted as though nothing happened. Her sharp phoenix-like eyes contained no much emotion. The cold dark pupils reflected just faint sparks of fire. Their gazes clashed again momentarily, sparks ignited. South Palace Qingjin. The prince requires you to meet his eyes and answer why you pushed Lu Meyer aside. Now it was evident the prince intended to administer justice. On the side, Lu Meyer sobbed louder than before, gazing at Huangfu Kongming with piteous, affectionate eyes. Without uttering a word, Huangfu Kongming merely stared coldly at the woman before him. Slowly lifting her eyes, South Palace Qingjin looked directly into Huangfu Kongming's. Your Highness, I've said twice that I'm innocent. I did not push her. If your Highness permits, this is the third time. So many witnesses saw you clearly shove Lu Meyer, South Palace Qingjin. How do you dare deny it? You've disappointed me utterly. Huang Fukongming turned away, showing obvious disgust as he refused further eye contact with Nangong Qingjin. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly. After a long silence, she finally sighed. You will always trust others, never me. She uttered these words, unwilling to elaborate further. What is, when the wall falls, everyone pushes mean? The current situation is exactly that. As their gazes met, Huang Fukongming let out a cold breath. And Nangong Qingjin? She remained the same as always. Why do they have to frame you? Because if they don't frame me now, they'll die otherwise. Now, knowing better than to oppose is wise. The situation has already come to this. Nangong Qingjin said this while lowering her gaze, unwilling to elaborate further and not looking at Huang Fukongming, having no hope that Huang Fukongming would prove her innocence. Now, his defense had ended. Things carried on in this routine-like manner. Their gazes slightly met again, one silent without a word, the other similarly quiet. Huang Fukongming thought, Nangong Qingjin truly didn't need to lie, for Nangong Qingjin had her own pride. After being together for 3 or 4 months, during this time, Huang Fukongming could at least discern how Nangong Qingjin acted. There was indeed no need for such nonsense talk. As for pushing Lu Meyer, there must be some reason behind it. Now, he did not intend to execute Nangong Qingjin, who had made a mistake immediately, but looked instead at the girl nearby, saying, You must have heard earlier what caused these 2 young mistresses to quarrel? This. The maid, a smart one, immediately frowned and thought for a moment. But after a long while, she still claimed that she hadn't heard clearly. Your humble servant didn't hear because of the distance. Moreover, I really didn't expect the matter to escalate like this. Good. Speak then. Pointing at Lu Meyer, Huang Fukongming commanded. Lu Meyer immediately said, I am actually doing all this for you. I feel close to you. So this woman envies us and tries to create trouble. I just wanted to say a few words, but this woman completely denied me the chance to defend myself. Really, Lord, please investigate. Truth speaks louder than eloquence. It seemed that Lu Meyer had now grasped the winning card. Huang Fukongming nodded and turned his gaze towards Nangong Qingjin beside him. This king remembers that you were drunk last night. Yes, she was drunk last night, but it wasn't something Nangong Qingjin had intended. There was an issue with the rice wine. All drops are gone now, leaving no way to verify anything possible, and Nangong Qingjin could only nod. Huang Fukongming frowned, but continued casting the same cold and piercing gaze onto the immaculate face of Nangong Qingjin. So, you told me that drunk people tell the truth. Yes. Nangong Qingjin spoke resolutely, because that's who she was. After seeing her nodding, Huang Fukongming beside her then said, And you also said that you liked this king, right? Oh well, now the matter finally tied back to jealousy. I just speak my mind bluntly, that's all. Is it true? Huang Fukongming paid no regard to whether Nangong Qingjin spoke her mind bluntly. His eyes moved onto the nearby girl, causing Nangong Qingjin's thin lips to tremble slightly. After a long while, she shyly lowered her gaze timidly. Today marked the first time that awkwardness appeared on Nangong Qingjin's face. If so, it's understandable why you pushed Lu Meyer aside. It was either by accident or... I did not. Nangong Qingjin declared firmly, her brows furrowed harder as she stared at the man before her. Why couldn't Huang Fukongming believe her even a little? Her gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. The situation was very much unfavorable against her now. Her eyes flickered and saw many different faces. The girl who accused her earlier was now filled with regretful eyes, while Lu Meyer's eyes reflected a sense of innate pride, a smug satisfaction only felt when gaining the upper hand. Their gazes slightly intersected for a moment when Huang Fukongming already comprehended Nangong Qingjin's intention. Why do you keep saying you didn't? At this point, if Nangong Qingjin would simply agree and admit that it was her own evil plot, Prince Huang Fukongming would forgive her. However, Nangong Qingjin wouldn't concede defeat, even refusing to step down from the obvious exit provided right before her eyes. Prince Huang Fukongming's eyes fixed on the Nangong Qingjin standing before him. What, hating steel for not turning into iron, meant, Huang Fukongming finally understood now. Nangong Qingjin, her beautiful eyes tinged with a faint sorrow, looked straight at Huang Fukongming. She never expected this calamity to strike herself. Yet, often, more terrifying matters would follow afterward. Today, this incident was merely a simple prelude. The drama has yet to begin, but Huang Fukongming's gaze was already cold as he stared at the woman before him. Nangong Qingjin remained silent, waiting for the final moment to come. Huang Fukongming didn't want to look into her eyes and instead turned his head, focusing on the space ahead. After an extended silence, Huang Fukongming's lips moved slightly. A healer should possess a benevolent heart. This king never expected you would do such a thing. The accusations of many are often enough to kill someone without cause. Do you know that? The prince is just choosing to believe hearsay words. My identity now is known to all here. And among these people, Lu Meyer is undoubtedly the most cunning one. Sometimes, people speak with mouths, but not hearts. They're merely trying to save themselves, and I can understand that. But have you ever thought about why I would make Lu Meyer miscarry? Such actions are indeed challenging your authority. As she spoke, she turned to address the man beside her. You are a healer. You knew very well that my health was fragile. Yet, when you pushed me aside so forcefully, it was like wanting me dead. If I were to die, wouldn't this estate fall completely under your control, Nangong Qingjin? You truly have a cruel heart. If I intended to let you die, there are 100 ways I could use. Any method I chose, no one would even suspect that I did it, such as what you see. While speaking, Nangong Qingjin gestured toward a servant girl nearby who had tried her best to frame her moments ago. But now, the same girl turned pale, collapsed, and began foaming at the mouth. Upon seeing this scene, everyone quickly retreated and gathered around Lu Meyer for safety. At this point, Nangong Qingjin stepped forward and took out from her sleeve a perfectly round white pill, handing it over to the girl. After swallowing it, the girl quickly recovered. Chapter 85. Nangong Qingjin is completely framed. I merely wanted to prove that if I were to kill, I have plenty of methods, and there's absolutely no need for me to do it that way. I don't have any personal grudge against this little girl. You all saw it. I didn't even move an inch, yet the little girl already fell unconscious. If I really intended to kill you and your child, I wouldn't be that foolish. The other purpose of this experiment was actually to let the people on the side know. After all, she has always regarded these girls as good sisters. Otherwise, none of these girls would survive. As a healer who has been saving lives for so many years, Nangong Qingjin understood rather clearly inside her heart that redemption of a person is a form of creation, and redeeming a person is far greater than hurting one. Moreover, every life is precious. Even though these people had just testified against her, there's an old saying that fits well here. If one doesn't act in self-interest, heaven will destroy and earth will obliterate. If someone can't figure out their own stance in such a situation, then this person is likely finished. Now that the experiment is over, its results were immediately apparent and very effective. Many maids who used to serve here turned pale. One by one, they silently looked at the woman in front of them. Nangong Qingjin had slowly stood up, those wide-open eyes fixed on the position beside her, but still did not utter a word. At this point, at least Huangfu Kongming had also understood that if Nangong Qingjin wanted to kill someone, it would be extremely easy. This action of hers truly exemplifies what effortless means. But Huangfu Kongming seemed to understand her as well. My lord, we had a minor argument just now. The conflict originated from something else. On the previous night, due to my panic, I made an incorrect diagnosis. Actually, Lu Meyer was not pregnant. The pregnancy pulse could be faked. It only occurred to me later. So, why didn't you tell this prince right away? Huangfu Kongming stared with widened eyes, harshly gazing at the person in front of him. Because I didn't expect the situation to escalate further. This matter was just informed to me by Lu Meyer. As for the claim that I pushed her, I've been here all along. I am not the type of person to act rashly. Don't you see that? After explaining herself, Nangong Qingjin no longer wanted to say another word. Looking at Huangfu Kongming before her. Actually, if things progressed normally, the truth would have come out by now. As long as severe questioning were applied, these young girls would definitely immediately tell Huangfu Kongming that they lied under duress. But at this juncture, the situation had changed, and events developed too quickly. My lord, do you believe her? Do you believe her? Lu Meyer quickly knelt before Huangfu Kongming and started crying bitterly. Seeing this, a sense of sadness naturally arose within Huangfu Kongming. This prince is still confused about the matter and needs to investigate further. How is your health? Leaving it unsaid would be fine. But upon speaking, Lu Meyer forcefully pointed at the woman nearby. My lord, because of this outsider, you actually don't believe in me. I may not be perfect, but this child is the only one I share with you. Now, I won't allow anyone to defame me or my child. Please, my lord, make your decision immediately. While speaking, Lu Meyer was already preparing to die by dashing her head against a pillar. The current situation was crystal clear. If Huangfu Kongming continued to support Nangong Qingjin, the end result would be the death of both Lu Meyer and her child. Not only would she lose her child today, but she would also lose a woman who loves her. The Lu Meyer present was filled with deep sorrow and determination. My lord, please make your judgment. Lu Meyer was fully aware that if Huangfu Kongming didn't handle Nangong Qingjin now, after some time, once Huangfu Kongming calmed down, things between him and Nangong Qingjin would return to peace. They would continue to coexist without issues. Perhaps others hadn't noticed earlier, but Lu Meyer had observed quite clearly. The look in Huangfu Kongming's eyes when he looked at Nangong Qingjin was illusory, filled with pity, and even somewhat flirtatious. Such an illusory, flirtatious, and pitiful gaze would soon let Huangfu Kongming easily forgive someone. Their gazes slightly intersected for a moment, and the only thing Lu Meyer wanted to do was, while she still had the strength, while she still had the ability to overthrow Nangong Qingjin, to act decisively. My lord, don't you still trust me? While speaking, Lu Meyer forcefully opened her eyes wide, looking directly at Huangfu Kongming. My child is already gone, and I feel utterly disheartened. I didn't expect that your highness would also have a heart as cold as iron. Now, I no longer wish to live. Please allow me this final resolution. As she spoke, Lu Meyer's eyes were wide open, and with force, she lunged forward. Huangfu Kongming swiftly pulled Lu Meyer back by her body. The current situation isn't clear yet. For now, let's confine Nangong Qingjin at home. Originally, Huangfu Kongming had promised Nangong Qingjin that he would set her free today. But now with the present circumstances, it has become extremely difficult for Nangong Qingjin to leave. Your highness, last night you promised me that you would let me safely leave this place. If possible, Nangong Qingjin wanted to leave, because from an indirect perspective, it wasn't hard to see that Huangfu Kongming had absolutely no feelings of love towards her, and none would arise either. What benefit was there in staying beside such a cold-hearted person? This prince wants to send you away, he said coldly, flapping his wide sleeves as he spoke. But what happened today is related to you. This prince thinks, if something like this happens, your first reaction should not be avoidance, but confrontation. Since you've done those actions, why are you unwilling to admit them? This doesn't align with who this prince knows Nangong Qingjin to be. The room was suddenly filled with a heavy low-pressure atmosphere because of this sentence. What does your highness want me to admit? It wasn't something she did. Why should she admit to it? If you didn't do it, then why? Hasty accusations can always find a way, Nangong Qingjin said coldly. Huang Fu Kongming frowned deeply, delivering a powerful palm strike that instantly shattered the nearby table into splinters. Despite the flurry of wood debris flying everywhere, originally expecting Nangong Qingjin to show fear, instead she barely even flinched. Good, truly excellent. Huang Fu Kongming sighed heavily. Now, the matter had become so chaotic that amidst this situation, this woman was still adamantly insisting on leaving here. This place has already turned into a trouble spot. How could he possibly let Nangong Qingjin just leave? I haven't done it. Every word I say is true, she insisted, maintaining her composure after finishing and looking at Huang Fu Kongming. Every word is true, ah? So noble, Nangong Qingjin. Huang Fu Kongming furrowed his brows forcefully. Your Highness, things are not good. At this crucial moment, a servant scrambled into the room, bowing low upon seeing Huang Fu Kongming, hitting the ground with all his might. Chu Feng. Speak, how is General really doing? Witnessing the servant's panicked state, Huang Fu Kongming immediately sensed something was amiss. Recently, Chu Feng wasn't as constantly by his side as before. First, Chu Feng's health itself was poor, and Huang Fu Kongming wanted him to rest more often. Second, hearing rumors that Chu Feng got along well with Nangong Qingjin. Lately Nangong Qingjin had been treating Chu Feng's illnesses. Now, seeing the servant's panic-stricken face, instinctively, Huang Fu Kongming's heart began to sink. If it weren't for Chu Feng sacrificing his life 6 years ago to save him, he wouldn't be who he was today. His ability to still live a decent life, now all owed to Chu Feng back then. Hurry up, speak quickly, Huang Fu Kongming ordered. The servant stood up immediately. Your Highness, General Chu Feng drank the medicine prepared by Miss Ningong last night. Today he was originally trying to get up, but... What happened? Grabbing the servant's shoulders forcefully, he asked sharply. The servant trembled slightly, finally shifting his gaze away from Nangong Qingjin, but General Chu Feng became paralyzed. He has completely lost all strength and... how could this happen? Send someone to bring the general over here. Huang Fu Kongming commanded. The servant nodded and left promptly. When the servant departed, Huang Fu Kongming glared fiercely at Nangong Qingjin standing in front of him. This prince never expected that you would not even spare General Chu Feng. Your Highness, indeed, you forget things easily. Last night, I intended to come back earlier. I planned to return to check the medicine for General Chu Feng, but you were in the garden. Think carefully about it. Last night, at least twice Nangong Qingjin had wanted to come back, but both times, Huang Fu Kongming hadn't allowed her to leave. Now, upon recollecting himself, Huang Fu Kongming noticed that the gleam in his eyes had faded. Your Highness, Chu Feng was no longer able to walk. Chu Feng had to be carried in. This marked the first time ever Chu Feng couldn't perform the proper etiquette before Huang Fu Kongming. Never did Chu Feng imagine that a bowl of soup would cost him his health. For a brave and skilled general, such a state of disability was worse than death. And now, this was exactly what Chu Feng was enduring. Carried in just moments ago, the venomous glare from his cruel eyes already targeted the woman standing nearby. How could Nangong Qingjin not know that Chu Feng's paralysis stemmed from the wolf toxin grass last night? Xianer, present the evidence. Nangong Qingjin said confidently as Xianer sighed, withdrawing her compassionate gaze from Chu Feng before retrieving something she had secretly concealed in her sleeve the previous evening. Your Highness, among the remnants of last night's medicine, there appeared an unexpected herb. Although I was drunk last night, even the glutinous rice wine was problematic. I never anticipated so many events unfolding last night. In the herbs I gave to General, there was only Paris polyphylla, also known as 7 leaves in 1 flower, but certainly not this. This Chinese medicinal herb is called wolf toxin grass, originally a poison that can induce paralysis. Nangong Qingjin explained serenely, as though she had foreseen these events long beforehand. Her calm foresight further reinforced Huang Fu Kongming's belief that the situation was intricately tied to Nangong Qingjin. If it were unrelated, why would Nangong Qingjin be acting like this now? If it were unrelated, the circumstances wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. Their gazes briefly met before Huang Fu Kongming sighed, coldly fixing his eyes on Nangong Qingjin. Since you knew all along what would happen, why didn't you offer aid? Even if you're not directly responsible, your hands aren't clean either. You simply let it unfold. Chapter 86. The courtyard runs deep, willows piled with smoke. Nangong Qingjin did not expect Huang Fu Kongming to say such a thing, and for a moment she felt as though struck by 5 thunderbolts, already left speechless. Last night, she had been afraid someone would take advantage of the situation and create trouble, so she tried repeatedly to leave. But she never imagined things would take such a sudden turn. The situation became so uncontrollable that no matter how Nangong Qingjin tried to predict it, she could not have foreseen it would develop in this manner. To bring her down, Lu Meyer resorted to 2 of the most assured and yet most unbelievable methods. The first was making her miscarry, and the second was leaving Chu Feng disabled. She knew that even if this child couldn't make Huang Fu Kongming heartbroken, it certainly would affect Chu Feng. After all, since 6 years ago, Chu Feng had lived here with diligence, ensuring that Huang Fu Kongming could survive better. It was through Chu Feng's efforts, risking his life, that he managed to rescue Huang Fu Kongming from among the dead. Huang Fu Kongming trusted Chu Feng so much because there truly existed a deep bond between them. They were like brothers, but never did they imagine that things would unfold this way. Chu Feng was now disabled. That formidable warrior who once swept through battles with no obstacles now lay disabled. And it was due to Nangong Qingjin. Now, He coldly stared at Nangong Qingjin. I admit, I only suspected. I couldn't believe Lu Meyer had replaced the 7-leaf herb with wolf poison grass. I simply could not fathom it. Absurd. Absurd. Huangfu Kongming exclaimed as he waved his hands forcefully. Somebody, check on the general. No need. Came a calm voice from the doorway, yet one that carried a chilling effect. It bore its usual coldness and stability, but sounded hoarse. Everyone immediately turned their heads, only to see Chu Feng being wheeled into view. Chu Feng wasn't walking. He was pushed forward on a makeshift wooden chair. Now, his bulky frame sat in the middle of the chair, as if deeply embedded within it, trembling hands straining with every ounce of strength. The veins on his handbacks had visibly protruded, indicating that he had tried repeatedly to stand up, but without success. His trembling hands finally settled back quietly in a mixture of fear and helplessness. Then his gaze, like venomous arrows, fell coldly upon Nangong Qingjin's face. He had realized something was amiss with the herbs early in the morning, but by then, it was too late. The situation was already decided. Whatever was done or said seemed unable to alter the established reality. Now, Chu Feng's cold copper bell eyes fixed upon Nangong Qingjin. She knew the tide had turned against her, that Chu Feng would testify against her. She waited silently. Time seemed frozen as everyone's attention was drawn to Chu Feng's face, especially Huangfu Kongming's. His eyes brimmed with compassion, yet he held himself in control, standing firmly in place without moving closer, his lips tightly pursed. After a long while, his gaze returned, thinking instead of letting Chu Feng linger in this pitiful state, it might be better if Chu Feng passed away immediately. For Chu Feng was undeniably a soldier, a genuine warrior. A warrior fights and subdues everything with brute force. This present state was undoubtedly worse than death. Chu Feng slowly raised his hand, pointing toward Nangong Qingjin nearby, while Xian'er instinctively stepped forward to protect her mistress. Mistress, don't worry, don't be afraid. Chu Feng exuded a natural coldness and danger of a general that caused Xian'er to assume he intended harm. Xian'er promptly shielded Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin remained silent, glaring at Chu Feng. Chu Feng slowly drew a breath. The finger pointing at Nangong Qingjin started to shake. After a while, he coldly said, "You are truly vicious. Now, your goal has finally been achieved." "It wasn't me," she argued, albeit weakly, but still truthfully. Chu Feng sneered coldly. "I shouldn't have believed you. Are you satisfied now?" As he spoke, he used all his might to try to rise from his seat. Two maids rushed forward to help, but despite Chu Feng's desperate effort, standing remained a faint hope. His hands trembled violently, and he appeared fragile like fallen leaves, incapable of withstanding the slightest breeze. Nangong Qingjin never expected Chu Feng to react this way, nor did she think that someone skilled in pharmacology knew how to replace the Chonlu with wolf poison grass, causing a person to suffer more than death. Although Chu Feng was still alive, it would have been better if he had died. 1,000 times, Chu Feng fantasized that one day he would die a glorious death in battle. This is what a great man's death should be like, and this is the way a general should end their life. Everything should be so straightforward, it's only natural. But as things evolved to such a point, everything changed. The muscles on Chu Feng's face twitched, his hands gradually clenched into fists. If only he could stand up now, he wanted nothing more than to tear Nangong Qingjin limb from limb immediately. However, he couldn't. For the current Chu Feng, standing up again seemed an impossible dream. Get out! With shame-induced anger, after trying hard for long but unable to rise, Chu Feng forcefully pushed the two maids aside. Stumbling awkwardly, they disappeared in disgrace. Chu Feng tried hard on his own to get up. It goes without saying that with help, Chu Feng still couldn't stand up. Now, with no one around to assist him, naturally there was no hope for Chu Feng to rise again. At the moment, Chu Feng looked like his every feature bristled with rage, which transformed into blazing flames. As for last night, I truly had no knowledge of the situation. Would the general believe me? The general visits your place every day to collect medicine, and everything has always been fine. It just happened that you drank glutinous rice wine last night. That is truly bizarre. As Chu Feng spoke, he struck the nearby table with one punch, emitting a dull thud. Under the force of his blow, the tabletop shattered. Nangong Qingjin thought inwardly. If this fist truly fell on her head-on, would she still have any chance to survive? That glutinous rice wine was part of a plot. Even I didn't foresee it. But now, since the incident has already happened, General Chu Feng finds himself at a loss. If you believe my words, why not? Nangong Qingjin wished to say more, but the conversation took an unexpected turn. Chu Feng coldly glanced over, disbelieving, watching the woman who dared step closer. Nangong Qingjin was exactly the same as many times he'd seen her. Her eyes were calm. Her gem-like phoenix pupils sparkled brilliantly, filled with self-confidence. Yet today, she was caught in doubt and suspicion, finding it exceedingly difficult to escape. Now, only by using her medical expertise could she make a judgment. Now, Nangong Qingjin hoped Huangfu Kongming would give her an opportunity, a normal one. Looking ahead silently for quite some time, finally, step by step, she approached Chu Feng. "Stay away, vile woman. Is torturing me not enough for you?" While speaking, Chu Feng angrily seized a nearby incense burner and threw it toward Nangong Qingjin. She knew Chu Feng was infuriated. In theory, evading such an attack would be effortless. Yet when the incense burner drew a parabola in midair, instead of dodging, it barely landed on her, causing everyone to see Nangong Qingjin's body shake. Originally, Chu Feng possessed immense strength. Enraged now, his hands lacked all control. Nangong Qingjin didn't feel much. but slowly inhaling and furrowing her brows. She of course felt pain, yet she didn't show it. With extraordinary calmness, she endured the attack she shouldn't have needed to endure. Now, Chu Feng coldly watched Nangong Qingjin approach. Grasping anything within reach, he flung them one by one toward Nangong Qingjin. Unwavering, Nangong Qingjin persisted. Finally, step by step, she reached beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng's enormous hand extended, needing only one strong palm thrust for Nangong Qingjin to perish. But Chu Feng paused, gazing silently at Huangfu Kongming nearby. Huangfu Kongming's expression was extremely tense, and his trembling brows had finally calmed down. However, he continued to observe this woman's every move carefully. How could Chu Feng not realize that Huangfu Kongming had formed an intricate relationship with Nangong Qingjin, one that intertwined emotions deeply? This emotion was love, something Chu Feng understood. He now realized that despite his physical disability, even if Nangong Qingjin was the culprit behind the tragedy, killing her wouldn't change the fact that he was disabled. After much deliberation, Chu Feng finally decided to forgive Nangong Qingjin. The best way to forgive Nangong Qingjin was to turn a blind eye to her. As he watched her take a step forward, he fell silent, followed by an indescribable awkwardness. Nangong Qingjin was now beside Chu Feng. "General, do you think I would harm you? It's you. It could only be you. I regret ever trusting you." While speaking, Chu Feng glared venomously at the woman in front of him. Nangong Qingjin didn't argue a word. Only after Chu Feng had finally finished his curses did she raise her eyebrows, lower her gaze, and look at Chu Feng. "There are many ways to make life worse than death. Why would I choose one where everyone can immediately see me as the murderer? General, you're a smart man. There's something deeper here that you may not see right away, but with time, the truth will surface." Chu Feng became even more agitated, his bulging eyes now sparking with rage. "You knew very well that killing a general is the worst punishment for a warrior. You knew very well that reducing a warrior to a cripple is truly worse than death. And yet, you still did it. You've already killed me." Chapter 87. The Myriad Spider, 10,000 Poison Hands. Yes, Chu Feng had retreated here. Wasn't it to wait until he had the ability to help Huangfu Kongming rise again in the future? Chu Feng was always preparing for the arrival of that day, and Chu Feng thought to himself that he was, after all, a capable person. Revenge could not wait, and in the future, he would definitely accompany Huangfu Kongming as they traveled the world. But no matter how much Chu Feng calculated, he never anticipated becoming a cripple, worse off than death, thanks to the woman before him. Chu Feng glared with wide eyes at the woman before him. After a long silence, Chu Feng finally sighed. "I will kill you. General, please believe me. Just this once," Nangong Qingjin said, stepping forward and standing before Chu Feng. Chu Feng raised his hand, already clenching it into a fist. "Even if your general dies, I will not let you go. Does the general truly wish to become useless like this? Does the general want others to use us as tools for killing? Does the general wish to merely serve as a pawn?" With each word from Nangong Qingjin, she stepped 3 more steps closer to Chu Feng. Chu Feng trembled and avoided Nangong Qingjin's beautiful eyes. Those eyes were tranquil and flawless, without any trace of fear. Logically speaking, given what had happened, the woman should have tried to flee, but Nangong Qingjin did not. And not only that, she faced the difficulty head-on. Step by step, she approached him. Chu Feng looked into her beautiful eyes, those eyes looking back at him equally. Her eyes carried an undertone of melancholy and clarity, and within the clarity and melancholy lay a faint sense of gloominess. Does the general truly wish to act blindly? It was you yourself, so how can it be called acting blindly? What was my purpose in harming you? Every killing has a purpose, and every action serves its own goal. What then is my purpose? Nangong Qingjin became increasingly aggressive, looking directly at Chu Feng, yet Huangfu Kongming understood clearly. These questions were directed at himself. Indeed, every action should serve some ultimate goal. Why had Nangong Qingjin made Chu Feng a cripple? If there was no purpose behind it, why undertake such an action? This train of thought left room for speculation. Chu Feng's clenched fist slowly loosened, and his eyes gradually closed. His nostrils quivered. Seeing Chu Feng's muted response and lack of drastic actions, Nangong Qingjin furrowed her brows and took another step forward. Just as Nangong Qingjin's hand finally extended, about to press against Chu Feng's palm, Chu Feng violently pushed her away. Nangong Qingjin stumbled and fell onto the ground. "This incident, I will investigate thoroughly. For now, I no longer trust you." As Chu Feng spoke, he forcefully shoved Nangong Qingjin, as though she were something impure and unclean, refusing even to spare her another glance. With Sienna's support, Nangong Qingjin stood up again. "If you trust me, there might still be a way. Though this poison is potent, with study, perhaps it can be neutralized. I don't need your help." Bitten once by a snake, fearful for 10 years at a rope, Chu Feng coldly waved her off, dismissing this woman. Nangong Qingjin knew well that in the current situation, not only couldn't Chu Feng believe her, but even she herself wouldn't believe someone so egregiously guilty. After all, everything pointed the finger at her. "My lord, I leave now." Chu Feng prepared to leave, nodding at the few people who came to carry him. Lifting Chu Feng, they quickly departed. "Arrange for someone to make the general a chair with wheels. Don't overly coddle him. In recent days, the general's temperament has drastically changed. It will be reasonable if he beats or curses people. Arrange for someone properly to attend to him." Huangfu Kongming instructed a young man nearby, waving as he spoke. The youth nodded and promptly left. Only then did Huangfu Kongming turn his gaze toward Nangong Qingjin lying on the ground, his eyes icy and cold. That chilling look would make you feel, when it stared at you, that this gaze was as frigid as ice. It wasn't me, Nangong Qingjin said, standing up as she spoke. You are confined to the cold pavilion courtyard. Until things are clarified, you may not move around casually. Huangfu Kongming finished and was about to leave. Nearby, Lu Meyer saw Huangfu Kongming so furrowed in worry and immediately struggled despite her illness to follow him. Miss? Nangong Qingjin's eyes remained fixed on the figure ahead, slightly exchanging glances with someone up ahead. Siener's hands were cold, and Nangong Qingjin's weren't much better either. The cold pavilion courtyard, Mississippi. There was a cold pavilion courtyard in the mansion, bleak, desolate, dilapidated, truly not a place fit for human habitation. Yet now it seemed to be the inevitable destination for both of them. Nangong Qingjin never imagined things would escalate to such an unmanageable state. Siener, perhaps this is the fate we deserve. Still, the truth will ultimately come to light. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she rose to her feet. A timid maid had already stepped inside from the doorway. Recognizing this maid as one who had earlier helped accuse her alongside Lu Meyer, Nangong Qingjin observed her carefully. But this maid's mission wasn't over yet. Her real purpose this time was to escort these two women to the cold pavilion courtyard. Siener, seeing the maid dare to return, became infuriated and moved forward to confront her. However, at the sight of Siener ready to pounce like a rooster ready to fight, Nangong Qingjin immediately reached out and stopped her. It's already come to this. What else can we do? You? Why did you lie so recklessly? Your words were as venomous as blood spitting from your mouth, but we didn't do anything. Before the maid could open her mouth, Siener had already demanded answers. The maid halted far away, waiting until the sound of distant footsteps gradually faded before speaking 8 simple words. These 8 words served as a sufficient reason. One must act selfishly to survive. Otherwise, heaven and earth will punish you. The maid spoke calmly while stepping forward. Mrs., it's time for you to follow me to the cold pavilion courtyard. It was as if none of the resentment moments ago ever happened. As the maid continued to lead the way, Nangong Qingjin nodded and followed behind her. In fact, Nangong Qingjin understood quite well. Earlier, it wasn't that the maid wished to harm others, but to protect herself, she had no choice but to slander someone else with false accusations. They walked for what felt like ages, almost as though they'd left the compound's confines entirely. Finally, Nangong Qingjin and Siener arrived at the cold pavilion courtyard. Summer had just begun, and ordinarily, this place should have been bustling with life. However, along their journey, it grew colder and more desolate with each step. When they finally stood firmly at the entrance to the cold pavilion courtyard, Nangong Qingjin's heart felt as though it had fallen into a freezing abyss. If you need anything in the future, I'll bring it over. I'll try my best to take care of your needs. I won't let you suffer without assistance. My harm against you today was unavoidable, but I promise there will be no repetition. As the little maid spoke, she bowed her head and withdrew. Immediately after, Siener gripped Nangong Qingjin's hand tightly, her own heart sinking deep. Siener's eyes looked toward Nangong Qingjin, and after a long silence, she finally grasped Nangong Qingjin's hand even tighter. Miss, look at this place. As Siener spoke, she pointed ahead. The courtyard they faced was decaying so severely it barely resembled any kind of structure anymore. Clumps of spider webs hung on the gate tower, covering the sign that read, Cold Pavilion Courtyard, which now hung crookedly and lay partially fallen. Weeds sprouted around the perimeter, and nearby stood a giant locust tree, beside which was a white poplar. Cold winds blew intermittently, occasionally lifting leaves into the air. Though summer blazed fiercely and one might expect gentle breezes that would cool the face but not chill the bones, the wind hitting Nangong Qingjin felt sharp, like blades slicing through her. Cold as a blade pierced through her, causing Nangong Qingjin to unconsciously tighten her neck, taking a deep breath before finally looking to the side. Siener, at least you and I are still alive, and truly, this isn't all bad. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she picked up some dry twigs from nearby and handed one to Siener. Together, they held the twigs, sweeping away the cobwebs surrounding them while coughing and heading inside the house. Inside the house was practically impossible to set foot anywhere. It was so messy. Even though Nangong Qingjin and Siener had prepared themselves mentally for what awaited them, nothing could prepare them for the utterly decrepit scene that unfolded before their eyes. Everything inside the house was filthy and rotten. In the middle of the courtyard, a tree bore birds chirping happily from a nest, adding a touch of liveliness and joy amidst this otherwise cold and dreary environment. Meanwhile, in other parts of the building, darkness loomed, despite it being nearly afternoon. Already inside, the place was pitch black. Siener suddenly saw something unknown and quickly took refuge behind Nangong Qingjin. But soon realizing it was improper, Siener emerged again and positioned herself before Nangong Qingjin as protection. Nangong Qingjin didn't seem alarmed in the slightest and smiled faintly. Siener, don't be afraid, it's just a fox. She'd clearly identified the shape nearby as that of a pale golden fox staring at them intently, watching as if they were the intruders instead. Upon Nangong Qingjin's friendly smile, the fox dragged its enormous tail and retreated into a nearby bush. Just as Siener had steadied herself and was about to speak, she suddenly felt something wriggling beneath the leaves under her feet and let out a piercing scream. Siener, don't be afraid, it's just a silver-ringed snake. While speaking, Nangong Qingjin swiftly squatted down, with an unerring hand gripping a snake hidden in the grass before flinging it outside the courtyard. That was how things were here now. Siener had started shivering uncontrollably. She no longer dared to take even a single step, but on the other hand, Nangong Qingjin, holding a broom nearby, began sweeping. With a sense of optimism and contentment, this woman always carried herself without fear or trepidation, no matter the situation. Slowly, step by step, she held her broom, sweeping while still smiling towards Sienna. That same pride never wavered from start to finish. The smile at the corner of Nan Gongqingjin's lips remained pure, as numerous fallen leaves cluttered the inner courtyard of this house. So many that it seemed almost impossible. Working together, it took Nan Gongqingjin and Sienna nearly 2 hours to finally clean up all the leaves in the yard. Chapter 88. The terrifying cold pavilion courtyard. The floor of the courtyard was damp, exuding a pleasant faint fragrance of decaying wood leaves. Nan Gongqingjin and Sienna saw that all the fallen leaves were piled under the big tree at the gate. Now, they didn't dare to burn these leaves because once lit, everything would go up in flames. It was only then that the fox understood. Nan Gongqingjin and Sienna intended to settle down here. In the dark, Nan Gongqingjin saw the fox reluctantly moving its little cub to another place, disappearing into a bush. As night gradually fell, no one had brought them anything good to eat. By now, Sienna was starving, her chest pressed against her back from hunger, and so was Nan Gongqingjin. However, neither of them mentioned their hunger. "Miss, please sit down. I'll go find something for you to eat." As Sienna spoke, she pulled out a stool nearby, wiped it clean, and asked Nan Gongqingjin to sit. Nan Gongqingjin refused. "You should sit. I've lived on the mountain for 5 years. This environment isn't an issue for me. On the contrary, this return to simplicity gives me a sense of security." She insisted Sienna take a seat. Sienna was incredibly exhausted. Knowing her clumsy nature, as soon as she saw Nan Gongqingjin go, she immediately reminded her, "Please don't go too far. I'll wait for you here. Just rest well, Sienna. I just saw there are oil peaches in the backyard. I'll go pick some now." Saying this, she smiled and left happily. Sienna couldn't help but feel warm seeing Nan Gongqingjin's beautiful dimples despite being unable to smile herself. There weren't many women who could remain so beautifully composed with such a radiant smile, even amidst adversity. It seemed as if Nan Gongqingjin had already forgotten about the series of incidents that morning. Of course, Nan Gongqingjin wasn't the type to forget easily. She would never forget what happened earlier that morning. What she needed was an opportunity to prove her innocence, to show that she was clean and unblemished in every aspect. Firstly, the premise to defeating Lu Meyer was to stay alive. Only when alive could one truly experience that events depend on human action. If one dies, any further action becomes impossible. When Nan Gongqingjin first entered this estate, she had already surveyed the surroundings. She thought that someone who used to live here must have been quite lonely. Since the person was alone, they must have taken good care of themselves. It logically followed that a lonely person wouldn't have many friends, meaning that if her assumptions held true, the courtyard behind this house must be filled with plenty of edible items, including fruits and nuts. If luck permitted, Nan Gongqingjin might even discover stored grain within the premises. The house showed signs of disrepair. Judging by the current state, it appeared no one had lived here for at least 3 or 5 years. But that was not an obstacle. Despite how dire the situation looked, Nan Gongqingjin believed she had the ability to overcome any difficulty, and she firmly believed these hardships would pass quickly. Now, arriving at the backyard while it was still daylight, though the darkness was looming, it was completely black due to the dense canopy of trees overhead, leaving Nan Gongqingjin's vision entirely obstructed. Suppressing a faint feeling of fear, she made her way toward the nearby oil peach orchard. The oil peaches were just ripe, carrying a light sweet aroma. Swiftly moving beneath her feet, a fox darted past again. Nan Gongqingjin realized it was the same one. The fox was challenging her, trying to intimidate Nan Gongqingjin so that she would give up. However, this was the last place Nan Gongqingjin could retreat to. Now, her sole option was to befriend this fox. Inside the oil peach orchard, after a long day of work, Nan Gongqingjin felt weak in both hands and legs, dizziness clouding her mind due to hunger. Grasping onto a couple of peaches, she devoured them hungrily before beginning to gather more. After collecting enough, she realized she had nothing to carry them in. She tore apart her clothes and packed the peaches inside. Suddenly, a prickling sensation coursed through her spine, enveloped by a wave of deep fear. She sensed that someone, somewhere close by, was watching her. Whether it was merely her sharp intuition or not, Nan Gongqingjin abruptly turned around, but whoever was watching her had already disappeared. "Who's there? Who is it?" Nan Gongqingjin's only reply came from her own echoing voice. "Who? Who is it?" It seemed as though she had discovered someone else here apart from herself and Sienna, which made her shiver involuntarily. Quickly grasping the cloth bundle tightly, she decided all other matters could wait until tomorrow. Right now, her task was to bring these peaches back to Sienna. Since Nan Gongqingjin feared unexpected incidents, she had picked more peaches than necessary. Not long after, she returned to the front courtyard. The moment Nan Gongqingjin placed down the bundle of peaches, she noticed Sienna, who had been sitting there a moment ago, was now gone without a trace. She had vanished like the wind. "Sienna, Sienna, where are you?" Nan Gongqingjin immediately shouted, but Sienna did not respond. At this moment, she heard a sharp cry, and filled with tension, she rushed toward its source. It was Sienna. It had to be. The cry had come from the backyard. As Nan Gongqingjin sprinted over, she found Sienna collapsed near the well's edge, trembling in fear at some sight a short distance away. Sienna had been thirsty earlier, so she'd found a water jar inside and came to the backyard intending to fetch water for her Mississippi. However, no matter how hard she tried, the well rope felt like it was actively resisting her efforts. Even with her utmost strength, she couldn't pull it up. After a long struggle, she finally succeeded. Just as Sienna prepared to drink the sweet well water, she realized what she had pulled up wasn't the bucket but a set of bones, rotted remains whose origins she couldn't decipher. Seeing this horrifying sight, Sienna was utterly terrified. Upon witnessing Sienna's distress, Nangong Qingjin moved swiftly to shield Sienna's eyes while consoling her. Sienna, don't be afraid. It's just a pile of bones, just bones. For Nangong Qingjin, the least frightening things were skeletons and snakes outside, because as a healer, death was familiar ground. To her, human remains were no different than old friends. Why should they inspire such terror in Sienna? There is. Miss, it's terrifying. There wouldn't be any ghosts, would there? Sienna said, clinging desperately to Nangong Qingjin. But Nangong Qingjin didn't answer, because from the corner of the house came a harsh, cackling laugh. This sound turned the faces of both women ghostly pale. Nangong Qingjin already suspected that there was life somewhere nearby since her arrival, and now this sinister laughter confirmed it. Someone was present. Come out, come out. Why don't you show yourself? I've seen you. Nangong Qingjin called into the darkness, stepping forward while gripping the skeleton's bones and wildly flailing them around. By doing this, Nangong Qingjin sought to embolden herself, and also to reassure Sienna that there was nothing truly frightening about death. If there were ghosts in this world, she argued, they were far less fearsome than a living person like Lu Meyer. In fact, an evil ghost might feel more approachable by comparison. Come out, come out. Stop pretending. I've seen you. Though Nangong Qingjin yelled, there was no response. The darkness seemed to swallow everything entirely. After tossing aside the skeletal bones, Nangong Qingjin sighed heavily. Sienna, don't be afraid. There's nothing. Even with this reassurance, Sienna continued to tremble, her whole body quaking like autumn leaves caught in the wind. After a very long time, Nangong Qingjin sighed again. Sienna, stop being scared. It's all right. Yes, yes, miss, Sienna stammered. Yet her fear nearly overwhelmed her. Her face was unnaturally white, as if carved from paper. Looking at the petrified Sienna, Nangong Qingjin could do nothing but pat her gently on the back. Ah, miss. Sienna had seen something new. When Nangong Qingjin followed her gaze, she found that the skeletal remains fished from the well were glowing faintly with a bluish-green phosphorescence. Such a ghastly sight was too much for Sienna to handle. After all, she was merely a 16-year-old girl. Though she'd encountered death before, seeing this kind of scene so close, under the cover of darkness, was altogether unprecedented. A chilling, spectral glow wrapped itself around the skull, shaking Nangong Qingjin to her core. After what felt like an eternity, she exhaled slowly. Sienna, it's phosphorus fire. Phosphorus fire? Miss, what exactly is phosphorus fire? When we die, our bones will also burn at night, so don't be afraid. The secluded back courtyard was indeed much scarier than the front yard. Nangong Qingjin determined she could not let Sienna continue to be frightened here any longer and immediately held Sienna's hand. Let's go to the front yard. I picked peaches for you there. There are no ghosts in this world, so you can rest assured. While comforting Sienna, Nangong Qingjin started walking forward. Sienna was truly terrified by what had just happened, so now she clung tightly to Nangong Qingjin. It took a great deal of effort for both of them to finally make their way from the backyard to the front yard, which was much brighter compared to the latter. Nangong Qingjin exhaled in relief and handed over the peaches she'd picked earlier to Sienna beside her. Eat. Eating will give you strength. Miss. Sienna looked at Nangong Qingjin with gratitude as she continued. Generally speaking, the well water in the front yard is always clean. It's common knowledge. As for the one in the backyard, it's reasonable if it's a bit dirty. While saying this, Nangong Qingjin began searching inside the house. Before long, she had found the bowls inside the house, which were already clean. Still, Nangong Qingjin wiped them again just to be sure. After finishing the cleaning, she went to the well, drew some water, and made sure it was clear of poison, as indeed it was. Seeing the footprints by the well, human footprints, Nangong Qingjin felt slightly more reassured. It seemed there really was a ghost, living somewhere hidden from the light. Chapter 89, The Oblivion of Her. The haunting courtyard had long been deserted, but why were there fresh footprints here? Nangong Qingjin secretly discovered that these footprints belonged to a woman and there were many of them around. It turned out that life still existed here. However, because the owner of the footprints was completely forgotten and thoroughly ignored, she did not appear under the daylight. Sienna was truly frightened now. That small face, pale as paper, had lost all its rosy color. Although Sienna had lived in the mountains with Nangong Qingjin before, it was never like this time. The current environment was bleak, making one inevitably suspicious and superstitious. Every sound of wind and rustling grass seemed amplified limitlessly. After consoling Sienna for a while, Nangong Qingjin embraced her, calming her shaken soul. All right, let's go inside. It's all my fault that I've involved you. How could it be your fault? This has nothing to do with you, Sienna said as she suppressed her inner terror and walked towards the nearly collapsed house. Between the crumbling walls, they found an old candle which hadn't been used up. After searching for a moment, they lit the candle that had been extinguished for who knows how many years. Miss, take a look at this. Sienna had never seen a place as dilapidated as this. How could anyone live here? Despite that, this was relatively a better house among what they had chosen from the tightly packed buildings around. But every one of these houses had been ravaged by the passage of time into precarious conditions. What exactly happened here? Neither Nangong Qingjin nor Sienna knew. Nangong Qingjin glanced at the scattered mess on the ground and then looked at the dirty dust in the room. Having observed many things, she finally sighed softly. Sienna, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Miss, there you go again. Sienna's carefree attitude made Nangong Qingjin feel even more pained. She couldn't boast to Sienna about how everything would improve in the future. What she should do now was to spare no effort in being kind to Sienna. I regret not listening to you earlier, Nangong Qingjin said while sighing, her face appearing ghastly pale. In the flickering candlelight, her eyebrows slightly raised, adding a touch of regretful calmness to her expression. Due to her remorse, her thin red lips trembled. If only I had listened to you sooner, I wouldn't have underestimated Lu Meyer. I wasn't unaware of what kind of person she is, but I became blinded by love. It's all because of me. I trapped myself, and now I've involved you. Hearing Nangong Qingjin repeatedly claim that she had involved her, Sienna felt sorrowful. Miss, please don't say that. How can you say that you've involved Sienna? If it weren't for you, where would this servant be today? I should have died in the bitter cold winter a few years ago. I am grateful and respectful to you every day. It's already like this now, and there's really no need for you to feel sad. What we need to focus on now is figuring out many ways to survive. Seeing Sienna so composed, Nangong Qingjin's heart tightened painfully. She eventually sighed and said slowly, Sienna, come here. When Sienna saw Nangong Qingjin's mysterious demeanor, she quickly stepped forward. Then, Nangong Qingjin lowered her voice and slowly told her something. After a long while, a mysterious expression appeared on her face, magnified under the lamplight. Her eyebrows arched slightly. Really? Of course it's true. Now, we will coexist peacefully. Come on, try some. These peaches I picked from the backyard. As she spoke, she took the peaches out of the bag. Nangong Qingjin had just indulged herself under the peach tree. Sienna was now starving, and after such a scare, she felt almost disembodied. Finally able to rest, seeing the red peaches, she immediately grabbed one. Too hungry to eat slowly, she soon wolfed down the peach. Not long after, 2 peach stones had been discarded. Nangong Qingjin's gaze continuously wandered across the courtyard devoid of people. Under the night sky, the mallow swayed resiliently in the wind, the nearby corridor hit by a cold gust, making one shiver uncontrollably. How had this place become so ruined? It seemed like someone must have smashed everything during their last visit. Here, there wasn't a single usable tool that was new. There wasn't even a complete object left. It was as if someone deliberately destroyed everything here to revenge themselves on another. All of this came into view. Nangong Qingjin thought that, after all, it was already late at night, and she and Sienna had just arrived. They truly didn't dare to wander around recklessly today. When the weather cleared up tomorrow, they would search thoroughly here to see if there were any usable items. Seeing how Sienna ate, Nangong Qingjin felt a bit consoled. Only when one is alive are things at their best. Only then does one have the right to speak. If a person dies, everything will vanish with them like smoke dissipating. Their gazes slightly intersected for a moment before Sienna finished eating. Wiping her lips, she held up a peach for Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled as she took it in hand. I've already eaten earlier. In the dim light, it's hard to see clearly, but I can make out that there's a large peach orchard in the backyard. For now, we don't need to worry about starving. Tomorrow, let's walk around and take a look. Soon enough, we will be the masters of this place. Nangong Qingjin said this while smiling at the girl beside her. Sienna's face was pale as her eyes looked at some distant spot in the darkness. Miss, Sienna, there's nothing here. Although Sienna seemed scared by something she saw, Nangong Qingjin tried to make her understand. Haunting Courtyard was an abandoned old house. There was nothing unusual here except for towering trees. But, Sienna pointed to a nearby position. Nangong Qingjin immediately turned back and saw a white sleeve flutter once before disappearing gracefully. It was far away, so she couldn't see it clearly. Sienna, that's what I mentioned earlier. This person will continue playing tricks on us in the future. But don't worry, it's normal not to fear strange phenomena. If there were really ghosts, they could openly appear. Right now, this person, as I haven't guessed wrong, is actually observing our every move. So, miss, can you guess who this person might be? While speaking, Sienna retracted her gaze from afar and resolved that no matter what she saw later or whatever happened, she would maintain a calm attitude, refusing to trouble the miss needlessly. Nangong Qingjin looked at the wax candle nearly burned out and revealed a bitter and tragic smile on her lips, her voice turning hoarse. Sienna, we're in the same boat. We know well what kind of person Lu Meyer is. Nangong Qingjin added as she continued, you don't need to be afraid. If this person is on our side, they won't come to deal with us so soon. Miss, according to your meaning, this person sympathizes with us too. Then why doesn't this person show up, apparently intending to harm us and to scare us? Sienna said while moving closer to Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin extended her hand and gently hugged Sienna. She slowly stroked Sienna's head and pulled out a willow leaf from her hair, letting it drift in the wind. Only then did she say, because she needs to observe whether we can coexist. I hope we can. Sienna said forcefully, trying to let the spirits hidden in the darkness hear, because they were now in such dire straits that having another friend was always better than gaining another enemy. Hopefully so, Nangong Qingjin said while gently patting Sienna's back. Good Sienna, go to sleep. Despite all the partings and reunions they experienced throughout the day, Sienna lay down quietly in Nangong Qingjin's embrace. Now, Sienna should have been protecting Nangong Qingjin, but instead, the situation had reversed. Nangong Qingjin was the one who needed to protect Sienna. When the candle extinguished, Nangong Qingjin wanted to move, but as soon as she moved, Sienna followed her closely. Unable to help herself, Nangong Qingjin could only hold Sienna, who slept soundly that night. Poor Nangong Qingjin wasn't able to move even slightly. When Sienna woke up, she realized she had been clutching Nangong Qingjin's elbow. Nangong Qingjin simply smiled faintly. In such a complicated environment, it was rare and precious that Sienna could sleep soundly. However, Nangong Qingjin hadn't rested well the entire night, keeping watch on all sides. But upon seeing Sienna awake, Nangong Qingjin still pretended to stretch lazily and smiled slightly. Come, let's go and check things out. That was the top priority. The horror of last night hadn't yet dissipated, but now it was daylight. There wasn't the same level of fear anymore. Brightness had fallen upon the land. Nangong Qingjin's gaze fell on the densely interwoven leaves overhead. After considering, she walked forward inconspicuously. In the front courtyard, when the two of them had arrived yesterday, it was already quite late and they hadn't paid attention to their surroundings. Now as Nangong Qingjin took a look, the courtyard was filled with all sorts of grasses, with various vegetables interspersed among them. At first glance, it seemed as if these plants were growing haphazardly and without care. But on closer inspection, it seemed as if nothing unusual was here at all, as though these fruits and vegetables belonged to another world entirely. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin began to feel curious. The ground, which had been dirty and damp after sweeping away the fallen leaves the day before, would soon dry in the sun. Nangong Qingjin decided to preserve the grass in the courtyard since there were vegetables within it that she could eventually find ways to consume. Now, Nangong Qingjin wanted to confirm whether there were any houses better than the one she currently occupied. Therefore, the top priority for the two was to take a walk around the vicinity. The haunting courtyard's front yard was a quadrangle structure, making it even colder and more humid. The tall trees completely surrounded the quadrangle, casting large patches of locust tree shadows over everything. This made everything appear horrifying and ghostly. During the day, it was tolerable, but at night, it would be utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the Dragon Boat Festival had passed, and the weather was gradually getting warmer. Now, as the two walked forward, the house facing north appeared slightly better than the one from last night. Chapter 90, The Silent Night with Wet Osmanthus. Miss, look. Sienna pushed open the door to a room. This was probably the only place in the small courtyard where one could rest. It was evident that someone had tidied up inside. However, it was clear that the owner had left in a hurry. Although there weren't many things here, everything was neatly arranged. Yesterday, she saw the fox jump out of the window beside this house and disappear. It was obvious that the fox had just been inside the house. Sienna, have you forgotten what I told you? Seeing such a relatively clean and tidy room, Sienna immediately wanted to claim it for herself. But before she could take a step, Nangong Qingjin gave her a glance. Last night, they couldn't find more clues. Today, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. In the bright sunlight, Sienna could see a lot more. There were certainly many clues indicating that someone indeed lived here. An elusive woman who hadn't appeared yet, but seemed to have developed some kind of tacit understanding with both of them. Sienna obediently closed the door to this room and looked at the adjacent rooms. Among the houses facing north, there were a few relatively clean ones. Nevertheless, Nangong Qingjin did not choose to stay here. It's common courtesy to ask about local customs when entering a new area. Clearly, there was an owner to this house, and wherever the owner had gone, it must be because their arrival had disrupted the original peace and balance here. At this moment, Nangong Qingjin's heart raced slightly again. Why did this fox appear so conveniently? Its appearance must be significant. Could it be that this fox can speak human language? Sienna, go take a look over there. Next to the dilapidated house where they stayed last night, the two continued forward. The main hall's building was old and run down, no longer suitable for people to enter. After passing through a side gate, they found themselves in front of a smaller house, tightly compacted. Under normal circumstances, this house wasn't the master's, it was meant for the servants. Now, master and servant quickly arrived at this house reserved for the help. Sienna, how about this little black room? As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she pushed the door open. This black room wasn't big at all. Its darkness came from its poor lighting position. Secondly, the room itself appeared pitch black, exuding a heavy sense of ancient simplicity. Sienna immediately stepped forward and entered the room. Dust instantly flew up into the air. Clearly, no one had entered this room for many years. Miss, allow me to clean this place. I'll open the door, and by evening, we can come here to rest, Sienna said while beginning her work. By now, the distinctions between master and servant had diminished. Nangong Qingjin also took a step forward to help tidy up. Surprisingly, there were even quilts inside. It seemed that when the owners left, they did so hurriedly. However, it was evident that the previous owners had always been skilled at housekeeping. Fearing the quilt might rot or become damp, they placed it in a water vat. Inside this vat were small cloth bags. Driven by curiosity, Nangong Qingjin opened one and discovered tea leaves inside. After smelling the quilt, it was apparent that it still bore a light aroma of tea. These were obviously brand new quilts left behind, and Nangong Qingjin was extremely pleased. To preserve these items, a generous amount of tea had been added. The water vat was large, and beneath it lay another hidden world. After Nangong Qingjin discovered this new realm, Sienna immediately came over to help her sort through it. Inside the large water vat were several small bundles, each filled with various things: women's shoes, clothes, clearly accumulated possessions of the household help. Now, with the house abandoned, these items had finally become theirs. Upon inspecting the bed and other items in the room, it became evident that the person who last came in and wrecked the place had spared nothing. The floor was covered in chaos due to a broken jar nearby. The beans inside had scattered on the ground. Due to moisture, these small beans had already grown lush greenery. Nangong Qingjin then examined the surrounding walls and noticed something peculiar. She reached out and tapped the wall, hearing a hollow sound as if the wall was empty inside. Sienna immediately stopped her chores and suspiciously stared at the wall. Nan Gongqingjin noticed that there were buttons on the wall. After searching for patterns for quite a long time, she finally managed to open the wall. It turned out the central part of the wall was so thick because it could hide things inside. Taking a breath, Nan Gongqingjin gazed at what lay before her eyes. Inside were many spare cups, plates, and bowls. She and Sienna took everything out. This wall also contained grains and rice stored in a place with excellent moisture-proofing, meaning these items were still edible. The two discovered that this wall seemed to function like a small warehouse, filled with plenty of food supplies. At this point, Nan Gongqingjin finally understood that the former servant had been an extremely loyal person, knowing how to conceal many items for the master and realizing the master's location was unsafe. Upon examining the adjacent wall, using the same method, they opened a hidden door, revealing gold and jewels inside. Both of them were stunned, their eyes fixed on the dazzling contents that had just been revealed, emitting brilliant glimmers. There were many pieces of jewelry within the wall, captivating and drawing one's attention. Heavens, there's so much. A great deal of it was jewelry. The use of these golden hairpins is actually to win hearts. After the grain ran out, this servant would bribe other servants, thus accumulating numerous items, she explained while closing the hidden door. The other two walls also concealed items. One held two large iron pots, while the other contained a letter. Nan Gongqingjin held the letter and moved toward the doorway. Under the sunlight, she skimmed through it rapidly. The general idea was that the servant and the master had been imprisoned here for 2 years. If within 2 years they failed to help the master escape, the servant feared facing death. Should he one day die, he hoped his master could survive well. Upon finishing reading, Nan Gongqingjin finally understood, tears streaming down her face. What a loyal servant. Yes. After restoring everything to its original state, Nan Gongqingjin and Sienna picked up the nearby hoe and cleared all the dirty objects from the room, tossing them far away. All clean items from the house were taken out and laid under the sun for airing. They carefully examined all items within the house, finding many still usable. Miss, you see, this person was truly far-sighted and quite capable, Sienna said as she glanced at the numerous items scattered across the courtyard. These are actually meant for their master. Unfortunately, the master never came here, nor did they discover them, leaving us to benefit instead. You must deliver this letter later. Nan Gongqingjin patted the quilt under the shade of the tree and continued. To whom should I send it? Sienna asked wide-eyed, staring at Nan Gongqingjin. Of course, we will send it to someone from the north. Be assured, I can guarantee that the owner in the north will receive it. Moreover, I'm sure the body found in the well belongs to this person, Nan Gongqingjin confidently stated while patting the clean quilt. And, let's send another bed to the north too. Sienna puckered her lips, intending to say that she was scared, but seeing Nan Gongqingjin's expression, realized she was being trained to be braver. She smiled and replied, all right. After organizing the small house, they moved to the backyard. Sure enough, the backyard was abundant with peaches, causing Nan Gongqingjin to smile. Beside the peach grove were various other fruits and vegetables. Majestic mango trees swayed gently in the breeze. Moving forward, they found a lake, its water crystal clear. Further upstream, there was even a tiny waterfall. Seeing all this, Nan Gongqingjin couldn't help but smile and said, there is at least one advantage here. We can eat fresh fish. Clearly, the heavens do not entirely close all doors. She pointed to a spot beside them. Good, really good, Sienna laughed as well. Initially thinking the place was lifeless, upon closer inspection, she realized everything around them could be utilized. The two grasped their sickles and cleaned up the entire path, throwing away the dried grasses. Reaching the courtyard, although the sun was scorching, the surroundings remained somewhat somber. Sienna, can you climb trees? Nan Gongqingjin looked at the dense leaves overhead, pondering if she could cut them off by climbing. Although Sienna grew up in the forest, she struggled with climbing, especially since this tree was too massive. Miss, I understand your intention, but this poplar tree is too tall for me to climb, she admitted. No problem, I can go up. Nan Gongqingjin said this while already reaching the base of the big tree. Initially, Sienna really thought Nan Gongqingjin could climb the tree, so she didn't feel anything unusual. But soon, she discovered that Nan Gongqingjin couldn't do it either. Just as she had barely climbed up, with a slippery sound, she fell down. Climbing again, but she fell off soon after, repeatedly so. It was clear that the young lady had been thoroughly exhausted, yet Nan Gongqingjin smiled and kept going forward. After a very long time, amidst Sienna's great apprehension, Nan Gongqingjin had already reached above Sienna. She gripped the not-so-sharp sickle and slowly chopped through the thick branches. Once all the thick branches were severed, the courtyard was bathed in large patches of bright sunlight, its glaring radiance making it impossible for Sienna to open her eyes. Miss, be careful coming down. Please be careful. Sienna, the lesson I want you to learn is quite simple. Many things seem beyond our reach, but when we can't seek help, we should try on our own. Even if failure awaits us, we must still try to know, Nan Gongqingjin explained while smoothly sliding down from the thick trunk and landing beside it. Miss, you are truly remarkable. Sienna hugged Nan Gongqingjin, who chuckled lightly. Together, the two women managed to move the thick log to the door. Not long after, the two returned inside the house. Chapter 91. The Invisible Ghost Neighbor. Seeing that there were still birds around, Nan Gongqingjin made another net and caught a wild chicken feeding in the grass. In addition to this, there were other animals, such as rabbits. Because the small animals here had never been captured by anyone, so they did not think that these delicious foods could be traps. Animals are like humans. When it's time for something for nothing, they easily fall for it. The two people were busy for half the morning, and by noon, the iron pot was set up. Nan Gongqingjin discovered a stove in the little house, which had been in use for many years, but its ventilation was still good. So he started stewing the wild chicken he caught that day. Although there weren't many seasonings here, the original taste of natural things tasted very good. In the afternoon, the two found Sichuan pepper trees and black pepper plants in the courtyard. The only thing lacking was salt. But Nan Gongqingjin wasn't worried about that, because the major issue had been completely resolved. As twilight fell, the second day turned out much better than the first. Yesterday, when the two just arrived, it felt as if they were sent into Cold Palace, timidly moving about. But today, after searching and organizing, there was no longer anything scary here. The dense stars at night also came through the opening in the sky. The two watched the stars for a while, and Xian smiled. Miss, this is one of the most pleasant days I've had in years. It would be good even if someone forgot us. That's true, but did you deliver everything I asked you to send? Upon asking, Xian smiled again, shook her head, but soon stood up and headed towards the organized items nearby. Would you dare to go alone? Nan Gongqingjin was afraid she might encounter some accidents, so he was worried, but there wasn't any issue. Soon, Xian had already left. Xian understood that there wasn't a demon or ghost inside the northern house, but a living person. In the darkness, as she walked and observed, everything was quiet here, as if even birds and beasts dared not come near. When she reached the door of the house, Xian delivered a letter and many items she had found during the day. Poor soul, please appear. I've brought these things over for you. I mean no harm, Xian said as she placed all the items she carried in the small house. However, it seemed as though there was no life within the small house. All right, Xian looked around and ensured everything was well placed before leaving. After stepping outside, Xian took a breath, wondering how one could possibly live alone here. She couldn't imagine it. Currently, it could be observed that there used to be two people living here, but one was killed midway, leaving just the other. Xian sighed and left. Their home wasn't too far from this house in a straight line, but it was quite a distance following the curves. Xian struggled to find Nan Gongqingjin waiting at the door, who smiled upon seeing her return and patted the spot next to him. From this rock, you can see the most beautiful stars in the night sky, Xian. Look, that star is called Phoenix. Nan Gongqingjin pointed to a bright, shining star in the sky as she spoke. This star was so luminous, almost like a lantern. This one is called Ziwei Star, also known as the Emperor's Star, governing emperors, and complements the Phoenix Star quite well, Nan Gongqingjin said, pointing toward the stars on the horizon. Miss, are you missing Huangfu Kongming? This man hurt you so badly, yet you still cannot forget about him. From last night until now, a whole day has passed, and no one has come to bring us food. If we really cannot sustain ourselves here, we will die, Xian said, frowning and sighing as she spoke. It won't happen. Don't worry, Xian, Nan Gongqingjin reassured her and added. What I mean is, I won't miss him. That was clearly denial, but soon enough, the topic shifted as she looked at Xian and asked, what about that person? Haven't they appeared? She glanced at the campfire in front of her. It was already more than May, and it was actually very hot outside. But here, everything felt cold. At this question, Xian pouted beside her. Naturally, they didn't show up. Do you have any idea who this woman might be? I don't know, Nan Gongqingjin replied and added. Anyhow, we must make friends with this mysterious person. Sometimes, don't panic at what you see. There are no real ghosts in the world. Go, take out the roasted chicken, we'll cook it. Nan Gongqingjin was already waving her hand as she spoke, and soon after, Xian fetched the roast chicken. In no time, the chicken was fully cooked. A little fox blinked its eyes nearby. Nan Gongqingjin smiled faintly at the sight of the little fox and shook the roasted chicken in her hand. Come on, come on. The little fox wasn't particularly afraid of Nan Gongqingjin. After all, from yesterday until now, they had encountered each other 3 times. Nan Gongqingjin realized that this little fox was still in lactation, so she tore off some wild chicken meat and handed it to the little fox. Instead of eating immediately, the fox turned around and went to a spot where it delivered the roasted chicken leg to its baby. It wasn't until much later that the little fox emerged again. What is that? Is that? Xian saw something in the little fox's mouth from afar and exclaimed upon closer inspection, realizing it was a very rare candle. Ah, it's a candle. Xian took it gratefully, looking at the little fox. Did she send you to deliver this? Nan Gongqingjin asked with a hint of intelligence, gazing at the little fox. Immediately, the little fox nodded. Nan Gongqingjin smiled and said, it seems like she has trained you well enough to understand human speech. She must be an exceptionally virtuous woman. The little fox nodded and left promptly. That night, Nan Gongqingjin and Xian slept in the house they had cleaned during the day. Inside, it was eerily quiet, as if they had stepped into another world. This tranquility made them fall asleep quickly. However, in the middle of the night, both woke up. They heard a young girl playing the flute. The music was simple but mournful, like weeping. It came intermittently, evoking feelings of sadness for the two women. The flute's melody didn't seem distant. It was likely coming from the neighboring house. The northern house formed a blind spot with their location. They couldn't see the woman or even any light emanating from the northern house. The reason they chose this house was twofold. First, to give the cautious woman a sense of security by staying at a distance, and second, to let her know that they were also here out of necessity and bore no ill intent. The melody the woman played repeatedly was a familiar tune. After a long while, Nan Gongqingjin finally recognized it and prepared to respond. This is Luo Mei Feng, the music played during farewells and Daijing. Nan Gongqingjin said, glancing at a piece of cow bone nearby, which showed signs of cracking. She smiled slightly and held it tightly. Then, she got up, walked to the doorway, and began to play along. Her music was so enchanting that the distant woman seemed stunned, and her paused flute sound reconnected hesitantly after a long pause. Finally, at midnight, both women stopped their music. She is also a pitiable soul. Those candles were indeed sent by her through the fox. Miss, how could a fox understand human emotions? You're just. Xian was about to refute when Nangong Qingjin chuckled softly, pulling out a candle sent by the fox and pointing at the two characters carved on it with a fingernail. Thank you. With this gesture, Xian finally understood that even the fox seemed to empathize with humans. They remained silent for a long time, chilled by the cold air. Finally, they managed to fall asleep. On the third day, still no one brought them food. By then, Nangong Qingjin had already lost hope in Huangfu Kongming. He probably truly believed his beloved son died due to her doing, thinking that was the reality. Now, since he hadn't shown up, his absence allowed Nangong Qingjin to understand a principle. One should never place one's hopes and ideals on another person. Without personal capability, misfortunes might arise easily. As she looked ahead, after a long silence, she sighed lightly. Miss, don't let your mind wander. Let's head to the back mountain to fish and see if we can find any medicinal herbs. Xian said while grabbing a bamboo rod cheerfully. Fishing was something both Xian and Nangong Qingjin had been proficient at from their previous life in the mountains. A needle used for sewing could make a fishing hook, and the rest required only the simplest preparations. They set to work diligently. Before long, they had caught a fish, and Xian joyfully removed it from the line. One day, Nangong Qingjin saw someone far away in the direction of the peach grove. She dropped her fishing rod and went over to greet the person, but once again, this woman disappeared before her eyes. Nangong Qingjin didn't think it was a ghost. She wasn't an otherworldly being. Today's meal was more abundant than usual. Many times, we believe that when we reach our most dangerous point, everything goes wrong, yet we don't consider another perspective. Even a perilous environment might not be bad. At least, for the current Nangong Qingjin, the danger here had created an unusual sense of ease. There was fish soup, and there was also a roasted wild chicken. There couldn't possibly be anything better than this kind of life. Xian smiled contentedly as Nangong Qingjin ate a little, then picked up the remaining roasted chicken and headed north. When she arrived there, the woman obviously ignored her and quickly slipped away. I won't harm you, I promise. I don't know how you got here, but I can tell you how I came. Nangong Qingjin recounted everything. The fall of her family, how she was betrayed by an envious woman, and how all these events led her to this place. Still no response. She placed the roasted chicken at a clean spot and left gracefully. Back at their temporary home, Xian was still eating when she saw Nangong Qingjin come in and asked, does that mean she doesn't appreciate our kindness? I think this young woman has her own story, one that makes it inconvenient for her to reveal herself right now. We shouldn't force her, Nangong Qingjin replied with a slight nod as she spoke. Chapter 92, The Cooling of Emotions. Compared to the past, the current life is actually better. Those days of scheming and plotting are over, replaced by a life of no contention. It's not that Nangong Qingjin doesn't want to compete, but she gradually realized that striving for a man with a heart as hard as iron is simply not worth it. Now, it was the third day of Nangong Qingjin's confinement, and Huangfu Kongming had not come to see her. For Huangfu Kongming, she chose to slowly forget him. Such a cruel and unkind person. In fact, not being with him was her own good fortune. There was also a mysterious neighbor here. Now, temporarily, they were living separate lives without interfering with each other, and actually, there was nothing wrong with that. By the fourth day, Nangong Qingjin had already lost hope in Huangfu Kongming. She didn't believe this man would come, and as time went on to the sixth and seventh day, the hardest transition period finally passed, yet this man still hadn't come. Now, for Huangfu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin had thoroughly forgotten him. This arrogant man from beginning to end never trusted her, never carefully considered her words. On a mere unfounded charge, he sent her to the cold palace. He banished her to this desolate place, but fortunately, Nangong Qingjin had once lived in the mountains with Xianer. Fortunately, Nangong Qingjin had strong self-care abilities. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what might have happened next. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have died long ago. Fortunately, Nangong Qingjin always had good luck. Even when everything seemed severed, she found the most crucial condition for survival. Because of these unexpected events, her spirits lifted somewhat. As long as one was alive, that was the greatest good fortune. As for love, it was just the cherry on top. Having it was better, but if it wasn't there, it wasn't such a big deal. There were so many people in this world who lived without love, yet these people lived even more vibrantly and colorfully. She tried to make herself accept many things and understand them. Hanting courtyard, the leaves fell quietly. It indeed seemed as if Huangfu Kongming had forgotten her. After Nangong Qingjin left, he wasn't without deep longing. However, facing such a woman, he had a sense of being unable to tame her. This girl should have been gentle, should have been pleasant. But now, what kind of girl was facing him? So wild, so untamable. Not only did she kill the child in her womb, but she also caused Chu Feng to be unable to stand again afterward. Although he didn't want this child either, Chu Feng was different. Without his help 6 years ago, allowing Huangfu Kongming to escape death, there wouldn't be the current Huangfu Kongming. Originally, Nangong Qingjin could perhaps have been forgiven, but now, because of Chu Feng, it was impossible. Though Huangfu Kongming missed Nangong Qingjin slightly after she left, since the words had already been spoken, he planned to let her cool down alone. She prepared to see this untamed woman. Despite the fact that all those things were done by her, at the end of the day, this person managed to wash her hands clean and say nothing else. Today he originally planned to go see her, but ever since Nangongqingjin left, Lu Meyer seized every opportunity to come this way. Each time he thought of going to see Nangongqingjin, this woman would somehow, as though able to foresee the future, walk step by step toward him. Your Highness, where do you really plan to go? Lu Meyer said while grabbing Huang Fukongming's hand. I know where you're planning to go, and I've already prepared for it. She smiled understandingly. In truth, I've already forgiven that woman. After all, my life has been full of calamities. Lu Meyer openly said the opposite, making Huang Fukongming frown. Lu Meyer pressed on. In my lifetime, I originally thought I could bear your child. I don't need any false titles or superficial honors. Being with you has made me very happy. Do you know? The child 2 months ago already had a nose and eyes. But as a mother, I was unable to protect my own child. With that sentence, I couldn't protect my own child, repeated over and over again. Huang Fukongming understood that he really shouldn't go see Nangongqingjin right now. Lu Meyer was completely devastated, while he himself planned to visit another woman so openly. Gossip can be dangerous. If he were to return now, there would already be whispers among some people. Of course, Huang Fukongming didn't fear gossip, but what he feared was that after losing his child, he had also lost the general he loved most. Yet he could still calmly see the one who caused this incident. This was something that would undoubtedly invite criticism. Now, reflecting deeply on the matter, Huang Fukongming could only sit here motionlessly. Seeing that Huang Fukongming had calmed down, Lu Meyer flashed a coy smile and took hold of the teacup. Would you like a cup of tea? He ambiguously held the cup, drinking while occasionally lifting his beautiful eyelashes. His dark phoenix-like eyes gazed at things within the courtyard for a long time before he finally said, when she moved over there, it wasn't my intention for her to perish. I hoped she would reform herself. Don't misunderstand me. I naturally understand this. Since Nangongqingjin left, I've sent over many good foods to ensure that the young lady and her maid wouldn't suffer from hunger or cold. Please rest assured. As for the situation, I must admit, it is partly my fault. I should have been more careful. Just as she spoke, she entered the forbidden zone of the issue, and an expression of restraint immediately appeared on Huang Fukongming's face. His straight brows trembled slightly, revealing deep anger. But Lu Meyer, cunning and perceptive as always, upon seeing Huang Fukongming's reaction, smiled faintly. Your Highness, please don't be sad. Things will get better. Rest assured. I'll make sure someone goes there regularly to check on her. I have no intention of harming anyone. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Meyer grabbed Huang Fukongming's hand as she spoke. That's good. I also have no intention of causing harm. How are they faring now? Haunting Courtyard had not been entered for 3 years. 3 years ago, when Lu Meyer arrived, Haunting Courtyard was already closed. Over the years, due to many reasons, everything changed. But ultimately, all of it had passed. In Huang Fukongming's mind, Haunting Courtyard was remote in location and poor in environment, though still habitable. However, it turned out that Haunting Courtyard had become vastly different by now. Haunting Courtyard was now thoroughly unlike its previous self. While the old Haunting Courtyard was at least livable, the current one would quickly kill anyone without strong vitality. I will make sure they are well cared for, although the items I send might not be accepted by them. That's right, let's make it clear up front. Should any issues arise later with the woman, such as starvation or poisoning, it will have nothing to do with her. Lu Meyer tried hard to dissociate herself, but in fact, she believed there was no longer a need for her to send anything. Those two would eventually die anyway. What kind of place was Haunting Courtyard? It was already uninhabitable 3 years ago, and everything there had deteriorated to the point of collapse. Just send them. Whether they eat or not is their decision. They aren't experts in medicine. They won't know if poison has been added. You don't need to worry about this. Yes, Your Highness, you can rest assured. Meals will be delivered daily. This was a lie told by Lu Meyer, but all the maids under her served the same interests. Even if Lu Meyer fabricated stories, there would be many who agreed with a nod since they all knew how to bow under authority. In the future, these maids would rely entirely on Lu Meyer. Though everything seemed clear originally, it gradually became ambiguous. It had been a week already. Lu Meyer wondered secretly whether the woman and her maid were dead or alive. It remained a scar in her heart. In fact, she intended to go check. However, the timing wasn't ripe. Once all was settled, she'd go to collect Nangongqingjin's remains. Haunting Courtyard wasn't a livable place anymore. It had drastically changed from what it once was. Did she say she wanted to meet me? Knowing well that Lu Meyer wouldn't reveal the truth, he asked just in case it might offer some clues about Nangongqingjin's current condition. Actually, aside from Lu Meyer, no one else knew. No. Lu Meyer softly bit her thin lips as she looked at Huang Fukongming, who actually believed her words without hesitation. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally glanced at Lu Meyer, believing this statement to be proper and reasonable as he stared into Lu Meyer's eyes. What truly captivated Huang Fukongming was Lu Meyer's eyes. From the beginning till now, those eyes possessed a mysterious charm that defied description. Among her features, only her enchanting eyes bore any resemblance to the Empress consort. When he gazed into those phoenix-like eyes, he became completely fixated, lost in a long silence. Only then did Lu Meyer finally smirk slightly and say, Your Highness doesn't seem to be in the best mood now. Perhaps you should take some rest. Huang Fukongming nodded. In reality, he knew that Nangongqingjin was a proud person who would not accept his charity. Even if he genuinely intended to send things to her, she would undoubtedly reject him anyway. Haunting Courtyard was a place where Nan Gongqing Jin could remain safe. Given the events that occurred, Huang Fu Kongming could not immediately act based on rumors and put Nan Gongqing Jin to death. He needed time for research and investigation to truly determine whether or not these actions were committed by that girl and his servant. Had he acted rashly on hearsay, Nan Gongqing Jin would have had no grave left standing. The best way to protect her amidst such overwhelming blows was simply to isolate her. Now, Lu Meyer stood before him, smiling as usual. After just 1 week, she had regained her vitality. This led Huang Fu Kongming to begin doubting if she had faked her pregnancy. As for Chu Feng's situation, he had already begun his investigation. The findings were crystal clear. On that fateful night, Lu Meyer and his maid, Lu Li, indeed entered Nan Gongqing Jin's quarters, and it seemed they had tampered with something. These two weren't particularly knowledgeable about medicine, yet how had they figured out to replace the Rhizoma paradis, 7 leaves, and 1 flower, in the decoction pot with wolf poison grass? And more importantly, who had instructed them? Or was it perhaps a bluff from Nan Gongqing Jin? Did she deliberately stage the incident because of her deep hatred toward Chu Feng? Now, Huang Fu Kongming found himself more conflicted than ever before. Chapter 93. I'll take care of her. Perhaps Lu Meyer knew what Huang Fu Kongming was thinking, but she just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Huang Fu Kongming looked at Lu Meyer before him and began to think slowly again. To be honest, whether from emotional intelligence or IQ, Lu Mei fell far short of Nan Gongqing Jin. That is to say, Nan Gongqing Jin was obviously more capable than Lu Meyer. Why then would such a girl resort to the clumsy techniques she later used? This left people perplexed. Now, as he looked at Lu Meyer, another question came to mind. If Nan Gongqing Jin knew that Lu Meyer's pregnancy was fake, why didn't she expose it from the beginning? Since it was confirmed by Nan Gongqing Jin, could it mean that the situation was plausible? Silence, endless silence. In the silence, Lu Meyer smiled faintly. In fact, many things are predestined. I didn't believe it before, but now everything is clear to me. What I can see clearly, I have already seen clearly. What I cannot see clearly, I have also realized early on. Good. It seemed Huang Fu Kongming was deep in thought. Seeing this, Lu Meyer immediately ordered someone to prepare the meal. Whatever it took, she had to eliminate any opportunity for Huang Fu Kongming to meet Nan Gongqing Jin. Any opportunity. No matter what, they couldn't meet. Prince, shall we dine in the water pavilion or the flower hall? Indeed, it was time for lunch without noticing. Huang Fu Kongming needed to eat. He said, let's go to the flower hall. It's cooler there now. The woman beside him immediately nodded, and soon everything was arranged. The opulence here, all the luxurious comfort, formed a stark contrast with Nan Gongqing Jin's side. Now, everything here had changed, becoming less about the cold, aloof woman. What was Nan Gongqing Jin doing right now? What exactly had happened before? Why did Nan Gongqing Jin get drunk that night? Now, he waved his hand dismissively, trying to rid himself of the chaotic thoughts in his head, but it seemed these thoughts were fighting him fiercely. The memories he wanted to forget most had become deeply rooted in his heart. Seeing Huang Fu Kongming waving his hand carelessly, Lu Meyer nearby laughed softly and handed him the jade chopsticks. If you feel hot now, I do have a solution. After those maids delivered all the delicious food, Lu Meyer waved her hand at a few of them nearby. Go. You don't need to serve here. We'll call you if needed. Not only were all the maids sent away without a single one remaining, even the servant named Luli was dismissed. He stepped forward, grabbing the rope next to him, and pulled it. Immediately, the beaded curtains covered the morning sunlight, making it not so glaring anymore. Just when everyone thought that was enough, this thoughtful woman pulled again. The sound of a water wheel groaned, sending the water streaming onto the terrace, cascading down the smooth glazed tiles in a steady rhythm. A beautiful curtain of drops was woven around, and within this picturesque curtain, both of them gazed at each other lovingly. Lu Meyer smiled and picked up a piece of something Huang Fu Kongming liked. Prince, please taste this. It has been carefully prepared in the small kitchen. Don't worry too much now. Everything that seems insurmountable will pass quietly in the end. This is called boats naturally straighten when they reach the bridge. When had this woman become so considerate and seductive? Huang Fu Kongming wasn't sure. When their eyes met, he had already chewed the morsel she had placed on his chopsticks delicately. It seemed Lu Meyer understood his mood of late. These days, she always came over, taking care of Huang Fu Kongming to the utmost extent, showing almost maternal affection. At first, Huang Fu Kongming wasn't accustomed to it, but after a long time, he finally grew used to the feeling of intoxication, enjoying their current harmonious time together, which erased the gloominess of the morning. The flower hall was cool, the environment serene. Everything here was so good that words could hardly describe it. Along this 100-meter-long corridor, droplets hung like perfectly round beads, rolling off drop by drop. Raindrops broke the quiet harmony of lotus leaves, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. Everything was perfect to a fault, too good to argue with. Prince, let's go take a look at the flowers. After eating, Lu Meyer tugged on the rope nearby, causing the raindrops to vanish, and light flooded back into the room. The two headed toward a neighboring spot. It was already beginning summer, and the lovely iris flowers blossomed, like a blue-purple carpet stretching endlessly. Huang Fu Kongming usually did not pay attention to the flowers around him. But now, when he took a look, he was surprised by the riot of colors. There were far more varieties than he had realized. Among them, some peonies with a later blooming season had gradually opened, including the precious Yao Huang and Wei Zi peonies, each more beautiful than the last. Leaning on her elbow, she watched them without worry or care. Beside the curved balustrade, red peony flowers had also blossomed. The sea of red seemed like ignited torches, while nearby rose plants looked splendid too, their petals seemingly brimming with energy, ready to burst forth in full bloom at any moment, competing with the other flowers that simultaneously graced the area. There were countless other blooms, stars of Bethlehem, rhododendrons, gardenias, and charming lotuses. As they reached a certain spot, Lu Meyer noticed that Huang Fu Kongming still seemed distracted, not fully engaged. She didn't press the matter further, though she certainly had her reasons for leading him where they'd just come, near an outer wall. Suddenly, Lu Meyer grabbed Huang Fu Kongming's hand firmly. "We can't go there," she said, making gestures as if preparing to leave. Huang Fu Kongming was unclear why he couldn't go forward, but let out a slight sigh as he suddenly heard angry curses from the other side of the wall. It was Chu Feng. Huang Fu Kongming was intimately familiar with Chu Feng's voice, and even through this wall, Chu Feng's harsh cursing was unmistakable. He gripped a leather whip, lashing it repeatedly on a young servant girl who wept and pleaded for mercy. Yet, Chu Feng showed no sign of stopping, each strike falling mercilessly upon the girl. Her cries of terror echoed through the room. Seeing this scene through the flower-laden walls, Huang Fu Kongming could only let out a quiet sigh. Chu Feng was inherently quick-tempered, but his temper was now worse than ever before. Everything had changed. Get up, get up. Why all the crying? Your general is still alive, he roared. Come here, someone, help your general practice walking. In the past, practicing a walk had been such a trivial task for Chu Feng, yet now, despite having two people supporting him, he could barely stand steady. From the other side of the wall, Huang Fu Kongming observed Chu Feng's futile attempts to rise. Each step Chu Feng tried ended abruptly with a painful fall. For a once mighty general, whose physical prowess was his life, it would be better to die than endure such humiliation. The strength in Chu Feng's legs had completely vanished, and though the poison in his body had been eradicated, Chu Feng was left permanently unable to walk properly. Filled with anger, he blamed those beside him for his inability to regain mobility. Your general must get up, must walk. Despite his desperate efforts, walking remained utterly impossible. His sinews and meridians had been thoroughly destroyed by the toxic herbs. Watching from the sidelines, both attendants felt their hearts sink heavily for him. Huang Fu Kongming wished for Chu Feng's recovery, but it was evident it wouldn't happen. Nearby, the woman smirked lightly with satisfaction, her half-closed phoenix-like eyes gazing into the courtyard. My lord. At this sight, Huang Fu Kongming could no longer contain himself and wanted to enter to see his comrade, the brave general who had fought side by side with him in battles past. However, just as he began stepping forward, the woman beside him seized his hand. I want to go inside. I need to tell Chu Feng that, even if he has lost his former vigor, a hero remains a hero. I will not treat him with less respect simply because he cannot walk, Huang Fu Kongming said decisively, his words filled with resolve. Lu Meyer lowered her voice. Do you know who General Chu Feng hates most right now? It's Nan Gongqingjin. He answered bitterly, biting down on the name with force. Although he had originally planned to visit her in the back quarters, due to witnessing Chu Feng's distress, Huang Fu Kongming decided against seeing Nan Gongqingjin. He thought Lu Meyer would nod in agreement immediately, but unexpectedly, she shook her head. You're wrong. Chu Feng's current situation is embarrassing and pitiful. The person he wants least to see isn't her. It's you. Me. Huang Fu Kongming clearly didn't understand Lu Meyer's reasoning. But Lu Meyer quickly explained. In the past, he stood independently before you. Now, for a steadfast warrior like Chu Feng, being rendered useless is worse than death itself. He does not want to see you not because he dislikes you, but because he doesn't want you to see him in his current state. Lu Meyer's explanation made Huang Fu Kongming understand its rationality. In that case, I'll just stay out. You go in and check on his behalf. You know what to say, don't you? Then I shall proceed. My lord, please return for now. As Lu Meyer spoke, she had already started towards the courtyard. Huang Fu Kongming watched this, suddenly realizing how clever Lu Meyer had become ever since that close brush with death. It was an indescribable sort of wisdom. It was a particularly sharp form of intelligence. She knew when to hold back and when to act. She understood her role in any situation, and instinctively knew both what needed to be done and said without any need for direction from him. Huang Fu Kongming thought to himself that if Lu Meyer clearly understood his intentions and actions, it was high time for him to take his leave. As Lu Meyer entered the house, Chu Feng had already whipped the two servants beside him. They were entirely ineffective at helping him get up as he intended. But Chu Feng's lower body possessed not even the slightest strength and could do nothing. Chu Feng heard the footsteps and, seeing Lu Meyer walk in, sighed helplessly. In the past, Chu Feng would always pay respect upon meeting Lu Meyer. But in his present condition, not only could he not perform formalities like bowing, he couldn't do anything at all. Bristling in anger at his incapacity, Chu Feng frowned while Lu Meyer approached swiftly. Chapter 94, The Sting After the Hornet. Miss, he said, pushing aside the servant nearby. I have made a laughingstock of myself. What is there to laugh at or not to laugh at? If you want to walk upright, it's natural that you need exercise. I'm here today not only to see you but also on behalf of the prince, who hopes you don't give up on yourself. You need a lot of exercise. Actually, you can still walk. Nan Gongqingjin, he said, secretly exerting force as his fist slammed onto the armrest beside him. The carefully crafted wooden chair was already shattered into pieces, and it was clear it could no longer be used. General, please calm down, said Lu Meyer, stepping forward upon seeing Chu Feng's state. Even if you kill these useless servants, it's still impossible for you to stand and walk. Don't worry for now. Take your time. I understand this principle well enough, but I just don't get why Nan Gongqing Jin would. He looked at his legs, furrowing his brows in distress without uttering another word. Perhaps it was accidental, or perhaps it was intentional. General, don't rush. This matter is still under investigation. That night, I was there too. According to the prince's meaning, he trusts Nan Gongqing Jin more than me. Lu Meyer said while sighing in a seemingly aggrieved tone. Miss, over this matter, you're heartbroken again. But we know we're innocent. You've been with Chu Feng for 3 years. If you wanted to harm Chu Feng, you'd have had plenty of opportunities. Why wait until now to use such methods? Besides, the medicine pot is pitch black. Neither you nor I, as lay people, would know what 7 leaves 1 flower is or what wolf poison grass looks like. Luli, it's just a case of someone framing me out of hatred. Because she grew tired of me, she thought I'd definitely become jealous. I am not the type, yet she assumed General wouldn't tolerate her. After all, when General first came. Indeed, those hints worked powerfully. Back when Chu Feng had almost killed Nan Gongqing Jin twice during her initial arrival, she probably intended revenge upon parting. Now, with his body broken, it gave her immense satisfaction. I finally understand. Chu Feng sighed while speaking. General, you should focus on training. I believe the prince will send the best physicians to check on your health. You will recover. As for Nan Gongqing Jin, she has now been placed in the desolate cold pavilion. Following the prince's wish, I'm tasked to deliver meals every day. But you must have already. Chu Feng wasn't sure how the woman before him would proceed. It's just that I completely have no intention. Although my heart feels uneasy, I think, if we save such a woman, she will continue her schemes regardless. The prince has grand ambitions and isn't someone with narrow vision. In the end, our kindness must find a way to deal with this woman. At this point, Lu Meyer glanced around to confirm there were no prying eyes, then forcefully swung her hand down as if holding a blade to cut off any future problems. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. It was a mistake of mine to let her go before. I shouldn't have. No, moving forward, leave it to me. I'll ensure she suffers endlessly. Lu Meyer said, smiling cruelly, which revealed an unsettling grimace on her face that one dared not look at or imagine. After their secret discussion, both Chu Feng and Lu Meyer were essentially aligned in attitude. Eliminating Nan Gongqing Jin was an urgent necessity. Meanwhile, Huang Fu Kongming had returned to his quarters, reflecting and finding things increasingly uneasy. After much thought, his brows knitted together and his eyes flickered. Send for the physician, he commanded, prompting someone nearby to leave immediately. Wait, Huang Fu Kongming added. Bring all who examined Miss Fetal signs previously. With that, the person nodded and left. Soon, the physicians arrived. They appeared dressed in ordinary attire, just like in other mansions externally, showing no differences. Yet inside, it concealed a hidden world, functioning much like a small imperial court where numerous skilled individuals resided. These physicians clearly understood why Huang Fu Kongming summoned them. Greetings, Your Highness. Rise, extended his hand, allowing everyone to stand. Huang Fu Kongming then asked, which one among you examined the young lady's pulse? Step forward. Hearing this, they exchanged glances, and an older figure kneeled halfway. In response to His Highness, it was this old servant who took her pulse. Stand and speak. Huang Fu Kongming, seeing that this person had gray eyebrows and beard, could be regarded as the leader of these physicians. He respected the elderly and cared for the young, and also trusted these people, especially an elder like the one before him now. Yes. The old man stood up, looking at Huang Fu Kongming, whose every word was so serious and clear. Now I, Your Highness, will ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Yes, Your Highness. Previously, did Lady Lu indeed carry a child? With this question, the senior physician paused for a moment before nodding. Looking at this physician, Huang Fu Kongming asked again, is it true or false? Under his pressing inquiry, the physician nodded again. This physician didn't want to stir up trouble. Actually, he realized from the beginning that there were problems with the child. No child actually existed. It was just a simulated pulse sign. Seeing the physician clearly nod, Huang Fu Kongming gradually understood that he overthought things. All right, now, Your Highness has another question. Is there anyone among you capable of making Chu Feng recover? Upon hearing this, a few nearby physicians exchanged glances for a moment, but finally they passed the speaking role to someone else, who said, he won't recover. Are you that certain? Isn't there a better way? While saying this, he sighed with melancholy, and the physician sighed empathetically. It is due to medication. If it were trauma injuries, we might still have ways, but your current understanding of the situation should already be clear, right? Your Highness expects you to try your best first before reporting back to me. As he spoke, he added, go check General Chu Feng right away. Today, Huang Fu Kongming felt rather heartbroken upon seeing Chu Feng's state. Originally, he intended to go visit Nan Gongqing Jin, the girl he liked, but after witnessing Chu Feng's condition, he firmly decided not to proceed. Thus, time seemed tensed. Their gazes slightly met once, then the physician left. Later in the evening, as twilight approached, Luli and Lu Meyer also arrived at Cold Pavilion Courtyard. Talking about it, it had been 3 years since they last left this yard. Although the master and servant had mentally prepared themselves, when they saw the dilapidated courtyard ahead, it still startled Lu Meyer and Luli a little bit. There were no signs of life visible here. It was so quiet that only the sound of leaves brushing against each other could be heard. The sky appeared vast, bright, and clear, almost like a beautiful piece of glass. But the trees were so tall that they completely blocked out the sunlight in the central courtyard. Living here was terrifying, an experience that couldn't be fully appreciated by merely imagining it. Lily broke out in cold sweat. That wretched woman died 3 years ago, and this place still feels like a haunt filled with grudges. Would you prefer to not enter, and let me investigate alone? No, Luli. Lou Meyer reached out, and immediately Luli came forward, supporting Lou Meyer's hand. The dead are gone, and since I've come here already, there's nothing to fear. You're right, miss, don't be afraid. Just as Luli finished speaking, what happened next resembled mischief as a huge black crow flew overhead, squawking loudly and nearly causing Luli to fall over. Fortunately, there was a large tree behind her. Miss, I thought I saw someone here. Luli, don't scare yourself. In fact, not far away under that tree, there truly was someone. Even Lou Meyer herself had noticed, but she chose to ignore it because fear might cloud all kinds of possibilities. Miss, how about you don't go inside? Lily spoke while tightly gripping Lou Meyer's hand. Lou Meyer smiled faintly and cast a gloomy gaze toward the decaying courtyard ahead. I feel no fear. Rest assured, there's nothing scary here. Miss you. Go. Lou Meyer stepped forward towards the rarely visited courtyard ahead. The moment Luli opened the old wooden gate, something black fell from above their heads, followed immediately by a wild cat's barking. Meow. After a cry, the black lump disappeared. In legends, those who see black cats are bound to encounter misfortune. It's also advised not to wander around late at night, lest strange events happen. Moreover, according to legends, places where many people have died unjustly should not be visited at night. Just having arrived here, her soul was already terrified. One could only imagine how scared Nangong Qingjin and Sienna would be. Miss, it seems like someone's here. Sienna was in the back courtyard, listening intently to the sounds around her while looking at Nangong Qingjin, who was currently mending clothes under an oil lamp. Their lives were now vastly different from before. Miss, someone really is coming. Nangong Qingjin also seemed to hear something and chuckled softly as she set aside her sewing work. Speaking earnestly, she said, it's this late now, and the place will be pitch black after the hour of you. Who else would come over? Miss, but I definitely heard. Either it's your imagination, or maybe some wandering spirit. Living here so nervously, who dares to come in? Once evening arrives, we should just go to sleep early. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she blew out the nearby oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Because if it were people coming, they'd need to hide themselves for safety. And if it were ghosts, strangely, Nangong Qingjin didn't fear them as much. Ghosts weren't nearly as terrifying as humans. Through many experiences, she had seen how fickle human nature could be and how cruel the world can turn. Nangong Qingjin had already understood all too clearly. Now, she slowly stood up and quietly shut the wooden door next to her. The walls of the house had excellent soundproofing, so all the sounds from the yard outside were completely cut off. However, not long afterward, 2 sets of footsteps still reached Nangong Qingjin's ears. Chapter 95. Lou Meyer encounters a ghost. Sienna didn't dare to make a sound. Now, Sienna was rather suspicious whether the one who came in was human or ghost, looking half-believing and half-doubting at Nangong Qingjin in the dark. Nangong Qingjin paused for a moment in silence before opening the door and stealthily slipping to the side. Sienna, the person who has come must be the one neither of us wants to see. It's best if this woman doesn't find out where we're staying. Inside this house were many things they depended on to survive. Unless absolutely necessary, Nangong Qingjin did not want the visitor to know their location. The moon had already risen. Earlier it was clearly dusk, but now the moon had appeared, casting a clear, bright light that fell onto the courtyard ahead. In fact, Luli was already frightened. The place felt ominous and damp, with the sounds of returning birds flapping their wings and leaves swaying overhead, making the hair on the back of one's neck stand up. Even the bravest of souls couldn't help but feel uneasy under such circumstances. Unconsciously, the moon had reached its zenith. That feeling of not being able to see clearly in the dim light made everything appear dreamlike. Miss, something seems off here, said Luli while indicating a readiness to retreat. Her eyes glanced warily toward the front position as the evening breeze blew open a door with an eerie squeak. It slowly opened, as if there were a pair of malevolent eyes inside the house watching them. But upon closer inspection, there seemed to be nothing at all. The shadow of Lou Meyer stretched and shortened under the moonlight, finally turning into a dark blur beneath her feet, so fuzzy that it looked like you couldn't see anything clearly anymore. Luli gently moved closer to Lou Meyer's side. Miss, it's late. Shouldn't we come again tomorrow? While suggesting this, Luli was already prepared to run away at any moment. With great resolve, Lou Meyer pushed forward. First, she herself wouldn't fear lost spirits or ghosts, and secondly, it was now her time to set an example. If she retreated just because of difficulties now, what would people think of her later? Reflecting on this, even though she was scared, Lou Meyer pressed down her fear and tightened her lips. Don't worry. If there really were any ghosts, they would have shown up by now. But miss, look. Luli pointed toward the general direction where something faintly resembled a figure. But when you focused on it closely, there was nothing there. A clumsy black cat, limping like it was disabled, dragged its soft, dangling tail slowly from the wall base and approached the 2 women. Standing beside them, it called out strongly and powerfully. This startled Lou Meyer as well. After all, it had been 3 years since she'd last been here, yet this place carried both a secret and a memory for her. Despite the passing of years, she had forgotten not a bit of it. Now, she proceeded towards the front. The dry grass beneath their feet made a faint rustling sound, causing anyone listening to instinctively feel their scalp tingle. The silence here was overwhelming, save for the sound of leaves above and the crunching beneath their steps. It was mostly dominated by the 2 women's heartbeats. Luli was utterly terrified already, whereas Lu Meyer kept staring ahead with wide eyes, continuously observing her surroundings. Those watchful eyes scanned the area unkindly, and then quickly retracted, unsure how long they'd walked before spotting what appeared to be a habitable dwelling. They stopped outside the house. Luli, go push the door. Lu Meyer stayed where she was, passing the danger on to Luli. Normally, Luli's bravery was commendable, but not now. Seeing the pitch-black door, her primal fear returned full force. Miss, let's come again during the daytime tomorrow. If it were daytime, I would be the first one to lead without hesitation. However, it's night now. Look around, this environment. As Luli spoke, her restless hands rubbed together nervously, refusing to step forward a single inch. This made Lu Meyer grow somewhat angry, frowning continuously. Why are you being so cowardly? I've said it already. If there truly were vengeful spirits in the world, they would have already appeared by now. Since nothing's happened, it means there is nothing. What's this fuss about? She shouted loudly, becoming impatient and walking forward despite herself. Normally, with Luli by her side, Lu Meyer could always achieve her desires. Whatever direction she wanted to go in, Luli followed without question. Who knew Luli would also feel afraid here? What was there to fear about this place? Though Lu Meyer herself felt somewhat fearful, she suppressed her anxiety, and step by step, made her way toward the house ahead. Just as her hand touched the already decayed wooden door, preparing to push it open, a clear voice behind her abruptly stopped Lu Meyer in her tracks. Miss, it's been a long time. The sound of Nangong Qingjin, Lu Meyer had long believed Nangong Qingjin dead, rang out suddenly. Turning back unexpectedly under the moonlight, Lu Meyer saw Nangong Qingjin. Behind Nangong Qingjin stood Xianer. The two figures were bathed in a pool of white moonlight, making Nangong Qingjin seem like a ghost at that moment. He wasn't unafraid either. He turned his gaze slowly and soon locked it onto Nangong Qingjin's figure. Once she confirmed that Nangong Qingjin wasn't a ghost but a living person, Lu Meyer emitted a delicate laugh and walked gracefully toward them, with a mixture of cold severity and disbelief in her eyes. I would never have thought, after so long without seeing you, that you're still alive. She said this as she took measured steps towards Nangong Qingjin. Seeing actual people in the house caused Luli to be terrified initially, but she quickly became arrogant once more. This was quite different from her previous timid behavior. The two kept shortening the distance between them until they were very close. At this point, Lu Meyer noticed a massive fissure in the branches above where Nangong Qingjin was standing, giving the trees an ominous feel, yet specks of light still filtered down gently. Falling onto both of them, Lu Meyer remarked coolly, "Even if you die, I will be fine." As she spoke, she let out a frigid snort. "Truly marvelous, as sharp-tongued as ever. I merely want to see how long you can endure. Here you are, ultimately having to lower your noble head and beg for mercy before me. If you continue stubbornly doing so, there's no way you'll come out well." "I won't," he responded coldly, shaking his head. "But facts prove otherwise, you absolutely will." Speaking thus, he added a trace of sarcasm. "You will soon understand. You've failed." This sentence was almost whispered directly into Nangong Qingjin's ear, each word icy and chilling. At the frostiness of those words, Nangong Qingjin's heart skipped slightly, and a chill ran down her spine. Suppressing her anger, her pupils focused on the enigmatic woman before her. "I should have realized earlier. You faked the pregnancy. It was my fault alone for letting my guard down." Recalling the scene then, Nangong Qingjin understood why Lu Meyer could seize the opportunity. That day, when that news broke, it made Nangong Qingjin's heart contract abruptly. Perhaps she had suspected something, but due to her sudden plunge in spirits, she eventually cast aside the matter and forgot it altogether. For a moment, their gazes intersected. Then, Nangong Qingjin said icily, "If you've come here just to mock me, now you've seen enough. Can you leave? I'll make sure you perish here all by yourself. In the future, no one will come to bring you anything. Stay here and live like a savage, subsisting on raw food and blood, perishing entirely on your own." As she spoke, she laughed coldly, her laughter resembling tolling bells. "We both loved Huan Fukongming, but look now. Your end is even worse than mine, haha. Haha. All this is thanks to me. Just thinking about it fills me with great joy. Thinking about it makes me so pleased. I'm delighted, Nangong Qingjin. After all, I've triumphed." "Hold your tongue, you despicable madwoman who stops at nothing." Already infuriated, Nangong Qingjin furrowed her brows forcefully while looking at the woman before her. Lu Meyer, however, lowered her tone, checking around to ensure no one else was present, before emitting a soft, delicate laugh. "How easily did you believe she could be pregnant? For someone known as a healer, didn't you know it was simple to create the illusion of dual pulses? Any ordinary physician could pass it off successfully, but you, Nangong Qingjin, though brilliant in life, simply baffled everyone. But you, because of your disheartened feelings that day, ended up misjudging it anyway. This matter was mysterious from the start. You were correct. The injury to Chu Feng was indeed by me." "It really was you," Nangong Qingjin replied gravely and coldly. "I never imagined you'd go to such lengths. After so many years, Chu Feng has been loyal to you through everything. It truly is unimaginable that such a battle-hardened general would end up failing at your hands. If it truly was me, so what? Victory and defeat are common among warriors. His defeat at my hands also involved your cooperation, Nangong Qingjin. Had you not facilitated it, perhaps Chu Feng would still be fine today. You? Truly despicable. Chu Feng is your closest person, yet you wouldn't spare someone as diligent as him by your side. You are beyond saving, and one day you will regret it for all the wickedness you've done." Nangong Qingjin spoke while looking coldly at the woman before her. Lu Meyer paused for a moment, but soon began to laugh. Don't think I don't know your purpose in treating Chu Feng. You merely sought to win someone over. If Chu Feng recovered, he'd become yours. Why would I let a friend turn into an opponent right before my eyes when I could take action earlier? In this world, the one who acts first has the advantage. No matter what, Nangong Qingjin, you failed after all. In certain things, I am far more ruthless than you. To live as you do now is quite rare. Nangong Qingjin said while glancing sideways at Luli nearby, as if foreseeing that the girl would inevitably suffer the consequences. Luli's expression was tense. Yes, following the woman before her even put her life in danger. It seemed Luli had already glimpsed what her future held. When it comes down to moments where extreme measures must be taken, they shall be used, rather than sacrificing yourself. Lu Meyer continued, then added, after all, you still wish to know the current state of His Highness the Prince, don't you? Not interested, because 9 times out of 10, anything from your mouth, Lu Meyer, is false. She replied, and started to leave. Chapter 96. Truly there are ghosts. Recently, His Highness has been missing you quite a lot. I have already arranged for people to send you food and daily necessities, but don't entertain any wild hopes. I will deliver them after you die. As for when you're alive, please endure much suffering. After saying this, Lady Lu Meyer started laughing wildly. At midnight, that maniacal laughter was terrifying enough to put even the owls on the branches to shame. These owls quickly flew out from the branches and called as they headed toward the moon. You should not be too complacent. Everything will eventually become clear as clouds parting and the moon appearing. We'll see who can laugh until the end. She said, while speaking, she gazed at the position ahead. If there is nothing else, young lady, please return early. There is naturally nothing extraordinary. I just came to take a look at you. Seeing you haven't died yet makes me happy. If you had, it wouldn't be as entertaining. Lady Lu Meyer continued as she prepared to leave. Lioli, do not heed anyone who attempts to sow discord between our feelings. No matter where or when, you are my good sister, said Lu Meyer, extending her hand as she spoke. Lioli stepped forward with a gentle smile, finally supporting Lu Meyer's hand. The two swayed gracefully as they proceeded forward. Watching their silhouettes gradually vanish, Nangong Qingjin finally unclenched her fists. Miss, let it go. Sienner held on to Nangong Qingjin's hand while speaking. With a sigh, Nangong Qingjin nodded and moved forward. After contemplating for a moment, she returned to the house she'd been in earlier, without knocking abruptly. Sorry, she shouldn't come here anymore. Please rest, Nangong Qingjin said gently by the door, as though speaking to the air. Yet she knew the person inside wasn't mere air. After bidding farewell, she went back to her little black room. Lu Meyer and Lioli didn't light any lamps after leaving the black room. A chilling wind blew past, making both women feel fear. In the world, there are always some terrifying places. Even though we might not see anything, our body hair inadvertently stands on edge at certain times. This feeling of dread is somewhat overpowering. Now, the environment seemed ominous and ghostly. Looking straight ahead at the intersection, Lu Meyer couldn't help but ask, why does it seem so desolate? It's hard to believe how cold it feels. Yes, miss, replied Lioli, who isn't naturally timid but was scared in this situation. As they walked forward, she timidly clung to her mistress's side, moving shoulder to shoulder as they continuously monitored the surrounding scene. The massive trees and everything else seemed transformed into monstrous beasts seeking prey. Then another gust of wind came, causing an already terrified Lu Meyer to be frightened nearly senseless. This is too terrifying. At the same time, just after the sound of the wind faded, the master-servant pair seemed to hear a mournful cry of a woman, so sorrowful, sometimes distant, sometimes near. Initially, Lu Meyer assumed it was her imagination, but soon realized that wasn't true. The sound lingering in her ears was real. It was so genuine, she dared not take another step forward. Clutching Lioli's hand forcefully, she discovered that Lioli, usually fearless, was now also being careful. That feeling of terror enveloped both of them. Lioli, you go first, Lu Meyer said weakly, pushing Lioli slightly as she spoke. Please, miss, can't we walk together? They both felt safer walking together. Lu Meyer quickly understood Lioli's intent. Coward, why can't you go alone? Go. Even as Lu Meyer ordered her brusquely, she glanced coldly at Lioli, whose face was pale from being startled by the horrifying cries earlier. Your slave this. Before Lioli could say more, Lu Meyer had already taken hold of a branch herself and moved forward. Lioli thought about staying behind alone and decided that was even more terrifying than what they had just experienced. No, miss, please slow down. Eventually, they managed to make it to the entrance, but the crying sounds were now more terrifying and powerful than before. Upon reaching the gate, Lu Meyer began shouting, Don't think I don't know who you are, Nangong Qingjin. You'd better stop playing around with ghosts and spirits. I'm not afraid of you. Claiming, I'm not afraid, but her voice trembled even as she spoke. This indirectly betrayed herself. In fact, Nangong Qingjin had already rested long ago. The act of pretending to be a ghost and scaring people was something Nangong Qingjin wouldn't do. For Nangong Qingjin, such despicable means were beneath her. You come out here, hiding your head while showing your tail. Do you think I haven't seen you? Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm not, I'm really not. She kept talking as she moved forward, her voice shaking noticeably. Wawa, I died so miserably. I will kill you, I must kill you. Not far away, that sobbing voice accused her, making Lu Meyer's scalp tingle. She glanced behind at her companion Lioli who had already grabbed Lu Meyer's hand. At this moment, the crying was strange, at least in direction. Even if Nangong Qingjin had the swiftest legs, there was no way she could have appeared before them so quickly. Moreover, this area was surrounded by multiple walls, and that terrifying sound was coming from outside the walls. I don't believe there are real ghosts in this world. You come out, don't pretend like a ghost. Back then, I could easily dispose of you once, and now I can again. Lu Meyer muttered to herself as she walked toward the position ahead. But just as she stepped forward, she noticed someone not too far away. No, it was more of an indistinct shadow. It could only be considered human because its outline resembled a person. It was swaying ahead of her. While she was still stunned, this wailing woman had already reached her side. Lu Meyer's scalp tingled as she realized the figure before her wore a white robe. She immediately screamed. 3 years have passed, lady. I hope you've been doing well. Have you been doing well? The ghost said as it floated closer. I've lived in the dry well for 1,000 days and nights. I thought both Lady and Miss Lioli would never come back, but seeing you today, I am so happy. You're. Yes, I'm the one you killed 3 years ago. Alone in the cold dry well, after you murdered me and dumped my body into the wild. Now that you've arrived, whether above or below ground, we are all friends. Come on, my friend. As she spoke, she drifted closer. As they say, if you do nothing wrong, you won't fear the knocking of a ghost. Throughout her life, Lu Meyer had committed countless acts of betrayal, including personally killing someone 3 years ago and throwing their body into the backyard well. Recalling this, fear gripped her. Seeing Lu Meyer retreating slowly, the ghost pressed on relentlessly, inching ever closer to Lu Meyer and Lioli. Dear maiden, staying with me in the well would be perfectly fine, wouldn't it? As she said this, she chuckled. Her laughter was horrifying. Ghost. Clutching her head, Lu Meyer fled towards the estate. Inside the house, Nangong Qingjin, who had just been resting, was awakened by Lu Meyer's shouts. Naturally, this irritated her. Just as she was about to rise, Sienna burst into mischievous laughter nearby. Miss, she is terrified by the ghost. Shouldn't we make things worse? Sienna laughed. Aren't you scared? This manner has always seemed somewhat peculiar. Nangong Qingjin looked at Sienna while saying this. Sienna had endured much torment at the hands of Lioli and Lu Meyer before. Now, having a chance for retaliation, even if she was scared, Sienna refused to back down. What are you doing with the bedsheet? Nangong Qingjin observed Sienna's excitement. Sienna giggled mischievously. Isn't there a spirit near the well? I'll go scare them. Oh, don't. What if? Before Nangong Qingjin could finish warning her, Sienna had already gleefully run off to the well and started wailing dramatically. This made Lu Meyer retreat even further, leaving her utterly confused and panicked. Nangong Qingjin, you get out here. Pretending to be a ghost is childish. I will not forgive you. Lu Meyer spoke while frantically searching for Nangong Qingjin's silhouette, but she didn't appear at all. Much later, Lu Meyer and Lioli finally made their way from the front yard to the back. At this point, Nangong Qingjin had no choice but to appear. So, aren't you going back yet? Clearly, the person pretending earlier couldn't be Nangong Qingjin, since she was now standing before them in person. Yet those ghastly cries hadn't left the ears of anyone there, including Nangong Qingjin, whose face showed a flicker of unease upon hearing the vengeful spirits wailing. It wasn't me. I would never do such a frivolous thing. If not you, then who else could it be? As Lu Meyer spoke, her body started to shiver. She looked at Nangong Qingjin, who appeared just as she always did. If you're afraid, then don't go back. When the dawn breaks, everything here will vanish. She glanced coolly at the woman before her. No. She shook her head vigorously. Lioli, let's hurry and leave. Miss, why not wait under this eave? Perhaps things will improve when the sun rises. Miss. Before Lioli could finish, Lu Meyer had already lost control, showing how disheveled she truly was. Witnessing Lu Meyer's panic, Nangong Qingjin's lips curved into a faint dimple of amusement. Because it was night and in her frantic state without much thought, Lu Meyer soon found herself next to the well opening, entirely unexpectedly. The moment she arrived there, Sienna emerged from the darkness nearby, her white sheet draped over her in a ghostly manner, a mysterious and unsettling sight that induced immense fear. Chapter 97. A terrifying story. Luli, quickly protect me. Although Nangong Qingjin had already started yelling, Luli had already dodged away. Luli wasn't afraid of villains, but she feared evil ghosts. Furthermore, 3 years ago, she, together with Lu Meyer, had killed someone here. It was a tall maid, a woman. Now that this woman was dead, her body had turned into a soul, and now, this ghost began seeking vengeance. It was terrifying indeed. Upon seeing the mysterious figure gradually rising from the well, Lu Meyer could no longer contain herself. She let go and screamed, while rushing toward the front position. Scary, so scary. Despite having already left the yard where every sound seemed ominous, Lu Meyer still felt her scalp tingling. She had never been this frightened before. It was then that Luli walked over from the side and followed beside Lu Meyer. Just now, it wasn't Nangong Qingjin. Either it's truly a vengeful spirit coming for us, or there is someone else behind this. Luli analyzed as she followed behind Lu Meyer. If there really were a vengeful spirit coming after us, we'd be dead by now. In my view, it must be someone pretending to be supernatural. We'll have to come back later to take a closer look. That won't happen today. Luli, what do you think? Yes, I think it's her too. Luli seemed to know in advance and said her, but just who exactly this she was remained unknown. The two went on, one after the other, and when they reached the front spot, their gazes briefly intersected. She has been dead for 3 years, Lu Meyer said, calming down gradually as the fear slowly dissipated. While heading toward the path by the dense forest, she looked back at the woman beside her. Luli sighed and added, "But she was killed by us. It was your own hands." "Luli, how can such nonsense be spoken? It's been 3 years already. Forget about it." Lu Meier tried to say more, but suddenly, something black landed on her head as if it had been aiming for it all along. Staggering, Lu Meier fell to the ground. "No, no, no," she yelled out in terror. Miss, it's only a fox cat. Please don't be scared, don't be scared." As Luli spoke, she helped Lu Meier up. Tonight's Lu Meier was genuinely trembling with every sound, utterly afraid to move forward. Although there was moonlight, Lu Meier and Luli paused frequently as they walked for quite some time before finally emerging from the forest. That night, Lu Meier fell ill due to the shock. Originally intending to explore the estate the next day, the illness forced her to stay in bed. The horrors of last night kept appearing in Lu Meier's dreams, frightening her immensely. A doctor was called the next day. However, due to the embarrassment regarding the events of last night, Lu Meier didn't dare tell even Huafeng Kongming, who naturally knew nothing either. Thus, he was not overly concerned about Lu Meier's condition. He merely knew that she was sick. These days, Huafeng Kongming had become busy again. It seemed that there were additional hidden soldiers around the estate. Although these soldiers had yet to discover the secrets within the manor, over the past few months, they kept watching around its perimeters. Over time, issues would surely arise. Huafeng Kongming needed to thoroughly investigate whether these soldiers were sent by Wen Liang or someone else. At present, he couldn't spare any attention for Lu Meier's health, and poor Huafeng Kongming still thought her sickness stemmed from exhaustion following a miscarriage. As for the affairs in the back courtyard, after Lu Meier returned, both she and Luli understood each other without a word. They shared a silent pact, not uttering a single word. Also, 2 things happened the previous night. 1. Chu Feng had dispatched someone to conduct an investigation. That evening, Nan Gongqing Jin and Xian Er indeed consumed some rice wine, which Lu Meier had sent over under the pretense that it was from the prince. This made Nan Gongqing Jin fall for the trick. Lately, Chu Feng's temper had grown even more volatile, erupting in fury at the slightest provocation. Everyone feared he might kill them, hence everyone was cautious. Consequently, whatever Chu Feng wanted to know, he quickly received news on. "Speak. Don't assume because I'm disabled now that I can't deal with you," Chu Feng exclaimed, forcefully whipping a maid standing beside him. This maid used to serve Nan Gongqing Jin. He still found it hard to believe that Nan Gongqing Jin would stoop to such deplorable tactics against him. These thoughts led him to grow increasingly suspicious. This whip stroke fell on the girl, and she endured the pain. While sobbing and lying low on the ground, she said, "What exactly does General want me to say? I have already told the General that this must be Nan Gongqing Jin and her maid's doing. I had no involvement in this matter." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "What I want to know is not this. You'd better tell me the truth," Chu Feng exclaimed, brandishing the horsewhip with great force. The whip coiled around the little girl's neck. For quite some time, she couldn't breathe. Her bulging eyes gradually filled with blood, on the verge of death. "Hurry up and speak. Your general doesn't want to kill you, doesn't want to kill you. Don't make me do it, best not," Chu Feng said while delivering a powerful kick, sending the girl flying until her body crashed into a nearby wooden pillar, dying instantly. Seeing the girl was dead, another beside her felt terror but did not dare step forward. However, avoiding wasn't an option as the flexible tip of the whip soon coiled around her neck as well. This girl immediately started pleading for mercy. Chu Feng loosened the force of the whip, glaring coldly. "Surely, you know that if you continue hiding the truth, I'll immediately make you meet the same end as her, death." General, your humble servant isn't noble-minded. I'm a coward who fears death. If you forgive my life, I will immediately divulge all the details." "All right." Seeing the girl willing to speak the truth, Chu Feng nodded his head, slightly calmer. After hours of questioning this afternoon, several maids were already exhausted by this point. Now seeing one die, the rest finally showed genuine shock. Speaking of Chu Feng, he was the second in command in this estate. First was Huang Fu Kong Ming, whose word was law, and second came Chu Feng. To interrogate for information, killing a person or two seemed reasonable to him. Without instilling fear, these maids would never reveal anything. Seeing the furtive and shifty-eyed girl, Chu Feng nodded again, thumping his foot firmly. "If you are willing to speak, I will naturally ensure your safety. Any who cooperate, I guarantee, won't be harmed within this estate. It is those who refuse to talk that place themselves in peril. Let's begin with you." Chu Feng's whip touched the face of the first woman kneeling in line, making a crisp sound. With that flick, she whimpered softly and nodded at once. Spare my life, General. There's something I wish to say." "Begin." Chu Feng glared with bulging eyes, gripping the whip tightly, ready to punish the wretched woman at any moment. Understanding Chu Feng's intentions, glancing at the corpse nearby, she hesitated before saying, "I don't know much, but what I know is crucial." "Fine, even one critical sentence is good enough," Chu Feng responded, narrowing his eyebrows as he watched this girl, who sighed deeply and eventually made her last stand. "That night, Lady Nangong did drink the rice wine which I delivered. Actually, there was no poison in the rice wine. It just contained aged fermentation starter. What happens if too much wine starter is added? It will cause someone to fall unconscious instantly after drinking it, appearing drunk but actually already passed out," she said timidly. After finishing her statement, Chu Feng's whip landed accurately and severely on the face of the second girl. "Ouch!" This girl hadn't expected that even when preparing to dodge Chu Feng's attacks, he still managed to strike her across the face with the whip. Surely you also have something to tell your general, Chu Feng stated. Hearing this, the girl shook her head furiously. Yes. That night, after Miss Ningong got drunk, indeed Lu Meier and Liu Li came, but what they did, I'm unaware of. The third, it's your turn. Are you waiting for my whip? Chu Feng asked, knitting his brows forcefully. No daring, she replied hurriedly. That night, I personally witnessed these two masters enter the kiln. What they did, I didn't dare inquire about, but here's a detail, sister. You should tell us. This girl was a smart one. If everyone dies together, then each would say only one sentence. Either live together or die together. A somewhat older woman standing nearby trembled and shivered before finally blurting out. Before they left, they warned us girls not to let a single word slip about their visit and to claim that they had never come. At the time, I found it strange, but I never thought ill of it. General, please forgive me. It seems your general is beginning to understand. The leather whip in his hand dropped to the ground. He had always been loyal to Lu Meier. How could this woman be so reckless as to sacrifice herself completely just to bring down someone she disliked? And when he realized this, he suddenly discovered how utterly he had failed in life, having wrongfully accused an innocent person without cause. Thinking back on Nan Gongqingjin's daily concern for his illness, guilt and pain now filled his heart. He remembered again how calm Nan Gongqingjin remained even as the storm was brewing. That calmness showed complete tranquility. It proved that Nan Gongqingjin had done absolutely nothing at all. It was your general's fault. I should have realized from the very beginning that she couldn't possibly do such despicable things. Such low tactics are not something a pure-hearted girl like her would ever employ. He sighed deeply, frowning. You may all rise. From now on, you will remain under your general's protection, and I will ensure your safety. However, if any one of you dares to betray me, know this. I am not as forgiving as Lady Nangong. I will personally have your limbs hacked off and toss you into a vat of rice wine, letting you suffer endlessly, unable to live or die. As he spoke, he gave a cold laugh. Each of the maids quaked with fear. But what else could they do? Chapter 98. The conversation between Huangfu Kongming and Lu Meier. They could have stood beside Nan Gongqingjin, but in this harsh reality of the survival of the fittest, they were forced to play along. Though everyone was clear about the truth and knew that Nan Gongqingjin had been wronged, no one would dare stand up for her. After all, people treated her like a rat on the street. Now, it wasn't hard to confirm that Nan Gongqingjin hadn't committed the act of substitution she was accused of, but who would believe it? After thorough investigation, Chu Feng was certain that the evil hand behind everything belonged to Lu Meier. But even knowing that Lu Meier was responsible, what good did it do? It wasn't time yet for Chu Feng to take action. Speaking of which, after Lu Meier returned from the cold pavilion courtyard, she fell ill due to catching a cold, as well as being frightened. However, this wasn't simply because of her frail constitution, it was more due to the accumulation of stress, causing significant physical strain. There was indeed a secret hidden within the cold pavilion courtyard, one unknown to anyone else, something that had passed 5 years ago. But this secret continued to weigh heavily on Lu Meier day by day. Now, she truly felt tormented, lost in wild thoughts as she gazed at her attendant, Lu Li. Do you think, she suddenly asked, that when people die, do their souls really exist? If it were midnight or last night, amidst the eerie winds and cries of the cranes, Lu Li wouldn't have been able to respond. But now, with the turmoil having subsided, she calmly replied, Miss, stop your baseless worrying. They say death is like extinguishing a lamp. How can there be a soul? If there truly were one, it would have killed us long ago in these past 3 years. Maybe there is, Lu Li, Lu Meier murmured, raising a bowl of medicine that Lu Li had handed her. She gently blew on it while beginning to drink. Just as she took the first sip, Huangfu Kongming arrived, a surprise to Lu Meier, for this man rarely showed such concern for her. Clearly, there must be a reason behind his visit, but there he was, right before her eyes, standing true and real. With a light raise of his eyebrows and turning his gaze to look upon Lu Meier's weakened state, he observed how much sicker she appeared than usual due to her cold. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, giving her an appearance of fragility akin to she sure holding her heart in sorrow, her eyes looking damp, as though teary. Such a pitiful demeanor would soften any man's heart. Gazing at him, after a long silence, she finally stepped forward, her anxious eyes scrutinizing Lu Meier, wondering why she had fallen ill without knowing exactly what to say herself. What happened? He asked, smoothly taking the bowl of soup from Lu Meier's hands. He gently blew on it, observing the ripples in the white porcelain spoon. Lu Meier, unsure of how to respond without revealing her activities from the previous night, couldn't let Huangfu Kongming know where she'd gone. It had been so long already, though she hadn't seen Huangfu Kongming pay Nan Gongqingjin a visit. Lu Meier was fully aware of Nan Gongqingjin's current situation, her heart still entwined with longing and impossible worry for Huangfu Kongming. Thus, she had to hide something in her words. As she thought, she replied, I was perfectly fine until I went to the lotus pool yesterday evening. The moon was covered by dark clouds, and strange shadows loomed everywhere. I was genuinely startled. She looked worriedly into Huangfu Kongming's eyes as she spoke. In response, he gave her a rare, gentle smile. This beautiful smile transformed his usually stern expression into something much warmer. Their eyes met briefly, and silence lingered as Lu Meier took another sip of her soup. It's a bit too hot, she commented quietly. Oh, all right. Huangfu Kongming set the medicine down on the table beside them, examining the woman before him closely. With her illness, Lu Meier's face had turned pink, a color resembling a pomegranate flower. Her finely arched eyebrows seemed to lose their usual vitality and boldness, leaving her lips small and red, cute yet endearing. Her heavy eyelids cast shadows over her wet, misty eyes, which shimmered as though brimming with unspoken words. Yet, not a single word came from those eyes which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Empress Dowager's. Every time Huangfu Kongming looked into such eyes, memories of his past with the late Empress flooded his mind, their shared moments and the emotions they once had for each other. In the past, he owed so much to the Empress Dowager, and then he desired to compensate for what had been lost. All these various thoughts intertwined, numerous matters gathered together, and as he looked at this woman's face once more, a special sentiment arose within him. His usually tranquil brows flickered momentarily, and his gaze fell upon Lu Meier. Under such a fervent stare, Lu Meier's sunken eyes seemed to gradually become clearer. For a long time, he hadn't looked at her with such passionate eyes. It was a feeling that couldn't be expressed in words. Caught a cold. Originally, it seemed Lu Meier might have started speaking nonsense, but hearing Huangfu Kongming's concerned inquiry moved her heart slightly. She immediately gave a bright smile. It's nothing. It's already passed. But you lately look busy. You wouldn't know. Currently outside the estate there are many idlers. We're surrounded from all sides. These people temporarily haven't realized that I am the one they're looking for. Otherwise, they would have attacked us long ago. He spoke while sighing. Is it Wen Liang? She asked curiously about the statesman whom she'd never met. In legends, Emperor Wen Liang appeared gentle and radiant, but harbored ulterior motives. This man possessed a face capable of deceiving anyone, appearing pleasant, yet concealing an icy and sinister heart. People who sought power often could not be judged by their appearance, a fact evidenced by him. Not exactly. He waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to continue the topic. As he held the medicine bowl, Lu Meier interjected again. If it isn't Wen Liang, then it must be Zhishang. Despite never having met Zhishang, she understood well that in legend, the actual ruling party of the court was Zhishang. However, why didn't Zhishang kill Wen Liang and replace him? The street gossip buzzed with many speculations. One of the most reliable ones suggested, without proper name and title, words cannot follow suit. After all, Zhishang was the third son of the previous emperor, while Wen Liang was both the legitimate and eldest son. When deciding on the heir, numerous aspects were considered. Although Wen Liang was formidable, he still lacked a certain unforgettable quality. The chosen successor, Huangfu Kongming, later proved to be a wise decision. The late emperor certainly had foresight. But to topple Huangfu Kongming from power, these two men, originally refusing to even speak to each other, actually joined forces. Their alliance caused upheaval, completely dismantling royal authority in no time. And if we don't mention it, let's leave it aside. But every time Huangfu Kongming spoke about it, the first thing that came to his mind was his hasty escape during those days of political strife. The sorrow of losing the emperor's consort remained ever present in his heart. Now, 6 years have passed, but he can never forget that disaster. If it weren't for good disguises here, actually, it would have blown 6 years ago. This estate is not far from the imperial capital, and compared to surrounding estates, whether in land area or business model, it's all identical. However, the estate is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the front yard. In the front yard, everything seems the same. Everyone appears to rise with the sun and rest with its setting. Even tracking these diligent farmers reveals nothing unusual. The next 2 parts consist of the middle yard and backyard. Currently residing in the cold pavilion courtyard at the backyard is Nangong Qingjing. This story, however, doesn't involve her, so we'll set it aside for now. We will mainly focus on the middle yard. The middle yard, located centrally, is an easily defensible place. Though it appears just like the outer gardens, it houses a fully equipped defense system. Everyone here has been disguised, and once danger strikes, all in the middle yard become soldiers. As for why Huangfu Kongming kept Lu Meier by his side all the time. First of all, Lu Meier's appearance resembled the former empress closely, especially those lustrous eyes radiating brilliant light. Secondly, Lu Meier never mentioned anything related to politics. Since 3 years ago, when Lu Meier arrived at the middle yard, she never went out again. Such a woman is rare in Huangfu Kongming's experience, mainly because this woman managed her household impeccably despite not excelling in either housekeeping or cooking. This was Lu Meier's standout feature. Now seeing Lu Meier fall ill, Huangfu Kongming came to offer care and comfort. Presently very moved, Lu Meier felt content, even though Huangfu Kongming may not see her as Lu Meier herself, but rather as a representation of the former Empress Dowager. Regardless, Lu Meier already felt immensely happy. This happiness made Lu Meier have a kind of illusion, as if she were soaked in a honey jar. Lu Meier was so happy now. Huangfu Kongming had already brought over the white porcelain spoon, and Lu Meier drank the soup one sip at a time. After a very long time, she finally finished the bowl of medicinal soup. Seeing this, Huangfu Kongming could leave with peace of mind. However, Lu Meier seemed to have understood Huangfu Kongming's intentions, so when she saw him about to leave, she immediately reached out her hand. Your Highness, it has been a long time since you've come here. The underlying meaning was already clear. It had been a long time since he had visited here, and today, after such effort to come, why not stay and keep her company? Huangfu Kongming looked at the woman before him, silent for a long while, then smiled faintly. All right, I will not go anywhere today, and I will properly accompany you. Their conversations no longer included Nangong Qingjing. Lu Meier was a smart woman, knowing that certain sensitive topics must not be touched lightly. She also clearly knew what should and shouldn't be said now. In fact, it was obvious that Huangfu Kongming missed Nangong Qingjing. However, though missing her didn't change his feelings, recalling his harsh words towards her, Huangfu Kongming himself now felt somewhat reluctant to visit Nangong Qingjing. By dinner time, Huangfu Kongming could finally bear it no longer, looking at the woman in front of him. Have you visited Nangong Qingjing recently? Chapter 99. The secret Nangong Qingjing discovered. Knowing you would ask this, I've already checked on him. He's fine, so there's no need for you to worry. She said this while pouting in dissatisfaction and turning her head away from Huangfu Kongming. Seeing how jealous Lu Meyer was, Huangfu Kongming smiled and decided not to ask further. Your Highness, you should take care of your own safety recently. Isn't it obvious that these trivial matters can be well arranged by me? She looked hurt at Huangfu Kongming before a long silence, then said, Does your Highness truly care so much about the one responsible for all this? Please do not forget, it is this woman who killed your child. And she almost killed me too, she said cruelly. Hearing this, Huangfu Kongming sighed. I just made a casual remark, but now you're angry. My point is, these small things I can handle myself. There's really no need for you to bother with them like this, she continued, hugging Huangfu Kongming lightly as she spoke. Huangfu Kongming gently placed his hand on Lu Meyer's back, remaining completely silent about anything related to Nangong Qingjing. How is General Chufeng doing recently? Lu Meyer asked. It was unusual because there were some maids around Chufeng now, maids who had once served Nangong Qingjing. He's still the same. It's inconvenient for me to visit him. That's true. For a warrior, such a life is truly worse than death. Chufeng is not someone who could live miserably like this. Although Chufeng wasn't, under the current situation, he couldn't walk properly anymore. For a former general, this punishment was indeed cruel. Now Chufeng frequently loses his temper, making it inconvenient even for Huangfu Kongming to visit him. General, things will get better, Lu Meyer said. In her heart, she actually felt guilty about harming Chufeng since, from a certain perspective, Chufeng was Huangfu Kongming's savior. Not only that, in many future matters, Chufeng was indispensable. Huangfu Kongming had been planning for restoration for many years. After years of plotting, he understood that losing such a good partner wasn't just losing mountains and rivers in battle, it was more than that. Don't worry, I'll arrange for all the healers in the mansion to go and check on him carefully. Chufeng is a strong person, Huangfu Kongming said. Up to this point, Huangfu Kongming hadn't truly suspected the woman before him. Lu Meyer was the type of person who appeared sweet on the surface but harbored deep bitterness within. Only those who spent real time with her could uncover her nature. When necessary, Lu Meyer adhered to the principle that even relatives could be sacrificed if needed. Although she did feel somewhat guilty and grateful towards Chufeng, soon everything faded. Because Chufeng had helped her after all. No matter how you looked at it, Chufeng had helped her. The current Lu Meyer smiled faintly and had no intention of continuing any further conversation. You're tired, so I'll leave first, Huangfu Kongming said as he prepared to go. Seeing this, Lu Meyer knew that if Huangfu Kongming stayed here any longer, he would want to go out for a walk. She didn't force him to stay. Watching Huangfu Kongming leave, Lu Meyer gestured for a maid to follow him. There were so many maids going about in the mansion that this particular one was so clever and agile that it was impossible for Huangfu Kongming to notice her presence. The maid followed behind Huangfu Kongming and discovered he was heading toward the back courtyard. Immediately, she turned back to report this. Lu Meyer had expected Huangfu Kongming would go to the back courtyard, but she wasn't worried because she clearly understood both Huangfu Kongming and Nangong Qingjing were people with very strong egos. Not only did they have strong egos, but they were also proud individuals. This combination meant they wouldn't interact well together. Plus, after what had happened, upon hearing Huangfu Kongming had left, Lu Meyer wasn't in a hurry but nonetheless arranged for someone to trail him, just in case. By the time Huangfu Kongming reached Han Tingyuan, night had already fallen. It had been 3 years since he'd visited here. Reflecting on it brought a sense of shame, for this place had once housed a woman he liked, a woman who also resembled the previous empress. However, this woman had a cold demeanor and preferred to be alone, which made her even more similar to the late empress. What attracted Huangfu Kongming the most was the similarity between this woman's eyes and the late empress. In the summer, the sky gets dark later in the evening. Now the moon has already risen, and the bright moonlight was as clear and transparent as flowing silk, appearing so beautiful. The delicate moonlight fell on the branches, on the ground, and illuminated everything with a thin veil. Walking through this enchanting glow, he moved forward, reaching under a massive tree where he let out a soft sigh. Placing his hand on the door ring beside him, just as he was about to knock, his gaze suddenly paused at the huge banyan tree for no apparent reason. The banyan tree had aged. It had grown immense in just 3 years. How could a tree grow this large in such a short time? Its dense foliage and spreading branches made quite an impression. Beside it stood a towering elm tree, and also a poplar tree of equal stature. Such tall trees couldn't have formed overnight. Even trees grow like this, what can people do? He sighed, then extended his hand. Originally intending to enter grandly, just when he started jiggling the door ring, Nangong Qingjing sent Sienna over. Hearing the sound of the ring, she could instinctively tell that the person outside must be courteous and polite. If someone like Lu Meyer were involved, they wouldn't come through the main gate. After living here for a week, Sienna's adaptability had become strong, and she felt no fear now. With a calm step, she approached the door and, before opening it, looked through the almost decaying lacquered wooden door at the man standing outside. The moonlight shone upon the man, making him appear as if he were a deity from another world. At this sight, Sienna immediately cast her eyes downward and took a gentle breath. Wish your Royal Highness 10,000 blessings. I've come to check on you all. The young miss has already rested. This place is neither clean nor proper for your Royal Highness. The young miss is doing well. There's no need for your Royal Highness to worry, Sienna said while inwardly growing impatient and preparing to leave. In her eyes, this man was no longer the same as before. He once held a good impression, but now appeared vastly diminished. What kind of man was he? Someone who continually inflicted harm on her and on Nangong Qingjin, and then turned around to console them after driving them to despair. Was he here just to mock their misery? Do they truly fare well? There was no sign of him coming inside. It would have been effortless for him to walk straight in, perhaps unsure himself how to face Nangong Qingjin. Upon hearing this, Sienna paused her steps briefly but quickly resumed her pace, responding coldly with a smirk. Yes, everything is fine. In reality, the environment determined that their lives could not possibly be good. It was damp here, and if it weren't for Nangong Qingjin personally climbing a tree to cut off the enormous trunk to prevent further dampness, the yard would still be wet and gloomy. Not to mention, not a single soul came by to bring anything for them. These survival conditions were unbearable. Could Prince Huangpu Kongming really not know? Clearly, Huangpu Kongming ignored these circumstances, deliberately looking away, not because he hadn't seen them, but because he chose not to act. Did this man take pleasure in pretense? Sienna, come help. Who are you talking to? Nangong Qingjin spoke as she glanced toward this side. It had been a whole week since Huangpu Kongming heard Nangong Qingjin speak, and now her melodious voice finally reached his ears, making his heart tremble slightly. No issue. Servant will be there immediately. Sienna responded and left, walking into the courtyard without spotting Nangong Qingjin anywhere. Looking around, still not finding her, Huangpu Kongming departed disappointed. Hurry over here. Nangong Qingjin didn't care much about the visitor. Or maybe she knew that the visitor could only be Huangpu Kongming. But what did Nangong Qingjin and Huangpu Kongming have to do with each other now? Absolutely nothing. Last night, when Lu Meyer left, Nangong Qingjin discovered footprints on the floor in the side room. Human footprints with bloodstains indicating that the woman was injured. She couldn't go and check on the unknown woman herself, and today the woman hadn't come out. By evening, not even smoke rose from her house, which troubled Nangong Qingjin enough that after eating with Sienna, she prepared to check it out. Suddenly, the neighboring door was pounded loudly. Looking through the peephole, a fox appeared, a small fox with soft golden fur. This little fox was one often seen nearby. In the past, Nangong Qingjin didn't believe it. Foxes could also be domesticated. Now, seeing this little fox performing so many actions at her doorstep, bowing its hands in supplication and pitifully kowtowing to her, this made Nangong Qingjin doubt the gravity of the situation. Not long after, the fox brought over some mountain pheasants it had hunted and presented them to Nangong Qingjin. It was then that she realized what was happening. Your master is injured, barely alive? Nangong Qingjin asked, already following the fox as it nodded and led her toward the house. Miss. Sienna shook her head beside her while pulling on Nangong Qingjin's hand. They were struggling enough themselves. How could they possibly care about someone else's affairs? Besides, this mysterious woman who appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Could this be some kind of conspiracy? After all, they say women have a sixth sense, and that their sixth sense is terrifyingly accurate. Regarding this matter, Nangong Qingjin's sixth sense told her this woman had run into trouble and needed help, an act of kindness she couldn't refuse, even though she wasn't entirely sure of the circumstances yet. On the other hand, Sienna felt differently. The trials and manipulation she experienced in the front courtyard left her trembling even when thinking about it now. Not to mention, regardless of whether danger existed, she would still prevent her mistress from going near trouble. In certain situations, ignoring others' plight was indeed the best choice. There's no harm in helping her. She isn't an enemy. If she truly meant harm, we wouldn't have survived for so long in peace. I will assist her, Nangong Qingjin declared. Seeing her mistress' unwavering resolve, as if prepared to go all out, Sienna reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 100. I am the real Lu Meyer. Very well, your servant will follow you. The two watched the little fox's footsteps. The fox walked quickly, and before long they arrived at a side room. Extending its furry paw, it opened the wooden door. Nangong Qingjin coughed softly to let the person inside know that she had arrived, in order not to startle the woman inside. You've come, Nangong Qingjin. This was something Nangong Qingjin had not anticipated. How could this woman recognize her so easily and call out her name so precisely? In the darkness, Nangong Qingjin looked at the woman. Her body shivered on a cold bed, moving slightly. It appeared the woman was sick. You? Nangong Qingjin stepped closer, beside the wooden bed. Squinting her eyes to try and pierce the night, she looked at the woman's face. It was beautiful, which was unexpected for Nangong Qingjin. The longer she stared, the more an unsettling thought occurred to her, making her heart thud uncomfortably. Miss, don't you think this looks a lot like the painting in the West Wing? Sienna had already realized that the subject of the painting wasn't someone else, but the late Empress Hellion. Now, both of their gazes shifted to the woman beside them. The woman's face was cold and expressionless, perhaps because she hadn't smiled in a long time. It gave her an unfriendly and even somewhat sickly appearance. Nangong Qingjin, before I came here, I had heard much about you. Yesterday, I found out that you were Nangong Qingjin, that lowly woman, and you met while I was spying from afar. To help you, I intercepted that woman on her inevitable path and nearly scared her to death. Are you talking about Lu Meyer? He asked as he kept his eyes on the person before him. Lu Meyer. The woman furrowed her eyebrows, her mouth wide open in disbelief, and after a long moment, her muscles twitched, and her gaze turned icy and hateful towards Nan Gongqing, glaring at her as if she were a venomous snake. What did you just say? What do you mean? Sienna immediately placed herself in front of Nan Gongqing to protect her from any harm by this woman. She blamed herself inwardly for allowing Nan Gongqing to come over, given this woman clearly seemed mentally unstable. What did you say, Miss Ningong? Did the vulgar woman who came last night tell you her name? How can she claim to be Lu Meyer? Isn't she? She truly is Lu Meyer, isn't she? Nan Gongqing began to doubt. This woman's sanity was questionable, though as she started to chuckle bitterly and then sob uncontrollably, crying and laughing intermittently for quite some time, Nan Gongqing finally looked back at the woman. You've injured your leg, right? And also your foot. There was blood all over the road last night. As she spoke, she continued. Let's cut straight to the point, since you already know who I am. Surely you're aware here too. Normally, I don't heal others. The young lady has healed many difficult cases, but in the end, those people sought to kill her. Sienna added while sighing deeply and looking pitifully at the girl in front of them. Although it was dark, a bright moonlight still illuminated the proud and aloof face. I am Lu Meyer, the girl declared as she burst into tears. Stammering and trembling, it became evident to Nan Gongqing and Sienna that this girl was missing one arm, a lone-limbed individual. They exchanged glances, as if finally understanding something. Nan Gongqing, being highly intelligent, quickly figured things out and guessed. This woman isn't Lu Meyer. The real Lu Meyer is you. 3 years ago, this vile woman was someone who was neglected in the haunting court. 3 years ago, when I visited here to console her, her past behavior displeased the prince greatly. I often came here to offer her some comfort. That maid Lu Li was actually mine. However, one day when I came, everything changed. That wicked woman suddenly intended to kill me. The struggle between me and that despicable woman. At that moment, Sienna had already lit the candle. Under its glow, it was clear that this woman indeed bore resemblance to Lu Meyer. The prince wasn't very concerned with female affairs. Thus, even if they swapped identities, he wouldn't notice anything amiss. You look very similar to Lu Meyer. Nan Gongqing sighed heavily, lamenting the tragic fate of this woman. Frowning coldly, the woman shook her head. No, and wildly waved her remaining arm in the air. I am the real Lu Meyer, I tell you. That wretched woman's name is Xiaohong. She took my place one day when an opportunity presented itself. Since then, she locked me away to mimic my every move. Life has become unbearable for me, and I've contemplated taking my own life on multiple occasions. But an elderly woman kept encouraging me. It's thanks to her that I managed to survive. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. You have a fever. Let me examine you. Nan Gongqing found it hard to believe such a story. Unless the prince had realized something. How could Huangfu Kongming not notice that these two women were different? I know you doubt my sanity and think I'm raving mad. But previously, in order to draw the prince's attention to myself, She reached for a mask lying nearby and held it against her nose as if making a comparison, then continued. Do you understand now? My features resemble those of Lu Meyer, especially our eyes. To gain favor, I started concealing my mouth with this mask, giving the imposter an opening to do the same. This effectively deceived the prince. By now, the prince likely has forgotten about my existence here in this courtyard. 3 years ago, she tricked my maid, Lu Li, into betraying me, and then she pushed both my maid and me into a dry well. They thought we were dead, but my maid was loyal until the end. In her last moments, she urged me to live and take revenge. It was only through great effort that she managed to save me from the well before dying herself. For 3 years, I've never forgotten that night. As she recounted her ordeal, she sighed deeply. Hearing this, Nan Gongqing finally understood. So that's how it happened. Yes, that's exactly what transpired. The woman confirmed while letting out another heavy sigh. Her grayish eyes remained fixed on some point in the darkness, lost in deep thought for a long while before finally exhaling once more. So, you're Lu Meyer, Nan Gongqing concluded. Knowing Lu Meyer's nature, it was entirely plausible that she could do such things. Reflecting on their shared misfortunes brought her sympathy toward the current state of this woman. Your recent illness is severe, and even if you did leave this place, your condition would prevent you from exacting revenge. Moreover, although this estate seems ordinary, there are many hidden guards ensuring your safety. Thus, you chose to. That's right. The woman agreed somberly, tears flowing down her wrinkled cheeks. These eyes have been my undoing. If it weren't for them, even if I were in a brothel today, I wouldn't be living half dead, as I am now. You will get better, and I'm here to help you. Nan Gongqing reassured her, kindly gripping the woman's hand. She nodded faintly, though silently, aware that Nan Gongqing had earned the title of Medicine Immortal 3 years ago. Given this fact, she knew that Nan Gongqing's treatment would bring rapid improvement. For years, living in isolation has left me unable to care for myself, leading to numerous illnesses. Pointing to her thigh, she added, this area often feels numb, and so does my lower leg. Last night, my foot got injured too. Please, I don't want to die. I need to avenge myself. No, you cannot die. Not yet. Nan Gongqing insisted, prompting Sienna to light a candle. Swiftly retrieving the potent medicine from her sleeve, she applied it. Though effective, the woman showed no immediate response. Nan Gongqing deduced that her nerves might be impaired and thus retrieved a silver needle from her sleeve. Accurately targeting the acupuncture points, she began the therapy. The results were remarkable. The woman quickly improved and looked at Nan Gongqing with gratitude. I can feel sensations returning, the woman said, smiling faintly. Witnessing her smile, Nangong Qingjin sighed. Back then, why did you fall for him? You should have known he was merely searching among common people for someone resembling his idealized vision of a woman. While removing the needles, Nangong Qingjin spoke. I understood that, of course, but back then, I genuinely admired him. Imagine it. What an outstanding individual he was, the woman reminisced. Outstanding. Initially, Nangong Qingjin might have believed it herself, but over time, she completely overturned any positive impression she once had. A man like that bore little resemblance to being outstanding. Later, I never would have thought that he didn't care for me as much as I had imagined. It was then that I realized the image of his dead wife could never be erased from his mind. And you, how did you? She looked at Nangong Qingjin in front of her, her gaze lingering as she slowly grasped the red candle and brought it closer to Nangong Qingjin's face. Similar, so similar. It's amazing how alike you two are. It's as if you're the same person. I remember seeing this woman before. Even the beauty mark by your ear looks identical. If it weren't for the fact that you're the medicine immortal Nangong Qingjin, I'd almost think you were her. I'm not her, and I don't want to be. I was brought here against my will because of 2 false accusations. That's why I ended up here. Though Nangong Qingjin didn't want to recall the events, her mind remained flooded with vivid memories. Your condition requires additional herbs. Nangong Qingjin glanced at her jars and bottles while sighing softly. You need some blood-activating and stasis-resolving remedies. Your wound isn't fresh anymore, and if we don't treat it now, you'll never walk properly again in the future. No. My legs are the healthiest part of my body, the legs I take pride in. If I can't walk, how am I supposed to kill that wretched woman? No. She spoke with terror, gripping Nangong Qingjin's hand tightly. I'll help you procure the necessary herbs, but please, save me. I beg you. Chapter 101, A Woman with a Story. Where can you possibly find medicinal herbs here? Isn't this like a dream for fools? She said, glancing at the woman as the young girl bitterly smiled. Of course they exist, but it's not that easy to obtain them. I've lived here for 3 years and have always enjoyed wandering around when I had free time. I was lonely and desolate by myself, too afraid to go to the front yard, but in the backyard, I moved about quite often. Then I discovered. This woman's eyes lit up with an uncommon flicker of hope, shining so brilliantly that Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but be drawn in, listening carefully as the woman began to tell her story. I've lived here for 3 years. Those early years truly felt like dragging through each day, which is why I was so restless. So, I always wanted to step out and explore the world beyond, to experience the hustle and bustle of life. I found a wall in the backyard, and thus every day I would damage it just a little. After 1 year, I finally could see daylight again and leave this place. But isn't creating a gap in the wall extremely dangerous? Nangong Qingjin asked. Only after speaking did she realize that her worry was unnecessary. It was then she realized how deeply she cared about Huangfu Kongming. Fortunately, the woman beside her showed no signs of hesitation, being incredibly brave and resilient. In any similar situation or environment, living would be incredibly difficult for most people. But she endured, surviving under humiliation through her hard work and courage. Everything seemed so incredible, yet it also made one think deeply. After enduring and surviving, this woman now knew she wasn't the cunning and adaptable Lu Meyer she once was. Now was the time to confront false pretenses. Her old demeanor of Lu Meyer was entirely gone. She indeed was the true Lu Meyer. However, there were so many unexpected twists in her tale. Why didn't you simply leave? Her experiences shared some resemblance to Nangong Qingjin's, but why didn't this woman just leave? The woman's brows momentarily shimmered, her eyes filled with sorrow and melancholy. After a long while, she shook her head. No, I must see Huangfu Kongming. There was a misunderstanding regarding past events. I can't let him completely destroy me like this. I can't. This woman was resolute, seeming willing to pay any price for her attempt. Nearby, Nangong Qingjin sighed faintly. It's usually seen that old lovers cry and new lovers laugh. Now that the prince has another tender companion, he might not even remember you. She said this with deep insight, and afterward decided to shift this heavy topic, instead focusing on the injuries of the woman before her. Sienner, please help me, she said while provisionally covering the woman with trauma medicine to temporarily alleviate the festering wounds. Wrapping the wounds in bandages, she turned her gaze to the woman's severed left arm. With such deep hatred, how could you not seek revenge? At this point, if Nangong Qingjin imagined herself in this situation, she thought she wouldn't passively accept this fate. Although she tended to endure adversity, this still challenged her principles and bottom line. That's because, suddenly, the woman's tone became frantic. Though her red lips fluttered for a long while, only a few feeble words emerged. Because the prince has already forgotten me. He has utterly and completely forgotten me. How can there be someone like me left in the prince's heart? Now, I have fully understood. This woman not only betrayed me, but also harmed you. Rest assured, I will eventually have a chance to meet the prince, and there will be a day when I rise again. At that moment, I will definitely testify for you. I heard everything clearly last night. Thank you, miss. She politely bowed, showing no willingness for the other woman to act as her witness. Since I can leave here, I will choose to leave. The matters of this place are better forgotten. I wish to forget them as well. My feelings for the prince, perhaps they differ from yours. I admire the prince, she said, recalling fondly. It was on a summer day, amidst a crowd. I fell for the prince instantly, and the prince reciprocated immediately, leading to my initiation into his favor. At the time, I didn't know he was of royal blood. Now, things are different. It's nothing more than clinging to outdated ways. Nangong Qingjin said softly with a sigh. The woman slightly raised her eyebrows and laughed faintly a moment later. Yes, had I known he was a prince back then, I would never have fallen for such a person under any circumstances. Women like us are originally one rank lower than them. There are plenty of women around them. Take Lou Meyer now. It's been so many years. Even if she pretends to be me, the relationship still hasn't lasted well. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, and then a malicious smile emerged. 3 years have passed after all. This woman is still the same as before, always stuck in the same place, without any title at all. The prince doesn't care whether she exists or not. Haha. Rarely did this girl laugh out loud. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin faintly sighed. All right, take good rest. I will go out these days to take a look. Promise me, don't leave. Let you and I together expose this woman's true nature, she said while forcefully grabbing Nangong Qingjin's hand. Nangong Qingjin didn't expect that such a bony woman who seemed half dead would have such strength and explosive power. With one pull, she managed to grab Nangong Qingjin tightly. Thus, she nodded silently and looked at the red-faced woman. Your health is very poor. Nowadays, don't make things for yourself to eat. When everything is ready outside, they will send it to you. Sienna immediately nodded. Sienna always felt sympathy for those pitiful people, and Nangong Qingjin always held compassion. Their gazes slightly converged for a moment. Then Nangong Qingjin said again, I will soon go herb hunting. I guarantee this woman won't come back. Rest assured. If she dares to appear, I will certainly not let her off easily. Never. All right, take good rest. You cannot get out of bed recently. This is important. If Lou Meyer really comes, you don't need to get up. Just try to scare her off so she retreats knowing the difficulty. As she has committed wrongdoing, she will be scared by any slight sign. Little sister, I understand, she said while firmly holding Nangong Qingjin's hand. I sincerely hope you won't leave. I haven't spoken to anyone for 3 years. Now I am so happy, so satisfied. She continued looking at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly, already reaching out to gently hold the bony hands of the woman before her. We supporting each other is naturally good. I will be here tomorrow. Now night is deep and the space narrow here. It isn't enough for 3 people to rest. Good little sister, thank you, she said while reluctantly watching Nangong Qingjin leave. After Nangong Qingjin went away, Sienna immediately closed the door well. Seeing Sienna closing the door tightly, Nangong Qingjin already knew what Sienna was going to say. You must want to ask, how much of this woman's words are true and how much are false? Now, Sienna has met various types of people, like Lou Meyer, who hides knives in her smile, or Chu Feng type, thus having more reservation towards anyone and not blindly trusting. Yes, Sienna nodded. Nangong Qingjin said. At least, she has no reason to deceive others. And most importantly, no matter what she looks like, if she really wants to kill both of us, it would be very easy. So you trust her? I have no suspicion, Nangong Qingjin said, while speaking and holding Sienna's hand. These days I will find time to go out. We lack many things. I will do some shopping and bring back necessary herbs. It's a bother for you there, but don't have any bad thoughts. This girl isn't bad. Yes, compared with you feeling sympathy for someone else now, who feels sympathy for you? Sienna said while sighing lightly. She actually followed Nangong Qingjin's arrangements, yet also sympathized with Nangong Qingjin's predicament. After all, Nangong Qingjin fell in love with someone who shouldn't have been loved. Nangong Qingjin merely gave a faint smile. Her words last night were all clearly heard. When the time comes, she will give us testimony. At least, we're clean, not those vicious small persons harming others. The prince won't believe us. Thinking of Lou Meyer's cunning ability to deal with everyone, Sienna became aimless. However, Nangong Qingjin kept smiling as if this woman always greeted others with a smile no matter when. Don't worry, facts speak louder than eloquence. We haven't done anything. Even Chu Feng will help us clear our names. Not at all. Miss, you are daydreaming again, Sienna said while slightly sighing. Beside her, Nangong Qingjin just gave a light sneer without any expression. Time seemed endless. After a long silence, the 2 girls finally rested. Nangong Qingjin was as insightful as ever, and sure enough, Chu Feng had already spotted the signs of these matters. Most importantly, Chu Feng actually sought out Huangfu Kongming one night, which was something Huangfu Kongming hadn't anticipated. At that time, Lou Meyer had already retired to rest. Their meeting happened under the premise that very few people knew about it. That night, the moon had already tilted westward. Chu Feng, riding in a carriage specially built for him by Huangfu Kongming, had slowly made his way to the back courtyard of Huangfu Kongming's residence. At that time, stars and the moon lit up the sky, and Huangfu Kongming sat alone drinking leisurely with poetic soliloquy. Chu Feng's arrival was something unexpected for Huangfu Kongming. This general, after being incapacitated, had become reclusive, hardly uttering a single word. Since Chu Feng had been injured and left disabled, he hadn't spoken a word to himself. Chu Feng was a proud man who believed that great generals and men should die gloriously on the battlefield, not succumb mysteriously to some obscure disease like this. Although the physicians within the mansion were treating Chu Feng, it seemed to have no effect. Chu Feng remained unchanged. There were no signs of improvement. Now, as Chu Feng appeared, Huangfu Kongming's goblet of wine finally emptied. His mind had been preoccupied with many recent events, especially those related to Nangong Qingjin. He had mentioned investigating the matter, but never quite mustered the energy to do so. Your Highness. A familiar voice was carried by the evening breeze into Huangfu Kongming's ears. Huangfu Kongming couldn't believe it. He thought the once proud Chu Feng would never visit him after becoming incapacitated. Yet, Chu Feng had gathered the courage and come nonetheless. Chapter 102. When one drinks wine and sings, how long is the life? This made Huang Fukongming very happy. He turned back with surprise and still saw Chu Feng's face. If we ignore the fact that Chu Feng came in a wheelchair, then actually Chu Feng was no different from before, as spirited as ever, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Chu Feng, I thought. No, Your Highness, I have recovered. Chu Feng is not disabled. Tears streamed down Chu Feng's face. As he spoke, he already let the maid behind him push his wheelchair forward to Huang Fukongming. The large gears of the wheelchair crushed the fallen flowers on the ground. Huang Fukongming tried not to look at the wheelchair, but rather at the face, which was still a strong face. That face still had big eyes like copper bells, it still had a hanging gall nose, and it still carried familiar expressions. The blue stubble on the face was still rugged. That face now also carried a gentle smile, looking more energetic than before. Your subordinate will never be defeated, Chu Feng said, and while speaking, took a step forward. Drink a cup. Under the moonlight, he quietly poured the wine so gently. The liquor fell into the wine glass, as if it were translucent jade that had already solidified. Chu Feng grasped the wine glass in exactly the same way as before. Watching Chu Feng taste the wine, Huang Fukongming couldn't help but smile faintly. Counting this summer, it has been 6 years. If one wasn't deeply involved, one wouldn't know exactly what he meant by this sentence, but Chu Feng understood completely. Nodding his head, the light in his eyes became fervent. After placing down the wine glass, he sighed. Time really flies. But this king has achieved nothing. Now Ji and Wen Liang's troops are constantly patrolling around the estate. Fortunately, the estate is protected quite secretly. They observe without making a move, abiding peacefully, just looking afar. In these 3 months, there have been many soldiers added outside the estate. Some of these soldiers patrol openly, some appear normal as if nothing happened, paying attention to nothing. Still others disguise themselves as tenant farmers, planting rice seedlings while spying on their every move. And Huang Fukongming, to ensure safety, simply left the doors open. Since they wanted to watch, why not let them see all they want? A house without secrets can only dare to keep its gates wide open, something we clearly understand. You don't need to worry. Seize the day, Chu Feng. He said this while pouring wine for the two of them, loneliness seeming to creep into the sound of the wine as well. The moonlight fell into the wine glass. He gently handed over that cup of wine to Chu Feng. From now on, you just need to take care of yourself. It's been so many years, risking your lifetime, and again, I foolishly took it for granted. To you, I have never given enough true concern. But from now on, things are different. Just rest well. He said this, finished speaking, and watched Chu Feng drink. After Chu Feng finished drinking the cup of wine, he smiled. Yes, I am useless. Your subordinate is finally useless. Chu Feng, that is not what I mean. He believed Chu Feng misunderstood him. Chu Feng merely smiled faintly. It's true that I'm useless, completely useless. No, Chu Feng, you must have misunderstood my meaning, he said, saying it while looking at Chu Feng, who remained silent. After a long silence, he finally said, even though Chu Feng is disabled, Chu Feng still has combat experience. Chu Feng's mind is still clear. I did not mean to imply the use of tools, but seeing your vigor despite being in retirement, I could not help but feel indescribably pleased. Hearing Huang Fukongming say this, Chu Feng felt incredibly joyful, and the two wine glasses collided almost spontaneously, harmoniously. Your Highness, there seems to be one thing I've investigated and may have found some clues about, he said, glancing at the courtyard as he spoke. There were few people left in the quiet courtyard, but Chu Feng was still not reassured. He waved slightly, calling a confidant to his side. After whispering something into this confidant's ear, the confidant immediately departed swiftly. This confidant drove away many servants and the night watchers, leaving the place much quieter. Seeing this, Huang Fukongming instinctively understood that Chu Feng had something to say. What does General wish to tell this king? Huang Fukongming, perceptive, preempted. Upon hearing Huang Fukongming's guess, Chu Feng nodded immediately. Your Highness, it appears there might be injustice regarding Nangong Qingjing. This. In fact, Huang Fukongming also knew that this matter was strange and seemed to be truly unjust. However, he had not really thought it through. Seeing the parties involved say such things, he instinctively felt there must be some hidden context. Chu Feng was not the type to make baseless claims. Tell me, what is the injustice? His eyes were fixed on Chu Feng as Chu Feng sighed faintly before plunging straight into the issue. She didn't have to actually try to kill me. As you've witnessed and know, her medical skills are outstanding. She could easily kill without leaving a trace. If she really wanted me dead, why would she choose such an obvious method? A clever woman like her would not do something so stupid. Chu Feng began, continuing. Initially, I also found great hidden issues with the situation, but I failed to uncover any definitive proof. Keep going. He stopped drinking alcohol, attentively watching the general in front of him as Chu Feng then added, we need to start with the maid. Maid. Regarding his own disability, Chu Feng still harbored deep resentment over it, leading to his extensive investigation. That maid, Your Highness did not execute them one by one. Therefore, I let them serve me instead, and upon interrogating them thoroughly, I discovered this. Do the maids still live, right? Realizing there was hidden information, Huang Fukongming became excited. Hearing Chu Feng's answer, he immediately nodded as Huang Fukongming clenched his fists. Good, bring all the maids here. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an eunuch supervisor already led several maids over. Are you all from there? Huang Fukongming asked, his voice calm, yet piercing with sharp insight as his cold eyes swept over the kneeling maids. There were 6 maids in total who started bowing repeatedly. Yes, yes. If so, you must certainly be clear about those events. I absolve you of your crimes. Begin speaking. Watching the trembling maids on their knees, the maids looked at each other for a while before selecting one of them, who was quick-tongued. Kneeling in front of Prince Wang, this maid began trembling while saying, Miss Nangong is indeed wrongly accused. What? How so? His voice rose slightly in anger. Why had these people who fawned upon authority not come forward to testify earlier? Now, he had already moved Miss Nangong Qingjin to a separate residence, and only now were these maids speaking up to claim she was innocent. What did they do beforehand? The young lady always carefully checked and boiled the medicinal soup every day. Only in the evening would General Chu Feng come to take it away. The maid continued while glancing pitifully at Chu Feng, who nodded. Indeed, I greatly trusted Miss Nangong's medical abilities. Every evening before dusk, I would always collect the medicinal soup. That night, before the general arrived, someone delivered the evening meal. Over those few days, in order to ease Miss Nangong's alertness, Lady Lu Meyer added a dish daily to the evening meal. This dish was genuinely clean, with no poison involved. The maid explained. Yes, continue. After a week, there were no issues with these dishes, and clearly knowing Miss Nangong would ask, we were simply told to reply. This dish was added by you. Repeating it back and forth, Miss Nangong had eventually become fully unconcerned and finally added the rice wine that night. Rice wine does intoxicate, but not severely. That's true. Rice wine is not that potent, but Jiangnan rice wine undergoes fermentation. Before sending it, a piece of daku brick was deliberately buried beneath this rice wine. By the time the rice wine was delivered, the daku had dissolved within it. Firstly, this rice wine was sent by you. I did not. Huang Fu Kongming waved immediately, signaling he might interrupt. The maid sighed lightly again. Secondly, Miss Nangong drank it, as the rice wine is uncommon here, naturally sparking curiosity among everyone. No one expected that the rice wine carried an issue. Daku is not a poison per se. You may try it. When daku is mixed into the rice wine, the smell will not dissipate immediately unless the mixture is stirred, which causes the smell to emerge. But at that moment, Ladies Nangong and Siener were unaware of this. After drinking, Lady Lioli brought her men over. I didn't see Lioli perform any sleight of hand. Lady Lioli's deeds were open below, but covert above. The maid faltered here, clearly terrified, showing more fear than even during her first encounter with Huang Fu Kongming. It was apparent that Lioli had left a shadow of dread among the servants. After she came, without saying anything else, she went straight to the place where medicine was being boiled. How could we say a word? And then when Lioli appeared, she warned us servants that if anyone revealed this secret, they would immediately be killed. Would she really dare? Huang Fu Kongming asked. In the past few years, although Lu Meyer and Lioli had acted arrogantly in the mansion, it seemed unlikely that they would casually kill people. But the maid immediately nodded. Last year, a maid made a mistake while serving the young miss, and that maid was strangled to death behind the Taihu stones. The year before, my younger sister fell into the lotus pond and drowned beside it. Let's not even discuss whether the water in the lotus pond could possibly drown someone. My younger sister grew up in the Jiangnan region surrounded by water. There's no way she would drown accidentally. I later learned that on that day, my poor sister had offended both Lioli and the young miss. Alright, it seems I understand now. You may leave. No one will harm you here, so rest assured. After hearing Huang Fu Kongming's words, the maid was grateful, biting her lips as he observed these maids heading out together with a sharp gaze. That night, it was already late, right? Did you see correctly? To reply to the prince, even if Lioli were burned to ashes, we servants would never make a mistake in recognizing her. Rest assured on that matter. All the maids answered unanimously. Upon seeing this, Huang Fu Kongming realized something further and gestured again. The maids departed timidly. Chapter 103. How can it be forgiven? Sighing, Chu Feng said beside him. It seems we really wronged her. Pitifully, she is not the type who likes to argue back, so she just let you. Like that. It was my fault. What about the healer? I suppose you've already investigated this. Huang Fu Kongming continued asking. Chu Feng gave a grim chuckle and could only nod his head, saying, That's right. It has been investigated as well. There's a healer here now. You can ask them yourself. Good. Let the healer come in. As a precaution, there were more than 10 healers kept within this mansion. After not too long, an old man with bent posture entered. He bowed towards the prince and asked, My lord, is there something you need? Yes. Asked Lu Meyer the difference between wolfsbane and 7 leaves and a flower. If someone had truly researched these before, Lu Meyer would be impossible to switch such herbs without notice. At this question, the healer stroked his goatee, thought for a moment, and then clasped his hands respectfully, replying, In the early part of last month, on an afternoon, young lady came over and asked me precisely about this. She also questioned the prescription given for General Chu Feng. How could I have known she intended harm? Had I known, I would never have revealed the difference in these plants. What are the differences? Huang Fu Kongming looked at the healer. Trembling nervously, he sighed deeply while feeling remorseful, saying, The flower 7 leaves and a flower generally grows only on steep cliffs. It's relatively rare. Its properties and effects are excellent, mainly aiding detoxification of the human body. Literally named, it looks like 7 leaves and 1 flower, appearing as such when it blooms. Yes, what about wolfsbane? In fact, wolfsbane isn't highly toxic by itself, but if added to that medicine decoction, it becomes quite different. Wolfsbane is warm-tempered. In those medicinal mixtures, it quickly produces a lethal toxin. Fortunately, the daily dosage wasn't too much, or general, you probably would have already. How could I, the general, meet death at the hands of a mere woman due to luck? As Chu Feng spoke, he forcefully slapped the table beside him. The healer nodded repeatedly and took out 2 prepared herbs from the sleeve of his robe, placing them on either side in front of Huangfu Kongming. Under the moonlight, Huangfu Kongming examined the 2 plants. The one on the left must be 7 leaves and a flower, looking withered but still tender. The stem clearly differed from the robust ones of the right, wolfsbane having thicker branches with bristles. Observing closely, it seemed like pieces began falling into place. Why didn't you bring this up earlier? On that day, had everyone verified it or spoken in defense, perhaps Huangfu Kongming wouldn't have sent Nangong Qingjin away to Cold Pavilion Courtyard. Now, all was settled. They, people after person, arrived. This, my lord, males handle external affairs while females manage internal. Who currently directs matters within this mansion? Surely you know well. Even walking straight paths we tread carefully. Speaking freely without consideration to say anything would be risky. Moreover, even if we voiced our thoughts, given Miss Nangong's lone influence, would you have believed us? You're correct. Your point makes sense. Dismissed. Ensure this does not reach her ears. While speaking, she waved dismissively, allowing the healer to leave. Chu Feng, what should we do now? Prince, the matter is past. I am fine for now. Let's not raise alarms prematurely. Observe further. That's reasonable. Nodding, he drank some more wine alongside Chu Feng. Actually, he wished Nangong Qingjin could forgive him regarding this incident, yet the possibility felt exceedingly small. Her eyes gazed ahead, for a very long time, exuding profound melancholy. Chu Feng understood what Huangfu Kongming thought, but remained silent. Both sat drinking quietly under the night sky until the full moon reached mid-heaven. By then, Chu Feng was tipsy. Huangfu Kongming ordered him to be escorted back, pondering inwardly how he yearned to converse with Nangong Qingjin now. Afterward, upon discovering the events, he had once visited the rear courtyard. However, Nangong Qingjin chose to ignore his presence entirely. It had been approximately 10 days since the ordeal. Earlier, she accompanied him every day, yet her current state remained unknown. The healer had barely exited through the garden when he encountered Lioli. Lioli cleared her throat, taking a step forward, saying, Doctor, have you been admiring the moon this entire night? Not exactly, not exactly. Prince's health wasn't good, so I went to examine him. And you? Are you also here to admire the moon? The doctor spoke while raising his gaze, finding the stars beautifully clear tonight. Yet, often when the stars shine brightly, the moon's glow dimmed slightly, as its luminosity softened down. This wasn't really a great evening for stargazing or moon viewing, naturally. Moreover, their position standing now, unrelated as it may seem, held no significance concerning star or moon watching at all. What's troubling the prince? Lioli was someone who liked to ask questions. She pondered silently that the prince's meeting with Chu Feng and this doctor tonight must have had a purpose. The doctor nodded, already saying, the prince's health has been bad recently due to accumulated overwork. Also, today's weather hasn't been great, catching a chill. The prince is destined for good fortune since it's merely a common cold, which is lucky. Lioli continued, warning with a faint smile. Doctor, you shouldn't say random things while near the prince. If you make a wrong remark, you may never catch another cold in the future, as per our Mrs. words. This is just something shared with you. Yes, yes. The doctor agreed. Take care on your way back. Avoid making mistakes. It can be quite perilous. Lioli spoke icily, somewhat menacingly, causing the doctor to immediately leave. That night, Huangfu Kongming drank a lot of wine but did not get drunk. In such a state, he reached the cold pavilion courtyard, having almost forgotten that it was now the dead silence of midnight. Upon arrival, similar to the previous time, he politely knocked on the door. His previous manner toward Nangong Qingjin had been too rough, so it was only fitting now that he masked his coarseness with gentleness. After knocking, Xian'er nudged the lady beside her. Miss, someone is knocking at the door. At midnight. It must be ghostly knocks, she said, then added. Go back to sleep. There are so many rooms here. Why would anyone come here? Besides, the sound doesn't even originate from the maid's side. Likely, Lu Meyer is up to mischief again. As the saying goes, don't be surprised by strange events. Let their strangeness collapse on its own. No need to rise. Upon hearing this, Xian'er could only nod. However, there was no response. The knocking eventually became softer, but more urgent. Nearby maids began murmuring. Miss, truly, someone is knocking at the door. If it were Lu Meyer, she'd have already broken through by now. We shouldn't let important matters go unnoticed. What could be so urgent with me? Go back to sleep. Nangong Qingjin replied as she hugged Xian'er, leaving her without options but to wait for the knocking to stop, which it finally did after a very long time. Another maid approached much later. Miss, someone was knocking earlier. Saying this at the entrance prompted Xian'er to quickly go out to open the door. Her body had improved greatly thanks to Nangong Qingjin's treatment, though internally, it remained unclear. You should think like Xian'er. Who would knock at this hour except people sent by Lu Meyer trying to scare us? Why go out? Speaking thus, she gripped the hand of the young maid and urged, come inside, don't talk by the doorway. Yes, responded the three maids collectively as they rested well together that night. Huangfu Kongming thought his knocks must have reached Nangong Qingjin, but why didn't she open the door? Was it because of an unexpected situation, or did she hear, yet choose not to respond? Many speculations weighed on him heavily, making him feel sad. The next day, upon waking, Nangong Qingjin rebandaged her wounds, watching them heal, and then announced, today, I'll go shopping for daily necessities, also purchasing additional herbs for your condition. You two stay here unless necessary. If Lu Meyer comes again, pretending to frighten us, simply scare her off. I'll be back soon. With these words, she casually gathered some prepared hairpins and jewels into a basket and left. After finding the location of the gap mentioned earlier, she made her way to the back courtyard. Here, amidst the deep court gardens beyond the little cold pavilion, lay a dense forest shaded by towering trees. She'd never visited before, taking a long walk, but unable to discover any boundary walls around this woodland. Deciding nearly to abandon the search, she spotted a large, high wall. Surprisingly admiring how this once delicate girl could achieve such handiwork, the hole dug by the maid wasn't particularly big. However, it was sufficient for a person to pass through easily. Soon, Nangong Qingjin found an opening nearby, stepped out, brushed off dust, and found herself surrounded by towering ancient trees once again. Due to the summer season, despite the rising sun, the woods remained cool. While walking, she glanced at the sunlight to gauge the time. Since arriving at this mountain villa, she had never stepped outside, not even through the main gate, let alone the side entrances. As she walked and pondered, it took her roughly an hour to reach the official road. To avoid drawing attention, she intentionally wore the clothes left behind by that woman and made herself appear disheveled. In these times, a flamboyantly dressed woman rarely fared well. However, as soon as she reached the road, she lost her sense of direction. Was the path downhill leading south or north? She wanted to climb higher for a better view, but the terrain here wasn't conducive. Surrounded by dense forests, Nangong Qingjin began to feel puzzled. She regretted not asking more thoroughly about the current situation earlier. How should she proceed? Being a cautious person, she was determined to return by nightfall, which only heightened her tension. Time was running out and needed to be used wisely. While examining the wheel ruts on the road, a high-striding horse suddenly galloped past with a carriage in tow, moving at breakneck speed. First, it was a sharp turn. Second, this road was usually deserted. The driver was working hard, having just emerged from a dip in the mountain when they spotted a frail figure. The driver had no time to rein in the horse. It was already barreling forward like an arrow leaving the string. Out of the way. Are you looking to die? Looking to die? As the shouts rang out through the air, she froze, all strength draining from her legs. She stood there helplessly, awaiting an impending tragedy. Chapter 104. Nangong Qingjin descends the mountain. Looking for death. The whip in the driver's hand had already fallen, almost lashing onto Nangong Qingjin's back. She shrank back as the horse's enormous hooves were flying through the air, nearly crushing her. She felt a gust of wind rushing towards her face, and she was panicked, unsure of what to do. Was she just going to die without understanding why? She closed her eyes sorrowfully, awaiting the tragedy. In this situation, she clearly understood that death was now an inevitable fear. Of course, she wasn't afraid to die, but she didn't want to die without knowing why. Just as the horse's hooves were about to crush her, a pair of hands reached out from inside the carriage. That pale hand tightly gripped the rope and, against all odds, managed to stop the horse. Then, the horse's hooves landed next to Nangong Qingjin. Dry sand on the ground flew up, choking Nangong Qingjin into coughing. Her vision was blurry for a while, and only after a long time did she slowly widen her eyes in shock. Fortunately, she hadn't lost her life. The carriage remained quiet. A gust of wind lifted the pearl curtain, revealing a carriage that was different from others. This was a blue carriage, adorned with garnet-beaded curtains, which looked heavy yet stunningly beautiful in the sunlight, casting a brilliant light that was breathtaking. Amidst this brilliance, the pale hand became particularly noticeable. Thank you, she stammered. After finishing her words, she immediately dusted off the dirt from her clothes and moved forward without caring about the attitude of the person inside the carriage. Although she was startled and her hair was in disarray, she paid no attention. As she walked ahead, she adjusted her disheveled clothing while continuing forward. Her dress was splattered with mud, leaving spot after spot. The carriage driver was shocked, his mouth wide open, taking a long while to return to normal. Your Highness, this. Even the carriage driver could see it clearly. The woman's appearance was exactly like the previous empress. Although dressed in simple garments, timid in demeanor, when startled, her eyes, and even her gait, while walking now bore an uncanny resemblance to the empress herself. Hulian Qingqian? Though it seemed impossible, the man addressed as Third Prince still carefully examined the woman's figure. After an indeterminate period of time, he finally gave a cold smile. From now on, you're just an ordinary carriage driver, and I'm nothing more than an ordinary passerby. You shall not call me Your Highness. How should I address you then? Call me Master. He said this, simultaneously narrowing his phoenix-like eyes menacingly and lowering his voice dangerously. Do you understand? Yes, Master. The carriage driver also knew the gravity of the matter. It was clear that Hulian Qingqian had died years ago, but now, inexplicably, she had returned from the dead. This was something Lord Zisong he couldn't make sense of. The woman kept walking forward, and finally, the carriage followed closely behind Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin obviously noticed that the carriage was heading her way. When she stopped to rest by the road, so did the carriage. Whenever she chose to walk again, the carriage followed suit. Clearly, someone inside the carriage was tracking her. At one point, she stopped at a certain location with her bamboo basket, deciding to enter the dense forest nearby. Surely, the carriage wouldn't be able to follow her there. Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly, but barely took 2 steps when the carriage had already stopped beside the road. A graceful man, his robes flowing with the wind, leapt down from the carriage and approached her. She knew the man's purpose was her, but right now, she couldn't avoid him. Clutching her basket tightly, she awaited further developments. Upon realizing the man wasn't malevolent, she relaxed. We usually judge whether a person is good or bad based on certain standards. The saying goes, appearance reflects the heart. Now, seeing the man's friendly smile and his casually swinging hands, though he had been following her, he appeared entirely nonchalant and calm, as if nothing unusual was happening. He simply followed her quietly. For a long while, she glanced at him and gave a slight smirk. Why are you following me? I'm not following you, miss. I merely wanted to greet you, but you've been walking too fast, he said as he bowed politely, already looking directly at Nangong Qingjin. His gaze was intense, just like Hulian Qingqian's from years ago, same piercing eyes and the same voice. Hello me. Nangong Qingjin pointed to her nose, and he immediately nodded, quickly stepping beside her. It's unfortunate that you walk so quickly. I simply want to ask where you're going. There are many wolves and tigers here. Walking alone is dangerous. Would it be less dangerous if I were with you? Nangong Qingjin retorted, stepping back subtly. In the dense forest, if this man harbored ill intentions, now would be his perfect chance. But the man paused instantly. Are you heading down the mountain? So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Nangong Qingjin was prepared to flee at any moment. It was far too dangerous to face such a man. The man only smiled calmly and sat down on the grass nearby. You're going the wrong way. You're heading east. If we continue on this road, he pointed ahead, we'll reach another country called Yalong. This? Nangong Qingjin hesitated. Why should I trust you? Now, there are ambushes all around here. Although it may seem nothing's amiss, in reality. As he spoke, he gestured toward the grass beneath their feet and picked up a rusty piece of metal. Look, this is from a soldier's armor. He shook it gently. How could soldiers be here? Are you making wild claims? Nangong Qingjin laughed, but quickly glanced upward. Perhaps what he said was true. After all, the man looked serious enough. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw movement between the dense bushes atop the hill. There were people, many people, moving around as though having a meal. It was indeed lunchtime. In this desolate place, away from any village or town, how had she lost her way and ended up somewhere unknown? Her heart pounded anxiously as she mulled over this for a long while before finally looking at the man again. He was wearing beautifully crafted clothes, an elegant white robe with bright yellow trim, wide sleeves designed for grandeur. Clearly, he wasn't a tenant farmer. Then, who could he possibly be? She wondered silently as he stood up. If you trust me, I'll take you down the mountain. My servants and I are preparing to descend anyway. If you prefer to wander around aimlessly, then please be careful. These veterans never do good deeds. I know this well. Actually, today, I didn't think much about it, because you remind me of someone I used to know. When I saw you, her image flashed in my mind. About those veterans, whether they're bad or not, I have personal experience, Nangong Qingjin mused. Last time, had she not angered one soldier, her estate might still be intact. Soldiers were indeed troublesome to deal with, which left her shaken even upon recollection. But could she trust the person in front of her? Should she gamble, betting that this man was good-hearted? As these thoughts passed through her mind, he had already moved forward. Hey, a trick won't work on me. Tell me, what do you do? After he took a few steps ahead, Nangong Qingjin approached cautiously, watching his back intently. Saying he turned around immediately and smiled faintly at her. I'm a businessman. She scrutinized his face carefully but couldn't discern any signs of the shrewdness typical of merchants. His eyes were bright yet cold, his lips thin, yet hinting at a persuasive nature. With this assessment, she finally replied, I won't accept your help without giving anything in return. It'd be better if you had silver. He spoke casually, already approaching the carriage as the driver brought it near. With a graceful leap, he hopped into the carriage and extended his hand. Nangong Qingjin, realizing she would indeed need assistance to get into the high carriage, blushed as she held onto the man's arm and climbed inside. This moment marked a rare misstep for the astute Nangong Qingjin. She shouldn't have been so sure that she was heading in the right direction. As it turned out, the carriage now headed in the opposite direction from where she had initially chosen. Once inside, the man closed his eyes, remaining silent for the rest of the ride, deep in thought about whether the woman before him was truly the empress, as Hulian Qingqian from before wasn't someone just anyone could fathom. She had always been an elevated and statuesque figure, but today, something had changed. There was a youthful charm to her demeanor. As she watched the scenery outside the window, she smiled faintly, which only added to her allure. I really did take the wrong way earlier. Yes, miss, even if you walked all day on your own, you'd never leave this area so easily. And they say that there's an important person who has claimed this mountain as their kingdom, and many government officials have already been dispatched to capture them. Though this individual is as elusive as a mythical dragon. Do you perhaps have any clues? Me? You're asking me. She pointed at her nose once more. The man finally nodded. Though Nangong Qingjin had earlier believed him to be a mere businessman, how had this so-called businessman suddenly become so inquisitive about such matters? This left Nangong Qingjin's mind racing with suspicions. How should I know? I'm nothing more than a peasant. I've never left here, and as for the notorious bandit leader you speak of, I haven't seen anything. You've been lucky, miss. Chapter 105, Meeting Sanghe. Nangong Qingjin did not even bother to ask the name of this person. After all, it was a fleeting encounter. The hitchhike would end at the next spot anyway. The main road gradually widened, and the carriage moved much faster. It was already after the Dragon Boat Festival, and the weather was scorching hot. Nangong Qingjin now sat in the cold carriage and couldn't help but think that if she really walked like this, even if she didn't peel off a layer of skin, she would certainly suffer from heat stroke. She had been walking for less than an hour when the carriage had already reached the city. At noon, the city was still bustling with activity, and people had not started to shrink back because of the recent weather. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants were all shouting their wares, creating a lively scene. After getting off the carriage, she took a golden hairpin out of her bundle and handed it to this young master. I won't take your ride down the mountain for free. This golden hairpin is for you. Am I so greedy? He didn't even look at the golden hairpin, but he was still wondering how such an ordinary-looking girl could possess such a finely crafted golden hairpin. This was contrary to common sense, so while he pondered, he refused. Just take it, Nangong Qingjin said as she handed him the hairpin. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to accept it. Since the young lady insists, I'll accept it. But this golden hairpin is rather valuable, so I will give you some silver coins. Are you in business? Yes. He immediately nodded, his hand already gripping his money pouch, but Nangong Qingjin nearby had already smiled. If you're in business, then you must know clearly. Having money makes things easy to manage. After saying this, she laughed and left. He touched his own hair and smiled faintly as he watched this girl leave. By this time, the coachman beside him had already come up to He's side. Your Highness, what should we do now? Evidently, the Empress Dowager has left the estate. Let the military officers in the city be aware. Now lean closer. As it turned out, this person was not a coachman at all, but an outstanding military officer from He's army, known as the captain of 1,000 soldiers. In the military ranks of old, this position coordinated troops. His subordinates included 1,000 remarkable military officers, which is why he was called the captain of 1,000 soldiers. This man was highly skilled in martial arts and often disguised himself as an unremarkable figure to stay close to He. Moreover, he was a loyal person, and upon hearing He's arrangements, he smiled and nodded. Not long after, this man put his hands to his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Immediately, several inconspicuous figures appeared from unknown places around the area. Some spread throughout the city, carrying burdens and selling sweet rice wine. Others pretended to be beggars, courtesans from brothels, or idle wanderers. These individuals had been covertly stationed in the city for years. On the surface, they seemed ordinary and were indistinguishable from normal citizens, but they were all placed there by He. Their purpose was to carefully monitor any changes or activities within the city, primarily focused on investigating Huangfu Koming's movements. However, 6 years had passed since the palace coup, and during these 6 years, these people had not discovered anything unusual. Today, they were urgently summoned, originally for some tasks, but now everything was arranged, and this group disappeared seamlessly into the crowd, blending perfectly with the citizens until they vanished without a trace. Only they themselves knew the secret signals and could gather their own people together. Not long after, Nangong Qingjin had already made her way toward an apothecary shop. Just as she arrived at the entrance, she saw a trembling middle-aged beggar crawling towards her from the ground. Miss, please be kind. Please have mercy. Initially, Nangong Qingjin hadn't intended to spare a glance at this beggar, but as she glanced, she noticed that the beggar had difficulty walking and was accompanied by another child who was also a beggar. This stirred her compassion and maternal instincts. All women are like this. Please, my son hasn't eaten anything for 2 days and 2 nights. Mississippi, spare a few silver pieces, miss. Have mercy, please. The beggar's lips were cracked, and the little beggar boy beside him had already knelt down and began knocking his head against the ground. Sister, please have mercy. We haven't eaten anything for such a long time. Give us 1 coin, just 1 coin. I want to eat a green onion pancake, sister. She thought, 1 coin is 1 coin, but unfortunately, she didn't even have 1 coin. Now, as she took out her bundle and retrieved another golden hairpin before even giving it to the beggar, this beggar's eyes already shot forth a greedy gleam. Just as Nangong Qingjin realized that the situation was wrong, these 2 beggars, one big and one small, had already surrounded her from both front and back. Thinking quickly, as Nangong Qingjin tried her best to enter the apothecary shop beside her, the beggar had already snatched her bundle away. You come back. Come back. It's robbery. Help me, please. She screamed hoarsely with no strength, continuing to shout while preparing to chase after them. But there was just herself against 2 others. She couldn't possibly match them. She could only helplessly watch as the 2 beggars ran off with her belongings. As she stared at the apothecary shop, if she didn't go in now, she had originally come down from the mountain to gather medicinal herbs for someone. If she did go in, she already had no money on her, and even if she entered, she wouldn't be able to afford any medicine. Sighing, she sat down nearby, reflecting on what she should do next while blaming herself for being so foolish. If only she hadn't had such a compassionate heart. Yet alas, she did have such feelings, and now she'd helped 2 utterly wicked scammers, fraudsters. Now what could a single weak woman like her do? Apart from returning home, what other options did she have? Initially, she thought that these valuables could ensure her safe arrival here, where they would be exchanged into silver, enabling her to hire a carriage for her return trip. But now, everything was lost, leaving her stranded and penniless. Under the scorching sun, she suddenly felt how useless she was. After waiting for a long time, she finally got up slowly, realizing that buying medicine today was simply impossible, and she might as well head back. Dejected, she walked toward the position ahead of her. Thinking of the young girl who awaited her with eyes full of longing, she didn't know how to face the fact that all her precious jewelry and gold had been taken by those people, making her feel so alone in this city. While recalling the spot where she had dismounted from the carriage earlier, she moved forward step by step. It took great effort to find the place again. As she was about to proceed further, a group of people had already surrounded her. Immediately, Nangong Qingjin frowned when she saw that each of them was burly and strong. Startled, she began retreating immediately. What do you want to do? You. Why are you? The young lady looked quite refined, and they reasoned. Just moments ago, you gave someone silver for misfortune prevention, and clearly you're a wealthy household's daughter. Now you must give us some too. We believe that we saw your wealth earlier. So, if you don't offer us any money, a slick-talking man interrupted smoothly, squinting his eyes and looking over the lady while saying, if you prefer not to pay, that's fine too. You just need to accompany uncle for a little roll around, and then everything can be settled. Filthy. Nangong Qingjin rarely went outside in the past. After coming to the mountain, she had also hardly descended ever since. Faced with such a situation, she was extremely scared but couldn't say much. All she could do was curse these men. Filthy, do you know what filthiness is? Tonight, I'll make sure you understand exactly, said the man as he stepped closer. Shameless, vile, filthy. You if you dare. Nangong Qingjin threatened desperately. You'd better scream louder. In this area, everyone knows my business, selling virgins and making good profit in this town. Girlie, don't try calling out unless you're willing to experience firsthand what will happen. Don't expect anyone to save you. They wouldn't dare. Help. Somebody help me. Someone is assaulting me. Nangong Qingjin screamed as loud as she could, flailing her hands frantically to signify her peril. A few nearby bystanders actually came forward upon hearing the cry, but turned away once they recognized Wang Maizi. This Wang Maizi trafficked women and children in the city. Any girl who fell into his clutches would surely be sold to brothels. Even the authorities often showed deference to Wang Maizi. Commoners were certainly powerless against him. Get lost. This is my sister who left home because of disobedience. Now she accuses me of trafficking people. Nonsense. As Wang Maizi spoke, he gestured rudely. Nangong Qingjin never expected the lawlessness in the city to reach this extreme. Now, retreating further, she prayed silently for anyone to assist her. But already, Wang Maizi and his friends surrounded her tightly. Brothers, bring the little sister over without injuring even a single finger, he said while waving his hand. A few burly men stepped forward and surrounded her inside. She was terrified, but what could she do? Help, 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 she shouted, but no one came to her rescue. At first, there were a few onlookers, but as soon as they saw Wang Maizi causing trouble, they quickly distanced themselves. They only pitied this helpless young lady, never expecting that she would face such misfortune. Nangong Qingjin regretted taking out her golden hairpin from the bundle earlier. That careless act had caught the eyes of the beggars, who in turn exposed her wealth to these villains, all leading to her current predicament. She was afraid, but what could she do? Wang Maizi grinned maliciously as he closed in. Girlie, now that you've fallen into my hands, tonight you're going to suffer. He chuckled lewdly. All right, brothers, take the little sister away. No, 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 I'm not your little sister. I'm not. What are you staring at? Mind your own business. I'll teach my sister a lesson however I please. Get lost, get lost. As Wang Maizi spoke, he punched and kicked anyone near. In no time, the crowd dispersed. Hold it. From afar, a clear voice cut through the air. Then, a servant-like man took a step forward, followed calmly by a gentleman in white robes. The sudden turn of events startled Nangong Qingjin, and she immediately turned around. Chapter 106. Help from a stranger. In the crowd, Zisong he was seen approaching. Though he did not know this man's name, his voice was pleasant. Most importantly, this bold Wang Maizi clearly showed fear when he saw the young master. WH. White master. Wang Maizi's tongue stumbled as he spoke and retreated at the same time. Are you tired of living? Our young master detests evil and now dares to go against the wind. The servant's loud, cracked voice resounded as he came closer, making Wang Maizi back off continuously. This young lady is not your sister. She is a friend of mine. I hope you can give me some face. This. Wang Maizi looked at the white master helplessly, while the white master had already reached Nangong Qingjin. Ask this young lady if she indeed knows me. You say? Wang Maizi pointed at Nangong Qingjin. Seeing Zisong, he made her feel calmer. She immediately nodded and said, of course we know each other. White master, please save me. If so, it was just a misunderstanding. White master, it was a misunderstanding. Wang Maizi explained with a fawning face as he spoke. Then the white master casually gripped Nangong Qingjin's hand and asked, will you come with me? I have no other choice, she sighed. Good. The white master now calmly held her small hand as they walked out of the crowd. The servant aggressively waved his fists in warning before walking away. Wang Maizi waited until the soldiers left before disappearing into the crowd. If Nangong Qingjin were to know that all of this was actually staged by the so-called white master, she wouldn't believe it. The beggar and little beggar were both played by his bodyguards, and even the Wang Maizi and the henchmen beside him were people he arranged for. It was all just a plan to show that the white master of the city liked to help others. By now, Nangong Qingjin had basically judged that the so-called white master was a good person. Thank you just now. Finally, she let go of his hands. The hands were a bit calloused. Looking at these hands, she guessed this person wasn't one who didn't do anything. A businessman surely would need to sort through things constantly. Instinctively, Nangong Qingjin thought those calluses must be from labor. If Nangong Qingjin were to know that these calluses were formed from frequently wielding cold weapons, what would she think? Indeed, Nangong Qingjin was not dumb, but as a newcomer, it was natural for anyone to be temporarily confused with such events. The white master simply smiled faintly. We were destined to meet. There's no need to thank me. His calm laughter echoed gently. The city is chaotic. If you trust me, tell me your troubles, and I will assist you. But may I ask your full name? Nangong. She hesitated about revealing her real name. But the wise white master interjected quickly. It's a compound surname. Henceforth I shall call you young lady Nangong. Is that okay? My name is White Master, she responded lightly. She wasn't one to pry. Even when someone expressed gratitude toward her, she would only reply briefly with thank you. White Master, to be honest, I encountered bandits on my way down the mountain. Now, I don't have any money. Would you possibly help me? Of course, you can also refuse. You should convert all your possessions to silver drafts after coming down the mountain. That way, it is safer for you. Since you are in trouble, I won't sit idly by. How much money do you need? Whatever amount I have, I will not hesitate to provide it. I will pay you back, I truly will. As she finished speaking, she looked at Zisong-He, who nodded in agreement. I naturally trust you, young lady Nangong. How much do you need? 20 taels will suffice. I need to buy medicine for a friend, and my friend is sick. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come down the mountain. She sighed as she spoke. Zisong-He quickly nodded, giving a glance to someone beside him, who promptly handed over a 20-tael draft. Where do you live? After I finish handling this matter, I will deliver it to you, she said while looking at the White Master. I have a modest estate in the East City. It's the White family manor. After saying this, he added, I assume you haven't eaten yet, miss. There's no need to worry. Although I deal in cosmetics and pearls, I do know a reliable source for medicinal herbs. My younger cousin is actually the manager of a pharmacy. Nice to meet you. She couldn't decide if her luck was bad or good. Talking about bad luck, she happened to encounter this Mr. Bai, but talking about good fortune, what just happened earlier was really absurd. Now, Mr. Bai had already nodded gently. You must have a prescription, Mississippi. Just show it to me, and I'll help you acquire the ingredients. You don't need to worry. My hired carriage will take you back in the afternoon. For a young lady like you, traveling alone could be dangerous. If you are unfamiliar with the area, someone might deceive you. At first, she didn't believe there were so many bad people in the world, but now, she had no choice but to believe. Because she had faced so many misfortunes, she became uneasy. Immediately, she nodded, indicating that she needed his assistance. Compared to other people, this Mr. Bai seemed relatively trustworthy. The two walked into an inn ahead, and he paid close attention to her preferences by asking what food she liked. Most of the dishes ordered suited Nangong Qingjin's tastes. While eating, Nangong Qingjin inquired about his business. I trade in silk and pearls, though I also dabble in cosmetics. Generally, these items are purchased by wealthy families' daughters. Due to my connections with the steward's sons and their wives, Wang Matzi isn't afraid of me personally, but rather the social network behind me. If you tell others next time that you're a good friend of Mr. Bai, no one will dare to cause trouble for you. As he spoke, he continued, it seems your prescription contains too many cold-natured medicines. I've studied medicine before, though only superficially. If men take too many cold-natured herbal medicines, it can harm their health. Medicine should be gradual. Might I ask who prescribed this medicine for you? It was written by a senior for women. Women need to nourishing energy, so this prescription is appropriate. I understand. If you ever need more medicine, simply use this jade token at my cousin's pharmacy. It will save you from going through unnecessary hassle. Saying this, he handed over a white jade token. Is it really effective? Of course, why would I deceive you? He continued. Speaking of which, your medicine has arrived. They followed the prescription precisely, so please double check. Not long after, a servant appeared at the door and delivered the herbs wrapped in apricot yellow paper. As they were transported from afar and descending the mountain wasn't easy, she needed to confirm whether anything was missing. After opening the package and inspecting each ingredient, she finally smiled warmly. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Once my friend takes the medicine, they will surely recover quickly and thank you deeply. While speaking, she carefully repackaged everything, maintaining a composed demeanor. His gaze lingered on the woman's hands as she performed quick, deft movements, almost like butterflies dancing, elegant and graceful. Miss, after having some food, I will escort you home. Seeing that Mr. Bai truly intended to assist her, Nangong Qingjin felt grateful for meeting such a good person. As she ate, she asked again, how did you end up here in the mountains? Originally, I was delivering goods. You must have heard of the Yelong Kingdom, a small but prosperous country. The ladies there are enthusiastic about adorning themselves, so Oh, Master Bai must be very popular there. Nangong Qingjin observed him carefully. If I didn't know you were a merchant, I'd almost mistake you for a nobleman. Look at how refined and proper you are. If I were a nobleman, life would be much easier. And you, miss, clearly appear well-educated and not like someone raised in the countryside. You also seem knowledgeable about medical practices. In my childhood, my father taught me when I had spare time. He thought I was too mischievous, so if I learned some medical knowledge, I could treat myself if I got injured. Over time, I picked up a bit. We met by destiny, Mississippi. Smiling faintly, he continued softly. In this chaotic city, if you trust me, let me know your troubles and I'll assist you. But may I ask your full name? Unfortunately, my father was involved in a court case and ended up beheaded. He used to be a government official, although a minor one, but still an official. Originally from a prestigious family, I salute you, he said, raising his fists in a gesture of respect as their eyes met. Nangong Qingjin waved her hand. No, not really from a prestigious family anymore. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. That's why we moved to the countryside. It's peaceful there, with fewer bad people and more good ones. The lady has an interesting perspective. As for today's events, thanks anyway. I'll pay you back when I return, rest assured. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she started to leave. He nodded repeatedly and instructed a couple of words to the servant. The servant then nodded, opened the door respectfully, and escorted Nangong Qingjin onto the carriage. Our master is a kind man. Everyone in the city knows this. Lady, you can put your heart at ease. The carriage driver spoke while whipping the horse hard on its back. The horse immediately galloped towards the road they came on. Through the pearl curtain, she glanced back at Zi Sang, he who saw her off. Wish you a safe journey. Zi Sang, he bowed deeply, and Nan Gongqingjin smiled as she nodded gently. The carriage soon left for the main road. Once it was gone, he clapped his hands, and a few figures appeared from afar. They returned to the inn where two beggars had already taken out the jewels and gold. Chapter 107. Nan Gongqingjin's Friendship. Your Highness, although these are quite valuable items, none of them came from the imperial capital. I just went to a gold and silver jewelry workshop and inquired. These are old objects, with designs that were once very popular 7 or 8 years ago. They're not from the imperial capital. Look here. He followed the position introduced by the person before him and looked over. On the hairpin was an inconspicuous engraving, a Lu. This person immediately explained. The workshop people told us everything since they knew we were from the court. They said this is a surname. Generally, when girls have their own gold and silver jewelry made, they are often afraid of mixing it up with their companions, so they. I understand. Put all these things away and send someone to ask around on the mountain if there are any families with the surnames Nangong or Lu. Report back quickly. As for this girl, don't track her this time. This girl seems like a fox. She appears naive, but is actually quite cautious with people. Don't let slip our intent. For the imperial troops, under no circumstances should you trouble this girl. Go. Yes, Your Highness. The man had already left. They weren't stupid enough to fully track Nan Gongqingjin. Out of caution, Nan Gongqingjin was careful, looking back and glancing around at times, always worrying whether these people would follow her. Having seen too much betrayal, Nan Gongqingjin now was even more vigilant than before, fearing that her movements might be noticed by others. As night fell, Nan Gongqingjin finally returned to the gap in the fence. At the time, the moon shone brightly, turning everything into a silver world. She carefully checked, finding that no one was tracking her nearby. Not even a bird seemed to exist. That absolute silence was reassuring. She followed the original path towards the gap, then after entering, quickly restored the originally neat fence. Normally, only those who know will definitely not be able to tell that there is such a gap here. After returning, she sighed with relief, a sense of grounded peace wrapping around her. Such tranquility was indescribable. Reaching the next location, the stars filled the sky, twinkling brightly, the Milky Way stretching across the sky, giving off a clear feeling. Although it wasn't far from the cold pavilion courtyard, it wasn't exactly near either. After walking for a long while, she finally arrived at the cold pavilion courtyard. Initially thinking that Sienner and the young maid had already rested, she didn't expect them to be anxiously waiting. Sienner was restless and regretted not following when Nan Gongqingjin left. As for the young maid, her face was full of guilt because she had gone out, but her movement range was limited. Beyond certain places, what was happening, she truly did not know. Now, at the thought of these matters, she couldn't help but feel worried. Nan Gongqingjin was, like herself, a newcomer. If anything happened, how could she handle it gracefully? Thinking about this, her concern deepened. Sienner, go check over there, see if there's anything unusual. I'm fine, there won't be any problems. Just go. How can things still be alright? The young lady should just rest. Our miss is intelligent. She will surely return. She will. She muttered, actually most concerned inwardly. If she were going to return, she would have come back in broad daylight. But now, it was past Yoshur, evening. The moon had already risen. After such a long day, given that summer days are relatively longer, Nan Gongqingjin had still not managed to deal with the issues at hand, which inevitably led to some wild imaginings. Had she successfully dealt with the matter? Was she safe or not? The two maids no longer expected any medicine, hoping instead that Nan Gongqingjin could return unscathed. As for Nan Gongqingjin herself, it took a lot for her to pass through the bamboo grove at the back of the courtyard. This place was eerily dark. In the past, such an eerie atmosphere made her uncomfortable, mainly causing rejection and uneasiness. Now, things were different. Despite the eerie sensation, it gave her a sense of security. She clearly understood that even in such eerie environments, if anything existed, it would merely be animals, not malicious humans. Compared to someone like Lu Mayer, animals were far kinder. While pondering this, she soon reached the front area. Upon seeing the cold pavilion courtyard, she naturally spotted Sienner from afar. When Sienner saw the mistress return, the joy was indescribable. In just a few steps, Sienner rushed toward Nan Gongqingjin, eagerly grabbing hold of Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Miss, you're finally back. Sienner, it's freezing out here. Why aren't you inside? Of course I'm back. While speaking, she rubbed Sienner's hands, which soon warmed up. The two moved forward, reaching the front area where Sienner took the bundle from Nan Gongqingjin. I had no idea which direction to go when I left, but thankfully I hitched a ride and made it to Zhongjing. Once there, I thought everything was safe, but then two beggars snatched my bundle using a clever move. She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Sienner anxiously checked whether Miss Nangong was unharmed. After confirming she was fine, Sienner muttered curses against those beggars. Nan Gongqingjin continued. I owe someone a huge favor. Someone helped me, and I will have to repay it soon. Favor? Not only that, this person lent me money too. Nan Gongqingjin thought of Zi Sang He. In her mind, Zi Sang He was trustworthy. Zi Sang He was an accommodating person in the capital, clearly a good individual. In Nan Gongqingjin's view, Zi Sang He was the white gentleman, who was undoubtedly kind-hearted. She remembered this favor deeply, for without the white gentleman's help today, she would have lost not just silver, but also her life. Returning is good. From now on, I'll be more careful so as not to make her worry. she said softly, unaware that the maid had already gone outside, gripping the doorframe while waiting for their arrival. A night breeze blew, lifting her hair. Then, her star-like eyes sparkled, seeing how beautiful they were, identical to Empress Dowager's eyes. Would looking like Empress Dowager bring fortune or calamity? Their eyes briefly met, causing Nan Gongqingjin's heart to skip a beat. She quickly stepped forward, gently holding this fragile woman's hand. I'll come back. I feel guilty for making you worry needlessly. It's all right, you're back. I feared you might encounter danger, but as long as you return, it's all fine. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on the slow-moving woman. Nan Gongqingjin offered a faint smile and swung the bundle in her hand. Look, everything is prepared. We'll see rapid improvement. Lie down and rest now. I assure you that you'll recover quickly. Speaking confidently, she proceeded ahead. Soon, both entered the house. I don't know what to say to you. In the future, I will definitely repay your kindness, Miss Ningong. She said this with earnestness, gripping Nan Gongqingjin's hand tightly. It had been many years since anyone treated her so kindly. This care weighed heavily on her heart now. Their hands remained firmly clasped, gazing into each other's eyes affectionately. Once inside, after lighting the oil lamp, Nan Gongqingjin realized the wound was worse than she had imagined. These wounds are inflamed already. Siener, please fetch water for me. Yes. Bring me my instruments and bandages, she instructed, observing this one-armed woman whose survival seemed to depend solely on good fortune rather than Nan Gongqingjin's love. The young maid lay down contentedly, sighing softly. Nan Gongqingjin pulled out the herbal anesthesia she had purchased and, following her family recipe, carefully mixed the ingredients to create mafesin. This mafesin worked well. After giving it to the maid, she became unconscious. This allowed Nan Gongqingjin to operate without difficulty. The maid bore numerous injuries, especially deep ones. Moreover, due to unhygienic food consumption, signs of poisoning were evident. Nan Gongqingjin busied herself treating and dressing all the wounds before completing the task. Today, Nan Gongqingjin was utterly exhausted. She had run around all day without rest. Watching the medicine pot bubble over the stove woke her from her doze. She immediately moved forward to pour out all the medicinal liquid. Before long, the effects of the anesthesia wore off, and the maid finally woke up. With drowsy eyes, she saw Nan Gongqingjin bustling around for her, running back and forth. Despite their fleeting encounter, she treated her with such care and kindness. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she said, Now, you should go rest. I'll be fine on my own. You've been tired all day. Go rest quickly. She spoke as if trying to rise. Are you asking for death? Just lie still. Once I see that you've taken your medicine, I will certainly rest soon. She took a step forward, lightly patting the maid's shoulder. The maid felt deeply indebted, having been cared for so attentively by Nan Gongqingjin, and tears welled up in her eyes before long. Thank you, thank you. Why are you thanking me again? She asked softly, taking a quiet breath. The medicine had cooled down by now, and the maid, leaning against the wall beside her, finally managed to drink the entire bowl of bitter concoction. Watching this, Nan Gongqingjin grew visibly pleased. If you take the medicine, you'll recover more quickly. Siener and I will boil more medicine early tomorrow morning. For now, stop overthinking and especially don't move around aimlessly. You'll get better soon. Chapter 108. Life in the Haunting Courtyard. Miss Nan Gong. She hesitated, unsure of how to continue. When you first arrived, I feared that you would take my place, and so I harbored ill intentions towards you. Now, however, I realize that you are a great blessing to me. I am sorry for wronging you. There's no need for apology when your ill intentions were never acted upon. There is no need for formalities between us. Because the young lady had mobility issues, she was currently living happily with Miss Nan Gongqingjin and her attendant Xian. I'm feeling fine. You should rest, said the young lady. Xian also walked over, saying, Mistress, come and rest. The night is short, and it will soon be dawn. Leave things here to me, and sleep soundly. Miss Nan Gongqingjin was truly exhausted. Her head had barely touched the pillow before she fell fast asleep. This night, Xian stayed by her side, just in case. The effects of the medicine were significant. By the next morning, the large and small wounds were genuinely beginning to heal well. At the sight of such a miracle, the young lady couldn't help but feel amazed and joyful beyond words. As for Miss Nan Gongqingjin, after a busy day yesterday, she didn't wake until late morning. By this time, the young lady had already taken her medicine, and both her spirits and complexion had greatly improved. Seeing her awake, the young lady immediately reached out and took her hand. You're awake. We've prepared breakfast for you. After washing up, come and try it. All right, replied Miss Nan Gongqingjin, lazily getting up. The sunlight struggled to reach this little dark room, and the faint scent of medicine lingered inside, offering comfort. The young lady helped her up, and after finishing her grooming routine, Xian had already prepared something delicious. There wasn't much food, but its taste was excellent. Here, there was a natural advantage. They could access the cleanest ingredients. The current meals were exceptionally delectable because they had returned home quite late yesterday, allowing Miss Nan Gongqingjin to rest early. Now, being very hungry, she ate quickly, devouring a large amount. Over on the other side, seeing the young lady gradually improving, the three of them opened the windows in the room to let fresh air in. They intended not only to ventilate, but also allow better airflow through the space. Together, they stepped into the courtyard. While Xian pulled weeds, Miss Nan Gongqingjin chatted with the young lady. I have never imagined myself living here. It's almost unbelievable. Before, I was merely a physician. 3 years ago, you were already famous throughout the capital city. Your skills were extraordinary, Yet I never thought that one day you would end up here and even be imprisoned. What I could not have anticipated most is that you have become my close friend. The world is full of coincidences, often rooted in fate and destiny, Miss Nengongqingjin said. While speaking, she looked at the young lady. Yesterday, when I went out, I encountered many soldiers. Why did the imperial troops arrive around here? Did you notice anything unusual when you arrived, like bandits or similar groups? Yesterday, I met by Xiaosheng, who was a merchant. It seems that there are some bandits in these mountains, so now the court has sent troops to exterminate them. She had been puzzled yesterday, as along the way Nengongqingjin had observed carefully, there weren't many farmhouses nearby. So what exactly were these bandits doing here? In theory, robbery always involves homes and people. It goes without saying that these actions can't rely entirely on chance. Despite these men engaging in less than honorable activities, they weren't farmers dependent solely on weather. Reflecting on all this left her somewhat baffled. Nearby, the young lady smiled bitterly, then spoke word by word. Does Miss Nengong truly believe that these soldiers are here to eliminate bandits? Then there must be another purpose, she replied, gazing intently at the young woman. Her eyes fixed on Nangong. The court today belongs to Zisang He and Wen Liang. Emperor Wen Liang may seem indifferent in decision-making, but his mind is sharp and clear. As for Zisang He knows an incredible amount of information. If my guess is correct, the prince's whereabouts have been revealed. That is the true aim of their mission. This talk about eliminating bandits isn't. Is it? How could the prince be considered a bandit? She could not comprehend why the prince would be seen as such. The current court no longer belongs to him. Anyone who used to be his confidant is now deemed an outlaw. Their arrival is planned, purposeful, and perhaps part of an orchestrated plot. Isn't the prince then in grave danger? They have their strategies, but the prince has his countermeasures. When have you ever truly seen the prince in peril? Indeed, having been here for nearly a year, Miss Nengongqingjin had never witnessed the prince encountering real danger. Upon reflection, everything finally made sense. Let's not talk about that. Tell me about what happened before. Were you really imprisoned by the prince for offending him? The maid asked, her tone laced with doubt, as she compared appearances. Nengongqingjin was far more beautiful than herself. There's another point of view. Nengongqingjin also bore a striking resemblance to the late empress. How could such a woman come here and fail to attract any attention? Yes, had I known earlier that not saving someone would lead to endless repercussions, even if it went against my principles, I still would have saved a life, he said, sighing deeply. In the future, leave this place and never return. We are both shadows of the former empress. Cough, cough. The maid started coughing, and Nengongqingjin looked at her with pity. Did you truly work in a brothel before? Nangong, miss, don't think I'm the kind of woman who sleeps around. Women in the brothel are varied. Some sell their talents, but not their bodies. Others sell their bodies, but not their talents. I'm one of the first type. By accident, I met the prince at a wine party. After falling for him, everything spiraled from there. As she spoke, her eyes lit up brilliantly. It was clear that from the very beginning, all of it was destiny, but it was probably the most brilliant moment in her life. This could be seen clearly in her expression and demeanor as she recounted the story. Are you really Lu Meyer? She asked, looking at the girl. Previously, the Lu Meyer they had faced turned out to be fake, which left her heart uneasy. However, the maid nodded immediately. Of course, I'd rather I weren't. That woman used to be here. Haunting Courtyard originally belonged to that wretch. Afterward, you frequently came to see her? Nengongqingjin asked, and at this moment, the woman softly laughed, her eyes growing moist. Do you think I wanted to see him? I didn't. But the prince often came to visit. You know, a woman's jealousy is endless. I truly wanted to know. Her tone became urgent. Exactly how much does the prince love her compared to how much he loves me? Back then, I was young and naive. So naturally, I always sought clarity on these matters. So, later on, you must have eventually understood. Nengongqingjin sighed, arching an eyebrow as she watched the woman before her. The woman's smile froze upon her face, yet during the happy moments of reminiscing, her countenance was radiant and gentle. Thinking back to other aspects of her life made her appear deeply troubled. Now, those extreme expressions of joy and sorrow were almost indescribable. Tears silently streamed down from her eyes. Later, I did find out. Whom does the prince favor more? Was it you or her? Even Nengongqingjin was intrigued by the story of Ning Yin and couldn't help but ask whom the prince ultimately preferred. However, seeing the gloom enveloping the woman's face, the answer already seemed clear. The prince doesn't love either of us. How is that possible? It's completely possible. The prince only admires one person, the late empress. After your arrival, it became clearer to me. The prince didn't like me, nor did he like her, or even you. You resemble the late empress perfectly, yet haven't gained his protection or respect, right? While speaking, she kept glancing at Nengongqingjin, who replied, I am a doctor. Back then, my father ran a modest household. Not rich, but better off than some. Since I was young, my father taught me to acquire practical skills. I studied diligently and showed remarkable talent. I can memorize things effortlessly. To this day, any scent my nose remembers, I can identify blindfolded. My name is Nengongqingjin. But one day, Nengongqingjin began reflecting. Father offended a powerful family. Within a single day, I knew our clan was doomed. Just as our family was about to fall apart, I was eating eggplant when I suddenly fainted after taking a bite. Definitely, some treacherous villain harmed you, the maid concluded. Nengongqingjin let out a melancholic sigh. When I opened my eyes again, my home had been utterly destroyed. All I saw was raging flames. Later, when I looked in the mirror, I realized, I wasn't the same anymore. Before, I wasn't like this. My face had changed, and I couldn't believe it, but it truly had. From that point onward, though Nan Gongqing was still Nan Gongqing. You mean, that's impossible. There has long been a saying about borrowing a corpse to return to life, but I never thought it would happen to me. You're absolutely right. Someone plotted against me. Technically, I died on that day, but I never imagined that after my death, I wouldn't go to hell but would somehow live on. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't in the other world as I should have been, but I became someone else. The prince always thinks I'm the late empress, but how could I be her? My medical expertise can already confirm this point, she said, speaking with deep sorrow. The woman beside her was stunned by the story, her eyes fixed on the speaker. Could something so unbelievable actually happen? Naturally, you didn't tell him about it, did you? Besides you and Sienner, no one else knows the secret. So, I often doubt whether I'm merely the replacement of Empress Hellion. Many years have passed. Before this, I used to wear a mask while seeing patients. But as they say, a tall tree invites the wind. On one day, a general was wounded by soldiers, and though I didn't want any association with the authorities. Yes, the officials are tyrannical and ruthless. We have suffered greatly from them. The maid sighed, adding a remark. Chapter 109. Everyone has a story. So, I found an excuse to reject him. Little did I know that the general went home that day and died. This general 6 years ago also helped the prince fight for the kingdom and was greatly accomplished. Knowing that this general's death was related to me, I was then captured by Huang Fukongming. And thus, what happened before occurred. Prior to this, I didn't know there was another Lu Meyer in the world. He said while looking at the woman in front of him as he spoke. It's not a second one. I am the real thing. The Lu Meyer who is now living it up used to be a woman who lived alone in an empty house. The prince had long brought over a woman who looked strikingly like the empress. The present-day Lu Meyer used to be called Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong always lived alone, and she was a vicious woman everyone knew about. Later, when her schemes were uncovered, the prince exiled her, ordering her not to wander around freely. I knew Xiao Hong came from a brothel, so naturally, I felt some pity, thinking this place wasn't originally a good place for humans to live anyway. You had compassion? Nan Gongqing thought it unworthy of her. So I started coming over regularly to help her. Over time, Xiao Hong and I became familiar with each other. One day, or maybe it was fate, she tricked me into coming to this cold pavilion courtyard, quickly knocked me unconscious, changed into my clothes swiftly, and took my maid Luli away. Since then, she secretly came back here once to finish me off. I suppose I was lucky. After falling into the dry well, I actually survived, managing to eke out a living until today. I originally thought the prince would definitely come. After all, the situation was quite bizarre. But I waited and waited. 3 years passed. During these 3 years, she still suspected I was alive and kept sending people over. You are, after all, a clever woman. You didn't hide completely, but instead turned yourself into a ghost. They feel guilty deep down, knowing you died with resentment. So, this was Nan Gongqing's speculation, which was mostly accurate. Nan Gong, young lady, you're a smart woman. Your guess is almost identical to reality. Later, they thought a woman like me certainly wouldn't survive. What would I eat or drink? What could I possibly use? It's been 3 years now. My bones have likely already returned to dust. He said this while looking at the woman beside him. That's why they gradually let their guard down. Nan Gongqing murmured softly, feeling both sorry for her fate and empathizing with her own plight. Actually, the first time Nan Gongqing met the prince, she mistakenly thought he might be her true love. But after all the events that followed, she finally realized she was no different from these women. Compared to Lu Meyer's unrequited love, Nan Gongqing should have considered herself much luckier. At least it proves one thing. He has a heart of stone, and we're all test subjects. Garbage he will inevitably discard from his life. Nan Gong, young lady, remember to remind yourself not to fall again. She said this while sighing. I understand. Thank you for your advice. Who was Huang Fukongming? From many things he had done, Nan Gongqing now understood clearly. He was the type of person who acted stubbornly and firmly believed in his decisions for all eternity. Naturally, such a person wasn't suitable for her. It had already been a month since she arrived here, and he hadn't even bothered to come see her. I will leave once I'm better. No, kill Xiao Hong, and we'll leave here together. She said earnestly, but Nan Gongqing didn't carry such intense hatred. It's all over now. Let's take it as it comes. After Nan Gongqing left, Zisang, he sent his people out as well. They tracked her footprints. This woman's footprints disappeared entirely in a dense forest, making them one of the suspicious targets. Now, it might also be possible that Huang Fukongming was here. To avoid alarming anyone prematurely, the tracker only made a shallow attempt and couldn't follow through thoroughly. Upon returning, they reported the matter to Zisang He, who was drinking with someone at Shangling Park. His drinking companion was not Wen Liang, as Wen Liang was already drunk and had gone to rest earlier that day. Sitting across from Zisang He now was the Empress, the current Empress, a seductive and charming woman. Just moments ago, she was still in Wen Liang's arms. Now, with the alcohol flushed to her cheeks and noticing Wen Liang's departure, she ended up in Zisang He's embrace. The palace attendants standing nearby seemed as if they were blind, acting as though nothing unusual was happening. This was a scandal in the dragon court. The emperor's woman was giving him horns, and the lover happened to be his own brother. At this moment, the woman laughed. Tonight, you haven't had much alcohol, so why are you already tipsy? The empress said while reaching her hand to circle around Zisang He's chest, one of the most nerve-dense areas of the human body. He quickly grasped her restless little hand. The empress hasn't drunk much either tonight. Why has your spring heart suddenly come alive? It was clear that these two were now immersed in a deep passion. One was alluringly enigmatic, while the other kept glancing at him shyly. The Empress' hand already gripped Zhi Sanghe's collar and had begun unbuttoning the first button. Zhi Sanghe's porcelain-white neck resembled a natural sculpture, completely different from Huangfu Wenliang, who had bronze-colored skin. While it looked healthy, it clearly wasn't the type the Empress favored. Now, the elegant and debonair gentleman before her was precisely what she liked, and their secret rendezvous had been going on for a long time. They felt ecstatic at this moment. Illicit affairs always made people happier than open ones. Tonight, I am yours. And you? Who do you belong to? Tonight, I share a bed with the Empress. You are mine, and naturally, I am also yours. As he spoke, his eyes locked onto hers. The Empress giggled and held the wine cup beside her, taking a sip before saying, "You're not happy. No one is ever happy every day." Zhi Sang, he said, holding the wine cup and starting to drink again. The Empress left Zhi Sanghe's embrace and sighed. "But how could you possibly not be happy with me? Is it because I cannot give you what you want? Or is it because you detest my old age?" To be honest, the Empress was 11 years older than Zhi Sanghe. Though well-preserved, it was evident she still showed her age. Women look older than men, an inevitable fact throughout history. You can certainly give me joy, but my worries do not originate from you. Tell me, who troubles your mind so deeply? Today, I met someone who has been dead for 6 years. Zhi Sanghe's eyes gleamed sharply like those of a venomous snake, gazing at the woman. The Empress wouldn't believe that a person who'd been dead for 6 years could resurrect, so she gave a cold chuckle and raised her finely arched eyebrows with a pair of glaring almond eyes. "You don't like me, and yet you use the story of a dead person to excuse yourself?" With that remark, the Empress revealed her sharp and cruel nature. Beside her, Zhi Sanghe calmly sipped the white liquor from his cup and said indifferently, "This person, you've met before too. None of us saw their actual death. You?" The Empress' face immediately changed, her trembling hands gripping the edge of the table. After a very long time, her trembling lips finally managed to spit out a few chilling words. "It's her, isn't it? It's her. That year, you didn't personally see the Hellion family member die. The corpse we saw was just a maid's. The tunnel was blocked that year, and despite everyone searching, there was no sign of life or death from the previous Empress. The late Empress was known for being cautious and meticulous. So, the Empress' cold tone turned chilling. You think this woman did not die but is living well instead? Isn't that sheer madness? Well, I'd rather it be a dream. But I have seen this woman clearly, and I guarantee this woman is the same as the one from back then. Her manner of walking is identical, her every gesture, and even a smile is exactly alike. Such similar figures leave no doubt in my mind. It is one person who returned from the dead. How could anyone survive such fierce flames? Everything turned into ashes. Do you truly think the Empress could live through it? I've already mentioned it before. The previous Empress was extremely careful. Haven't you heard the idiom, phoenix reborn? A phoenix rises from its ashes. It was heaven's will. This. She paused, tightly clenching her fists. Heaven playing tricks on people indeed. Heaven is really making fools of us. Now that you've seen the former Empress, why haven't you acted right away and killed her? No, now she has changed her name and appearance. I need to investigate further. Zhi Sanghe said this while placing the wine cup beside him, looking at the current Empress. Despite being one of the rare beauties in the imperial capital, even uncommonly beautiful among all people, she still fell short when compared to the woman etched into his memory. With a sigh, he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "This evening, it's rare that the Emperor is already drunk, yet we've spoken too much about others. Can't we now talk properly about ourselves?" he said, gently returning to Zhi Sanghe's embrace once again. Like a violet swallow darting through clouds, she gazed up at him with a coy look, her eyes sparkling. "You love me, don't you?" "Yes." Zhi Sanghe looked at the face before him. A flawless face, certainly, but it still couldn't compare to the former Empress. Watching the woman's tipsy, affectionate demeanor, he reached out and secretly gripped her hand. "Sister-in-law, let's not part until tonight turns us both into drunks, shall we? Living only to accompany such an elegant gentleman." The hazy moon was dimmed by light mist, creating an enchanting atmosphere where they dared to explore deeper emotions. This cautious yet intensely provocative sentiment stirred excitement between them. Chapter 110, Matters in the Story. These sorts of illicit affairs are always the last things known to those involved, which is to say, Emperor Wenliang was still unaware of these matters up until now. Or perhaps, Wenliang did know, but he was the kind who knew how to preserve himself wisely. So, who exactly was the current Empress? A wanton woman? Not quite. If she truly were, she wouldn't have risen above the masses to become the widely admired Empress. Still, there was the way she felt about Wenliang. They clearly didn't care for each other, yet she had to adjust herself accordingly. Wenliang was different from Zhi Sanghe. Zhi Sanghe was a composed person, appearing refined and well-mannered, with clear opinions, not someone easily agreeable without personal insight. They represented two types, two extremes. Now, the osmanthus trees were enveloped by moonlight, creating a misty scene. She wasn't the obedient type of woman, nor would she be subservient before Wenliang. Each person has their own character, but under Zhi Sanghe's gentle commands, she willingly complied. Zhi Sanghe's breath smelled like orchids, carrying a faint fragrance. The feeling she experienced was unprecedented, gradually engulfing her. After all, stealing love and true affection are different things. As they say, a wife can't match a concubine, and a concubine can't compare to stolen passion. There is indeed reason behind this. In illicit love, people feel more excitement, but less peace and stability. During their intense intimacy and enjoyment, such feelings arose naturally. Wen Liang had his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Although the empress had been receiving exclusive favor, the man's curiosity for adventure remained ever present. Now, at long last, it was time for her to be together with Zi Sanghe. The sensation could not be described with words. For Zi Sanghe, the person before him aroused a desire to conquer, but mostly served a purpose of utilization. After all, the woman before him was the empress, someone who could reduce his struggle by years. The empress's face reddened from excitement, resembling a lychee fruit. Her delicate little nostrils flared slightly, as if she were a small cat or dog under restraint. Such vulnerability evoked pity. Zi Sanghe's eyes watched her with a mesmerized gaze. Dear sister-in-law, do you like me more, or the emperor more? It was an absurdly pointless question, but he asked it nonetheless. The woman beside him smiled faintly, already fervently grasping Zi Sanghe's hand. How could you utter such a foolish query? So, Zi Sanghe remained seated, but suddenly the woman's expression changed. Zi Sanghe began to move. She cried out sharply, as if having her arm severed. My dear brother, good younger brother, good younger brother, she muttered while burying her head in Zi Sanghe's chest. To Zi Sanghe, being intimate with the empress was familiar ground, but now he acted differently than usual. The empress had lost her composure, gripping Zi Sanghe's arm tightly enough for her nails to dig into his shoulder. My dear brother, good younger brother. Yet Zi Sanghe did not stop. Much later, the osmanthus tree started swaying, making everything within her vision wobble. Finally, all movement ceased. Silence replaced every sound of wind and rustling grass. It was quiet as if nothing existed. After much time passed, Zi Sanghe finally breathed a sigh and slowly released her hand. The empress seemed to transform into a lifeless dog, unable to utter a word, simply leaning against Zi Sanghe's embrace. In the past, when Liang's inadequacy failed to satisfy the empress's desires, whereas Zi Sanghe, he differed greatly. He far surpassed Wen Liang. While Wen Liang had his harems, Zi Sanghe remained self-disciplined, with no disorderly women around him. Wen Liang enjoyed the company of various women, but Zi Sanghe, he kept none near. By the time Wen Liang attempted to rekindle their romance, his frail body was already incapable of any intimate contact, leaving the empress living like a widow long ago. The experience of having and not having a man's companionship was so deeply tangible. In this fleeting moment, despite knowing full well that her actions might lead to decapitation, the empress disregarded all consequences. At present, let her indulge freely. Whether facing execution or death, what difference did it make? Fearless of any consequence, the lingering sensation never faded. Zi Sanghe burst into laughter. The empress had already been tormented to the point of tears, muttering incessantly, If you, good younger brother, please spare your sister-in-law. I am human, not made of iron. I am a person too. All right. Although he said this, Zi Sanghe showed no trace of tenderness. Only when the empress began shouting did he cover her mouth, saying, Sister-in-law, don't you know that screaming like this and letting others find out would lead to decapitation? I wouldn't fear it. I take responsibility for my own actions and never back down. Don't worry about me. Just protect yourself. While speaking, Zi Sanghe gently brushed the disheveled hair behind her ears. I have wanted the empress since the beginning, he said, but the empress he spoke of wasn't this woman before him. Rather, it was the former empress in their practice. The empress giggled, laughing while drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. It said that the chest is the most sensitive place due to its concentration of neurons. Her hand hadn't even fully reached there when Zi Sanghe had already grasped it firmly, asking, What about me, sister-in-law? I've longed to be with you, Zi Sanghe, she replied, her voice breaking softly as she wept. I like you so much, a feeling I can't put into words. You simply can't comprehend it. Who says? The pain made her restless, trying to rise. However, the empress cried out in agony again, yelling loudly, Good younger brother, please forgive your older sister. You cannot endure it without my help, sister-in-law. Zi Sanghe said, punishing her accordingly. As an ordinary person, the empress could no longer bear it, sobbing and frowning. Without hesitation, Zi Sanghe acted further. By then, the empress had already reached an indescribable state of ecstasy and suffering. This night of emotional infidelity finally passed. Everything seemed calm afterward. The chamberlains and palace maids all knew that the empress and Prince III, Zi Sanghe, had blatantly engaged in adultery within the palace grounds. But for self-preservation, none dared speak a word. Has Green Pearl seen if the emperor has rested? The empress finally concluded with Zi Sanghe, tidying up her appearance as she stood beside him, smiling faintly. Zi Sanghe also smiled, then departed after some time. As the empress rose, she began speaking with her maid. Green Pearl was a maid who had always accompanied the empress. She had just arrived from afar. When asked by the empress, Green Pearl immediately responded. Just now, the emperor and Prince III were drinking wine. Because he drank a bit too much, the emperor has already been escorted to rest by the eunuchs. Shall your majesty also retire? As Green Pearl spoke, she stepped forward and took the empress's hand. The empress seemed as though she had just been abused by Zi Sanghe. Bruises covered her wrists and neck, clearly visible and painful to look at. Yet the empress didn't seem overly troubled, only smiling pleasantly at Green Pearl. Yes. The empress nodded, starting to move toward the front. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes locking onto Green Pearl's face. Did you see what happened earlier? Green Pearl understood from the empress's gaze exactly what needed to be said, and more importantly, what had been seen but must remain buried deep within her heart. Green Pearl's heart skipped a beat, lifting her gaze slowly from its downward cast to meet the woman before her. She answered, "Just now, Your Majesty and I were watching petals fall in the garden. Nothing unusual happened. What a good girl, Green Pearl. You're smart. I'll tell you, anyone who speaks ill of me behind my back deserves no mercy. I grant you special permission to act first and report later. All my affairs are yours now. My reputation is in your hands. Yes, Your Majesty trusts me, and I will do nothing wrong." But Green Pearl continued walking, saying, "If someone accuses me of borrowing your power, how should I handle it? My love for protecting you runs deep. No one dares to cause trouble for you. Not even the Emperor would dare oppose. Do your duty with confidence, deciding who stays and who goes. Let your heart." The Empress paused, pointing to the girl's chest area. "I suppose everything should be crystal clear here, so there's no need for me to say more." With a smile, she made her way towards the front. Green Pearl, seeing the Empress entrusting her with such responsibility, was overjoyed in her heart, fearing she might lack power in the imperial capital. Now, with this so-called act first, report later authority, she would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. That day, thousands of maids had witnessed the Empress and Zi Sang-he in their illicit affair, yet not a single maid dared to speak a word about it. The next day, however, 5 or 6 maids' bodies were discovered in the Tay pool. The reason why these maids accidentally drowned remains a mystery to this day. However, His Majesty showed no concern for the lives of these maids. The death of 1 or 2 maids in the imperial capital was an extremely common occurrence that no one paid attention to. Now, even though these maids had died, absolutely no one would ever know anything about it. Chapter 111. Zi Sang-he's Love. That night, Zi Sang-he returned to his own house. This house was not in the imperial capital. For safety reasons, this house did not hang up the sign of Prince's Palace, but changed Wang, Prince, to Bai, White. It was merely a place for intelligence gathering. Zi Sang-he felt quite satisfied with his current state of life. Now, he was in a clean small room. Just returning to his modest chamber, Zi Sang-he slowly picked up the incense burner beside him, lit the incense, and looked at a portrait of a woman on the wall. This was the special artwork painted by the court painter exclusively for Empress consort back in those days, which depicted the former Empress, the Hellion family matriarch. At this moment, as the smoke of the incense ascended, the room became filled with clouds and mist. A faint milky white haze enveloped the space. The hazy smoke slowly rose and gradually dispersed into the air. "Qian, I miss you so much. Do you know?" While speaking, he lowered his eyes, sighed deeply, his hand gripping the chair's backrest, trembling, with his whole body following suit. Faced with this painting, he often poured out his innermost thoughts. A portrait can never hear what one says, but Zi Sang-he still wanted to speak. Not only did Zi Sang-he harbor forbidden desires for the former Empress Hellion, even the gentle and peaceful actually had such admiration back then. What kind of person was the Empress consort of your? She was a mysterious and extraordinary woman. Her various methods were no less effective than those of a man. Such a woman, weaving through the aristocracy, left no one disliking her. She was like a single red bloom among vast greens. That kind of existence was something words failed to describe adequately. Zi Sang-he's eyes stared ahead for a long while. Silence reigned before he finally sighed lightly. "Are you really dead, or why today? Did Lord Wang see a woman just like you? Why oh?" While saying this, he reached out and forcefully pounded on the chair's backrest. Then, he sluggishly stood up, took off his gauze robe, and continued staring at the woman in the portrait. It was undeniable that this was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her stunning beauty had rendered all adjectives insignificant. Of course, the adjectives we invent can describe someone's beauty. However, when truly gazing at this woman, one would be shaken instantly. That kind of beauty was indescribably startling, akin to pearls shimmering radiantly. That kind of beauty made one remember it forever at a glance. Yet it was only a painting that could appear so strikingly gorgeous. Actually, in Zi Sang-he's eyes, this painting couldn't represent even 1/10 of her beauty because they had been apart for too long. Hence, in Zi Sang-he's eyes, this woman had become more flawless than before. The woman in the painting wore a formal deep red gauze garment, simple yet elegant. Her snake-shaped hairdo was enchantingly dignified, and her refined snow-white skin was adorned with a light plum blossom makeup, giving a very clear and refreshing appearance. A hint of faint sorrow graced the clear and exquisite face. Her bewitching and soul-stealing eyes seemed as if they could speak, looking down from high above onto the people below, just like the countless times before, presenting a magnificent bearing that was truly indescribable. That rapturous face blushed beautifully. On the outside, Lady Hellion wore a crimson long skirt, with golden peonies embroidered on the cuffs. Several auspicious clouds were delicately outlined with silver threads on the edges of her gown, and at the hem, there was a close arrangement of blue seawater cloud patterns. "Empress, Empress," he muttered haltingly, as though reciting a spell. As he spoke, he slowly began taking off his clothes, desire creeping into his dark tea-like eyes. Facing such a perfect, unblemished painting of beauty, he couldn't bear it any longer. "Empress, Empress," he said, growling like a wild animal, his voice heart-wrenching and intermittent. After a long time, it was as though he found some sort of satisfaction, emitting a luxurious sound of moaning from the throat. The Empress still didn't look back at him. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. It was a maid. "Young master, someone is here to see you." It was already late into the night. Who would come to visit him at this hour? Zi Sang, he turned his gaze lazily and glared sharply towards the entrance. He coldly asked, "Who?" "The martial guard patrolling the city, young master." Upon hearing this, Sang he nodded immediately. "Let him wait in the hall of the West Wing. I shall arrive soon." There must have been something extremely urgent, otherwise, they wouldn't visit at this hour. Wasn't it already the first watch of the night? The visitor was the martial guard patrolling the city, arranged by Sang he to track and monitor the mountain villa. If there were no secrets, this person wouldn't have appeared. The general was a formidable man who could remain motionless in icy conditions just to monitor someone. Now, after waiting for a long time, he finally saw Sang he. From afar, Sang he had already coughed slightly. Upon identifying the visitor, he quickened his pace toward the flower hall. The general's eyes glanced at a fine blade on a nearby display rack. This sword was invaluable, engraved with the name of the renowned swordsmith of the time, heavy and sharp-looking. During the wait for the audience, he was extremely bored, watching the blade while letting his mind wander. It wasn't until hearing those footsteps that he lazily turned around. Under the moonlight and candlelight, seeing Sang he approach, he immediately knelt and saluted. "Your Highness, may you live 10,000 years." Knowing they had much to discuss, Sang he found a seat and calmly gestured. "Sit down, General. What intelligence do you bring? The task you assigned has been accomplished. This estate indeed holds secrets. From the outside, it looks exactly like an ordinary estate, but within it are 3 distinct sections." He nodded lightly, adjusting the tea offered by a maidservant. "General, don't rush. Please enjoy your tea first." The general grasped the teacup and quickly drained it, clearly having walked hurriedly, now as hungry and thirsty as could be. After seeing the general drink, Sang he personally refilled his cup, then waved off the maid, saying, "I shall chat freely with the martial guard. No need for patrols around here. Too many people mean too many mouths and too many ears." "Yes, I understand what to do," the maid replied and withdrew. At this moment, Sang he's eyes turned to the general. "What do you mean? This estate hides another world within." "How much more so? This estate appears from the outside just like any other, but internally, it is divided into 3 parts, each different. Upon entering through the main gate, it seems no different from an ordinary estate." "Oh, it seems I understand now. This first part of the estate serves to deceive. The middle part likely harbors a mix of people appearing like commoners, working from sunrise to sunset, but they are not the same." Sang he spoke as he held the teapot lid and gently scraped the floating tea leaves before raising his eyebrows to glance at the general. "Your Highness truly foresees all. These people are no good sorts. Claiming to be farming, their forces have clashed with our troops recently. More than 100 or 200 soldiers disappeared mysteriously every day until one day I discovered the bodies of our men in a narrow cliff. This, Your Highness, they are responsible. To cover their tracks, they destroyed the evidence." As the martial guard said this, Sang he's hand trembled while holding the teacup, then sighed coldly. "He hasn't changed at all. What about the second part? Is there anything else?" "The second part is the core of the estate," the general continued, and Sang he's eyes visibly grew brighter, drinking his tea more slowly. His calm voice asked, "Is he there?" "I've already had operatives infiltrate the second section. Whether or not he is present, only certain people can see him." Having heard this, Sang he sneered. No different from before, equally cowardly, equally cautious. What about next? Afterward, even though they couldn't meet him directly, this is just an insignificant estate. Can such a place truly be formidable? If possible. No rush. You're always so eager. If it were just one estate, it would be fine, but he's different. He is one who has failed once before. Expand the investigation area, covering a radius of 20 miles. Look for any unusual strongholds. We've wasted 6 years already. I don't want to come so far only to fail at the last step." "Understood, Your Highness." The martial guard nodded. It seemed the important matters were discussed. He took a sip of the clear tea, and Sang he leisurely followed suit. After finishing the tea, Sang he said again, "And the third part? You've been delaying your words. The third part is where the defense is weaker. I've sent someone to infiltrate it. Speaking of which, this third part is truly strange. It was originally a small courtyard called Cold Pavilion, once inhabited by a girl named Lou Meyer. This girl was originally a courtesan from a brothel. Have you investigated everything?" Sang he asked while looking at Wu Ho, who nodded. "This girl was one of the top courtesans in I Charm brothel 3 years ago, later bought away by an aristocratic youth. Afterward, she reportedly died in this Cold Pavilion." "Do you have her portrait?" he asked, his voice even colder than before. "The portrait is ready. Please take a look," he said, taking out a scroll that someone had already painted, neither too large nor too small. But Sang he didn't rush to seize the scroll, instead asking another question. "After Nangong girl returned, you must have examined her as well." As he spoke, he held the portrait lightly since he already had a basic guess about it, and didn't hurry to unfold it. He sighed gently while stroking the painting. "Naturally, she has been thoroughly researched. The so-called Nangong girl disappeared on that side, and we've meticulously checked all places she might have gone. We've found that the Nangong girl indeed stayed in this courtyard. Very good. I have a general understanding now. General, you've worked hard." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and a few maidservants walked out, showing they were not far away. One of them stepped forward and began to bow down. "Young master, may I ask for your orders?" Chapter 112, The Former Empress and Nangong Qingjing. U6, from now on, the new master is this Fong general standing before you. This simply cannot be done. General, do you find the women I have given to be vulgar? Let me tell you frankly, these young ladies each have their own charm, and all of them are untouched. Sang he said with a faint smile. Your actions always surprise me. I've sent people to investigate, but many return empty-handed. Clearly, you put your heart into this. How can I, as your servant, be like others? The general continued while casting an eye towards the nearby women who were smiling sweetly. Seeing this, the general also laughed. These are rewards for you. Didn't I just notice you looking at it? As he spoke, he approached an ancient rack, which held a fine sword. This sword was indeed exceptional. For the past few days, this sword has been resonating softly. Do you know why? While saying this, he unsheathed the sword and immediately swung it. Before the military advisor could react, the blade had already landed near his shoulder. The advisor's face turned pale with fear because he had never seen Zisang he wield arms in such a way. People generally thought that Zisang he only excelled in strategy and planning. However, what they didn't know was that the man standing before them executed everything perfectly, including the fluidity of his current movements. Prince. The advisor was speechless, gazing vacantly at Zisang he. I, your loyal subordinate, haven't neglected anything for you. Please, spare me. What made you so scared? I merely wish to inform you that this fine blade is yours. Moreover, these fair maidens and a chest full of dazzling gold are all gifts for you. With that, he handed the sword over to the advisor. Overwhelmed, the advisor began bowing repeatedly. A sword, beauties, gold and jewels. These were the best tools to win someone's loyalty. Even one of them alone could make anyone compliant. The three together were irresistible. The advisor was already grinning widely. The matter at hand will surely be first known by me, correct? Zisang he questioned. He detested disloyalty, but he trusted the advisor, whom he himself had placed there. This sword, after all, was intentionally prepared beforehand. He knew that the advisor had a fondness for weapons. As for the women, granting them to the advisor served two purposes. First, it demonstrated the ruler's knowledge of even the smallest details, which was important for maintaining authority. Furthermore, these women were highly trained and strategically positioned beside the advisor to help monitor him. Everything had been arranged flawlessly, and regarding the treasure, well, that would be bestowed later by the court. Thank you, my lord. You're the first person to learn of this, and I am someone who keeps secrets well. The advisor received the fine sword reverently while speaking. Good. I hope I remain the last person to hear about this. For now, I don't need you to alarm anyone prematurely. It has been 6 years already. We must understand both ourselves and our foes to ensure victory next time. Now, I need your assistance in investigating a person. Who? That woman. When did she arrive at the estate? Who is she truly? And what of the former Nan Gongqing Jin? Who was she and what did she do? I need concrete answers, not conjecture. You know what I expect, Zisang he said firmly. Yes, I understand. Wonderful, go ahead and handle it. After a moment, he added, under no circumstances should you trouble that girl. Whether or not she is the previous empress makes no difference. I still have my uses for her. She resembles the empress so closely, it comforts me mentally. In fact, controlling Huang Pu Kongming could be achieved through her. Besides that, by wielding her against Wen Liang, she becomes an effective weapon. If used properly, it can come easily and smoothly from behind. The advisor nodded vigorously before leaving along with the 6 women. He took the sword off the rack, but showed no particular care for it. To him, the price of making a person commit wholeheartedly far outweighed the value of the sword itself, even though it was worth countless treasures. Now, everyone had left. In the dark night, he closed his eyes. The maid who had gone to that room was greatly shocked. She saw the clothes in front of the painting and the faint, murky white stains on the ground. She could hardly believe what she was seeing, yet these were all clearly things she witnessed herself. The maid fumbled around, hastily cleaning up the filth on the floor. She couldn't help but think how incredibly perverted Zisang he really was, to a painting like that. He acted so obscenely. Truly, knowing someone's face is easy, but knowing their heart is impossible. That night, Nan Gongqing Jin was with Lu Meyer. Of course, this Lu Meyer was the real Lu Meyer. This girl appeared frail, her face flushed red. In recent days, Nan Gongqing Jin had decided to keep her here, staying together for mutual support. With the medicine combined with his own medical skills, the girl had gradually gotten better. At night, none of the 3 girls could sleep. Summer nights were long, and they sat on the rooftop gazing at the stars and moon through the shadows of the leaves. Miss, tonight's moon looks very beautiful. Look, it resembles a huge silver plate, Sienna said as she leaned against Nan Gongqing Jin. In fact, whenever moments like this came, Nan Gongqing Jin would miss home. People often said that Nan Gongqing Jin didn't have a home. But where was there truly someone without a family? Nan Gongqing Jin did have a family. It had only been destroyed. It was due to war, due to the wicked factional struggles within the imperial court. Now, Nan Gongqing Jin suppressed the sorrow constantly bubbling up inside her, pointing at the moon and saying, I don't know what it looks like, but it's very beautiful. Mayor, what do you think? How would I know? I just find it beautiful. As she spoke, she softly added, Thank you, Miss Ningong. If it weren't for you, I'd really be finished by now. When I get better, I will help you. Little Hong cannot stay. That woman has a habit of repaying kindness with ingratitude. I've already forgotten about it. Nan Gongqing Jin was rather magnanimous. At that moment, one of the maids nearby lightly asked, Have you ever liked him? Him? What him? Clearly, Nan Gongqing Jin didn't have to answer. After all, she was a woman, and women had every right to choose whether to act unruly or pretend not to see, because women can feel shy or tsundurly. But Nan Gongqing Jin was different. Sienna understood Nan Gongqing Jin, and as for the other girl nearby, even though she knew her question was off limits, she still hoped Nan Gongqing Jin would respond. Luckily, Nangong Qingjin didn't seem perturbed, her clear eyes gazing at the moon. Him? Is it Huang Pu Kongming? There won't be anyone else. I've liked him before, but I realized that this person isn't suitable for me, nor for you, not for any of us. What he likes is power and position. That's what he wants. He may look happy outwardly, but he's not. His eyes have betrayed himself. His persistence toward imperial authority is relentless. I know. The girl bit her lips, looking at Nangong Qingjin. If I have a chance, I still want to see the prince again. The prince's life has been hard. Your life has been great. For all these years, has that rotten man Huang Pu Kongming come to see you even once? Has he? With this question, unexpectedly, the girl didn't show offense and smiled lightly. He's busy. Regardless if he comes or not, I always love him, and my feelings haven't changed. Bah! Nangong Qingjin scolded gently, grasping the girl's hand. I thought after some time you would leave with me, but it seems you aren't going anywhere. However, that's fine. You're staying for the one you love. I, on the other hand, am leaving for the one I love. Surprisingly, the girl actually nodded. Nangong Qingjin slightly sneered. It's no longer safe here. A few days ago when I went out, I saw many soldiers on the hilltop. They're not here with good intentions. I advise you to leave with me in the future. Take care of yourself. When I'm ready, I'll go. Nangong, where are you going? She asked, while watching Nangong Qingjin. In truth, where? This was a question that Nangong Qingjin had considered countless times, yet despite considering it countless times, she still had no definitive answer. While gazing at the moon, Nangong Qingjin pointed at herself. In the future, I'll leave the capital city and live a life of simple tea and plain food in a remote place. Isn't that nice? Will you be lonely? No. Nangong Qingjin replied while hugging Sienna. I have Sienna. Sienna will stay by my side. How could I be lonely? As for you, if possible, I could take you away too. Living in Chang'an isn't easy. Don't hesitate anymore. Think it over and answer me when the time comes. It seemed that Nangong Qingjin was really leaving, and she truly intended to take her along. What significance was there for this pitiful girl staying here all alone? Nevertheless, she forced a desolate smile. My heart has already taken root here. I've heard you say that this place is surrounded, yet strangely, I am delighted. I believe the prince will emerge victorious. If the prince wins, then I can come forward. But if the prince fails, it doesn't matter either, because mutual destruction wouldn't be such a bad outcome, would it? She continued softly while lightly laughing. Then I can die together with him, which would be fine. Girl, have you gone mad? Coincidentally, just as Nangong Qingjin was about to rebuke her, the girl managed to smile, looking perfectly composed without a trace of trouble. Well, everyone should sweep their own doorstep, Nangong Qingjin muttered. Well, I'm sleepy now, so I'll rest. Tomorrow, take care of her, Nangong Qingjin instructed Sienna while holding the nearby girl's hand. When you two are together, look out for each other. Because of certain debts, I'm quite anxious right now. That Mr. Bai appears to be a kind person. I'll go ask him for help. Once everything is settled, I can leave. Thank you. The girl said this again. Don't be so formal. Thank you. Thank you. You clearly don't hold me in high regard. All right, I'm off. And with that, Nangong Qingjin gracefully descended from the roof, leaving the two girls staring at each other blankly for some time before Sienna finally supported her. In truth, she's all bark and no bite. Her words might not sound nice, but they're good intentions. Chapter 113. Who exactly is Bai Sir? This was indeed the case. Anyone who spent some time with Nangong Qingjin would know that she was a person who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm-hearted within, quite different from others. A doctor's heart of benevolence meant that in reality, she didn't harbor any ill intentions. This night seemed long, and now even Lu Mayer herself had started to consider her next steps. It had to be said, there were certain people whose appearance could immediately reset your worldview. As soon as you encountered such a person, you'd realize there was another way to live. Nangong Qingjin was that kind of person. Now, although she had left, what she left behind for Lu Mayer was still that most beautiful, most graceful impression. The next day, everything at Han Ting Yuan remained as it always had been. People continued with their daily routines. Nangong Qingjin woke up early, partly because recently she'd resolved many things in her life. Early to bed and early to rise was naturally the best biological clock. And secondly, she had originally planned to go out today. While thinking this, she had already packed everything and was dressed properly. Recalling her last outing, how easily she had fallen victim to deception, she now reminded herself early on to be cautious about everything. Sienna woke up after her and helped Nangong Qingjin prepare breakfast for 3 people. As the 3 sat down at the table, Nangong Qingjin had already boiled the medicine for the day and explained its dosage before eating herself. Sienna and Lu Mayer were silently quiet throughout the meal, and afterward, the 3 parted ways. Since Sienna took care of everything well, Nangong Qingjin felt no need to worry. Now, looking back frequently, she departed once more, recalling having gone through that gap previously. This time it was a familiar path. Not long after, she reached the main road. Fortunately, he was very clear on his destination, walking along the roadside while keeping an eye out for any carriage descending the mountain. However, luck wasn't great today. By the foot of the mountain, she had already spent an hour and yet hadn't seen a single carriage. Determined to continue her journey towards the market, strangely enough, asking around about Bai Gongzi, renowned far and wide, proved extremely difficult. It took a lot of turns and twists before she finally found him. Zi saying he had not gone anywhere today. Zi saying he didn't expect Nangong Qingjin to be such a person of her word. After all, it was only a matter of 20 taels of silver. Upon hearing someone's report, he immediately smiled and went toward the door. Why bother coming out personally to greet me? Sending someone would have been fine. She saw him appear gracefully like a fairy under the sunlight, smiled faintly, and followed closely behind him. The young man looked bright as before, just as handsome and suave as ever. Upon hearing her words, Zi Sanghe's lips curved into a faint, beautiful smile, which under the sun appeared stunningly attractive. Nan Gongqing gazed at Zi Sanghe's tall figure, and they arrived together while chatting. This estate was different from Huang Fukongming's place. At Huang Fukongming's, everything was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. People were constantly preparing for war, seemingly ready for battle at any moment. But here, there weren't so many people. Everyone appeared less hurried. From afar, seeing Zi Sanghe bring in an unfamiliar woman, they quietly stood by and greeted respectfully. She hadn't anticipated that when these people looked at her, their gazes seemed strangely familiar. She couldn't imagine that the man before her was truly one who could eat a person whole without spitting out the bones. As the two moved forward, after a while, they passed through a long corridor and entered a medium-sized flower hall. Though not overly extravagant, the hall was meticulously cleaned, windows polished clean and free of dust. Nan Gongqing glanced at the furnishings around her and internally marveled. This was taste. This was sophistication. In such a pleasant setting, a person's overall demeanor relaxed as well. The two exchanged smiles, and Zi Sanghe waved to let the nearby maids fetch tea. Previously, Zi Sanghe had exerted every ounce of effort trying to expose this woman, but unexpectedly, today, this woman came out effortlessly without him needing to search for her. Now, both were smiling. I also wanted to ask the young lady, did you return home safely last time? It has made me uneasy. You traveling alone always causes concern, he said while watching the woman before him. Nan Gongqing smiled faintly and shifted her gaze back from observing the house. Rest assured, I am accustomed to being cautious with my actions. There will be no safety issues. While speaking, she watched the maid serve the tea. Lord deals in silk and cosmetics. Although the man before her exuded beauty softened of sharp edges, there was more than met the eye beneath the surface. But it couldn't be said that he lacked a sense of masculinity. As soon as this question was asked, Bai Gongzi in front of her had already smiled, his leisurely gaze meeting the eyes of the woman before him. Young lady has an excellent memory, he said as he added. Enjoy a cup of shueting hansue. While speaking, he gently extended the teacup in his hand. Thank you. She nodded while she began to sip the tea. Even the tea demonstrated impeccable taste. It was shueting hansue, a kind of tea that tasted extremely good. The first sip was quite bitter, but the tea offered a pleasant aftertaste. After the initial bitterness subsided, a faint fragrance remained. After tasting the tea, Nan Gongqing smiled warmly at the man before her. The last time I came, I deeply appreciated your assistance and borrowed 20 taels of silver from you. Now, I've come here to return the money. While speaking, she extended her hand, reaching into her money pouch to retrieve the silver. However, the warm hand of the man extended and lightly covered hers. Confused by his gesture, Nan Gongqing looked at the man in puzzlement. Zi Sanghe laughed. Such a trivial matter. Wealth is external. You're risking your life over these trifles, which truly bewilders me. How could this be a trivial matter? It pertains to a person's integrity and character. If I didn't return now, what sort of person would I become? To you, perhaps these silvers were merely a bit of charity, but to me, they are literally life-saving funds. While speaking, without any hesitation, she took out a gold hairpin from her pocket. Nan Gongqing didn't possess many real valuables. This was merely from the leftovers left behind by the maid in the small black room. And regarding silver calculations or such things, she had no idea about them at all. She was originally an inexperienced young girl. Now, as she took out the gold hairpin, Zi Sanghe gave it a glance, then smiled approvingly. Young lady, you're extraordinary. I, by Murin, will definitely count you as my friend. While speaking, he immediately instructed someone nearby to exchange the silver for her. What exchange? I've already made it very clear that this hairpin represents your previous help to me. This equals bartering. There's no need for further formalities. While speaking, she stood up to leave. Young lady, please wait a moment. Seeing her leaving, he finally stood up. Are you going to leave so soon? I have traveled far from the villa here, and naturally, I should return early. She spoke and gestured as if ready to leave. By then, Zi Sanghe had already smiled, his phoenix-like eyes flickering with amusement. If you trust me, I'll arrange a small carriage for you. A quick ride will send you back. Well, since I don't know the area well, no. Actually, this way I'd be in your debt again. Let me do it on my own. Young lady just mentioned not knowing the area. In such a case, accepting someone's offer of help is perfectly acceptable. Since I consider you a friend, might I ask if you consider me one too? Having said that, Nan Gongqing found herself unable to decline his polite request, nodding reluctantly. It does seem rather troublesome, she sighed while saying that. It's still early. Outside, the world is chaotic. My carriage driver is trustworthy, and everything else will be arranged accordingly. My meaning is, since it's not peaceful outside, you shouldn't rush to leave. Let me take you around the market. How does that sound? Well, Nan Gongqing hesitated, glancing down at her plain attire. Although inner cultivation can make a person radiant regardless of clothing, this era indeed prioritized outward appearances before appreciating the person inside. Her simple hairstyle and cloth dress compared unfavorably to Bai Gongzi's elegant robes, which made Nan Gongqing feel somewhat inferior. If you have time, there's plenty of time. I am a businessman. It's not like I have to be glued to my abacus every day. With a hearty laugh, Bai Gongzi strode toward Nan Gongqing. In the capital city, you've sought the right person. I know a lot of people, and I can ensure you won't get ripped off while we're out. That's great. Thank you, Bai Gongzi. Nangong Qingjin quickly arrived at the market with Zisong He. Previously, Nangong Qingjin hadn't visited the market. Earlier still, purchases were handled by Xianer. For her, the deceit and trickery of this place was something she'd only heard of and never experienced. After experiencing it twice, one couldn't help but feel that caution was best in some matters. Since such a good friend was willing to offer help, there really was no reason not to accept it. With that thought, she immediately followed him. However, as Nangong Qingjin herself felt that her clothing wasn't up to par, she deliberately kept a distance from Zisong He. Little did she know, Zisong He had no intention of increasing this distance between them and purposefully stayed by her side. This act sent a warm wave through Nangong Qingjin's heart. This man didn't scorn the poor or favor the rich. His concept of money was quite vague. Typically, businessmen were meticulous with even the smallest calculations, yet the man beside her didn't seem like that at all. With that, he continued walking ahead until they reached a silk shop. The silk shop was not only a place for buying silks and embroidery, but more importantly, the clothes inside were top-notch in the city. Once they entered, Nangong Qingjin's face flushed red. For so long, in her memory, never had a boy taken her here to pick out clothes for herself. She couldn't help but blush from embarrassment. However, Zisong He appeared as if he hadn't noticed anything. Or perhaps, being someone of great wit, he had seen through it all and chose not to say a word. Not a single syllable escaped his lips as he reached the counter. The shopkeeper, keen-eyed, spotted Prince Zisong He from afar and broke into a cold sweat. Zisong He often disguised himself to inspect his domain incognito. Yet this person understood fair trading very well. More peculiarly, when it came to indulgence in women, he showed no particular fondness. Instead, he harbored an admiration for the silks and various garments in the shop. Now, seeing Zisong He accompanied by a maid, the shopkeeper grew visibly startled, beads of perspiration rolling down his face. Chapter 114. The feeling of making friends with Satan. This was not the main issue. When the timid young girl raised her eyes to look at the shopkeeper, he immediately took 2 steps back. In the past, before Empress Dowager passed away, people had seen her portrait. Now comparing it with the girl in front of him, they were almost identical. Old shopkeeper, there's no need to be so nervous. Haven't you seen enough beauties here? Can you help me find some nice clothes for my friend? We want the biggest discount and the best price, but the quality must be good. We've known each other for many years. You know my temper. Although Zisong He was smiling while saying this, Nangong Qingjin could always sense a hint of warning and mockery in his voice. However, she didn't think about it further. Zisong He had already lightly patted the old shopkeeper on the back, causing the latter to fall down to the ground. Nangong Qingjin immediately stepped forward. Old shopkeeper, you're physically weak. Look at your sweat, said Nangong Qingjin, while helping the old shopkeeper up. Under Zisong He's warning gaze, the shopkeeper became more serious and immediately took out various styles of clothing hanging on the wall beside him. Miss, take a look at this green silk gown, which is our latest style. It's made of ice silk, the finest quality that comes from Jiangnan. There's also a blouse underneath. It will make you look very delicate. Miss, please see. Nangong Qingjin's attention was already focused on the nearby clothes. The garments were indeed excellent, refreshing to the eye. The green silk gown paired with light white skirt was the best combination. Nangong Qingjin couldn't stop admiring it. Noticing her desire to buy, the shopkeeper nodded and allowed her to try the clothing inside. On this side, the two looked at each other in bewilderment, the shopkeeper sweating even more profusely. Quietly, he knelt down by the side. Young master, spare my life. Spare my life. Get up. I've brought such a mysterious woman here today, as if you haven't seen her, right? Of course not. I haven't seen anything. The shopkeeper could do nothing else but tell a lie. Hearing this, he immediately laughed and waved his hand. People who know how to protect themselves are the cutest and most worth living. You can rest assured, after I leave, no one will cause you any trouble. But, his gaze grew cold and dangerous. You'd better not pretend to be pitiful now. For now, receive others the way you received us. While speaking, he slightly lowered his head and wouldn't even glance at the shopkeeper anymore. Doesn't it look good? A proud voice from the room broke the silence. Not only the shopkeeper, even Zisong He standing lazily on the side, lit up their eyes. It had to be admitted that the shopkeeper had good taste. No matter whether from the style or material or other aspects, these clothes were truly excellent. Most importantly, wearing such good clothes suited the woman standing in front perfectly. It was like they were tailor-made for her. She stared straight ahead. Good, really good. Then, I'll take this piece of clothing, she said cheerfully and approached the shopkeeper. Indeed, the shopkeeper gave her the greatest discount, and the woman immediately smiled sweetly and pulled out the silver coin exchanged earlier by Zisong He to pay. After settling the bill, the shopkeeper arranged for someone to place her old clothes in a box. It wasn't over yet. As she prepared to leave, Zisong He said again, the shopkeeper here is an intimate friend of my father. If you buy more, there will be more free items and discounts. If you still like something, go ahead and buy it. Seeing that the price wasn't too high, she ended up choosing 2 more pieces for herself, then bought 2 sets of clothes each for her maid Xianer and the little maid. In fact, facing Zisong He, how would the shopkeeper dare to raise the price exorbitantly? It wasn't because of Zisong He's influence that the clothes were cheap. It was due to Zisong He's expression clearly instructing the shopkeeper to lower the price significantly. Can't believe that such fine clothes in the city aren't expensive. The two walked down the street. Nangong Qingjin, while saying this, gently turned around showing off her green silk dress. All the girlish charm was displayed fully. Just moments ago, she was covered in dirt. Now walking beside Zisong He, she truly formed a perfect pair. As long as I'm here, you won't be shortchanged. Actually, just as they were leaving the counter, Zisong he gave this old shopkeeper one of his white jade hairpins. The shopkeeper knew its worth. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but in reality, it was used by royalty and was truly invaluable. Young ladies should look like young ladies. Now, I'll take you to pick out some jewelry. You certainly have plenty of jewelry, but these are all outdated. Nowadays in the capital, people like the spirit snake bun and fallen horse bun styles for their hairdos. People favor green plumes ornaments and various novel designs of golden pendants. Let me take you there and show you. Oh, with young Masterby as my guide today, I am simply overjoyed. Go on, lead the way, show me something spectacular. Upon seeing Nangua Qingjin act this way, he finally understood. She wasn't the previous Empress Dowager. The former Empress Dowager was a cold and stern person. That kind of chill could still be felt through a layer of pearl curtains. Back then, when Empress Dowager was around, he remembered reporting to her once in Fengzhou Palace. All he had seen was her chilly back profile. She didn't speak much, but every word she did say was precise and icy. She kept others at arm's length. The girl before him now was quite the opposite, down to earth, saying whatever came to mind and doing whatever she wanted. There was no sign that this girl was pretending to be anything other than herself. Their gazes slightly intersected for a moment. She noticed his brief distraction and couldn't help but smile faintly, fixing her eyes on the man before her. Is there dirt on my face? There isn't any, miss. Your beauty rivals that of the most fragrant flowers in the nation. Just now, I unintentionally looked at you a bit too much. He was ready to see Nangua Qingjin's reaction, and beside her, she immediately laughed, her beautiful laughter almost reaching her eyes. Her wet and lively eyes, like dark grapes, shone brightly. Young master is truly skilled at teasing people. What's so special about me? As she spoke, she continued walking forward. Young Masterby was familiar with the terrain of the capital as if it were the palm of his hand. Not long after, the two had already arrived at the next place, entering a not too large nor too small storefront. Bring out your finest jewels here, and make sure they are the latest trend. Don't give us something common. He said this while already seating himself nearby where guests were entertained. When the shopkeeper saw it was this notorious playboy, he felt an immense headache and hesitated for a long time. Then, that piercing gaze swept over, forcing the shopkeeper to swallow back what he was about to say. Afterward, the shopkeeper brought out one treasure after another from the store, a lot of them pure gold and silver, which made them rather pricey in the first place. Nangua Qingjin still needed improvement in terms of aesthetic appreciation, but while choosing, she followed the recommendations of Zisong he entirely. Before long, Zisong he had already helped Nangua Qingjin select 3 very distinct sets of headpieces. These 3 sets looked practically identical, equally extravagant. The pearls above were exquisite and round, smooth as pearls and jade. The gold gleamed brilliantly, and even the additional details enhanced by the enamel work, imported specially from the Sichuan region, bore considerable value. These indeed ranked as the top treasures in the shop. Fearfully, the shopkeeper selected everything without hesitation. Soon after, the pair smiled as they pocketed their newly acquired items. People often complained that things in the capital were expensive, but Nangua Qingjin did not feel that way. With a delighted grin, she paid, and once they stepped outside, Zisong he turned to look at Nangua Qingjin. Now transformed into a whole new self. You're different from before. All you're missing is our cosmetic powders. I don't use these very often. But you're a young lady. If you don't use it now, using it later when you've lost your youth would be regrettable. I will gift it to you. Whether you choose to use it or not is up to you. Zisong he said this while leading Nangua Qingjin towards his own store. Naturally, this wasn't actually his own store. But coincidentally, the nameplate read, White Record. Upon entering the shop, Zisong he exchanged a glance with the shopkeeper, and already, the latter approached, speechless, unsure of what to say. I don't visit here often. Continue your business. Don't fear becoming such a bundle of nerves. I won't eat you alive. Zisong he spoke lightly while bestowing a gentle smile. Of these items, recommend one style. I heard we carry a certain. The shopkeeper had already caught the meaning from that glance. Young master, please come this way. Please come this way. Meanwhile, Nangua Qingjin stood there observing on her own. In all her years, she never realized that even a simple fragrance could vary so significantly into 3, 6, 9 categories. There were so many scents, ranging from sandalwood, osmanthus, gardenia, lavender, jasmine, to so many others. One by one, they were like treasures in her palm as she looked at and selected them. These items that she had never favored before. I've heard your shop has a kind of incense. If a person uses it, they can be traced from afar. Is that correct? As she spoke, she glanced at the shopkeeper who immediately nodded. Such an incense did exist, but the court's Western Bureau always uses this kind of incense for tracking people. You, fetch this incense out now, and I will surely reward you generously. As she said this, she ignored the stunned shopkeeper completely. With no choice, the shopkeeper reluctantly glanced at Zisong, he who was leisurely drinking tea, seated comfortably. The shopkeeper sighed repeatedly, then stepped toward the front. Miss, all these are ordinary perfumes. Our store has the best kind. Since you're Lord's friend, we definitely should recommend it to you. Take a look at this. The shopkeeper spoke while pulling out a box. Nangua Qingjin knew a great deal about medicinal herbs and poisons, but when it came to fragrances, she was a complete novice. When she held the cloisonné stoppered box, she brought it close to her nose and sniffed gently. It was a faint, mild scent, soft yet comforting, warm and soothing. What is this? It is a very popular and excellent fragrance, with the longest lasting quality among all the scents. How could I recommend it to just anyone? It carries the essence of the orchid from a secluded valley. Please, give it a try. As the shopkeeper spoke, he took out a small silver spoon, lightly shaking it, extracting a bit of the perfume. Chapter 115. Human faces are always in disguise. Nangong Qingjin was gently handed the box. If it were left unopened, that would have been fine. However, once opened, the faint fragrance inside gradually became more intense. The rich aroma wasn't overpowering but brought an indescribable sense of comfort. This one will do. I think it's quite nice. How much does it cost? She assumed it must be expensive. The shopkeeper glanced helplessly at Zisong, he standing nearby, and immediately offered a charming smile. Young lady, you are the shopkeeper's friend. Sir Zisong has already said, as long as it is something you like, feel free to use it here without needing to pay a penny. I can't accept this. If it's like that, then I don't want it. Nangong Qingjin quickly handed the box back. The shopkeeper was in a dilemma, neither willing to take nor refuse it. Finally, he looked troubled towards the woman, and only then did Zisong he rise from his seat. To gift rouge to a beauty, if even such a small token requires cash in hand from you, how could we ever become good friends? It's a little present I'm giving you. Just keep it for your own use. There's no need to talk about silver or money. It seems like you're thinking I'm trying to sell you something today. Clearly, Zisong he was angry, leaving Nangong Qingjin with no choice but to stick her tongue out and hold on to the box. Alright, since that's the case, I won't give you any silver, but I will also gift you something. Here, take this. While speaking, she pulled out an embroidered sachet. In their era, sachets were commonly used as tokens of love. After all, every woman kept her sachet close to her skin. However, Nangong Qingjin had no such thoughts. She was unaware of the trend in the capital city, but upon tossing the sachet, Zisong he grabbed it at once. If you wear this sachet, it will protect you against all poisons. She continued. As you've given me a gift, I return the favor with a light, yet heartfelt present. Don't discard it casually. Although there's nothing particularly special in it, the medicines inside are meant to counter viruses. If you are poisoned, just use it, truly resistant to all poisons. Upon hearing this, Zisong he looked earnestly at Nangong Qingjin. Is that true? She's joking, huh? In fact, it was true. Later events would confirm it. Both of them chuckled as they moved forward, retracing their steps. Zisong he mentioned that he would see her back home. Nangong Qingjin thought, since they had transportation, she bought some pastries along the way. This small gesture was aimed at stockpiling food. Though it was a minor action, Zisong he still asked, do you not have this at your home? I live in dependency with my maid and a close female friend, originally owning nothing. It would truly be inconvenient to invite you over for a visit. But when I find time, I'll definitely bring you to take a look. You will surely be greatly shocked to learn that I emerged from such an environment. Sighing while explaining, take the items from me, don't carry anything. When with boys, don't tire yourself. Seeing that Nangong Qingjin was holding so many things, Lord Zisong he, who usually appeared aloof, immediately showed his charm, handing her everything. Nangong Qingjin didn't know what sugar-coated bullets were, nor could she have anticipated that this man had intentions behind everything he did together with her. Buying clothes was to check if she truly had any previous knowledge about garments. But they discovered that although Nangong Qingjin was a natural beauty, she preferred the kind of natural beauty which valued simplicity without too much embellishment rather than focusing on other gestures. When they went to the cosmetics area, the intent was merely to track Nangong Qingjin using a particular scent to figure out exactly where she lived, in order to determine whether this woman was the same person as the former empress. From Nangong Qingjin's words, it seemed she had two female friends. Initially, he suspected that Nangong Qingjin lived in Huafeng Coming's estate, but after further thought, no, that was not the case. Nangong Qingjin was not staying in Huafeng Coming's mansion. From this woman's actions, one could tell she led a life of independence with two maids. This woman was truly incapable of lying. After spending the entire day, one could say their excursion proved fruitful. After placing the box on the carriage, as it was summer, even by dusk during the evening hours, the sun was still fiercely hot. Nangong Qingjin requested Huafeng Kongming to accompany her to Nangong Park to take a look. The current state of Nangong Park, after suffering the ravages of fire last time, had turned into a large expanse of ashes. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin felt a deep sense of sorrow. I haven't been here for so long. Now taking a look, the past prosperity is gone. Fortunately, the surrounding villages were still intact. Nangong Qingjin looked at the ruins when Uncle Zhou came. Upon seeing Nangong Qingjin, he immediately stepped forward with excitement. Oh, Miss Nangong. You are alive. You are alive. You have returned. You have returned. The Zhou family, originally the poorest peasants enduring the harshest hardships, had never imagined that in his lifetime, Uncle Zhou would once again see Nangong Qingjin. His joy was indescribable. Uncle Zhou, is your family well? Good, doing fine. And you? Those soldiers were truly unreasonable and tyrannical. It's all because of me. This old man caused harm to you. They burned this place down completely. You must have suffered greatly recently. Alas, alas. Uncle Zhou sighed, while stomping his feet in guilt. Uncle, I'm fine. Although they took me away, these soldiers were also troubled. After I went there, I quickly became successful. The estate being destroyed doesn't matter. Anyway, I will rebuild it soon. But I won't settle here anymore. I'll inform you of the specific address later. If anything happens to your family, just come over. Good, Miss Nangong, it's good. Distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Being neighbors with you for 3 years has truly made this old man happy. I am truly blessed by fate. When you rise again, my wife and I will definitely be there immediately. Miss, it's all because of this old man that you suffered such hardship. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. You shouldn't feel like this, it's not your fault at all. As she spoke, she smiled. Although Uncle Joe had blurred vision, he could still see the man in white clothes beside her. Who is this? One moment, miss, you're already married. How wonderful. Uncle Joe happily observed them. Though Nangong Qingjin originally intended to explain, the man in white robes beside her laughed and nodded. It wasn't until Uncle Joe left that Nangong Qingjin scolded her best friend. Why did you not? I and you are obviously not in that kind of relationship. You've caused Uncle Joe to misunderstand us. As she spoke, she sighed, walked forward, and frequently turned back. The shadow of the man behind her, dark under the setting sun, had fallen on the wild grass and even onto her own clothes. Although we aren't, it seems that Uncle Joe is quite concerned about you. Do you want him to continue worrying? A woman gains confidence only when she is with a man. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin realized after a short delay. Well, it's better than making Uncle worry. Previously, how many years have you lived here? He asked, looking at Nangong Qingjin casually. Without much thought, Nangong Qingjin glanced at the already abandoned courtyard. After a long time, she sighed. It's been 3 years. I thought I would dominate here forever, but I never expected that I heard that before you only treated commoners and ignored wealthy officials. Ho, what you're saying sounds like criticism. I treat commoners because I clearly understand their poverty. It's hard for them to afford medical care. Since I have the ability, I still help them. As for the rich, there are good ones too, but I don't wish for rich people to come here and shout orders around as if they are superior. Of course, I am not anti-wealthy. For you, I will always remain the same. Don't worry. She said this as she moved forward through the vast stretch of weeds. Once out from the field of wild grass, her gaze fell onto the distance. She remained silent for a very long time before letting out a faint smile. White gentleman has extensive connections in the capital city, right? Hearing Nangong Qingjin say this, Zisong he smiled and bowed slightly. Dare I admit it, I'm only decent. Don't be so humble. Now, I need your help. I'm not planning to stay where I used to live. What you said earlier is true. There are already many soldiers stationed there. If there's an actual conflict, the 3 of us girls should leave early. We are innocent, so what does Miss mean? Zisong, he looked at the young woman in front of him. He had to admit that this girl had foresight. My intention is already clear. Since white gentleman has so many connections, can you please help me find a better place? I need a better place to settle down. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows with a light smile. However, if you cannot help me, that's okay too. I'll find it myself. You're quite easy to deceive yourself. It's just an estate, and I can help you get it done. I don't have much money on me today. I'll owe you for now, but after what happened before, I do not dare to stick to my original principles. So, I will still treat the rich. You haven't seen my medical skills yet. If a wealthy person comes to me, I can quickly raise the money for you. Just trust me in everything, she said, assuming that white gentleman would refuse. After all, they had only met by chance and were mere nodding acquaintances. However, Nangong Qingjin was truly surprised when Zisong he immediately nodded without hesitation. Your affairs are this gentleman's affairs. If I don't do them well, wouldn't I make you look down on me? Tell me, what kind of estate do you need? I'll immediately start planning for it, he said, showing great interest in the topic because he wanted to figure out exactly who Nangong Qingjin was. In fact, it's not difficult to find one. First of all, it must be quiet. I like peace and don't enjoy movement. This you already know, Nangong Qingjin said calmly as she continued. Secondly, it needs to be far from the city-states. In times of war, it's already hard for me as a woman to stand on my own. Thirdly, Nangong Qingjin added, it would be best if it's close to you. I don't have a strong backbone right now, so everything still depends on your support, sir. I'm here to lend you a helping hand, Zisong he said, looking up at the sky which was gradually darkening. The carriage is ready. I originally planned to see you off, but... Chapter 116, deliberately entwining with her. Though I may see you off for 1,000 miles, we will part eventually. Anyway, we'll meet again soon, young master, so until we meet again, she said as she stepped into the carriage, Zisong he helping Nangong Qingjin onto the carriage. After entering the carriage, Zisong he finally let out a soft laugh. Take care on your journey. I'll give you good news. I look forward to hearing it, she replied and added. With all the chaos outside, please return soon. I shall go now. With that, she turned and left gracefully. Zisong he smiled faintly. At first, he wasn't certain if she was Empress Hulian, but now, it seemed increasingly clear that she had no direct connection to Empress Hulian. However, how could there be someone in this world who resembled another so uncannily? The features on her face were identical, down to every eyebrow crease when she became upset, resembling exactly what he'd seen before in Empress Hulian. Yet she had some deep secrets that she couldn't or wouldn't reveal, or perhaps in her current role as Empress Hulian, she needed to hide behind a mask at all times. These questions came flooding in. Zisong he pondered silently. Despite being considered extraordinarily clever, in this matter he suddenly realized how blind and foolish he truly was, unable to understand what precisely Nangong Qingjin's actions represented or what they were aimed for. The previous Empress Hulian had been cold and distant, as straightforward as an iceberg, not at all like the present-day her with her amiable conversation and radiant smiles, a beauty that struck deeply. As he watched the woman get in the carriage and depart, Zisong his expression changed. Then he turned around and smelled his palm, finding the special fragrance used for tracking over thousands of miles on it. It wasn't poison, but allowed one to monitor its bearer from afar. Now, Nan Gongqingjin had already gone back. She had never imagined that she would encounter such a remarkable friend in her lifetime, someone truly willing to share everything with her. Leveraging this friend's network, she could accomplish much. He knew many people, and he acted efficiently and decisively, being very upright and straightforward in his dealings. For her, befriending such an upstanding individual was a true pleasure. Now, she leisurely descended from the carriage, tipping the driver. This driver, however, refused to accept the silver. "Miss, I have already promised my master. How can I take your money? Your safe arrival is more important than anything else. Please take care, Mississippi." "That's also fine. Tell your master that gratitude needs no words. When I rise again someday, I will certainly remember him," Nan Gongqingjin said, waving her hand. "What about these boxes? Should I help you take them to your house, or will you carry them yourself?" The boxes were quite large, and although their contents weren't numerous, it still looked hard for a young girl to carry them alone. Still, Nan Gongqingjin merely smiled upon seeing the wooden box. "I can handle it myself. Don't worry about me," she said lightly, then started walking towards the front. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin smile, the carriage driver followed with a dark grin. Nobody noticed the sinister curl of his lips at that moment. By the time Nan Gongqingjin returned to Hanting Courtyard, it was already evening. The heat of the day had entirely dissipated, yet after such a long journey, she was drenched in sweat. After putting down the wooden box, Sienna and the maids immediately welcomed her back. "You're finally here. We were all worried about you," the maid said while holding Nan Gongqingjin's hand, spinning her around carefully to check on her condition before finally feeling reassured. "How could anything happen? I've already told you. I went to deliver silver for someone. This white master is a decent man who escorted me back." As Nan Gongqingjin spoke, she recounted the details of her journey. From then on, both maids knew that among Nan Gongqingjin's acquaintances, there was now a mysterious white master, a man whose identity they didn't know, but who was certainly trusted by Nan Gongqingjin. They took out Nan Gongqingjin's belongings, marveling at the colorful garments inside, at the various items bought for them. One by one, tears welled in their eyes, moved by her generosity. "Why are you crying? What's there to cry about? If I had known you would cry like this, I shouldn't have bought these things for you. Sienna, these 2 pieces of clothing are for you. And this one, it's for you. Go try them on and see if they fit. Fits well, it fits perfectly." Sienna nodded her head repeatedly. The maids beside her were deeply moved by Nan Gongqingjin's thoughtfulness. They didn't expect that despite the many difficulties on her trip, she hadn't forgotten about them. "Here are some headdresses and cosmetics I bought for you all. Take a look, select what you like. I don't understand much about these things myself. Miss Ningong, I always doubted your intentions in the past, but now I finally understand how good you truly are. You're a genuinely kind person. Ho ho, don't joke around. Go try them on quickly." Nan Gongqingjin watched as both maids went off to try on their gifts. Only then did she take out a unique rouge from her sleeve, delicately touch a bit of it with her finger, and gently spread it across the back of her hand. A very refreshing fragrance emerged. This scent made one feel immediately refreshed and at peace. Nan Gongqingjin would never have guessed that such an incense would bring unnecessary trouble. After all, this type of incense wasn't abundant, and she had been hesitant to use it herself, carefully keeping it safe. At that very moment, Zi Sanghe in the manor held a sachet in his hands. This sachet was gifted to him by Nan Gongqingjin. Closing his eyes softly, he placed the sachet under his nostrils and inhaled its aroma deeply, which soon infiltrated every part of his body through his breathing. The scent of the sachet was much finer than the aroma he had smelled at noon. Unlike the former, this fragrance wasn't overwhelming but faintly enchanting and medicinal. He lingered close to the sachet, inhaling it intently for a long while before placing it on the table. He then opened his folding fan and began to fan lightly, attempting to disperse the lingering fragrance that refused to fade away. His gaze turned downward, fixing on the person kneeling on the ground. "Did you investigate yet?" His question came coldly, almost like a chilling wind, making the person prostrate on the floor shiver involuntarily. Nevertheless, the reply came swiftly. "I've already investigated. Indeed, this girl has a deep connection with that mountain villa." "Excellent. Tell me everything you know." "You may rise," Zi Sang he said with calm indifference. The man standing up locked eyes with Zi Sang, his piercing tea-green pupils, and continued. "This fragrance could be traced using dogs specially trained for it. The sense of smell in dogs is indeed sensitive." Zi Sang he remarked, simultaneously reaching for a nearby covered bowl. He sipped gently as the water swirled inside, and the tea leaves rose and fell. Before and after each sip, his eye color seemed to flicker unpredictably, with his slender fingers firmly cradling the delicate teacup resembling white jade. It appeared as if he was studying the exquisite patterns on the teacup, seemingly carefree and unbothered. "Yes, your highness might not know this, but the breed of wolfhound I keep has a sense of smell far more acute than ordinary people. It surpasses human capabilities tenfold. They are painstakingly trained specifically for tracking purposes." "Good job." Zi Sang he complimented while putting the cup back down onto the table. With a slight move of his long fingers, the teacup slid slightly toward his companion, who was now greatly honored and surprised by the gesture. "This, a reward," Zi Sang he explained concisely, conveying his intention clearly. Upon hearing this, the individual stepped forward immediately, took hold of the teacup, and drank from it. Then he replied, "I will proceed according to my own methods, letting the police hounds identify the scent while I search the bushes for any clues." It seems clear that this young lady deliberately attempted to cover her tracks along the way. "Without the assistance of these hounds, even if I searched the entire forest all day, I wouldn't find anything significant. However, with the hound's help, I eventually tracked her to the rear mountainside of the villa, where I discovered a wall. A wall. Zhang's fingers brushed against a nearby decorative object, fiddling idly with it as he gazed steadily at the man before him. Yes, master. There's a wall there. After careful examination, I found a gap in the wall which makes entering and exiting relatively easy. Initially, I wanted to venture inside but feared alerting someone prematurely, so I returned instead. He added hesitantly, glancing at Zhang again for guidance. Master's thoughts. This person looked towards Zhang, who slowly smiled, his voice resolute yet composed. Knowing the location is sufficient for now. For the time being, under no circumstances should we raise any alarms. Foxes, after all, are intelligent creatures. Keep a watchful eye and assist me in a task, he said, and this person immediately nodded. My lord, please speak freely. He lightly nodded, slowly smiling. Help this prince find a place by the mountains and water. No matter how much it costs, we must buy an estate, not too far from here. I've already promised her that I'll find her an estate. The prince is a man of his word. Please specify the requirements for the estate, and I shall go and take care of it. It needs to be close to the deep forest for her to gather medicine conveniently, but it also needs to be near here, so I can visit from time to time. After he finished speaking, he added one more sentence. Most importantly, the environment needs to be good. Once you find it, inform me, and I'll make the final selection. Yes, my lord. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There is nothing else. Go ahead. He waved his hand, and this subordinate left. Only then did he grasp the sachet beside him and fall into a light reverie. How exactly had things developed? After the two parted ways, he closed his heavy eyelids. After hanging the sachet on his waist, he slowly walked into the room. The first thing he saw was a painting. He paused while holding the incense candle, standing before the portrait with his pale hand lingering at a certain spot on the painting. He then began pressing back and forth, almost as if torturing the painting itself, as if it possessed human vitality. Finally, he withdrew his hand from the painting and gazed at the space in front of him, lost in silence for a long while. Then he let out a clear laugh, mysterious like a night owl at midnight. I originally intended to burn incense daily for your spirit and pray for your presence in heaven. But I suddenly realized how stubborn you are even now. Are you still alive? You must surely still be alive, right? While speaking, he coldly frowned and forcefully pushed away the incense burner. Chapter 117, Huangfu Kongming's Wrath. This purification room, under normal circumstances, does not allow unauthorized people to enter casually. Upon hearing the frantic screams from inside, the maids at the door were all trembling with fear, worried that even the slightest mistake could drag them into trouble. Inside, he had overturned the incense burner. Then he laughed coldly. You must still be alive. You must still be alive, I believe. You are still alive. He murmured these words as he reached out and embraced the scroll tightly. The people outside the door did not know what this person was sobbing and fussing about inside. He himself was a mystery. When he was cold, he could immediately get angry enough to kill many people. However, when he was gentle, his smile was equally captivating. Now Chu Feng truly can no longer walk upright. Despite exercising daily, some facts cannot be changed by sheer willpower alone. This has made Chu Feng's temper increasingly irritable. Everything has changed. He is extremely restless. Huangfu Kongming wished to visit Chu Feng numerous times, but ultimately refrained. Now, the restlessness of Chu Feng has instilled fear in everyone within the manor. In such a tense atmosphere where every bush and tree seemed an enemy, everything occurring here feels strange. He can no longer stand idly by. It would be best to intervene somehow. The instinctual feeling of losing something. This, Huangfu Kongming understands deeply. Now, it is late, and when Huangfu Kongming arrived at Chu Feng's courtyard, he saw many things on the ground smashed by Chu Feng. The maids nervously started to pick up the pieces. They were so silent, they barely dared to breathe. As their gazes slightly met, they saw Huangfu Kongming approaching and couldn't help coming forward to pay their respects. Lord, my lord. Every maid was terrified, for recently, Chu Feng has almost become unrecognizable as a different person. Retreat. I just want to have a couple of words with the general. Upon hearing this, the maids felt relieved, and they left quickly. When the last maid was gone, only then did Huangfu Kongming approach Chu Feng. Hearing the footsteps, Chu Feng immediately turned around. It was unexpected for him to see Huangfu Kongming come to check on him. His current behavior made him feel somewhat ashamed as he stared at the mess on the floor. Watching, Chu Feng sighed. I greatly wish to honor you with a bow, but I cannot. The bond between us long ago surpassed that of superior and subordinate. Why should we adhere to formality? He said, taking a step closer, and heavily patted Chu Feng's shoulder. I hope you understand. It isn't because I didn't come to visit. It's because I know your heart is now in pain. You don't want to show me this side of you. I comprehend, I understand. But never have I looked down on you for such reasons. After your injury, I doubled the number of secret guards guarding you and doubled the serving maids. I hope you understand my painstaking efforts. Myself, I am now handicapped and unable to walk upright. Alas, said Chu Feng as he sighed and pounded his thighs hard. Chu Feng, I executed Nangong Qingjin not because of her affair with Lu Meyer, but because she poisoned you, causing your paralysis below the waist. But never have I looked down on you for this reason, Chu Feng. Over these many years, all matters great and small within the estate were handled by you. To suddenly be unable to do these things anymore, I can fully empathize with your feelings. Now, I have one wish, that you recover to be as vigorous as before. I have something I wish to tell you. a decision I've already made. Thank you, my lord, for still valuing me. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Even though he was a hardened warrior, he let out a sniffle. Seeing him like this, Huangfu Kongming beside him sighed, trying not to look at those legs or those eyes full of disappointment. Previously, his eyes were so brilliantly luminous, those pupils brimming with resolve. But now, his condition grows worse every day. He's become increasingly self-conscious. Seeing him like this breaks his heart. I plan to send you away from here in the next few days. My lord, though I cannot move anymore, I will rise and fall together with this place. He said every word with great emphasis. Huangfu Kongming had anticipated this response from Chu Feng and immediately extended his hand again, placing it on Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng, it's not like that. Now we are in extreme difficulty. Most importantly, the villa has been surrounded by Wen Liang and Zisong He. If I don't send you away now while you're safe, I'll regret it for a lifetime. As he said this, he sighed. My lord, your subordinate will not leave. Chu Feng, do as I arrange. I've already planned everything for your escape. Outside the estate, I've set aside a large sum of money for you. No matter what, it will be enough for the rest of your life. I can only help you this much, Chu Feng. You have followed me all your life without ever having a proper rest. Use this opportunity to leave and rest well. After saying this, he prepared to leave. Chu Feng sighed wistfully. As Huangfu Kongming's silhouette was about to disappear, he let out another sigh. Ultimately, I am still useless, am I not? I am useless. How could you think such things? I know I'm no longer useful. But have you considered, for a general, living peacefully into old age is inappropriate. Though I can no longer assist you in achieving your ambitions, I have decided to share the same fate with this place. I can no longer die on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide. Can I not even make a grand sacrifice anymore? Chu Feng. Huangfu Kongming did not want to see the dispirited look in Chu Feng's eyes, but he slowly turned back anyway. Chu Feng had already sighed. My lord, Chu Feng has been by your side for 10 years. Since your youth, Chu Feng has been protecting you secretly. Now that you've reached adulthood, even if there's a comeback, there won't be any merit from Chu Feng anymore. But Chu Feng doesn't fear death. A man who cannot serve his country and people, what is the point of living for? Now, I've made up my mind. You go ahead and evacuate the others. Even if I must, I will defend my home and dignity to the death. I will turn this place into an impregnable trap. Anyone who steps in carelessly will not return. Chu Feng, you truly wish to do this? He asked, looking into Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng immediately nodded solemnly. I've desired this for a very long time. Instead of letting me waste away idly, it's better to allow me to unleash my final energy. I'll take down one if I can, or two. I would consider that worth the effort. Chu Feng, I've wronged you. My lord, it's me, Chu Feng, who has wronged you. Chu Feng had made up his mind and had absolutely no intention of leaving. Before this, Chu Feng had learned many tactics for setting ambushes. Currently, there was a secret passage in the estate where some soldiers had already been sent away by Huangfu Kongming. Now isn't the best time for restoration yet. He needed to remain concealed and wait for the opportune moment. The two stood lost in thought, gazing at the spot ahead. Chu Feng was entranced, staring at the elegant young man before him. For 6 years, they had been planning for supremacy, dwelling in such a remote region for 6 years. Time passed swiftly during these years, yet also so slowly. They only needed another year, but they did not have that last year. Chu Feng, accept my respect. He knew Chu Feng had resolved to sacrifice himself to protect the villa and uphold the soldier's honor. Ignoring Chu Feng's frantic gestures, Huangfu Kongming bowed deeply. Chu Feng sighed. General, there's something I must say now, otherwise I may never have the chance again. Seeing Chu Feng like this, Huangfu Kongming immediately nodded. What else do you need to arrange? Speak freely. I suspect someone, Lu Meyer. This. Even Huangfu Kongming frowned at this. Then he lowered his voice. You mean Lu Meyer led those pursuers here? He was also quite suspicious about who led those pursuers here. On the surface, both sides seemed peaceful currently, but tensions were high beneath their calm exteriors. However, Huangfu Kongming had never doubted Lu Meyer. Looking at Chu Feng now, since the latter had never spoken frivolously, there must be evidence. Tell me, Chu Feng. Huangfu Kongming stared intently at Chu Feng. I'm not talking about this matter directly, but I've always felt there's something strange about this. Why did so many coincidences happen all at once? After I was poisoned, I ended up at their place, finding each girl over there one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Kongming's heart sank. Then what? Huangfu Kongming's voice was trembling. He couldn't imagine, nor dared to believe that he had harmed an innocent person. If the murder of Chu Feng had no relation with Nangang Qingjin, then, no, Huangfu Kongming didn't dare to let his mind wander. After calming himself down a bit, he looked at the man in front of him and said, Speak. The medic from that day and I have already been called over. You surely wish to ask them some questions, and I assure you none of these people are lying, said Chu Feng, who then clapped his hands. One of his confidants had already arrived at the door, ready to bring those individuals over upon Chu Feng's instruction. Not long after, one by one, they all arrived, lining up and kneeling before Huangfu Kongming and Chu Feng. Huangfu Kongming's eyes grew cold, like a venomous snake sliding over the bodies of the few maids before finally resting on the figure of the distant healer. I am asking you, where did that wolfsbane come from? Who sent you to do this? The healer immediately nodded and started talking earnestly. Your subordinate would never casually take out such poison without a reason. It happened a week before the event when Lady Lu requested it. This wolfsbane is indeed highly toxic, but placing it in a footbath can help promote blood circulation. More importantly, for cases of poisoning or injury, it can be used to cleanse wounds. On that day, one of the maidens from Miss Lu's quarters came asking for it, and I certainly did not expect it would be used to harm anyone. So about the pregnancy. Huangfu Kongming clenched his fists as he asked, struggling to suppress the fury rising within him, yet failing entirely to quell his boiling emotions. Chapter 118, The Unveiled Truth. This matter, your subject wanted to tell you a long time ago. There was no such thing as being pregnant or not. To please you, this trick was used. The old Chinese medicine doctor said, while taking out a patch from his hand. What is this? Huangfu Kongming frowned coldly, looking at these things and wondering why such underhanded tricks were swirling around him without him even realizing. Seeing this item brought out, he felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. This item only needs to be stuck on a person's right arm, and the pulse would indicate mother and child. That is to say, as long as this patch is used appropriately, it can make the person listening to the pulse feel as if the person is pregnant. With that, Huangfu Kongming was truly furious, and drew his sword, placing the long sword horizontally on the physician's neck. The physician simply closed his eyes, waiting for death to come, not uttering a single word of defense. Seeing this moved Huangfu Kongming somewhat. Why don't you defend yourself? Why should your subject need to defend myself? Clearly, everything was done by me alone. Any defense would just be pretentious and empty words pretending to be righteous. Your subject cannot do such hypocritical things. Didn't you truly see it? To get rid of Miss Nangong, Miss Lu had already created chaos in the mansion, thus. Indeed, this won't work, he said, while speaking, retracting the longsword. As a result, instead of severing the head again, the sword was forcefully swung and the nearby table corner fell in front of this physician, who throughout maintained grace, not showing a trace of fear. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Your subject saw that the incident had already happened. You just need to ensure there are no problems in the backyard, always prioritizing the bigger picture. For ascending the dragon throne, you could not be distracted anymore, my emperor. The old minister's hoarse voice continued while he started bowing his head repeatedly. Seeing this scene, he also sighed deeply. But why didn't you tell me earlier? He shouldn't have wrongfully accused Nangong Qingjin so much, almost depriving her of the opportunity to be human. Now, reality was, Nangong Qingjin hadn't done those things. Rather, the culprit behind those actions was Lu Meyer. Previously, he had even supported and rallied for Lu Meyer, naturally feeling regretful upon reflecting on their slightly crossed glances, which soon after drifted apart. Looking at the 6 maidservants nearby, each of them were terrified for their lives, all pale-faced, regretting helping Lu Meyer back then. At this point, Huangfu Kongming finally asked, "Tell me what happened." Huangfu Kongming looked at the maid closest to himself, and the maid, trembling with fear, hardly dared to speak a word, catching a glimpse of the low-hanging longsword beside her. Her reflection was seen on the sword, making terror take over her mind. She shuddered, took a breath, and stared intently at Huangfu Kongming in front of her. "My lord, this servant will tell. This servant will tell." "Speak." That night, the sweet rice wine was relatively thick. The young lady ordered me to add some fermented rice to the sweet rice wine. I did as instructed. Sweet rice wine is something you know well, different from white liquor. It has high density and is thick. Fermented rice doesn't dissolve easily. When Miss Nangong drank the sweet rice wine, it is naturally. The maid timidly looked up, gazing at the man in front of her. Naturally clear at first, but the dosage increases towards the end. This was arranged by Miss Lu. I originally didn't want to harm anyone, but if I didn't do it then, I would die. I was afraid to die. I should die. I should die. After the maid finished speaking, Huangfu Kongming frowned coldly. Is this true? Absolutely true. I was the one serving Miss Nangong before. She had always been gracious to me. I was blinded by greed, aiding Miss Lu, and now thinking about it, I bitterly regret it. She began kowtowing continuously. And next, following, another nearby maid joined in. I saw that Miss Nangong had already fallen into a coma, so following Miss Lu's arrangements, I went to look for Luli. After Luli came, she confirmed that Miss Nangong was drunk. Thus, I found Luli waiting at the door as instructed. When I brought her, Luli and Miss Lu soon arrived, and went to where the medicinal jar was kept. Whatever they did there, I knew absolutely nothing. By the time I realized something was wrong, it was already too late. At that time, Miss Lu had issued repeated orders, so none of us dared say a word. People like me, whose words carry little weight. Even if we spoke up at that moment, who would have believed us? Given the circumstances back then, you wouldn't have believed me anyway. The pregnancy was fake, but what truly happened, harming Chu Feng, originated from Lu Meyer. Before this, what other wicked deeds has this cruel woman committed? His eyes widened as he questioned the maid, glaring with anger at those present. Previously, she poisoned people using various toxic herbs, yet Miss Nangong never ate any food or drink sent by her. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming's heart clenched heavily. Then, after Miss Nangong was imprisoned, did she consume anything subsequently sent to her? My lord, could you not already guess? No one ever delivered food to either Miss Nangong or Siener. Very well, your prince has understood. Huangfu Kongming frowned coldly, his gaze fixing on the few kneeling individuals. Your prince will mete out justice. However, while your death penalty is pardoned, your living punishment cannot be avoided. Bring forth these accomplices to 50 lashes each. Thank you, my lord. We are deeply grateful. 50 lashes were excessive indeed, but typically, when servants harm their masters, such an act deserved complete obliteration. Comparatively, this was far more lenient than death. The servants were swiftly dragged away for their corporal punishment. As events unfolded, Huangfu Kongming glanced back guiltily toward the man seated in the wheelchair. Chu Feng now appeared much older. His aged appearance formed abruptly rather than gradually over time. With a sigh, Chu Feng admitted, "It's my fault for being careless and mistakenly accusing Miss Nangong." "Miss Nangong is a good person," Chu Feng continued. "But your prince wronged her," Huangfu Kongming echoed, sighing once more. "General, take some rest. Your prince needs further evidence for this matter." Lord Wang. As Huangfu Kongming turned to leave, Chu Feng strained to rise but remained seated. In the silence, he sketched out a gesture indicating kill, to which Huangfu Kongming promptly nodded. "You can put your mind at ease. Your prince knows what to do." With that, Chu Feng sighed deeply, lowering his head despondently as he watched Huangfu Kongming depart. Out in the courtyard, Huangfu Kongming summoned Lu Meyer, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Lu Meyer had taken the time to adorn herself carefully, blushed cheeks giving her a healthy glow, and her artfully plucked willow-like eyebrows looked more luxurious than before. Her black phoenix eyes held a sly intelligence within their calm demeanor. "Lord Wang Yu." She coyly bit her lips as if encountering him for the first time. "What is it you need from me?" "Yes." Huangfu Kongming nodded without expression, pointing to a seat opposite him. "Sit down. Things have become uneasy. Some say this is your doing, claiming that our estate has been surrounded because you've provided intelligence to the enemy. How daring of you." This left Lu Meyer completely flustered, her startled eyes filled with sheer astonishment. "Lord Wang." She finally managed a forced laugh. "How can you joke like this with me? I am timid. How dare I attempt something so treacherous? Do you not know me? If only your prince had known you better, this wouldn't have happened." "Lord Wang, who's been slandering me behind my back? I must find and expose this person right now," she declared, pretending to stand up. Watching her, Huangfu Kongming sighed again. "Stay still. Rushing off in such a panic will achieve nothing. Would your prince believe mere hearsay? As the saying goes, flies don't bite unbroken eggs. What exactly have you done? That's something only you know, which others have no right to inquire about. But what your prince wants to ask you concerns another issue entirely. Were you ordered daily to deliver meals to Miss Nangong Qingjin and Sienna? Did you follow through?" This. Lu Meyer realized that their plan must have been exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised the subject suddenly. Someone must be framing her, sowing discord between them. "At once," she said. "A few days ago, I gave the instruction. It must have slipped the servants' minds. Otherwise, things in this mansion shouldn't go awry." First, she criticized the servant for being incompetent, then she sighed. "It's also my fault. I guess no one has been delivering food recently. I will arrange it right now. You don't need to worry. Though they are at fault, their mistake doesn't deserve death. I understand this. Prince hopes you always understand." Huangfu Kongming coldly said. "There's nothing else tonight. Watch your words and actions carefully." Lu Meyer did not expect that the prince came just to warn her. She had been very happy just a moment ago, but now she was already immersed in sorrow. "Go back." So soon he was sending her away. She could only nod and left quietly. When she reached the gate of the yard, Lu Liuli immediately greeted her. Seeing that Lady Lu Meyer's complexion looked bad after seeing the prince, she immediately asked with concern, "Did the prince reprimand you?" "Yes, the prince must have scolded you, right?" "Liuli, help me kill this wretch. Kill her, we must kill her." Seeing Lady Lu Meyer's mood was so bad, Liuli had already guessed that the prince must have blamed her, and whatever made the prince blame her must have something to do with Miss Ningong. "Yes, you can count on me. I'll take care of it. This woman won't even know how she ended up in front of Lord Yan. In any case, be careful recently. Someone has been gossiping about me in front of the prince. Liuli, every day feels like a year." While saying this, Lu Meyer sighed. Seeing Lu Meyer like this, Liuli beside her smiled immediately. "If your days feel like years, what about that one? Liuli, this matter is entrusted to you. It must start well and end well. It should be done neatly from beginning to end." Chapter 119, The Fox's Tale. "Yes, please wait for the good news," one said as they grasped Lu Meyer's hand. Once back at their residence, the two began to scheme about how they could thoroughly get rid of Nangong Qingjin and Sienna. In Lu Meyer's eyes, anyone who posed a threat to her must be dealt with decisively, especially Nangong Qingjin, who had already left the central court but still appeared to receive considerable favor from Huangfu Kongming. Although temporarily, there wasn't much trouble now. Sooner or later the situation would revert to its previous state. Love was something that couldn't withstand fiery passion. Otherwise, it would quickly merge and burn everything completely away. Thinking of this, Lu Meyer couldn't help but feel startled and uneasy. That evening, after Lu Meyer went to bed, it was an unforeseen event in the dead of the night. There was a knock on the door. Lu Meyer did not keep many secret guards, partly due to her own arrangements, and partly because too many secret guards would hinder her plans. Thus, there were very few around. This night, under the bright moon with stars scattered sparsely across the sky, amidst the relatively loose security, a shadow like a ghost managed to slip in unnoticed. This figure truly seemed like a phantom, moving forward while glancing around cautiously, seemingly pondering for quite some time before finding the West Wing room where Lu Meyer resided. Upon arrival, the ghostly figure started knocking on the door. Knock knock, knock knock. The sound of the knocking was faint, but, even in the darkness of the night, it was loud enough to rouse someone quickly. "Liuli, go see who is being so annoying to come knocking at this hour." In her drowsy state, Lu Meyer waved her hand in mild astonishment as Liuli yawned and headed toward the entrance to investigate. After opening the door, no one was found outside. Thinking it might be the wind, Liuli closed the door while continuing to yawn, saying, "Miss, it's deep into the night. How can there be people here? It's just a gust of wind. She then immediately fell asleep nearby. Naturally, Lou Meyer didn't pay attention either, following shortly with deep slumber. Not long after, the knocking began again. Now unable to rest any longer, Lou Meyer reasoned that this must be caused by a person. How could wind act like this? Leoli, hurry up and see what it is, she urged, her sharp eyes wide open. Reluctantly, Leoli moved toward the front and upon opening the door, only saw a fleeting white shadow vanish before her eyes. In a vague manner, she couldn't even look clearly, and the shadow disappeared like a phantom. Over there, Leoli heard a mournful sob followed by a distant, ghostly female voice. Now, you are inside the house. I am outside. Now, you are on the ground. I am beneath it. Why don't we exchange visits between above and below? Leoli hadn't anticipated encountering such a spooky situation tonight, and immediately began covering her ears, screaming wildly. Though normally Leoli wasn't particularly timid, under these frightening circumstances, how could she remain calm? Returning, Leoli was already trembling profusely. Forget dreaming. Even speaking became stammered and broken. Seeing Leoli like this, though Lou Meyer knew that someone must have been trying to intimidate them, she composed herself momentarily and scoffed coldly. Leoli, don't be afraid. It's someone attempting to take action first. Miss, no, your servant stepped out but saw nothing. This matter seems strange, miss, stammered Leoli, visibly terrified as she continued to shake uncontrollably. Witnessing her state, Lou Meyer consoled her gently. There's nothing to fear. It doesn't matter. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. There isn't anything to worry about. No, miss, truly there was a ghost. A specter wearing white clothes vanished right before my eyes. I didn't even have the time to see clearly before it vanished mysteriously. She sighed heavily and slumped over on a seat beside her. Leoli, listen to me, go light the lamp, Lou Meyer said while observing Leoli in the candlelight. Ordinarily, this woman wasn't usually easily frightened, but this case was extraordinary. It was terrifying to experience a haunting in the middle of the night directly within her quarters. Miss, please spare your servant. I'm scared, pleaded Leoli reluctantly rising from her seat. Lou Meyer gazed at Leoli reassuringly. Don't be afraid. It must be someone impersonating a spirit. This world does not have ghosts. Even if real, I've lived so long without ever seeing one. If there really were ghosts, let them appear so I can capture one for inspection. Miss, your servant thinks we'd better not provoke these unseen things. They're impure and unclean. If there truly is one, both of us will be in misfortune tonight. Leoli muttered while reluctantly lighting the candle, the light gradually becoming clearer. The interior of the room, along with its surroundings, became illuminated with a bright shimmering glow. Leoli's eyes fixated on the front position for what felt like an age before she finally sighed softly. Miss you. I'm afraid, truly so. As the saying goes, those who have done no wrong need not fear the knocking of ghosts. But Leoli frequently committed wrongdoings, which made her prone to fearing these unseen entities. Now that she had clearly seen a ghost, knowing it was a vengeful spirit seeking retribution, but unsure which spirit, her mind began to race with unease. Miss, there truly is a ghost. Your servant just plainly saw one. A real ghost, said Leoli while sighing under the candlelight. Lou Meyer noticed that Leoli's face was as white as paper, a kind of white that was deeply shocking. Seeing this, Lou Meyer couldn't help but feel alarmed herself. However, being the mistress of the house, seeing how shaken Leoli had become, she understood that she mustn't allow Leoli to continue in such terror. It was her responsibility. Thus, she stepped forward and already gripped the lamp. I'll go ahead, you follow behind. I don't believe there are really such impure things in this world. While speaking, she started walking forward. Before long, the two arrived at the door. Lou Meyer, having heard about Leoli's earlier experience at the door, had already been prepared psychologically. However, once they got there, nothing was found. Only the wind-blown willows remained. Upon seeing this, she calmed down slightly and frowned in disapproval. What is here? There is nothing. Leoli, open your eyes and look properly. I didn't hallucinate earlier. I swear upon heaven. And even if I swore upon earth, there still would be nothing, said Lou Meyer as she tugged on Leoli gently. Come over here and take a look. There truly is nothing. Since there isn't anything, why are you afraid? It shouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Leoli twisted uncomfortably, forcing herself to open her eyes and looking downward. After gazing for quite some time, she indeed found there to be nothing. Unable to suppress a faint smile, but soon Leoli screamed again, almost startling Lou Meyer out of her wits. You? What are you doing? Making a fuss over nothing. Leoli, calm down. Lou Meyer's voice also quivered slightly. At that moment, the moon hung brightly in the sky, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing dry leaves on the ground to sway in the wind. Leoli was already frightened to death. Seeing the crisscrossed tree branches on the ground, she trembled uncontrollably all over. Miss, there really is a ghost. Please examine carefully, said Leoli while pointing at the ground. What? Lou Meyer tried her best to appear fearless though shadow warriors were still around. But Lou Meyer did not want to rely on them for courage, so she went where Leoli pointed. Expecting to see something ominous, when Lou Meyer bent down, she instead discovered a rib bone, obviously from a dead person. Initially, Lou Meyer hadn't fully comprehended the gravity of the situation and instinctively touched it, but soon realized something was amiss. Miss, take a look, it's this. Comparing by length, this was a rib bone. Leoli spoke while pointing to her own abdomen position. Lou Meyer nodded immediately. But there's nothing terrifying about this, is there? She then sighed, kicking the rib bone away. Yes, miss, it's nothing terrifying, but consider this. Now there's an even more horrifying state. Earlier when your servant came out, I heard someone say to me, now, you are inside the house, I am outside. Now, you are on the ground, I am beneath it. Why don't we exchange visits between above and below? This. What? Lou Meyer mumbled. Listen carefully. Every word Lioli pronounced clearly for Lou Meyer to hear. Now, you are inside the house, I am outside. Now, you are on the ground, I am beneath it. Why don't we exchange visits between above and below? This means in the past, we were all on the ground. Why should people be divided into those on the ground and those underground? Now, you are inside the house, I am outside. Now, you are on the ground, I am beneath it. Between the ground and beneath, why should we not visit each other more often? Even Lou Meyer couldn't help but feel an abrupt rise in coldness. These were clearly the words of a ghost. Now, she lived inside the house while the wandering ghosts were destined to drift outside. Now they were on the ground. Humans would be on the ground. As for those underground, no, it was truly unimaginable. Lou Meyer was about to return. An owl above screeched once, flapping its wings and taking flight. In such a dark night, one screech of an owl had already scared Lou Meyer so much that her 3 souls and 7 spirits seemed to have left her body, sweat streaming down her forehead. Lioli, who stood nearby, immediately supported Lou Meyer's wrist. Miss, look at you, you're completely frightened. It is indeed terrifying. Let's go back earlier. It's simply too scary. Lou Meyer said as she let Lioli support her. The two had already entered the house. Lou Meyer originally thought that the incident had come to an end, but in fact, it was far from over. This was just the beginning. From today onward, the incidents became more frequent every night when this lonely spirit would always come to watch Lou Meyer and Lioli. Both master and servant harbored guilt, so even though they were terrified by this ghost, they dared not to make any fuss. They originally thought that as long as the Shadow Warriors were here, there would be absolutely no ghosts, but this ghost appeared to clearly know when these people changed shifts. Soon, during the time between shifts, the ghost would appear, and that kind of horror was indescribable. Chapter 120, Above and Below Ground. Now, he was terrifying, bringing this terror into his dreams. Even in his dreams, he dreamt of that single sentence. Now, you are inside the house, I am outside. Now, you are above ground, I am below. Between those who dwell above and below, why shouldn't there be more exchanges? Exchanges? How can humans and ghosts mingle? This is clearly impossible. Over the years, Lou Meyer had done many things against her conscience, but she still thought of one person. Could this ghost be? As for Nangong Qingjin, she was originally someone who wouldn't deign to scare people with a ghost story, nor would she ever indulge in such trivial matters. Yet, this sense of terror had already deeply taken root in both their hearts. After all the commotion, the girl only returned by the wee hours of the night. Tonight, Nangong Qingjin realized the girl wasn't there and became initially quite worried, hoping nothing had happened. But apparently, Sienna had already considered it. Please put your heart at ease. She won't wander around recklessly. You truly don't need to worry so much. The reason I say this is because I know her character very well. She has always been stubborn in doing what she wants. Now that she's just recovered, any change in her condition might not be good, said Nangong Qingjin, who was still concerned. Sienna, however, patted Nangong Qingjin's hand. Miss, rest assured. In truth, her ability to protect herself surpasses ours by far. After all, she has truly lived alone before. How could I not know that? But my heart still beats fiercely, Sienna. Should we go out and look for her? Miss, have you not seen the time? It's already this late. Going out now to look for her is unwise. Sienna sighed as she spoke. You think? Nangong Qingjin furrowed her eyebrows, looking at Sienna. What exactly is she up to at midnight instead of resting? Hearing this, Sienna couldn't help but smile faintly. Miss, don't worry. At midnight, what good can come out of it anyway? You must have colluded with her, while I remain utterly in the dark, he sighed while saying this, making Sienna giggle. By the back half of the night, the girl, like a ghost returning home, arrived with practiced ease. The girl was originally someone adept at moving freely under cover of darkness. Now, she knew even more about the ins and outs than before. The gazes of several individuals converged on the girl's return. Nangong Qingjin immediately sighed. You've finally come back. How long have I waited for you? From now on, you must let me know when you go out. As long as you're back, that's all right. She gripped the cold right hand of the girl while speaking. All right, go rest. She is plotting ways to harm all of you. The girl said, still defending Lou Meyer and Luli, after overhearing their scheming during her earlier eavesdropping. Such a ruthless Huangfu Kongming. Though I have come here, he refuses to let go, killing me with no remorse. Nangong Qingjin bitterly tugged at the corners of her mouth, a turn of events unimaginable to her, growing increasingly intense. No, it isn't him. The girl bit her lips, looking at the present-day Nangong Qingjin. It's not him, it's Lou Meyer. In that case, Nangong Qingjin stared at Lou Meyer, and Lou Meyer immediately nodded, saying, I was indeed there earlier. Everything that should or shouldn't have been heard was made clear. She gripped the hand of the woman beside her as she said this. What did she say? Although Nangong Qingjin didn't wish to hurt others, an old saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou canst win 100 battles without peril. Thus, the girl told Nangong Qingjin everything she had overheard verbatim, and upon hearing it, Nangong Qingjin understood it completely. So, he hasn't let loose with killing me entirely, has he? It seems then, it's time for me to leave. This place is certainly unsuitable for survival. Speaking thus, she smiled wryly and lay down fully clothed. Haven't you really ever thought about killing this woman? Seeing Nangong Qingjin lying there, the girl began questioning on her side. Meanwhile, Xian'er went to close the door quietly and slept beside them in silence. In the dark, all they could hear was Nangong Qingjin say, "Killing her would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Why don't you act? He has harmed you greatly." He spoke this way, sighing again. "It's just that I don't want to kill this person, my lord. Needs him." Nangong Qingjin finally spoke the truth. The woman beside her respectfully nodded but soon bitterly smiled. "You do think far ahead. That said, you must still love Lord Wang, right?" No. How could I ever fall for such a cold and fickle person? Never, absolutely never." She vigorously shook her head while speaking. The woman smiled gently. "You can't fool me, Miss Nangong. You do love Lord Wang. But now, why not inform Lord Wang that we're already surrounded by heavy troops? Tell Lord Wang what you will do, what you desire, and what you know. He'll understand you. I don't need it anymore now, but I wish the two of you happiness," she said while urgently adjusting Nangong Qingjin's face toward hers. Nangong Qingjin gave a bitter laugh. "There is absolutely no possibility in this matter. What relevance does his life or death have to me anyway? Besides, even if I report this situation, will Lord Wang believe me or not? As long as you speak, he probably will believe you. But since you don't even bother to say anything, how would Lord Wang believe you?" The maid looked at Nangong Qingjin. "Lord Wang is a blood-cold person," Nangong Qingjin said. "I have no karmic bond with him. I won't assist him. Love itself is karma. Affection is karma. If you deeply probe your heart now, haven't you truly loved Huang Fukongming? Or are you still loving him even now?" After hearing these words, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but sigh, slightly narrowing her eyes. "No, I certainly won't go. I simply refuse to go." "Actually," the maid said, "perhaps Lord Wang also likes you. Both of you don't take one step forward. Who knows what the other is thinking? Even if he likes me, it's only because I look like Empress Hu Lian. However, I have my own soul. Without my own soul, what am I?" While saying this, she sighed sorrowfully. "That's true. Be cautious when you leave. Do not let yourself be captured by the soldiers." Nangong Qingjin knew, unless she killed Lu Meyer, she wouldn't stop. After all, Lu Meyer had thrown her into a dry well, an unforgettably deep grudge that any strong person would never forget. Since there was a struggle, someone had to die. And indeed, if anyone were to die, she might prefer it to be the latter one. In recent days, things had become tense enough to hear the wind and cranes cry. Lu Meyer gradually began staying indoors more often, having been scared by the previous night's incident. One morning, Lu Meyer woke up with excruciating headaches. Though she barely managed to persist in the morning, by the afternoon, she had lost all spirit. Supporting her head with one hand, she groaned incessantly. "Help! Help! Lioli, hurry and find a doctor. Go, quick." Seeing Lu Meyer's condition, Lioli didn't dare delay and immediately went to look for a physician. Not long after, a large-headed, thick-necked doctor arrived. After taking her pulse, the diagnosis was a minor cold, and he prescribed medicine promptly. Before too long, according to the prescription, the medicine was prepared. Under Lioli's attentive care, Lu Meyer drank the traditional Chinese medicine and started snoring deeply. Lioli then locked the door and left. Recently feeling restless, she wanted to go out for a walk. First, Lu Meyer had fallen asleep. Second, now she wanted to investigate whether there were any traces left behind. Specifically, she needed to determine whether this ghost was an impersonator or genuinely a ghost. At night, she wouldn't dare to wander about aimlessly. During daylight hours, however, if she didn't take a look, it would be impossible. So she walked forward carefully, looking around. On the ground, it seemed as if some traces had been left behind. In a rarely trodden patch of grass, Lioli found a series of footprints. These footprints crossed over the courtyard wall and gradually led toward the backyard. Lioli unknowingly followed these footprints until she reached a dense forest. Just when Lioli was sure that these footprints were made by Nangong Qingjin, and just when she confirmed the information and was preparing to return, she turned around and suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward her from the forest. The cold wind pierced through her. Looking up at the sky, which was clear and bright, within the forest it seemed airtight, and everywhere exuded a chilling coldness. Lioli quickly wanted to leave, but as soon as she took a step, she saw a figure of a woman on the road she had come from, a woman standing with her back facing her. This woman still had a right arm, but her left arm had vanished without a trace. She was wearing a white dress, adorned with nothing, her black hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. Anybody who caught sight of this silhouette would undoubtedly be terrified. Lioli was no exception. Who are you?" Lioli panted. "Are you human or ghost?" "I'm not afraid of you. I really am not." Though she claimed she wasn't scared, she had already been terrified and was speaking while retreating step by step. "Lioli, even your own mistress you don't recognize anymore. Look at me." The girl spoke as she slowly turned around. Hearing this voice, Lioli suddenly felt a sense of familiarity but could not figure out whose voice it belonged to based on the information she had right now. "Lioli, think again. That year when you pushed someone down into the well, was it truly Xiaoang?" Lioli began reminiscing. After a long while, she burst into tears. "Ah, you are my true mistress. Then what about Lu Meyer?" "Mistress, let your servant see you. I am so confused." Servant is indeed confused. Why did our mistress' temperament change suddenly? For years, I followed her, assisting in countless bad deeds. Yet, I never realized that 3 years ago, you replaced yourself with someone else. Now, I am utterly panicked. "Mistress, please let me look at you." That year, when we were still at the brothel, one guest accidentally broke a crystal cup. The madam said that it was invaluable and planned to sell you off. At that time, I stood up and said, "If you're sold, I'll go with you. Do you remember that? You should carefully interrogate the current Lou Meyer about this matter. Then you will know the truth." There was another year when we played with bamboo dragonflies and inadvertently angered an official named Shiman. Although it has been a long time, I still remember everything clearly. Ask your present mistress about this, Lioli. Look at my face. Do you remember me? You and that wretched woman threw me into the well. But I knew. I just knew you would eventually come back. And here you are, Lioli. You finally arrived. Chapter 121. I am originally a ghost. Master, you named me. How can I not be suspicious? But I think here, if you changed your heart, it is inevitable. After all, this place is different from other places. Fame and wealth often quickly bind a person. So although I was suspicious, I had no solid evidence. Moreover, the master has always been good to me. It has been 3 years now, and I have already believed that you are my master. Now I know that you suffered such an injustice. Until now. While speaking, Lulu was sobbing uncontrollably. He could not bear to imagine that his master had already lost his arm 3 years ago, and now the true master stood before him. The girl wiped her wet eyes. Lulu, at present, everything in the mansion seems calm, but under the surface, there are already hidden dangers. Someone has long surrounded us. When we need to escape at last, come here. I've already dug a cave here. Once you leave, never return. I have treasures here that will be enough for you. But I have one more wish. I hope you can help me uncover this woman's false face. After all, this woman harbors dangerous intentions. If the prince succeeds in a coup, this woman will turn into the empress. To overturn this woman will become even more difficult. We cannot allow this despicable woman's conspiracy to succeed. The girl spoke with clenched teeth, and Lulu nodded repeatedly. Anything of yours is mine. I'll help you. Do not raise any suspicion. This woman is exceedingly clever. You must ensure your own safety first. The incident involving broken ribs last night was arranged by me. I thought she would come today, but unexpectedly, it was you. It's me. Lulu continued crying, remembering how he fell short against his true master throughout the years. His heart was already filled with pain upon recalling the many evil deeds he did with Lou Meyer. Facing his real master, he almost wished to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. What truly defines no place to hide, or ashamed, is exactly this situation. After embracing and wailing for a while, the young lady adjusted Liolio's head, looking into his face, and said, "Lulu, once you return, do not raise any suspicion. Since she is the fake, and I am the real one, I will handle the rest later. Please watch out for your safety. And one thing, Nangong Qingjin is my savior. She is a good person. So, under no circumstances should you harm her." Yes, I understand. From the very beginning, I knew Miss Nangong was a good person, but Miss Nangong and Miss Lu were at odds from the start, and I had to choose my side, so I. Upon thinking of this, Lulu himself felt foolish, feeling suppressed and regretful. Well, Lulu, hurry back, or they may get suspicious. Let the warriors outside not deliberately make things difficult for me. I will still come over tonight. The girl pushed Lulu gently as she said, "Go, don't linger on too much. I'm still here, and I will always be." Miss. Lulu was already crying loudly, but he didn't know what to say, so he wildly waved his hands in the air. After a long time, Lulu sighed and reluctantly headed forward. The girl kept waving goodbye frequently. When Lulu turned around again, she had already vanished into the dense forest, as though she were a fox. Lulu repressed the panic and fear in his heart, intending to return and carefully test whether the person who had served her for 3 years was actually Lou Meyer. Although these events occurred long ago, Lulu still vividly remembered them. Nangong Qingjin was the girl's savior, yet in truth, Lou Meyer was also his own savior. In the afternoon, Lou Meyer regained consciousness, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Lulu. Hiding the dagger in her sleeve, Liolio's cold eyes immediately softened. "Miss, you're awake. What are you looking at? In this sweltering weather, shouldn't you rest? I'm watching you to ensure no one comes to hurt you. After all, there are too many unscrupulous things both you and I have done." With these words from Lulu, Lou Meyer rose and immediately spat. "What do you mean by unscrupulous? It's called acting on behalf of heaven. Fine, I see that you're delirious due to heat. Yes, it's the heat that's got to me. This summer is particularly hot. Do you remember 3 years ago when I was with you in the capital? During the hottest days, I would place a watermelon into the well. After an hour, the watermelon would be refreshingly cold. It was one of the most flavorful things in the capital. I remember how much you loved eating it back then. You always ate 3 slices at a time." This story was fabricated by Lulu to see if this event left any impression on Lou Meyer. "Why are you suddenly talking about the capital?" Although Lou Meyer found it strange, hearing Lulu speak so earnestly, as if this had truly happened, she could only nod. Things are different now compared to back then. However, watermelons are already available now. You should use your method to prepare one for me later. I want to taste it. "Yes, Mississippi," Lulu said while preparing the iced watermelon. Indeed, this part was rather vague on her end. Today, she couldn't probe too much. Lou Meyer wasn't just smart, but also highly sensitive. If Lou Meyer detected something, it wouldn't be good. Soon enough, the chilled watermelon was ready. Mentioning Lou Meyer's supposed love for it, though, hinted at something absolutely implausible. Women inherently have natures, and watermelon is already considered een. After being chilled like this, not just women but even young-filled men might find it hard to swallow. At this moment, Lulu deliberately cut up the watermelon and handed 3 portions to the woman beside her. Lou Meyer felt trapped. Not eating wasn't right, but eating wasn't appealing either. Miss, you don't like it when it's chilled, but if you let it sit for a while, it won't be as refreshing or enjoyable. You liked it a lot last year, but I forgot to prepare it for you. Now I've done it, and I hope you'll try. While saying this, Lulu kindly handed the largest piece to Lou Meyer. Initially, Lou Meyer didn't want to eat, but seeing Lulu eagerly offering the watermelon and insisting that she had loved it before, she couldn't refuse. She ate the slice clean. Upon seeing this, Lulu gradually started understanding. Miss, there truly is an aggrieved soul here. I made someone investigate thoroughly today, but no trace of anyone was found. Then, we sent people to check on Nan Gongqingjin and Sienner. These two are so starved their skin and bones now. The prince wants someone to bring food over. In my opinion. You mean tampering with their food? Nonsense. Nan Gongqingjin herself is an expert in poisons. We're far from being able to outsmart her. Miss, desperate times call for desperate measures. Even someone as sharp as her may grow careless or complacent sometimes. We can do such and such. Lulu lowered her voice, giving advice while observing Lou Meyer, who was smiling contentedly. Yes, the old Lou Meyer might have been bad, but she once had principles. The current Lou Meyer, however, had changed completely, irrational, and leaving one speechless. As long as anything posed a threat to Lou Meyer, she'd act immediately without hesitation. That's how it was. Lulu glanced at Lou Meyer as she nodded and departed. What did that dead man say last night? In response, Master said, now, you're inside the house, and I'm outside. Now, you're on the ground, and I'm beneath it. Since we are both above and below ground, shouldn't we come together often? Clearly, he was hinting that she is a ghost. But don't worry, thieves never leave empty-handed. This female ghost has her purposes. I've already prepared everything. Just as long as, if she dares to come, I will immediately have someone capture this ghost. Saying this, she coldly nodded and left. After Lulu went away, Lou Meyer looked melancholy at the chilled watermelon in the plate, wondering inwardly, why would the old Lou Meyer have liked this? It's too cold and not sweet at all. As she was lost in these random thoughts, half the day had passed. Actually, what Lulu said was correct. 2 days ago, Huangfu Kongming had instructed her to prepare and send meals to Nan Gongqingjin. She had wasted a whole day, but going today would still be good anyway. One way or another, they needed a plan to kill her. The poison was ready. It was arsenic. Arsenic is a truly potent poison. It's currently hidden inside a steamed bun. Normally, arsenic comes in powder form, easily dissolvable in water. Placing it in the soup would allow Nan Gongqingjin to detect it quickly. But in a cold bun, under normal circumstances, Nan Gongqingjin probably wouldn't realize it so fast. Hopefully, she would die from the poisoning. Over here, the young lady had already gone to deliver the food. It seemed that today was fated for something to happen. The girl had just headed toward the back courtyard when she encountered Huangfu Kongming. Seeing the girl and 2 other old women so exhausted, and then looking at such fine dishes, Huangfu Kongming understood they were destined for the back courtyard. This gave him a slight sense of relief. Still, the guilt of doing something secretive weighed on their hearts. The girl, being somewhat braver, didn't betray much outwardly, but the 2 old women, timid as mice, began trembling both while bowing and seeing Huangfu Kongming in the distance. Today, Huangfu Kongming noticed these 2 old women passing by with the food. If anything were to happen to Nan Gongqingjin from the food these 2 old women delivered, they would be hard-pressed to evade blame. Huangfu Kongming was no fool. He could tell by their expressions that there was mischief afoot, something wrong with this food. He stepped forward. Hold on. Where exactly are you taking this? As he spoke, he sighed, his eyes already fixed on the 3 before him. Of the trio, only the young girl had seen the world enough to be calm under pressure. Lou Meyer trusted her precisely because of this and sent her for the task. It's intended for delivery to the back courtyard, for Miss Ningong's food. Our young miss said although Miss Ningong isn't favorable, she doesn't deserve death. It's not right to harm someone through their food, so our young miss commanded us 3, me and the 2 servants, to bring the meal over. Fine. He nodded, observing the girl closely. Her demeanor remained normal, showing great mental strength with no trace of panic. This fact alone sparked doubt in Huangfu Kongming. Typically, any girl upon seeing him would be more fearful. Chapter 122, The Gradually Corrupting Conspiracy. But this girl, she's acting way too normal. Because of this, Huangfu Kongming couldn't help but ponder what these 2 girls were thinking and planning. Could this thing be poisoned? He asked casually. Still standing solemnly in place, the girl replied, His Highness is joking. Anything edible, if it had poison, would surely cause instant death. This food was all arranged by our young miss, and it's absolutely clean. Huangfu Kongming nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. The 2 girls were about to gracefully leave when he suddenly said coldly, If it truly has no poison, how do we prove it? With this sharp inquiry, both girls immediately paused their hurried steps. Your Highness meaning is, the girl looked at Huangfu Kongming in confusion. Today, Huangfu Kongming originally wanted to see whether the currently mayor was indeed being hypocritical when he wasn't around, especially now. It was the best time to test a person. My meaning is straightforward enough, Huangfu Kongming continued, and I don't have much else to say right now. Since there's no poison, take a bite yourself. Saying so, this was undoubtedly the best way and method to prove that the food was non-toxic. After this sentence, the 2 girls looked at each other for a moment, and one of them, the more quick-witted one, her clever black eyes spun once. Her brows furrowed as a plan came to mind. She then looked at Huangfu Kongming with an apologetic smile. Your Highness, you're joking. These things are prepared for Miss Ningong. If your servant eats them, wouldn't that be rude? Let me make you rude just this once, he stated firmly. Hearing this, the girl had no choice but to nod. He pointed to the nearby food and said, eat a steamed bun. He had long suspected that something might be wrong with this particular item. When one of the girls heard this, she was even more frightened and silent like a cicada in winter. At this point, it was even more certain that there was indeed a problem with the steamed buns. Calmly staring at the two girls, his eyes fixed, watching as the two girls reluctantly started chewing and swallowing slowly. Almost an entire bun was finished before he finally nodded approvingly. It seems you truly mean well. It was my misunderstanding. You may go. Having said that, the two girls departed one after another. But soon, they reached the front bridge where they collapsed on the ground and did not get up again. Huangfu Kongming hastened his pace, reaching the front area in a few swift steps. His fierce gaze scanned the unconscious girls, and upon checking, these two girls were found to be completely dead. Now, Huangfu Kongming was deeply disappointed with Li Meier. Waving his hand, two female servants appeared from the shadows. You two, clean up all this food for me. Investigate the cause of their deaths, and see which of these poisons is contained in which items. Don't discard any of this. The two female servants immediately nodded and started picking up the fallen buns and some dried meats lying around. Send these to Li Meier. They will be tonight's dinner for me and her, he calmly ordered. The two girls almost thought they had misheard him. Your Highness, knowing very well that these things are poisonous, you. Yes, I want Li Meier to see what she reaps from harming others, he responded, and then added. Do not let word spread. I have my own intentions. Understood. The two female servants quickly began to gather up all the scattered buns and place them into the basket beside them. Exchanging glances, they could not help but find Huangfu Kongming strange, yet still respectfully bowed and proceeded to inspect these problematic foods. Huangfu Kongming had suspected Li Meier for quite some time now, though it was truly unimaginable how evil Li Meier had become, evil to an incredible degree, doing many things outright openly now. This made people realize that this woman couldn't be kept around any longer. Many matters from before were like unsolvable mysteries, but now, they were all clarified upon inspection. This woman went too far, initially deceiving Nan Gongqingjin with false pregnancy news to gain her trust, and then using various tactics to make people believe that she lost her baby due to Nan Gongqingjin. In reality, where was there ever a fetus? In the end, everything was but a mirage-like performance. There was nothing substantial. One couldn't help but admire this meticulously cunning woman, indeed formidable. She had already so swiftly handled everything she intended to deal with. Huangfu Kongming now realized that he had indeed wronged Nan Gongqingjin. Recalling her expression at the time, after the incident occurred, she wasn't overly agitated. She didn't even defend herself. That composed demeanor clearly indicated her innocence. She hadn't done anything wrong. But alas, things escalated far beyond what Huangfu Kongming could have imagined. Nan Gongqingjin was blameless, but he himself still misunderstood her. With a sigh, his eyes flickered momentarily as he strode toward the front. As he walked, he slowly contemplated, aimlessly wandering around the garden like some lost spirit. After some time, one of the strategists approached him. Only then did he gather his scattered thoughts. He looked in the direction of the newcomer with dark eyes. Have you investigated everything I asked? He inquired calmly and quietly. Upon hearing this, the man immediately bowed. Once the bow was complete, he bent lower and lowered his voice. Your Highness is truly insightful. Indeed, it was the Imperial Army this time, but these troops did not make any rash moves. You said how many? Every last soldier was mobilized, at least 100,000, the strategist stated. Huangfu Kongming nodded and turned his gaze to the lake, where the water remained tranquil, like an emerald. A faint floral scent entered his nostrils, and he silently nodded. 100,000, my own forces added together barely number 50,000, and they aren't all stationed here, he muttered, and then quickly turned his head to look sharply at the strategist. Call up reinforcements. Move all of my armies in phases. Transport all the troops to another strategic location. You must take full responsibility for this task. The strategist hesitated, lacking confidence in handling such a significant matter. If handled improperly, recovering would be exceedingly difficult. Seeing the complications ahead, the strategist faltered. The burden was heavier than Mount Tai, and if mishandled, the consequences were unimaginable. I know you are reluctant to accept this mission from me, Huangfu Kongming said. Previously, General Chufeng always took charge of these missions. I am not refusing out of fear, but rather because this matter is of great importance, and I do not wish to disappoint your expectations. I cannot afford to overlook the gravity of this situation, the strategist responded, while thinking carefully. 6 years ago, before selecting Chufeng, there were 3 candidates. When they initially met me, among those 3, only one, just like you now, frequently remained cold and emotionless, and even to this day, Chufeng's reputation isn't great. What your Highness means. The strategist appeared to still be unclear about exactly what Huangfu Kongming was driving at. Huangfu Kongming lowered his gaze slightly and raised an eyebrow. My words were not yet finished. Once finished, you will understand fully. On that day, Huangfu Kongming continued. I summoned these 3 individuals whom I had never met before. One of them started sweating profusely upon seeing me. Another trembled uncontrollably, and the one who stayed calm was General Chufeng, who stood out for good reason. Unfortunately, the general can no longer serve me faithfully now. Among these 3, I questioned the other 2. Why was the one who sweated profusely so frightened? He answered that it was because of my presence that scared him. I then questioned the 3rd individual, why the first person got scared by me, and why the second one showed no signs of being affected. At that moment, the second person sighed and said, he was terrified of you, and I too, was terrified, but I dared not show it through sweat. At this point, the listener beside Huangfu Kongming had understood much. The meaning is clear. Our adversaries are not as formidable as we perceive. First, we must not let fear take hold within ourselves. All disarray and panic stem from our own minds. It's the heart devil. The strategist comprehended quickly and nodded respectfully. Your Highness, thank you for guiding me. You're even more capable than Chufeng. Although you both differ, Chufeng lacked your quick-witted responses, your adaptability surpasses Chufeng's. I wish you the best of luck, Huangfu Kongming replied, as he pulled out a white jade tiger figurine from his sleeve, a military token. In those days, military tokens were carved out of white jade, vivid depictions of tigers divided into two parts, yin and yang. When the two pieces combined, they served as the prelude to troop mobilization. He handed half of the jade tiger to the strategist at his side. Here, I give this to you, hoping you can successfully summon the troops. My name is Gao Qiqian, Your Highness. I hope you remember it. This time, the opponent we face is Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe is devious and ruthless, unpredictable. I know your concerns, but a true man has already chosen his path, hoping to die honorably in battle. If anything happens to you, I will take good care of your wife and child. Just put your mind at ease. His Highness shows great virtue. I am deeply grateful. I will definitely succeed in leading my brothers out. Go now. I'll be waiting for good news. If the opponent were gentle and kind, it would have been easier. But currently, the opponent is Zi Sanghe, he who has a very complex mindset, changeable as ever. Huangfu Kongming feared that his newly promoted Gao Qiqian might not be a match for Zi Sanghe. Yet, he couldn't recall General Gao right now to give further instructions. After all, in terms of adapting to unexpected situations, Zi Sanghe, he was unparalleled. There was a secret passage here, but it wasn't long enough. Exiting through the secret passage would actually be even more unsafe. It wasn't yet autumn harvest time, but the crops had already started to produce young ears. At this moment, leaving here would be the best course of action. Your Highness. He turned around to see Chufeng sitting in a wheelchair. Upon seeing Chufeng, he immediately stepped forward. General Chufeng. You've arranged for him to lead the troops away, what about you? There aren't many people here. I plan to leave last, Huangfu Kongming said, while looking at Chufeng. Are you feeling any better lately? I'm already disabled. There's no such thing as better or worse. If it's about strategy and courage, why don't you let me lead the brothers out? It's not that he wasn't allowed, but rather because the current state of Chufeng meant he could no longer safely escort the soldiers out. Realizing this, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 123. Continue to delegate important tasks to Feng. Feng, I still have use for you. And besides, you've met Zi Sanghe before. Zi Sanghe has a memory that never forgets, so if you go out with the brothers this time, it might be more inconvenient. He continued. I'm not using you for now, not because you're useless, but temporarily, you don't have a place to show your skills. Your Highness, you just don't want me to feel useless. In fact, even though I can't stand up, I am still useful. If my face is something he's seen and will never forget, then it doesn't matter. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a dagger. Before Huangfu Kongming could react, he had already slashed his handsome face, which was a horrifying sight. Huangfu Kongming's hand extended. Feng's face was disfigured, yet he seemed to feel no pain at all. Pulling forcefully on his own skin, it wasn't long before his face was completely disfigured. Even Huangfu Kongming couldn't recognize who Feng used to be. Only a blood-stained face remained. Now, even if he sees me, he won't be able to recognize me. I can walk calmly. While speaking, Feng burst into laughter. The reason Huangfu Kongming didn't completely stop Feng is that he understood better than anyone else that Feng's situation currently necessitated this disfigurement. His identity was too conspicuous, and once outside, he would inevitably attract attention. Feng, I admire you as a true hero. Your Highness, the real dragon among men is you. You are the hero, what am I? I'm nothing. As he said this, he sighed. Huangfu Kongming looked at Feng and said, Feng, I probably understand your meaning. Pay attention to your safety and don't indulge in idle thoughts. I don't believe you can't stand up, Feng. As he spoke, he gripped Feng's hand, and Feng also held back his tears, their hands both wet with the red bloodstains from Feng's face. Your Highness, for your imperial power, there is nothing I cannot do. Once upon a time, I was just a minor soldier. Without you, I'd forever be buried talent. All I ever wanted in life was to assist a wise ruler. Others may not look up to you, but in my eyes, you are the best. I will remember your loyalty forever. Your Highness, we wronged Lady Nangong. Hopefully, you can apologize on my behalf. Though I'm in bad shape now, I'll leave safely, rest assured. Now, let's discuss our next plan. Actually, the most powerful person in this estate is Feng. After cutting his own cheeks, Feng didn't take any medicine, nor did the pain hinder him. Instead, the pain made him calmer and clearer-headed, something rare. When the dagger sliced his own skin open, his heart throbbed slightly. The sharp sting of a real injury gave Feng an odd feeling that was hard to describe. Feng, now it's time we seriously deliberate. They've surrounded us here for 3 months. In these 3 months, they must have gathered enough information. But they haven't acted, which means they're encountering some obstacles. Feng said, and Huangfu Kongming immediately nodded. You're absolutely right. Now it at least shows they know I'm here. They haven't moved because initially, they were unsure of how strong our army is. Secondly, they're not in a rush, wanting to observe carefully. Most importantly, thirdly, while they aren't afraid of the army, they fear you escaping in the end, hence being hesitant without taking action. Feng, is there a fourth condition that prevents them from acting? Feng frowned. For these matters, actually, 3 months ago, when he had first become disabled and spent his days idly, he had thought about it thoroughly. Why these people came was naturally to annihilate their so-called rebels. But the delay suggested many conditions, and regarding the fourth one, Feng hadn't considered it yet, perhaps because he couldn't think of it. After gazing ahead for a long while, Feng sighed. What does your highness mean? The fourth reason is also important, but we don't understand it yet. Never mind, if we can't figure it out now, then let's not dwell on it for now. We must leave here now. The conditions aren't ripe yet. Now isn't the best time to directly confront Zisanghe. Currently, Zisanghe has already brought all of the court's forces here. If we fight, our defeat will be complete. Is there truly no chance of victory? Feng asked Huangfu Kongming as he looked at him. Huangfu Kongming had already sent people to investigate and deduced that with the current situation, there wasn't any likelihood of winning. After all, once Zisanghe suspected them, this would definitely lead to an all-out attack. There was absolutely no possibility of escaping, given the careful planning of their moves. They were preparing to exterminate them completely. This Huangfu Kongming could fully guess. 7 years ago, when I was still a prince leading military campaigns both south and north, I learned to accurately estimate the situation of war. There's no room for error, he said, adding, therefore, this time, we need a strategy. Does my lord want to sacrifice pawns to save the game? Feng, parents gave me life, but up to now, only you truly understand me. So you cannot die. I, your lord, will not allow you to die, he said while looking at Feng, whose face had become quite terrifying. I have already arranged where the army should reposition itself. The cunning rabbit has 3 dens. Nowadays, I am no longer in the era of lone wild beasts. That era has passed entirely. My days of brilliance are finally over. Now, I wish to make arrangements according to my own intentions. His eyes looked at Feng before him. Feng could only nod his head. I think I've understood. If so, there must be no delay. These plans are set in stone. The sooner we carry them out, the better. After he spoke, Feng had already caught on and changed the subject. What about Lady Nangong? Will you take her with us? Yes. How do you intend to explain it? Feng asked, and Huangfu Kongming hadn't thought through this question either. Laughing bitterly, he said, this is the first time in my life that I've wronged someone. What else can I say? I must protect her safety. This? Feng nodded his head. Yes, then what about Lu Meyer? Feng asked, knowing that his wounds weren't caused by Nangong Qingjin, but by Lu Meyer, which made his heart ache immensely. Lu Meyer had deceived his trust, causing him to believe her without a second thought. She had blinded his ability to discern truth from falsehood, wrongly implicating Lady Nangong. This awareness left Feng feeling extremely ashamed. Kill Lu Meyer, my lord. This was Feng's plea, and Huangfu Kongming immediately agreed. You can rest assured, I'll ensure justice is served for you. My lord, take Lady Nangong with you. This person will surely be of great use in the future. After saying this, he sighed deeply. An old horse may lie down in its stall, but its heart still longs for the 1,000-mile journey. I'm not dead yet, and I will certainly assist my lord in defending against the enemy. Please have no concerns, Feng go. As he said this, he moved his wheelchair slightly and left. That night, Lu Meyer, as usual, encountered a ghost inside her room. Since Lioli had begun to suspect Lu Meyer, she deliberately turned a blind eye to the increasingly frequent ghost pranks from the maid. In fact, around others, she even encouraged them to calm Lu Meyer down. That night, Lu Meyer felt a cold hand touch her body. It was so chilling it seemed like it came straight from a grave. In fact, the maid had just come from the back courtyard to create a spooky atmosphere. To simulate a ghostly chill, she took ice blocks from the deep well and placed them in an incense burner. After touching the burner, she deliberately slipped her hand into Lu Meyer's bed covers. In the middle of summer, Lu Meyer was instantly shocked. Ah, there's a snake. Lioli, hurry, there's a snake. In Lu Meyer's imagination, the icy cold object must be a snake. She was now completely panicked, screaming and flailing her arms wildly, but no one came to her aid. It seemed as though the maids and shadow guards had all disappeared. Recently, even Huangfu Kongming had been investigating Lu Meyer. The shadow guards, upon hearing from Lioli that they needed to test Lu Meyer's authenticity, all did their utmost to ignore her cries. Lu Meyer was startled. In the moonlight, she saw a very thin woman bathed in clear white moonlight. Her eyes were so bright, resembling those of a ghost. The woman kept her eyes fixed on Lu Meyer, rolling them occasionally. After a very long time, Lu Meyer finally pulled the blanket around her and slowly moved to the back. Why you? Are you human or ghost? Even though she had already seen the face clearly, she still could not confirm whether the person in front of her was human or ghost. Young lady, you're quite mistaken. I'm naturally a ghost. Why don't you check if I have any body temperature? Young lady, the real Lu Meyer, while crying bitterly, coldly glared at the Lu Meyer in front of her. Young lady threw me into the well 3 years ago. It has been 3 years now. Little Red. Why you're not human. Why you're Lu Meyer? Lu Meyer was shocked, unable to imagine whether the apparition before her was a ghost or a person. What on earth was this? After a very long silence, only then did their gazes intersect. Young lady, if it wasn't for the recent clear moonlit nights and strong winds that blew open a crack in the stone slab over my well, I would never have escaped. Your good deed all these years made it so that the prince never found out. Oh prince with your eyes like pearls. Young lady used my identity, enjoyed the privileges and benefits that should have belonged to me, and that was your good fortune. But has the young lady ever considered that whenever a person encounters a ghost, misfortune is sure to follow? You don't need to be afraid. The living and the dead should interact more often. Last time when I tried to come in, Lily started yelling right away. I left hastily last time and dropped one of my ribs. Perhaps young lady knows where that rib is. Chapter 124, Guilty Conscience. You're already dead, already dead. I will pray for your deceased soul. Go away, go away, go away. Miss, no need to panic. Nowadays, the only one who can see me is you. Even if you shout and call all the servants here now, what would be the point? They still wouldn't be able to see me. Please calm down a bit. I've come out of the well to reincarnate in the netherworld. The maid was saying this while visibly terrified and kept looking at Lou Meyer. Lou Meyer appeared so fearful that she was startled by a chilling cold wind, and when she looked at the woman again, she started trembling. Since you're leaving, I will accompany you part of the way. I will burn lots of paper money for you. Just leave here with peace. Lou Meyer said. I do need the paper money, but King Yama has said, before I leave, I need to resolve the affairs of my mortal life. It would be best to clear everything with you. For 3 years, my body has been left unburied. Xiaohong, how cruel you are. She spoke while furrowing her brows forcefully. I had no choice back then. Sorry, for these many years, I have impersonated you. Lou Meyer said while sighing. If I'm already gone, it's just the will of heaven. Now, before I leave, I need to sort things out. I naturally won't retaliate. You killed me originally and took over my servant Lioli. Not many people know about this. Xiaohong, why did you harm me? No, it wasn't me. She began shaking uncontrollably upon seeing this, causing the maid to burst into laughter. Even at the moment of death, you're still like this. If it's true, I must take vengeance. Sorry. She stretched her hand out, and upon seeing this, Lou Meyer immediately stepped back. I'll tell. Lou Meyer began shaking as she spoke. It's not too late to confess honestly now. As she said this, she tilted her head to listen intently, and Lou Meyer had begun telling her story sorrowfully. She explained how, 3 years ago, she fell out of favor due to her cold and eccentric nature, and how Emperor Huangfu Kongming sent her to Cold Pavilion Court. She couldn't bear spending her whole life in such an abandoned mansion under command. So, during one real visit from Lou Meyer herself, that was when everything became clear. In fact, starting from 3 years ago, this Lou Meyer was fake because the two women were very similar, which led even Lioli to being deceived. The more Lou Meyer told the story, the more agitated she became, until finally, after finishing her confession, Lou Meyer began to tremble. The ghost beside her started laughing heartily. Lou Meyer stared at the face and soon burst into tears. The woman next to her smiled faintly. Good sister, what you did was flawless. For 3 years, you've impersonated me so well. Excellent. Tell me, what do you see? After these words, Lou Meyer immediately followed the direction pointed by her finger. Where? What could there possibly be? Lou Meyer saw nothing, but as she turned back around, she realized the woman who had been sitting on the stool in front of her had vanished without a trace. There was a faint odor of decay in the air, which clearly came from the ghost. After the ghost disappeared, Lioli arrived. Miss, why didn't you rest all night? What were you doing? Although Lioli entered from the doorway, she hadn't seen the ghost, which didn't make any sense. Lioli, what did you see just now? What? Lioli rubbed her eyes. I heard you screaming inside earlier, so I thought you'd had a nightmare. I rushed here immediately. I didn't see anything. Is there a cockroach or a mouse in the room? But really, you don't need to be afraid. Cockroaches and mice might be strong, but they're certainly not ghosts, right? It's not that. Lioli, support me. Lou Meyer extended her hand, and the two of them moved forward toward the door. At the entrance, the ground was damp, and footprints could be seen crisscrossing on it. Lou Meyer found the ghost's footprint, wet and distinct. It was very clear. This made Lou Meyer puzzled since, logically speaking, ghosts should not leave any footprints. Yet, evidently, there were prints, clear ones that showed recent movement. Having doubts now, she asked again. Lioli, didn't you really see anything? Miss, what do you hope you're made to see? Said Lioli, while looking towards Lou Meyer. Lou Meyer sighed. No, nothing. The two of them reached the door, and beside it stood a shadow guard. The footprints just passed by next to the shadow guard. Lou Meyer took one step forward, cleared her throat, and asked, Did you just see a woman in white passing by here? The servant was on duty here and did not see any woman in white. Then, did you hear anything? Despite Lou Meyer's insistence, the guard thought for a moment and said, I did feel a cold wind pass by just now, as if I heard a woman crying, saying, You are above ground. I am below. We who are above and below should socialize more often. This was exactly the same sentence as before. While they were still talking from the nearby shrubs, a woman began crying again, repeating, You are above ground. I am below. We who are above and below should socialize more often. Although others naturally felt fear, Lou Meyer was most terrified because only she knew that this meant the soul of an innocent person seeking retribution. The people nearby clenched their fists and already held their long swords. Your general wants to see who is pretending to be divine and ghostly, and immediately set out. But after not too long, he returned with a face ashen as soil, and in his hand, there was an extra rib. To the young lady, I arrived quickly, but after getting there, I saw nothing. Only on the ground, there was one rib. It seemed I saw a woman in white. Could it be haunting? Upon hearing this, Lou Meyer immediately stumbled back, fortunately being supported by Lioli. Dear Lioli, tomorrow we must go to the temple to find monks, and also check if the stone slab covering the dry well in the backyard has been blown open by the wind. It's urgent, very urgent. Miss, please rest assured, I will definitely go check tomorrow morning. As she said this, she added, It's already late at night, so I'll help you get ready for bed. As she spoke, the two entered the room ahead. Lou Meyer regained her composure. just reaching to pull open the blanket when she saw there was an extra rib inside it. Lou Meyer was terrified, staring at the rib in the blanket. Lily also screamed loudly, and the two women clung together, starting to cry bitterly. Just earlier, Lily had clearly heard Lou Meyer's conversation, and now Lily clearly understood that there was something wrong with Lou Meyer. During dinner time, Huangfu Kongming came over. Dinner was supposed to be sent from another place, and unexpectedly, it ended up being served here, which was beyond Lou Meyer's expectations. She originally believed that tonight she could quietly end Ningong's life without any trouble, but didn't know that the food would be redirected to here after going through various routes. The prince is here to eat with his concubine tonight. Though she noticed the unusual atmosphere, she showed no fear at all, instead speaking in a coquettish manner, and smiling brightly approached Huangfu Kongming's position. Huangfu Kongming couldn't help raising his eyebrows, staring at the woman in front of him for a long time, and finally smiled faintly. Does this food look familiar? Food generally looks the same. It's quite familiar. Why does the prince want to have such simple fare? If you really wish to have dinner now, I can offer some prepared dishes. While speaking, she made Lioli take away the food on the table. But Huangfu Kongming paid no attention to it. Instead, he coldly stared at Lou Meyer and asked, "Just how much longer do you plan to keep acting?" "I'm not acting, my lord." "What do you mean? I truly don't understand." Lou Meyer blinked innocently while gazing at Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming stood up coldly, took a bun in his hand, smelled it, broke off a small part, and threw it into the fish tank beside him. The fish tank was shaped like a flower mushroom, and inside there were many colorful koi. Seeing the bun being thrown, the koi jumped actively, and soon started feeding greedily. In a short while, many of the buns were eaten clean. Then each fish died one after another. When Lou Meyer saw this, she immediately stepped back, her cunning eyes flickering, trembling as she said, "The food was me making someone send it over. My lord, surely you suspect me now. Who else except you could hate Ningong to such a degree?" he said. While saying so, he coldly stared at Lou Meyer, and a chill wind seemed to sweep over, but he hadn't moved his body at all. It was as if he were the Azura from hell, standing there with a cold face and heart. "But it's truly not me, your highness. Please listen to my explanation. I have a deep hatred because of the child's matter, but after all, I still prioritize the greater cause. I also know that Miss Ningong is a medical expert and someone you need. So, I didn't dare to harm her. I really did nothing. Would you expect this prince to believe that?" he said while forcefully gazing at her. "Your highness naturally wouldn't trust what I say right now. That said, your arrival today was likely for questioning or even punishment, but I have no regrets in my heart. If your highness insists on my death, then let it be so." Lou Meyer stepped forward as she spoke and took hold of the bun. Seeing her about to put it into her mouth, Huangfu Kongming finally said coldly, "Right now, this prince merely gives you a warning, with no intention of killing you. Rest well, and from now on, matters regarding sending things will be personally arranged by this prince." "Yes. Haven't you been seeing impure things lately?" he said, his eyes on Lou Meyer. Lou Meyer had no idea what to answer and could only nod darkly. She originally thought Huangfu Kongming would console her, but he said nothing and just frowned deeply, maintaining long silence before saying, "You must have done something unjust that weighs on your conscience. For now, this prince will not investigate, but handle yourself well." "Your highness, you wrong me. I have always been open and upright," she countered, looking at Huangfu Kongming. Speaking the words, open and upright, Huangfu Kongming obviously would not believe them. Chapter 125. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Well, this prince still has matters to attend to. After saying that, he headed toward the door. Lou Meyer let out a sigh of relief. "Luli, see off His Highness the Prince." Luli immediately went to the entrance and moved forward. A few people walked one after another, and soon enough, they were already outside. "Your Highness," seeing Huangfu Kongming about to leave proudly, Luli immediately called out here. Such occurrences were rare. As a maid, Lily had rarely spoken to Prince Huangfu Kongming so abruptly. Over 3 years of interaction, they had never crossed paths. In his world, there was nothing except commands. And her? She had nothing else besides following orders. Now, having shouted like that, Huangfu Kongming knew something was amiss, so he turned around, his clear teacup-like eyes falling on Luli. "Is there something?" "Your Highness, may we have a word privately?" said Luli. For a servant, this was undeniably bold. Nevertheless, Huangfu Kongming still nodded and moved ahead to a quiet place. A corridor over the water where a breeze blew, gently swaying the reeds on the water's surface. The faint rustling of leaves could be heard. Upon reaching there, it was apparent that Luli had something to say, yet she hesitated for a long time, glancing left and right without uttering a word, biting her lips. At this, Huangfu Kongming roughly understood that Luli had some hidden trouble. "Shadow Guard, appear," he commanded. The previously tranquil spot was suddenly filled with many disguised individuals whose dark attire matched the color of the night. These shadowy figures blended seamlessly with the darkness. Though not numerous, these people were loyal to their duties. One by one, they stood ready at his command, appearing with downcast but resolute gazes. "Withdraw. Do not return unless summoned," he ordered, simultaneously waving his sleeves. Immediately, the group dispersed. Once they were gone, he smiled calmly, looking benevolent. "You needn't fear anything now, speak." And Luli nodded. "Your Highness, your servant has discovered a secret. I originally did not intend to inform you of it until the truth became clear. But now, I cannot keep silent any longer." As she spoke, panic began to fill her ink-black eyes, gazing into the pitch-black night. "Speak. This Lou Meyer isn't the real one." Your servant only realized this 3 or 5 days ago. Previously, I had no idea, assuming she merely underwent a drastic change in character. Now, upon realizing this truth, I feel as if I've been aiding an evil tiger for years, she exclaimed sorrowfully while shaking her head. Huangfu Kongming's beautiful eyes dimmed, his smile gradually fading, his voice becoming hoarse. Then, how do you prove what you were saying is true? He asked while raising his brows, staring intently at Luli who bit her lips nervously. It's because the real Lu Meyer has appeared. Your servant once served the young miss, she said, choking softly on her sobs. Once, out of kindness, the young miss brought me to visit Xiaohong in the cold pavilion courtyard. Back then, Xiaohong had already incurred sins, frequently getting punished severely in the back courtyard. I know. Go on. Encouragingly, he looked at the girl before him. Luli, due to uncovering such a massive truth, grew cautious, her tone becoming more measured. Her large, round eyes gazed steadily forward. Naturally, I must tell you. During a certain meeting, Xiaohong and Lu Meyer swapped places. In other words, 3 years ago, this woman was already not the original? Huangfu Kongming gravely asked, speaking with a heavy undertone, deeply concerned, knitting his brows together tightly. A feeling of sadness gripped his heart unexpectedly, though things turned out just as they did. Yes. Lily gritted her teeth furiously. Presumably, you still have something else to say? I haven't stopped investigating either. This poisonous item, was it your young lady who sent the maid to deliver it, right? He questioned while gazing fixedly at the woman before him. Lily quickly nodded. Indeed, your highness is wise. Besides that, I still want to ask, was Nangong Qingjin initially falsely accused? After asking, his heart nearly stopped beating, but the young girl beside him immediately nodded. This matter is my fault. Your servant deserves punishment. You protected her? Huangfu Kongming looked at the woman before him as she trembled and spoke. This servant doesn't dare to protect her. In this matter, I do indeed bear responsibility. My mistake was that I never anticipated things would develop like this. Since Miss Nangong Qingjin arrived here, she suggested to me that we kill this girl. I thought, Miss Nangong resembles the previous empress so much. If she wasn't dealt with, over time, your highness might grow feelings for Miss Nangong, and our statuses would diminish. Thus, after careful consideration, I began harming others endlessly alongside her. Finally, Huangfu Kongming understood everything thoroughly, though some detailed issues still required further verification. At this moment, his clear eyes gazed at the bright moon on the horizon, its radiant glow illuminating his face. His features were crystal clear and translucent, a beautiful white color, like flowing silk. So, it turns out all of this was her doing. Not just you. General Chu Feng also came to this prince and informed me about his evidence. He said, while saying this, he surprisingly stared at the girl in front of him. Pregnancy was a setup? Is that correct? There was no actual pregnancy, right? Yes. This was both to draw your attention, and secondly, how could such a child be brought into the world? We had to find a way to make sure this child wouldn't exist. Lily felt extremely ashamed of her previous actions, experiencing an indescribable sense of guilt, yet she finally confessed. How cruel, he exclaimed. Thus, presumably this child was conceived for Miss Nangong's sake. Beyond this prince also wishes to know about the medicine on Chu Feng's side. To bring Miss Nangong down to the cold pavilion courtyard, we exerted every ounce of effort. Initially, our weapon was this child, but you would certainly not have sent Miss Nangong away for the child's sake. So, we started plotting to cripple Chu Feng. Between Lu Meyer and Chu Feng, in your heart, it is undoubtedly the loyal and hardworking Chu Feng who has more favor. That's true. He nodded, looking at the maid before him as she continued. So, Chu Feng became disabled. To make things appear plausible, we added 3 times the usual amount of fermented rice wine yeast to the sweet rice wine sent to Miss Nangong that day. Normally, 1 part of yeast is already quite extraordinary. Now it was tripled. How so? Clearly he knew this sweet rice wine came from you, yet he drank it anyway. Previously, to eliminate any suspicions, we sent food daily to her side. Each time, we claimed it was sent by you and under your orders. Moreover, Miss Nangong Qingjin is an exceptionally intelligent woman, with an acute sense of smell. She discerns the things she sees. So, this prince understands now. Regarding the 7 leaves per bud herb, this prince assumes a physician must have informed you. If the 7 leaves per bud is replaced with the poisonous wolf toxin grass, then the situation becomes entertaining. Once Miss Nangong Qingjin's sins are solidified, this prince would not show leniency, naturally condemning Miss Nangong Qingjin to death. Yes. So, all these things were orchestrated by you 2 servants. Are there anyone more venomous than you 2 in this world? He said, knitting his brows tightly as he spoke. Lily dared not say a word. After a short pause, seeing Huangfu Kongming turn around, she began kowtowing. This servant has another unreasonable request. This servant thinks that as the matters are gradually proven, I want to restore the innocence of my former master. Though this servant deserves to die, I wish that before my death, the master can be cleared of all accusations. Otherwise, what kind of servant am I? Good, he said, waving his hand as he spoke. Get up. For now, this prince will not deal with Lu Meyer, but this prince is starting to take notice. Soon, this prince will reach a decision. You may go now. Keep calm. Don't let this woman discover anything. Otherwise, you'll be killed immediately upon being found out. Yes, thank you, your royal highness. I'll go now. As Lily spoke, she wiped away the tears on her face and returned. Lu Meyer had waited for a long time. Finally seeing Luli return, she smiled slightly and held Luli's hand. So cold, You were merely sent out to see someone. Why did you take such a long time to come back? It was due to some matters that caused the delay. The prince kept questioning me. How could I not answer? But rest assured, here I am, back intact. Lily said, adding, you should rest properly now. Things have been restless lately. Did you really not see anything suspicious today? Lou Meyer, uneasy, glanced at Lily. Lily chuckled. Miss, you're asking again. What is there to see? Even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't come near. Just rest easy. Tomorrow, after dawn, take a few people to check if the well cover in the cold pavilion courtyard has been blown away by the wind. If it has, immediately have someone retrieve the woman's bones and throw them back in. If not, it appears as if someone is playing tricks. We'll need to investigate thoroughly. All right, I understand. Miss, please rest now. As she spoke, Lily took the blanket nearby and covered Lou Meyer with it. After a very long time, Lou Meyer finally fell asleep. Lily kept staring at her face. It was extremely similar to her former master's. Especially those lively, talking big eyes. They were exactly the same as before. Thinking of this, Lily frowned immediately. In the early hours of the morning, Lou Meyer woke up again. No, no. Go away, go away. She flailed her arms and shouted wildly. Seeing this, Lily immediately stepped forward. Miss, what are you doing? You had another nightmare, didn't you? Lily, she's still here. Help me check. She must still be around. Miss, there's nothing here. I will find a monk tomorrow to recite scriptures for you, and also to give blessings to the departed souls. Upon hearing this, she nodded immediately. That's good. Don't overthink things, miss. There's nothing here, don't worry. Had Lily not mentioned it, it would have been fine, but after she said it, Lou Meyer became even more frightened. The two stared at each other for a long time without saying another word. In silence, Lou Meyer finally fell asleep. The next day, Lily went to the backyard and found Lou Meyer in the dense forest. This Lou Meyer was the real one. Now, the two sat under a patch of shade. Lily noticed that Lou Meyer's arm was broken, and seeing her emaciated, sickly appearance, couldn't help but sigh with regret. Chapter 126, The Surrounded Manor. It's all because I am blind. I should have realized it much earlier, but I figured out nothing. Now, I've caused you so much suffering. I deserve death. I truly do. While repenting, Lily was ready to kowtow. Lily, stand up. This can't be blamed on you. It's only my fault for being too kind back then. Luckily, the truth has come out now. What did the prince mean when he heard this? The prince's intention is to wait a bit longer and gather more evidence. She might not know yet, but in reality, she is already surrounded from both front and back. Speaking while sighing, I came over just to tell you that there are things we shouldn't do, but you simply need to wait patiently. I believe the prince will definitely clear your name. No, Lily, to be honest, this time I'm prepared to leave. After all these years, don't you think I haven't understood? She sighed. So many years have passed, everything I should understand I've already grasped, and even what I shouldn't comprehend, I have figured out as well. Since everything is clear now, I'm preparing to leave. Are you leaving? Lily couldn't believe it. In the end, she still chose to go, looking at the woman before her with suspicion and uncertainty. Then, Lou Meyer smiled faintly and said, it's time to leave. Now would be the best moment. If you leave, what about me? I also want to leave. I want to stay by your side. That would be better not to happen. Right now, I only need to make the prince realize that I am real, and he is fake. Now, everything has passed. I finally realized that what I should have been understood long ago. And since I've comprehended it all, the best thing to do is to leave here. While speaking, she added, look at me. Where do I lack the ability to fend for myself? In this courtyard, I survived 3 years without firewood or salt. If I were to go out into the world, how could I not manage to make a living? Moreover, among other things, there were leftover gold hairpins left behind at the beginning. I will live very well. Mistress, please stop talking. It's all my fault. I've wronged you, and I've brought you to such a situation. Lily cried her eyes out, and beside her, the young maid instead smiled and gently held Lily's hand, earnestly saying, I want to start life anew. As for the prince, I already understand. Even if the prince could accept me, I won't be with him anymore. Now I know Miss Nangong, who is an extremely independent girl. We've already discussed our plans. Once we step out of here, we'll go separate ways. If anything happens to me, I'll still seek help from her, and she will certainly help me. Miss Nangong is a good person. Lily spoke and then continued. What about you, Miss Lou Meyer? Do you have any further plans? For someone like her, the best outcome is that she reaps what she sows. He said it, gritting his teeth. If she's going to reap what she's sown, the best scenario is that we let her scare herself to death, letting everyone see the consequences of doing evil deeds. Very good. I think there is no better resolution than this one, speaking while smiling. Now, although we appear fine on the surface, in fact, we've already been surrounded by outsiders. They say it's Zisang He's and Wen Liang's team. At such a time, it's not easy to leave. Luckily, Miss Ningong already knows an excellent gentleman who will take us away. When the time comes, prepare your belongings, and we'll leave here. Mistress. Lily sobbed bitterly, while the maid beside her gently patted Lily's back from time to time. On that day, after Lily returned, her face turned pale as clay. This was unexpected for Lou Meyer. Seeing her like this, Lou Meyer immediately asked, something exists, right? Something exists, correct? In the backyard, in the well, something must still exist. What have you fished out? Tell me, exactly what have you retrieved? The items fished out consist of nails and hair, and a lot of human bones. This. And the monks, why haven't they come yet to chant scriptures? The monks have been sent for and will arrive soon. By now, you don't need to worry or be afraid because I have everything arranged perfectly. Just relax. Lily kept nodding, indeed arranging everything properly. Before noon, a monk had already arrived. The chanting lasted until the late hours of the night, after which the monk went to rest. Only then did Lou Meyer close her eyes, but just as she did so, a pair of icy hands fell once again on her neck. Those hands tightly gripped Lou Meyer's throat. Her eyes wide open, Lou Meyer stared directly at that face. Sister, how cruel you are. I am already dead, yet now you seek to scatter my soul. Alas, these monks' powers aren't sufficient enough. Hee. Sister, I've already lodged a complaint against you with Lord Yama. He will surely make you die immediately. No, what do you really want? Tell me. If it's within my power, I'll give it to you. Only if you leave here right now, please leave. Today, sister, you sent the maid to fish out my corpse and sealed the well entrance, thinking that would keep me from coming and going freely. You're wrong indeed. Little Hong, you may still be Little Hong, but I am Lou Meyer. Now I hate you. I will kill you, she said, exerting more force as she spoke. Come, someone, help. Though the maid had only one hand, its strength was immense, leaving Lou Meyer no room for resistance. After an interminable amount of time, Lou Meyer fainted unconscious. Then, Lily appeared. Did you strangle her? It won't be that easy. Lily, I'm gone now. Once she wakes up, don't forget to give her this. Speaking thus, she departed. By now, everyone already knew who Lou Meyer truly was, all waiting for her mask to slip. When Lou Meyer woke, realizing she was still alive, she immediately called out to Lily. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lily turned toward Lou Meyer. Miss, what are you doing? Why don't you rest at night? No. Lily, what did you see just now? Tell me, what exactly did you see? As she spoke, she gazed towards the adjacent position. Servant, I saw nothing. All I witnessed was your sleepless night. No, Lily. She has definitely come. Actually, Lily very well knew who she referred to but pretended ignorance. Miss, you're scaring yourself. There is nothing, stop doing this. She really came. Lily truly came. Earlier, she strangled my throat like this. Look, bring the mirror over quickly. Waving her hand while speaking, Lily immediately fetched the mirror. Grasping the flowered bronze mirror, he examined his reflection, turning pale afterward. See, Lily, look, my throat. Here, this bruise clearly belongs to her earlier assault. Why couldn't you see it when you should have? Lou Meyer dared not look in the mirror anymore, sighing heavily instead. The nearby maid frowned. You're just imagining things. None of this happened. Lily deliberately feigned ignorance. At this moment, Lily and the real Lou Meyer had agreed on something. Their plan was to let Lou Meyer panic and preferably scare herself mad. That was their goal. Lily, no, look there. While saying this, she pointed to the ground. On the floor lay a rib bone, black in the moonlight. Shocked, Lily screamed. Ah, this dirty thing. How did it end up here? No, it can't be true. It mustn't be. Lily. Yes, she came. She's been here, said Lou Meyer, glancing around nervously but seeing nothing. After Lioli discarded the rib, he consoled the already terrified woman. Don't be afraid for now. The monk is here. Tomorrow, the monk will chant scriptures. Don't fear. Lioli, this evil spirit wants to haunt me. Tomorrow, you must find a better monk, all right? Servant understands. You can rest now, can't you? As he spoke, he looked at Lou Meyer, who nodded repeatedly. That night, as soon as Lou Meyer closed her eyes, she recalled those terrifying sounds. Every time she fell asleep, she dreamt of those cold hands. They were so chilling, grabbing her throat unexpectedly. In fear and dread, Lou Meyer was almost falling into a state of severe neurasthenia. By the next day, the monks left, replaced by a fresh batch, but still ineffective. This deceased spirit always visited Lou Meyer during the night. At first, around midnight when everything was tranquil, but later, the visits became random, anytime and anywhere. Tragically, only Lou Meyer herself could see this evil spirit. The others nearby couldn't see it at all. Lou Meyer was now in utter fear. One batch of monks left and another arrived, but none of them had any effect. After all, monks are monks. In the face of such a vengeful ghost, they were clearly powerless as well. After a few batches came and went, Lou Meyer stopped eating with focus. Really? Tell me, will I die? Will I? Why can I see her every day? Why can't you see her? Why is this? Your servant truly hasn't seen anything. You're scaring yourself. Now please take your medicine. It's the remedy sent by the doctor to calm your nerves. Once you drink it, everything will be fine. These claims about seeing something don't really hold true. Come on, take your medicine. But I really saw her. Really. Lou Meyer continuously emphasized that she had seen an aggrieved soul. Actually, everyone knew, but no one said anything. They all allowed this evil ghost to thoroughly frighten Lou Meyer, with not a single person stepping forward. Now, Lou Meyer was truly living in constant dread. Every sound frightened her. As soon as she grabbed the bowl of medicine, she heard soft weeping coming from the door. That cry sounded terrifying, making her skin crawl. Ah, no. Ruli, go check outside quickly. Yes. Ruli hurried off, and after she left, a woman's voice was heard. That voice kept repeating the same words, the same matter. I am from beneath the earth. You are from above. We should interact properly between heaven and earth. Woo. Chapter 127. Nan Gongqing Jin avoids meeting. This time, after going out, Lily returned with a rib bone once again. By now, Lou Meyer was simply too afraid to leave her home. She thought that as long as she stayed indoors, there would be no danger. However, Lou Meyer was wrong. Even though she didn't go out, the vengeful ghost managed to find her anyway. She was utterly terrified. The following days passed by in agony. Huangfu Kongming never let his guard down and had already divided his army into several parts, each leaving one after another. The departing soldiers headed towards their designated areas and set up camp. At present, the villa still looked the same as before. However, many people had already left through secret tunnels. Wen Liang and Zi Sang, he continued their surveillance on this place. Now, they have finally found an excellent opportunity. It was time to capture everyone at once. Third brother, how good is the current opportunity? The opportunity is quite good, but I am waiting, he said while smiling faintly in front of Huangfu Wenliang. Despite having relations with the latter's wife, Zi Sang he tried not to show himself during their encounters, acting as if nothing had happened between them. What are you waiting for? In my opinion, now is the best moment. If we don't capture Huangfu Kongming all at once, opportunities like this may not come again. As he spoke, he sighed softly. Zi Sang he smirked faintly beside him. Elder brother, there's no need to rush. We've waited 6 years, so waiting a little longer won't matter. Third brother, many things can be completed quickly. 1,000,000 years is too long. Wen Liang remarked while extending a riding crop toward the estate, which turned out to be smaller than expected. At this moment, they were standing on a high ground overlooking the full view of the villa, watching people moving about like ants. It was impossible to determine what these busy individuals were actually doing since they were just creating illusions to mislead potential spies. Upon observing this scene, if it weren't for your investigation, I wouldn't believe that such events could happen under the rule of the Son of Heaven, right here. He has always been skilled at disguising himself, aren't you forgetting? Both you and I have waited for 6 years. There's no need to rush. Since this place has been surrounded thoroughly, your royal brother doesn't need to worry. I shall not disappoint you. At that time, I want you to witness exactly what kind of person lies behind all this. My esteemed royal brother, if you assist me in capturing this man, I will certainly reward you generously. I already get whatever I want. What else do I need? Instead, something comes to mind. 6 years ago, after the death of the Empress, was the body found really hers? As soon as these words came out, Wen Liang immediately recalled, but soon began shaking his head. No, it wasn't. It was an attendant of the Empress, named Yanji. This girl looked fairly similar to the Empress, but the coroner confirmed that it absolutely couldn't be her. We found footprints indicating the Empress had fled through a tunnel. And then, the incident from years ago still resonated strongly when thinking back. Filled with memories, Huangfu Wenliang looked at Zi Sang he suddenly. It seems third brother knows something. Could it be the Empress did not die? If the Empress hasn't died, why does she not appear? If someone loses their memory, even if they reappear, it will be of no help. I dare not deceive my royal brother. Recently, I met a woman here who looks exactly like the Empress. Either this woman is extraordinarily adept at disguise, or another possibility exists. She has lost her memory. So, what I am waiting for is this woman. I hope to obtain an answer from this woman. Before we completely destroy this estate, what I intend to do is just related to this matter. This. Huangfu Wenliang sighed. Losing memory, that's an impossible thing. Though since you say so, something must indeed have occurred. So, royal brother, wouldn't you like to see this once powerful woman and witness her capabilities? With these words, Huangfu Wenliang's lips curled slightly into a smile. I finally understand your meaning. Good. Third brother, you have the full authority to handle this matter. I trust you. I also trust myself. The two burst out laughing heartily. As for the near scaring of Lu Meyer, the rear courtyard was unaware that Nan Gongqing Jin had already prepared everything. The three women were ready to leave. Nan Gongqing Jin gave most of the golden hairpins and jewelry to the maid, who was extremely grateful. When it was finally time to part ways, thousands of words went unspoken. Perhaps we should stay together. It would be good to have each other's support. After you leave, everything will change. If you face difficulties, who can you turn to? I'll soon go check on the estate. After I leave, I'll live under an assumed name so no one will know my whereabouts. Things are going to happen as they are. Don't stubbornly insist on leaving us. It would be better to follow us. Now, these three women relied on each other for survival. It was hard to separate at such a time. Sienna also began to persuade. You, as a woman, shouldn't force yourself. Once outside, you won't know anyone or the area. What will you eat or drink? If danger comes, whom can you turn to? It's better to stay together. It's not that I don't want to stay with you all, but truly, I desire to venture out alone. With the gold and jewels you've left me, I can sustain myself. You're giving me all this wealth. It seems almost too much. Her heart turned upside down upon seeing Nan Gongqing Jin's simple luggage. You will need these more when you leave. I do need them, but compared to you, it isn't necessary. Actually, these things originally belonged to you, so it's right to give them back. However, after I leave, setting up an estate will require a large amount of money, so, good sister, dear sister. She embraced Nan Gongqing Jin and sobbed uncontrollably. As the three maids were chatting, the door stirred slightly. Sienna immediately headed toward the entrance and found Huangfu Kongming there. Huangfu Kongming didn't barge in but stayed by the door instead. The prince is looking for your young miss. Sienna nodded and came over to inform Nan Gongqing Jin. Nan Gongqing Jin did not wish to see him at this time of departure. Her eyes fixed ahead as she refused. Tell the prince that I'll always take care of myself, anytime, anywhere. Farewell without end. This might not be wise. I've seen how concerned the prince is about you, and to refuse this way might not be good. She said this, biting her lips, then looked at Sienna. Nan Gongqing Jin responded. You're forgetting what happened so quickly. What he did to us, you can forget, but I cannot. Go ahead. Yes, miss. Sienna had no choice, but reluctantly approached the door. The door remained closed while Huangfu Kongming waited patiently. After some time, seeing Sienna come over again, he sighed. My miss says she'll take care of herself anytime and anywhere. Please convey that she's well, and farewell without end. How noble a farewell without end. Upon finishing, Huangfu Kongming prepared to push the door open. Breaking it wouldn't be difficult, and even Sienna expected it. Yet, after gripping the door ring for a moment, he paused. I wronged her before. Sienna nodded. Therefore, please relay my apologies to your miss. I'm quite occupied lately. This place is still livable for now, but it won't last long. Ask her. Do I have her permission to bring her with me? I want her to stay close. He spoke and sighed softly. Sienna left, returning shortly with her face like ashes. She silently shook her head. A single shake explained everything. Huangfu Kongming nodded. I understand. When the time comes, I'll arrange for her to leave. Our miss says she doesn't need your trouble. Even if heaven falls or earth shatters, she'll protect herself. Our miss isn't someone who depends on others. Prince, please leave. Sienna issued this dismissal, and Huangfu Kongming nodded as he departed. After Huangfu Kongming left, Sienna recounted his words once again to Nan Gongqing Jin, who sighed bitterly. What am I supposed to do with him? We were from two different worlds anyway. There's no need for me to play another person's role. Being oneself is better than pretending to be someone else. Playing another usually ends tragically, just like me and her. Nan Gongqing Jin spoke while pointing to the woman beside her. The other woman faintly smiled as well, though it appeared more like a twitch. Their eyes met briefly, and they laughed together momentarily. What shall I do with him? Huangfu Kongming did not expect Nan Gongqing Jin to reject him so cleanly, without any hesitation. After he left, his mood was still unsettled. Seeing his troubled expression, Lu Meyer immediately came over, taking his hand in hers while trying to console him. You despicable woman, it's all because of you. You still need to act. I will kill you before I leave. His fierce and angry appearance was something Lu Meyer rarely saw. Frowning, she quickly knelt down before Huangfu Kongming. I admit that I am at fault, but I beg my lord to calm down. I will reform myself, but may my lord point out my mistakes. Even if you ask me to die, I must understand where I went wrong, my lord. Lu Meyer was a consummate actress, shedding tears in no time. Witnessing this, Huangfu Kongming frowned impatiently and sharply said, You wretch, do you think I don't know what you've done? There's clear evidence against you now, don't try to deny it. As he spoke, he ordered someone beside him to bring forth Feng and several other individuals. Feng arrived, accompanied by 6 maids who served her. 2 of them held herbs in one hand, while the other held a jar previously used for rice wine. These maids looked timid when they saw Lu Meyer. Then a physician walked in, stroking his beard as he stared at Lu Meyer, appearing completely unfazed. For a moment, the group looked at each other in silence before all of them knelt down before Huangfu Kongming. He glanced at them and commanded, Explain your lady's offenses to me. Chapter 128. 3 men make a tiger, and public criticism can melt metal. Yes. Though there were 6 young maidservants present, their cacophony of voices was extraordinarily sharp. Malicious words, exaggerated and twisted, came out one after another from their mouths. Now she finally understood what the idioms, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall collapses, everyone pushes, meant as her so-called sins were quickly laid bare. She still maintained a posture of standing at attention, listening while tears swirled in her eyes, yet refused to fall. Before, when they saw Lu Meyer with her teary-eyed appearance, it seemed like it pained his heart, but now, seeing her like this, he didn't even feel a tiny bit of sympathy. My lord, don't you know 3 men make a tiger, and public criticism can melt metal? You should understand that these maids are just trying to suppress me. How could I have possibly done those things? Even if you gave me the chance, I wouldn't dare to do them. No harm done. Luli, it's your turn to step forward. Huangfu Kongming said this, making Lu Meyer glance backward awkwardly. She saw Luli had already appeared behind her somehow, tears streaming down her face. Miss, your ability to see ghosts stems from overthinking during the day leading to dreams at night. The events from 3 years ago, weren't they perfectly covered up by you? You've concealed the truth from me for 3 years. You're not Lu Meyer, you're Xiao Hong from the haunting courtyard. Back then, our young miss, feeling sorry for you, visited you every once in a while. Who would have thought that during one of those visits, you repaid kindness with hatred and pushed our young miss into the well? For 3 years, you've been pretending to be someone else, impersonating Lu Meyer for 3 whole years. Blasphemy. Luli, you shouldn't spout nonsense. I treated you well, and now, even you start babbling nonsense? Luli, I am utterly disappointed in you. Lu Meyer continued to argue unreasonably, while Luli sighed and looked toward the person before her. Utterly disappointed? Speaking of being utterly disappointed, how about me, servant to you? Haven't I also been utterly disappointed? Using fake pregnancy to take down Lady Nangong. This incident has already become public knowledge. Now, let's have the doctor speak up for fairness. The doctor realized the matter was thoroughly exposed and naturally dared not protect her anymore. He immediately nodded, stepped forward, and began his statement. Earlier, Miss asked me for aconite grass. If I had known what the aconite grass was going to be used for, would I have dared to agree to give it to you? What aconite grass? You're the one spouting slander. This is all nonsense, Lu Meyer refuted forcefully, her phoenix-shaped eyes becoming more white than black, resembling an eager to attack cloud leopard. But the doctor showed no fear, instead shaking his head while glancing sideways at Prince Huangfu Kongming. My lord, even if you gave me 100 lives, I still wouldn't dare to utter false statements. Previously, your highness often caused trouble, asking for various poisons multiple times. Initially, I thought these items were for repelling mosquitoes. Later, I discovered This woman harbors malicious intent and uses these things to hurt others. I'm fully aware of it now, and I definitely cannot side with her. The doctor paused briefly and sighed. You. Lou Meyer's fingers pointed accusingly at the people around her, like sharp swords. However, very soon, they dropped lifelessly to her side, as she bowed her head and muttered, You are truly spewing nonsense. My lord, today you've come here for justice. So, say something. Prince Huangfu Kongming observed the development of events thus far and already understood everything without any need for words. Not speaking didn't mean knowing nothing. It signified that everything had become crystal clear, awaiting only for the exposure of Lou Meyer's hidden agenda. Chu Feng, speak for yourself. He glanced at Chu Feng, who softly sighed. Rolling his wheelchair from the side to center stage, his piercing leopard eyes locked on the woman before him, sighing heavily once again. I never imagined that I'd end up betrayed by my own confidant. Since the moment you arrived at this estate, lady, I regarded you as the sole mistress I would serve, doing anything you asked of me. But who would have guessed? Chu Feng, it's you. Upon seeing Chu Feng, who frequently laughed and joked with her, Lou Meyer was startled. Over the years, Chu Feng and Lou Meyer had always shared a good relationship. The current situation presented both physical evidence and witness testimonies that seemed advantageous to her rather than harmful to Nangang Qingjin. Chu Feng certainly must stand by her side. His stance had always been unwavering, steadfast beside her. Yet today, General Chu Feng, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. You shouldn't listen to these girls' one-sided words. They're just piling on when the wall collapses. How could I harm others like that? Even if I hated Miss Nangang to the core, I would have no reason to harm you. So-called wrongdoings have their origins, debts have their masters. I didn't even know why she would harm me like that, so I didn't suspect her at all. To be honest with Miss, later on, I started feeling suspicious again. Everything seemed fine as Nangang Qingjin was responsible for my treatment, and I was almost healed. Then those things happened. At first, I was puzzled, so inevitably I began an investigation. Although it was not a big deal, after I investigated, I found out that the facts were completely different from what you had said. Truly embarrassing. It turned out that I, Chu Feng, had failed to recognize the truth clearly. Chu Feng, are you really suspecting that what these maids say is true? Lou Meyer's eyebrows shot up, intimidating the maids while forcefully denying her involvement in such acts. This was the classic, 3 men make a tiger. This was the case of public criticism can melt metal. She claimed herself innocent, insisting she wouldn't do anything harmful. With a sigh, she gazed wistfully at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you've wronged me. You've truly wronged me? This isn't something General Chu Feng alone decides. Let each maid speak one by one. Despite the previous testimonies provided by the maids, given the progression of events, repeating the statements might not necessarily be superfluous. Thus, Chu Feng looked coldly at the maids beside him. The maids repeated themselves as before, word by word, beginning to confront Lou Meyer. Now, seeing the truth coming to light, they wanted to distance themselves from Lou Meyer immediately. An unclear relationship might easily lead to misfortune for them too. Consequently, the maids furrowed their brows, standing up more assertively. That night was indeed arranged by her. In fact, not just that night. Ever since Miss Nangang moved over, we've been arranged under her orders. Now that everything has come to light, please, Miss, appeal to the prince for leniency. One maid spoke while knocking her head on the ground. Miss, now everything is absolutely clear. Please admit your fault and seek lenient handling. We cannot continue aiding the wrong side. Please forgive us. The maid spoke while backing away step by step. Miss, admit it. Another maid said succinctly, with venomous glint in her eyes. These maids had all faced varying degrees of suppression by Lou Meyer in the past, and now, having finally gained the upper hand, they naturally intended to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Miss, we don't wish to serve you further. It's always wrong to assist wrongdoing. Nowadays, I've thought clearly, so please acknowledge your faults properly and resolve the situation. Another maid stepped forward as she spoke, realizing how entangled the situation had become. She knelt straight and proper before Huangfu Kongming. Though even now, Luli already started joining forces criticizing her. For Lou Meyer, as long as there wasn't enough evidence, she would never confess. My lord, even kneeling on the ground, she refused to admit guilt. Look, these maids have gone mad. I'll provide proof to you. I did none of these things. It's all the maid's defamation. I did nothing. Now it was evening. Confrontations began at noon and stretched until the 9th hour of the day, making the skies dim. A bright moonlight illuminated softly, hazy as if descending like silk ribbons, with a faint glow making everything seem mysterious and indistinct. The moon blurred, birds blurred, people blurred, trees blurred. Everything became ethereal. In such an atmosphere, at the door, came a woman's soft sigh, delicate like feathers, followed by her voice. Right now, you're on the ground, and I'm underground. Between heaven and earth, we should visit each other more often. Everyone nearby had become indifferent to this voice through constant hearing, except for Lou Meyer. Upon hearing it, her entire body froze with fear, her eyes fluttering as she began searching. The door opened, revealing a woman dressed in white. Walking elegantly into the room, this side of the story saw Luli step forward immediately to support the frail woman. Miss, you arrived at just the right time. Please speak. Please tell us. You are. Huangfu Kongming looked at the person who walked in. The person who entered did not raise her head, sighing and bowing before speaking. As expected, you have forgotten me. I am Lou Meyer, the woman you brought back from the pleasure house many years ago. 3 years ago, I never thought that misfortune would befall me. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Why did the woman who just came in say she is Lu Meyer? Clearly, Lu Meyer was already by his side. But why were there now two Lu Meyers? He furrowed his brows in deep thought as he gazed at the woman before him. This woman appeared so frail, like a sheet of paper. Despite being supported by Lu Li, it seemed as though she could collapse at any moment. Her face was yellow, and her body emaciated. Seeing this, Huangfu Kongming immediately waved his hand, granting her a seat. An official-style hat chair was promptly brought over. Ever since this woman had entered, no one had moved their gaze from her. They all stared at this unexpected intruder with great astonishment. It took the woman a long while to finally sigh. You have finally reached the time where you will suffer from your own machinations. Do you still want to conceal it? However, it's impossible for you to do so anymore. The newly arrived woman sighed as she spoke. Who are you? You'd better not spout nonsense. I am still the head matron here. She said this while pointing an accusing finger at the woman before her, glaring angrily. The woman calmly smiled. You must surely want to ask how I didn't die 3 years ago. Let me tell you plainly, Xiaohong. Actually, His Highness has treated you well all along. As for being the head matron, don't place yourself too high. We both know very well that such a position absolutely doesn't belong to you. How did you not die? Chapter 129. Lu Meyer deserves no pity. That was actually all because of your old servant. In the cold pavilion courtyard, you weren't without any attempts to win people's hearts. Before you tried to kill me, you wanted to make sure that no one would ever find out about the matter. So, you first pushed one of your servants down the well. She said this as she recalled it. It was a summer day 3 years ago when he had gone to the cold pavilion courtyard to visit Xiaohong. Concerning this woman who had long been neglected, Lu Meyer was rather worried. The life in the back courtyard had become evident enough. Yet, when Xiaohong saw Lu Meyer, she smiled brightly and didn't seem particularly upset. Over time, the real Lu Meyer began to trust Xiaohong. On another summer day, as she came again to visit Lu Meyer in the cold pavilion courtyard, Xiaohong saw her chance. This woman originally hadn't had any maids following her. Now, seeing Lu Meyer approach, she immediately shoved her old servant into the well, claiming that something had been seen inside the well that drew Lu Meyer's attention. As soon as Lu Meyer got closer, Xiaohong pushed her into the well too. Reflecting on it now, she couldn't help but feel terrified. The incident happened 3 years ago, 3 years being 1,000 nights and days. But there was nothing that could make her completely forget it. Rather, it made her fully unable to forget. Slowly, she stood up. I fell into the well, and I found out that the old servant was still alive. It gave me hope. This old servant said, servant may have rough skin, but am still strong, and fortunately still alive. Only pity is for the young lady. At that moment, her arm had already broken due to pain, causing her whole body to shiver violently. When the two of them truly reached the situation of sitting by the well looking at the sky, the old servant suddenly said, this isn't a way out. We'll be trapped here until we die. Let me send you up now. If you manage to go up, you can think of a way to rescue me, and that would be ideal. But if not, I will willingly accept my fate. Ordinarily, if Lu Meyer had intact limbs, under such circumstances, after sending this old servant up, the servant could drop a rope down afterward, which would definitely save Lu Meyer. However, tragically, during that event, it was Lu Meyer who got injured, with her arm broken. She could only allow this old servant to lift her up. The servant herself was also wounded and died shortly after in the well. After the servant passed away, Lu Meyer then fainted in confusion. She thought her life had reached its end, but unexpectedly, nothing tragically happened as she had imagined. Not long after, events began to improve, and though she needn't step foot into the front yard, she still managed to understand the present situation. The current Lu Meyer has completely transformed into the head mistress, leaving her with no right to speak anymore. Over time, she gradually accepted the situation as it was. Things had turned so tragic, it led to what it was today. Now, everything I need to say has been said. I believe that Lu Meyer has done so many evil things that she deserves an immediate execution. My lord, both human testimony and physical evidence are here. There's me, General Chu Feng, and all these maids. You decide yourself. After making her accusation, she did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, she looked wide-eyed, waiting for his judgment and arrangement. But unexpectedly, things didn't develop according to her imagination. Are you really Xiaohong? He looked at Lu Meyer before him. Lu Meyer was now left speechless. She cried softly and refused to look the prince in the eye. This wasn't the time for arguments. If she did argue, it would be like mocking everyone's intelligence, including the prince's. Today, I finally understand the meaning of one who does too much injustice will eventually destroy oneself. Yes, all these things were done by me. She stood up forcefully while saying this, staring straight at Huangfu Kongming ahead of her. Huangfu Kongming had finally heard her admission with his own ears. A deep sense of sorrow had seeped through his heart. If she hadn't admitted it, the pain might not have settled. But now, the woman had admitted it, leading to a feeling akin to turbulent rivers within his chest that words simply couldn't describe. Huangfu Kongming felt dizzy and lightheaded. Noticing this condition, the people around immediately helped steady him, allowing him to sit on a nearby chair. It's you indeed, you vile woman, he said coldly. I'm indeed a despicable woman, but I've done all these deeds, using every scheme possible. I believed myself very competent. At least I thought that you genuinely liked, cherished, and admired me. However, a cruel cold gleam burned in her eyes. The smile at the corner of her mouth froze, and those crystal clear eyes looked far more terrifying now than they had before. But things didn't develop as I said they would. Things are not as I thought they would be. I always assumed you'd fall in love with me. Later, I realized I was just daydreaming. For all these years, you never gave me the position of head mistress. Whether I am Xiaohong or Lu Meyer, I've done so many evil deeds, but none of those evil deeds were aimed at you. I swear it. Surely even you know this clearly. Now you finally admitted to everything? He asked. Lu Meyer knew that arguing would be meaningless and could only nod. Yes. You finally nodded. Good, good. Drag her out, 50 lashes, then behead her. He spoke without looking back, gazing instead at the window, and continuing to issue orders. Send attendants to take care of the girl Lu Meyer at the cold pavilion courtyard. Let her accomplice, Luli, pay with her life immediately. After finishing his instructions, he added, as for the witnesses, ignorance is no crime. This time, they're pardoned. General Chu Feng, return home to recuperate your strength. In the end, this was all my fault. I should have noticed these matters earlier. I am unworthy of all of you. Once he finished speaking, Chu Feng nodded and left. After Chu Feng departed, she glanced at his retreating figure. Chu Feng had aged. The former vitality and strength had faded. Now, Chu Feng was an elderly man, hunched over in a wheelchair, appearing like someone in their 70s or 80s. Reflecting on how for 6 years Chu Feng had fought and sacrificed everything for her, Huangfu Kongming's eyes moistened. But soon, his gaze shifted to the girl who had long wished to meet him, a lingering obsession and desire, which was finally fulfilled in her lifetime. However, now the emotionless Luli was being dragged away by the executioners. Prince. Her voice became urgent, and she knelt down, knocking her head against the ground repeatedly. I beg you, Prince, for one thing. I'm willing to leave here with Luli, disappear from your sight forever, and never appear again. I beg you not to kill Luli. Yes, she has made many mistakes. But she too was enchanted by this woman. Please give her mercy. Please, spare her life. As she pleaded, she struggled fiercely to continue knocking her head against the ground. Seeing this, Huangfu Kongming finally raised his hand, pausing after a long moment, and said, wait. The executioner, standing by the door, had already raised his blade, ready to sever Luli's head. At this command, his hand paused, looking towards Huangfu Kongming within the hall. Step by step, Huangfu Kongming emerged from the inner chamber. I will pardon her. You may rise, he declared. Luli couldn't believe it. Unexpectedly, the person who came to her aid was still her previous master. She rushed forward impulsively, protecting Luli in her arms with a protective fervor. Good girl, don't worry, it's fine now. It's over, it's all over. Miss, are you truly going to leave here? That's right, indeed. My first half of life was spent in confusion, utterly unaware. Would my second half also be wasted in such ignorance? If you follow me, I'll take you along. We'll share hardships and pleasures together. If you wish to go elsewhere, I'll give you silver, and you can seek a living on your own. I've already made up my mind. Her eyes sparkled brightly. I must leave this place. Now I must depart. Since Miss is leaving, naturally I will stay with you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. We shall leave together now. Luli sighed while speaking. She stood next to Huangfu Kongming. Before she could say anything, he already seemed to understand her intent. I will arrange a carriage now to send both of you away safely, and ensure neither of you lack for silver. No, Prince, though I am bidding farewell, there's no need for me to accept your silver. So, we don't need your carriage either. When one decides to leave, it should be clean and decisive. I've been at the cold pavilion courtyard for 3 years. During these 3 years, I had no silver, no fancy clothes, nothing, but wasn't I still alive and well? If I managed fine in the past, surely I will manage fine after leaving here as well. So, she said with a joyful laugh, continuing. In the end, my lord and I are destined to part ways. It was my own stubbornness that held me back before, but now, I am finally leaving. That's all I have to say. Wishing you success in your future endeavors, and our paths will never cross again. This woman had changed. Before, she would never so easily let go and leave. Now, suddenly, she decided to go. My lord, this life of yours owes me. But I hope you can truly start living your own life. And now, I want to ask about her. How is she? She fends for herself well. That person is much better than me. She says she's like grass, able to take root and sprout anywhere. As she spoke, she smiled. Then, I'll be off. He nodded, as the two women cheerfully left. While walking, Luli, puzzled, asked, You love the prince so much. This is when he most needs people, yet why can you just turn away? It's really hard to understand. Therefore, don't overthink it. Haven't you realized already that we who resemble the previous empress could never gain prince's true love? It's impossible. Since it's not possible, why not leave early? I've lived alone in the rear courtyard for 3 years, and during that time, I've figured out many things. I see. He sighed. In fact, Huangfu Kongming wanted to go immediately and see Nangong Qingjin, but due to various reasons, he stopped his steps and just stood there dazedly in the wind. Lu Meyer had already been taken by the guards to the back garden, where Chu Feng was watching nearby. Chapter 130. A few matters regarding departure. This woman had never endured such physical torment before, already starting to groan while lying prone on the ground. She wept mournfully as she awaited the cane strike, and soon enough, the garden echoed with ghostly wails, the sound making anyone who heard it instinctively shiver. 50 lashes were not meant to kill this woman, but they were certainly severe. Once the 50 strokes were done, Lu Meyer was dragged over and made to kneel nearby. Chu Feng glared at her with his fierce eyes. You've realized your mistake now, good. But surely you want to know who the final executioner is. It's you, Chu Feng. Lu Meyer stared at Chu Feng in horror as he held a knife in his hand, watching her coldly with a smirk. Your deeds left me unable to stand. Do you have any idea how important I am to His Highness? You've rendered me unable to walk properly. As he spoke, he gave a cold command to the men around him. Carry out the sentence immediately. The men quickly pushed Lu Meyer to kneel right in front of Chu Feng. By now, Lu Meyer's once beautiful face had completely lost its color. With a swift movement, Chu Feng raised his hand and struck with his blade, spraying warm blood all over that same face. Chu Feng said nothing, just looking down at the head fallen on the ground and at the wet blade in his hand. After what seemed like an eternity, someone placed the severed head into a wooden box, saying, "Take it to His Highness for inspection." After finishing speaking, Chu Feng wheeled himself away quietly. On the other side, Prince Huangfu Kongming stood still. Someone had brought over a wooden box towards him. Finally, after regaining some clarity, he gently stroked the surface of the box. "Bury her," he ordered, then walked off without hesitation. Seeing how indifferent their lord was, the crowd connected his behavior with Lu Meyer's last words before death, which left them deeply shocked. Indeed, His Highness valued the affairs of the realm more than any woman, and so it was. Meanwhile, a maidservant followed by Liu Li arrived happily at the cold pavilion courtyard. Everything that occurred earlier outside this courtyard was unknown to Nangong Qingjin. Seeing Liu Li arrive, Qingjin and Xian were baffled. Xian stepped forward protectively, standing beside Nangong Qingjin. "You, why are you here, you?" Qingjin questioned forcefully, furrowing her brows as she pointed at Liu Li, who had entered following the maid. Liu Li didn't say anything. Instead, she knelt beside them. That Lu Meyer from earlier was fake. In investigating the background of the imposter, I gradually came to understand the truth. The real lady is alive and well. I will never forgive you, Liu Li. Your wrongdoings are endless, nearly leading to our deaths. That statement was from Xian. In truth, Nangong Qingjin also bore grudge against the villainess. In times past, this woman had always been hostile towards her due to her connection with Lu Meyer. If I hadn't done my best to protect our young miss, even if I died today, it wouldn't be enough. Now that I live, I hope. She timidly lifted her gaze to look at the few people around her. I hope you can give me another chance to redeem myself. I am loyal and dedicated to the end, and whatever the Empress asks me to do, I will do it. Honestly, I knew nothing about this person's true identity. Fate decreed that her treachery should be exposed. Yes, they should give Liu Li a chance. Liu Li isn't a bad person. She merely acted for the sake of her mistress. Saying so, Liu Li let out a long sigh. The two women exchanged glances, and Nangong Qingjin nodded. Should you misbehave again in the future, I'll ensure your demise won't be merciful. As she spoke, she took a step forward. Open your mouth. Actually, Nangong Qingjin harbored no ill intentions. From within her sleeve, she pulled out a porcelain vial. Inside was a cold scent pill used for treating asthma, though this pill could also help soothe fright. Without hesitation, Liu Li obeyed and opened her mouth. This is the token of death, a life or death charm. Once swallowed, it's in your best interest to be obedient thereafter, or you'll die a gruesome death. When we part ways later, make sure you take utmost care of your mistress. Now swallow it. Is this really acceptable? The onlookers couldn't help feeling fearful as someone intervened and blocked Liu Li from taking the pill. Soon enough, however, they noticed the wit hidden behind Nangong Qingjin's eyes and stepped aside accordingly. After consuming the cold scent pill, Liu Li only felt immense comfort throughout her body and had no clue that she'd ingested poison. Now that we're back, we must pull together. Don't stir up trouble as you did before. My tolerance has its limits. Now, attend to your young miss and help her rest. We will leave tomorrow, Nangong Qingjin said with a sigh. Miss, Lu Meyer is dead. It's best that this woman met her end. So why are you now hesitant? Pity her, she said, glancing at the maid. The maid had already gone into the room, as if recalling something, and then quickly came out. Miss Nangong, I just encountered the prince. He inquired about you. I am well, and there's no need for the prince to worry. I will be leaving soon. My heart has long been devoid of him. Yes, like me, take care once we are outside. I'm going to rest now. It was evident the maid was in high spirits today, which puzzled Nangong Qingjin. Clearly, this maid was deeply in love with Huangfu Kongming, yet she suddenly claimed otherwise. You have avenged yourself, and you finally feel happy. I hope you stay joyful every day, Nangong Qingjin said. The maid immediately smiled and turned around. It's not the vengeance that makes me happy, but your influence helping me see clearly many things I previously couldn't understand. My influence? What influence do I have on you? Nangong Qingjin asked, looking at the maid beside her, who laughed. At least, in your belief, one should live for oneself. That's true. Are you ready to live only for yourself from now on? Nangong Qingjin looked at the maid, who nodded. I've sacrificed myself once for others. There's no reason I shouldn't start living well for myself now. Today, I have truly survived a calamity, and it wasn't easy to get here. Good. It seems you've reached enlightenment, achieving sainthood instantly. You understood earlier than me. As they say, flowers in the mirror and moon in the water may look beautiful, but upon touch, there's nothing. The maid said while laughing heartily, and then left. She seemed different from the gloomy person of a few days ago. In fact, Nangong Qingjin indeed wanted to offer some advice and invite this maid to live with her outside. But she also knew the maid was self-reliant. Such people tended to be aloof. Now, it would be nearly impossible for her to live with her. However, she wished that when the maid went out, she wouldn't face any difficulties in making a living. Currently, Nangong Qingjin stood in the courtyard, watching the withered yellow leaves fall from the branches. Fine petals fell from the banyan tree with the breeze. Although these petals certainly weren't from the banyan tree itself. Xian squatted down and picked up the petals, smelling them and said, "They are gardenia flowers, Mississippi." Strange indeed. It's only midsummer, yet leaves are falling. Perhaps it really is time to leave, she said wistfully, gripping one of the fallen leaves in her hand and gazing at it. Miss, you don't need to wait. If he were to come, he would naturally do so. You have a fixation in your heart. Now that the truth is clear, if you want to leave, I'll follow you, whether it be to the ends of the earth or across the seas. Just give me a word, and I won't hesitate. She said this while taking the leaf from Nan Gongqingjin's hand. If you wish to remain by his side, I'll also remain by your side. Make up your mind after careful thought. The one involved is often blind, while observers see clearly. I don't want you to make a decision you'll later regret. He doesn't love me. I know my worth. Therefore, Xian, we leave. After all they'd endured, she, Nan Gongqingjin, had long seen through everything. This seeming affection he harbored for her actually stemmed from his attachment to the former empress. Without her, things wouldn't have been thus. Xian, let's go back. The next day, without bidding anyone farewell, the four maids had already sorted out their luggage according to Nan Gongqingjin's wishes. For jewelry and treasures, she took very little, only 1/10 of the total amount, causing Liuli to regard Nan Gongqingjin with renewed respect. Previously, she had misjudged Nan Gongqingjin, thinking her someone who came into the mansion to vie for favor against Lu Meyer, leading to constant conflicts. Now, it was finally clear to her that matters weren't what they seemed. This woman genuinely possessed the broad-minded heart of a healer. You're taking so little money. What if you encounter an emergency after leaving? It'd be unwise. Our idea is to split the items equally between us, the maid said while holding onto her bundle alongside Liuli. What's this about splitting everything equally? I'm a healer. Once I go out, I'll immediately have money. But what about you? What will you rely on? After we leave, settle down early, and I hope all of you quickly find success. Remember to visit me occasionally. That's enough. That's all for now. Miss. Liuli fell to her knees and began wailing loudly, repeatedly banging her head on the ground. I never would have imagined it. I've never expected you to be so generous. If in the future you face any difficulties, just ask. Your servant would work like a beast or a horse if only to repay your great kindness and generosity. Liuli, working like a beast or a horse is not necessary. All you need to do is take good care of yourself, unlike before. Let me tell you honestly, the medicine I gave you yesterday was Lungxiang pills to calm you. Now go ahead. We'll surely meet again. Yes, yes. Liuli kept banging her head. When the group reached the exit, Nan Gongqingjin carefully opened it. Even when sending someone off for thousands of miles, there comes a final farewell. Wipe away your tears. I'm leaving now. The exact location of the estate has already been arranged by Master Bai. I'm telling you this now because in the future, when you have time, come over and visit. Let us not forget our sisterhood. As she spoke, she revealed the precise location of the estate, and the two maids memorized it carefully. When the four of them stepped outside, they parted ways, heading off in opposite directions. Miss, do you think Liuli will really change for the better? While walking, Xian posed the question. Now, the mistress and servant truly appeared like ordinary village girls, without makeup, and walking casually. Even more, to ensure Nan Gongqingjin's safety, Xian used black charcoal to dab stars-like markings on Nan Gongqingjin's face. Chapter 131, Arrangements Concerning Him. The current master-servant duo would not attract much attention. Upon hearing Xian's words, Nan Gongqingjin smiled. I am willing to trust her, and also accept her. You truly are willing to believe in anyone. No, I am willing to give anyone the chance to reform and make up for their mistakes. I don't want people to lose their way and waste time on unnecessary paths. She said this while lightly sniffing the faint wood fragrance. What kind of flower is this? It smells so nice. This, your servant knows clearly. Look ahead. Those red ones are the trumpet vine flowers. The blue ones are the iris flowers. The white ones are the wood fragrance. And the purple ones are lavender. Look here. Nan Gongqingjin had almost forgotten that the outside world was still one filled with myriad hues after being imprisoned for half a year. As she looked at the lush greenery and the colorful blossoms, an awe for life started to arise within her. Master and servant walked together, picking beautiful flowers as they went. When hungry, they took out what was in their bundles to eat. When thirsty, they drew mountain spring water. By afternoon, they had already entered the territory of heightened alertness. By all accounts, this area was dangerous enough since there were already heavily armed guards present. Although Nan Gongqingjin wasn't the overly meticulous type, she nonetheless discovered something at the same moment. Xianer gave a startled exclamation. It was an enemy encirclement. Beside the spring, there were traces where animals knelt down to drink water, and also numerous footprints going back and forth. The footprints were large, which made it evident that the person must either be corpulent or broad-shouldered. People like that usually belong to the military. Deep within these mountains, who else would come here to drink water? Xianer. Fearing to expose themselves, Nan Gongqingjin quickly covered Xianer's mouth after her startled cry, causing Xianer to widen her eyes with hurried breathing. And miss, there are others here. If you know, then why speak it aloud? We should leave here after we drink. Xianer. Nan Gongqingjin pointed toward a stream ahead. The water in the stream flowed crystal clear, akin to a piece of green jade, or perhaps a diamond-shaped mirror embedded between the mountains. Its irregular shape caught her gaze momentarily. She already discerned clearly. The reflections in the water revealed people, a group hiding in ambush. These individuals were armored distinctly, evidently having been prepared for a long time. Though silent, they were now reflected clearly in the water. Nan Gongqingjin's hand trembled slightly as she pointed to the water surface. Immediately, Xianer noticed, there were countless soldiers scattered by the cliffside. As for the reason so many soldiers had gathered here, it was already very clear. Originally, they were here to completely annihilate Huangfu Kongming. So many of them had surely arrived according to meticulous plans. At the sight of this, Xian'er began trembling uncontrollably, hugging Nangong Qingjin tightly. What should we do, miss? Xian'er, remember, a small lack of tolerance can lead to great disorder. We are but two inconspicuous women. They shouldn't cause a fuss over us. If they were really going to, they would have shown up by now. We'll just pretend we haven't seen anything. Nangong Qingjin shifted her gaze to Xian'er's face as she spoke. Miss, but your servant is scared. Since we've come out, we can only leave it to fate. Actually, those in the courtyard should be the ones frightened. At least we now understand the situation partially. As for them, they have been locked away like birds trapped in a cage. With that, Xian'er could only nod repeatedly. So, stop being afraid now. If it is meant to be a blessing, it won't become a disaster. If it is meant to be a disaster, it can't be avoided. What do we have anyway? No silver, nothing valuable. Just look at my face right now. Who would want me? While speaking, Nangong Qingjin glanced at her own reflection in the water. Her beauty was not the overt kind that stunned people immediately upon sight. Her charm was more subtle, the kind that made someone turn back for a second glance soon after walking past. Her charisma was highly contagious. Now, however, she wasn't considered beautiful anymore. During their escape, only fools would dress extravagantly. Given the uncertain future, due to Xian'er's role, both of their faces were now smeared black. Their disheveled appearance was such that not even beggars would care to bother them now. The task at hand was to persuade Xian'er. If Xian'er truly became afraid, things would go awry. They had just left, and exposing their whereabouts now would be a horrifying mistake. You're right, miss, what you said is correct. Instead of saying we're afraid, it should be the people inside the manor who are more scared. Now they've at least learned about the dangers around them, while those in the manor are still clueless. Miss, seeing Nangong Qingjin deep in thought, Xian'er immediately nudged her. That's right. They're still in the manor now. We need to think of a way to make them cautious. While thinking this way, Nangong Qingjin sighed again. What could she possibly do? A person as astute as Huangfu Kongming must have already prepared both his arrival and departure routes. There was no need for her to worry unnecessarily. She had long noticed that even within the estate, undercurrents were surging. It was unnecessary to mourn here silently. Miss, what's wrong with you? Your complexion doesn't look good. Seeing Miss like this, Xian'er immediately reached out and held her hand. Nangong Qingjin could only bitterly smile. I'm fine. I just wonder, does he know about this matter, or does he not? Do you mean His Highness the Prince? As she said this, Xian'er pulled out the water pouch, filling it with clean spring water from the nearby stream, then capped it before turning back to gaze at Nangong Qingjin. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin's expression today didn't look good at all. Who else could it be but him? Are you worried about him, miss? Xian'er asked, sighing simultaneously. Nangong Qingjin lowered her head without speaking a word, but soon after she awkwardly smiled. It's me overthinking things. Now isn't the time to worry about others. Rather, we should figure out if we can leave here safely. Yes, miss, you finally remembered how much danger our lives are in, Xian'er said as she hung the water pouch on her shoulder. Both of them stepped out from the green grass beside the creek. Fortunately, no soldiers were searching for them. This proved their insignificance. Soldiers wouldn't chase trivial matters like them, letting them feel safer. When they reached the turning point ahead, Nangong Qingjin, observing there was no ambush nearby, held Xian'er's hand. Xian'er, look, these people have deployed horses in groups. On each hilltop, there's an ambush of 100 men, and at the foot of the mountain, another 100. Walking alongside Nangong Qingjin, Xian'er felt confused about the scale of this ambush and wondered precisely how many people there were and the manner used. Upon hearing her mistress's explanation, Xian'er couldn't help but show respect. How did you figure that out? It seems you're strolling carelessly. Is it guesswork? No, Xian'er. Look, Nangong Qingjin pointed beside her. Beside her lay a pile of stones. Not only that, but there were evident signs of broken branches on the trees, indicating troop numbers. This sounded unbelievable, but Nangong Qingjin indeed discovered multiple such broken traces, varying in depth and length. Gradually, she uncovered the secret strategies employed by the troops. Although initially wanting to explain briefly, fearing possible danger here, she merely gripped Xian'er's hand, pointing further ahead. Xian'er, let's go. Here is relatively safe, though not entirely so. We'd better leave quickly. The path down the mountain is over here. The journey so far had been truly nerve-wracking. Nangong Qingjin had descended this mountain twice now and understood clearly which direction would lead them to safety. Finally, both women emerged from the ravine into an open area where the terrain appeared more level and spacious. This way, Xian'er, she said, leading them onto the road. The official road stretched straight ahead, yet no one was in sight. Truly, among these 1,000 mountains, not a bird was flying. Concerned, Xian'er looked at the descent path and couldn't help but ask, every time you come down this mountain, what if you don't encounter anyone on your way? What will you do then? Then we simply walk for 2 hours. As long as we arrive at the town before dark, everything will be fine once we reach the town. I understand, let's go. The two women set off, the scorching heat of midsummer causing them to breathe heavily and sweat profusely within a short time. Despite this, Nangong Qingjin didn't dare slacken for a moment. An hour later, both women were almost completely exhausted. They could only rest by the side of the road ahead, the cool breeze blowing past. Xian'er and Nangong Qingjin exchanged a glance, both women bursting into laughter because they had now figured out that there was no more danger here. Xian'er said, the manor was somehow surrounded before we knew it. Looks like these people were prepared. It said that the current third prince and the emperor, though their usurpation has succeeded, are still on edge every day, so they've made preparations to search at any time. This back-and-forth situation thus led to numerous ambushes, and these people are indeed prepared. You said, why do men always crave power in women? Xian'er gazed at the woman before her, and actually, Nangong Qingjin also did not understand this very well. She scratched her head with a laugh and said, I'm a woman, how would I know? Therein lies some profound truth which I cannot express clearly. It's a matter between men. So if you want to get a man's love, it's actually quite difficult, isn't it, miss? You sure seem to know a lot. I'm just learning by observation. Look, take Willow Beauty from before until now as an example. Are they not vivid cases? Don't know if other men are all the same, or if all men in the world are originally the same. If it's true, I think, what should we two do next? With such thoughts, one can't help but feel sad for others' fate. Nangong Qingjin immediately laughed freely. We haven't even settled down yet, but you're already thinking about the future. Now it's hard work, so we can't afford to rest. Once we reach the town, we will proceed to the Ji-Shur, then find Mr. Bai in the city. Everything will be fine then. This Mr. Bai is truly young and talented. Xian'er stood up as she looked at her own trembling calf. Moreover, he's willing to be generous enough to help you. Tell me, where in this world can one find someone so good, miss? Chapter 132. Huangfu Kongming was also unwilling. It's merely an accidental encounter, but people are connected by fate. Do you believe in it, Xian'er? Seeing Xian'er exhausted, Nangong Qingjin immediately took many things off her body. After sharing the load, Xian'er felt much better than before. Miss, which way should we go? This way. Nangong Qingjin served as a guide, and after walking for a long time, the two of them finally followed a main road to a small town. It probably took another hour to get there. When they arrived at the market town, people were coming and going, obviously making it much safer. Not far from entering the town, the two of them cleaned their faces. With so many people passing through, there was a feeling of danger that made them feel out of place. These two masters and servants had been secluded for nearly 8 months. When Huangfu Kongming first imprisoned them, it was just after winter, and spring chills were still lingering. Now it was already summer. Time really flew by. Before they knew it, they reached the small town, where everything became safer. Nangong Qingjin and Xian'er changed their clothes. They looked neat and clean and discarded the dusty clothing entirely. Seeing horse-drawn carriages available for hire nearby, the two quickly hired one. The distance between the small town and the marketplace was already visible, but walking right through would be dangerous. The town was a dangerous place due to its mixed crowd. Sitting on the carriage now, both of them felt much safer. It was afternoon, but the sunlight was still fierce. Throughout the journey, Nangong Qingjin remained vigilant, dividing their valuables into 2 parts. One part she gave to Xian'er, who constantly held the bundle tightly for fear of being robbed. And Nangong Qingjin herself, after the painful lesson from last time, also securely gathered her belongings. On the carriage, Xian'er looked at Nangong Qingjin and tossed over the water pouch. Miss, drink some water. Look at you. The escape has just begun and your complexion already doesn't look good. I'm worried about the others in the manor, she said, while watching Xian'er. Xian'er smiled. There's nothing to worry about. You're concerned about Ai and Levi, but these two are surely safe. Their departure route wasn't the same as ours, heading in completely opposite directions, so they're probably safer than us. No, Nangong Qingjin sighed, but did not say a word. Are you worried about the prince? What kind of world hasn't Huangfu Kongming seen? Regarding ambushes, he knows them like the back of his hand. Don't you think this person is deliberately making our lives miserable? As Xian'er spoke, she played with her fingers, and Nangong Qingjin sighed again. He's someone with great ambitions, something I can clearly see. And you, miss, you're also someone with great potential. This servant can see it too. Since we've left, don't keep him on your mind all the time. In the end, if anyone finds out, our heads will be in trouble. That, Nangong Qingjin pondered for a moment before nodding. You're right. Huangfu Kongming was once a legendary emperor, but now he is nothing more than a rat everyone wants to chase away. Nangong Qingjin understood very well that no one must know about her connection with Huangfu Kongming. Xian'er, what you said is quite right. As they walked forward, soon the carriage arrived at the previous cosmetic shop. Nangong Qingjin's memory was always excellent. Upon arrival, a young apprentice immediately greeted them with a smile. Nangong, young lady, your visit today is perfectly timed. Over the past few days, my young master ordered me to wait here for you. I've waited for a long time, and you have finally arrived. Where is my young master? There's no doubt, Nangong Qingjin's vigilance was still high. Looking at Nangong Qingjin, the apprentice smiled innocently and explained, he went into the mountains. As you know, from where you just came, pointing at the direction from which they came. It's a necessary route to reach the next town. Oh, I see, he's transporting goods recently, right? Tell your master to be careful in the future. On our way here, we actually saw many people lying in ambush. Nangong Qingjin said with concern. Don't worry, the imperial troops won't dare do anything to my young master. To be honest, my young master and the current emperor have a close relationship. After hearing this, Nangong Qingjin could only nod. This apprentice was smart and could already tell how tired Nangong Qingjin and Xian'er were. After fleeing for an entire day, it was now approaching the hour of you. Despite this, neither had eaten nor rested well during their journey. Finally able to settle momentarily, the young shop apprentice's smile instantly softened when his eyes wandered from Xian'er's face and landed on Nangong Qingjin. He seemed rather puzzled, as if questioning what he should do, but after a pause, he chuckled softly and spoke. Miss, you should follow my young master's arrangements for now. He said that if you came, regardless of the time, you are to go directly to his residence. It will be safer there. Don't let appearances in the town fool you, miss. Shall we go now? Nangong Qingjin looked at the apprentice, who immediately nodded. Of course, of course. We appreciate your effort. Nangong Qingjin gave a slight nod, positioning herself beside Sienna. The apprentice briefly gave an instruction inside the shop and walked forward with a relaxed smile, though his laughter clearly didn't reach his eyes. This suggested a somewhat artificial, almost mask-like demeanor. Upon exiting, they climbed back into the carriage, where Sienna furrowed her brow, tightly gripping Nangong Qingjin's arm as they mounted the carriage. In an instant, Sienna whispered quickly, Mistress, I feel this person is not trustworthy. Sienna, I share the same feeling, but for now, there is no need to fear. There are many people here who know by young master. If anything dangerous happens, we can cry out for help. The two ladies may board the carriage now. Seeing them conversing quietly, the carriage had already been prepared. Though Nangong Qingjin still sensed the danger, both she and Sienna promptly boarded the carriage, which moved smoothly along the official road. Inside the carriage, quiet prevailed as Nangong Qingjin kept her eye on the apprentice beside her. The apprentice continued smiling intermittently while casually chatting about the customs and local culture of the capital. He did indeed appear strange, making Nangong Qingjin uncomfortable. She couldn't determine whether he was good or bad, or perhaps even a person who could switch between these roles. Unwilling to say much, while both were pondering internally, the carriage followed the smooth official road. After stepping into the backyard, this apprentice didn't greet anyone. Instead, he nodded at someone behind him and whispered, Notify His Royal Highness immediately that the goods have arrived. Yes. Once the apprentice left, a white pigeon swiftly took flight from the courtyard, followed by a black one. Flying in pairs, first the white, and then the black disappeared into the clouds. These pigeons soon reached a mountainside where they landed on a man's shoulder. With deft hands, he retrieved the messages from both pigeons, aligning the contents written on one white sheet and one black. This method of dual transmission was commonly used within the palace. By having both pigeons safely deliver their notes, any disturbances en route would have been detected. Even if someone caught one pigeon, it would be impossible to decipher anything without the other. Now, the envelopes had been opened. As the man scanned through the letters, a beautiful yet eerie smile crept onto his lips. Calmly, he strode toward the front, where a large tent stood on the grassland. The tent, despite its rudimentary setting, appeared lavish, constructed from fine lambskins stitched together. What made this so precious was that these lambs were raised under strict conditions and never beaten. At the right age, their skins were carefully stripped off for their remarkable suppleness unmatched by ordinary animal hides. Crafting tents with such lambskins symbolized extravagance far beyond common folk. Now, Zisong he held the paper high, bowing outside the tent. Within, laughter echoed, sensual, unrestrained, mingled with flute music and various instruments. Your Majesty, she has arrived. From within the tent, something indecent seemed underway. The emperor, sounding like a beast, periodically emitted low growls from his throat. Upon hearing this, Zisong He's gaze flashed coldly, then advanced further, declaring, Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Wen Liang let out a smile as he gently pushed away a woman who had been with him. Her face was flushed red. What had they just been doing? She was already in a state of ecstasy, while Wen Liang, as he dressed himself, unzipped the tent revealing an overwhelming scent of powder. He smiled and said, third brother, you may come in. There's no need to be so formal. Older brother, the message has arrived. Zisang he handed over 2 slips of paper even as he spoke. Wen Liang quickly grasped them, skillfully piecing them together, then after a moment's pause, nodded. What does third brother mean? In any case, I cannot stay here for too long. Everything is left in your hands. Please take care of yourself, and remember. His hand gestured meaningfully. Immediately, Wen Liang's hawk-like eyes sparkled coldly. Third brother, go with peace of mind. Everything is in my hands. With your Majesty here, this younger brother of mine has no lingering worries. Zisang he said as he departed. Horses were ready, reins in hand. He galloped off quickly. At that very moment, there was a pair of mysterious eyes that flickered in the tent before a calm smile spread across their owner's lips. The Empress, the third brother has gone. Your Majesty still doesn't know what it means to cherish the fragrant and delicate. The Empress sighed, but soon shed her clothes. In this wilderness, whatever your Majesty desires, your humble servant will accompany till the end. But still, I am human, only flesh and blood, please be mindful. It's good to enjoy ourselves, but don't break me, your Majesty. Ah ha ha. A bout of cold laughter erupted. The couple inside the tent quickly began to make passionate love. As Wen Liang gazed at the Empress, she smiled warmly. The Empress was younger than Wen Liang, yet 3 years older than Zisang he. Chapter 133, Record of Leaving the Mountain. This was the Empress's sore point. With each collision, the golden bells on her feet also began to sway. The Empress seemed like a little kitten, and the sound of the golden bells was very crisp, pleasing to Prince Wen Liang's ears, filling him with immense joy. In no time at all, there was a release like an overwhelming flood, and Prince Wen Liang contentedly held the Empress's jawline. Yet evidently, the Empress still wasn't satisfied and stood motionless, completely dazed, not wanting to move even an inch. I've realized you're not happy. Why? This has been going on for days. As he moved, he embraced the Empress, who sighed. Until we secure Crown Prince heir, my heart will not be at peace. Think about it. If we indulge ourselves here and let him escape, we'll have betrayed Brother San's trust. What do you mean? Your Majesty. The woman tightly embraced Prince Wenliang in front of her. We should be joyful. Let's go out and take a walk. How does that sound? Fine, whatever you say. Thus, the Empress and Prince Wenliang emerged. On the road ahead, there were lush green grasses dotted with small wildflowers nearby. Further on, through a dense forest, they could already see that estate. In this area, that estate covered a vast expanse of land. Looking down from their elevated position, though they couldn't clearly make out what was happening within the estate at the moment, they could already see people moving back and forth inside. There were quite a number of them, bustling about swiftly. After looking into the distance for a long while, the Empress finally asked, "How did you come to know of this intelligence?" "This is Brother San's merit. Over these 6 years, if it weren't for Brother San, I wouldn't even dare imagine whether I could securely hold onto the throne or not." Indeed, after usurping power for 6 years, although Prince Wenliang couldn't claim without any accomplishment, he had indeed trusted Brother San more during these 6 years. Zisong, he was an extraordinarily capable person. Everything from finding this place to surrounding it happened this year. Now, standing side by side, the two of them looked toward the estate ahead. The Empress drew her distant gaze back. Since she'd worn horns for the Emperor, she truly felt that in every way, Zisong, he was much better than Prince Wenliang. Zisong, he was intelligent and systematic in handling matters, a consensus long recognized as surpassing Prince Wenliang. Prince Wenliang was lustful, but Zisong, he was not. Even if Zisong, he were lecherous, he didn't publicly display his lust before everyone, which contrasted greatly with Prince Wenliang. Though currently with the Empress, Prince Wenliang would be with other women at night. To the Empress, Prince Wenliang was disappointing now. Although every emperor had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards filled with consorts, she believed that eventually, she'd grow old and less attractive, and Prince Wenliang wasn't the ideal choice for her at all. Prince Wenliang was so ignorant that now everyone could already see that Zisong, he held great power and soon posed a danger of usurpation. Only Prince Wenliang himself acted as though he hadn't noticed anything. She looked at the dense forest ahead and, after a long while, drew her gaze back. "Brother San says she's still alive," she said, casting her wandering eyes upon Huangfu Wenliang's face. Prince Wenliang vaguely nodded. "I believe 7 years have passed since, yet she's still alive. It's a miracle." However, based on Brother San's words, it seems she's alive but has lost her memory and cannot recall past events. "Your Majesty, if that's the case, is there any reason to keep her around?" After all, the former empress had been so enchantingly seductive and harmful to the state. If this was the situation, it was necessary to remind the person in front of her. "It depends on Brother San's wishes," Prince Wenliang said. Hearing this, the Empress's heart sank. "Your Majesty, over these 6 years, have you truly lacked your own thoughts?" His every word was about Brother San. Could it be that even now, he hadn't realized Brother San was incomparable compared to his past self and sought power constantly? Heaven, should one lament the Emperor's ignorance or praise his magnanimity? "I do have my own thoughts, but I've never had the intention to sideline Brother San." "Queen, you've spoken too much today." This reminder made the Empress distinctly recognize a dangerous ferocity in Prince Wenliang's dark pupils, causing her considerable fear. To say Prince Wenliang lacked thought was impossible. However, despite having his own perspective and ideas, he seemed entirely unaware. The two exchanged glances, and Prince Wenliang gave a grim smile. The Empress slightly stepped back half a step. The golden bells touched the grass, making a tinkling sound. Here, in the manor, Lu Meyer had already been executed. This was a big event within the estate. Now, the troops inside the estate had divided into 5 formations and left. The current Huangfu Kongming was merely a shell, and the estate itself? It too was an empty shell. The people moving about were primarily tenant farmers hired by Huangfu Kongming. These people only knew they had a boss, but were not clear on what this boss had been doing in the backyard for the past 6 years. Anyway, he paid them well enough that they simply continued their daily labor. Initially, they thought their boss was very mysterious, but over time, they realized there wasn't much mystery after all, because for 6 years, everything here had remained quiet and peaceful. These people now lived just as they did 6 years ago, working from sunrise to sunset. Today, in the backyard, a command suddenly came from the boss. Everyone was immediately summoned to the backyard. In no time, everyone had gathered there. The backyard was quiet. A burly warrior-like figure sat in a wheelchair, sighing. On a nearby seat sat a young man with thick, dark eyebrows and a pair of incorruptible eyes, radiating an unprecedented clarity and confidence. What exactly is presence? Though this person hadn't uttered a single word or sentence, his presence could be felt far away. Everyone knew he was their real boss, but none of them had any idea what the boss intended to do today. He sat quietly, his gaze sweeping across everyone's heads, one round after another. After confirming that all who should come had arrived, he coughed once. Without standing up, his voice was cold and stern, like a chill spring. "All of you are here today, and today I don't have many things to do. You've already noticed that this estate is now dangerous. It's completely because of me," said the person. Initially puzzled, upon hearing the pronoun "I" transformed into "me," the group seemed to understand. The person in the world who can say "I/me" in this way is none other than the Emperor. But the person before them couldn't possibly be the Emperor. These tenants looked at Huangfu Kongming with expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Without showing any change in expression, Huangfu Kongming explained after a long while. "I came here 6 years ago. My name is Huangfu Kongming." The tenant farmers knew the people in the back courtyard were mysterious, but they didn't know just how mysterious. Huang Fukongming had been devoured by fierce flames during the palace coup 6 years ago. So had the Empress Queen. That was the version told among the common folk. Now, they abruptly heard this youth claiming to be the former emperor, so naturally, they started looking at him more closely, seeing the son of heaven, and not offering even the slightest gesture of respect. How preposterous. Beside him, Chu Feng already clenched his fists tightly, and then threw a punch, hitting a nearby pear blossom tree. The leaves of the pear blossoms began to fall one by one, catching the attention of the onlookers. Ah, may our emperor live 10,000 years. One person immediately knelt down, followed quickly by several others. Huang Fukongming hadn't had anyone worship him this way for many years. Now, looking at these tenant farmers for a long while, he finally waved his hand dismissively. Rise. Thank your majesty for your grace. These people solemnly stood up, no longer daring to look directly at Huang Fukongming's face. Huang Fukongming didn't seem to mind, casually waving a hand and saying calmly, "Today, I called all of you here to tell you that the area has been heavily guarded. You've probably noticed. Yes, what shall we do now? You don't even have one soldier. What can us farmers possibly do? Of course, there's nothing we can do. I've now given the entire estate and the land outside it to all of you. Listen to your names being called out one by one, and take what belongs to you. I am preparing to flee here, not because I lack soldiers, but because now is not the right time for action. I hope all of you understand." Clearly, the current situation was that Huang Fukongming lacked capable assistants around him. Clearly, they had already been surrounded. But, Huang Fukongming said that he wasn't surrounded. It was that the opponent wasn't as powerful as imagined. And the reason he wouldn't act wasn't due to the lack of manpower, but entirely because the timing was not yet right. Hearing this, everyone gradually understood. Then, one by one, they stepped forward, taking what belonged to them. It was nothing more than a land deed. These matters had been ongoing for quite some time, and finally, it was time to conclude the gathering. Huang Fukongming looked at everyone who now held deeds of varying sizes in their hands, nodded approvingly, and smiled as he waved his hand. "When I rise again, I will never forget how all of you have covered for me these past few years." "Your Majesty, what about you now? What are your plans?" someone asked, looking toward Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming gave a smile. "There's no way I would leave things to fate. Pay attention to your own safety now, and I will organize my every action." After saying this, he let out a long roar to the sky, then waved his hand once more. "All of you may leave." Beside him, Chu Feng glared and growled. "Still hanging around? Don't you know how to get lost?" In response, everyone scrambled off like rats. Once the property had been entirely divided, Huang Fukongming arranged for people to take away all the gold, silver, and jewels through an underground tunnel. Though the treasures were abundant, he didn't distribute them to anyone, as he understood two important facts. First, here, farmland was more valuable than precious metals. In the eyes of tenant farmers, it wasn't the jewelry they cared about. Rather, it was the fields. To the poor, though silver was good, it could never rival the practical use of land. A piece of land would yield grain one year and remain yours the next. It was a matter of livelihoods. Second, according to Huang Fukongming's intentions, if these people suddenly became rich with treasure, soldiers would inevitably target and kill them. Now granting them freedom and land was the best course of action. Watching each individual tasked with transporting the valuables leave, he finally redirected his gaze. Chapter 134, Keeping the Green Mountains. He went towards Chu Feng, who was already disabled. Despite his disability, Chu Feng was still dressed in his general's attire, fully armed and bearing the demeanor of a general. Now it was dusk, and under the twilight sun, he looked at Chu Feng's face while sighing. Chu Feng was disabled now, and it was time for him to leave. However, Chu Feng seemed to know why Huang Fukongming was sighing. Without waiting for Huang Fukongming to speak, he gave a cold laugh, like an owl at night. Concerned about Chu Feng's health, Huang Fukongming said, "General, you need to leave. I want to stay with you. These days, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't lack firewood." He said this while pushing Chu Feng away from here. Chu Feng sighed and said, "I am 40 years old this year. Since I was 6, my family was destroyed, and only through great peril did I manage to become a general at 18. It has been more than 20 years since then, and I've become addicted to being a general. Life must come to an end eventually, and by suggesting that I die in bed now, it is not respect you have for me as a general, but an insult. If I die, I should be willing to sacrifice my life for the country's needs." His hands paused while pushing Chu Feng's wheelchair, and a cold wind blew, carrying those words to Huang Fukongming's ears. He stood still for a moment before nodding. "Chu Feng, this time the situation is dire. I don't plan on leaving. I intend to break through." This was the sole topic about combat that Huang Fukongming had discussed with Chu Feng recently. Chu Feng thought he had no value left in Huang Fukongming's eyes, but today hearing this, he understood. "You have finally spoken up." But Chu Feng quickly turned back and, looking toward the fading sunlight, his figure remained straight. "But, you are right. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't lack firewood. Therefore, if we leave, please go safely." "Chu Feng." He nodded, each word clear and composed. Chu Feng heard this, sighed, and slapped his disabled thigh forcefully. How could it be the same? 6 years ago, Chu Feng was vibrant and spirited. Now Chu Feng is paralyzed. "Chu Feng, don't belittle yourself. In my eyes, you from 6 years ago and you now," each sincere word weighed heavily as his hand firmly patted Chu Feng's shoulder, "are exactly the same. My lord, you." Chu Feng was already in tears. "I will send you away. You will have great use in the future, Chu Feng. Do not act rashly." In truth, Huangfu Kongming was aware that the current Chu Feng was practically useless now. Although he could protect the estate, truly going into battle would be akin to seeking death. But how smart Huangfu Kongming was, and how he wouldn't dampen Chu Feng's spirit. Hearing this, Chu Feng soon grasped the deeper meaning behind Huangfu Kongming's words and slowly lifted his gaze to look at the man before him. My lord, I will not leave you. Not a step will I take away. He knew that Huangfu Kongming meant that at such a dangerous time, it was impossible to ensure safe passage for Chu Feng. Chu Feng. He was about to say something when Chu Feng sighed deeply. My lord, do you not yet realize? Chu Feng is a general, a true brave soldier tested on real battlefields. To ask Chu Feng to live comfortably without fighting would be disrespectful to him. Therefore, Huangfu Kongming closed his eyes in exhaustion, unable to face Chu Feng. Slowly standing up, Chu Feng prepared himself, and upon hearing the sound of Chu Feng attempting to stand, Huangfu Kongming was shocked and immediately took a step forward, gripping Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng, in this lifetime, I have wronged you. He said this while his fervent gaze met Chu Feng's eyes. After focusing their looks for a brief moment, Chu Feng responded solemnly. Please utilize me earnestly. I do not yet deem myself utterly useless. Seeing Chu Feng's painful expression, he knew he couldn't persist further. Chu Feng was after all a real military commander, and a true military commander should immediately offer himself for the cause in these circumstances. Besides, given the current state, there were indeed no capable individuals left around Huangfu Kongming anymore. Even if Chu Feng only had a last breath left, he would volunteer himself at this point in time. Moreover, Chu Feng felt quite good about himself, with no sense that his disability might be a burden to Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming scrutinized Chu Feng for a long while before sighing. All right, if it is so, then let us perish or survive together. Your Highness will rise again. Whether Chu Feng will see that day or not, I am still elated to have once helped you accomplish greatness. I am immensely glad, Your Highness. Now, we should proceed as follows. While saying this, he started planning already. In the sleeve of Chu Feng's garment, he clutched a map. This map was intricately detailed with numerous geographical positions marked out accurately according to scale. Despite not having gone outside for many years, Chu Feng spoke with great authority as though these details were all treasures stored within him. The two men lowered their voices mysteriously and, after half an hour of discussion, they finally decided that the current aftermath operation would split into two groups. One group, led by Huangfu Kongming attempting to break through, and another led by Chu Feng meant to confuse the enemy. Now, the main force of the team was under Huangfu Kongming's command, whereas Chu Feng appeared rather bold and lone wolfish. However, Chu Feng felt nothing about it. The two exchanged gazes lightly, but silently for a long while, until Chu Feng looked at Huangfu Kongming. Your Highness, what do you think? This? Huangfu Kongming worried less about his own breakout not succeeding and more about the unpredictable dangers that could befall the person in front of him. After both had been silent for a long time, he sighed. Since matters have come to this is the only way. Chu Feng, I have always regarded you as a good brother, not merely as a weapon. Saying this, memories surfaced vividly. When they first met 6 years ago, when Chu Feng was appointed, when Chu Feng aided him and got injured, and countless other instances. He thought of many things, and ultimately sighed, shifting his gaze to the position behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not say a word, but pointed at the wine jug beside him. Drink, let's have a cup. Both shared the same idea. Seeing Chu Feng roll his wheelchair to the table, Huangfu Kongming followed suit and moved to the table. Chu Feng poured the wine, and the white jade goblet soon overflowed, yet Chu Feng seemed completely unaware. His hand trembled as it gripped the cup of wine, which he respectfully raised above his eyebrows and said, Your Highness, please drink this full cup. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming immediately seized the cup of wine and drank it down respectfully, leaving the goblet empty. Seeing this, Chu Feng also grabbed the wine glass from his hand. After pouring the wine, he gulped it down quickly. Chu Feng's drinking prowess amazed Huangfu Kongming long ago. But tonight, after finishing a pot of pear blossom liquor, Chu Feng burst into laughter. Then he smashed the white jade goblet on the floor. Rather break like jade than remain whole like tile, Your Highness. That's me, Chu Feng. The thing I admire most is just your kind of style, General. Unfortunately, though he wanted to say more, he ultimately restrained himself, stretched out his hand, and threw the goblet away forcefully, shattering it to pieces on the ground. Silence enveloped the two of them. After a long while, Huangfu Kongming also let out a long howl to the sky. A gleam shone in Chu Feng's eyes, like the last brilliance of a dying man. After a prolonged silence, Chu Feng said, When does Your Highness plan to leave here? The moon shines bright and stars are sparse tonight. There won't be unforeseen weather tomorrow, so tomorrow will be best for setting out. Hearing this, Chu Feng looked up at the clear sky. The weather tonight was excellent. No wind, no rain, and clouds stretched endlessly. Stars filled the horizon, and the moonlight was splendid. After finishing his observation, he remarked, You should go back and rest well temporarily for tomorrow's battle. Yes, Your Highness. This subordinate takes his leave. Presently, Chu Feng had changed compared to before. Once, Chu Feng was such a capable man that he couldn't sleep with excitement just before a fight. But now, everything has changed. Chu Feng needed better rest for unexpected eventualities. As they went their separate ways, watching Chu Feng's receding figure, he glanced again at the shattered white jade cup on the ground. Indeed, rather break like jade than remain whole like tile. Chu Feng was giving Huangfu Kongming some subtle hints. Huangfu Kongming sensed something ominous, but, at this point, what else could he do? Chu Feng's sentiment was something Huangfu Kongming could fully empathize with. A martial general like Chu Feng entirely needed to maintain his own principles. If one could choose the way of death, it would be ideal. Now, the two had already parted ways. Chu Feng did not look back, determined and unwavering. He knew that all the reasons he should convey had been conveyed to the person beside him. The prince understood what Chu Feng was doing. For a long time, both remained silent. At this moment, Chu Feng had genuinely decided not to live an ignoble life. The tranquil life spent on a wheelchair had enraged this fierce and battle-ready great general. To be able to control how one dies, wasn't that such a wonderful thing? Chu Feng always believed that a general should die in battle, wrapped in horse leather, not on a wheelchair, living a humiliating existence. Now, after returning home, Chu Feng ordered someone to bring out his weapon, a long spear. Beneath the moonlight, the spear emitted an eerie cold aura. After everything was polished thoroughly, the moon hung high in the sky, marking the first watch of the night. The crickets chirped among the grass, startlingly shaking the parasol trees. Time passed so quickly, without realizing it. 6 years had gone by in this secluded place. From a military perspective, they were now ready for a grand battle. But many things were still not prepared. If everything were in order, Chu Feng believed victory would soon belong to them. Chu Feng held hope deep in his heart. Huangfu Kongming watched as Chu Feng departed. His melancholic gaze lingered for a long time, unable to let go. After Chu Feng left, he clapped his hands, and someone emerged from the darkness, another recently promoted general. This general was also an extraordinary person. Chapter 135. In times of crisis, everyone fends for themselves. Lead the way, let's go see Miss Nangong. In their final parting moments, Huangfu Kongming needed to make some arrangements so this young lady could leave. Thinking back on his rash actions that had wronged Nangong Qingjin made Chu Feng feel uneasy. Now, as the moon hung high in the sky, it seemed cold and bleak. Under the bright moonlight, the two had already arrived at the rear courtyard. Huangfu Kongming was completely unaware that Nangong Qingjin had already left and refused to believe that she would have gone. At this moment, the general prepared to knock on the door. No, I will do it. He stopped the general's rather rough behavior and stepped forward. But despite knocking on the wooden door for a long time, no one came to answer. This was different from before. Previously, when he knocked, Sienna would come immediately. Why was there no one today? Upon realizing this, Huangfu Kongming couldn't help but sigh, lost in thought. Prince, shall I go in to check? The man beside him asked for permission, but just as this question was uttered, he sighed again. No, it's unnecessary. Then with great force, he pushed the door open. The door had long been neglected and fallen into disrepair. After the door panel rolled down, dust flew around in the moonlight. Treading on the fine, scattered dust, he halted his steps and turned around, looking at the tense face of the man bathed in the moonlight. You stay here, I'll be back soon. How can I possibly feel at ease leaving you alone here? This general did not agree with Huangfu Kongming's action. At this point, Huangfu Kongming's heart also cooled somewhat. Before, he had confined Nangong Qingjin alone in this place. Through all these unbearable days, how exactly had she managed? He wasn't sure, but he was now beginning to sense the chill solitude here. Their eyes met briefly, and Huangfu Kongming sighed. This is an order. Orders are like mountains, and the general could only remain standing here, like a gravestone under the moonlight. Step by step, stepping over fallen leaves, he entered the courtyard. Judging from the accumulation of leaves, the yard remained fairly clean. Apparently, it had been swept daily recently. Nangong Qingjin was always such a person. At a time like this, she would ensure everything was in perfect order. As he reached the corridor position, a fox leapt out of the lush grasses in the middle of the night, causing a chill down his spine. He gazed at the corridor stretching ahead of him and walked step by step. Relying on his sharp sixth sense, he didn't walk for too long before entering a certain location. Here it was silent, but Huangfu Kongming still believed that this must be where Nangong Qingjin had stayed. Looking at the half-open vermilion door, he pondered whether Nangong Qingjin lived in this long-neglected house, and what her current situation might be. Since she hadn't come out to greet him, she must probably be sick already. It was all due to his own carelessness. How could he have done something like this? While blaming himself, he moved forward a step, pushed open the vermilion door, and found an empty room. Although the room was bare, everything inside was arranged neatly. It didn't seem like the owner had suddenly left, but rather like she had just gone out for a casual chat and would return soon. His gaze swept every corner of the room. The windows were spotless, the furniture well arranged. It was almost unbelievable, but indeed, this small house was immaculate. This level of cleanliness contrasted sharply with everything outside the courtyard, forming a stark contrast that left him speechless. His hand lightly grazed the table. It was clean. Everything was clean. Yes, Nangong Qingjin was originally someone who cherished life and knew both what she wanted and what she didn't. For a long time, Huangfu Kongming lingered in this empty room, taking stock of everything. Only then did he realize that Nangong Qingjin had already departed. But, when she left, he wasn't sure. Had she encountered any danger? He didn't know either. However, someone as intelligent as Nangong Qingjin must have already carefully considered everything she might face before leaving. Or perhaps, she had thoroughly contemplated these dangers, demonstrating bravery and resolve to confront them before deciding to leave. There he stood, utterly drained, slumping against a nearby spot, his gaze fixed blankly on everything inside the room. Here, there was still a faint trace of Nangong Qingjin's presence, but it was so weak that it quickly vanished. As Huangfu Kongming fell silent, the wind blew against the wooden door. Thinking someone had entered, he immediately stood up. but there was not a single person in sight under the moonlight. He saw by the door a golden hairpin and immediately picked it up. This hairpin was one he had previously given to Nangong Qingjin. She had left, taking away everything that could be taken from here, everything that could be sold. Yet, Nangong Qingjin hadn't taken a small gift he had given her. Huangfu Kongming clutched the golden hairpin, gently kissed it at his lips, then hid it within his sleeve. After stepping out of the courtyard, he turned his eyes towards the general who had followed him over. When did she leave? Do you know? Your subordinate saw Xianer and Miss Lu yesterday afternoon. That meant she must have left this morning or last night. Huangfu Kongming nodded slightly, continuing forward without further conversation. The general followed silently behind him, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward and eerie. After walking for some time, they finally stopped, the silence lingering in the air between them. Turning around, the general flinched slightly under Huangfu Kongming's gaze as he asked, "Is there any way out from the rear courtyard?" "There isn't. But your subordinate has noticed there are no ambushes in the rear yard." Hearing this, Huangfu Kongming continued on, appearing distracted. Under a locust tree ahead, he lifted his head through the dense layers of leaves, looking skyward. Above hung a star in a sapphire silk-like sky, shining brightly. The brilliance of this star illuminated the heavens with countless rays. At this moment, Huangfu Kongming slightly inclined his head and said, "They should have been able to leave safely. That's good. By tomorrow, even I won't be worrying about trivial matters anymore. Prince, those blessed ones will naturally find their fortune." Miss Nangong would have left long ago, but she lingered merely to prove her innocence. After speaking, seeing Huangfu Kongming still didn't quite understand, the general added, "Didn't you see that she waited all along? Wait. For you. If not, she would have left already. Clearly, you've forgotten about her." Perhaps, having lost all hope, she decided to leave. As they say, when in the thick of it, one is often confused. When an observer, one can be clear. The truth dawned on Huangfu Kongming, and slowly, after letting out a breath, turning his gaze toward the general beside him, he asked after a long pause, "What makes you so sure? You wrongfully accused her, but clearly, she harbored no resentment against you. This is uncommon among women." Continuing, he said, "She waited for you to come tell her the truth. Yet you never showed up, even though the truth was known. Yes, what you say is right. The truth has already been revealed." He muttered, "Why wait for me? Sometimes, we need just a few words of comfort. With those, one can endure even immense suffering. But you gave no indication of coming, and over time, she grew disheartened, thus leaving without saying goodbye. You, is all this really true?" Upon hearing this, guilt surged within Huangfu Kongming, growing and expanding uncontrollably. "Just speculation, my prince, a mere guess. Tonight, you must get proper rest," the general reminded. Taking a deep breath, Huangfu Kongming finally nodded and returned to his own quarters under the company of the general. As expected, Huangfu Kongming spent the entire night unable to sleep well. Still, he had to force himself to rest because after today, things were going to change. This was the last night of the snowstorm sweeping through. Nangong Qingjin probably waited for about an hour. During this time, a young apprentice from the cosmetic shop hired a carriage and took Nangong Qingjin and Xianer to Lord Bai's mansion. Bai's estate seemed vast, and maidservants abounded, bustling about energetically. Seeing Nangong Qingjin and Xianer arrive, some were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths, while others remained as usual. After these two left, many began to whisper and speculate amongst themselves. A steward-like figure led Nangong Qingjin to the courtyard, saying, "Miss, do not be afraid. These people here cannot discern social rank or class. These maidservants were originally bought from outside. They encountered troubles such as selling themselves to bury their fathers or other insurmountable difficulties, and our master always generously helped. To this, I indeed feel deeply indebted. Our Lord truly is someone who helps those in peril and distress," she responded. Then she added, "You go about your duties. I'll be fine here alone." A mischievous-looking maid came in to serve tea. The steward sighed at her carelessness. "Did it occur to you to ask how the guest is doing? Young lady, good day to you. After your long journey, would you like something to eat? I'll have the small kitchen prepare it for you." Seeing the appearance of an elderly steward about to lose his temper, Nangong Qingjin didn't dare cause more trouble, though her stomach was indeed growling. She casually mentioned some simple, easy-to-make items, and the young maid had already scurried off, still smiling sweetly. "This place doesn't often host esteemed guests like yourself. Your presence here truly honors us. Even if these little maids lack proper decorum, they ought to be disciplined properly. But our young master is benevolent and turns a blind eye." The steward spoke while gesturing with his hand. "Please, have some tea. This is Shueting Hansue, quite excellent." Nangong Qingjin and Xianer drank their tea. At this moment, the steward glanced at the door. "If there's anything else the old steward needs to attend to, please go ahead and take care of it. I am perfectly fine here." Seeing that Nangong Qingjin seemed completely unruffled, the steward chuckled and nodded. "There's indeed a minor matter to see to, but I'll be right back. If you need anything, just let me know." "I understand." She nodded and watched as the steward left. Once he'd gone, Xianer stretched her waist and shoulders before conspiratorially leaning closer to Nangong Qingjin. "Young lady, who exactly is this by family master? His estate looks just like the residence of an extravagant squire. He's a scholarly merchant. Do you know what that means? It must mean someone so handsome they could live on their looks alone, yet insists on relying on their talent. That's called a scholarly merchant." Hearing such peculiar commentary, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but smile broadly. "Xianer, despite everything, you still love to make light of difficult situations. Still, since we're here, let's make peace with it. Rest for now, and I will later explain who Master Bai truly is. Chapter 136, The Unavoidable Farewell. Talk about Master Bai, but at this moment, Nangong Qingjin realized that she only knew Master Bai as just that, and was unclear about his real name or surname. She couldn't help but feel alarmed, but still chose to trust that Master Bai was indeed an outstanding good person. She roughly described her impression of Master Bai to Xian'er, who vaguely realized that Master Bai was truly someone who enjoyed helping others. Observing the maids around, with their giggles, Xian'er knew that Master Bai was probably very nice to everyone. These impressions were all masks, much like the camouflage in nature where small animals use disguises for survival. Camouflage could shield one from unnecessary danger and trouble. Presently, these disguises had not yet been uncovered. But when I first entered here with you, I saw that these older women looked less serious, eyeing you as though they were staring at some peculiar creature. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin had noticed the same before, but didn't voice it. Do you know why they look at me that way? There's a feeling of déjà vu. As she spoke, a wistful smile spread across her face. The maid beside her thought for a long while before saying, I do not know. But, Xian'er was more cautious. Mistress, you should still be careful. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. After many experiences, Nangong Qingjin realized that she was no longer the enthusiastic girl she used to be. Now, she needed to calm down and carefully consider things. Since entering this mansion, she felt that something about certain people's gazes felt strange. The gaze seemed mysterious and lingered on her intently. She didn't understand why so many peculiar looks were directed at her. Soon after, dinner arrived, transforming the playful young maids into quiet ones. Miss, here is what you requested. Saying this, they waved and opened the food box. It contained precisely what Nangong Qingjin had ordered. Delicious aromas wafted through the air. They had not eaten well during their escape. Both master and servant were genuinely famished, prompting Nangong Qingjin to smile. Please convey my thanks to Master Bai, and thank you all. No service is necessary. Understood. The maid left. Seeing the delicious food, Xian'er began eating voraciously without restraint. Although Nangong Qingjin was also hungry, she remained vigilant and carefully examined the food. The dishes were spotless and perfectly cooked. Judging by the precise knife work and timing, even the chef must have been excellent. Xian'er, slow down. Don't choke. Mistress, I am starving now. Where's the time for such delicacy? Watching Xian'er devour the food, Nangong Qingjin grew increasingly concerned. It had already been 2 hours since they had arrived, but he still hadn't returned. Was there an issue? The deeper she pondered, the less appetite she felt. After consuming a simple portion, she tidied up the bowls and plates, then smiled with Xian'er. Satisfied, Xian'er patted her stomach. Xian'er, show some decorum. I am a mere servant. You are the lady. You must be dignified. And even if Master Bai sees me, he would likely scorn me anyway. Ugh, silly Xian'er, you're talking nonsense. Aha! Xian'er burst out laughing. In the meantime, another maid soon came to clear away the items. Her gaze was different from earlier. Though still smiling faintly, it became apparent that they now regarded the two of them as esteemed guests, refraining from casting suspicious glances. Seeing this change in eyes, Nangong Qingjin finally exhaled in relief. Everything was properly tidied under Xian'er's assistance, and she then stepped forward and asked the maid about to leave. Where's Master Bai? Why hasn't he returned yet? The young miss may not know this, but recently due to chaotic warfare, ancient sayings state, prosperous times crave gold, troubled times prizes antiques. Master Bai has embarked on a big deal recently, and once this grand plan succeeds, its benefits will be unimaginable. Yes, defeating Huangfu Kongming. What else could be called a bigger deal? The girls and elder women here knew it was wise to avoid trouble, but since Nangong Qingjin questioned them, pretending ignorance wasn't acceptable either. Hence, they gave vague responses. Nangong Qingjin understood this and followed up. When did Master Bai leave? He departed early this morning, which is why he hasn't come back yet. However, please wait patiently, he will return soon. Pigeons have already delivered messages stating that you are an honored guest, and even busy business cannot interrupt his meeting with you. How am I a distinguished guest? The young master has extraordinary predictive abilities. He said you are a distinguished guest, and that's almost certainly true. The maid wiped the table as she continued. If you want to rest now, the back hall is ready. I'll lead you there. Once young Master Bai returns, if you haven't rested, I'll come and inform you. If you're already asleep, I'll come early tomorrow morning to wake you. How can this be proper? Young Master Bai enjoys helping others. Although he's only met you a few times, he has already reminded me to make sure you're comfortable. Thank you for your trouble. Nangong Qingjin was led by the maid to the rear courtyard. There was a grand hall with a cloud-like couch and screens inside. Nangong Qingjin sat beside the couch, while Xian'er marveled at the opulence of the room, admiring the finely woven shoe brocade quilt. Miss, please rise and take a look. Master Bai has indeed done something extravagant. Such shoe brocade transported from the Sichuan region costs a fortune. She pointed at a sword on the wall. And look, this sword is also quite valuable, along with the Xiang wood chair and this oxhair patterned table. Xian'er, when did you become an appraiser? Isn't it just now that I became one? Xian'er laughed as she moved closer to Nangong Qingjin. It's obvious that Master Bai holds you in high regard. There's no lady of the house here, clearly showing that Master Bai's household still lacks a proper hostess. In such a place of talent and scenery, why don't you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin immediately spat. Xian'er, stop talking nonsense. You're playing matchmaker indiscriminately. If only I could really play matchmaker. Wouldn't marrying you to Master Bai resolve one major issue on my mind? Good Xian'er, I should tear your little mouth apart. Nangong Qingjin smiled. and so did Sienna. They originally thought that Master Bai wouldn't return tonight, but late into the night, Master Bai finally came back, literally wearing the stars and moon. In this kind of situation, even Sienna and Nangong Qingjin couldn't fall asleep. Before this, after the steward went out, he gathered the nearby matrons. Only after checking that there was no one around did he say coldly, "What's the point of all those looks? This woman is the esteemed guest of His Third Highness. The reason His Highness brought her over is because he has matters to attend to. Why are all of you acting so brazen? I think she resembles the previous Empress Queen." "Exactly the same," an older woman said. This woman had previously served in the royal family, and upon saying this, several others echoed her agreement, chattering like parrots. "Since everyone knows, it's best not to spread rumors recklessly. I might turn a blind eye, but over at His Highness' side, his eyes cannot tolerate even a speck of dust. Right now, Master Bai is His Highness. Be careful not to let slip anything." "Yes, yes." After the steward finished speaking to everyone, he was preparing to lead Nangong Qingjin to rest, but at that moment, Nangong Qingjin had already been taken to rest by another maid. By the wee hours of the night, the tireless Bai youth returned. No, it should be Zisonghe. As soon as Zisonghe dismounted from his horse, he asked the steward, "Has she rested?" "Yes, she rested at the first watch of the night." "Good." Zisonghe walked into the house as he said, "Tomorrow is the deadline. Everything is prepared. My elder brother is waiting on the other side. Tomorrow, I'll go as well. You're in charge here. Take her for a walk nearby, but don't let them figure out what we're doing, understood?" "Yes, sir. I will be cautious. Returning so late, you must be hungry. I'll have someone prepare something for you." "Fine." He waved his hand and headed towards the previous flower hall. Whether it was due to intuition or hearing the hoofbeats, Nangong Qingjin, who always had difficulty sleeping in unfamiliar beds, woke up at that moment, as did Sienna. Master Bai must have returned. Logically, it's improper for us not to pay our respects. Since that's the case, we might as well go now. "Miss, you've waited all day. If you don't go now, I fear you won't sleep well tonight. Allow me to help you dress." Sienna spoke as she began helping Nangong Qingjin change clothes. After dressing properly, Sienna intended to comb Nangong Qingjin's hair. "Do what?" Nangong Qingjin noticed Sienna holding the comb and quickly dodged. "I'll style your hair into a Lingxi bun. Isn't it said that beauty pleases oneself?" "I absolutely will not." It was already late in the night, and she certainly didn't need makeup, nor did she have any intention of dressing up. And so, she directly made her way to the front courtyard. Seeing her master's urgency, Sienna hurriedly followed from behind, saying, "Please wait for me, mistress, please." "How is it that Milan could apply makeup in front of the mirror, yet you don't know to beautify yourself?" Sienna's complaint came from behind as she stopped where she stood. Indeed, even though it was the middle of the night, one should still try to present a good appearance before Master Bai. Upon reaching the front pavilion, they found themselves at a covered bridge. He gazed upon the water surface under the moonlight. It was crystal clear and reflected his own image back at him. His jet black hair shone like ink, but something seemed missing. He hesitated between stepping forward and retreating, finally reaching out to pluck a just-blossomed hibiscus flower. "What do you think of this?" Nangong Qingjin snapped the hibiscus branch off and held it in hand. As soon as she held the hibiscus flower, Sienna immediately smiled and swiftly pinned the flower among Nangong Qingjin's hair. Dark eyes scanned the figure before him. "Mistress, you now truly embody the phrase pure lotus emerging from the clear water, naturally flawless." When did you learn to speak such sweet words, Sienna?" Both mistress and maid approached the main hall, where inside, Master Bai had just finished eating and was washing his face while casually chatting with the steward. Neither of them expected Nangong Qingjin and Sienna to show up. As Nangong Qingjin neared the door, her heart started pounding faster. Chapter 137, A Gentle Breeze and Zisonghe. From a distance, Sienna had already spotted a man who looked as elegant as a jade tree. This man was washing his face, just finishing wiping his cheeks with the towel in his hand. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned around with a calm gaze, but upon seeing the two women, a faint smile appeared on his lips. As if he had been waiting for a long time, that faint smile soon reached his eyes. "It's you. My apologies today. I was supposed to return earlier, but despite hurrying, I arrived at this hour. Have you not yet rested?" His smile was so beautiful, his peach blossom-like eyes contained a deep longing and comfort. Seeing those eyes, it wasn't just Nangong Qingjin, even Sienna beside her was entranced. Sienna had previously seen many handsome and gallant men. Each had their own charm, but everyone lacked the polished and gentle aura like the one before them. The man seemed to give off warmth like sunlight, calmly concealing a faint glow. Their gazes briefly met, and Nangong Qingjin immediately stepped forward. "I didn't originally intend to come over now, but I thought, who else could be making horse hooves in the dead of night except for you, Mr. Bai? Considering your kindness in taking me in, I decided to come." "Sit down, have you eaten?" Mr. Bai truly was Mr. Bai, and while saying this, he already let Nangong Qingjin take a seat. She nodded. "Your household has maids and servants aplenty. They've taken very good care of me. I ate during twilight. I also need to leave tomorrow. I returned tonight thinking I wouldn't see you, but by chance, here you are." Mr. Bai continued, looking towards Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly. Though she didn't know exactly what Mr. Bai was busy with, she understood nonetheless. In Mr. Bai's heart, her importance was evident since he came back late at night just to see her. At this moment, she smiled faintly. "I've come without notice, hoping I haven't disturbed you. Between friends, talking like this is naturally being formal," he responded and then added, "Have you eaten dinner?" Nangong Qingjin nodded promptly. Mr. Bai paused momentarily, Today, you both just arrived. Originally, I wanted to chat thoroughly with you, but due to your fatigue from travel, it's better to rest early. I will return in the afternoon tomorrow. All right. Reluctantly, Nan Gongqing left with Xian. Xian kept her eyes on Mr. Bai. She hadn't encountered such an extraordinary individual before. Mr. Bai was handsome, eloquent, and clearly understanding and caring towards others. Miss, who exactly is this Mr. Bai? He seems really powerful, Xian asked. He is an exceptional talent, hard to come by. He knows countless business tricks. We could listen for days and nights, and still not finish, said Nan Gongqing admiringly. It was clear that she already held feelings for Mr. Bai. Xian ventured a guess. Isn't there always more than meets the eye? How could there be? Nan Gongqing muttered faintly, and both then went into the guest room where they slept soundly until morning. On the next morning, as guests, they rose early, unwilling to linger in bed. At this point, a young maid approached with a smiling face and opened the curtains, seeing which, Nan Gongqing immediately smiled. You're here so early? The master has some important matters today. He initially intended to come himself, but he's already on the road now. He instructed us to take good care of you since you've just arrived here and aren't familiar with the place yet. You should feel at home. Noble-hearted Mr. Bai indeed, she remarked, looking at the maid as she spoke. At this moment, the maid gestured slightly, and a group of women dressed identically walked in through the doorway. Xian paused in astonishment. Evidently, these maids were highly trained. An ordinary businessman could not possibly have such grandeur arrangements. This was rare. Even Nan Gongqing hadn't encountered anything like it. Her gaze scanned the row of women before resting on the lead maid, who seemed to be of a higher rank, smiled, and said, These people are all here to serve you today. Don't feel constrained. What virtues or talents do I possess to warrant such grand preparations? It feels rather sinful, Nan Gongqing responded, giving Xian a look. Immediately, Xian adjusted her voice. Sister, it truly is bothersome for you to go through all this trouble. Our miss usually dislikes troubling others too much. Please don't bother yourself too much on our account. It's about adapting to local customs. Before he left, Master Bai said you're a distinguished guest. If we fail to properly entertain such a guest, it would be against the hospitality rules. When Master Bai returns, he will surely be greatly angered, implying there was no option but to follow local customs. Fine, as long as you are not overly disturbed by us, I'll go along with whatever you arrange. There won't be any disturbance, the maid assured. Having said that, several maids began bustling around inside the room. Each one had their specific task and wore bright smiles. The head maid, seeing all the younger maids were busy, approached South Palace Qingjin. Miss Nangong, our master asked me to present this to you before his departure. As she spoke, she slightly tilted her body to one side, signaling her followers. Several maids immediately came forward and placed a vermilion lacquer inlaid gold tray in front of South Palace Qingjin. South Palace Qingjin looked at the items on the tray, which contained quite a lot. There was a piece of bright red imperial gown, all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, colorful decorations including sashes, tassels, hairpins, and various other ornaments. At this point, she picked up a nearby cloisonné box curiously. And these are all originally from Master Bai's parting gift for you. He said, red powder should be given to beauties. These lipsticks and water powders are from our own products. They are quite popular goods. Even in the capital, money may not guarantee their availability. As for the rest, they were carefully selected by the master himself. If the miss has no objection. South Palace Qingjin glanced around. It seemed like these maids dressed better than what she herself had worn. In such a place, one couldn't afford to appear too modestly dressed and should keep up appearances, so following the local customs seemed reasonable. With a nod, if it's your master's intention, then I shall change into some clothes. Xian followed suit, allowing a maid to dress her in a light green garment. In this way, within a short time, both of them blended seamlessly from standing out to fitting right in, quickly making it impossible for others to tell they were visitors from a distant land. Soon, after South Palace Qingjin finished changing, a maid approached and applied makeup on her. Before long, South Palace Qingjin was already dressed up elegantly. She didn't fancy this kind of heavy makeup personally, but since everyone else here favored it, she could only force herself to assimilate with the group. She rarely adorned herself so elaborately before. Now dressed up, gazing into the mirror, South Palace Qingjin couldn't help but pause momentarily. Perhaps it wasn't that she wasn't suited for it, it just hadn't been tried. Gazing at her reflection, after staring at her own image in the mirror for quite a while, South Palace Qingjin let out a soft sigh. Whose face was it? Was it truly hers, or someone else's? Right now, she had fully grasped this appearance, yet facing her true self in the mirror always made her heart race. Alas, letting out another sigh, she rose from her seat. By now, incense was already burning in the room, emitting a fragrant scent reminiscent of osmanthus flowers and gardenia jasminoids, which brought her tranquility. Soon enough, it was mid-morning when an attendant suggested, Master Bai is still away today. Allow me to escort you around the garden. With thanks. South Palace Qingjin bowed her head lightly and followed the attendants outside. Everyone in the garden who saw her greeted her with smiling faces. She hadn't expected the locals to be so hospitable. Not long afterward, they arrived at the Nine-Bend corridor. From here, one had the best view, overlooking the entire estate. The property was vast, with its owner fond of ponds and waterside pavilions, decorated with ancient elegance, exuding a sense of sturdiness and gracefulness. By July, all the water lilies in the pond were in full bloom, their faint, fresh aroma mixing beautifully with countless flowers blooming across the estate. Their fragrance drew one's attention irresistibly. Feeling tired after reaching this spot, South Palace Qingjin decided to sit down and rest. Your master truly knows how to live life well. She praised sincerely, prompting a smile from the nearby maid. Exactly. Our master loves these things. Just see the red lotuses in the water, all planted by him personally. Each blade of grass and every tree here was designed ingeniously by our master. He has the skill too? Truly remarkable. Our master possesses many extraordinary talents. You'll come to learn more over time. Now, it's almost lunchtime, so preparations for the meal are underway. Please wait here briefly. Following this, someone brought pre-meal snacks and tea, all presented extravagantly. Even the everyday utensils were made of pure silver or white jade, which couldn't help but make her curious. How extravagantly wasteful must one be to have this kind of lifestyle? And how wealthy must they be? How had she come to know such a person? Even if she did know him, why would he selflessly offer his assistance when she was in her most difficult times? In this world, it wasn't common for someone to willingly help another who was in trouble, and so she couldn't help but indulge in endless speculation. What business could White Master, by Gongzi, possibly be conducting today, and why hadn't he returned yet? She didn't feel particularly constrained, but she always felt that everything here, the life, the environment, was too generous from White Master toward her. She felt undeserving of such kindness. Not long after, the small kitchen already delivered excellent wine and delicious food. It wasn't overly greasy. Instead, all dishes were simple and fresh. These are some things the master likes to eat on a regular basis. He assumed you'd also prefer something relatively light. If there's anything else you need, just let us know. This meal was even more extravagant than yesterday's, leading anyone to see that Master Bai was a very hospitable person. However, this realization made Nan Gongqingjin feel as though she was overburdening him. During the meal, she truly hoped not to be waited on by so many people, so she gave an excuse to send the girls away. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she asked, Sienner, why is it here so extravagantly luxurious, spending tens of thousands daily? Does Master Bai treat only me like this, or does he lavish everyone who comes here with the same hospitality? As she spoke, she looked at Sienner in front of her. This servant doesn't know either, though I wish I did. But please go ahead and eat first. They said Master will return in the afternoon, and then you can ask him yourself. Chapter 138, Leaving the Een Flame Manor. Yes, that's correct. Nan Gongqingjin nodded absent-mindedly while eating and pondering whether Lord Bai had other intentions. If so, what were they? Was it her medical expertise, or? No. She forced herself not to overthink it, and decided to accept this person's help. Not long after, lunch was finished. How could Lian Sienner and Nan Gongqingjin eat so much anyway? They had only eaten a tiny portion of what was offered. The maids came smiling and cleared everything away. At this moment, probably the chief maid noticed Nan Gongqingjin's discomfort and unease. Thus she said, if you don't like us following you around, we will not follow you. These maids were excellent at reading people's expressions. They almost instantly caught her subtle hints of dissatisfaction. Nan Gongqingjin was more than glad for these maids to leave, and immediately exchanged polite pleasantries, dismissing the maids one by one. This dreamlike life was completely different from before. Previously, her life was relatively hard, and everything required her to be self-reliant. Now here, there was someone serving her every step of the way. This stark contrast made even Sienner notice something strange. That day, Lord Bai was indeed busy. However, Lord Bai today was no longer just Lord Bai, but Zi Sanghe. Right now, Zi Sanghe was heavily guarded. The manor was completely surrounded. Everything here was under control, an inevitability akin to an arrow already on the string. Now, they had divided into several groups to surround this estate. As early as dawn, just like before, the manor opened its gates after the rooster crowed 3 times, and tenant farmers worked from sunrise to sunset, each going about their tasks. Huangfu Wenliang saw crowds of people coming out, immediately waving his hand. Soldiers had already approached. These tenants had long noticed the dangers surrounding them, but never thought they would have to face such danger themselves. When the soldiers surrounded them, soon enough, each tenant's faces turned pale as earth. What are you doing? A narrow path had been chosen, and once surrounded, the tenants were quickly escorted by the soldiers toward a nearby hill. On top of the hill stood a bright yellow umbrella with curved handles. Underneath it were 2 jovial individuals. One wore white, Zi Sanghe, and the other in black, Huangfu Wenliang. Next to them was a woman holding a phoenix neck pipa, a traditional Chinese musical instrument. She was extraordinarily seductive and flirtatious, exuding spring-like charm from her eyebrows to her eyes. As she played ancient music, her roving gaze occasionally landed on Zi Sanghe beside her. Zi Sanghe smiled faintly, but didn't utter a word. In no time, all the tenant farmers mobilized were subdued by the soldiers. At first, despite discovering these soldiers around them, there was no conflict between the farmers and the soldiers. But today, each soldier seemed ferocious and terrifying, instilling fear in everyone. You, what are you doing? Is there no law anymore? We are just farmers. You, what do you intend to do? Shiny blades didn't negotiate. A man resembling a military officer growled cruelly. Shut up and move forward. These peasants had no choice but to head towards the small hill. On the hill, the 2 men indulged in merry drinking. One said, they've arrived. The other responded, indeed, they have. Then, simultaneously turning around, the man in white and the man in black saw the gradually approaching crowd being herded along the mountain path. These people appeared honest and simple. In Zi Sanghe's eyes, they were indeed true tenant farmers. But in Huangfu Wenliang's view, he always felt that these weren't genuine tenant farmers, but soldiers, secret soldiers hidden away by Huangfu Kongming. Now, seeing the tenant farmers arriving one by one, the people-playing woman ceased her music, and the two drinking men stopped their laughter. No one dared breathe, having never seen such a scene. Some noticed the lavishness of these two men's robes and saw golden five-clawed dragons embroidered onto them. In this era, the dragon emblem wasn't something anyone could casually use. Clothing color was strictly regulated too. Scholars wore purple, a higher rank would wear blue. Black clothing was reserved for royalty, just as white was. Commoners' clothing was typically brown. Now, some had already realized the situation and remained silent. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. I heard my second brother has come to this estate. Why didn't you come to drink with me, your majesty? Huang Fu Wenliang stopped drinking, his eagle-like eyes coldly gazing at the incoming group. Upon hearing the man refer to himself as your majesty, the visitors immediately understood. You are. The tenant farmers were still uncertain about the man's identity, but beside him stood a man in white who began to introduce him. He is none other than the current emperor. How can you see the emperor and not even kneel? Ah, long live the emperor. These people scattered about and immediately knelt down everywhere. The area where they knelt was low-lying, while the emperor's position remained higher. This made Huang Fu Wenliang and Zi Sang he seemed superior, as though standing above the rest. After glancing at the kneeling masses, Zi Sang he lightly chuckled. You all are excellent pretenders. Let me ask this. Hasn't my third brother been here for 6 years already? At these words, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. Not one dared to move, their trembling forms indicating discomfort, which Zi Sang he perceived, giving him an uneasy feeling. These individuals appeared robust, with broad shoulders and waists, yet it was clear that they weren't experienced warriors from the battlefield. Instead, they looked like ordinary farmers. Third brother? Your third brother? One slightly braver tenant farmer asked, repeating the question. Huang Fu Wenliang frowned coldly and stared at the person. Beside him, Zi Sang he gave a slight cough. Brother, don't get too agitated. Matters concerning household affairs should be dealt with by your younger brother. Allow me to handle the questioning. Very well. Huang Fu Wenliang glanced at Zi Sang he as he rose from his seat, his lips curving into a faint, chilly smile. Though smiling, there was nothing revealing of his mood when observed directly. His laugh lingered on his lips, but it never reached his eyes. His black, ink-like pupils emitted a sense of emptiness and distance, exuding coldness and silence. His gaze swept over each face present before finally locking onto the peasant who had spoken first. Indeed, this group was rough-looking. However, the manor had already come under their surveillance half a year ago, and among its inhabitants, there were many former high-ranking generals. Do you know how easy it is for this prince to kill someone? His tone was leisurely as he casually extended his hand toward an ant crawling on the edge of the table and grasped it effortlessly. It's as easy as crushing an ant. I do not wish to take lives recklessly, and as long as you're obedient farmers, I won't bother you further. Now, I will ask questions and you will answer. With that said, he threw the ant back to the ground without another thought, uninterested in whether or not they would respond. For Zi Sang he, being the absolute ruler brought immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Huang Fu Wenliang conversed affectionately with the empress nearby. Now, tell me, what secrets does this estate hold? Originally, there was a mysterious figure who purchased this estate 6 years ago. Satisfied with this response, Zi Sang he nodded and signaled to the first person who spoke. Inner eunuch supervisor, offer him a seat. An inner eunuch holding a chair approached, hesitating briefly before presenting it. The person sat down promptly. I ask you now, how many soldiers are there within this manor? There are guard servants, approximately 500 in number, coming and going. Zi Sang he responded coolly with a faint smile, while looking toward Huang Fu Wenliang. Your Highness, we have overestimated our third brother. You claimed there were 10,000. I guessed 30,000. The world might think 50,000. Given the limited capacity of the estate, that number was implausible. So, he has truly failed. Further question, I ask again, how powerful are these 500 men, and are there any women within the estate? Yes, there used to be a woman named Mayor, but because she violated the rules, she was reportedly killed by young master. We don't know the specifics. Upon hearing this, Zi Sang he furrowed his brow coldly, displeased. You rebels think I am deluded enough to let you deceive me so easily? Knowing how to feign ignorance, pretending you don't know what you actually do. Not hiding it from you, Your Highness. Your Highness. This person quickly slid off the chair and knelt down, pounding his head against the ground repeatedly. Others soon followed suit, showing obvious fear as they bowed their heads. They believed every word Zi Sang he had said about how killing was akin to crushing an ant. We cannot deceive you. Usually, young master forbids us from entering the second courtyard. We remain restricted to the first section of the estate. Only now do we realize that we've been mere shields for 6 years. Where could we possibly have known so much? Originally, we thought someone of such stature must be highly ranked. We didn't expect. Indeed, I am the emperor's second brother. Huang Fu Wenliang's second brother, who had once been the emperor, was now understood by the tenant farmers. They realized they had lived alongside the true dragon emperor for 6 years without knowing his identity. It was as though one had spent many years with an ordinary-looking person and never knew who they truly were. And then one day, that person's true identity is revealed, and it turns out to be someone extraordinarily remarkable. This kind of shock is indescribable in words. It appeared that these tenant farmers genuinely knew nothing about anything. Zi Sang he didn't want to waste time here, so he reached out, preparing to have these tenant farmers taken away and dealt with swiftly. But beside him, Wenliang still chuckled softly, seizing Zi Sang he's hand just as he was about to issue orders. The commoners are innocent. little third brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang understood Wenliang's meaning. All right then, everyone may leave. Ignorance is no crime. You all may carry on with your lives. Be cautious now, for swords recognize no eyes. Yes, yes, thank you both, your highnesses. Several individuals kowtowed profusely before scrambling away like frightened rats. Once these tenant farmers were gone, Zhang turned his gaze back toward Wenliang, puzzled. Your Majesty often instructs me. Those who serve no purpose need not be kept. Yes, but today's situation is unusual. These people are genuine farmers, second brother. Show some mercy. Huangfu Wenliang nodded. Currently, what does your plan entail? Attack directly, capture the leader first, subdue the followers later. At this moment, he does not hold any advantage compared to us. What do you think, second brother? As he spoke, his eyes remained locked onto Zhang. Over these years, every major or minor affair in the court would always be discussed thoroughly with Zhang, who delighted in strategizing together with Wenliang. Chapter 139, Shu Feng's Bloody Battle. Furrowing her brows lightly, and after deep thought, she nodded. Then it shall be. By the morning, the sun had already risen high, and all the people in the front courtyard of the estate were gone. The back courtyard was also empty. After the maid and Nan Gong Qingjin left, it was very quiet, with only the sound of cicadas extending the monotonous summer, as if this day would never end. In the morning, his troops had already prepared for both attack and defense. They were highly trained. Although only 500 men remained, they were truly very capable, chosen from among thousands by Huangfu Kongming. For the final strike, he needed to choose the best men. Now, these men were fully armed, drawing their bows, and standing tall and strong. They were united, ready to sacrifice their lives for the country, viewing death as trivial. These military officers and generals did not regard dying on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide as a terrifying thing, but rather believed that it was an inevitable experience, and the best way to die. They had a madness for killing and were indifferent to their own lives. Now, these people had been divided into 3 units, and Huangfu Kongming summoned them. Huangfu Kongming sat in the hall holding a long sword, which had been ringing since last night. By now, it had already been polished 120 times. Each time, a bit of ash on the blade disappeared, and each time, the blade became brighter, its clear shine resembling a ripple in the autumn water. His hand stroked the blade's edge, and a brilliant white glow, like a rainbow spanning the sun, had already vanished. Now, he sighed and placed the sword on the table. You have all arrived. Yes, my lord, we are here, came the reply. Everything was now ready except for the east wind. These armies had already faced many storms, and now, they could be called true suicide squads. This king expects you all to spare no effort today. The enemy's army is 100 times larger than ours, he said. According to reliable intelligence, Wenliang and Zhang, this time to exterminate them, had stationed all 50,000 troops here, so they were 100 times greater in number. Upon hearing this, silence reigned supreme in the room. There was a brief stillness like death itself, hearing only human breaths. If even I am not afraid, what is there for any of you to fear? In fact, if I had fled early, I would have done so already. But I cannot be a cowardly turtle hiding forever. You all are loyal subjects under my rule. It has been 6 years since you last went to war. Are you not filled with fighting spirit? My lord, your subordinate will escort you, a bearded military officer said, stepping forward while kneeling beside Huangfu Kongming. Everyone goes your own way. What I want to see is that although our numbers may be at a disadvantage, we still have the upper hand in battle. He looked coldly at those present as he spoke. Yes. So, everyone knows what to do. Today, I have divided all of you into 3 small teams. Not only is my blade impatient, I'm sure the emperor and my third brother can't wait either. Everyone knows the meeting point. Now, the first team can prepare for the attack. There's a saying, strike first to gain the advantage. Please. As Huangfu Kongming spoke, he opened a piece of red cloth revealing wine bowls and cups beneath it. A military official immediately stepped forward, breaking the seal of the wine jar, and began pouring the wine, filling the adjacent wine bowls. Without looking at Huangfu Kongming, after finishing 1 glass of wine, he laughed aloud. My lord, take care. We shall meet again. As he spoke, he smashed the wine bowl on the ground and marched out boldly. Seeing the military official go, those behind him also began drinking heartily. Not long after, a group had already exited. After the first group left, the second and third groups had all gathered. Huangfu Kongming delivered equally inspiring words and drank up the wine in their cups. Now, the ground was already full of broken pieces, and an eerie silence returned to the room, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of impending doom. Alone, he sat, his ears pricked to listen to the sounds at the door. The military official led his men, shouting loudly as they went off to fight. However, both of them were well aware that encounter earlier was probably the last time they would ever meet face to face. The two were crystal clear about it. As the cries had already been carried away by the wind, he moved his wine glass slightly, then poured 2 glasses of wine. One he held himself, another he spilled onto the ground. Hellion, today I wish to establish an immortal legacy, but alas, you are not by my side. Now my heart burns with sorrow, and in the coming days, misfortunes will surely outnumber good omens. Come, let's share a drink together. He talked as if to himself, while pouring 3 cups of wine, all of which he spilled on the ground. I regret not being more attentive to my elder brother and younger brother. Since the incident occurred, my strength has only been partially restored over the past 6 years. I feel utterly unworthy before you. This cup of wine is for you, and it is one that you must drink, he said with a sigh. then cast the wine chalice onto the floor. Unbeknownst to him, the squeaky sound of a wheelchair had already arrived. Soon enough, he saw Chu Feng. Chu Feng today appeared freshly groomed despite his disheveled state of previous days. His beard and eyebrows were carefully combed, and even his hair was meticulously styled. On his hair bun rested a red cloth, and in his hand was a sharp broadsword. Previously, Chu Feng used a mace, but unfortunately, the current Chu Feng could no longer use a mace to strike down enemies. Now, this broadsword was indispensable for close-quarters combat. Their gazes briefly crossed, but Huangfu Kongming had already averted his eyes, looking down at the person in front of him. Chu Feng, you've come. My liege. Chu Feng nodded, moving his wheelchair beside Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming couldn't bear to look at Chu Feng's wheelchair, yet his gaze couldn't shift away. Only when Chu Feng arrived did he speak. I have left a secret tunnel for you. You must leave. I will live or die alongside your majesty. Chu Feng responded, striking the wine jar with a single punch. From the table, he picked up 2 shards of the broken jar, filled with clear wine. He handed 1 shard to Huangfu Kongming, saying, My fists still live, so how could I let others bully me? Chu Feng, it was I who caused your suffering, he said while gripping the shard. My liege, let us drink this cup dry. Speak not of blame, for am I not alive now? Chu Feng said, raising the shard high and drinking everything in one gulp. I know you've left the dragon severing stone for me. I've already ordered men to drop it into place. Am I the kind to fear death? Chu Feng, you aren't. My liege, neither are you. This battle will be the last time I step onto the battlefield. Please, don't hinder me. Death is inevitable, and if I believe my death weighs heavier than Mount Tai, then you have no reason to stop me. Listening to Chu Feng, Huangfu Kongming sighed deeply. Chu Feng, you are the most remarkable person in my eyes. My liege, in my eyes, you will always be the emperor. Life is fleeting, like morning dew, and our remaining days bring much sorrow. My lord, there are no parting words between us. Among thousands of sentences, I merely hope to leave you with one reminder. Be cautious of women, for they all wear masks. There's one final thing. Chu Feng. Huangfu Kongming looked at Chu Feng, his eyes becoming moist. People often said that Huangfu Kongming was cold-hearted and expressionless, but only Chu Feng truly understood that this was just the world's perception of him, which wasn't entirely accurate. If there is another life, I would still be willing to serve as your general, my liege. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and turned around at the moment tears almost fell. I must go now. Farewell, my lord. Take care. Chu Feng, you are a true brother. The war began as soon as the sunlight first shone. People who had been armed and ready under the dragon banner had already arrived at the estate. When their team prepared to attack, a chariot emerged from within the estate. Naturally, the occupant of the chariot was Huangfu Kongming. Stop them. Whoever kills Huangfu Kongming, I'll reward them with 1,000 gold pieces and grant them the title of Marquis, overseeing 10,000 households. On the hill, he issued his order. Quickly, an eunuch raised his duck-like voice, shouting, by the decree of the third prince, whoever presents the severed head of rebel Huangfu Kongming will receive 1,000 gold pieces and the title of Marquis, overseeing 10,000 households. With this enticement, everyone knew Huangfu Kongming was indeed extraordinary, and many hesitated, unsure about confronting the massive chariot that swayed forward toward the wide-open road ahead. Zisang he watched and immediately ordered 10,000 soldiers to completely surround the road ahead. Ha 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 ha. Wu Hou just laughed, but Zisang he and Wen Liang had absolutely no idea why he found amusement in this situation. My prince, why does this man laugh when his death approaches? Wen Liang instinctively sensed something amiss, while Zisang he also felt slight surprise in his gaze. He suddenly turned back, observing the wildly racing chariot from the valley below and the nearby general standing with his hands on his waist, laughing out loud. This chariot, could it be? Now, one by one, the main forces of Zisang he and Wen Liang went to attack the chariot. Just as Zisang he felt something was amiss with this chariot, the second chariot from the Vermilion Gate emerged, looking exactly like the previous one. What? How does royal brother perceive this? Create confusion. Gather another 10,000 troops to surround this chariot for me. Wen Liang spoke solemnly, and soon 10,000 men surrounded the chariot. The warriors of Huangfu Kongming clashed fiercely with Zisang he soldiers. Just when Zisang he and Wen Liang thought they had victory within their grasp, another chariot appeared most inconveniently from the Vermilion Gate. Move forth under the order of your king. Immediately surround it. They were in a position of numerical superiority and naturally showed no fear, quickly enveloping the chariots. Everyone then thought they had secured victory. In fact, this was Huangfu Kongming's carefully arranged strategy. The first chariot was soon surrounded amidst the chaos. Someone leaped into the air and landed on the chariot, using a spear that was thrown, quickly jamming the wheels of the chariot, causing it to halt in the middle of the crowd. The 100-man detachment that had come out with the chariot had mostly perished. The protective focus around the chariot seemed weak during combat, but those watching from above, Zisang he and Wen Liang exchanged glances, realizing what was wrong. Wen Liang stood up, signaling Zisang he to prepare to give the order for the troops to retreat from the chariot, but it was already too late. Chapter 140, Readiness to Face Death. Inside the carriage, there was nothing but tung oil and spirits. The carriage itself was loaded with gunpowder ingredients, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. After a long-distance gallop, the fuse had been ignited by the friction-generated heat. By the time everyone realized the situation was dire and attempted to escape, it was already too late. A dull explosion echoed through the mountain gorge. Zisong he felt a tremor under his feet, almost losing his balance. To his side, Wen Liang sighed softly as he observed that the army had now turned into a scene of flying blood and flesh. The Empress, having discarded her phoenix-necked pipa, had already thrown herself into Zisong He's arms. Upon seeing this, the Emperor's eyes turned cold. So it's like this. With an unobtrusive motion, Zisong he gently pushed away the woman before him and said, "Now, everyone must be cautious of the carriages." However, being at such a high altitude, with the aftermath of the explosion still reverberating loudly in the mountains, the casualties were heavy, and a powerful ultrasound echo was still roaring through the gorge, deafening all present. Under such circumstances, issuing orders would only make matters worse. After the first carriage exploded, Zisong he was enraged. While he hadn't expected to catch Huangfu Kongming on the first try with pinpoint accuracy, he certainly hadn't anticipated such an unfortunate start. When the explosion subsided, a continuous cloud of black smoke filled the valley, casting a shadow of death. As the black smoke gradually cleared, Zisong he noticed that his army had been caught off guard, and many were scattered, injured by the blast. Now, not only had the carriage disappeared, but Huangfu Kongming's troops were already well aware of their strategy. Therefore, when Huangfu Kongming's carriage emerged, his army remained highly alert and unified. Not a single soldier dared to move forward. Now, the battlefield had fundamentally changed. Though they continued to fight fiercely, the previous explosion had significantly boosted their morale. Looking down from above, Zisong he saw an army that wielded life and death with terrifying ease. Facing such a formidable force, all he could do was marvel and admire. Envy even. For why couldn't he cultivate an army so capable? Why was such an elite army unrelated to him? There was still much for him to learn. Behind him, Huangfu Wenliang took a deep breath, saying, "This is truly unexpected." As he spoke, he leaned forward, his pale face exclaiming astonishment. Meanwhile, Zisong he didn't show much surprise. "It's just trickery, Brother Huang. Nothing to worry about. Rest well here." Seeing Huangfu Wenliang's complexion worsen to an extreme, Zisong he immediately extended his hand to support Huangfu Wenliang to the front seat, where he sat uneasily beneath a curved umbrella. Every time it came to moments like these, Huangfu Wenliang always felt that Zisong he was his mainstay. But deep inside, even Huangfu Wenliang knew that Zisong he acted with purpose, since Zisong he wasn't simple. But what was Zisong he's real motive? Was it plotting against the throne? For Zisong he, opportunities were abundant, and he could have made his move any time. Yet why didn't Zisong he act? He was constantly pondering this question. Just then, another thought occurred during his observation. He caught Zisong he actually together with the Empress. The Empress' face did not fare much better. She was trembling all over, like a leaf about to fall from its branch during a storm. The delicate red veins on her face gradually faded, and her rosy lips turned pale. Standing there helplessly, she seemed completely stunned by the sound of artillery. Zisong he didn't pay a single ounce of attention to the Empress. Huangfu Wenliang, however, patted his side lightly. Despite her disheveled beauty, the Empress gritted her teeth and moved to sit beside Huangfu Wenliang. Earlier, out of shock, she had accidentally fallen into Zisong he's embrace, an action that deeply disgusted Huangfu Wenliang. But Huangfu Wenliang was intelligent. Intelligent people, upon witnessing something they shouldn't, often chose to ignore it instead. And so, Huangfu Wenliang ignored the event and simply waved his hand, signaling acceptance. She sat beside him accordingly. Standing high on a ridge, Zisong he's gaze never left the ground below. Soldiers began gathering in groups of 3 or 5. He identified one advantage in Huangfu Kongming's army, an advantage he himself did not possess, an unimaginable quality. Soon, he realized how organized and technologically skilled these armies on horseback were, moving with great momentum. In no time, everything around them was shattered with awe-inspiring ferocity. This fear-inducing power, similar to a black hole in the universe, drew all of Zisong he's focus. In the midst of battle, the man transformed into a clouded leopard, fearless and unstoppable. His beautiful, icy pupils remained fixed on the position ahead for a very long time, without uttering a single word or syllable, his silence broken only by the clenched teeth. Behind him, the Empress gazed at his spear-like, upright figure and could do nothing but sigh heavily, remaining silent. Now, she didn't wish to say any words, just wanting to silently watch the spot in front. Zisong he's army was clearly gaining the upper hand. After all, 10,000 men against 100 wasn't a fight that even someone with 3 heads and 6 arms could win. Despite having an extraordinary warrior cutting through ranks and leaving a mountain of corpses, such capable warriors were still few. Royal observer Huangfu Wenliang, who had witnessed everything, did not speak a single word. In this situation, he believed in Zisong he. After all, in hundreds of previous instances like this, it was always Zisong he who helped solve the riddle for him. Now, watching the vast army bustling around and seeing Zisong he's grave demeanor, Huangfu Wenliang chose to stay silent. "Prince brother, where exactly is he? If I haven't guessed wrong, he must still be among the mixed army." Though Zisong he was sure that Huangfu Wenliang was actually still in the army, after scrutinizing carefully, he could not find him. From their high vantage point, the view was broad, and Zisong he kept observing every person charging out. He placed his hand lightly at his lips and blew a loud whistle. Instantly, everyone understood the signal and rushed forward en masse, quickly entering what was already an empty estate. Naturally, there was no one inside the estate. Still, the crowd marched in with weapons drawn. Had there been anyone, they would have slaughtered them to leave not a blade of grass standing. These soldiers, eager for victory, were determined to root out Huangfu Kongming. Inside the estate, they conducted a thorough search akin to combing the ground, yet Huangfu Kongming could not be found. What abilities did Huangfu Kongming possess? Could he have vanished into the earth? Where was Huangfu Kongming now? Given the manpower available, they soon reached the rooms within. Though these detectives were skilled, they failed to uncover the hidden underground passage. This was because Huangfu Kongming had excavated the tunnel in an old well. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare recklessly venture into a dark old well. And even if they entered, despite putting forth all their effort, it would still be impossible to locate the entrance to the tunnel. Moreover, even if the entrance to the tunnel were found, it wouldn't help, because the tunnel was sealed by an enormous, sturdy, and heavy falling dragon stone. Once dropped, no force could reopen the tunnel. Now, several individuals looked at each other helplessly. They had smashed and wrecked everything that could be, yet discovered no trace. The inner courtyard was certainly fortified, yet it was evident that Huangfu Kongming was someone who rarely left home. Judging by the current state, Huangfu Kongming's living arrangements here were quite sparse, bare to the point of being destitute. With frustration over their fruitless efforts, they lashed out at every tree and blade of grass. Just before leaving, someone seized a torch, intending to burn the place down. However, a soldier resembling a Wu Ho quickly shook his head, indicating restraint, understanding the risk involved. So the torch was extinguished. Shortly thereafter, a messenger appeared on the hilltop. The runner was swift and arrived at the hilltop, but did not go toward the curved umbrella's location. Instead, he went directly to Zisonghe. Zisonghe had anticipated that Huangfu Kongming might set up a decoy and had already departed. With a painful expression, Zisonghe stared at the approaching messenger, who sighed as well. Not even the tiniest clue has been found, right? My lord, we've searched everywhere inch by inch. If there were even the faintest trace, it wouldn't have escaped my keen eyes. The house is in disarray, clearly indicating those who previously stayed here have fled. How could so many people escape while we were here daily? This puzzled Zisonghe greatly. As he spoke, he locked his gaze ahead. The messenger could only sigh. A cunning rabbit has 3 dens. You're right. Go down and thoroughly inspect each body of those killed in the ambush. For rebels, we need to see bodies if we can't capture them alive. After giving this harsh order, the messenger quickly departed. Now, the estate was undergoing a second search, even more meticulous than the first one. However, after thorough investigations, it was confirmed that not a single person remained in the estate. Someone's attention turned to the dry well. Leading a group with torches, they descended into it, but found nothing. There was nothing at all, nothing he could see. Disappointed, they climbed back out of the well, having missed the best clue already. Everyone continued searching, but found nothing. Clearly, this wasn't an outcome that the Emperor and Zisonghe could accept. The Emperor stepped out from under the curved umbrella, wiping the wet sweat off his forehead while looking down from above. Prince brother, tell me, where is he exactly? He must still be here, either hidden within this manor or somewhere among the army. Soon, everything will become clear, he said confidently. Seeing Zisonghe's assurance, Huangfu Wenliang beside him could only nod silently. Not long after, their attention was fully drawn to the army below the mountain. Royal brother, there are still 2 columns of troops ahead. Look, they're over there and over there, heading in 3 completely different directions. This is part of their plan. How these armies managed to shift without notice might have been due to our own carelessness. But it's not too late. As he spoke, he pointed toward 2 directions. The valley between the mountains stretched wide open. After the failure of the first column, the second column headed in the same direction as the first, aiming to escape eastward. Zisonghe observed the second column and promptly ordered increased firepower on the eastern front. Chapter 141. Chu Feng dies for his country. As for the second full deployment, it was to welcome the 3rd Battalion. It appeared to be fully armed too, but its direction was towards the west. 1 east and 1 west. 2 battalions had used 2 counterforces, thus their armies were divided into 2 separate attacking forces. This way, Huangfu Wenliang's firepower was split. Brother Wang, do you think what is inside the second carriage? It seems there is no danger. If there were gunpowder in the second carriage, according to the plan, it should have already exploded thoroughly, but nothing happened. The people around the carriage were eager to try, but once they saw that a general was sitting inside the carriage, they all laughed loudly. Then 2 of them stood on each other's shoulders. The distance wasn't far, and they had already thrown the spears in their hands, blocking the carriage wheels. The carriage swayed slightly. Chu Feng reached out his hand forcefully and grabbed the handle beside him, preventing himself from being shaken off by the sudden turbulence. Indeed, General Chu Feng was seated inside the second carriage. Take my lord's arrow. Zisonghe waved, and an attendant immediately bowed to the side. His eyes remained focused on the ravine, where he suddenly noticed a rash youth among the 1st Battalion. This person wielded a long knife, killing everyone he encountered, just like a lion or a fierce tiger. There was no way to describe how powerful this warrior was with his incredible weapon. Such was the essence of a war god. Huangfu Wenliang also seemed to notice this situation, looking at the ravine below. This person had killed many people, and every time the force erupted, short but chilling whistles would emanate from his throat. Afterward, blood splattered everywhere, and bodies were densely piled in the pool of blood. Indeed, this man equaled over 10 ordinary soldiers. Watching this scene, Huangfu Wenliang couldn't help but feel terrified. By then, someone had already brought the arrow over. In the past, when the previous emperor held power, Zisonghe was actually also a remarkable general. Back then, whether it was Zisonghe, Huangfu Wenliang, or Huangfu Kongming, all descendants of the royal family needed to go to battle. This was precisely why, in the end, when selecting the national heir, this honor fell upon Huangfu Kongming rather than these other two for the most important reason. Although these two individuals were strong and brave, they still had to yield to Huangfu Kongming's illustrious military achievements. Zisong, he was indeed powerful. His archery skills were top-notch in the capital. Now, his bow and arrows had been brought over. Zisong, his bow and arrow were a gold-leaf magpie-painted bow, with great horsepower. His pale hands gripped the gold-leaf magpie-painted bow and drew it back forcefully, aiming at the target. Someone attacked with a concealed arrow. This general never expected such treachery. Fortunately, when the sound of the weapon cutting through the air came, the general sidestepped just in time to avoid the sharp arrowhead piercing him. The arrow struck the general's right leg, making him tremble but remain silent. He quickly spotted the one who fired the arrow. Since life was reaching its end, this general felt absolutely no fear. Seeing someone on the cliff firing cold arrows at him, he not only showed no sign of dread, but began wildly swinging his long knife in desperation. Zisong, he continuously shot 3 arrows, but all were deflected by the long knife. Rarely had Zisong, he seen someone as formidable as this. Royal brother, look, how about this person? If only we had someone like him, our strength would be multiplied. It's just that this man's ambition is too great, Huangfu Wenliang said, sighing sorrowfully while speaking. He did not understand why Huangfu Kongming could cultivate such a powerful figure when they were all human leaders alike. Royal brother, if not of our kind, their hearts must be different. According to my humble opinion, this man will certainly die without question. Zisong, he said as he tightened his grip on the bow and arrow, preparing to release the 4th arrow cluster. Afterward, the body of the person hit burst out laughing. Though Zisong, his arrows were swift, they were not unmatched. As Zisong, his arrow flew out, the man thrust his long knife into his own throat. Now, he knew his resistance had come to an end. Rather than dying at the hands of the enemy, he chose to take his own life. Such a tragic scene moved Huangfu Wenliang deeply. He couldn't fathom what kind of person could train a soldier so loyal that he faced death without batting an eyelash. Therefore, he wanted to ask even more, what was the reason that he couldn't cultivate such a powerful person as them? Seeing this man commit suicide, Zisong, he sighed from a high place, and Huangfu Wenliang finally calmed down. Wang brother, come and drink a cup, have a drink to calm your nerves. In reality, what was there for Zisong he to fear? But Zisong, he felt a sense of regret, believing he would have succeeded. Yet, when it came to the critical moment, he failed, and this person was dead after all. But it had nothing to do with him. The two people were drinking and had already finished 3 cups. On the side, the empress was pouring wine, smiling affectionately at Zisong, he with her peach blossom eyes. Zisong, he paid no attention, whereas Huangfu Wenliang coughed heavily, as this empress seemed very attentive towards her younger uncle now. After the second carriage appeared, the army had surrounded it. Chu Feng held a curved sword but did not leave his seat. In fact, whether Chu Feng left or stayed in his seat wasn't up to him, because by now, Chu Feng had no strength to move an inch. Now, Chu Feng's curved sword slashed fiercely, preventing anyone from getting close. They could only throw their spears from afar. Chu Feng wanted to drive the carriage, but these men had already killed the horses. Chu Feng wished to leave immediately, but it was no longer possible. The final outcome of his struggle was death. Although Chu Feng already knew it, he was still worried about Huangfu Kongming. Some of the men had seen Huangfu Kongming, while others hadn't. Upon seeing the chaos here, they began to create a racket. Who are you? Are you the rebel Huangfu Kongming? A person immediately asked, blowing like the wind. Chu Feng looked at this junior officer who must have joined the army not long ago. He looked at this person coldly and said, yes. Ah, good. Someone immediately gave the order to surround this carriage and let another person report on the hilltop. My lord, your majesty, the second carriage contains Huangfu Kongming. Oh, Zisong, he was half believing, since Huangfu Kongming, such a cautious person, wouldn't reveal his identity so easily. 100% true, this person confessed themselves as Huangfu Kongming. Hearing this, Zisong, his face became serious, and the nearby Huangfu Wenliang just smiled, then asked, what does this person look like? This person, the young officer thought for a moment, has a general's belly, tiger-like back, bare waist, broad shoulders, large waist, triangular eyes, caterpillar eyebrows, a face color of earth yellow, big eyes, looking. Kill, this is not Huangfu Kongming. Zisong, he didn't wait for the person to finish speaking before interrupting, and Huangfu Wenliang also nodded in agreement, reminding the young officer to capture Huangfu Kongming in reality and take him alive if seen. At that moment, the young officer rushed down the mountain and spread the word that Chu Feng was not Huangfu Kongming. Immediately someone started firing arrows, yet Chu Feng remained still in his place. Gradually, a mysterious and cold smile appeared on the corner of Chu Feng's lips, a terrifying expression causing fear among all. This smile quickly disappeared. Then Chu Feng's pale hand grabbed a mechanism beside him. Before everyone realized what Chu Feng intended to do, the carriage roof vanished into thin air, falling onto the mud nearby. Chu Feng was revealed under the broad daylight. This sudden change left everyone completely perplexed. Staring wide-eyed in horror, Chu Feng burst out laughing loudly. I am not the emperor, I am Chu Feng. My emperor, all journeys end with partings. Today Chu Feng departs. In 20 years, I will be a hero again. After Chu Feng finished speaking, everyone was still bewildered. Chu Feng then pulled the mechanism forcefully, igniting the gunpowder. People near the carriage scrambled frantically towards safer places on both sides. However, it was so congested here that escaping was almost a nightmare. The crowd blocked the escape route. A boom resonated, and upon glancing again, blood and flesh scattered around everywhere. Everyone around had been annihilated without a trace. Chu Feng too had disappeared. After the vibration, Zisong he sighed. It's just as expected, and immediately ordered that under no circumstances should the third carriage be chased closely, regardless of who was inside. Now, Chu Feng was dead. On the hilltop, Huangfu Wenliang's eyes widened. His mouth opened in astonishment. He could not imagine how skilled this army was in disguise, how proficient in arms. To confront such a formidable army, one needed absolute strength. However, it was clear that they were about to fall into defeat. The enemy was 100 times stronger, but what could they do? Regarding the advantages of time, terrain, and harmony among people, Huangfu Kongming had long understood everything. Huangfu Kongming's plans were always so perfectly in place, and before long, he had already dismantled half of these troops. Brother Wang, this. Your Majesty, don't worry. There are still more people. Even if he stands out like a crane among chickens, we're not afraid. We can win with quantity. When Zisang, he said, win with quantity, he remained calm because from the beginning, Zisang he suggested that Huangfu Wenliang station a heavy military presence here for precisely such a day. But Zisang he did not expect Huangfu Kongming's plan to be utterly seamless and so powerful. In no time, all of this was completely dealt with. Zisang he exchanged glances with Huangfu Wenliang, who lowered his head in shame. Meanwhile, Zisang he still stood tall and proud. Losing to him is not a disgrace, brother emperor. He said this while gazing forward. All Huangfu Wenliang could do was give an awkward smile. The first and second carriages had already been destroyed. Now, as the third carriage rampaged onto the official road, not a single person chased after it. This was also Huangfu Kongming's arrangement. In this battle, Huangfu Kongming had not anticipated his own death. Indeed, he had not planned for himself to die. It could be said that all the escape plans were still under his control. The carriage gradually moved towards an open area. Few people pursued it, and the distance between them was deliberately stretched very far. Chapter 142, Successfully Escaped. After all, having just gone through 2 explosions made everyone realize there was something suspicious about the carriage. Even though they watched it leave with their own eyes, no one dared to make a close-range attack, which gave Huangfu Kongming the chance to escape. At a bend in the canyon up ahead, Huangfu Kongming seized the opportunity and leapt off, disappearing into the dense forest. Zisong he on the high ridge saw everything clearly. Seeing someone suddenly emerge from the carriage, he immediately pointed at that location with his whip and said, "Quick, chase him. The traitor Huangfu Kongming is over there." In confusion, one by one, they rushed toward that direction. But more calamities followed. After they entered the forest, the carriage exploded again. After 3 consecutive explosions, it had truly become an extremely perilous situation for them. Although the army's numbers were great, after 2 explosions, part of the forces were greatly reduced. Now, Zisong he became muddled after issuing orders, helplessly watching Huangfu Kongming escape. There was nothing they could do. Their army had suffered heavy casualties. Upon hearing another explosion, Huangfu Wenliang's eyes bulged wide in shock as he looked beside. Younger brother Wang. What is this? The wily rabbit has 3 dens. Elder brother, we have failed, he replied calmly. Huangfu Wenliang was utterly incredulous. Over the 6 years of collaboration between Huangfu Wenliang and Zisong he, they had encountered various kinds of opponents. Though they weren't always successful, failure had been rare for them. Now, seeing Zisong he calmly admitting defeat left him at a loss for words. This. Stammering, Huangfu Wenliang hesitated while Zisong he came forward and explained. All 3 carriages contained gunpowder. Inside each carriage were warriors ready to sacrifice themselves. When the first carriage exploded followed by the second, our attention was completely focused on the third carriage. We did not dare to act recklessly. So he found an opening. Huangfu Wenliang finally understood, sighing belatedly and punching his thigh. Zisong he said nothing, but merely stared coldly at the front position and nodded. Kill, he ordered. Thus, within the valley, their lesser troops engaged in battle against the ragtag forces accompanying Huangfu Kongming. It didn't take long for the disparity to become clear. People fell dead or wounded. Casualties mounted significantly. However, all of Huangfu Kongming's surviving forces from this escape were annihilated. Not a single soul remained unscathed. Witnessing such a pitiful scene in the valley, Zisong he's lips curled into a beautiful yet eerie smile. As for Huangfu Kongming, he hadn't fled far either, because time and opportunity were not on his side. Despite everything, Huangfu Kongming might now be safest. Dressed in the uniform of Zisong he's army, Huangfu Kongming mixed among Zisong he's soldiers. Once everyone withdrew, a corpse slowly rose to its feet, crimson eyes glaring at the setting sun. His gaze lingered on the gradually fading carriages and sedan chairs, taking in everything, especially the countless overlapping bodies scattered on the ground. This person was none other than Huangfu Kongming, who had anticipated the total destruction of his forces, sparing only himself. Seeing so many dead around him, his rage burned fiercely. He spoke no word, simply glaring cruelly at the bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Blood pooling beneath the corpses had congealed, turning the valley red, coloring the grass and trees alike. Without saying a word, without looking back at the bodies once, he knew that trying to bury his fallen soldiers was now but a pipe dream. A great general must never fear death and must always face it squarely, regardless of where he stands. Walking out of the valley, he vanished onto the road. When Zisong he and Huangfu Wenliang's armies had fully retreated, their pace gradually slowed along the way, prompting Huangfu Wenliang to look at Zisong he beseechingly. Brother Wang, Do you think he has escaped? Elder brother, I remember something now. Perhaps he hasn't fled, because one man alone cannot easily evade pursuit. Zisong, he said while commanding the carriage to stop. Perplexed, Huangfu Wenliang looked at Zisong He. Zisong He gave Huangfu Wenliang a glance indicating, calm down and wait, before addressing everyone. All of you, please check your surroundings. See if there is anyone unfamiliar among you. If you find someone you don't recognize, capture them immediately. It must be Huangfu Kongming. His voice carried loudly enough for everyone to hear. People looked at each other anxiously. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they corrected themselves and realized that no unfamiliar person had slipped in. In response, Huangfu Wenliang once again sought help from Zisong He with a beseeching gaze. Zisong He was not fond of this type of pleading look, but what could he do at such a moment? He could only give Huangfu Wenliang another calm down and wait glance, then slowly drew a breath, saying, switch the forward troops to the rear troops to the front, withdraw and inspect the bodies. Yes. Although the army followed Zisong He's arrangement, switching the vanguard and rearguard, so the entire force reached their respective positions, they did not find Huangfu Kongming among the numerous corpses. Zisong He had not anticipated failure this time. When his final orders were given, he remained silent, as if utterly exhausted. His heavy eyelids drooped and closed. Beside him, Huangfu Wenliang watched Zisong He remain quiet, knowing it was inconvenient to disturb him. All he could do was sigh repeatedly. It had been 6 years, and Huangfu Wenliang had not expected that Huangfu Kongming would still be the same, like a wily rabbit with 3 dens, full of cunning tricks. Even though they seemed to have completely surrounded him, Huangfu Kongming always managed to break free, showing an ability far beyond ordinary generals. Eldest brother, perhaps your highness has started losing confidence in me, said Huangfu Wenliang while gradually opening his eyes. Huangfu Kongming dared not say he was disappointed in Zisong He but replied, No, it's not true. He is just as formidable as ever. But you needn't worry. I have countless connections in the capital. We will surely capture him sooner or later. Then, you may decide whether to execute him cruelly or mercifully, he said with a faint smile. Yes. Huangfu Wenliang, seeing Zisong He smiling despite the setback, also forced a laugh. Zisong He, however, narrowed his eyes and calmly gazed at the Empress. The Empress' seductive glare flickered momentarily as she rested her hand on her delicate neck, flashing an alluring smile. Their defeat was total. After counting casualties, they discovered that out of an army of 50,000, 20,000 had perished. By proportion, it seemed as if 300 men had quickly eliminated 20,000, an outcome Zisong He could not fathom. Huangfu Kongming can always achieve victory with fewer numbers. Learning from mistakes, we still have much to learn. For now, your highness should retreat temporarily. I will conduct further investigations in the capital, said Zisong He, observing how the carriages had arrived in the capital. He immediately requested to disembark, as all necessary preparations for blockades and inspections were already in place. Failure was no longer considered life or death by Zisong He but instead met with a dismissive smile as he prepared for his next move. Huangfu Wenliang mistakenly believed Zisong He was deeply invested, and realizing only Zisong He could assist him temporarily, waved him off with cautionary advice not to engage recklessly. With that, they parted ways. As Zisong He watched the retreating chariot disappear into the distance, he bowed reverently toward its dust trail. Meanwhile, Huangfu Wenliang looked back frequently until disappearing himself. The Empress' alluring gaze lingered on Zisong He's receding silhouette until he disappeared entirely before she finally withdrew her attention. When Zisong He returned to his mansion, it was already mid-afternoon. Although the events of the morning had been thrilling, Zisong He chose to forget them. Now, he was no longer Crown Prince Wang's younger brother, Zisong He, but rather transformed into Mr. Bai of the White Mansion. Having waited anxiously all morning without seeing Mr. Bai return, Nengong Qingjin became increasingly restless. Being a businessman, Mr. Bai naturally couldn't be at home daily. The last time she saw him, he was overseeing his workshop operations. Such a businessman shouldn't stay confined indoors. Yet she could scarcely imagine his daring to travel regularly along dangerous roads filled with government patrols. Though Nengong Qingjin knew Zisong He likely had connections ensuring his safety, she never imagined his ties to the court were so deep. Waiting patiently until mid-afternoon, the mysterious Mr. Bai finally arrived. Of this heard but not seen Mr. Bai, Nengong Qingjin felt strangely familiar. On the other hand, Xian showed a faint sense of trepidation and fear upon seeing him. This Bai Gongzi, for some reason, gave off an innate air of noble royalty, a feeling that Nengong Qingjin could not quite grasp, but Xian, who felt inferior, sensed it clearly. After all, Xian had been feeling inferior for so long that she now believed this man's background was far from ordinary. Seeing him return, Nengong Qingjin immediately stepped forward. Master, I apologize for disturbing you. Are your tasks done for the day? She smiled and had already moved closer to Master Bai. Zisong He responded with a faint smile, noticing that Miss Nengong's eyes were exceptionally beautiful, like glittering black crystals. He thought to himself, in his entire life, he had never seen such captivating eyes before. Bright and luminous, they were both beautiful and dark, resembling phoenix-like eyes. Despite their timid appearance, there was a poised elegance in them. Zisong He let out another faint smile. One always has to come back. He said this while maintaining his calm demeanor. Have you eaten anything yet? Nengong Qingjin looked at Master Bai, her initial distance disappearing. Strangely, apart from an unprecedented attraction, she also felt an unfamiliar sense of security around Zisong He. Could she have developed admiration for him? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but sigh. No, no, no. That was not possible. At first, Xian was unaccustomed to the demeanor of this master-by, but now, from his slightly aloof, yet still self-important actions, she began to revere him. Xian relaxed, confident that her master would never misjudge anyone. Chapter 143. Where to seek the beauty amidst peach blossoms. Nangong Qingjin introduced her maid Xianer to Mr. Bai, and Xianer immediately bowed in respect. Mr. Bai quickly remembered Xianer's name, and, when interacting with Xianer, he showed no sense of superiority often found between a master and servant. Rather, he was equally pleasant and kind-hearted. In his beautiful smile, Xianer saw not only comfort, but also admiration. Xianer realized that this man possessed exquisite taste, less like a businessman, and more like an idealist who revels daily in the finer things in life. Now following these two into the flower parlor, they soon arrived at the hall where Zisong, he had not yet eaten anything due to the bitter disappointment of the day. Still, not eating altogether was out of the question, especially now with beauties around as well as fine cuisine, which delighted him enough to forget about his recent failures for a while. Once the three arrived at the flower hall, small kitchen delights were promptly delivered. Tender but not greasy sirloin, crispy outside, yet soft inside braised duck, and colorful pastries. In truth, Nangong Qingjin could eat very little, but facing Mr. Bai inexplicably uplifted her spirits considerably. It was as if he shone like the only light in the darkness, warming her cold, eternal night. Nangong Qingjin never thought that she would encounter someone so intoxicating during her lifetime. Every word and action of Mr. Bai exuded an irresistible charm, arrogant yet humble, calm yet extraordinary. After their meal, half the day had already passed, and the unbearable heat finally gave way to clear skies and a gentle breeze. Before Nangong Qingjin could ask, Mr. Bai took her hand and led her out of the mansion. Where are we going? Asked Nangong Qingjin, glancing toward Mr. Bai, while Zisong, he smiled knowingly. Of course, to where you need to go. I haven't forgotten what you entrusted me with, so let's see how it's going. Mr. Bai is truly reliable. She hadn't expected Mr. Bai to be so magnanimous and selflessly helpful. What virtue did she possess to deserve such unwavering assistance from him? With this thought came a modesty that made her feel somewhat shy. As Zisong he prepared to step out, a carriage was already readied. Zisong he didn't board the carriage first himself, but waited instead. A short while later, Nangong Qingjin and Xianer joined him. Seeing Nangong Qingjin approach, he gestured politely to let her take precedence, a lady's first gesture. Taking one step forward, his fingers gently clasped her wrist, bringing a faint blush to Nangong Qingjin's cheeks as she entered the carriage with shyness. Following suit, Nangong Qingjin helped Xianer into the carriage. Initially, Xianer harbored some doubts since she wasn't entirely familiar with Mr. Bai's character, but judging by his demeanor now, he certainly stood out among people, someone selected among hundreds for his exceptional qualities. Though referred to as a businessman, Mr. Bai appeared unusually modest and affable. Typically, individuals with successful businesses, sharp intellects, and societal status tend to carry themselves with an air of authority. However, Mr. Bai possessed none of that pretense. He was akin to warm white jade, his expression serene, his gaze humble, his mouth always curved into a crescent-like smile, both beautiful and radiant, prompting one to want to look longer. For quite some time, they sat in silence, unsure what to say next, but eventually, Nangong Qingjin broke the quiet. Thank you. Regarding the silver coins, I will figure out a way to repay you. You're a capable person, why would I doubt you won't pay back the silver? Knowing you're currently struggling, I offered help simply because. Zisong, he said, smiling lightly as though divulging secrets while pointing at his heart. I have my own considerations. Nangong Qingjin believed Zisong he to be straightforward, so she didn't think too much about it. The carriage continued moving ahead as the oppressive heat of summer gradually faded away, and rare clouds resembling fire colored the horizon, setting everything alight. A delicate red glow softly settled upon Nangong Qingjin's face. This world has people described as those who stay, newly met even after a lifetime, meaning you've known someone for years, decades even, but there's never been any special connection. Then there are others referred to as being old friends from the moment we met. This means you've just met someone through a few encounters, yet somehow they make you feel as if they're long-standing friends. Sighing, Nangong Qingjin furrowed her brows, deeply lost in thought as the carriage swayed onward, carried by the evening wind, arriving shortly at its destination. Actually, the distance from here to Mr. Bai's residence wasn't very far. After passing through two deserted official roads, they had arrived. There were still bustling crowds here, and armed military patrols could be seen everywhere. Ever since the last incident, Nangong Qingjin no longer held any good feelings for soldiers. Most of them were hot-tempered types, difficult to get along with, and whenever she now saw a soldier, her first thought was the rashness displayed during the previous chaos. Zisong he clearly hadn't noticed her reservations because as soon as the carriage stopped, he had already leaped down from the carriage. Nangong Qingjin also prepared to disembark, but quickly found that Mr. Bai had already extended his hand, indicating an intention to support her. Realizing it was a gesture of assistance, she promptly placed her hand into his palm. He gently held on to Nangong Qingjin's hand as both of them and Xianer stepped down from the carriage. A refreshing breeze swept past, dispelling the oppressive heat and irritation of the day. Her gaze lingered on a nearby structure. This place bore no resemblance at all to the humble grass hut she had dreamt of in her heart, the one from before which was so shabby by comparison. Contrasted against this setting, Nangong Qingjin realized that while physicians often practiced altruism, money collection was usually a last resort. The equipment in the original clinic had not been particularly advanced, but the location was ideal, among beautiful mountains and clear waters. Now, it seemed the scenic value here was similar, as if this place had once visited her old haunt. Indeed, Zisong he soon answered her unspoken questions. Does everything seem the same except for this imposing gate tower? Nangong Qingjin had never met anyone who treated her so kindly. This person truly exceeded any words she could find to describe how considerate he was toward her. The architecture itself was splendidly decorated and dazzling compared to the modest dwelling from earlier. It was more magnificent by a considerable margin. After looking at the position ahead for a long while in silence, she finally sighed, unsure whether to proceed forward or not. Mr. Bai's actions were merely those of an anonymous benefactor, yet his care transcended that of a stranger, executed with great effort. As Sienner and Nangong Qingjin continued their journey inside, they noticed many similarities to the previous cottage. Everything about this place resembles my former humble abode. It was actually quite identical. All the features here replicated the original style precisely. Walking through it, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but feel apologetic glances toward Mr. Bai, deeply grateful and gaining trust in him. Entering further into the premise after Mr. Bai pushed open the door, Nangong Qingjin went straight into the room first. It's just something easily done. There is no need to dwell on it. I enjoy helping others. You should know me by now. Live here comfortably. In the future, if there's anything you need, I will send it over through someone. Not that I wish for you to wander around aimlessly. Firstly, I can tell that you prefer quiet environments over active ones. Secondly, these days are not safe, and soldiers encountering a lonely woman like yourself might have undesirable results. His consideration was so thorough that it went beyond what Nangong Qingjin had ever expected. Despite interacting only briefly, he had already picked up on her introverted nature, unlike Huangfu Kongming, who, despite being with her for such a long time, failed to discern this about her. Now walking ahead, with Zisong he following in the middle and Sienner bringing up the rear, the trio had entered the rather moderate-sized courtyard. On the outside, it appeared grand and luxurious, surpassing Nangong Qingjin's initial imagination. Upon entering, it felt even more extraordinary. This wasn't a simple thatched cottage but a retreat worthy of noble officials, yet without excessive embellishment. Everything was arranged appropriately, perfect in its moderation and sophistication, fitting perfectly with Nangong Qingjin's temperament. Since childhood, apart from her father, no one else had done so much for her. Tears almost welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Mr. Bai walked beside her, pointing things out along the way, explaining details. This place was such and such, another area was so, and so forth. It was evident that Mr. Bai took great pride in his estate. Everything about the house was familiar to him as a cherished treasure. Although not fully constructed, it was already halfway complete. Half of it was still under construction, and she trailed behind Mr. Bai, taking in every beautiful sight within the courtyard while imagining what this place would look like once fully completed, what sort of grandeur and elegance it would embody. They walked and stopped intermittently, until they had eventually seen everything. Nangong Qingjin let out a soft sigh, standing at the center, a faint smile forming on her face. This place is absolutely wonderful. It's clear that a great deal has been spent. Good for you. You specialize in your field. When the time comes, I believe you'll give me my money back, he joked lightly. Yet from the expression on Mr. Bai's face, it was evident that he wasn't serious. Nangong Qingjin bit her lip. Don't know how to thank you. Then don't say a word. In the future, when I fall ill, you just need to treat me without charging any fees, he replied, his voice tinged with laughter as he examined each corner of the courtyard meticulously. Only then did Nangong Qingjin feel truly moved by the man's careful attention. The two shared a glance, and she exhaled softly. To replicate an exact replica of a previous residence must have required tremendous effort. I'm thankful. I just don't know how to express it properly. Here we go again. Don't you know that we're friends? He said, his lips curling into a warm smile after finishing. All right, these next few days, you'll stay at my place temporarily. It's safer with me around, and you'll be welcomed as if you were family. This was Mr. Bai's arrangement. Such a considerate person always made flawless arrangements, leaving nothing amiss. She fell silent, and there were many meanings behind her silence. Nangong Qingjin's quiet moment was perfectly timed, making her intentions clear. Secondly, this area isn't completely finished yet, so it's not suitable to stay here for now. You can visit daily afterward, but for now, we should head back. Chapter 144. Peach blossoms still smile in the spring wind. All right. In truth, being with Zisong, he made Nangong Qingjin's heart flutter in a way that was indescribable. Zisong he was someone well known for his shrewd business skills and adept social abilities. However, Nangong Qingjin had no idea that Lord Bai, who wielded significant political power, was none other than Zisong he himself. His kindness toward her stemmed from reasons unknown to her, and she was entirely oblivious to it all. Following Zisong he's wishes, these days, Nangong Qingjin had been staying at his estate. In the evening, Zisong he invited Nangong Qingjin to dine with him. The dinner wasn't a simple affair. Upon looking at the table laden with delicious dishes, Nangong Qingjin noted they were all her favorites. She wondered how he could possibly know what she liked so well. Try this. Usually, getting your hands on such delicacies would be quite troublesome, but here, it's unnecessary. Nangong Qingjin saw fried matsutake mushrooms on the table. Indeed, acquiring fried matsutake usually required early morning expeditions to gather them. But, why are you so good to me? While eating, Nangong Qingjin mused softly. It sounded like the most amusing joke to Zisong he, who chuckled faintly and said, "Silly girl, sometimes kindness needs no reason." This warmth acted as a catalyst, making Nan Gongqingjin quickly trust the elegant and dignified man before her. Regarding Lord Bai, Nan Gongqingjin held an unusual degree of trust. Their gazes intersected briefly, after which both Lord Bai and Nan Gongqingjin had finished their meals. A meal costing 10,000 coins per day. This was what Nan Gongqingjin had recently discovered about herself. Meanwhile, Xian'er was still eating, and the two decided to take a stroll alone. Initially, Xian'er might have doubted Lord Bai's character, but now she was completely comfortable letting Nan Gongqingjin walk with him. In fact, this naive girl sincerely hoped that a relationship might develop between the two. Should they end up together, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Watching them go ahead, Xian'er smiled lightly. The night had descended, frogs croaked under the covered bridge, while the sound of cicadas gradually faded away. Lord Bai walked leisurely, while beside him, Nan Gongqingjin began sighing deeply. At this time of night, emotions tend to be more fragile, so he knew this was the best time to uncover secrets. In a moment of contemplation, he gently smiled and said, "Before, what exactly do you want to ask?" He already knew the answer to his own inquiry, immediately nodding. "Before, I had already lost my family. Practicing medicine was merely a means of livelihood, though it was also a reluctant measure. Woman," she continued, "none of us likes to expose ourselves publicly. I'm a woman, and so am I. But often, we have no choice." Hearing this, he sighed deeply over Nan Gongqingjin's tragic past. At the age of 14, Nan Gongqingjin accidentally ate some flowering eggplant and mysteriously transmigrated into another life. Reflecting back, because of this transmigration, she avoided some unforeseen calamities. At the time, factional struggles within the court were becoming increasingly intense. Her father, always confused, found himself unable to determine his stance amidst the chaos. Fortunately, luck favored him, leading to rapid promotion within the bureaucracy. Despite this, Nan Gongqingjin viewed her father with admiration. What her father failed to realize was that the higher his rank became, the more perilous his situation grew. It was akin to something placed atop a fiery mountain, growing ever more dangerous. Eventually, amidst the intricate web of politics riddled with danger, her father fell. Not only did her father die, but so did everyone in his household, in a manner that left them without clear resolution. This revelation came to Nan Gongqingjin only after she crossed into this world. It was too startling. Later, she learned from Huangfu Kongming that she was, in fact, the former empress. An empress cannot simply resurrect from death. During that palace coup, Empress had genuinely prepared to sacrifice herself, a woman of unyielding righteousness who would not seek survival through compromise. Today, Nan Gongqingjin's consciousness resided within Hellion Empress's body. Only a few individuals were aware of this secret. Besides Nan Gongqingjin herself, the specifics of the soul switch remained unclear even to her. "Your medical skills are very famous in the capital," he said, gazing at Nan Gongqingjin while speaking. She nodded and sat down by the railing, gazing at the fish swimming in the water. "Why are you unhappy?" Zisong he was a sensitive and wise man who quickly noticed that Nan Gongqingjin wasn't happy. At first, Zisong he thought this, Nan Gongqingjin, must be Empress Hellion, but after brief interactions, he found out Nan Gongqingjin was entirely different from the previous empress. These two people were vastly different. The former empress had an explosive temper and carried herself with decisiveness. She was a true feminist, and therefore gave off a cold and indifferent impression. It was precisely this allure of self-denial that made Zisong he, as well as Huangfu Wanliang, fantasize about her. The current Nan Gongqingjin was someone truly shaped by grassroots experiences. In terms of language, demeanor, and every single aspect, Nan Gongqingjin was completely different from the previous empress. At first, Zisong he doubted his judgment, believing in his initial assumption. However, now it appeared that this woman was indeed someone who bore resemblance to another, but she was genuinely unique. Upon thinking this way, Zisong he developed ulterior motives for the woman before him. What if she could? That would be perfect. He had numerous thoughts, remaining calm and silent as he observed Nan Gongqingjin, finding her uniquely genuine and not pretending to be the prior empress at all. Her sincerity was unmistakable. As he gazed at her face under the moonlight, Nan Gongqingjin sighed and said, "I never expected that I could regain my freedom." "What do you mean?" Zisong he didn't know these secrets yet. He wanted to hear them directly from Nan Gongqingjin's mouth. Based on the situation, it was already certain that Nan Gongqingjin wouldn't babble nonsense. And indeed, she recounted her story truthfully. How she treated the cursed general, how she turned a blind eye, and how she was imprisoned by Huangfu Kongming. Zisong he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, sometimes clenching his fists, other times sighing deeply while occasionally glancing at Nan Gongqingjin's face. To the present day Nan Gongqingjin, telling these stories felt like reminiscing about events from a past life. "I never expected he would be such a person," she summarized, then looked at Zisong he beside her. Of course, Nan Gongqingjin didn't want anyone to know the identity of the he she referred to. Within the compound, Nan Gongqingjin knew very well that Huangfu Kongming held the title of prince. Not only was he a prince, but he was also the previous emperor. Now, she maintained strict discretion. After hearing everything, Zisong he sighed. "What you described reminds me of something that happened today." At this point, Zisong he intended to probe what feelings Nan Gongqingjin might have towards Huangfu Kongming. "Today, after transporting goods back, I reached the place where we last met, and I saw many soldiers surrounding a house, saying they were going to arrest a prince or something. I didn't dare go near, but various things happened consecutively. It turned out that the carriage belonging to this prince was loaded with gunpowder. When the soldiers launched their assault, the gunpowder exploded instantly, leaving the valley in a state of complete devastation. But after intense fighting, the soldiers emerged victorious. This prince, whose name is Huangfu Kongming, suffered total annihilation. The main character in the story I just told you about is this prince. She sighed while speaking, and being the astute man that he was, Zisong he realized one thing right away. Evidently, this woman's relationship with Huangfu Kongming hadn't been good either. Truly, he sighed again, the previous emperor was quite good, along with the empress, who was even more remarkable. The current water transport system was constructed under the guidance of the empress. She advocated reducing taxes and proposed rebuilding the Great Wall. All these achievements will forever stand as timeless monuments. I've grown tired of hearing praises about the previous empress. Huangfu Kongming once said I look similar to her, but I'm not. Alas, those commanding figures from yesteryears have now perished amidst chaos, leaving behind endless laments. While speaking, he sighed, expressing his sorrow. He hasn't died. For some unknown reason, upon hearing the tragic news earlier, it seemed she could already forgive him. Speaking thus, Zisong he initially believed she might know some secrets and immediately concealed his excessive curiosity. Do you perhaps? He inquired subtly. No, I know nothing. Huangfu Kongming is a meticulous person who long ago realized someone was surrounding him. He's more aware of even the slightest disturbance than anyone else. There's no way all the officials in this compound could be wiped out. The body collectors said there were 300 people. No, when I arrived, it had already exceeded 10,000. If so many people were present, why did only 300 remain at the end? This was something Zisong he couldn't fathom. He listened as Nan Gongqingjin explained, he won't die. He just wants the officials to know that he isn't weak. You indeed seem quite confident about that. That's because you don't know this person. If you knew him, you'd understand that this person won't die, never will. After finishing, Nan Gongqingjin added, why do you seem so interested in these matters? This itself is intriguing, and it has also been the hot topic around my capital recently. Since you know many secrets, naturally, I am curious to inquire. He smiled while glancing towards the water, which sparkled under the gentle evening breeze. The surface appeared calm after a brief turmoil, as if boiling water had settled down. That kind of tranquility defied description. It was stunning. The water seemingly transformed into a piece of green jade. Despite gathering a lot of information, it seemed inconsequential to him now. There are more mosquitoes here. I'll escort you back. Zisong he said. Nan Gongqingjin nodded. At the moment, she trusted no one but him. After reaching her residence, he soon departed. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin return, Xian'er greeted her with a smile, gripping her hand tightly. Miss, your karmic connection has arrived. Your celestial star of love is active. What star is active? Chapter 145, A Tale of Two Stories. Xian'er was quite clever and mischievous. Nan Gongqingjin did not know what Xian'er meant, but Xian'er continued to smile cheerfully and said, you, my lady, have a stirring red phoenix star. In simple terms, there's an extraordinary person by your side right now. I suggest you stay with this person. How does that sound? This. Anyway, in my eyes, Mr. Bai is a man of godly character. You should take a look yourself, don't miss out, and regret later. While saying this, Xian'er was making the bed for Nan Gongqingjin. After hearing Xian'er's tone, Nan Gongqingjin thought she seemed to have matchmaking intentions and immediately asked, do you truly think this Mr. Bai is good? When it comes to looks, Mr. Bai is definitely 1 in 100. And when it comes to other aspects, he is also genuinely wealthy. You've already noticed, this is an era where money makes everything possible. Everywhere we go requires money. I know you are talented, but after all, you are a woman. Have you ever asked for money while saving lives and healing the injured? If it weren't for me always carefully managing things for you, you would have closed down long ago. We girls, once we reach a certain age, must marry. It's better to marry someone like him than foolishly give ourselves to a stranger we don't even like. According to my view, it's much better to marry this person. Xian'er, you are talking nonsense. Not nonsense at all, actually. Xian'er stepped forward, having straightened Nan Gongqingjin's shoulders. What do I know? The person involved may be confused, but I can see that Mr. Bai treats you very well, extremely well. This goodness is sincere, something others can feel with their eyes alone. Surely you've already sensed it too. Xian'er, my lady, mind your own affairs. Just pretend tonight that I talk too much. Xian'er said as she found a spot and sat down. In fact, today, Xian'er was very happy and had a lot to say to her mistress, but she refrained because Mr. Bai was nearby. Now that Mr. Bai had left, and only they were present, it was time for a proper chat. Today, Miss has encountered your guardian star indeed. Things seem so precise, neither leaving early nor late, escaping last night exactly when this morning war began on the other side. Listen, casualties were heavy. That's inevitable. The court now considers Huangfu Kongming a traitor to be captured. After Huangfu Wenliang seized the throne, he's been constantly searching for Huangfu Kongming, and they've finally found him. Do you think he's truly dead? Nan Gongqingjin said, while speaking further. He will not die, because if a person holds on to an eternal faith, they won't be defeated so easily. She then added, let's not talk about this anymore. It annoys me. Xian'er also knew that Huangfu Kongming wasn't kind to them before, hence, both master and servant felt grateful towards Mr. Bai. That evening, after departing from Nan Gongqingjin, Bai arrived at another courtyard. At the courtyard, Wenliang was already present. After a few rounds of drinks, Bai assumed his younger brother wouldn't come, but eventually, he saw Zisong he appear. He cleared his throat and said, to drink wine here at your place, yet you didn't show up yourself. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I originally planned to come and extend a little hospitality. While saying this, he gave a light smile and added, when did you arrive? Why didn't you notify Brother Wong earlier? As he spoke, he chuckled lightly. It was tranquil and the acoustics in the area were excellent. Seeing that beside Wen Liang were attendants, he waved a hand, causing these people to disappear discreetly. His gaze shifted toward the position in front. Do you believe, has Huangfu Kongming truly died now? Huangfu Wenliang held the wine cup uneasily, sipping while looking at the current Zisong He understood Wenliang's worries since it was he who conspired to seize the throne. Since Wenliang became emperor, he has remained perpetually anxious. For a long time, he lived in fear. That was precisely where He's intelligence lay, allowing Huangfu Wenliang full authority. What sort of person is Wenliang? Originally someone wanting control over everything. He, however, merely offered his intellect for years without letting Wenliang detect any malevolence. This was He's remarkable aspect. Even during the previous reign of Huangfu Kongming, no one detected his insidious intentions. Now, over these 6 subsequent years, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to assisting Wenliang. Initially, Huangfu Wenliang did worry, concerned that those around him might become his undoing, like keeping tigers as pets. But gradually, seeing his younger brother genuinely aiding him, he calmed down and subsequently handed over numerous palace responsibilities, both major and minor, to He. In fact, it's not that He hasn't taken action, rather, He was originally a very capable person, not someone who reveals their intentions lightly at the slightest provocation. Have all the bodies been thoroughly examined? He did not answer Huangfu Wenliang's question because he understood clearly that Huangfu Kongming would not die. This man had prepared for 6 years to strike back. How could he end up dying mysteriously at the final moment? All have been checked. As you predicted, there's no sign of Huangfu Kongming's body. The man is still alive, hence naturally, there's no body. But now he has suffered severe injuries. Elder brother, don't worry, your younger brother will diligently search for him. We certainly won't let the rebellious thief escape the law. He said while holding his wine cup. Your Majesty, here, you only need to drink. Other matters are unnecessary and should not affect the good mood between you and me. Little brother, these past few years, you've helped me greatly. I'm deeply grateful, so let's toast this goblet together. As he spoke, he already held the wine glass in his hand, raised it, and then drank it down without pause. After finishing the drink, the two began a leisurely chat until the moon hung high in the sky, by which time Huangfu Wenliang was genuinely drunk. Huangfu Wenliang had always had a poor alcohol tolerance but enjoyed drinking, always becoming insensible after consuming just a little. Once the attendants had settled Huangfu Wenliang down for rest, he finally chuckled softly, pointing towards the bamboo grove nearby, as if speaking to himself. If Her Majesty doesn't come out soon, your younger minister will take leave to rest. No sooner were the words spoken than the bamboo grove stirred slightly, revealing a gorgeously dressed woman who stepped out. Her entire being radiated a seductive charm. A subtle yet refreshing fragrance surrounded her. He saw the arrival of the Empress. With a smile, he gestured toward the seat opposite him. Please, your Majesty, take your seat. At present, even under suspicion, whether one steals or not might lead to suspicion. Brother Wong dares to act audaciously. If His Majesty ever learns of your connection with this servant. The Empress paused as she took her seat across from him. You jest again, my elder sister. Firstly, stealing flowers and jade is human nature. If he cannot satisfy you, surely I must. Secondly, this is akin to Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, one willing to beat and one willing to be beaten. Even if the emperor knew, what more could he do? Who would resist the heart of a scheming woman? The Empress bit her silver teeth upon hearing this. He, how dare you say such things about me? Just come over here, he said, chuckling as he spoke. And if the emperor truly found out, would you still dare say such things? The Empress pressed, looking at He. He smiled, laughing silently without answering, but his eyes gleamed beautifully. How can I place you in an unjust position? Such a thing will absolutely not happen. If the emperor never knows, then well and good. But if the emperor does learn, then I will. He mimed a decapitation gesture, then grinned. It would not be ideal. To commit regicide, I wouldn't dare. But with your assurance tonight, that suffices. Smiling, the Empress leaned into He's embrace. He smirked, and she joined him in laughter like a blooming young girl. A flush quickly graced her face. I want to drink wine, he said, releasing the Empress's hand as he spoke. The Empress, a smart woman, replied with a sly smile. This servant obeys your command. She proceeded to pour the excellent wine, clear like white jade. The Emperor mentioned that whenever Her Majesty drinks, she innovates. He observed, glancing at the woman before him. The Empress returned a radiant smile. Drinking depends on the quality of the vessels. Good vessels keep one from drunkenness despite 1,000 cups, while bad ones render one unconscious after a single sip. This, he smiled, since Her Majesty is well versed in the study of wine vessels, would you permit your humble servant to return home fully intoxicated tonight? His query immediately drew a nod from the Empress beside him. Then shall we use cherry cups to serve your wine this evening? He grinned wickedly, widening his dark ink-like pupils as he stared at the swaying woman beside him. She laughed, trembling like a blossoming branch. Her jewelry jingled as it swung, a delightful sight. My lady isn't joking. Cherries are so small. How can they possibly serve as cups? Brother Zisong is quite naive about the pleasures of life. As ancient sayings go, cherry lips, surely you do not truly think. The Empress indicated her own small mouth. That isn't the best wine vessel? Here, let me offer you a drink. She started pouring wine with her so-called cherry cup, making a toast as she spoke. The night was silent, seemingly cold, unless it was the Empress and Zisong, he who began trembling together, in a night filled with fervent passion. The hidden side of Zisong he had already been unveiled under the veil of darkness. He had transformed into a savage beast, an intimidating creature. The affair between Zisong he and the Empress had long become an open secret. Those who were aware kept their mouths sealed, knowing not only that Zisong he was someone not to be trifled with, but also that the Empress herself was no easy character. This night, after their ardent entanglement, they still remained unsatisfied. Incredibly, they then proceeded hand in hand into an empty room. Without any delay, they began hastily removing each other's garments, soon merging once again in fiery passion. Meanwhile, the Emperor slept as though dead, oblivious to this night destined for betrayal. This same night, Huangfu Kongming, surviving from calamity, had repositioned himself to a new strategic place. Now, Huangfu Kongming had regrouped his scattered forces, numerous troops stationed across various locations within the capital, unnoticeable under normal circumstances, except for situations demanding total citizen participation in battle. However, these men would not reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. He arrived at another base. It appeared even more ordinary, yet his presence there remained unchanged compared to before. What differed now was that the rented estate had moved closer to the streets, a boldness so overt that many others dared not adopt such actions. And Chapter 146, False Affection. He always believed that the greatest recluses are those who live among the bustling city. The most dangerous places were often the safest. Regarding Huangfu Kongming's escape, no one knew where he had taken refuge. In the capital, those who belonged to Huangfu Kongming had scattered and disappeared into the vast ocean of humanity. He looked at the wound on his shoulder and sighed. The escape was not as smooth as he had imagined. As a result, this time, the escape sacrificed 300 people, including Chu Feng. These 300 were truly an outstanding guard force, but all of them perished. Now, one could say that the number of people available to Huangfu Kongming was dwindling daily. If this continued, it would be easy to imagine what would happen in the future. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot hold up the sky. The current situation was indeed far from optimistic. After moving in, he had thoroughly disbanded the army, and there were not many people remaining around him. Fortunately, for 6 years, he had always been good at appointing the right people. He also knew exactly what kind of people were capable and trustworthy, and which kinds were absolutely not suited for higher positions. After repeated trials, he finally decided who should be placed in the higher ranks. After this escape, Zisong he once again looked at Huangfu Kongming with renewed respect, and the soldiers under Huangfu Kongming finally understood the greatness of their leader. Huangfu Kongming's escape was not very smooth, but in the end, the results were quite impressive. Everyone already knew about the escape. 50,000 men facing off against 300 resulted ultimately in Huangfu Kongming's forces being completely wiped out. There was nothing particularly regrettable about this because, according to rumors, everyone already clearly understood that even though Huangfu Kongming's entire force had been wiped out, there was nothing particularly frightening about it. Because these 300 men in a small detachment had already eliminated 20,000 people, something rarely seen in modern history. Just how formidable and how great this was self-evident. No one now knew where Huangfu Kongming had fled to. Street gossip only spread that Huangfu Kongming had managed to escape, but where he had gone remained a mystery. Huangfu Kongming, as the thorn in the side of Zisong he and Huangfu Wenliang, was supposed to have been eradicated this time. However, they never expected that despite having used every trick in the book, the pursuit and ambush had been prepared long ago. But, in such circumstances, Huangfu Kongming still managed to escape, almost unfathomable. The idea that explosives had been hidden in the carriage was simply beyond anyone's expectations. Although Huangfu Kongming failed, it was clear to everyone that he was a hero. Even though Zisong he and Huangfu Wenliang had technically won, in the eyes of outsiders and in public opinion, they were truly the losers. What skill was this when two 10,000-strong armies could barely manage to annihilate 300 men? Now, Huangfu Kongming had settled down. His gaze fell upon the courtyard, which he had acquired through connections. Initially residing here, he was tranquil, watching the water reeds by the lake and focusing ahead for a long while before finally turning away from the pool. At present, Lu Meyer was already dead. The real Lu Meyer had also been erased without a trace. Nangong Qingjin had disappeared from his world entirely due to a misunderstanding. Now, he felt a spontaneous sense of alienation and disgust towards the world, a feeling that was both passionate and sorrowful. His gaze turned to the newcomer, who immediately paid homage. "My lord, Gao Qiqian, I assume everything is arranged properly?" He said this while looking back at a kneeling warrior by his side. This man had potential to become a general. For 6 years, since fleeing the imperial city, Gao Qiqian had been by his side. His presence was not particularly strong. However, given that the old and robust Chu Feng had passed, he needed to focus his attention on selecting someone who could carry on the torch and potentially replace General Chu Feng. After careful selection, he found that Gao Qiqian was not only loyal but showed the same reverence toward him as the previous Chu Feng. Currently, he summoned Gao Qiqian for some important matters. Gao Qiqian looked up at Huangfu Kongming and did not dare to stand up. At this moment, Huangfu Kongming stepped forward. "You've worked hard lately. Rise," he said while helping him up. Gao Qiqian did not dare to mention his toil, steadying himself before saying, "It is said in the streets that General Chu Feng has." He choked a bit as he spoke. Before, General Chu Feng had been good to him, a fact he was well aware of. Huangfu Kongming said nothing, merely nodding. The expression on his face already revealed the truth. Gao Qiqian sighed and added, "The streets also say that all 300 of us were wiped out in a river of blood." The scene he described sounded terrifying, but to Gao Qiqian, it was not just hearsay. He had witnessed it firsthand. As the sole survivor who watched his comrades brutally killed, he struggled for words but finally nodded after a long silence. But, Huangfu Kongming continued, "I am still alive, and there is another survivor among these 300. His eyes focused on Gao Qiqian as he asked, "Do you have the heart for revenge?" "No two ways about it. I will tear them apart limb by limb," Gao Qiqian growled, gritting his teeth. At this point, Huangfu Kongming knew he had chosen the right person. After nodding approvingly, he spoke. "Recently, their efforts at screening have been quite formidable. I want you to create a diversion, taking our soldiers into hiding and drawing their attention away from us. Listen carefully. I want you to make it seem like we've moved elsewhere, feigning escape while secretly counterattacking. This can cover up the situation. Once things settle down, come back here, and remember, there's no need to stay close to me daily." He looked at Gao Qiqian as he explained further. Gao Qiqian nodded silently. "I understand, my lord, but please take care of yourself," Gao Qiqian replied with respect. "I give you 10,000 men. These 10,000 must operate stealthily. Not a single one should be lost. This is what success looks like. Now go. Be cautious. Remember, when Liang poses little danger compared to Zisong He, whose silence is the most terrifying." "Yes, my lord." Before leaving, Gao Qiqian hesitated and asked, "Is there something important?" "My lord, help find Nangang Qingjin for me." "Where did she go?" "She left before the battle outside began. No one knows her exact timing better than that." Huangfu Kongming gestured dismissively, saying, "Go ahead now." "Yes." With that, Gao Qiqian turned and left. As his footsteps faded, Huangfu Kongming let out a deep sigh, walking toward the small garden ahead. The tiny courtyard bloomed with vibrant red pomegranate flowers, scattering across the ground when they fell, forming an expansive bed of lush red petals. With each breeze, the petals danced gracefully through the air, evoking a melancholy ambience. Entering the rear yard, it grew quieter, attended by fewer people. Walking slowly, Huangfu Kongming paid no attention to his surroundings. When he reached the back chamber, he felt utterly weary. Opening the door, he withdrew a scroll from his sleeve, the only item he had taken upon leaving the villa, and hung it on the wall. Staring at the woman depicted within the painting, he murmured softly, "Hellion, tell me, what must I do? Are you still among the living? Nangang Qingjin, why must you ignore me like this?" "Oh." Locking the door behind him, his voice filled with sorrow, he sighed repeatedly as he stared at the portrait before him. The woman in the painting wore a faint smile tinged with wistful emotions. Her gentle countenance exuded warmth, making her appear intimate and likable. It was this same painting crafted many years ago under imperial orders, replicating her likeness exactly. Even now, the painting remained in his possession, so lifelike and vivid, as if every stroke perfectly captured her essence. Seeing it, his heart quickened uncontrollably, stirred by an indescribable emotion. Indeed, he harbored guilt toward Nangang Qingjin. Eyes fixed on the portrait, he whispered quietly, "If you are truly Nangang Qingjin, why torment me thus, allowing me to torment you too? Why won't you tell me that you're Hellion, that you are her?" As he spoke, his voice became increasingly agitated. He slowly reached out, gently tracing the painted figure with his fingertips. Though silent, she smiled serenely, lips pursed lightly. The sight made him involuntarily yearn to kiss her, yet knowing she was only a work of art, he stopped short. Their gazes seemed to meet momentarily, though hers never changed, maintaining a serene and composed look. Time stood still between them, and for a long while, the room was bathed in profound silence. They gazed steadily at each other as if locked in thought, aiming toward some unseen destination. "If you are not Nangang Qingjin, why do you look exactly like her?" "Alas, the most failed thing I've done is failing to figure out who you truly are and who Nangang Qingjin is." He mumbled these words while gazing at the woman in the painting for a long time before finally stepping out of the rear courtyard. Maidens and matrons were fully present here. He had already ordered the rear courtyard to be thoroughly cleaned. It was pristine, with the wind swaying the pines, a picture of cleanliness and order. This secluded house was specifically prepared for Nangang Qingjin, though all the maids knew it clearly. Right now, from what they could see, Nangang Qingjin, or rather, Empress Hellion, had already taken up a significant portion of his life. Nowadays, Huangfu Kongming was utterly obsessed with this person before him. Yet, what could be done? Longing was indeed longing. Two maidens entered the room, looking at the painting while sighing. One of them said, "I often see His Excellency lost in reverie in front of this painting, almost driven mad by it. I have never seen Her Majesty the Empress, so I wonder how extraordinary she must be. So, we're fortunate to be women. If we were men, seeing such an image might make us lose ourselves in admiration and obsession too, right?" "Huh." The girl giggled loudly, and the other followed with laughter as well. The two began cleaning everything until it was immaculate before smiling brightly as they exited the room. These people who stayed close to Huangfu Kongming already understood deeply the meaning of going with the flow and the concept of taking root wherever they landed. Chapter 147, Meeting You. One by one, they all smiled, as if nothing had happened. They did what they were supposed to do, never pondering whether there would be a tomorrow. Indeed, it's right. Living in the moment is originally the best thing. Huang Fu Kongming arrived at the front courtyard without stopping diplomatic relations, but instead began summoning the people he needed to deal with, reorganizing them. Someone was assigned to manage something, and someone else bore the responsibility for certain affairs. In fact, the front courtyard and the rear courtyard remained exactly the same as before, with little change. Everyone performed their duties, looking lethargic and lifeless, and no one would have guessed that these were nobles of royal blood, and the matters here were indescribable. Now everything was over, and Huang Fu Kongming had completely calmed down. Now, it was time for him to go out and take the pulse of the situation. In theory, this was not the best time to go out, but Huang Fu Kongming didn't care about that. He thought that even if he didn't disguise himself, these people would likely still recognize him. When Huang Fu Kongming went out, on the one hand, he wanted to see how intense the current situation had become. On the other hand, he wanted to casually inquire about what he should do and how he should act. He couldn't just live aimlessly. Huang Fu Kongming wasn't the type who only saw trees but missed the forest. His vision was far-sighted, and what he observed was extensive. After going outside and arriving at the town, he saw Zisong He's troops wildly searching the town. He never imagined that his escape would bring so much threat and danger to others. Now, with Huang Fu Kongming missing, the soldiers had started searching on the streets. A group of warriors rode horses recklessly, disregarding the crowd altogether. It was evident how disdainful of human life they were. He never expected that Zisong He's warriors would show such ruthlessness. As Huang Fu Kongming watched them, the warriors were fully armed, and even their horses wore iron armor. The sound of their gear rubbing together was like swords scraping against each other. The warriors on high horses carried whips, lashing out at anyone who displeased them. Some warriors approached women who were visibly frightened. For a while, it caused public anger and resentment. Women cried everywhere. These cavalrymen trampled the street vendors' stalls underfoot. Under the iron hooves, many fled in panic, especially those with any kind of beauty, who all suffered misfortune. In the chaos, these warriors rode. From afar, Huang Fu Kongming saw in the distance a woman struggling and screaming. The warriors laughed, flexing their waists and watching as the frightened women swayed like willows in the wind. In the end, these women dared not fight back or make any noise. After the warriors left, the place was left in disarray. Watching this scene, Huang Fu Kongming desperately wanted to intervene. Just then, the chariot was about to roll over a child when he finally acted. Huang Fu Kongming had astonishing strength. Seeing the dire situation, he held the terrified child with one arm and clenched his fist with the other. The punch struck the neck of the horse, which recoiled in pain, stumbling and falling with a neigh. The warrior on the horse also fell off. Upon rising, he clutched his cheek angrily, gripping his whip fiercely, walking towards Huang Fu Kongming, swinging his whip in the process. Skilled with his whip, he believed that he would certainly subdue Huang Fu Kongming with certainty. But that didn't happen. Now, the two faced each other with hateful eyes. Huang Fu Kongming extended his hand and gently placed the child on the ground, then knelt beside the child, wiping away the tears from its face. "Don't be afraid," he said, uttering only 2 words. He gently pushed the child away, who quickly ran to his mother. The family immediately knelt down nearby and began bowing deeply to Huang Fu Kongming. "Master, your great kindness, I deeply appreciate it. Even if I die, I'll repay you. But now," the young woman sighed as she spoke, "I don't have time to think about so much." It was obvious that she was about to act. Her hand slowly moved to her waist, where Huang Fu Kongming could clearly see the outline of a weapon. In these times, if civilians went out without carrying weapons, they often encountered similar dangers. What people feared was no longer the mountain bandits and robbers. Instead, they held a kind of respect for them. Although both types were bad, they still followed certain principles, unlike these men who were unimaginably wicked. Seeing that the woman had the impulse to act, Huang Fu Kongming immediately turned his gaze and gave her a look signaling her to stay calm and leave. The woman understood that if she didn't leave early, she would be in trouble soon. Now, with the child, she disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Huang Fu Kongming stood up, facing the Wu Ho before him. Behind Huang Fu Kongming, a group of people gradually gathered. On their faces was an expression of shared indignation. Since 6 years ago, everything had changed. After Huang Fu Kongming's coup, Empress Helian went missing. From then on, Zisong He encouraged Wen Liang to claim the throne and dominate. Once Wen Liang took power, he abandoned the excellent politics of the past. In order to find Huang Fu Kongming earlier, he even started a large-scale conscription campaign, which astonished everyone. The deeper meaning behind this move was actually known by the people. Now, all young and strong individuals had been gathered by Huang Fu Wenliang and Zisong He. After they left, none returned, whether alive or dead, no one knew. Next, Huang Fu Wenliang decreed that each family must hand over more than half of their grain to the government. This caused great resentment among the people. Moreover, any girl reaching 14 years old would have to enter the palace every 3 years, called the Grand Selection, by Huang Fu Wenliang. Including this year, Huang Fu Wenliang had already held 2 Grand Selections, which caused countless families in the capital to be torn apart. Each large-scale Grand Selection took away 30,000 women from the city, and another 30,000 were also brought to the capital. Nowadays in the imperial city, there was nothing in abundance except women who washed their faces daily with tears. These women, once summoned to sleep with the emperor, were discarded like old cloth the next day, tossed out of the Xianroom Palace, becoming mere tools for the emperor's desires. No one knows exactly how many lives were ruined. People in dire straits couldn't even get the emperor's attention, not to mention that even someone as insignificant as the Wu Ho looked down upon them. It was truly incomprehensible. Now, the people had become a united force. An elderly blacksmith nearby noticed the situation worsening. He immediately said to his young son, "Quick, go fetch my father's scissors." These heavy scissors from the blacksmith shop were used to cut through iron. With bright eyes, the young boy instantly understood what his father meant and quickly fetched the scissors from the blacksmith shop. The old man gripped the scissors firmly and stared coldly at the Wu Ho and his troops. People around spontaneously grabbed their own weapons, varied and mostly agricultural tools. Tensions between the masses and those soldiers escalated sharply. The autumn wind howled, billowing Huang Fu Kongming's cloak. Seeing more and more people behind him holding farming tools and standing firm, he realized that under no circumstances should he act rashly. Even a small misstep could change everything, plunging everything into bloodshed. He had already seen enough battles between armies. He didn't want to see any battle between the commoners and the army again. Rebel, rebel, hurry, inform the Ministry of War in the Imperial City to send reinforcements to support me, go. Seeing things going awry, the Wu Ho immediately told a junior officer beside him. The officer nodded but was immediately surrounded by the crowd before he could leave. Wu Ho, what do you think you're doing? Everything is your fault. I'm following orders. Your rebellion means you want to die. The Wu Ho waved his sharp whip while speaking. The whip lashed out wildly. With a snap, he reached out his hand and caught the flying whip. With just a bit of strength, the Wu Ho fell flat on his face, a very standard dog-eats-dirt posture. Just as the Wu Ho was about to fall, the blacksmith's son quickly threw a paper ball covered in prepared mud toward him. The smell indicated what the mud was made from. This ridiculous scene made those behind him burst into laughter. Even he, who was usually unsmiling, let out a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. His eyes glanced forward. "General, why such elaborate courtesy? Truly, it's making me feel unworthy. Do you expect me to return the courtesy as well?" Huang Fu Kongming said with a laugh. The onlookers found the situation so absurd that not one of them could hold back their laughter, and this laughter eased the tension in the air somewhat. Just then, a man rose up furiously, preparing to charge at Huang Fu Kongming. Huang Fu Kongming remained standing in place. Before the man could reach him, an old lady behind Huang Fu Kongming threw a banana peel she had been holding. The man stumbled and slipped on the banana peel, landing again by Huang Fu Kongming's side. Unfortunately for him, the coordination was impeccable, this time landing him right back in the mud urine once more. A faint stench wafted through the air, causing everyone to step back a few paces, wrinkling their noses at the sight before them. What are you doing? General intends to kill you." The angry Wu Ho hissed, his pride wounded. Huang Fu Kongming dodged, as Wu Ho lunged forward like a hawk. In his fervor, Wu Ho grabbed a very plump woman tightly. Her eyes immediately lit up with mischief. "Master Wu Ho, I've had a condition of body odor since childhood and have never been embraced by any gentleman. Today, you've hugged me, meaning I now belong to you," she teased, giving him a bold embrace without a trace of hesitation or disgust. On purpose, she squeezed him tightly, leaving many onlookers stunned as the legendary Wu Ho now. Chapter 148, Like to Death. The plump little girl sitting on him heavily caused Wu Ho to be planted firmly on the ground, unable to utter a single word. The plump girl seemed completely unaware of this. Soon enough, blood started flowing from Wu Ho's mouth, and those standing beside immediately stepped back. You killed our Wu Ho. What sin is that?" "Ah, no. Which of your eyes saw me kill your Wu Ho? I'm a frail little lady, with no weapon in my hand. Everyone here can vouch for me. How could I possibly have the skills to kill your Wu Ho?" While saying this, the chubby girl slightly moved her large bottom, which was already seated on top of Wu Ho, casting a helpless gaze behind her. "I can't help but admire your Wu Ho. Your Wu Ho also admires me. Otherwise, why would your Wu Ho have hugged me?" The fat girl kept crying as she spoke. "I can prove it. Sister did not kill Wu Ho. Their affection rivals gold, unshakable. It must be true that Wu Ho loved her so much that he died from it." Huang Fu Kongming lied blatantly. Seeing Huang Fu openly lying without blinking, everyone else quickly followed suit and echoed his statements. Yes. Old me witnessed it clearly. It was Wu Ho himself who desired her excessively, which led to his death. It has nothing to do with sister. The elderly woman who had thrown a banana peel earlier said, so while smiling cheerfully at the chubby girl still sitting firmly on the ground. Immediately, the girl grinned. "I also saw it. He liked someone so much he died from it. How does that concern the sister?" A little child stood up among the crowd, speaking these words as he stepped back cautiously since he realized the opposing army was imposingly equipped and appeared menacing. "Me too. I can confirm there is absolutely no relationship between Wu Ho's death and this younger sister. Hasn't everyone seen what truly happened? As people say, the public eye sees everything clearly. So, there shouldn't be any issues, right?" A plump man questioned aloud, and instantly all the people around took one step forward together. Yes. There isn't a speck of problem. People's judgment is sharp. Since we've all witnessed this, there's definitely no issue. Well then, Wu Ho has died. I just want to tell you, actions have consequences under heaven's watchful eye. If anyone continues being unruly within the capital city, loving someone too fervently and dying because of it, well, that should never happen. At first, nobody understood the idea of liking someone to death, but now, seeing Wu Ho actually dead, everyone began to feel fearful. You come forth." While retreating backward, the leader pointed to the person next to him. This individual turned out to be another colonel, ranked lower than Wu Ho. When ordered by their superior, fear filled his expression. "This, Hao. Go ahead." He nudged this man further, but instead of going, the man knelt before them. "My lord, Haven't you realized this situation isn't beneficial for us? Wise men don't take losses unnecessarily. We're about to lose here anyway, so we shouldn't act. We shouldn't. The colonel spoke as he repeatedly bowed his head. Coward, coward. The first punishment will be yours. Wu Ho, suppressing his own fear while speaking, advanced toward them, coldly gazing at Huangfu Kongming, and then said, I imagine you're a bold character. State your name, and I shall remember today's shame forever. Me. Huangfu Kongming chuckled and said, Ni. Wu Ho looked skeptical, yet kept glaring fiercely, asking again, what's your full name? Don't stop halfway through. Wu Ho stared intently at Huangfu Kongming, who naturally couldn't hold back anymore. Laozi. Got that? My Laozi. This individual hadn't encountered such an odd name before, murmuring uncertainly as he gazed at the speaker. Nearby, a colonel hurriedly stepped forward, whispering privately into his ear. General, he means it's your Laozi, not my Laozi. After being reminded, Wu Ho nodded slightly. Your Laozi, let me tell you something. That name isn't proper. Who exactly are you claiming to be the father of? I am your Laozi, and you heard it yourself just now. It wasn't his Laozi. Huangfu Kongming wasn't the type who sought advantage unfairly. However, faced with Wu Ho and his cronies always wielding power arrogantly, he wanted these individuals to suffer loss and let commoners know that unity leads to victory. Wu Ho may indeed be powerful, but such power arose from public resentment coupled with unchecked audacity. Originally, these Wu Ho were not born as they appear now. Fixing an intense stare upon the man in front of him, Wu Ho said forcefully, You're fabricating nonsense. There's no such name in this world. You're Laozi, it can't be wrong. Huangfu Kongming said this while the people behind him cheered. Hey, Wu Ho, now it's time to acknowledge Laozi. You shouldn't refuse. Yes, Lord Wu Ho, there is a Laozi here. It's your Laozi, not my or his Laozi. If it's your Laozi, you should nod and acknowledge. Lord Wu Ho, with your Laozi above, why don't you kneel? After all the murmuring by the crowd, Wu Ho immediately touched his temple and clenched his fists. Provoking me. As he spoke, his fist was already in motion. But Huangfu Kongming didn't even try to dodge. Soon enough, someone had seized the man's arm. The onlookers saw the man dramatically open his mouth, and then half kneel before Huangfu Kongming. Call me Laozi, he commanded, increasing the pressure as he did so. Being a true martial general, Huangfu Kongming didn't fear this one Wu Ho. Even 10 wouldn't bother him. Now that Wu Ho's wrist was under control, he could do nothing but start calling Laozi. Although Wu Ho might have been strong, he lived a life of eating, drinking, womanizing, and gambling, ruining his body. Though physically large and strong-looking, he had no real power. Under Huangfu Kongming's grip, Wu Ho could only bow his head. Seeing this, Huangfu Kongming said, Today, I'll spare your life. If there's another time, every time I meet you, I will beat you severely. You've already seen today's situation. Tell me what you'll say when you return. Meanwhile, he glanced at the corpse that the chubby girl had just killed, saying, Hurry up, will you keep this arm or not? This man endured the pain and nodded immediately. Yes, I will return and say, during patrol, Wu Ho accidentally fell for a fat maiden, liked her to death. That's better go, he said and kicked Wu Ho in the rear. Sure enough, Wu Ho rolled away into his own camp, where someone immediately helped him up, glaring fiercely at Huangfu Kongming. Disperse. Wu Ho didn't expect to be harmed right under the emperor's nose, at the place where he frequently bullied others. Soon after, the onlookers vanished completely. Upon seeing this, Huangfu Kongming smiled inwardly and stated, Gentlemen, today's events have all been witnessed by you all. The more they are feared, the more we are subject to bullying. Yes, may I ask the honored sir's name? You're the great savior of us commoners of the capital city. The old shopkeeper said as he was about to kneel. Huangfu Kongming quickly stepped forward, gripping the old shopkeeper's hand. By no means. I am an insignificant person in the capital, without any special name. I always lend a helping hand whenever dangers arise. Understanding that Huangfu Kongming did not want to cause trouble for anyone or escalate the situation, everyone dispersed accordingly after comprehending this. With a sigh of relief from everyone present, people erupted in laughter, then gradually left. Someone from a nearby tavern approached, inviting Huangfu Kongming over for a meal. With no way to decline due to their hospitality and fearing the Wu Ho faction's retaliation, Huangfu accepted the invitation and followed. The tavern stood by the riverbank overlooking the mighty Yangtze River. Watching the ceaseless flow from the second floor while enjoying wine, Huangfu Kongming relaxed, with the innkeeper continuously pouring wine and joining him in his drinks. Huangfu laughed. You wish to know who I am. It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but because revealing it might bring unnecessary troubles to you. Yes, hero, have a drink. Since it's like this, I won't ask anymore. Hero, now that you've offended these Wu House, they won't forget. There is something you may not know. The innkeeper leaned close and whispered. These people are vengeful. You're going to be in danger. I'm not afraid. I've heard that His Royal Highness has lost all his troops. Otherwise, if you join the military, that would be good. With old Chung still around, you can rest assured. Chung, the tavern owner, chuckled softly. Just relax. Come, have another cup. While pouring wine, the innkeeper looked around at the surrounding people. People were unacquainted with Huangfu Kongming's charm and elegance. Indeed, Master Chung failed to recognize a true gem. Huangfu Kongming gazed at Master Chung for a long time before smiling. Tell me, how should the pros and cons of the capital city be managed? This concerns state politics. Though I am ignorant, I understand clearly. Huangfu Wenliang, and Yu Zisang proclaiming themselves emperors aren't good signs. Master Cheng took a sip of white wine as he spoke. If His Royal Highness were still alive, everything would have been better, much better. 3 days ago, he was surrounded by enemy forces in a valley. The prince was originally our hope. Yesterday, my cousin came over and said that the prince's 300 soldiers had all died. This is simply tragic. The prince must have blessings from heaven. To tell you the truth, he is still alive and well. Those 300 men were just used as a warning for them. Given the situation at the time, if the prince wanted to escape, he would have fled already. The prince just wanted to let them understand a principle. Those who seem insignificant are often quite powerful. While speaking, he glanced at the old shopkeeper and the venerable figure in front of Huangfu Kongming. How do you know that the prince is still alive? And how do you know those 300 men were the prince's plan? Because the person you're talking about is me, Huangfu Kongming. I didn't want you to know my name merely to ensure your safety. Heavenly Grandfather, don't you know now? The capital city is searching for you everywhere. You are here leisurely eating and drinking. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to a place to hide. Old man, the most dangerous place is the safest, he said while glancing down at the street below. Sure enough, Wu Ho had arrived, more numerous than before. The previously frightened Tepi Wu Ho was now leading them, pointing at the corpse lying on the ground. Chapter 149. Huangfu Kongming is never afraid. Look, sir, look. This is the result of someone being killed. Please avenge me. The Marquis immediately put on an expression of great trepidation as he ushered in a rather imposing general. The general glanced at the ground with eyes sharp like a leopard's before spitting. What a disgrace. He then looked around the surroundings. The surrounding area was a mess. Some people were cleaning up, while others quietly observed those present. The general burst out laughing and stood in the center. Everyone, this is all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We were investigating under orders from the court to search for a traitor. Now, it seems, it's all been cleared up. It was indeed a misunderstanding. General, what you're doing here, you're encouraging others and losing your own dignity. No, public sentiment is now very riled up. It's best not to act rashly. Little, you should know that a real man knows when to yield and when to fight. In the future, when I visit the Yihong courtyard, please don't come causing trouble. If you have time, you might want to check out Xiao Tao Hong, the new girl there. She's soft and tender. Haha, comfortable. Master, since she's a new girl, how do you know she's so tender? The Marquis chatted with the general, who laughed heartily. Ha, ha, give it a try. And wouldn't you know? Ha. With that, the group left quickly, coming and going like the wind. Huangfu Kongming sighed. Did you see that? I saw. The old shopkeeper nodded, looking at Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming said, after Prince Wenliang came to power, propriety has collapsed, leaving the common folk in misery. Borrowing your mouth, convey my words. They say that the weak fear the strong, but the strong also fear those willing to stake their lives. When necessary, they prefer picking on those who are powerless. Do you understand the prince's intention? Yes, my lord can rest assured. I will certainly handle everything you arranged. You know you'll do well. Now, I've worked up an appetite. Is there anything good to eat here? Whatever the prince wishes to eat, we have it all available. This old man had rarely seen the legendary Huangfu Kongming, so naturally, he wasn't about to let such a rare opportunity pass by to serve him. In the past, he only knew of Huangfu Kongming through tales and legends, never having truly met the person. But now seeing the real Huangfu Kongming, he found him more graceful and extraordinary than the stories claimed. Even today, after many believed that his situation at the estate last time was dire, here he stood firm as ever. This is truly where dragons hide and phoenixes remain dormant. They frequently toasted one another with wine, and after 2 cups, Huangfu Kongming waved his hand. Let no one know I am here. Otherwise, it would bring endless trouble to you. I'll sit a bit longer, then go. You go about your business. Yes, old Cheng smiled with joy, delighted to host such an extraordinary person. He was also extremely discreet, so after busying himself, Huangfu Kongming sat alone drinking wine. Drinking is a solitary matter, and when one drinks, the mind grows quieter. After 3 or 4 cups, his thoughts became more lively again. He already understood the situation clearly. Since Huangfu Wenliang took the throne, his reign had plunged the country into unbearable hardship. Over these 6 years, Huangfu Kongming hadn't known how the commoners suffered immensely. But from the earlier situation, he could already see clearly that these marquises were utterly unrestrained. He originally intended to stand aside, but as a former emperor, as a once mighty warrior, and as someone now in exile seeking opportunities for a counter-revolution, he couldn't ignore these things. Reflecting on it now, coldness crept over his back. Today, Nangong Qingjin felt extremely bored, aimlessly wandering the streets with Sienna. Actually, she hated shopping most, but there were more messages among different walks of life on the street, which made her love to go out. However, after they hit the streets, she witnessed a lot of high-spirited Wu Ho riding horses galloping everywhere recklessly, a scene she'd never experienced before. She usually lived on the mountain and rarely encountered these situations. Is it already this chaotic? She barely avoided getting trampled by a horse and steadied herself, then asked. At this moment, Sienna had already learned the latest news. As far as worldly wisdom was concerned, Sienna definitely had a slight advantage. Miss, please avoid this way. Let's take this path instead. Sienna pointed to the side of the Jiui Avenue while speaking. Under normal circumstances, horses were strictly prohibited from running amok in the capital. In the city, especially outside the gardens, people could only lead the horses behind them. In fact, this was a regulation that had been in place for 6 years, but now, rule by rule has been broken. The current situation is that horses are galloping wildly in the middle of the streets, and the Wu house riding them do as they please, regardless of the people around them. The hair-raising scene has passed, but Nangong Qingjin remains unsettled. How do we go that way? She said, and then continued. In broad daylight. Are they really on official duty? Abusing power for personal gain, that's all. These soldiers, one more rampant than the other. They say they're looking for someone. Look at this, Sienna said as she picked up a piece of paper. Though dirty, the outline on the paper still clearly depicted Huangfu Kongming. Nangong Qingjin looked at the paper in Sienna's hands, and after seeing it, shuddered and asked, They're looking for him? Where is he now? How would I know? Let's go, Mississippi. Sienna didn't harbor much goodwill towards Huangfu Kongming. Back when Lu Meyer was tormenting them, Huangfu Kongming could have helped them but chose to turn a blind eye, letting Lu Meyer discover how vulnerable they were. Living a life of imprisonment without identity or status, Sienna had long hated Huangfu Kongming. Now, seeing that the court was hunting for Huangfu Kongming, she felt no sympathy whatsoever. We'll leave, and I'll gather information for you as we walk. There are many people in the capital with plenty to say, so we'll soon find out. What Nangong Qingjin didn't know was that after her escape on the first day, by the next day, Zisonghe's army had already surrounded the mountain villa. By now, Huangfu Kongming had already become like a frightened bird. As for Huangfu Kongming's army, Sienna knew they had all gone into hiding. Didn't they say he died during that previous ambush? That siege had been absolutely nerve-wracking. 10,000 strong armies encircled an originally not very large valley. No matter how the confrontation went, Huangfu Kongming had little chance of victory. Yet, under such hopeless circumstances, Huangfu Kongming emerged victorious, a rare case of triumphing against overwhelming odds. In the capital, people's admiration for Huangfu Kongming far exceeded that for Huangfu Wenliang and Zisonghe. Zisonghe treated his subordinates with cold indifference. These Wuhou did whatever they wanted, completely unrestrained. As for Huangfu Wenliang, everyone knew that he turned a blind eye to many things. Although it appeared that power rested in Huangfu Wenliang's hands, astute observers could see that true control of the political landscape lay firmly in Zisonghe's grasp. Thus, with reckless Wu Hou and local officials given free rein to misbehave, the common people suffered greatly under such chaos. At a quiet corner up ahead, there was a blacksmith shop. At this moment, a group of Wu Hou had already arrived, led by a man with a smug, satisfied face, a man who obviously thought himself highly successful. In the rank system of Wu Hou, Nangong Qingjin also understood that Wu Hou represented the highest rank, followed by Xiaowei, and below Xiaowei were smaller officers. Judging by appearances, the person currently acting arrogantly was a Xiaowei, while nearby lay a dead body on the ground. Clearly, someone had killed this man, judging from the unsightly state of death. From afar, Nangong Qingjin and Sienna observed a burly man approaching the corpse. Master, look carefully. This was clearly done by them. This cannot be forgiven. Fortunately, your subordinate just managed to run away in time, or else I would have been finished too. The man incited while looking around, but the Wu Hou quickly dispersed once they realized something was amiss. These people left disheartened, and Nangong Qingjin approached the direction of the corpse. Under the watchful eyes of many bystanders, she calmly examined it before standing up and exchanging a glance with Sienna. It appears he was crushed to death by a heavy object falling on him. Strange though, here's a man walking along the road with everyone else unharmed, yet only he met such a fate. Perhaps this is simply the will of fate. Nangong Qingjin sighed as she spoke. Sienna, what do you think? Sienna. Nangong Qingjin looked at Sienna, whose gaze was fixated straight ahead, lost in a daze. Among the crowd, she seemed to have spotted Huangfu Kongming's shadow. So engrossed was she that even Nangong Qingjin calling her name went unheard. How could this be possible? Didn't they say he had died in the ambush? And yet, here he was. After hastily turning her head, Sienna gave her mistress a nod and a smile, then adjusted her facial expression before speaking in a soothing tone. Miss, may I have a word with you in private? Nangong Qingjin obviously sensed Sienna's hesitation and noticed the uneasy look on her face. She immediately nodded, and the two walked forward to a more secluded spot. There, Sienna finally spoke. His Highness is truly audacious. This statement left Nangong Qingjin utterly confused, feeling as if she had been plunged into a thick fog. Sienna, what do you mean by that? Not to keep anything from you. Just now I saw Huangfu Kongming, His Highness. As Sienna said this, she carefully observed Nangong Qingjin's reaction. At first, Nangong Qingjin's heart raced, but she quickly regained her composure. Let's not reveal it. No matter what, he is far better than Wenliang and Zisonghe. Chapter 150, Pillar of Strength. Lord Huangfu is still alive in the capital, Sienna said, her voice trembling. Nangong Qingjin had already understood his cold-heartedness towards Huangfu Kongming, and it was indeed due to some misunderstanding before. However, whether it was a misunderstanding or not, Nangong Qingjin did not care at all. The two glanced at each other, Nangong Qingjin gripping the sleeve of her own clothes. It seems then that he is truly destined for great fortune, isn't it? He is still alive, and naturally gifted with the makings of an emperor? Nangong Qingjin said while nodding slightly, and beside her, Sienna also nodded. Now that he's alive, it may not be a bad thing. The man they say he just killed has caused unrest among the people. Miss, let's go back. In times of chaos, if we encounter any danger, it would be very serious, Sienna said while tugging on the edge of Nangong Qingjin's sleeve. Sienna, I want to see His Highness the Prince. Actually, the events that had occurred previously were a massive mystery and misunderstanding. Later, the maid had helped Lord Huangfu clear things up regarding Lady Lu Meyer's matter. Nangong Qingjin and Xianer had suffered greatly because of this forgery of Lady Lu Meyer, who eventually met her end at the hands of Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming's skills were clearly unmatched, as evident by how he had no tolerance for evil. Now, after escaping from the valley, rumors stated that Huangfu Kongming had failed, but such were only public opinions. Even though 300 men were annihilated, they were up against 50,000 soldiers. 50,000 soldiers, out of which 20,000 died completely. How could such a situation not be considered a victory? Now, upon hearing Nangong Qingjin saying this, Xianer immediately shivered like a flower almost ready to fall from its branch. Miss, are you sure? You're saying you want to meet Huangfu Kongming, the harbinger of misfortune? Xianer, he is not a harbinger of misfortune. Now, I really want to see him. You? There's so much world, and where should we search for him? You'd better give it up. Not to mention the vastness of the world and lack of places to find him. Even if there were places to look, Xianer wouldn't help Nangong Qingjin find him. Regarding Huangfu Kongming, Xianer believed one should refuse contact with him for life. No, Xianer, now I must see His Highness the Prince. Can't you see the current state of affairs? The common people suffer so much hardship, and only Huangfu Kongming genuinely pleads for the people. Such a person shouldn't die, she said. Upon hearing Nangong Qingjin's resolute argument, Xianer was utterly speechless. You truly can't forget the past relationship. Your humble servant lacks the strength, truly lacks the strength, Xianer said as she stormed ahead angrily. Seeing Xianer about to leave, Nangong Qingjin stepped forward. Xianer, my father, younger brother, mother, and little sister all died under the paws of imperial agents. Before going to the mountain, I was secretly eating eggplant flowers at home. It was actually my father's favorite dish. The small kitchen originally belonged to my father, but after I had just taken a bite, everything changed beyond recognition. It was unimaginable that those unreasonable people came to our door, leaving my whole family dead without a single survivor. As a healer, I have good reasons to help the suffering, Xianer. I cannot stand by and watch the poor endure torment. Miss, do you think who you are? Are you the thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin of great mercy and compassion? You're just an ordinary person, a person no more normal than anyone else. Meeting Huangfu Kongming, where would it be easy? Do you know what status he holds now? The court pursuer. Nangong Qingjin spoke very clearly, decisively. You yourself know well that he is currently being pursued by the court. If the court knows we are related in any way, it will be impossible for us to clear our names, even if we jump into the Yellow River. Moreover, considering what he did to you in the past, it seems your wounds healed, and you've forgotten the pain. If you wish to go, please go alone. Your humble servant truly will not accompany you. Not going. Nangong Qingjin looked at Xianer, who kept nodding. Nangong Qingjin also nodded. If you're not going, I will go myself. Just now, he hit someone and likely hasn't left the capital yet. It's still a while until dusk, so I'm going. Miss, you mean business? When have I ever joked around? She said, seeing Nangong Qingjin's obstinate attitude making Xianer caught between a rock and a hard place. Watching Nangong Qingjin walk forward, Xianer could only reluctantly follow. Miss, where are you going to find him now? He's the kind of person who appears unpredictably. He is still in the capital, although appearing unpredictable, I believe he is indeed still here. Diligence will bear fruit. He is not a mysterious person anyway. He always acts openly and uprightly. I believe he is nearby, and as we walk, we will find him. My heavens, how could you be so beyond redemption? Xianer said, sighing as she spoke. Nangong Qingjin was indeed beyond redemption because after she left Huangfu Kongming, she realized that she still harbored a certain indescribable emotion for him, though not as intense as before. But it couldn't be said to have disappeared completely. Now, while walking and looking around, she shouldn't actually be hoping to find someone who even the imperial army couldn't locate. As she continued walking without knowing for how long, she happened to pass by the tavern where Huangfu Kongming was drinking wine. In the bustling crowd, he could still recognize her from such a distance. Upon seeing it was Nangong Qingjin, he leapt in disbelief, jumping down from the second-floor window of the inn to the ground below. After his feet touched the ground, people nearby immediately cheered. He smiled faintly and quietly followed behind Nangong Qingjin. Now, more than anything, he wanted to see Nangong Qingjin, but there was no way for him to speak with her. If they appeared to have any intimate relationship and then parted ways, it would implicate their entire families. Huangfu Kongming truly didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble for Nangong Qingjin again. Thus, he quietly followed behind her. After walking past 2 streets, moving from crowded areas to desolate ones, Xianer finally noticed someone seemed to be tailing them, and immediately gripped Nangong Qingjin's hand. Miss, someone is following us. I've noticed too. Let's speed up, Nangong Qingjin said, continuing her steps while deliberately entering the midst of a crowd. Huangfu Kongming, being an adept martial artist, quickly crossed 2 intersections, and at the third, saw Nangong Qingjin once more. When Huangfu Kongming was about to continue forward, just when he was very close to Nangong Qingjin, suddenly, a figure in pure white appeared beside her, smiling serenely as he drew near Nangong Qingjin. Miss Nangong, it's afternoon already. Why haven't you returned yet? There will be curfew in this area at night, the man said, chatting amicably as he moved closer until his arm had casually draped over Nangong Qingjin's shoulder. Nangong Qingjin did not resist, making Huangfu Kongming rather worried. This rich young man dressed in white soon gestured, and a carriage swiftly arrived. He extended a hand, helping Nangong Qingjin into the carriage before grinning foxishly, stepping inside himself. The carriage disappeared into the dust, and earlier, he had clearly seen it. It was indeed Nangong Qingjin. Even though she had changed into more vibrant clothing, she was unmistakably Nangong Qingjin. At this moment, from another angle, Huangfu Kongming recognized the man in white. It was Zi Sanghe. Despite Huangfu Kongming's disbelief, the person really was Zi Sanghe. How Nangong Qingjin and Zi Sanghe had come together within such a short time remained a mystery. Furthermore, given Nangong Qingjin's lack of struggle, it was evident that their relationship wasn't superficial. How Zi Sanghe came to know Nangong Qingjin remained entirely unclear to Huangfu Kongming. The gentleman has finished your errands? To say the truth, I'm ashamed that business has dropped drastically amidst all the chaos. There isn't much work worth doing anyway. I heard the streets are troubled by demons again. Seeing you outside, I hurried here. It's not safe out there. There are all sorts of people, thieves, pickpockets, bandits, everywhere. How could I leave you alone? Zi Sanghe said, sighing. You've taken much care for me. Since I was young, I've had the instinct to protect those around me, including myself. You don't need to worry. Indeed, for Nangong Qingjin, this protective instinct was innate, deeply rooted from the start. Since Siener was by her side, Nangong Qingjin naturally liked Siener. And now, Nangong Qingjin also knew how to protect herself. The carriage slowly moved forward. She lifted the pearl curtain, gazing at the frantic faces of the common folk. Indeed, the plight of war-torn times surpasses that of a peaceful dog's, she murmured, letting go of the curtain as she spoke. Beside her, Zi Sanghe smiled. Chaos always exists like this. Those who feast do not understand. They fail to plan far ahead, or, in fact, maybe it's because those in power have already decided everything. But these, he pointed at the strategists. These people do as they please. He sighed while speaking. Heard that now Huangfu Wenliang has become emperor, assisted by Zi Sanghe. In the palace, Zi Sanghe has unresolved ties with the emperor's consort. Huangfu Wenliang turns a blind eye, indifferent even to issues arising within the palace walls. Don't talk about major matters. He seems unconcerned even when things go wrong in his own backyard. For 6 years, he has held the imperial power, yet the common folk still have many grievances. Naturally, in politics, he indeed falls short compared to the previous emperor. However, from another perspective, it can be considered quite a success, isn't it? He said this while looking at Nangong Qingjin. The Xiongnu haven't invaded, the Jurchen haven't invaded, and the Ruren haven't invaded. Is this the emperor's accomplishment? Or is suppressing his own brother what constitutes his achievement? In people's hearts, a usurper remains just that, a usurper. Doesn't he realize that excellence only comes through diligence? Chapter 151, The Unfathomable Truths and Falsehoods. This. Zisong he was rather embarrassed upon hearing Nangong Qingjin's sharp critique of the people and events in Daijing, unsure of what to say. Seeing Zisong he's discomfort, Nangong Qingjin smiled immediately. Never mind. How could a little woman like me possibly resolve these matters, right? Yes, just do good business. What else can be done? As he spoke, he offered a faint smile. Both of them fell silent, not uttering a single word. Behind them, the bustling crowd had grown sparse as they reached a distant location far from the residence of Master Bai. There was not a single person around anymore. It was strange, for there should have been people here at this point. That night, under a moonlit sky dotted with few stars, after Nangong Qingjin returned, she spent another evening like any other before, having dinner in the flower hall with Zisong He. Because Zisong He had guests, he left early. At first, Nangong Qingjin thought that this quiet courtyard was arranged for her, because Zisong He knew she preferred tranquility over activity. But now it seemed things were not so simple. Bring it out, Nangong Qingjin said once Zisong He had finally gone. Here, Nangong Qingjin turned her gaze to Siener, who immediately smiled, somewhat awkwardly asking, "What are you talking about, miss? What do you mean?" Ignoring Siener's response, Nangong Qingjin took hold of Siener's hand, retrieving a wax pill from within her palm. She quickly crushed it open. "I clearly saw someone throw you this wax pill in the carriage. That's why I started chatting with Master Bai, fearing he might discover it. Now it seems my suspicion is justified. Who gave this to you?" Nangong Qingjin questioned while examining Siener closely. "I don't know. Not long after the carriage began moving, this wax pill was already there. Please check it, miss, and then destroy it for safety reasons." Upon Siener's suggestion, Nangong Qingjin opened the wax pill and soon saw a piece of paper inside. There was not much written on it, obviously hastily drawn. It showed a picture of a hairpin, seemingly drawn using some special technique. "Miss, this looks like one of your hairpins from the past," Siener observed as she looked at the paper. "How would I not know? Don't even think about it. It was given by the prince. We don't need to see him directly. Based on his style of operation, I can deduce who sent this." "But miss, you're imagining things. How can we conclude it was him? So many people exist." Siener protested, but Nangong Qingjin wasted no time in throwing the note into water. "First, he couldn't reveal himself, but it's clear that he's been tracking us. Second, you're careless. He likely feared that if something were written down, you might lose it, a potential risk. But miss, I'm not that bad. In truth, I am very cautious," Siener said with a smile. Nangong Qingjin also laughed. "That's natural, but let me ask. Are you paying attention? I want your help with something." "Yes, miss. Whatever it is, tell me. As long as I can do it, I will face any hardship." This was exactly Siener's personality. 2 tasks. Nangong Qingjin whispered confidential instructions to Siener, who nodded repeatedly. Before long, she understood the 2 tasks but could not keep calm, glancing left and right restlessly. Although Nangong Qingjin was present, there was a subtle feeling of oppression hanging over her. This deep courtyard appeared sparsely populated, but it felt like there were watchful eyes lurking in the shadows all the time. With no martial arts skills, Nangang Qingjin would have realized this earlier if Huangfu Kongming, skilled in combat, were here. The courtyard was full of shadow guards unseen to commoners. In Daijing, the most powerful shadow guards belonged to the Western Bureau, a central agency specializing in intelligence gathering and surveillance training. Shadow guards trained there could remain hidden in a spot for an entire week without eating or drinking. Long ago, the shadow guard stationed near the pond had overheard idle chatter between Empress Helian and Huangfu Kongming, thereby uncovering some of the Empress's secrets. Now, the pond and many other places harbored shadow guards, though they remained undetectable by human sight. However, humans differ from animals. Humans can sometimes sense dangers nearby, a sensation beyond smell, hearing, and touch, an instinct often referred to as the sixth sense. To put it exaggeratedly, Nangang Qingjin's sixth sense was not good at the moment. This discomfort was indescribable. As the two of them entered the room, everything today mirrored yesterday perfectly. After washing her feet, Nangang Qingjin quickly changed into her beaded shoes. Then, Sienna arrived at the door with a basin. Without any hesitation, she splashed water toward the back of the artificial hill. Sure enough, there was a person hiding behind it. The unexpected cold water startled the hidden figure, who let out a brief cry of surprise. Sienna immediately discarded the basin and anxiously hurried into the room. Not long after, the two arrived with a candle in hand. Upon reaching the scene, they indeed found footprints on the ground. This was strange. White Master had clearly trusted her, so why would he help her publicly but send someone to secretly spy on her? If it weren't for their previous visit to Huangfu Kongming's residence, this might not have been noticed. Fortunately, Nangang Qingjin had once visited Huangfu Kongming's place and had witnessed the details of such ambushes before. The two were greatly alarmed and returned to their quarters. At least one thing was clear. Shadow guards were lurking and watching here. Imagining every single move being observed by others filled Nangang Qingjin with melancholy. That night, Sienna dared not sleep without clothes, feeling exposed under watchful eyes. The next morning, Nangang Qingjin took out a black medicine bottle hidden in her sleeve. Inside was a colorless, odorless powder capable of attracting small insects. In fact, this powder was highly potent. By nighttime, it could not only attract insects but also snakes for mating. Nangang Qingjin and Sienna went to the desolate courtyard, spreading this powder wherever there was potential for secret surveillance. Soon, they would know the truth. By noon, they used a large kite to sprinkle the powder onto the eaves and glazed tile roof. Everything was ready now. Nangang Qingjin still appeared calm, while Sienna was also patient since White Master obviously harbored no ill intentions toward them. If he intended to harm them, there had been many chances already. This was all the more puzzling. If he didn't want to kill them and treated them well instead, why send people to secretly monitor them? For now, no matter how hard she thought about it, Nangang Qingjin couldn't figure it out. Lunch was naturally eaten with Zisonghe. After lunch, the weather grew warm, and Sienna attended to Nangang Qingjin as she prepared to rest. However, Nangang Qingjin soon remembered something. Today, White Master seemed preoccupied, she said, flipping over and resting her head on her arm, her skin cool and sweat-free. She rubbed her cheek against her arm slightly, then suddenly exclaimed as inspiration struck her. Now is an opportunity. Miss, what opportunity? Sienna, we'll switch clothes quickly. We must hurry. Sienna didn't understand what Nangang Qingjin was planning, but she didn't dare utter a word of complaint. They switched clothes, and Nangang Qingjin explained. During dinner, I heard guests had arrived. I wish to eavesdrop. Miss, isn't that improper? We are guests, and they are the hosts. If we go, we should do so openly. Sneaking around isn't proper behavior for a young lady like you, miss. Sienna continued to nag until Nangang Qingjin waved a hand, cutting off her endless chatter. Sienna, I have my own ideas and plans. Now that I think about it, this White Master has too many suspicious points. Nangang Qingjin said while reminding her. You are me now, the sick me. You've caught a fever, and you will keep your head buried under the quilt and sleep. Miss, please be merciful. Don't suffocate your servant. I won't survive if you do. Although Sienna protested verbally, she still held tightly onto the thick quilt. Meanwhile, Nangang Qingjin deliberately disguised herself to look exactly like any maid from the mansion and headed toward the front hall. As expected, everything unfolded exactly as she had predicted. First, Nangang Qingjin's extraordinary mimicry skill made her unrecognizable, especially with her bangs pulled down, making it difficult to quickly identify her as either Nangang Qingjin or Sienna. Second, who could have imagined that the Nangang Qingjin trusted by Zisong, he would disguise herself like this? Most importantly, although Sienna and Nangang Qingjin differed in age by 6 or 7 years, their heights and figures were almost identical. At this moment, Nangang Qingjin had already reached the front area. Miss Sienna, please stop here. As anticipated, a voice came, proving just how unusual things were here. A woman with a cheerful smile had already arrived. While laughing, she said, It's so scorching at noon. I wonder what you're doing. If you need anything, we have servants here anyway. What if you get bitten by a snake? That could be fatal, wouldn't it, dear sister? Nangang Qingjin turned her head slightly and gave a faint smile. With a flick of her sleeves, a gentle warm breeze carrying the scent of flowers swept past. The woman asked curiously, What is this thing? Nangang Qingjin replied, This is rosemary. The effect of rosemary was self-evident. It was used for close-range covert maneuvers. As soon as the girl caught a whiff of the light floral fragrance, her eyelids began to feel heavy. But that wasn't the most important part. What mattered was that rosemary could slow one's thinking process. Her words became completely incoherent. Chapter 152, Unavoidable Peak. She didn't know what she was doing standing here. Nan Gongqing had already taken out a mirror, and this girl was looking at her reflection in the mirror. Seeing that sleepy old face, she felt overwhelmingly tired, and leaning against the nearby veranda pillar, started to doze off. She knew that since she was dependent on others for shelter, she shouldn't be suspicious of everything she saw. The reason was that she still thought there was something wrong with Baisir. Moreover, from the process of getting to know him, to all the events that had happened to her since then, it seemed as if it were destined. Yes, Baisir obviously looked wealthy and powerful, but after all, he was a businessman. As Baisir himself said, everything a businessman does is business. Since everything starts from the perspective of business, and all the entry points are business-related, the question of what exactly Baisir's purpose was became even more inconceivable. Now, dressed in Sienner's clothes, Nan Gongqing had reached the front position. All she had to do was enter another veranda bridge to see their meeting hall. As a newcomer, she wasn't familiar with the place like a poet would be, but she remained as silent and lowered her head without speaking. This way, those who lay in wait wouldn't notice anything unusual. The closer Nan Gongqing got to the veranda pillars, the faster her heartbeat grew. Indeed, when she reached the last checkpoint, it seemed that there were more eyes watching here. This made Nan Gongqing even more confused. After all, Baisir was just a businessman, and a businessman shouldn't have so many disguises. Was he afraid for his own safety? Even if he wasn't safe, he was only a businessman after all. Now, the mysteries were piling up, already shooting arrows into Nan Gongqing's mind. She stepped on fallen leaves, walking forward step by step. Her heart was racing, unable to imagine what would happen next. She could only take one step at a time and adapt as she went along. Sister, where are you going? Sure enough, a maid had already walked over. In this situation, Nan Gongqing froze in place and didn't turn around. This maid approached Nan Gongqing gracefully and gently slapped her shoulder while smiling. Sister is new here, isn't she? This is where the master meets with guests, not somewhere we should go. Could it be that? The maid turned Nan Gongqing's face toward her. Do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqing trembled even more. What did not wanting to live have to do with it? This. Nan Gongqing immediately chuckled dryly. It's probably because I've just arrived, hence I took a wrong turn. I'm not sure why the corridor isn't allowed to be entered. With such benevolent nature from master, could it be? The master can be quite ruthless. You've just come, so you don't know much about the rules here. Lucky for you that you encountered me. Otherwise, if you had met someone else, you would surely have died today. From the tone of this maid, she sounded completely serious. There was absolutely no sign of joking. Hearing this, Nan Gongqing partially understood. Who exactly was this Baisir? Why pretend falsely? Judging from this maid's fearful attitude and the respectful manner of those maids earlier, this Baisir was indeed very difficult to deal with. But, apparently, the Baisir beside her gave off a sense of being as warm as jade. So why was this so? Could it be that Baisir was inconsistent between his words and actions? If Baisir was truly two-faced and only putting on an act in front of her, whereas the evaluations of these people were true, then, which Baisir was the real one? What exactly was Baisir's current status? Nan Gongqing couldn't quickly understand, but she could guess about 80 to 90% from others' accounts. This way, sister, come here. Which courtyard do you belong to? I've just arrived. The manager hasn't yet decided which courtyard I belong to. Now I am thirsty. I saw people coming and going in the backyard, thinking it might be a good place to get water. Little did I know, based on your sister's meaning, the backyard should not be stepped into even half a step. It's not that I forbid you from going there. There's a saying, fragrance spreads far through plums, and all maids help each other as one heart. Since you're thirsty, follow me to my place. I'll give you some water. While saying this, she led Nan Gongqing towards a side yard. No, sister, if the steward finds out, he will blame you, which will be very inconvenient. He originally didn't allow me to wander around everywhere. Since Nan Gongqing suspected that there was something problematic with Baisir, she should definitely take a closer look right now. What was wrong with Master Bai? If he were a homicidal maniac, then why did he need to put on an innocent and harmless face? How many secrets were there? And what was this person's true identity? Nan Gongqing desperately wanted to know now. Relax. What butler? The butler here isn't even as strong as the ladies. Come over. While saying this, the girl took hold of Nan Gongqing's hand. My goodness, even though Nan Gongqing didn't want to go, she had no choice but to follow this girl. The only advantage of following this girl was that nobody gave her looks along the way anymore. That was the best part. When they arrived at this girl's courtyard, it was peaceful and tranquil, with Polonia shade shifting past noon. Here, Nan Gongqing ate sweet melons and drank refreshing water. This girl was essentially a good person. After eating and drinking, the girl escorted her out, while walking and asking, My name is Luzu. And you, sister? I am called Sienner. Alright, now it was time to use Sienner as an alias. This girl didn't suspect that Nan Gongqing was deceiving her. At a quiet corner ahead, this girl once again held on to Nan Gongqing's hand and started reminding her gently. Actually, Nan Gongqing indirectly wanted to learn many secrets about this place, but judging by the girl's current expression, it seemed like she knew a lot, but wasn't quite willing or able to say much aloud. So Nan Gongqing didn't dare ask too directly for fear of getting caught in some sort of blunder. Sister, why can't we go to that corridor bridge? It must be because Master Bai is discussing business, fearing that someone may overhear. Or perhaps that area needs to stay quiet, so we lowly servants aren't allowed. That phrase, lowly servant, also resonated within the girl's heart, and soon the two shared an empathetic connection. He is negotiating there, and this isn't some small deal, it's a big one. the kind unmatched by anything else in the entire world. If you have nothing to do, you'd better not go over there. If he discovers you've been there, whether accidentally passing by or eavesdropping, there will never be a good result. With these words, Nangong Qingjin shivered involuntarily and immediately asked, could sister be mistaken? Master Bai seems like a good person, different from the murderous demon you described. Sister, which was the respectful way maids addressed each other regardless of age differences in that era. It was very common. After calling her sister, the girl continued, we're really well matched, so you shouldn't inquire too much. Previously, there were those who liked to pry into things. In the end, the more secrets they knew, the sooner they died. Working here means your head hangs precariously on a thread. Whatever you shouldn't know, don't bother asking. All right. At least from this girl's fearful tone, Nangong Qingjin realized one situation. Currently, everything this girl was handling was dangerous, and unless necessary, she should avoid spying on Master Bai. Let me remind you another thing. Apart from not going near the corridor bridge, you also shouldn't go to the back courtyard either, or else trouble might find you. Hearing this, she became even more perplexed. The back courtyard was actually the place where guests were entertained, which was exactly where Nangong Qingjin resided now. So how could even a maid like her not be allowed access there? This made the clever Nangong Qingjin feel something was off. Lu Zhu before her obviously knew the secrets, but this girl wouldn't disclose anything. Nangong Qingjin thought, let's try one more time, and thus smiled lightly, saying, why can't we even enter the back courtyard? What does that mean? The back courtyard houses Master's esteemed guests, whom he has arranged for someone to attend to. Not knowing is best, it's a shocking secret. Today, sister has said all I need to tell you. In short, be cautious. This isn't like your previous workplace. Pay attention to safety. If the steward questions you after you return, just tell that dog with eyes higher than his rank that Green Pearl sent you to handle something. No problem guaranteed. All right, thank you, sister. Then this servant will take my leave. As she spoke, she walked toward a certain position. Watching Nangong Qingjin leave, Lu Zhu finally smiled faintly. Nangong Qingjin looked remarkably like Sienner, and her mannerisms had long since become humble enough. Now, Nangong Qingjin was even more confused than before. What on earth was going on? The back courtyard was off limits, and so was the corridor bridge. How many secrets were there in this mansion? Having someone specially assigned to attend to her indicated that even ordinary people weren't allowed access. What? According to Green Pearl, it had something to do with an earth-shaking secret or a big deal. What exactly was this big deal? And what was its connection to the earth-shaking secret? There were countless maids wandering around the manor. Amidst all the comings and goings, she managed to blend in unnoticed. Seeing a maid heading toward the back courtyard, Nangong Qingjin followed without hesitation. These maids seemed to be new as well. One of them wore clothing identical to Green Pearl's. While walking, she gave instructions, and their content matched precisely what Green Pearl had told her earlier. The back courtyard was forbidden, and even the corridor area was restricted. This left Nangong Qingjin feeling utterly bewildered, lost as if in a dense fog. Did you hear that? The arrogant steward asked, glancing at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin nodded immediately. Yes, I heard it clearly. With that, she sighed softly. That's good then. Considering your intelligence, serve well here for now. Once you've earned trust and roots are set, we'll take you all to enjoy some glory in the imperial capital. That's the most important thing. For now, let everyone go about their business. She then drifted off to sleep up ahead, everything having been already arranged. Chapter 153, Searching for a Secret. Let Nangong Qingjin and a few maids sweep the fallen leaves here. Seeing that person like a nursemaid rest, Nangong Qingjin sweeps the fallen leaves while looking at a maid beside her. This maid is actually not much older than herself, and Nangong Qingjin obviously feels that this maid is smarter than the other ones. She immediately approaches the maid. Sister, come over. This maid immediately holds the broom and goes to Nangong Qingjin's side. Nangong Qingjin says nothing and takes out the gold hairpin from her sleeve. This gold hairpin has an ancient design and was a unique piece 6 years ago. As soon as she waves it in the air, she gives it to the maid. Dear sister, let me talk to you. These two sentences are of great importance. I give you this gold hairpin. Mother said, after coming out, one needs to make good friends. I see your kind face and clever appearance, so I ask you a few questions, can I? Although this maid is not greedy for money, after hesitating for a moment, she still grabs the hairpin and examines it, realizing it is indeed excellent. She then points lightly to a large banyan tree nearby, indicating it is quieter there. The two go to the spot. Speak up, what do you want to know? The maid talks while sweeping the ground, using the sound of sweeping to cover their conversation. Why in this mansion? Why can't we go to the backyard and near the pillars? Do you know? Evidently, this maid knows quite a lot. She looks at Nangong Qingjin and says, do you really think I am suffering here without reason? In fact, sister can tell, you have a good family background. Why are you here too? Aren't we the same? This. Nangong Qingjin quickly says, I used to have a decent family background, but my father was dismissed from his post and investigated. This is my last job, and I need to do well. While saying this, she continues to sweep the ground. At this point, the maid smiles. My mother sent me here for the same reason. Why did you come here, sister? Nangong Qingjin asks further. The maid appears listless and responds. You seem to be truly unaware. In this mansion, there is actually a young master who, in the marketplace, is known to be someone with immense influence within the court. Nangong Qingjin had guessed part of it, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. Spitting once, she adds, can you please explain more? For my own safety, I want to know more. Because you are friendly with me, I will tell you everything I know. To be honest, where would I know what rank my young master holds in the court? But as you have seen, this house employs more than 300 old women and maids. What level is this? It's something ordinary people couldn't possibly achieve. Nan Gongqing quickly says, my young master does well in business. In this city, the young master owns a silk shop and also a cosmetic store. While speaking, she innocently looks at the maid in front of her. The maid laughs immediately. Since you're young, let me tell you, how much could the silk shop and the cosmetic store earn in a day combined? It clearly doesn't match the grandeur. Let me tell you, people say that my young master is a very powerful person, connected with Zi saying he from the court, even related to Emperor Wen Liang. My mother went through great lengths to arrange for me to come here, merely hoping that I could observe and learn about high society here. They say that emperors and lesser princes often visit here. If they favor me, wouldn't my life smoothly rise upwards? However, who knew? There's absolutely nothing. Then what about near the bridge? One person did show up today. Frankly speaking, I just went and saw. This person must surely hold some power. You might not have noticed, but this person stands there with two handmaids behind holding fans, casually waving them back and forth. Originally, I found it peculiar. I should take a look. Nan Gongqing immediately nods. The maid grabs Nan Gongqing's hand. Are you going to send yourself to death? Listen, Aunt just said, important matters are being discussed right now, something big. We're people of low status. It's best for us to focus on our work. It's for your own good. Over there, what are you two chatting about? Come over one by one without doing any work. Is this how you want to die? Aunt has already cursed with dissatisfaction. The elder maid rolls her tongue, sighs, and then smiles. All right, things have reached this stage. We've already said all we needed to say. If you still have questions, you can ask me later. If I know, there's no reason for me to hide it from you. The maid spoke while pointing at the ground. Nan Gongqing began sweeping inattentively. After a while, Nan Gongqing thought that she couldn't sweep all day long and had to find a way to check out the situation. When these people weren't paying attention, she slipped away. The aunt, leading a group of people, was already very tired and hadn't thought anyone would escape. She yawned and stood up. Let's go over there. Remember what I told you. Don't even think about using your charm to seduce the young master. That's a risky gamble. Becoming a phoenix is not as easy as you might think. All right, follow me forward. As one person left, a large group of maids followed. Seeing that all the maids had gone, Nan Gongqing gritted her teeth and headed toward the pillars. During the day, there were more people around here, but unlike at night where there were more shadow guards, during the day, it was merely crowded. Now, she found a tray in hand and walked toward that direction, pretending to serve tea. Unexpectedly, it wasn't long before she arrived near Lang Garden, close enough to faintly hear the conversation between the two individuals. However, due to the distance, the words were muffled. It was nerve-wracking, and Nan Gongqing clenched her teeth as she moved forward. In front of her was a large banana plant that could conceal her shadow. Immediately, Nan Gongqing hid behind it and observed by young master and Wen Liang from afar. Zi Sanghe, upon seeing Wen Liang, revealed an attitude of utmost respect. While pouring wine, he said, Your Majesty, please don't worry. We are searching across the entire city. No matter how clever they may be, they will eventually expose themselves. Just rest assured. I trust your men, but Huang Fukong Ming is exceptionally intelligent. It'll take some effort on your part, he said, gripping his golden goblet and beginning to drink. The two looked at each other without speaking a word for quite a while. This is my duty, she finally said after a long pause. Prince Wang, these past years, you've worked hard. Recently with the bandit suppression, it has all been you. Everyone thinks we failed, but they don't understand. This Huang Fukong Ming alone can withstand thousands of troops, an unexpected situation indeed. Huang Fu Wen Liang said as he put down his wine goblet. We will triumph, your majesty. Everything is under my care, he said while taking a sip of his wine. Seeing Zi Sang he remained so calm, Huang Fu Wen Liang became somewhat suspicious. Tell me, why are you still this composed? What exactly is going on? My liege, please think carefully. Since I have such confidence, there must be something decisive in play. Ha ha, ha ha. Zi Sang he laughed maniacally, making Huang Fu Wen Liang laugh loudly as well because he actually trusted Zi Sang he a great deal. Zi Sang he was incredibly competent, and many times over these 6 years, this fact had become clear. At this moment, both smiled faintly, and Zi Sang he sighed, saying, Your Majesty, later I will introduce someone to you, who will surely seem strange to you. But not today. All right then today? Huang Fu Wen Liang asked. Today, we haven't yet found where he has stayed, but every gate of the capital has been ordered by your minister to be closely guarded. Any suspicious individual whose origins do not lie within the city needs to be thoroughly questioned. Gradually, things will come to light. Please wait patiently. As he spoke, he looked at Huang Fu Wen Liang, who nodded. I hope we capture him soon. The thought that Huang Fukong Ming remains free troubles me so much that I cannot sleep or eat properly. No problem. Come, eat well and rest well under your brother's watch. It's still early, and I have some small matters to attend to. Allow me to excuse myself temporarily. I will arrange someone to prepare a place for you to rest. With summer now here, the days are so long. Rest for a bit, don't rush yourself. While speaking, Zi Sang he subtly signaled a few people nearby. Protect his majesty well. Let nothing unusual happen. Yes, several guards immediately nodded. After this, Zi Sang he left. Hidden behind the banana plant, Nan Gongqing dared not move at all. After Zi Sang he left, she peeked cautiously and then walked out of the corridor with the empty tray in her hand. Just now, due to the distance, she actually didn't hear clearly what these two people were saying. but it could be imagined that these two really had secrets. What this secret was currently unknown to Nan Gongqing Jin. Now, after leaving the angry scolding bridge, Nan Gongqing Jin immediately returned to her own courtyard. After changing clothes with Xian'er and making sure no one was around, Xian'er asked, "What did you find out just now?" "Xian'er, I just discovered that this young master is not an upright businessman at all. He's very familiar with people in the government. I also found out that a high-ranking official came today. This official looks, well, no." Nan Gongqing Jin suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "In a while, this official will leave. When they go, there's something I need you to check for me, Xian'er. Come closer." Nan Gongqing Jin was wary of being overheard. Walls have ears. She leaned closer and whispered a few important words to Xian'er, who nodded repeatedly. Over these years of interacting, Xian'er knew that whenever Nan Gongqing Jin suspected someone, there was always a reason behind it. Whatever Nan Gongqing Jin had just said was significant. Nan Gongqing Jin didn't rest today, lost in thought as she pondered who exactly the individuals at that earlier gathering were. She was deeply troubled. What were young master's intentions? What were his plans? Why was he looking for her? And what purpose did it serve? As Nan Gongqing Jin thought about this, she gazed out at the flowers and trees in the courtyard, feeling an unexplained chill. That day, after bidding farewell to the emperor, young master had gone into a nearby room. Indeed, a woman was already waiting for Zi Sanghe inside. Zi Sanghe lightly coughed, and the disguised woman immediately turned around. Chapter 154, Nan Gongqing Jin's Speculation. Seeing Zi Sanghe, her face lit up with joy. She had dropped the pen in her hand and looked at Zi Sanghe, saying, "You've finally come. I thought you'd always talk for a long time. Let me ask you, has Huang Fu Kongming been captured or not? Where is it so easy? As they say, a cunning rabbit will make 3 holes." Zi Sanghe said as he reached out, already gripping the chin of Her Majesty the Empress. "What kind of makeup is this today that makes you so beautiful?" While talking, he also grabbed the eyebrow pencil nearby. "Prince Zhongchang drawing eyebrows. Let me also draw these beautiful eyebrows for my sister-in-law." As he spoke, he had already reached out to start lightly sketching on the Empress's eyebrows. As he drew, he appraised, seemingly quite satisfied, before throwing the eyebrow pencil away. "These are Far Mountain eyebrows. Do they look good?" Zi Sanghe asked while handing over a bronze mirror to the woman before him. The woman admired her own beauty in the mirror, admiring his craftsmanship. "It's you who knows everything. You're the most outstanding person in this imperial capital. The emperor is the first one," he said as he sat beside, holding the jade pot to pour tea for himself. After drinking a sip, he added, "What virtue and ability do I have? Everyone knows, what emperor? The emperor is nothing but a puppet controlled by strings, and you are the puppeteer. How inappropriate. Could I possibly have such skills?" While saying so, he sighed, yet hearing this statement brought him unexpected happiness. Hearing this from the mouth of Her Majesty made him speechlessly happy. At this moment, Her Majesty stepped forward immediately, grasping Zi Sanghe's hand. "I have never spoken nonsense. I am your sister-in-law, the emperor's woman, but I belong to you. If you dare to touch the emperor's woman, there must be nothing else you won't dare to do. The emperor's empire actually owes half of its success to you. I'm just looking forward to the day when you take his place. I'm unpopular in the imperial capital," he said, yawning as he did so. "But you seem particularly different today. Why don't you take off your Liumian skirt? Let me see." He laughed as he said so. The empress also laughed, asking, "What is there to see?" Naturally, it is something very worth seeing. They were like an old married couple. Everyone knew this, yet no one dared to say anything. Only the emperor remained unaware. Or perhaps, though the emperor was aware, he restrained his reactions because situations weren't always ready to burst as we wanted. "Zi Sanghe, today I wish to be without distance between us. I want to bear you a big fat boy, can you agree? I don't just want you to bear me one, but many, many more." Zi Sanghe said, smiling, creating a moment full of springtime charm that left Huang Fu Wenliang sleeping in a distant room completely unaware. Zi Sanghe indulged himself thoroughly in his forbidden pleasure. Time and again, the empress, after crossing moral boundaries and emotional taboos with Zi Sanghe, found him truly superior among superiors. That day, she refused to drink the final bowl of medicine, but Zi Sanghe still made the empress consume it. That day, before Queen Consort and Emperor set off back to the palace, Nan Gongqing Jin and Xian'er had already arrived at the front courtyard. Since Zi Sanghe hadn't prohibited their movements explicitly, Nan Gongqing Jin and Xian'er ventured to the front yard. In this inconspicuous spot, both of them anxiously waited, and others observing Nan Gongqing Jin and Xian'er playing with butterflies refrained from disturbing them. After all, Nan Gongqing Jin was a mysterious guest of the household and seemed otherworldly like a celestial fairy, therefore none dared disturb unduly. In this manner, it gave Nan Gongqing Jin and Xian'er a chance. After drinking Huang wine, Huang Fu Wenliang started feeling drowsy until now he got up, with maids already combing his hair properly, watching his vigorous reflection in the mirror as he gripped his fists. After leaving the guest house, Zi Sanghe escorted Huang Fu Wenliang ahead. Not long later, they arrived at a certain point where they walked for only a short period. Huang Fu Wenliang turned around and respectfully saluted. "You don't need to see me off any further. Just stay inside, I'll go. I'll tell you if there's any good news. Take care." Zi Sang, he said while bowing respectively. Meanwhile, Huang Fu Wenliang was about to get on the carriage. The empress gazed upon Zi Sang he with lingering affection. In response, Zi Sang he coughed loudly. The empress knew that if she kept staring any longer, her feelings would show through. She sighed and boarded the carriage. Meanwhile, Nangong Qingjin and Xianer, after witnessing what they had come to see, couldn't help but gasp, heavens above this. After watching the carriage leave, Zisang he seemed to have noticed Nangong Qingjin standing not too far away and walked over. Seeing Nangong Qingjin trying to catch butterflies, he swiftly moved his hand, capturing a pink butterfly in one smooth motion. The butterfly wasn't big, yet it was also not small. Here, catching butterflies has its tricks. Let me tell you, it's done this way, not with a fan like you did. A fan causes wind which only helps the butterflies escape. As Zisang he spoke, he handed her the butterfly. Nangong Qingjin held the butterfly while expressing admiration for him. Zisang he smiled and said, "Today, we haven't gone to check your estate yet. It's almost completed. Once finished, you can start helping others by saving lives there. Are you excited?" "Of course. To be honest, I must sincerely thank you. Without you, how could the construction possibly finish?" While saying this, she released the butterfly into the sky. Zisang he noticed that from beginning to end, Nangong Qingjin didn't ask about his recent activities or who that man earlier was. Knowing Nangong Qingjin wasn't interested and had good family teachings put his mind at ease somewhat. The two walked shoulder to shoulder for a while. When they reached the backyard, Nangong Qingjin said she was tired, signaling Zisang it was time for him to leave. With that understanding, Zisang he departed. Back in her room, Nangong Qingjin sat quietly by the mirror, becoming as still as a sculpture. Her expression turned unpleasant, her face as pale as if she'd just been dug up from a cellar along with some potato sprouts. Seeing this, Xianer was startled. "Miss, your complexion is terrible. Have some hot tea." As she said this, she already handed over a cup of tea. After drinking it, Nangong Qingjin sighed. "Xianer, why do I always misjudge people? This isn't indicative of much. Wealthy individuals like White Master surely won't just operate one kind of business. Having ties with the court is only reasonable." Xianer continued, "What you instructed me to observe, I've already thoroughly examined. I've also seen it. Earlier, their positions weren't far from the mounting block. Clearly, Nangong Qingjin had already spotted something. The shoes exposed under the man's long robe were bright yellow beaded slippers. Beaded slippers might not mean anything extraordinary, except these ones happened to be embroidered with dragons, golden dragons, specifically 5-clawed golden dragons. Heavens above. In the capital city, the only people allowed to use dragons as emblems are members of the royal family. And within the royal family, the only ones allowed to use the 5-clawed dragon as an emblem are the emperors, the sole son of heaven." "Miss, you mean to say, could he be Emperor Huangfu Wenliang?" "I don't wish to think so either, but facts speak louder than words. You must have also seen the design on the slippers. They bear the golden dragon embroidered in bright yellow. Not just this person, but even the female companions following this person wear bright yellow slippers embroidered with phoenixes facing the sun. The emperor and empress coming here certainly indicates their close relationship with Mr. Zisang he, which makes this situation rather thought-provoking." Xianer mused aloud, resting her chin in her hand. Looking at the woman before her, Nangong Qingjin sighed. "For now, this isn't what we need to consider. What we should focus on now are the actions and words of White Master. Because," Nangong Qingjin lowered her voice, "it's highly likely that this White Master is also paying close attention to our every word and action." Indeed, the white powder prepared during the day had already started working. Hidden behind the Taihu rock, someone suddenly heard mosquitoes gathering ominously. Initially, it was just mosquitoes, which are abundant in summer. But soon, things became strange. Someone noticed worker bees buzzing around, followed by venomous snakes and scorpions appearing overhead. Quickly, people began fleeing in panic. Hearing the rising and falling screams, Nangong Qingjin finally smiled coldly and said, "It's exactly as I imagined. There really are quite a few people lying in wait around here. Miss, could it be that we've been trapped again?" Xianer widened her eyes and continued, "Could there be some kind of misunderstanding here? Mistress, I don't think Mr. Bai is a bad person. In my opinion, you should probably clarify this matter. Just take a look at what's going on, alright? Does it seem like something that can simply be talked out?" "Xianer, there's a saying, the clean will naturally stay clear, and the dirty will naturally reveal themselves. If he truly has nothing to hide, then his integrity will certainly shine through. But remember, flies don't bite unwounded eggs. Now, you've seen how many people were lurking around us." At this thought, Nangong Qingjin suddenly felt insecure. After the incident, Zisang he was the first to arrive. Upon seeing Nangong Qingjin, he looked concerned and asked, "Are you alright? I heard your servants were completely startled. They claimed there were venomous insects near you. I rushed over immediately to check. Am I so fragile?" "Sir, you've forgotten. I'm a healer." As she spoke, Nangong Qingjin reached out and grabbed a spider perched by the window. Its vivid colors made it look almost like a small, poisonous mushroom held in her hand. The spider wriggled in Nangong Qingjin's palm before she gently waved her hand, sending it straight toward the doorframe. Chapter 155. Huangfu Kongming kept his composure. "That's not an ordinary orb weaver. It's a blood-sucking spider," Zisang he said as he glanced at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled. "In my eyes, these spiders and all things in nature are pure. There's no need to be afraid. You, on the other hand, sneaking about at night might get bitten by something. It would be unfortunate. I was worried about you. A young lady encountering venomous insects and wild beasts in the dead of night will surely be frightened," he continued, glancing around Nangong Qingjin's room. "I imagine those bugs haven't gone far. How about we head to the front yard?" At first, Nangong Qingjin didn't want to go to the front yard, but upon scrutinizing Zisang he, She couldn't help but find numerous questionable points about him. In such a swirl of doubts, she saw no reason to stay put. Heading to the front yard may not be ideal, but it could provide her with further insight into Zisong-hee, something she wanted. All right, though I trouble you, she replied. Among friends, saying this is to be distant, Zisong-hee remarked as he waved his hand, summoning the maids. They were sharp, quickly gathering everything Nangong Qingjin needed. Soon, under the glow of red silk lanterns, their long procession reached the front yard. The front yard was heavily guarded, vibrant with a different atmosphere than the rear yard. The back, cold and desolate, was like any estate's backyard, a place to hide beauties, a place for secrets. The front yard, however, was truly astonishing. The martial men patrolling ceaselessly seemed always on alert for dangers nearby. Noticing Nangong Qingjin's confusion, Zisong-hee smiled and pointed at a group of guards. There's no need for surprise. They've always been like this. Years ago, I suffered a nighttime attack. Since then, I've invested a large part of my wealth in securing my safety. These guards stationed in the backyard are all my arrangements, though you can rest assured I have no ill intentions. At first, she had some suspicions regarding this, but now that Zisong-hee explained himself clearly, she gave it some thought and nodded. Rest well. It seems you're startled, he said while watching Nangong Qingjin enter a quiet house. Once inside, he flicked his phoenix-like gaze at the surroundings, and out of the darkness emerged several figures. These individuals were unlike the usual burly warriors. They appeared much more sly. One man wasn't tall and had shifty eyes. These were true shadow guards, who normally hid among the vines or concealed themselves in Taihu stones, emerging only when absolutely necessary. Your Highness, the foremost one spoke in a low, steady voice while looking at Zisong-hee. Zisong-hee opened his folding fan, pointing to the house where Nangong Qingjin had just resided. I don't want this woman to know too many secrets. Handle it appropriately. Understood, Your Highness. We understand what needs to be done. If you fail, I'll rip out your tools of sustenance, he warned harshly. Instantly, their faces turned pale, and they kowtowed rapidly. But soon after, Zisong-hee smiled. The wind tonight in the waterside pavilion is nice. Send a few people to investigate the backyard. Why so many bugs and snakes? Yes, they responded, dividing into two groups, one remaining in position hidden within the Taihu stones while the other headed toward the rear yard. This was quite remarkable. Even though it was normal to see more insects and snakes around the Dragon Boat Festival, this occurrence greatly exceeded normal expectations. Now, even he began to feel anxious about what exactly was happening that caused so many pests. The rear yard was lit up with lanterns and torches, bustling with activity as everyone helped eradicate the harmful creatures. It looked chaotic but highly effective. Because there wasn't much of the bait attracting the insects, and due to the lack of visibility at night, no one suspected Nangong Qingjin's involvement. Instead, they anxiously caught bugs and snakes through the night. By dawn, every last bug and snake had been captured. With that, the lights went out, and silence returned to the yard. Standing in a flower pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back, he reflected. The wind from the water palace gently blew, lifting the lotus flowers in a dance, carrying a faint aroma of water chestnuts and lotuses which seemed to soothe the soul, drifting lightly over the surface of the nearby water. Breathing it in brought a soft, clear fragrance. His broad sleeves billowed in the wind like an umbrella expanded. As for the events of today, he was also reflecting on whether Nangong Qingjin had any doubts. However, there wasn't a trace of suspicion visible on Nangong Qingjin's face. In fact, this woman was deeply calculating, so it made sense that her true feelings were hidden. A guard had already arrived in the courtyard and looked at Zisong-hee's back. Your Highness, we cannot figure out why all the insects gathered here. It is strange that there are so many bugs here, but none in the front yard. Did you find anything suspicious, or perhaps something placed here that could attract the insects? He asked, turning around to look at the person replying. This individual quickly lowered his gaze from Zisong-hee's back to his own feet. Report, Your Highness, there is no suspicious object found. The backyard tends to be damp, so it shouldn't be surprising, the guard said. Zisong-hee nodded. Clean everything up. Yes. The guard immediately went off. That night, they worked late into the stillness of the night. Zisong-hee was one of those high IQ individuals who needed less sleep than average people, so even though he rested only after midnight, he woke up looking refreshed and healthy the next morning. There was no sign of fatigue or dull skin. He truly seemed to be in excellent health. After rising, he instructed someone to come in for grooming. There were two girls in this mansion responsible for grooming, brought over from the great imperial palace. One who was deaf as heaven and the other mute as earth. One could hear but not speak. The other could speak but not hear. For Zisong-hee, such disabled people were perfect, because secrets were safe with them. These two girls had followed Zisong-hee for many years from the capital city. When they combed hair, their meticulousness stemmed from their undistracted focus due to their disabilities, making them better at their jobs than normal people. While getting groomed, Zisong-hee glanced at Wu Ho walking in. This Wu Ho was among the guards, relatively speaking, a leader, a capable man who, like Zisong-hee, hardly rested at night, yet always seemed energetic whenever they met. You've arrived, Zisong-hee said, gazing into a bronze mirror polished repeatedly until smooth and bright. Not just the mirror, everything in this room was new and extravagantly luxurious. Greetings, Your Highness, Wu Ho said while bowing 3 times from a meter away after 9 bows total. Yet, he didn't get up immediately, seemingly waiting for an order. Zisong-hee looked at the handsome face reflected in the mirror. How could a man have such delicate, white, smooth skin? How could he exude such a warm and gentle temperament? This puzzled Wu Ho. Today, right after waking up, Zisong he still wore a white feather robe. Not too long nor too short. It couldn't cover his refined clavicles and features, exposing everything clearly. Wu Ho noticed this, immediately glancing back at him, confused as to why his attention was diverted from the two beauties standing nearby to Zisong he instead. The matter has likely been investigated. Bring it forth, Zisong he commanded. Uncertain what to say further, Wu Ho disregarded the presence of the two women, handing over a stack of papers directly to Zisong he, who unfolded them onto the table in front of him. The two women continued grooming without showing much interest in Zisong he's actions, fully focused on completing his grooming routine. One passed a golden bead forward, and the other respectfully held it. The two completed Zisong he's grooming promptly. One then knelt down to signal she would begin facial depilation using silk threads. Before this, another step was required. Rolling a jade roller carved from white jade across his face to both relax his muscles and open his pores, ensuring greater effectiveness. The mute girl skillfully gripped the jade roller, smoothly moving it across his face for quite some time before setting it aside. Finally able to open his heavy eyelids, Zisong he turned his eyes toward the white paper spread on the table. On it were sketches of people's portraits. As soon as he started viewing the first picture, Wu Ho took a step forward. You may rise, you've been kneeling for so long. Saying this, he waved his hand. Only then did Wu Ho stand up and move behind him. Their gazes slightly intersected for a moment. This is, Wu Ho said, slightly shaking the papers in his hands. Your Highness ordered me to investigate whether Nan Gongqingjin is Empress He Lian or not, and I have already looked into it. This one, pointing at the first portrait, is Nan Gongqingjin's father, named Nan Gongxiong. 6 years ago, he was an academician of the Wenyuan Pavilion. Later, he filled a vacancy and became an assistant scholar near the Grand Eunuch. Without any particular attitude, preparing to pick up the second piece of paper, his eyes still lingered on the first page. It seems your king understands now. Originally, it was as such. He gazed at the paper. Indeed, he has a familiar face. Highness, when the new emperor, that is, Huangfu Kongming ascended the throne, this person was already prepared to be groomed as the chief minister. At that time, he supported Huangfu Kongming. Then, it was you who. Ah, was it this king? It seems this king has forgotten. His thin lips curled into a venomous smile as he grasped the second sheet of paper. After examining it, he said, this must be the wife of the university professor. Indeed, she appears quite dignified. On that day, their family fell into ruin, nearly breaking apart with loss of spouse and children. I heard someone set fire, and she perished in the flames, a faithful companion to her master. What a deep affection more resolute than gold. He laughed cruelly. Is this Nan Gongqingjin from 6 years ago? As he spoke, he carefully held a piece of paper and studied the little girl depicted on it. Why does she bear no resemblance to the current one? Is it because your painting lacks likeness? Or because there has been a change? Chapter 156, Sudden Startle of Mountain Birds in the Darkness. No. Wu Ho immediately started to kowtow. We dare not give you anything without it already going through a lot of research and investigation. Our artists pieced together what they gathered from visiting around. Even these artists never saw the Grand Scholar or the Grand Scholar's wife. This sentence indirectly explained a principle. This Grand Scholar was very capable. He confirmed this ability, nodded, paused for a moment, then lightly placed the piece of paper on the table. He looked at himself in the mirror, while the maid had already held 2 thin ropes. She began to roll them gently across his face after tying them together. It didn't hurt, but left a mild, tingling sensation. This method came from the palace and could swiftly remove fine facial hair. This girl, she was only 16 years old back then. Judging by her age now, she is quite close to Nan Gongqingjin. In fact, the Empress knew the art of retaining youth. If Empress Helian indeed had one more life, she would already be 26 years old now, but due to good care, she didn't look any older than 21 or 22. Doesn't she match the description as herself? As he spoke, he opened his eyes. His bright eyes were like daggers, cold, fierce, and with an indescribable feeling. Replying to your highness, this girl has possessed extraordinary talent since childhood. At 6 years old, her father, upon noticing his beloved daughter's deep interest in herbs, invited an extremely remarkable person from the capital to instruct her for a period of time. By the time their country fell and their family perished, this girl had a fortunate destiny. On that day when our fire broke out, this girl was not in her household, but rather, gathering medicine. No, this was merely a guess. Actually, she was stealing some flowering eggplants to eat. Back then, there were many chefs specializing in Chaos Han cuisine in the residence. But since flowering eggplants weren't southern delicacies, Nan Gongqingjin was curious enough to steal and taste them despite everything. However, she didn't know that just as this bite of eggplant entered her mouth, when she opened her eyes again, she had already entered the body of the Empress. What happened that day would only be clear much later to Nan Gongqingjin, and for the moment, she still wasn't aware of anything. Now, hearing this man speak, Zisang he nodded. Are we certain there's no mistake in the investigation? If I'm wrong here, sir, you can simply chop off my head. The reason Zisang he trusted this Wu Ho so much was because this Wu Ho was extremely meticulous and never acted recklessly, a ruthless yet practical character. Due to this nature, at least Zisang he understood clearly that all these intelligence pieces were carefully organized and entirely free from issues. Good, so after that, surely you've conducted investigations, right? As he asked, looking behind at Wu Ho immediately nodded. Afterward, this girl ascended the mountain. That renowned Nan Gong Yuan was actually Nan Gongqingjin's home, where she saved lives. There was a peculiar rule, though. Only treat the poor common folk, turn a deaf ear to the wealthy nobility. Is that correct? Back then, Nangong Yuan was also quite famous. Even Prince Zisang he in the far-off capital city knew this slogan well. Upon hearing this question, Wu Ho quickly nodded with a peculiar appreciative smile. My lord is wise, he replied, then added. Undoubtedly, such rules eventually harmed Nangong Qingjin herself, leading to her being captured, correct? Initially, we wanted to ask the tenant farmers, but unfortunately, they were ignorant. Previously, there was a general who forcefully took Nangong Qingjin away from Nangong Yuan. Many people witnessed it that day, and from then on, Nangong Qingjin was under Huang Fu Kongming. Great. Finally, his hand slammed down hard onto the table. It's true. Huang Fu Kongming imprisoned her woman. Indeed it is. He seemed somewhat agitated. Two women beside him knelt down silently. Out, he coldly gestured, and the servant girl who could hear immediately nodded and took the mute one outside. After they left, the general stepped forward. Drink a cup of wine to settle your shock, he said, holding the wine pot nearby. After drinking a cup of wine, he fixed his cold, bright gaze on the person before him. You've always been someone I trust to get things done. There's no need to explain further events. You've proven this girl is an Empress Hellion. But, what? Wu Ho raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This girl's facial features look exactly the same as Empress Hellion's before this. Such a question actually left Wu Ho unable to answer either. All he could do was look at him helplessly. Girls change greatly when they grow up. It is quite normal for her appearance to differ from before. After all, around 18 years old, people tend to become extremely beautiful. But she looks excessively similar to the previous empress, doesn't she? He asked. Coincidences happen, exactly as you say. Wu Ho continued while speaking further. This intelligence has absolutely no errors. I've killed many people to ensure this information, and now only a very small number of individuals know about it. His method pleased Zisang he greatly. I have taught you time and again. Each and every one of you being soft-hearted renders you useless. Those who are unnecessary should not be kept. He finished his speech, then glanced back. Burn all these papers thoroughly. Leave behind not even a trace. From now on, stay calm, as if nothing has happened. Yes, sir. Ensure the maids guard these two women carefully. They mustn't be harmed. On my end, there's a significant purpose for them. Zisang he said. Wu Ho nodded and held the few sheets of paper in hand, and began swallowing them right in front of Zisang he. Over here, Zisang he handed over an entire pot of wine. Wu Ho, treating the papers like appetizers, swallowed them bit by bit until he finally nodded and left after finishing, seemingly satisfied with his own actions and laughing heartily. After stepping outside, Wu Ho didn't let any expressions cross his face. While walking past Nangong Qingjin's side, she was just cleansing her face. A new day had dawned, and everything was freshly prepared. Suddenly, Xian rashly spilled a basin of water without much care. Though Wu Ho usually acted cautiously, upon that sudden spillage of water, he couldn't avoid it entirely. Not too much of his clothes got wet, but his feet were soaked through. At the occurrence of this unexpected event, Nangong Qingjin immediately came out apologizing for Xian. Sorry, we've just arrived, and my maid here can be quite impetuous. You have my apologies. If my attire is damaged, we'll gladly wash and repair it for you. She spoke humbly while carefully scrutinizing the big man in front of her. Wu Ho originally intended to be angry but still managed to restrain himself. Lady, just be more careful next time. I'm a rough person, and apparently so are you. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Xian quickly replied while reaching out and starting to pat down the general's clothing. Just as she patted, Nangong Qingjin suddenly cried out loud. General, don't move. There's a blood-sucking spider on your knee. The blood-sucking spider was among the deadliest of poisons. Everyone knew this. And seeing such a vibrantly colored spider sitting on his knee made Wu Ho prepare something to remove it. However, quick-acting Nangong Qingjin already seized the golden hairpin from her head and flicked the spider away. Upon seeing the spider fall to the ground, Wu Ho stomped on its back with his foot. Instantly, the venomous spider turned into a blob of colorful pulp. Just a scare. Lady, please don't be afraid. Rest assured, I will also ask my men to inspect thoroughly. Don't worry, I will soon arrange for this. He said smiling and walked away, laughing straightforwardly. Seeing the man go, Nangong Qingjin reached out immediately. By her side, Xian already handed her an Antion jade tablet. The two performed the exchange smoothly. It was seamless. Nangong Qingjin gripped the jade tablet and immediately went inside the room. There were no hidden guards in the house. Once inside, Nangong Qingjin took out the jade tablet engraved with the words, walking in front of the emperor, general, month year, tossing it heavily onto the adjacent position. Indeed so. Xian, who would have thought by Sir wasn't just a merchant after all. I've dragged you into imprisonment again. Imprisonment was something Nangong Qingjin hated most and found most infuriating. However, what could she do? Xian soon consoled her. Miss, since they haven't hurt us and treat us well with food and drink, honestly, our trip thus far has largely depended on Mr. Bai. Xian hesitated. Xian, he plans to use me, but the timing isn't ripe yet. For now, we must pay close attention to everything around us. This is a very dangerous individual. Just earlier, when you splashed water, I noticed, this person's shoes aren't ordinary. They're exactly like the ones worn by Wu Ho in Huang Fu Kongming's quarters. Today, the act of splashing water on Wu Ho served two purposes. One was to steal the jade tablet, and the other was to see what kind of shoes Wu Ho wore. In the imperial capital, most people wear straw shoes, but Wu Ho's footwear was clearly military boots. That alone aside, the few characters walking in front of the emperor on the jade tablet revealed something crucial. This Wuho had come from the imperial city. How could Mr. Bai have connections with someone from the imperial city? Quite a few individuals in this estate were from the capital, not just these military advisors, but also some not quite men, not quite women, whose soft voices betrayed their origins. At first, Nan Gongqingjin did not suspect that these were the legendary eunuchs. Later, it became apparent in the height of summer. The cleanliness of the water used by the eunuchs wasn't immaculate, giving off a faint urine smell, and this revelation startled her. She realized these indeed were eunuchs. Thus, it increasingly troubled Nan Gongqingjin. Just who was this so-called Mr. Bai? If he could manipulate so many people from the capital at will, even command top-ranking imperial guards to serve in his house, where every single guard performed their duties with meticulous precision and showed utmost respect to Mr. Bai, what on earth was the reason behind all this? For now, she couldn't quite figure it out. She handed the jade tablet to Xian. Throw it back where you found it. Make sure no one sees your actions. Yes. Xian immediately took the jade tablet and returned shortly after. Nan Gongqingjin hadn't finished combing her hair yet this morning. It was somewhat disheveled, and she was just about to start brushing it when Wuho suddenly came back with a gentle, simple smile. Chapter 157. Heavenly Calculations and Treachery. Miss, I'll have someone come take a look. We must ensure there are no poisonous insects here that could harm you. It would be a serious matter if that were to happen. Please forgive me. Wuho's face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and Nan Gongqingjin immediately nodded in agreement. General, I thank you for your efforts, said Nan Gongqingjin. Observing Wuho's expression, she realized that despite his modest claim, Wuho carried the demeanor of a general. Not long after, he turned around and said, Miss, do not jest with me. How could I be a general? You possess an extraordinary bearing. Though you may not bear the title of general, in my eyes, you far surpass one. From his earlier composure, it was evident that this man was often referred to as general. At this moment, Nan Gongqingjin had already reached the doorway, where the fiery sun had emerged from the clouds. Xianer and a servant girl held a vanity case, and together they had arrived at the flower hall. In the courtyard, the flower hall was originally rather spacious. Just as they stepped out of the room, Nan Gongqingjin noticed two maids coming out from Zisonghe's quarters. Without warning, Nan Gongqingjin suddenly tripped Xianer. Unaware of her mistress's intentions, Xianer fell flat on her face, sending the jewelry box flying out of her hands. Thankfully, it didn't fall into the water. However, Xianer's abrupt action inadvertently pushed the two nearby maids away with a single palm strike. Ouch, ouch. Is the young lady all right? The two maids fell unexpectedly to the ground. Without hesitation, Nan Gongqingjin quickly rushed to help Xianer up, and then assisted the two fallen maids. Are you both unharmed? As dawn's dew evaporates under sunlight, the yuzu wood floor is damp. It seems Xianer has been careless. Though Xianer wanted to protest being labeled as careless, she understood her miss's intention and nodded accordingly. Sisters, are you unharmed? She asked while gently rubbing the heads of the two maids. One maid could only hear but couldn't speak. The other could only speak but couldn't hear clearly. This led to the two maids kneeling half down in penance. Nan Gongqingjin, known for her intelligence, had already deduced that these two maids were deaf and mute. First, through her professional sensitivity as a healer, her expertise of observation, inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation never failed her. Secondly, her sharp perception revealed that the two women being naturally deaf and mute, one able to talk but not hear, the other who could only hear but not talk, was likely intentional. Behind such an arrangement must lie a hidden mystery worth contemplating. Do not fear. Help me comb my hair, please. Xianer, retrieve those items lest anything gets lost, instructed Nan Gongqingjin. With trepidation, the two maids stood cautiously upon seeing their sweet smile, feeling somewhat reassured. They began helping Nan Gongqingjin tidy herself. Once finished, the two maids left. Meanwhile, a search within the house found no traces of bugs, thanks to the thorough fumigation using mugwort. Wuho also departed, leaving Nan Gongqingjin alone with Xianer. I acted because of the urgency and didn't have time to explain myself fully. Forgive me. What kind of VTube is this? More importantly, next time if you plan something devious, let me know beforehand. Otherwise, I might have really gotten hurt this time. How could we execute any strategy properly if I disclose everything up front? That situation was quite perilous. Out of those two maids, only one screamed, a sign of her natural reticence. Their pain was genuine, and evidently, their conditions weren't feigned. These two girls certainly hold many secrets. This was because throughout the morning, Zisonghe's quarters had seen much activity, revealing important business handled early in the day. Judging by the attention Zisong he devoted to grooming his hair and appearance, a lot of time was wasted on such trivialities. Therefore, Nan Gongqingjin concluded that these two maids were essential to maintaining Zisonghe's image, truly fulfilling roles beyond their physical limitations as the naturally deaf and mute. But, Xianer looked reproachfully at Nan Gongqingjin. Even if you now know they are genuinely deaf and mute, what can they possibly tell you? Or, Xianer, you almost forgot. I'm a doctor. Conditions like theirs aren't insurmountable issues. I've already observed them closely. It merely requires 2 doses of medicine. Even deafness and muteness can be caused and potentially treated with medication. Miss, wouldn't attempting such remedies put us in unnecessary danger? Everything happens according to Mrs. Plans. Now, let's go find the herbs we need in the straw hut. In that era, wealthy families commonly maintained their own herb gardens within the estate, ensuring year-round availability of various medicines due to their concern for the health and well-being of all family members. Although it was managed in a closed manner, there was still a straw hut. From the start, Nangong Qingjin had already been candid with Zisong He, revealing her primary identity as a healer. Now, as a healer, her visit to the straw hut should not have been considered strange. Nowadays, the two of them had found the medicine for treating complete deafness and dumbness in the straw hut and had quietly hidden it away. On this day, Zisong He still came over to share a meal with Nangong Qingjin. After discovering Zisong He's secrets, Nangong Qingjin became more composed than before. First, she realized that Zisong He wouldn't harm her soon. His goal was to play a long game, and she intended to go along with it. Second, she knew at such times she needed to stay calm, not letting Zisong He notice her suspicions. With these realizations, they lightly exchanged smiles and began eating. Tomorrow, I'll still stay here for the time being. After all, the back courtyard is quite cold, so it's only natural there might be bugs. That's fine. With that, the two started eating. After finishing their meal, Nangong Qingjin looked troubled and flushed slightly, glancing sideways at Zisong He. His intention was to walk around in the courtyard after meals to aid digestion. Seeing Nangong Qingjin's hesitant demeanor, he said, "You don't need to rush. Your estate is under construction. When it's ready, you can leave. It feels quite oppressive here, but you needn't worry. I guarantee no one will harm you." "No, master, you've misunderstood me. To tell the truth, today is my father's birthday." Nangong Qingjin's voice lowered as she looked beside her. "Your esteemed father, Actually, Zisong He already knew that Nangong Qingjin's father had passed away. Since he died, what could it mean? Yes, my father has indeed passed away. It's not about my intentions to pay respect since it's inconvenient here anyway. However, my father gave me a golden hairpin once upon a time. Its design is exquisite, and it's not commonly seen in the capital city. Look." While saying so, she took out a gold hairpin. The golden hairpin shimmered brightly, truly an excellent piece. "But this morning, I planned to wear it, yet it snapped." "Alas, there's nothing wrong with that," he replied calmly. "In my estate, there is a mute person who specializes in repairing such items. Tomorrow, I'll ask this mute to come. She can fix this golden hairpin very quickly." Saying this, he handed the hairpin to Nangong Qingjin. "In that case, I thank you." Noticing Nangong Qingjin's deep sorrow on that day, Zisong He spent some time walking together with her. Eventually, realizing their conversation lacked chemistry, he let Nangong Qingjin leave earlier. She awaited the next day when the mute person emerged from Zisong He's side and directly walked over with another servant girl. Nangong Qingjin waited inside her quarters and took out the golden hairpin. The mute examined it and wrote on the table after wetting her fingers with water, "I'll fix it within 3 to 5 days, ensuring it looks exactly the same." "Thank you then," she replied. "Would you do me a favor and style my hair? I noticed your skill yesterday and found it commendable." As she spoke, she nodded, prompting the two girls to immediately start working on her hairstyle. "Miss, our mynah bird was lively yesterday, but it's strange. Today, it seems unable to sing anymore. Don't worry about that. I've already prepared some medicine for it. You feed it to the mynah, and I guarantee it will sing better than a lark by today." Nangong Qingjin chuckled. Initially, the mute hadn't paid much attention, but given her ability to hear, she recalled hearing rumors recently about how capable Nangong Qingjin used to be. If she could revive this mynah bird, then... No, she now had to see for herself. Indeed, seeing the lifeless mynah inside its cage, half dead and unresponsive, Synopsis played with it using a silver hairpin for quite a while, yet the bird remained lethargic, unable even to chirp or move. At this point, Synopsis brought over a bowl of medicine, poured into a small cup. The mynah drank it and rested where it was. Not long after, it suddenly sprang up, flapping its wings and chirping happily in the cage. This sight stunned the mute deeply. She had never witnessed such incredible skill. Henceforth, she admired Nangong Qingjin with absolute reverence. In this way, it was almost forgotten that someone was supposed to style Nangong Qingjin's hair. Nangong Qingjin looked at the girl beside her for a long while before saying, "Your voice is also damaged. I can see that. Since you helped me repair the golden hairpin, and I have no other way to repay you, if you trust me, I'll try to concoct something that will help restore your throat quickly." The girl immediately fell to her knees in deep gratitude, starting to kowtow profusely. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin added, "Firstly, my medical skills are a closely guarded secret. No one should know about them, lest many people from this mansion start seeking me out. Secondly, I truly want to help you. Please do not spread this matter after leaving, alright?" The girl continued to kowtow until Nangong Qingjin finally felt satisfied and gently took the girl's hand. "Alright, today's hairstyle looks good too." Starting from that day onward, using the excuse of helping with the repair and creation of a new golden hairpin, this girl began to visit more frequently. Over time, Zisong He became somewhat neglectful, given that Nangong Qingjin was after all a healer. Because she had not been to the straw hut for a long period, Zisong He completely overlooked her. By the 6th day, the mute's condition was successfully cured by Nangong Qingjin. Overflowing with gratitude, the formerly mute girl already had tears streaming down her face as she knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging her head and calling Nangong Qingjin a reincarnation of the Bodhisattva. Nangong Qingjin, who disliked such flattery deeply, quickly pulled the kneeling girl up. "Please stop this immediately. It's merely what I do. Helping you is the best possible thing. This golden hairpin, I've already improved it to perfection. Please take a look." The girl quickly wiped away her tears and handed the golden hairpin to Nangong Qingjin. After inspecting the hairpin, Nangong Qingjin smiled in satisfaction and promptly pinned it into her cloud-like bun. She then looked at her reflection in the mirror. Chapter 158, A Shocking Secret. Miss, you're truly a beauty unmatched in the world and a rare person. No wonder His Highness worries about you so much. At this remark, Nangong Qingjin's smile froze on her face. The girl realized she had said the wrong thing and immediately stopped speaking. Nangong Qingjin didn't show any reaction. After a brief moment of surprise, she simply allowed the girl to continue pulling another girl next to her to bow repeatedly. The servant and sister have been harmed within one day, unable to speak or hear. Now encountering you is our good fortune. I have an unusual favor to ask. Go ahead and tell me. Since she was originally a person who would always respond to requests due to her compassionate heart, Nangong Qingjin wanted to hear the secrets behind these two words, Your Highness. As the girl continued bowing with sobs. You don't need to keep bowing like this. How could I accept such a grand salute? She said, avoiding slightly while the girl clearly intended to perform a full bow. Consequently, Nangong Qingjin could only hold the girl's hand. That's enough. Please get up. You can directly give instructions. If Miss can do it, will you help the servant, right? While wiping tears, the girl looked at Nangong Qingjin, who couldn't help but nod. Speak. I'll certainly not ignore if I can assist. All right. The girl pulled the other girl nearby. Sister, hurry up and kneel down too. Quickly, quick. Even though the other girl was deaf, seeing her sister's situation, it was quite evident that she understood. Watching the two girls bow pitifully on the ground, she comprehended everything. While nodding, she held the other girl as well. We cannot linger here all day today. I will treat your sister now. Once I figure out the problem, I will determine the illness soon. Afterward, come every day, but remember, the fact that she has started speaking again must be kept secret from outsiders. If it gets out, it won't just be bad for you, but also for me. Yes, how could I possibly forget that? The girl nodded gratefully, both looking at Nangong Qingjin. Due to having recently gained the trust of these two girls, even though the girl showed mercy in her gaze, Nangong Qingjin didn't want to ask questions immediately. Anyway, this white sir was indeed strange, and she hoped the answers to these questions would be revealed by these two girls without prompting. Now, seeing these two crying girls, she promptly helped them up, realizing they were understanding individuals, sighed, packed their tools, and left. In the afternoon, Master Bai came happily, eating together with Nangong Qingjin. Like previous days, Nangong Qingjin was cheerful, and after eating, she said, after lunch, I want to walk around on the street, partly to relax, and partly to buy some things I need. It's chaos outside. I suggest you avoid unnecessary movements. If you need something, just let me know, and the skilled people in my household will deliver what you need according to your requirements. Don't push yourself. No, some things can only be bought by me personally. Seeing Nangong Qingjin being so serious, Master Bai could only pretend to agree. All right, if there's anything you need, just say so. Don't feel distant here. I've never considered you as an outsider. That is your deep friendship. I'm lacking nothing. Please tend to your own business. I merely intend to take a casual stroll. Nangong Qingjin wasn't planning to leave immediately. She just wanted to walk around a bit and inquire about the most accurate information regarding Huang Fukongming. Since Huang Fukongming's small squad was completely wiped out, she began to think about him. The rejected Huang Fukongming outside the gate, the melancholy-filled Huang Fukongming, countless versions of Huang Fukongming, all those Huang Fukongmings loving her and bullying her. Many thoughts. After eating, she planned to rest since it was already too hot. Since she had started to suspect this white master, she occasionally observed his every word and action. It was clear that he was someone accustomed to privilege from childhood, not knowing where rice comes from. At least now, she saw that this white master's embroidered shoes were similar to the boots of the plump man before, all engraved with 5-clawed golden dragons. This 5-clawed golden dragon wasn't something anyone could use or possess freely. Based on current observations, the 5-clawed golden dragon must surely belong to the emperor. The two of them glanced at each other, speechless for a long while. Eventually, she truly prepared to rest, and he had no choice but to bid farewell and return. However, after returning, he had already given an order. After Nangong Qingjin stepped out, they must track her. Once rested, Nangong Qingjin set off with Xian'er toward the gate. This time, she left without anything in hand, quickly mingling into the crowd. But soon enough, Nangong Qingjin realized that someone was following her. In the capital, it took quite some effort for her and Xian'er to finally shake off their tail. In the city, the two hoped to visit taverns and theaters. Ideally, they would have gone to a brothel, as such places often harbored even more accurate and reliable information. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. After visiting several taverns, they found the people there vividly turning many things done by Huang Fukongming into entertaining performances. Some storytellers boldly recounted the great achievements of Huang Fukongming and the former empress, seemingly fearless. These stories were not groundbreaking, merely repetitions, and even Nangong Qingjin thought this rehashing lacked any substantial meaning. Just as Nangong Qingjin stood up to leave, Xian'er suddenly said, "Miss, I just saw a spy. Let's lose this spy and go." The two had come on a mission with their own special purpose, so having someone follow was completely meaningless. Walking ahead for a while, they split up shortly after and successfully lost the spy tracking them. At the appointed street corner ahead, the two girls met again. Nangong Qingjin then said, "Look, danger is everywhere. We must head back. Miss, today's opportunity is perfect. Why don't we flee now? Wouldn't that be better?" Xian'er suggested. "Xian'er, you don't realize yet. You've almost forgotten what the mute girl called him, Your Highness. Those who can be addressed as Your Highness in the capital are only two, Emperor Huang Fu Wenliang and the Emperor's younger brother, Zi Sanghe. So, how does this relate to our escape? Xian'er couldn't comprehend, thinking this was indeed the best chance to flee. In her eyes, opportunities like this didn't come around twice. You haven't forgotten that a person titled, Your Highness has unparalleled reach. If we don't show up tonight, he will immediately have everyone guarding the city gates. It won't take long for us to be captured. First attempts are always easier. After a failed first escape attempt, a second will be much harder. Miss, your insight is truly extraordinary, Xian'er said, sighing involuntarily, her melancholy eyes brimming with doubts. Then, what should we do next? Is this man the Emperor or Zi Sanghe? That's exactly what we need to figure out. Why has he kept me under house arrest? That remains a mystery. Nan Gongqingjin sighed while speaking, noticing that after being outside for an hour, the sky had grown dark with thick, leaden clouds. Seeing this, Nan Gongqingjin immediately grabbed Xian'er's hand. A thunderstorm is coming. Hurry, let's find shelter. Xian'er noticed a large banyan tree nearby, seeing many people seeking refuge beneath its branches, and immediately moved toward it. Ancient people certainly did not know that taking shelter under a big tree during a storm could be dangerous. Nan Gongqingjin, instead of joining them, upon seeing the crowd gathered beneath the tree, immediately began guiding the crowd away. Everyone, this place is unsafe. Sheltering under the tree will attract the lightning. Please seek shelter under the eaves. At first, the crowd was uncertain, but seeing Nan Gongqingjin's urgent expression, decided to trust her and move. No sooner had they all relocated when a thunderbolt struck the massive trunk of the tree, splitting it in half. A bright flash exposed the white core of the tree. The crowd gasped in unison, and one by one, they turned gratefully toward Nan Gongqingjin, who hadn't anticipated becoming the center of attention once more. This young lady, what is your name? Where is your household located? One day, I must pay a personal visit to thank you. Your words earlier were perfect and insightful, literally amazing. If not for you, my means of making a living would have been destroyed. Immediately, a man stepped forward. This man was about the same age as Nan Gongqingjin. With just one glance, it was clear he was a disingenuous character. Nan Gongqingjin sighed, and could only nod in response. As for her name and age, she refused to divulge any information. Xian'er, however, fabricated lies readily, satisfying the inquiries of those standing nearby. Miss, you've saved a life. Please don't rush off. Stay and eat at my home tonight. I'll prepare a welcome feast for you. Another person began flattering her. Miss, please wait. I wish to host a banquet in your honor, a grand welcome. Miss, are you coming or not? Your presence will suffice. To decline is a clear disregard for my feelings. I shall be truly upset, this person added, deliberately contorting his face to show mock anger. I have something else to do. I must take my leave. Nan Gongqingjin spoke, while walking away toward her intended position. A few martial Ho warriors, likely sent by Master Bai, noticed someone following her. They immediately moved in, surrounding the group without hesitation, and proceeded to beat them until their noses bled and faces were bruised. Though Nan Gongqingjin knew these Ho warriors had used excessive force, she was still grateful to see such ruffians punished. Afterward, having bought phoenix rolls and other delicacies with Xian'er earlier, she decided it was time to return home. In reality, Master Bai's concerns for her safety were not unfounded. This place brimmed with danger, so much so that it was hard to put into words. Though Nan Gongqingjin herself was innocent and unsullied, distinguishing between good and bad people often fell to Xian'er. Chapter 159. It turns out he was looking for me too. Not possessing those sharp eyes, I probably truly belong to the socially awkward kind. Going home earlier would have been good. Now, there's no more avoidance, and I even start to thank the Martial Marquis, who just fought a big battle. In fact, Lord Bai can take advantage of me, and why shouldn't I use Lord Bai? Because taking advantage is mutual, we can gain some benefits from it. Thinking of this, Nan Gongqingjin feels more enlightened than before. The things bought were not many: blue and white porcelain, various kinds of cosmetics, and some snacks. Although the cooks in this residence are quite numerous, their dishes all taste the same, which isn't what Nan Gongqingjin likes. By the time it reaches you, the 9th period of the day, it is summer. If it were winter, it would already be pitch dark. Nan Gongqingjin immediately headed back. There was still over an hour before nightfall. After walking for a while, she had noticed someone sneaking behind her. She stopped at a wall corner. Hey! Unexpectedly, at the wall corner, Nan Gongqingjin discovered a Marquis following her. The Marquis, seeing Nan Gongqingjin there, wiped the fine sweat off his face. Miss Nan Gong, could I borrow you for a word? Not possible. Say what you want to say here. I can hear. No, this matter is too serious to discuss under broad daylight. I have already lost all your people in the chaos. Now, I want to talk to you alone. This person said while looking at Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin only felt that this person looked familiar, not someone newly acquainted with Lord Bai. After looking for a long time, she finally recognized him, saying, You're Gao Qi Qian. This person used to be by the side of Huang Fu Kongming. He was also mentioned as one of the best capable generals after Chu Feng. As for what happened later between them, Nan Gongqingjin did not know. Seeing General Gao now reminded her so much of Huang Fu Kongming himself, that she immediately broke into a cheerful smile. Does this count as meeting an old friend in a distant place? Nan Gongqingjin said, lightly smiling, and could only follow this General Gao forward. They arrived at a relatively quiet inn, but still unsatisfied, chose a place that was less conspicuous. The two went upstairs, leaving Xian downstairs. Xian kept looking around left and right, fearing someone was spying. Luckily, there wasn't anyone extra in this area. While Xian was tidying up the things Nan Gongqing bought that day, she was still uneasy and kept glancing around. Nan Gongqing had already reached the neighboring Chi Chu pavilion with him. Here, they could climb the building and look far away. Since there was no intention for a long conversation, she didn't eat anything. General Gao could only order a couple of li hua bai, a kind of liquor, drinking while discussing recent events. When did you leave? General Gao completely didn't know when Nan Gongqing left. Nan Gongqing only faintly smiled. Probably by the second day, everything on your side was chaotic. I guess my luck was good, and I evacuated safely. That's your thought. With the prince around, how could it be chaotic? General Gao said while looking at Nan Gongqing, then added, pitiful, the 300-person small team, none survived, all were eliminated. As he spoke, he tilted the wine goblet in his hand, spilling some alcohol on the ground, and said, what the common people say has both truths and falsehoods. Some say you thoroughly failed this time. The anti-bandit operation was a great success for Zisang, he and Huang Pu Wenliang, Nan Gongqing said, while sipping the li hua bai. Then, how about him? The prince is fine. That's the common people's one-sided assumption. Imagine, we sacrificed 300 people, but killed 20,000. Is this also considered failure? Naturally not, Nan Gongqing said, looking at General Gao, who moved on to the next topic. After the prince fled from the mansion, though he's fine now, he previously encountered a lot of dangers. He has scattered his army in pieces around the surrounding areas. He has always been cautious. But I still hope you can remind your prince that being in the capital is very different from the mountains. We need to be more vigilant. And you, where have you settled recently? Why are there so many hangers-on when you move? He said, angrily pounding the table as he spoke. These people, it's really outrageous. If we were still on the mountain, with my violent temper, I would have beaten each of them away by now. General, please calm down. There is nothing to be afraid of in this matter. The place where I currently stay is truly spine-chilling. Despite whatever she had encountered, Nan Gongqing still maintained a poker face, exactly the same as before. For just an instant when the two met, there was a fleeting trace of a smile on Nan Gongqing's lips, but after that, her expression remained unchanged. Her gaze fell on General Gao as she recounted all her experiences and encounters, including meeting Bai Gongzi, the obliging young master. Given her description, it was understandable why Nan Gongqing would use such a chilling adjective as spine-chilling. Indeed, her current situation seemed quite perilous. After listening, he nodded his head and asked, is this Bai Gongzi someone who likes wearing white clothes? Yes. Does this Bai Gongzi appear with the delicate features of a pretty boy, looking as if a single gust of wind could knock him down? Am I right? At this, Nan Gongqing immediately nodded. Someone calls Bai Gongzi your highness, so judging from this, Bai Gongzi must be Zisang he, not the emperor. Nan Gongqing thought it might be the emperor, since only the emperor could recognize her resemblance to the former empress amidst so many people. But General Gao quickly waved his hand. Miss, there are only two your highnesses at present. One is the Bai Gongzi you mentioned, which is Zisang he. Zisang he differs from Huang Fu Wenliang. How does he differ? Zisang he is always as elegant and gracious as jade, seeming calm, yet wielding astonishingly ruthless methods. Other than that, the second is Emperor Huang Fu Wenliang. Do you know what kind of person Huang Fu Wenliang is? I truly have no idea. Please enlighten me. While drinking, Nan Gongqing watched General Gao. Gao Qiqian immediately nodded. Actually, it's normal that you don't know. Huang Fu Wenliang appears stout, and is indeed a true, smiling tiger. From a distance, he looks like a rolling ball of flesh. That's who Huang Fu Wenliang is. As for Zisang he is the dream lover of countless women. After hearing this analysis from General Gao, she finally comprehended, nodding repeatedly. Once she finished nodding, she smiled lightly. Good, I finally understand his identity. However, I am unclear why he continues to masquerade as this so-called Bai Gongzi and what intentions he harbors towards me. Your face resembles the former Empress Helian closely. Now, he must surely have some purpose. Please watch out for your safety. After saying this, General Gao nodded. He is well as long as he is fine. Convey a message for me. The previous misunderstanding has been completely erased. This imperial capital is full of chaos, requiring people like your prince. If I ever get the chance to meet your prince again, I will assist him. She continued, standing up as she spoke. I am now literally negotiating with a tiger. I need to leave immediately. You, take care of yourself and do not let others find out who you are or where you're staying. Miss, don't you want to inquire about his location? No. She said this, then walked towards the door. Xian had already waited till she became bored, and upon seeing Miss descend the stairs, immediately took hold of Miss's hand. Miss, you finally come down. Did you know how worried I was when I thought about you being around underlings of Huang Fu Kongming? Xian, there's nothing worth worrying about in any matter. The more nervous you are, the more complicated the issue becomes. Now we need to go back. The two acted as if nothing happened, laughing and talking as they walked toward their destination. They didn't walk far before almost reaching home. Bai Gongzi assumed that the two of them had discovered something suspicious and fled, but upon seeing the two return laughing happily, he smiled and approached. Why did you come back at such a late hour? I was genuinely worried. Indeed, you've troubled Master. These are things I bought for Master. Originally, I went out casually, but if you're concerned, I'll simply stop going out in the future. Actually, there's really no reason for you to worry. Who would dare lay a finger on me here in the capital under the sun of heaven? That's naturally true. He said this while taking hold of the items Nan Gongqing Jin had bought for him. A fan tassel, crystal clear, obviously of high quality. There were also a few small trinkets, which fascinated him as he looked at them. You also understand these things, truly a versatile talent. While saying this, she continued, I guess you still haven't eaten, and neither have I. Come on, let's eat. Saying this, she grabbed Nan Gongqing Jin's hand, who nodded in agreement. Xian had already parted ways. Xian went back and left behind a small portion of the phoenix pastries and various snacks purchased that day. Xian waited inside for Nan Gongqing Jin, while Nan Gongqing Jin started eating with the master, Bai Gongzi. Having gone out today, Nan Gongqing Jin also learned about the prices of cosmetics and perfumes in the capital. The prices of such items had risen significantly recently. Now, upon returning, inquiries were made indirectly but cautiously. She couldn't ask questions too brazenly. But after asking her questions, the clever Nan Gongqing Jin soon realized something important. This Bai Gongzi was clearly not suited for commerce. Nevertheless, to appear convincing, Bai Gongzi must have memorized quite a bit of information as responses to potential inquiries were given without hesitation. Answering calmly, Bai Gongzi's knowledge appeared comprehensive, but it soon became clear that all the prices mentioned belonged to 2 months ago. For example, the cost of an especially precious kind of incense would fluctuate with each season throughout the year. If they were truly operating using Zisanghe's current price list, they'd have surely incurred massive losses by now. Nan Gongqing Jin refrained from raising any suspicion about this matter, only maintaining a faint smile. Not long afterward, both of them had tried most of the delicacies available in the capital. Chapter 160. Doubts are not without reason. Given the current situation, this guy really seems to have never even tried these snacks. How could such a person who lives in luxury not know about something as basic as food? Now, Nan Gongqing Jin further proved that he was someone born into wealth and privilege. So, he simply had no clue about anything. After eating, Nan Gongqing Jin looked around and noticed many traces. Since the last incident, there were fewer eavesdroppers in the back courtyard. Nan Gongqing Jin immediately noticed this. Bai Gongzi accompanied Nan Gongqing Jin, walking on the midnight corridor. That thing you just ate, which is a bit greasy, is actually called hulu too, she said with a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Hearing this, Bai Gongzi stepped forward. Walk slower. I can barely keep up with you. Why is it called hulu too? Because the shape of this dish resembles a gourd. Hence the name. She laughed as she explained. Actually, it's another name for braised fatty intestine. It's like we previously called fried eggplant flowering eggplant, but here, it has a more refined and elegant name. Really? Bai Gongzi felt an unusual smell while eating, but never expected that what he just ate was pig's intestine. Frankly speaking, Bai Gongzi was a rather clean freak kind of person and almost vomited. This also made Zisanghe understand that the girl before him must have grown up in an ordinary household because the empress wouldn't eat street snacks. However, Nan Gongqing Jin just now ate them all clean. Judging by the eating manner, this girl wasn't so elegant. It seemed that she was quite similar indeed. Was your life as a doctor, saving lives and healing the wounded, good? Asked Bai Gongzi as he watched Nan Gongqing Jin walking ahead. Seeing a red flower, she immediately picked it, holding it in her hand while letting the petals fall gently as she smiled faintly. Of course it's good. Every time I see a patient recover, I feel extremely happy. That smile reminds me of a newborn baby, although I've never seen a real newborn. But I clearly know that many illnesses, once cured, make people feel as joyous as newborns. That analogy is quite fitting. The person beside her said, smiling again. Is this then your reason for saving lives and healing the wounded? In my childhood, both my father and mother were plagued by various illnesses. Initially, I wanted to study hard so I could be of great use later. Who would have known that now I'm not only of no help, but even burdened by it instead? Sigh. You shouldn't sigh so immaturely. Haven't I already begun to refurbish your humble hut? You'll soon be able to return to your old profession, so don't lose heart. Saying this, he gave her an encouraging smile. Honestly, seeing such a beautiful smile from him, Nan Gongqing Jin couldn't imagine that this man was a very evil person, someone who killed mercilessly. Wasn't it said that one's appearance mirrors their inner self? Then why did this man seem like such a different person? Nan Gongqing Jin sighed softly, and the person beside her quickly noticed this gesture. Are you sad, or do you miss home? Don't worry, this place is your home too. But it's still different. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. I may have disturbed you. Recently, you've been busy, with so many guests coming and going, it seems they are always around you. Merchants usually have a lot of customers. If there weren't any, the business would fail. The words were quite reasonable, and Nan Gongqing Jin immediately nodded in agreement. After a moment, she said, it's getting late. Let's rest early. Alright. They parted ways, and that night, Nan Gongqing Jin slept soundly. First, today's journey was long, so she was quite tired. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. Secondly, knowing that there were fewer trackers around brought her peace, allowing her to rest well. The next day, when she opened her eyes, 2 maids had already hurried to the backyard. After helping Bai Gongzi get ready, coincidentally, Bai Gongzi had already gone out. Seeing Bai Gongzi leave, this was the best opportunity. While the 2 maids were fixing her hair, Nan Gongqing Jin was already quite cheerful. One maid was cooking medicine, while the other quietly revealed the truth. So, your Bai Gongzi is truly the prince, the 3rd son of the capital city. I see. So, you must have understood from the legends who the 3rd prince is, a ruthless man. I wasn't born to be mute. This silence was for my own safety. Alright, tell me everything you know. I will remember quickly and forget just as fast, she said, her eyes fixed on the girl. The black tresses in the maid's hand fell onto her shoulder before being grasped again. Forget it. Spilling a little secret, or all of it made no difference now. Based on what they'd observed so far, Nangong Qingjin seemed like an easy person to get along with and didn't blabber nonsense. Without hesitation, the girl revealed everything she knew. Nangong Qingjin was startled. How terrifying. It turns out on the bait. Miss, please lower your voice. There are guards around us. Don't say that. The maid explained how Zisong, he planned to use Nangong Qingjin as bait to capture Huangfu Kongming. Enraged, but also recognizing Zisong, his extreme cruelty, Nangong Qingjin clenched her teeth while staring at her reflection in the mirror. So, those people coming and going these past few days must all be top figures in the court, right? She asked, her gaze still on the maid combing her hair. As soon as the maid finished styling the last strand on her head, she nodded. That's correct. Good, I finally understand. Thank you, Nangong Qingjin said. In the future, be careful. Your chronic illness has been cured, but you must not let him know about it. Your sister will recover soon, so don't worry. Thank you, miss. But I do have one question. Isn't Miss actually the former Empress Helion? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just asking casually. The maid glanced at Nangong Qingjin's face reflected in the copper mirror. Are you truly the late Empress? If I were the late Empress, I wouldn't know medicine. If I were her, I would have long thought of an escape plan and succeeded already. After all, the late Empress is human, and humans only live once. I am not her. She sighed after saying this. I see, I understand now. I will keep your secrets tightly sealed. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. The maid said and left with her sister. Since there wasn't much interaction between Nangong Qingjin and the two maids, no one in the house had any suspicions. Girls getting skilled girls to style their hair. It was something almost every woman did naturally, and such thoughts should be severed early. As for talking, these two girls were as if deaf and dumb. They couldn't freely discuss anything with Nangong Qingjin. After Nangong Qingjin dismissed the two girls, Xian's face turned pale as paper. Miss, how could he have had such an idea? Aren't we in danger now? When have we not been in danger? Don't worry, Xian. Now we understand each other's plans. Escaping isn't impossible. The current capital city is already doomed. To leave successfully, I must take action, Nangong Qingjin said, tightening her fists. Miss, stop it already. You and I are mere mortals. Surely, you won't do anything reckless. Saying this, Xian grabbed Nangong Qingjin's hand. You're here, and I feel happy. As for the rest, I haven't thought about it. Right now, all I think about is taking you away from here. Now, I absolutely don't want to leave. Didn't you just hear? He treats me as a weapon. When he hasn't started using me yet, why not enjoy the comfort of soft pillows? I'll meticulously arrange everything so that they reap what they sow. If we flee now and are caught again, our situation will worsen and we'll end up in hell. Miss, you're always intelligent. You're smart too. Everything needs patience. Good Xian, you'll come to understand. After all this, don't you realize that the more calm we are, the less misfortunes dare approach us? That's inevitable. Yes, Xian could only nod after experiencing all these events. Though things were perilous in the beginning, thanks to Nangong Qingjin's assistance, they weren't dangerous anymore. Miss, prepare early. What do you want to eat today? I'll ask the kitchen staff to make it for you. Something simple. Just don't make food that doesn't suit everyone's tastes. Yes. Xian attended to Nangong Qingjin with great diligence. On the other side, Gao Qi had already reported to Huangfu Kongming about encountering Nangong Qingjin on the road. Huangfu Kongming was quite delighted and asked, Where? I knew it. I just knew it. He's still alive, truly so. In his joy, Huangfu Kongming paced back and forth. Seeing this, General Gao immediately recounted where he encountered Nangong Qingjin and what the two discussed in detail. After hearing it all, Huangfu Kongming became worried. Just moments ago, he was happy, but now a faint sadness enveloped his heart. You say? Nangong is already in the hands of Zisong He. She told me herself. I thought she should have left earlier. However, it seems it's not that easy. There were always tales following her on the road, and I helped take care of a few. As General Gao spoke, he added, the largest residence towards the north of the capital, near Jiui Avenue, known as Lord Bai's Manor, is actually the lair of the Crown Prince. Turns out he's much like me, Huangfu Kongming said, pausing for a moment. I want to try to see her. What method do you suggest? It would be best if she could come out. With Zisong He's unpredictable nature, there's no doubt that Nangong must be under extremely tight surveillance within the estate. To avoid unnecessary complications and strange trivial matters, you'd better not go there. Now that we know the location, seeing her later won't be an issue either. Chapter 161, Nangong Qingjin's preparations. Did she really say that she has already let go of the past? Previously, it was a huge misunderstanding. She now knows that you had no choice given such misunderstandings back then. Since things have passed, she says she has long forgotten about it. Helion is similar, yet different, Huangfu Kongming said, and continued. Now we need to be very cautious, because there are always eyes around us. Tell the men to look around more when they go out. Yes, Your Highness. After the last bloody incident at the estate, many people thought Huangfu Kongming had lost his spirit, but they were all wrong. After that life and death situation, Huangfu Kongming became even wiser and sharper than before. As an old saying goes, adversity strengthens a nation. Huangfu Kongming is staying here for now, just waiting for the best opportunity, like a ferocious beast crouching in the grass before capturing its large prey. It seems that Huangfu Kongming has been staying indoors recently, as if he hasn't done anything. But there are always some extraordinary people in this world who are admirable. We must believe this phrase, planning in the command tent and deciding victories thousands of miles away. Now, what he looks forward to is seeing Nan Gongqing. The previous misunderstandings have finally passed. He hopes that Nan Gongqing doesn't hold any grudges, so these matters can truly move forward from the past. Now, he already knows where Nan Gongqing is currently staying. Seeing her is not easy, but it's also not exactly difficult. For Huangfu Kongming, nothing in the world is absolutely difficult. After Nan Gongqing returned, she needs to pay more attention to everything around her. After the conflict with Lu Meyer, Nan Gongqing has become more cautious, so she notices more suspicious points than before. Although Nan Gongqing is not Empress Hellion, she does not fall short of her in any way. From the many things Nan Gongqing usually does, we can see that she has now learned from the two maids Tianlong and Dia that this by Sir is actually Zisong in disguise. As for the purpose, it is simply to determine whether she is Empress Hellion or herself, Nan Gongqing. In response, she decides to play along. If it were a normal person, they would likely feel frightened in such a situation, but Nan Gongqing, on the contrary, remains calmer than usual. She continues her daily routine, smiling as she eats and smiling while facing everyone. Before Zisong, her eyes are more observant, though she isn't completely certain whether he knows she is Nan Gongqing. Since making up her mind, she indeed found Zisong to be a man full of hidden meanings in his words, always trying to pry into her more personal secrets. This makes her guard even tighter. Each time their conversation approaches a sensitive topic, just as it is about to expose Nan Gongqing, Nan Gongqing stops at just the right moment, leaving Zisong puzzled. Moreover, Zisong has no idea that the two maids by his side have already been bribed by Nan Gongqing to avoid being discovered. This morning, after inspecting the elder sister of the mute girl, Nan Gongqing smiled. Now that your illness has been cured, my place is dangerous, like melon fields and plum trees. You two don't come around unless you hear from me. Yes, one maid said. The prince was originally a very cold person and also rather cunning, so we should be careful. Right? Take care of yourselves. There's no need for gratitude. It was merely a favor. Actually, I did it to ensure my own safety too. It's mutually beneficial. While saying this, she held the hands of the two maids. One maid said, "Take care, Mississippi." Another had tears welling up in her eyes, as if there wouldn't be another chance to meet again. At this moment, Nan Gongqing also looked at these two maids. These young girls were evidently naive, but life had battered them severely. All she could do now was sigh. Nan Gongqing discovered a truth. The closer someone is to Zisong, the more dangerous it becomes. This man has far too many secrets, and his greatest fear is having them exposed to the public. Therefore, the harm begins with those closest to him. Nan Gongqing thought of this and couldn't help but feel her hairs tremble, but soon she let go of the handmaid's hand. After wiping away the tears, the three of them bid a reluctant farewell. In the future, they would only come if Nan Gongqing summoned them. Otherwise, they wouldn't show up. This was the safest option. The two girls likely believed that Nan Gongqing truly was Empress Hellion. Smiling earnestly, these handmaids came from humble origins and were well aware of the common people's suffering. Now seeing how Nan Gongqing genuinely acted for the people's benefit, there was no question about supporting her. Now, it could be said that Nan Gongqing had planted two ears by Zisong's side, though this wasn't the most crucial part yet. What mattered even more came later. To obtain first-hand information channels, Nan Gongqing considered herself to have done well. But merely well was far from very well. A difference remained. Watching the nearby woman leave, Nan Gongqing faintly smiled. Sienna then approached with a sigh, as if sharing similar sorrows. "Miss, your kindness is deep," she said. "Not quite," Nan Gongqing replied, a touch of sadness in her smile. "It sounds good when I say I'm helping others for their own sake, but it's really all for myself. I know I need these two girls, ever since I saw them from afar, and I understood they needed help. They desire language and hearing so much, I can tell. That's why I reached out to assist, and now we are mutually benefiting each other. If anything, I'm the selfish one," she sighed. "There's no such thing as helping someone without a reason." This principle, Nan Gongqing grasped since she became a healer. This feeling, which lingered like a shadow, always weighed on her heart. Back then, not lacking money, saving lives was just about treating patients. But now, her skills often become exploitable resources. Should she take pride or pity on herself? Seeing Nan Gongqing reproach herself like this, Sienna immediately countered. If someone truly claims they're selfish, then this person isn't selfish. What kind of reasoning is that? Nan Gongqing glanced at her, while Sienna smiled faintly. You think? Someone who is genuinely selfish probably won't see their own flaws. Now, you're doing this for yourself, but also for others. Actually, more for yourself. Sienna, you've learned to spout clever phrases. Nan Gongqing joked. No, Sienna immediately rebutted. No evil person writes, I am evil on their forehead. Similarly, no good person would claim, I am good. So, miss, you don't have to feel so guilty. AI, this matter has passed. Hereafter, let's not mention what has already passed to ensure our safety. Right now, we haven't done anything yet. Instead, I want you to help me brainstorm an idea. What should we do? Please speak, miss. Sienna knew that the current Nan Gongqing led a more constricted life than before. Huangfu Kongming might once have been colder, crueler, but he didn't harbor malice. Even knowing she aborted his child, there was still no intent for harm. The worst outcome would be imprisonment, though food deprivation was definitely not arranged by Huangfu Kongming, rather by his underlings planning ahead. Now things have changed into what they are today. Zisong he wouldn't act without profit involved. He wasn't the type to do meaningless deeds. He clearly knew, and so did Xianer, sitting here beside Nangongqing Jin. Checking around carefully, Nangongqing Jin asked quietly, "Do you have any thoughts on how to get someone to help me connect with His Royal Highness?" "Miss, you are so bold," Xianer exclaimed wide-eyed, surprised at Nangongqing Jin. But she quickly calmed down and added, "However, this is your heroic nature showing." Hearing this, Nangongqing Jin herself couldn't help but laugh. Yet, knowing is easier than doing. What ways could I stir up some chaos here? It's currently too peaceful here. It's not a good thing. Miss wishes to create disorder. Even though I am stupid, I've been by your side for long enough. Gradually, I've learned to read much from your eyes and expression. Now I have a thought, an old idea indeed. Xianer, give. Nangongqing Jin was wary of the safety issues and had already handed over a jade chopstick to Xianer. Xianer pondered for a moment, dipped it into the water nearby, and swiftly began writing on the tabletop. Once this started, Nangongqing Jin immediately saw it and couldn't help but smile faintly. Good Xianer, your wit has far surpassed your own imagination. The wise ones speak not, yet people follow them naturally. You're the kind who is wise under a guise of foolishness, best of all. As she spoke, Xianer followed with laughter too. Xianer is stupid. Whether this plan works or not still needs you, miss, to weigh in on it. Nangongqing Jin would naturally deliberate. However, very soon, she smiled. According to my observation, this method cannot be bettered. If this succeeds, we will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Xianer, what now matters is your safety. I'll protect you like a shadow at your side. This gives you. While speaking, Nangongqing Jin handed over a two-tone bottle, black and white, to Xianer. After grasping it, Xianer sniffed and said, "This white one can make someone unconscious, and this black one makes the skin itch." Yes, the antidotes for both drugs are the same. But without my antidote, no one can cure it. In fact, the antidote is also in the bottle, Xianer, see? You just need to mix these two poisons together to get the antidote. Miss, you're going against nature. How did you even come up with such a poison? I like tinkering aimlessly, don't you know? As Nangongqing Jin spoke, she laughed. Neither of us has much skill, so think about nature now. Wild beasts go alone one by one, whereas true snakes, insects, and rodents always come in teams. Chapter 162, Mistress and Servant Working Together. Miss, what you said is so true. Xianer almost wanted to clap her hands. Nangongqing Jin then said, "We aren't even little beasts. We are merely tiny insects. For our own safety, how many of these tiny insects are naturally endowed with venom? Now this is you and my fangs." Miss, understood. Xianer, there's no time to waste. Delays will lead to changes. Starting today, let us carefully observe. As she spoke, she gripped Xianer's hand and wiped clean the writing that Xianer had left on the table. Naturally, Nangongqing Jin wanted someone to help her look for Huang Fu Kongming. However, since this was Zhanghe's territory, cultivating a trustworthy aide here now would be an extremely difficult task, an aide who willingly offered their service. After all, it was clear from everything here that the people Zhanghe hired were all one-of-a-kind individuals. Not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, but each one wasn't easily swayed by money because, to them, silver meant nothing. Yet, Nangongqing Jin could still make these people fall into her trap, one by one, without rushing. Currently, although they were under someone else's control and appeared unable to act, despite their physical restrictions, their thoughts remained nimble. The master and servant quickly devised an ingenious plan. This strategy was so clever that ordinary men would not even dare to imagine it. Now, Nangongqing Jin could only gradually cultivate the necessary conditions from scratch, maturing something that started out completely unripe. She already smiled faintly as her gaze moved forward. The weather today was exceptionally fine, sunny and bright. By midday, Nangongqing Jin did not expect the two maids who had just left in the morning to have already returned. Fearing Zhanghe might become suspicious, she immediately grabbed the hands of the two maids and, in a waterside pavilion nearby, instructed them to help her with her makeup. From this spot, the view was wide open and expansive. People passing by could also see Nangongqing Jin and the two maids together, yet no one came to spy or eavesdrop. Nangongqing Jin realized that with many things, the more you try to hide them, the more likely you invite curiosity and the urge to spy. But if you treat the matter as inconsequential, others will lose interest too. First, everyone knew that the two maids were deaf as heaven and mute as earth. What could they possibly tell Nangongqing Jin? They simply arranged her hair in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Moreover, even if these two maids could speak and dare to talk, they wouldn't anyway. Why? One maid was called Heaven Deaf because she couldn't hear, while the other was known as Earth Mute because she couldn't speak, despite having functional hearing. Neither of them was physically complete, making them some of the most trusted by Zhanghe. The two maids looked at each other for a moment. One held the dragon-patterned jade comb and began combing Nangongqing Jin's hair, while the other positioned herself protectively in front. Though the process of combing didn't last long, the words spoken by the maid were even shorter, tragically brief. Fortunately, Nangongqing Jin was astute and quickly comprehended. In the afternoon, in the back courtyard's waterside pavilion, His Majesty will arrive. Upon hearing this, Nangongqing Jin nodded. After that statement, the two maids focused entirely on arranging her hair. Good, good, I prefer your craftsmanship. Smiling confidently as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, the hairstyle these two maids had created for her today was rather common. Yet within its ordinariness lay a special beauty. It seemed simple, but within this simplicity resided both grace and complexity. Her black hair was adorned with only a single gold hairpin. The pattern on the hairpin was intricate and elegant, featuring a radiant golden phoenix. It was truly beautiful. Even Nan Gongqingjin noticed that after changing her hairstyle, she felt strangely infatuated with the mirror in her hands, unwilling to put it down. After dismissing the two maids, Nan Gongqingjin showed no urgency because, at least, she understood that Zisang, he didn't want her to meet Wen Liang. If she wanted to create chaos, it was simple. Do exactly what the other side least wishes to see happen. With this thought, Nan Gongqingjin suddenly became enlightened. Smirking slightly, she began waiting for the opportune time. The time was the afternoon, the location was the back courtyard, and the meeting would be with the emperor. She had only heard about Huang Fu Wen Liang and never met him in person. People said that the current empress was also a stunning beauty. However, though ostensibly belonging to the emperor, that wasn't entirely true. She was Zisang He's person, and now, after everything had been thoroughly combed through, she gradually came to understand another principle. Both these men were lustful and would not let themselves fall behind in anything. Very well, that much was clear. Once the situation became crystal clear, the resolution of matters was just around the corner. Now she waited. By mid-morning, the small kitchen still sent over delicious food as usual, and during summer, these dishes tasted especially refreshing. The mistress and her servant ate, while continuously praising the meal. By afternoon, Nan Gongqingjin said she wanted to rest. One by one, these maids, ladies-in-waiting, and even the eunuchs left the room. The house was quieter than before, quiet like an ancient tomb. In truth, Nan Gongqingjin felt no sleepiness at all. Nan Gongqingjin waited, pondered, and wondered what exactly would happen next, whether events could be anticipated or not. Based on previous gathered information, it was already evident that Wen Liang was far easier to deal with compared to Zisang He, but also clearly less capable than Zisang He. Now, the game of chaos-making began. Having received the news from Heaven Deaf and Earth Mute, the events unfolded precisely according to plan. By afternoon, a group had arrived silently at the estate. The guest quarters were in the rear courtyard, which meant that as a guest, Nan Gongqingjin was currently staying in the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, this group quietly reached the front yard. Their arrival was soundless, like a funeral procession. Conveniently, the empress did not come this day. Everyone remained silent as an emerald yellow sedan chair carried Huang Fu Wen Liang inside. The recent restoration of amicable relations between the emperor and Zisang He indeed had its reasons. It was due to the need to track Huang Fu Kongming's movements and handle various affairs. At present, their common enemy was not each other, but rather this man. The two met quickly, greeting each other from afar. As usual, Zisang He intended to bow deeply, though he never truly completed the gesture because just as he prepared to kneel, Huang Fu Wen Liang approached, walking slowly, and grasped Zisang He's hand. Lord brother, there is no need for excessive formalities. At this point, Zisang He immediately stood upright, and together they proceeded towards the rear courtyard, conversing casually as they walked. Beside them trailed one or two retainers who kept their distance, making their presence nearly unnoticeable, as if these retainers served solely as inconspicuous bodyguards. Soon enough, the group arrived in the rear courtyard. At this moment, Nan Gongqingjin knew her opportunity had arrived. Wasn't it simply about defying their wishes to meet the emperor first? And since it was unclear whether I am Nan Gongqingjin or Empress Helian, I'll deliberately remain ambiguous. Both me, the real Nan Gongqingjin, and your Empress Helian, they will leave you utterly confused. Miss, they've arrived, Sienna announced at the doorway after hearing the footsteps nearby. Nan Gongqingjin smiled faintly in response. Understood, let's make preparations. Yes, Mississippi. What preparations they made, we shall soon find out. Speaking of today's arrival of Wen Liang, naturally, he had come for an important purpose, to discuss how best to capture Huang Fu Kongming, who recently seemed to have disappeared without a trace. My lord brother, regarding this matter, what do you think should be done? Have we genuinely exhausted every single household search in the capital city? According to my humble opinion, he must still be hiding within the city limits. Why not conduct a thorough door-to-door investigation? What my lord brother suggests makes sense. Yet if our searches reach the eastern part of the city and he relocates to the west, or moves from the southern section to the north, this would inadvertently double our workload. After listening to Huang Fu Wen Liang's words, Zisang He understood that the emperor had already formulated his own strategy. Your majesty has formed an opinion. Please share freely. Zisang He spoke while pouring wine, presenting a glass of it to Wen Liang. Huang Fu Wen Liang immediately nodded and replied, based on my view, we merely need someone to report reliable information concerning the rebel. All we require is proper guidance. Once credible information emerges, we will inevitably adapt accordingly. And as an old saying goes, under generous rewards, there will always emerge brave men. My lord brother understands your majesty's intent. Zisang He took a sip himself, then looked towards Huang Fu Wen Liang, asking, so your majesty means to let the citizens supervise each other. If anyone provides a tip-off regarding Huang Fu Kongming's whereabouts, they will be rewarded with silver coins, correct? It's not just about money, promotions, and the like. If he makes reasonable requests, I will surely consider them. In the current situation, we may have plenty of soldiers, but without leads, things remain unresolved. What do you think about this situation? This revealed the astute side of Wen Liang. Even Zisang He regarded him with renewed respect. After all these years, it turns out you could actually manage your own affairs. After exchanging a glance, both men smiled simultaneously. Everything had already been arranged properly. To Wen Liang and Zisang He, Any issue that could be solved with money was no issue at all. During Huang Fu Kongming's reign, the national treasury had been well prepared in case of need, and despite the 6 years of fluctuation, with gains and losses, the state still possessed a substantial reserve of silver. The emperor's arrangements are excellent, reasonable, and practical. While speaking, they raised their cups in a toast, clinked them together. Afterwards, on this side, when Liang was preparing to leave, as he always needed a nap around midday, especially at this time, just as he was about to depart, an event unfolded that compelled Wen Liang to stay behind. This is what happened. Knowing Huang Fu when Liang would arrive, Nan Gongqingjin had already made all the necessary arrangements, leaving her covertly waiting for the moment to act. As the saying goes, if you wish to do a job well, you must first sharpen your tools, and today's events were running relatively smoothly. What's more, it appeared they'd achieved 2 goals with one action. In the rear courtyard today, General Wu Dakai was assigned to stand guard. Wu was originally a lecherous man, yet today something odd occurred. From afar, he caught sight of Siener gracefully approaching like a dancer, captivating his full attention. General, this servant wishes to pick flowers from the nearby garden. Would that be permissible? Siener asked, blinking her large innocent eyes while looking at General Wu. The general had noticed Siener long ago, but this marked their first private exchange. Chapter 163. When Liang was attracted by Nan Gongqingjin. By principle, it is not allowed. However, you may walk around the perimeter a bit, and I will permit it. General, thank you, Siener said while moving forward. She deliberately dropped her sachet on the ground. When Wu General noticed the sachet on the ground, he immediately moved to pick it up. At about the same time, Siener turned back and saw the sachet lying there. She also reached for it. In this way, it seemed as though it had all been pre-planned. Wu General's hand quickly came in contact with hers. Siener trembled slightly, her gaze softening even further than before, becoming more radiant and innocent. Her eyes shone like 2 beautiful black crystals. Ouch, General, that hurts, she murmured. Considering that General Wu was someone who had truly seen battle, his grip naturally bore immense strength. Seeing the pain etched onto Siener's face and realizing how much it affected her, the general's chivalry kicked in instantly, releasing her hand at once. After observing for quite some time, both Siener and Nan Gongqingjin discovered that this seemingly ordinary-looking General Wu held a remarkably high position within the mansion. He was the true second-in-command. If they could win over this deputy before handling the main authority, then half of their task would already be considered accomplished. There were reasons behind Siener's sacrifice. Multiple times already, this General Wu had either intentionally or unintentionally glanced at her covertly. With each passing encounter, Siener naturally sensed that the general harbored feelings for her. Today, when Miss, her companion, was occupied elsewhere, Siener found an opportunity to tend to her own matters. Although the method employed by the servant and mistress duo was indeed ancient and mundane, it proved to be highly effective, the best and most successful. Wu General loosened his grip on Siener's hand, and like a white dove, Siener quickly ran off to nearby corridor columns, stealing glances at Wu General. His heart soared just from receiving these small looks, and in his hand, he still held the sachet with a mixture of sentiment and yearning. He continuously rubbed the sachet in his hands, thankful it wasn't Siener herself because otherwise, he might not have been able to control himself. Siener then proceeded onward where, today, she was truly here to gather flowers during a season when hundreds of blooms were in full splendor, the garden presenting itself in brilliant colors. The blossoms were vibrant and captivating. It wasn't long before Siener, hidden deep within the courtyard, picked the most vivid and splendid flowers, leaving fully laden. Observing Siener seemingly without ulterior motive, focused solely on picking flowers, General Wu broke into a smile, saying, "Young lady, you are truly at leisure, though however pretty the flowers might be, eventually they shall wither." Siener immediately responded with a laugh. If only every day was so bountiful for picking. Miss, actually in the rear courtyard there are also trumpet vine flowers and wood fragrance. These are far prettier and more brilliant compared to your harvested pomegranate flowers. If you truly enjoy them, I can bring you there tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, Siener revealed an expression filled with intimacy yet mystery. Truly, I, the Grand General Wu, shall not deceive you. Here's your sachet. Inside it, there seems to be another kind of flower, one that emits such fragrant scent. As he spoke, he handed the sachet over. Siener had already turned red in the face, quietly extending her trembling hand to take it back. It's merely a common white peony inside the sachet. Actually, the fragrance stems from my own body, which since birth, has possessed a unique gentle aroma akin to gardenia flowers, she boldly alluded. Such bold enticement made the general lose his composure even further. Once again gripping Siener's hand, Wu General realized that if she didn't resist, success would already be halfway achieved. If she resisted, the situation would become hopeless. Unexpectedly, Siener displayed no resistance whatsoever. She simply stood there smiling sweetly, allowing Wu General to hold her hand. Filled with joyous anticipation, Wu General knew he would inevitably have another appointment with Siener the next day. He let her leave, but Siener threw down her sachet for Wu General, making him feel rather pleased. At this moment, when Liang prepared to depart, but suddenly, he heard someone singing not too far away in the courtyard. This mournful yet melodious song revealed the voice of a woman with a mesmerizing timbre, so entrancing that it involuntarily captivated the listener's heart and spirit. He pointed toward the expansive courtyard. "Your Highness, listen. That is Jin Lu." "Yes." He nodded and extended his hand, whereupon one of the attendants nearby approached. "Do not let this woman sing unnecessarily in broad daylight." "Yes." The guard was about to leave, but at this moment, Huangfu Wenliang became unwilling. Such a beautiful voice. Why not let the woman come over? Brother Wang is truly ruining the atmosphere. In this way, if Nangong Qingjin were not allowed to come out, it would seem as though Zisong he was being petty. Reluctantly, they could only let the girl appear. But letting Nangong Qingjin come out, things would be different from what he had imagined. Are you truly wanting to see this girl? Zisong he asked Wenliang. Wenliang wiped away the drool that had flowed from his mouth. Of course. You've become rather stingy all of a sudden. One look at your expression and I already know that this girl must be exceptionally beautiful. Rest assured, in this world, when there's a girl you like, have I ever competed with you for her? Never. Just let the girl come out, or else we can go forward to meet her. After all, matters are already settled. It was evident that Wenliang had become enchanted by the heavenly voice. Zisong he thought, sooner or later, Nangong Qingjin would have to meet Huangfu Wenliang anyway. Currently, Huangfu Wenliang didn't dare openly snatch things belonging to him, much less a living person. At this point, Zisong he could only nod. I won't conceal it from your highness. Indeed, there is someone here. This person might even be an acquaintance of yours. But currently, I'm concealing my identity to extract secrets from her. Hearing this, Huangfu Wenliang immediately burst into laughter. I understand. Scorned by Gongzi. And you? Naturally, by Gongzi's elder brother. Well then, let's go ahead. Seeing Wenliang's enthusiasm, it was impossible not to follow him. So he nodded and followed along, walking forward until the two had arrived at the front courtyard. Nangong Qingjin had already thought through her plan. Today she merely wanted to attract him with her enchanting song. There would be plenty of time in the future, and everything that was to come would be better still. Even if chased away today, it wouldn't make the trip meaningless. Unexpectedly, no one drove her off. Instead, two secret observers had already arrived. Behind a cluster of flower hedges, after showcasing her vocal talent, Nangong Qingjin prepared to leave. As she walked, she used her fan to catch butterflies, her movements playful and adorable. Her face caused Huangfu Wenliang to be utterly astounded. This is impossible. It makes no sense. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. After all, the previous Hellion Empress was someone they both knew well. Now, seeing the Hellion Empress right there, it made Wenliang drop his jaw in disbelief. Wenliang couldn't help but stare incredulously at the woman slowly approaching in the courtyard, while at this very moment, Zisong, he just smiled faintly. I met this woman during the last purge. She claims her name is Nangong Qingjin, but I suspect she is actually the Empress, hiding her real identity to protect herself. For a short while, I checked all the records, but I couldn't definitively figure out who this woman really is. Brother Wang, have you lost your mind? If this woman isn't Hellion Empress, how could she resemble her so much? Where in the world are there people so alike? You're confused. While speaking, Wenliang looked over. Nangong Qingjin, on the other hand, hadn't anticipated that Huangfu Wenliang and Zisong he would arrive so quickly. By now, these two were secretly watching her from a distance. A colorful large butterfly rose above her head, fluttering past a giant white peony. Immediately, Nangong Qingjin began chasing after it. In no time, she reached the side of the two men. With an ouch, Nangong Qingjin stumbled outside the flower hedge. Before falling, Nangong Qingjin caught sight of Huangfu Wenliang, who was tenderly gazing at her in secret. At once, Huangfu Wenliang extended his hand, firmly grasping Nangong Qingjin's hand. Thank you. Nangong Qingjin quickly stood up, her face extremely red. Now, with their proximity shortened, Huangfu Wenliang grew even more certain. The woman before him must definitely be Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin noticed Zisong he nearby and performed a quick bow, intending to leave. I wasn't aware Master was here, so... As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she prepared to go. Zisong he laughed, already saying, the last time I saw you catching butterflies. Butterflies shouldn't be caught with a fan. I've told you before, look. While speaking, Zisong he easily extended his hand and caught the butterfly sipping nectar. He handed the big butterfly to Nangong Qingjin. You should surprise them and use your hands, which are warm and humid. Go back for now. After dinner, I'll accompany you here to admire the flowers. Indeed, thank you, Master. Nangong Qingjin said while preparing to leave, but her eyes fell on the kind face beside her. Today, Zisong he would meet Huangfu Wenliang, a meeting between Emperor and the second most powerful figure, and she could not let such a great opportunity slip away. She immediately asked, this good sir is? My cousin. White cousin, it's an honor to meet you. Nangong Qingjin said as she walked away. Watching Nangong Qingjin's retreating back, Huangfu Wenliang couldn't help but exclaim, a ravishing beauty, unmatched excellence. It's been 6 years already, 6 long years. We've all grown older, Brother Wang. Look, the Empress still looks just the same. It must be due to some potent anti-aging techniques. But if she's clearly the Empress and refuses to acknowledge herself as the former Empress, this? Zisong he sighed, looking at Wenliang as he spoke. Huangfu Wenliang said, right now, patience is what you need. This woman is exceptionally capable, something we both know. You'll have to watch out for her, a beauty like this. As he spoke, thoughts of competing for her were already forming in his mind, something Zisong he had noticed. Currently, I have a use for her here. Ah, fine. Though ostensibly agreeable, in his heart Huangfu Wenliang was reluctant. If he could take Nangong Qingjin with him, he thought that even though he couldn't possess her in the capital city, being able to see her every day would be enough. She was infinitely more appealing than the dreary thousands of concubines in the palace. Chapter 164. Nangong Qingjin achieves twice the result with half the effort. However, it seemed from Zi saying he's meaning that he had no intention of letting him take this woman away. Huangfu Wenliang could only sigh helplessly but still asked, according to your opinion, is this woman really the previous empress? Why would she want to hide her identity? Even if you and I know she is the previous empress, would we really kill her? Brother Huang naturally isn't that kind of person, and neither can I be so wasteful of talent. For such a perfect girl, it's impossible for me to hurt her. I can only keep her here. Sooner or later, she will speak a word. Living together day and night is also for safety. Yes, yes. Huangfu Wenliang nodded absent-mindedly. The two stared at each other for a while, and all Huangfu Wenliang could think about was Nan Gongqingjin. It must be said, there are always some people in this world who are extremely captivating among the masses, unforgettable at first sight. Zi saying he did not expect Nan Gongqingjin to appear in the back courtyard. After seeing off Huangfu Wenliang, he then came to where Nan Gongqingjin was. Nan Gongqingjin had already returned, and upon seeing Zi saying he returned, immediately smiled broadly and came over to pay respects. You've come. These past few days have been unbearably sultry. Be careful when playing around nearby. As he spoke, he added superfluously, originally, there might be poisonous snakes in the garden. I didn't mean anything else. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin smirked slightly. How could I not know? But, I'm not afraid of them anyway. He did not give Nan Gongqingjin any uncomfortable feelings, being a person so considerate. A gentleman like Jade, such a person was truly hard to imagine. The person before his eyes was that Zi Sang he who devours people without leaving bones. Master Bai and Zi Sang he were not the same type of person, yet everything now proved they were one and the same. After chatting casually with Zi Sang he, Nan Gongqingjin became serious when looking at Xianer. Is the matter settled? 80 to 90% likely. As Xianer spoke, she moved to sit opposite Nan Gongqingjin, looking at her. Your servant almost thought you had met your destined emperor, but I didn't expect he had ill intentions. Xianer, this is a creed I have just realized. Knowing a man's face does not necessarily mean knowing his heart. She spoke while feeling a chill. What was sultry heat? Just thinking about their current situation made her shiver with fear, as if falling into an icy abyss. It seemed as if there was a cold breeze around them. This matter has to continue. Now this is the only way. As she spoke, she gazed at Xianer. Xianer knew that options were few now, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, your servant will leave unscathed. Dealing with men is not easy. Take care, Xianer. I've always dragged you through hardships. Hopefully, heaven takes pity, and none of these troubles happen again. My heart is restless. She spoke while patting her chest. Miss speaks again. Now facing difficulties, we just need to overcome them together. At least persist through this. Xianer looked at Nan Gongqingjin, knowing well that if it weren't absolutely necessary, Nan Gongqingjin wouldn't sacrifice herself to charm another man. Now, everything was a vicious cycle. One could say, facing Zi Sanghe, they were akin to stealing fur from a tiger. Today's appearance of Nan Gongqingjin was very necessary. People often said that the real pillars of strength in the court were not Huangfu Wenliang, but Zi Sanghe. Looking at everything so far, it indeed seemed true. It was Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe was smart, but within this intelligence lay sharpness. Huangfu Wenliang wasn't useless either, but compared to Zi Sanghe, he seemed rather lacking. After comparing these two people, Nan Gongqingjin found that the current emperor was truly someone indifferent to worldly matters, a brain-degenerated individual. Such a person appeared strong, but was actually frail and overly ambitious without talent. Zi Sanghe, however, was different, quietly doing everything, quietly nurturing cunning strategies within that silence. At least now, it was evident that Zi Sanghe held a crucial position in the court. However, Nan Gongqingjin genuinely did not know what method could sow discord between these two and make them turn against each other, enabling her to reap the benefits. Currently, she felt relatively endangered, as if standing on the edge of a cliff. What is called a precarious situation, what is called danger, this is exactly it. Frowning slightly, Nan Gongqingjin thought carefully. She knew little about Huangfu Wenliang and believed more opportunities were needed. Xianer, on the other hand, was already 100% confident. In this world, men were actually the hardest to deal with. But then again, they were also the easiest to handle. Given the current situation, Xianer had already determined that she could charm General Wu Dakai. It was only a matter of time. Very soon, the next day arrived. The next day, under bright sunshine, the weather after the Dragon Boat Festival began to become increasingly hot day by day. In the afternoon, the emperor came once again. Being so close to the imperial palace, it was extremely easy for him to arrive. Wenliang wasn't there today to discuss matters, but to take a look at Nan Gongqingjin. And today, Zi Sang he had already left. This was all meticulously planned out by Wenliang himself beforehand. Now, he was here solely with the purpose of checking if Nan Gongqingjin was indeed the previous empress. After arriving and hearing that Zi Sang he wasn't around, while pretending to sigh heavily, he prepared to leave. However, before long, he reached the rear courtyard and saw far away, under the eaves beside the flower fence, Nan Gongqingjin playing the kongho. The kongho is an enormous instrument with an excellent tone. Her hands seemed as though carved from white jade, so pure, delicate, creating such a vividly enchanting scene that it immediately captivated him, standing not far away, lost in admiration. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. One of the guards immediately called out anxiously. Wenliang waved his hand and shoved this nosy person aside. Can't you see I'm watching someone? What are you doing? This woman belongs to Third Prince. You being here watching her isn't appropriate. The person stood up hastily and spoke while looking at the emperor. You mean to say that since she's his, the emperor cannot even glance at her? Today, I must see this woman. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood my meaning. My suggestion is, since you like her, why don't you bring her into the palace? That way, you can be together day and night later. She is truly a great prize. The servant said this while glancing at the emperor. Wenliang smiled faintly. Get out of my sight. I know what I'm doing. Actually, the argument happening over there, Nangong Qingjin had already heard, but she maintained her composure, continuing to play the mournful Han Dynasty odes, singing the timeless, "The Peacock Flies Southeast." The peacock flies southeast, pausing every 5 miles, learning to weave at 13, playing the Kong Ho at 14. As if immersed entirely in her own emotions, Nangong Qingjin played while softly sighing. Just as Huangfu Wenliang was about to approach her, the strings of the Kong Ho suddenly snapped. With that, she froze in place, stunned and standing dumbfounded like a deflated balloon. Meanwhile, Wenliang casually plucked a bunch of flowers from the nearby flower fence, a gorgeous bundle of red and green blooms, beautiful azaleas and gardenias. Among these reds and whites, without waiting for anyone else, he threw 2 flower buds toward her. The flower buds landed near Nangong Qingjin, who set the Kong Ho to the side, looking toward where the flowers had been tossed. Seeing was none other than Wenliang. Indeed, she had anticipated that Huangfu Wenliang would come today. It was all part of her plan. But being a consummate actress, upon seeing Wenliang walking toward her holding a bunch of flowers, Nangong Qingjin immediately stood up to pay respects. Perhaps because she'd knelt for too long, when she tried to rise forcefully, she felt dizzy and almost stumbled. Huangfu Wenliang, noticing this, stepped forward immediately, grasping Nangong Qingjin's wrist. Miss Nangong, please remain kneeling. No need to get up. This lowly girl, greet uncle, she said while performing the bowing gesture, those beautiful eyes gazing at Huangfu Wenliang, who appeared magnificently composed, prompting a burst of laughter. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Extraordinarily alike, he continued to scrutinize carefully. The Hellion Empress in his memory and this present woman were practically one and the same. Their charm innate, stunningly beautiful to the point it struck a deep chord in the people nearby. Huangfu Wenliang became captivated instantly. I think I might be suffering from heat stroke. Recently the weather has been so unpredictable. Nangong Qingjin spoke, hurriedly withdrawing her hand from his grasp. You're sweating too since you've come. Should I pour you wine, or would you prefer tea? No alcohol, just prepare some tea, he responded. Nangong Qingjin nodded immediately and fetched the tea set soon afterward, unpacking it quickly. In no time, all his attention was fixated solely on Nangong Qingjin. Wenliang didn't recognize the woman in front of him as Nangong Qingjin. Rather, from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he was convinced that this woman was Empress Hellion. As time went by, this belief became increasingly deep-rooted. After a mutual glance between them, Nangong Qingjin smiled sweetly. Have you seen me before? Huangfu Wenliang asked, then corrected himself. No, I mean have you met me? Nangong Qingjin smiled. If I say no, it seems we are familiar in some way. But if I say yes, this feels like our first meeting. Truly, I'm not sure either. Was it just a brief encounter last time? As she spoke, she began toying with the tea nearby. In no time at all, the tea was ready. The flames slowly grew brighter as she brewed the tea while sighing. You truly are Nangong Qingjin, aren't you? Before this moment, you were simply yourself, and I must confess, I had a friend who looked incredibly similar to you. It's quite astonishing. Nangong Qingjin nodded and gave a gentle smile. Actually, she glanced around hesitantly, as if reluctant to continue. This is not the place for conversation. When we meet again, I will tell you. You obviously have something you cannot reveal easily. How about my younger brother? Huangfu Wenliang asked while looking straight at Nangong Qingjin. Realizing the opportunity was now here, Nangong Qingjin knew she couldn't let it slip away after careful consideration. She then replied, he is good. He's indeed very good. And how do you find living here? Uncomfortable, or? Huangfu Wenliang continued. Chapter 165. Nangong Qingjin sacrifices her dignity. Not at all. Cousin, you shouldn't ask so much. Just enjoy the tea. The first cup had already been delivered, and she lightly blew on it before sending the tea over. Huangfu Wenliang knew that Nangong Qingjin had something difficult to say, but didn't know exactly what it was. Holding the teacup, he drank tea while observing Nangong Qingjin. There was an innate charm about Nangong Qingjin that couldn't be cultivated by anyone else. It also carried a faint melancholy and sorrow, which was probably her unique aura. After their eyes met briefly, Nangong Qingjin began drinking her tea as well. Huangfu Wenliang said while sipping his tea, do you have someone special in your heart? At your age, one should be preparing for marriage discussions, or perhaps benefiting your younger brother, staying here. Nangong Qingjin immediately exaggeratedly frowned. How could that possibly happen? There's no such possibility. I came here relying on others' support because Bai Gongzi is benevolent, and moreover, I don't feel that way towards Bai Gongzi. Neither does Bai Gongzi think of me that way. So, do you still not have someone special in your heart? While saying this, he looked at Nangong Qingjin, who immediately nodded. It's not easy at all. To find someone who shares the same aspirations with you is incredibly hard. She sighed faintly while saying this. And how about you, sir? As for me, though he originally had a harem of 3,000 beauties, now upon hearing Nangong Qingjin's inquiry, he laughed. The same as you, desiring someone to be together till white hair old age. As he said this, he sighed softly, making Nangong Qingjin slightly surprised. Sir, learned and capable, originally a pillar of governance for the nation, yet also a solitary person. How should this person deal with the matter? You must take care of your lifelong happiness. As she spoke, she idly held the Kongho and started playing. What is this? This is the White-Headed Chant, music composed by Zhuo Wenjun. There are so many faithless men in this world. Encountering one who can offer genuine feelings is extremely rare. If we continue insisting on finding someone ideal, I dare not even imagine what will come next. As Nan Gongqingjin spoke, she sighed and began wiping her face with her sleeve. Seeing this, Huangfu Wenliang felt his heart ache. Enough, sir. How could you fully understand? After this tune ends, please return. We, unmarried, being together might cause issues. While speaking, she finished playing the Kongho from beginning to end. Its exquisite melody immersed both individuals. A moment later, Huangfu Wenliang stood up, appearing ready to leave. Nan Gongqingjin also thought Huangfu Wenliang would depart, but he did not. Nan Gongqingjin turned, deliberating seriously for a moment, then solemnly gazed back and struck the table beside her. This unexpected gesture stopped her from crying. Then, looking at the man before her, "What are you doing?" "Nan Gong girl, truthfully, when I first saw you, I fell in love at first sight. I intend to take you away with me." He said this while looking at her. "Oh, I'm temporarily staying here. It isn't up to me to decide. You'd need to consult your younger brother if you want to take me. Once your brother learns of today's event, it will surely cause trouble again. Honestly, may we step aside to discuss privately?" She glanced at the man beside her. Huangfu Wenliang wasn't afraid of Zi Senghe, indeed harboring animosity toward him. Maintaining superficial harmony served individual purposes. The court had limited troops available to eliminate bandits. And although these regular armies were powerful, leadership was essential. Currently, the situation was clear. It required an exceptional ally. Seeing the pitiful woman stirred deep pity in his heart. He pointed to the inner room and said, "Let's go inside to talk." Fine, fine. Both of them entered the room. Now, Nan Gongqingjin understood clearly that she had only one choice: to create some discord between these two individuals with hidden intentions. Initially, she thought that since the emperor was involved, he mustn't be as rumored in folk stories. But now, it seems that Huangfu Wenliang indeed acted rashly without careful planning. Such a hot-headed young man is the easiest to manipulate. Right now, Huangfu Wenliang truly appeared to be an inexperienced youth. Upon entering the room, it wasn't long before Nan Gongqingjin knelt in reverence. Your Majesty, you've finally arrived. You've finally come. How do you know that I am the emperor?" He held onto Nan Gongqingjin's hand and looked at her. A faint melancholy smile graced her thin lips as she replied, "How could I not know? I am an acquaintance of yours from long ago. Meeting you today was serendipitous. How could you not recognize me? You?" Huangfu Wenliang pointed at Nan Gongqingjin, then slowly stepped back to find a seat. Struggling to piece together his thoughts, he finally managed to form a coherent sentence. "You are Empress Hellion." "Absolutely correct." Nan Gongqingjin nodded and continued. "To be honest, to lure you here, my preparations started from the moment you first arrived. My wish has been fulfilled today. This place is full of spies. To be able to meet you face to face, I feel truly fortunate." How did you end up in his hands?" "To make a long story short, there will be another chance later. Today, I have many secrets to reveal to you. As an emperor, don't you realize yet that Zi Senghe is already plotting against you with no hesitation? Becoming emperor is just the beginning. He'll attempt to eliminate you once he's dealt with Huangfu Kongming. Now, everything of yours, including your empress, has become his property. Don't assume that my seclusion prevents me from knowing what's happening. These two have been conspiring together to take you out, and you're still unaware of this. To ensure my safety, I told him my real name is Nan Gongqingjin. Please take a closer look." As she spoke, she spread out her hands while looking directly at the man in front of her. Huangfu Wenliang had frequently seen Empress Hellion in the past. Now seeing her like this, all doubts were cast away. "The great fire back then," he said. "That fire destroyed both my royal authority and the previous emperor. You assumed Huangfu Kongming was still alive, but you're mistaken. 6 years ago, he actually perished in the flames. The current one is an imposter." After hearing Nan Gongqingjin's half-truths, Huangfu Wenliang was astounded. What? Such a thing is possible? I thought he was still living well. Who could escape Zi Senghe's grasp over these years? This man is formidable. Brother, only if we unite can we defeat Zi Senghe. Do you understand now? While speaking, Nan Gongqingjin extended her hand of friendship. Huangfu Wenliang nodded and sighed. "I know your situation is dire. I will wholeheartedly assist you and know what needs to be done. If you, the emperor, want to ensure a stable and enduring reign, you must listen to me. I'll arrange everything. Lean in close." In the past, because many mistakenly believed Nan Gongqingjin was Empress Hellion, it caused her considerable grief. However, since then, Nan Gongqingjin had extensively studied the former empress. When General Chu Feng was still alive, he even imparted the usual mannerisms and gestures of the previous empress. Thus, everything about her conduct was crystal clear. So mimicking them would create no inconsistencies. Knowing that the late empress preferred taking initiative, she devised such a plan. Sure enough, Huangfu Wenliang fell for it. After sharing everything, she smiled faintly. "What do you think? Little brother is also wise, but this may not be easy. There's nothing difficult about it. Isn't little brother fond of eliminating bandits? Once he meets his demise during the process, we'll set up a memorial. That's better than unnecessary conflict between siblings, isn't it? It's also a chance to improve your public reputation among the common folk. Haven't you thoroughly considered this?" "This plan seems flawless," he said thoughtfully. Thinking further, he turned and glanced at Nan Gongqingjin beside him who followed suit and nodded. "This strategy, I've carefully planned for a long time. You can trust me. It is indeed foolproof. Now, to avoid raising suspicions, you should leave." As she said this, she gestured lightly with her hand. Hesitantly, he departed. Unfortunately, just after stepping outside, he encountered Zi Sang He returning. Someone had urgently delivered the message to Zi Sang He informing him that the emperor had come. They've arrived. Not long after what seemed to be an argument near the door, these two actually went inside the room. What secrets do they have to hide? Why did they close the door like this? What on earth are they doing in there? He was now completely confused. Upon returning and seeing the emperor, he immediately bowed and asked, "What brings you here? Don't let it be obvious." Zi Sang He looked at Huangfu Wenliang while saying this. Huangfu Wenliang remained exactly the same as before, faintly smiling as he replied, "I was attracted by this woman's voice, so I came over for a closer look." "Brother, this woman is a clever child. Don't try to be smarter than her. You're no match in front of her," he warned, then continued. "What did you two talk about?" "We discussed the peacock flies southeast and the white-haired song." "This, who would believe such nonsense?" Zi Sang He was no fool, and upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. "Next time you visit, if there's nothing important, please don't startle the house." "Was there something specific you wanted today?" "I just dropped by with no particular purpose, just wandering leisurely until I ended up here at your place, younger brother. And speaking of which, you seem to be 100 times busier than usual lately. I had planned to check on you and chat, but it seems you returned only just now. Your Majesty, this isn't the right place for conversation. Let's head to the flower parlor instead." As Zi Sang He spoke, he led the way toward the flower parlor. With this, Huangfu Wenliang had no choice but to follow him. The flower parlor was quiet, and someone arrived to serve tea. However, Huangfu Wenliang had already consumed too much that day and couldn't drink another drop. Chapter 166, The Noise and the Fury. Zisan He could only look at him. "Have you found out yet? It wouldn't be so easy if it were that simple, brother. You are not in a position to deal with this matter. This fellow is peculiar indeed, for he doesn't seem to have any trace within the capital. Where he is now remains a mystery." Zisan He furrowed his brows as he said this, gazing at Huangfu Wenliang. Huangfu Wenliang then nodded. "This matter was originally not so easy. We've known him for many years, cunning like a rabbit with 3 dens, almost an endless source of trouble. But he should still be somewhere in the capital. After all, the great ones hide among the masses. He understands this principle." These words made perfect sense, causing Zisan He to regard Huangfu Wenliang with newfound respect. Until now, he hadn't realized how capable Huangfu Wenliang truly was. Was the man really pretending before? "Your Majesty's point is," after taking a sip of tea, Zisan He raised his eyebrows and looked at Huangfu Wenliang beside him. Huangfu Wenliang also looked at Zisan He as he explained, "What I mean is that we should recall all our soldiers who are currently investigating and then wait for him to expose himself." "But how would he expose himself?" "Brother, think about it. If all of our soldiers suddenly disappeared, wouldn't he find it strange? Once he grows suspicious, he'll investigate other matters. Eventually, he will come after us. Isn't it easier for him to seek us than the other way around?" This, looking at his elder brother, Zisan He wondered why Huangfu Wenliang had never shown such talent before. Now, the emperor seemed particularly competent, making Zisan He suspect whether these words were actually from Nangong Qingjin. Yet there was no possibility for this secret to reach Nangong Qingjin through Huangfu Wenliang's lips. After all, Huangfu Wenliang clearly knew that this affair must remain unknown even to heaven and earth, absolutely not letting Nangong Qingjin know. Now, Zisan He suspected whether the emperor had been deliberately disguising himself or plotting something cunningly small. Today's Huangfu Wenliang was clearly different from before. Was he following her advice, or was there some other matter? Now, things had become blurred and unclear. This made Zisan He want to see Nangong Qingjin once again. It was very inappropriate for Huangfu Wenliang to meet Nangong Qingjin, yet fear seeped into Zisan He's thoughts today. "Fine, let's follow your Majesty's wishes." Typically, Huangfu Wenliang lacked determination, but now, he appeared so organized and analyzed situations so thoroughly, penetratingly revealing truths. This kind of Huangfu Wenliang differed entirely from any version they'd seen before. One can imagine either that Huangfu Wenliang had been faking his persona until now or was recently instructed by Nangong Qingjin. Was it the former or the latter? This was what Zisan He needed to immediately discern. He didn't want to fall into someone else's scheme unknowingly. Yes, for today, I shall temporarily return. Tomorrow, I will arrive early and spend some time with my third brother amidst flowers and moonlight." Smiling amiably, Huangfu Wenliang left. Watching Huangfu Wenliang go, Zisan He felt overwhelmed with doubt. "Wu Dakai," he shouted, but no one entered. Wu Dakai was usually an illustrious warrior here, always available when summoned. However, Wu Dakai seemed to have vanished. Even after calling twice, there was still no sign of him. "General Wu." He changed his tone, yet Wu Dakai didn't appear. Instead, a junior officer arrived, immediately kneeling beside Zisan He and looking up at the prince's grim face. "Your Highness, General Wu has recently been absent-minded, and we don't know where he's gone." "Well, let me ask you, when did the emperor come?" "He came in the morning and initially wanted to see you. However, upon hearing the sound of a kongho, an ancient harp, he went to the back courtyard and saw Miss Nangong. I don't know what they discussed, as I wanted to listen in but couldn't easily do so. The emperor brought a group of people, and they didn't allow me to inquire further." Upon hearing this, he understood everything, nodding and asking, "What kongho?" "It was the one previously in the back courtyard. The sound was excellent when played, but few people know how to play it well. Over time, it has almost become an antique." Listen, it sounds like this. At this moment, Nan Gongqingjin started playing the kongho. Her music was mournful and sorrowful, beautifully touching and melodious beyond compare. Focusing intently, he listened to the sounds of the kongho, feeling an inexplicable trembling in his heart. Zisong-he's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up. Come on, let's take a look. Zisong-he followed the direction of the music and arrived quickly at its source. First, he saw Nan Gongqingjin's somber face, then her fingers idly plucking the strings of the harp with indifference, and finally her tear-streaked cheeks that today lacked their usual joy, still glistening with bright tears. Witnessing this, Zisong-he felt an instinctive pity arise within him. Why are you crying? No, I'm not, the woman replied, wiping away her tears while letting out a wistful sigh. Her hand that had been playing the kongho paused as she stepped closer, asking solemnly, Big brother must have come here just now. It must be that madman who bullied you, right? You? Please don't ask. Nothing happened. The woman sighed again, avoiding eye contact and looking elsewhere. Zisong-he knew exactly what was going through her mind. My older brother has always been lustful. I could smell the alcohol on him when he came here drunk. Is that correct? This? I already know everything. Why won't you tell me now? Hearing Zisong-he's firm tone, she let out another sorrowful sigh before furrowing her brow. Since you already know everything, there's no reason for me to hide anything from you. Your elder brother. She broke down into sobs before completing her sentence. Seeing this, the man beside her suddenly frowned with a cold glare. He is that kind of person. Has he done something unspeakable to you? No, Nan Gongqingjin waved her hands vigorously. Nothing like that. He just made some inappropriate remarks, saying how you currently serve others humbly, implying our relationship isn't ordinary, and telling me you've wronged his wife. He mentioned wanting you to pay back in kind for your transgressions. There were many other things too, nothing particularly good, though. Good. Zisong-he spat out 3 goods in succession before standing silent, watching her sympathetically. What else did he say? He said you have intentions to overthrow him, though I don't understand exactly what that means. He also threatened, claiming you're not very capable, and one day you'll fall. But it won't be now. Something about 2 parties clashing and benefiting a third party. He wasn't entirely clear about that. As she spoke, her sighs conveyed a vivid sense of distress. Watching her dampened eyes filled with sorrow, he realized she had indeed suffered injustice, and without his intervention, she might never dare to speak of it. Stepping closer, he embraced her gently. Be at ease. While I'm here, even the emperor cannot harm you. Don't worry now, he won't harass you anymore. I'll ensure you're protected. You can rest assured. How did he treat you today? I'd rather die than submit, but he left me no choice. Luckily, you've returned right on time, truly saving me. You're my hero. She began sobbing again as her cries moved his heart, making it churn uneasily. However, what was fortunate now was that Nan Gongqingjin didn't push him away. If only Nan Gongqingjin would fall in love with him, the future would hold much amusement. After a long while, he reached out carefully to wipe the translucent tears from her face. Calming herself, she took a deep breath, hugging the kongho tightly. I learned to weave silk at 13, play the kongho at 14. It's not an easy instrument to master. It's impressive that you do, though I imagine it hasn't been simple for you. Rest assured, no one will harm you from now on. Don't worry about respecting their faces. They'll grant you leeway, at least for now, because I still retain some dignity I can use. Perhaps, your face doesn't carry as much value as you believe. Nan Gongqingjin sighed softly, leaving Huangfu Wenliang speechless for a long time afterward. Eventually, Nan Gongqingjin's emotions subsided, and the whole incident seemed surreal. After reflecting deeply on this strange experience, Zisong-he nearly revealed himself as the one-of-a-kind third prince to Nan Gongqingjin, but held back ultimately. The two remained quiet for a long period until Nan Gongqingjin let out a bitter laugh, followed by Zisong-he's indifferent chuckle. Starting from today, Zisong-he indeed had this small courtyard heavily guarded. However, Zisong-he made a monumental error. The general in charge of guarding here was Wu Daka. On the surface, Wu Daka appeared to be getting along well with Xianer, but in reality, Xianer was calm and self-possessed. She would never do anything out of line. Sacrificing one's beauty is certainly not something commendable, yet many times, to obtain what one desires, why shouldn't they sacrifice their looks if it's needed? Today, Wu Daka did not leave the place. He spent the whole morning together with Xianer, in the courtyard where lush green canopies covered them. Beside it, there was a moderate bamboo grove, within which Xianer walked ahead, while General Wu Daka followed behind her. Xianer wore a smiling expression, and naturally, so did Wu Daka. General, what has you grinning like an idiot? Xianer said as she glanced back at the general trailing behind her. Wu Daka was a robust man whose presence alone seemed to stir the wind as he walked, creating gusts strong enough to lift leaves from the ground. Seeing his current state, the woman beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Xianer reached out, pulled out a piece of cloth from her garment, and gently wiped the sweat off General Wu's face. Your physique is remarkable, General. But how come you're already drenched in sweat merely after walking? Ho ho. Ho ho. Wu Daka was not exactly a crude man, but his personality leaned towards that of a brute. Previously, Wu Daka had no female friends, but now, having befriended a woman seemingly sparked a romantic bond. Confronted with Xianer's coquettish tone, he lost all sense of restraint. Ho 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 ho. General, apart from laughing foolishly, it seems you have no other words. Look at yourself, what kind of state are you in? Xianer continued, observing Wu Daka with amusement. Chapter 167, Xianer's instigation. I like you. Wu Daka was not skilled at expressing his feelings, and now, Seeing the serious look on Wu Dakai's face, Sienna's heart felt sad. After all, deceiving someone's feelings was such an immoral act, and her conscience was almost condemning herself. However, in life, how many things do we have no control over? Now, she could only make mistakes and carry on with the plan. I'm just a girl. If there is something wrong with me, please tell me, and I will change. Which part of me do you like? Sienna asked while reaching out and gripping a nearby flower bud, quickly picking it, and then tossing it aside. General Wu Dakai looked at Sienna's hands and slowly smiled in a simple, honest way. As long as it's you, miss, I like everything about you from head to toe. I don't dare accept that. Please don't waste your precious time on unnecessary matters. Sienna immediately said, her heart growing sorrowful. In fact, Wu Dakai was a good person. Though he was a rough man, he was rational about his emotions and willing to lay down his life for them. Based on the current situation, Wu Dakai was an excellent person. A sentiment rarely seen in warriors shone brightly in Wu Dakai, but this was the wrong time. Sienna had met the right person, and now she only felt sadness because she had to take advantage of this man's golden heart and pure love. Biting her lip, tears streamed down her cheeks already. Yet shortly after, General Wu noticed. Seeing that he made Sienna cry, the general immediately reached out awkwardly, unsure of what to say. You miss, please don't cry. If you don't like me, that's fine. There's no need to shed tears. Whether you like me or not doesn't matter. It leaves me at a loss. Do I look good? Sienna asked between sobs, and Wu Dakai immediately nodded. Wiping away the teardrops on her face, her red, damp eyes shimmered under the sunlight, casting a beautiful shadow from her curled lashes onto her marble-like white skin. If only we were both common folk, Sienna sighed lightly, then quickly composed herself, saying, if there's a chance, I want to be with you forever. Sienna said, okay, it's exactly what I desire. Wu Dakai repeatedly nodded, adding, like a bull, don't be so sentimental. Let me ask you, answer truthfully, what kind of person is this Master Bai? He is a smooth talker, adept at scheming. He replied, though this answer seemed like saying nothing, which was an answer too, wasn't it? Sienna demanded, please give a sincere reply. Since you like me, why can't you explain who Master Bai really is? He is certainly no ordinary businessman, and if anything, conducts large-scale trades. In these large trades, Sienna emphasized firmly, there must be some great secrets. Even if I don't know, I can guess. Miss, rest assured, no matter what happens, I will always protect you and your master. Other things are better left unasked because knowing more often leads to a shorter life. As he spoke, he sighed. The two walked forward, Sienna wiping the streaks of tears on her face. Actually, if they were both ordinary people, they would be able to speak of marriage anytime now. However, one was a brave military general, the other a lowly maid, clearly mismatched. This was Sienna's first love. Even though it involved many bewildering elements, it was still her first love. Recently, being with Wu Dakai made Sienna incredibly happy. Yet, she knew well this feeling of happiness would soon vanish. So, she reached out her hand in hopes of grabbing hold of her own happiness. Time passed slowly, and a faint fragrance lingered around them, a scent emitted by the camphor tree. Sienna held her hand as she walked ahead and looked up, gazing at the huge trees before her, sighing quietly as she watched. She had never seen a camphor tree before, captivated the moment she first did, drawn to its majestic form. Unconsciously lifting her gaze, she stared at the tall straight trunk, then, upon catching a whiff of the light aroma, asked, what is this? Why does it smell so fragrant? There is fine timber in the south. This is a camphor tree, Mississippi. It seemed this big, seemingly ignorant figure before her wasn't as clueless as she thought. Sienna smiled, lightly stroking the trunk as she touched it, laughing softly while doing so, yet the smile on her lips carried profound discomfort. Camphor trees, so they're originally from the south. No wonder I've never even seen one before. She said this while looking at the sky where there were many small flower bugs with glowing abdomens. These flower bugs looked like fireflies and all of them shimmered with their beautiful lights. At the sight of this, Sienna smiled slightly, her expression becoming very lively. There are also so many wonderful insects. There are, he replied. Moving forward, it became a place less and less frequented by people. Wu Dakai looked at Sienna, and soon had already embraced her. This was the first time Sienna had been held by a man, and such a feeling was indescribable. Actually, she should have immediately pushed the man away, but at that moment, her body entirely lacked the slightest bit of strength to resist. Sienna sighed and allowed herself to be held meekly by Wu Dakai. The two did not say a word, and everything was quietly perfect. Quiet. Sienna could hear his heavy breathing. He could feel Sienna tremble out of fear. The two just stared into each other's eyes for a long time, until finally Wu Dakai lowered his gaze towards Sienna's bright red lips. At this moment, both had closed their eyes. If possible, let her burn now. How wondrous this moment was. Like exploring a hidden beauty, he slowly studied her, leading her gently to the peak experience. It was so thrilling, as if seeing another world. She began to breathe heavily. In the end, just at the critical moment, she still preserved her chastity and pushed away the great general. General, I'm sorry I understand. What I should apologize for is not waiting for mutual affection before being with you, he said, sighing. Sienna bit her crimson lips and moved toward the front. He quickly followed. This person had never wasted time, much less wasted time on a girl. But now, he found that as long as he could be with Sienna, everything seemed trivial, as if all things in the world became light and airy. The weight of Sienna in his mind gradually became clear, increasingly important. Now Wu Dakai finally caught up with Sienna and took hold of her hand. Do you think these big trees look good? They do. Xian'er looked up at the trees overhead. The shadows of the trees under the sunlight looked greenish, sometimes bluish, sometimes black, falling on the two of them. Xian'er looked at Wu Dakai, who also looked at Xian'er. To the south lies fine wood, which cannot be stopped thinking about. These are two lines of poetry from the ancients. It means that standing under such beautiful trees, I cannot stop my longing for you. He spoke while looking ahead, their gazes intersecting briefly. Xian'er remained silent. What's wrong? Nothing. Why must all good things belong to the south? What does the south have that makes this unfair? Because Xian'er was from the north. Now seeing her protest like this, he immediately joined in, saying, Lady, actually you're mistaken. The ancients have also spoken of the north. The north? Xian'er raised an eyebrow, indicating disbelief, but unexpectedly, this general was also quite learned and immediately recited. To the north there is a beauty unmatched, standing alone. This describes you, my good Xian'er, my good Xian'er. Upon hearing this, Xian'er's complexion changed. This you? Xian'er didn't know what to say. Now only seeing Wu Dakai smile and take hold of Xian'er's hand. My good Xian'er, meeting you has made me so happy. I've been a general for so many years, always wearing armor. But for you, I am willing to take off all this armor. What nonsense are you talking about? Xian'er struggled free and walked alone toward the front. Wu Dakai watched Xian'er's silhouette and quickly caught up, wanting to say something, but after scratching his head, ultimately said nothing. The two walked one in front of the other for a very long time before Xian'er finally looked back. I thank you. I have never liked anyone else. You are the first and the last. I promise. Xian'er said this out of the blue, leaving Wu Dakai utterly baffled, yet Wu Dakai immediately responded. I know. I will treasure you, my good Xian'er. Just can't. Xian'er followed with a sigh. It was unfortunate, one being the maid of a wealthy family, the other a mysterious lord's general. Unless these two escaped the shackles of their present destinies, their union would be like a dreamer's impossible dream. Xian'er sighed as she headed forward, and Wu Dakai followed closely behind her. The afternoon was so pleasant, and both of them were lost in the beauty of the moment, unable to tear themselves away. Everything felt just right, perfect. But Xian'er's heart ached. Her young mistress had asked her to get closer to Wu Dakai for a reason. He was an important figure here, and it seemed that the young mistress wanted his help to rescue Tiandong and Daya, the two servant girls. Unfortunately, this meant using Wu Dakai for her own purposes. While the goal itself might not be wrong, exploiting someone's feelings was something many would disdain doing. Now, Xian'er felt particularly sensitive and sorrowful. Wu Dakai spent the whole afternoon with her, but she didn't ask him about the other details regarding Master Bai. In fact, even if she had asked, Wu Dakai wouldn't have told her. Instead of creating confusion and causing pain for both, it was better to remain silent. As Xian'er let out a sigh and hummed a little tune while heading forward, he smiled kindly and followed after her like a butterfly chasing flowers. Both were tired, yet neither showed any signs of fatigue as they walked further ahead. They knew their time together this day was slipping away second by second, but neither wanted to part. As they moved along, they softly sang beautiful ballads, walking for what seemed like ages until finally, exhaustion overtook them. They leaned against a tree trunk. Chapter 168, The Unavoidable Sacrifice of Love. Xian'er alternated between crying and laughing, and he didn't know what was wrong with her. But every time Xian'er looked at him, there was always a compassionate sadness in her eyes. When it was mealtime, Xian'er stood up. I'll go back first. If you have time, we can meet tonight. All right. Xian'er mentioned a time, and Wu Dakai immediately nodded in agreement. The two walked forward and returned. Xian'er wiped away the crystalline tears from her face. Upon reaching the residence, the first person she saw was Nangong Qingjin. Currently, Nangong Qingjin was lost in a faint longing. The person she missed was Huangfu Kongming. Actually, she didn't know why. She had been running away from Huangfu Kongming, but now, inexplicably, there was an unclear emotional entanglement with this person. It was clearly wrong, and she had to keep reminding herself not to fall into this abyss. Nevertheless, before long, she found herself drowning in these memories anyway. Xian'er's footsteps finally interrupted Nangong Qingjin's reverie. Seeing Xian'er return, she paused for a moment before extending her hand and gripping Xian'er's hand. Mistress, you were daydreaming. I thought such absent-mindedness was my monopoly. Not necessarily. People always drift off sometimes. When I was daydreaming, I was thinking of someone. Huangfu Kongming, right? You must be thinking of the king, she said, looking at Nangong Qingjin as she spoke. Nangong Qingjin nodded. Yes, let me be honest with you. He wasn't kind to me before, yet I miss him. In fact, I know it's because I'm too obstinate. There are many things I could resolve peacefully with him, but I refused. Mistress, your pride has always been strong, Xian'er said, sighing while speaking and gazing at Nangong Qingjin, who nodded. This is about pride, something one cannot control. But now, if it truly comes down to love, where is my pride or self-respect? Mistress, don't think of him anymore. If all goes well, we'll meet him soon enough. For now, you should eat properly, get to bed early, and take good care of yourself. Whatever you want to do will be better when you're fit. What do you feel like eating now? Your maid will have the small kitchen send it over. Xian'er, I no longer need you to guess what I want to eat. These past few days, they've been trying various dishes without pause, recording any we eat in large quantities. Gradually, the table is filled only with our favorites. Anything we haven't touched, even once won't appear again. Haven't you noticed? Nangong Qingjin asked, looking at Xian'er. In fact, Xian'er had already noticed but couldn't say so. She sighed and gazed at the woman in front of her. What are you implying? My point is that now she is deliberately treating us well, and her intention is becoming increasingly clear. Hopefully, Huangfu Kongming won't fall into her trap. She sighed as she said this, looking toward the front where delicious food had indeed already arrived. As both women remained silently watching, the people coming by were clever and quickly caught on to their subtle signs. They knew perfectly well how these individuals observed them. Once the dishes were all served, several people departed with smiles, carrying their vermilion-lacquered, gold-trimmed trays back. At this point, the two women exchanged a composed smile upon seeing everything prepared. Gripping their chopsticks, they began eating. The dishes were rich and diverse, just as Nangong Qingjin had anticipated. They contained only the foods favored by Sienna and herself. Both women had hearty appetites. While enjoying their meal, Nangong Qingjin asked, "How is your side progressing?" "It's going quite smoothly. However, I've discovered that I seem to have feelings for him too." "This?" Nangong Qingjin set down her bowl, knowing full well that in this world of countless people, liking someone is already difficult. Wanting to be with someone is even harder. Having experienced such setbacks herself, she didn't wish this situation on Sienna. "If you really like him, or rather, love, do you know the difference between liking and loving someone, Sienna?" he asked, staring at her. Sienna wasn't entirely clear, but being with General Wu felt pleasant. At this moment, Sienna blushed rosy red and looked at Nangong Qingjin dreamily. "I might seek some advice," she said. "Sienna, look. This is the fengxian flower. If I like it, just a distant look will suffice. If I love it, not only would I." She stood up as she spoke, already reaching out to grasp the fengxian flower and snapping off the brightest one. She dropped it on the nearby table and continued, "Not only would I pick it, but I'd also make this beautiful fengxian flower into gorgeous nail polish and then paint my nails with it. Liking means protecting, that even looking is enough, whereas love involves selfishness, wanting to possess for oneself. You should understand this." "I see," Sienna understands, "but I still feel so upset," Sienna said, breaking into tears as she spoke. Seeing Sienna cry, Nangong Qingjin knew her maid was genuinely feeling heartbroken. Always kind-hearted, Nangong Qingjin quickly began gently patting Sienna's shoulder. "If you like him, be together with him. We'll find other ways. There's no need to worry. We can always think of many methods. Just don't miss the most important person in your life. Come now, Sienna, don't cry." "No, miss, your servant doesn't deserve love. For our safety, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Before, you sacrificed yourself for me, including risking your own life and love. Now why can't I let go of what I like once? I am still young. There will surely be better opportunities to meet someone more worthy in the future." "Foolish Sienna, do you know? Many things and people are hard to attain, which means from the start, we must face sorrow and adversity along the way. Simply stick to what you think is right, and don't sacrifice anything." "My dear Sienna." Hearing Nangong Qingjin say this, Sienna became torn but eventually made up her mind. "Miss, I've decided to start with me. The situation has already started to unravel and will become clearer with time, leading toward the light. Sienna, take some time to reflect. I have many plans here and will think them through slowly. You need to settle down and contemplate them carefully too. He's so obstinate. If he knows that my affection for him is actually for another purpose, I wonder how he would react." Sienna sighed while saying this and glanced at Nangong Qingjin. "You're right. If General Wu knew you approached him for an ulterior motive, his feelings for you would soon fade. Men are always like that. They criticize women for being fickle, but they're exactly the same." Nangong Qingjin lamented as she looked at Sienna. "I'm sorry, Sienna. This time you've been wronged by me." "No, miss, you're too humble. This is something within my capacity to handle. For both your and my safety, I wouldn't hesitate to give up my own life, much less something as intangible as a fleeting mirage of love. I firmly believe that in the vast sea of humanity ahead, I will encounter a man who suits me well. Good Sienna, miss owes you deeply. Your wisdom truly makes you worthy of being called my sister." Over these years, since saving Sienna, she had never seen her as a servant. Whether living, sitting, or lying down, everything was done on equal terms. To ensure Sienna didn't feel overly sensitive, even the clothes bought were tailored specifically for her, not the dull gray color meant for maids. All these things Sienna saw clearly. Now, the two shared a tacit understanding. After a quick exchange of thoughts, they began eating together. This day, Huangfu Kongming couldn't savor his food either. Now, he had sent out many people to inquire about Nangong Qingjin, but there was no sign yet of her whereabouts after leaving. People are often like this. When possessing something, they fail to cherish its value, and only when truly losing it does that thing become precious. It would have been easier if he could have retained control of those things earlier. Looking back now, all he could recall was how awfully he treated Nangong Qingjin, never giving her a chance to explain before imprisoning her in the cold palace. At that time, Lu Meyer added insult to injury, making Nangong Qingjin suffer endlessly without realizing. Now, every day he sent people to search for Nangong Qingjin, but the hope of finding her was exceedingly faint. Strangely enough, although he knew Nangong Qingjin was currently in the imperial capital, everything seemed to have changed, and he found himself unable to trace any clues related to her. Though the two were not separated by thousands of miles, they still felt as if they were. Now, General Chu Feng had gone, leaving only Gao Qi Qian, a meticulous and highly capable servant to rely on. Indeed, upon seeing Gao Qi Qian enter, he immediately paid his respects. "Your Highness, the information you requested has been largely uncovered," which was something Huangfu Kongming hadn't expected. Among the vast sea of people, it turned out that the needle in the haystack, the information about Nangong Qingjin, had truly been found. "Please take a seat," he said. Meanwhile, Gao Qi Qian stood up, but continued standing even after being seated, since in front of the prince, he wouldn't dare to sit down. Speak now, what exactly did you find out? Sit, my brother in arms in this world of hardship, for I consider all warriors as my equals, though in public, I must maintain a solemn face to establish authority. But privately, I am your elder brother. Why do you not speak while sitting? Your Highness, precisely because of that bond, I should not take my seat so easily. Concerning the matter you asked me to investigate, it is nearing clarity. Take a look. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper. On it was Nan Gong Qingjin's portrait. Seeing it, everything clicked into place. So this is how it went. Who was this person? Where was he seen? And who drew this? Your Highness, please allow me to explain fully. Lady Nangong left one day earlier than us. On the official road, she encountered a carriage. Considering the tense situation at the time, where could anyone have gone? This man is none other than Bai Gongzi from the city. Chapter 169, Conspiracy and Love. Who exactly is this white sir? Huangfu Kongming had no idea. Hearing Huangfu Kongming's question, the people nearby immediately nodded. This white sir is none other than Zisong He. After hearing that, Huangfu Kongming understood. I see. Now he must be in the so-called residence of white sir, right? While speaking, he looked at Gao Qiqian who was already smiling. Yes, this white sir is him. The current Miss Nangong is here, General Gao said as he took out a piece of paper. You've obtained the map so quickly. You're even more skilled than Chu Feng. This makes me look at you with new eyes, he said while laughing heartily. Your Highness, this is a simple map. What lies inside remains unknown for now. I still need to conduct further investigations. Don't worry. This residence is heavily guarded, just like our previous manor. Yes. He laughed because the terrain map was so clear, indicating that General Gao must have spent a lot of time on it. Have you shaken off all tales recently? That's settled. Good, General Gao. Our troops need to scatter and camp around the area. There shouldn't be any within the capital city. Let his vast army search if they wish. I'll remain unmoved. He continued. For the moment, don't pursue this matter. Just focus on troop deployment. Leave this place to me. How could I leave you alone to face danger in the capital? I will stay by your side. No, you must move around now. The matters here I can handle myself. Besides, if you were to investigate, it might alarm them unnecessarily, which wouldn't be good for either of us. Already reaching this point, I am indebted to you. You are my hand, but unfortunately my other hand. Thinking of Chu Feng made his heart ache as though being pierced by a knife. General Gao smiled faintly beside him. Please don't grieve anymore. First, accept condolences and try to ease your sorrow. Second, your words echo exactly what General Chu Feng once said. A general should die on the battlefield, wrapped in horse skin. Wouldn't you rather see Chu Feng die honorably in battle instead of in a wheelchair? General Chu Feng was indeed someone worthy of respect. We looked up to him. He died at his own hands but killed so many before his death. An extraordinary feat. You should feel proud instead, allowing Chu Feng to rest peacefully in the afterlife. Though it may be so, recalling Chu Feng's features still brings sorrow to my heart. He paused, and then added, for now, don't come here. The fewer people here, the better. Let our men recuperate well nearby. We've trained them for 1,000 days. There will be time to use them when necessary. Understood, Your Highness. I have no misunderstanding about it. With that, he retreated. Now, Huangfu Kongming's gaze was fixed on that piece of paper. Looking at the beautiful stationery and the delicate portrait drawn on it, he couldn't help but sigh. Then, raising his hand, he began gently stroking the image on the paper. After General Gao left, complete silence enveloped the room. This silence, however, hid another brewing storm. There weren't many people here, and most of the time, an unprecedented tranquility prevailed. Even if Zisong He himself were to come for an inspection, it would be difficult for him to uncover anything. But now, because of his longing for Nangong Qingjin, Huangfu Kongming also prepared to personally deliver himself to danger. It was often said that the most dangerous place was also the safest, which held true here. After Huangfu Wenliang and Zisong He deliberated, both decided to temporarily conclude their search. Their goal was to throw Huangfu Kongming off balance, making him come looking for them. However, they hadn't anticipated Huangfu Kongming's disappearance as well. This outcome was unexpected for both Wenliang and Zisong He, but the quiet from both sides wasn't unwelcome. One afternoon, Wenliang arrived again at Zisong He's residence where Zisong He was taking a nap. Thus, Wenliang met Nangong Qingjin. Seeing Huangfu Wenliang, Nangong immediately greeted him and escorted him to the rear courtyard. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. The roses here are more vibrant than those in front, Wenliang said as he reached out to accept the silk handkerchief presented by a eunuch, wiping his face. Once done, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm visiting you today. Are you very surprised? If you would like to come and see me, I would be very happy. If His Majesty is tired, please come to rest. Here, as soon as Wenliang arrived, she immediately extended her hand, shooing everyone away. Thus, when Huangfu Wenliang and Nangong Qingjin were alone, there were no ears around them. But today was different. Today, the duty fell to Wu Dakai. As a general, Wu Dakai had already begun quarreling with the royal guards within the court. Wu Dakai's orders were clear: investigate and monitor Nangong Qingjin. However, now, only a small portion of the task had been completed when the royal guards started clearing out the back courtyard. This move almost made him heartbroken. The cause of the conflict with the Imperial Guard was his refusal to leave. I have not received an order from the third prince. I cannot leave. My presence here is commanded. Goodness gracious, you brash soldier. Now that His Majesty has arrived, how dare you stay? What exactly are your intentions? Are you tired of living? The Imperial Guards in the capital city have always been arrogant. Actually, these guards weren't all that skilled, but they never held their tongues. While talking, They were already preparing to take action, rolling up their sleeves and speaking. General Wu, this is a command from the Emperor. You must leave as His Majesty is having a conversation inside. We, the Imperial Guards, have no precedent for leaving our post. Our role is to protect the Emperor. As for your men, well, they're just riffraff, belonging to the lowest rungs of society. If something happens to the Emperor while he's inside, who will be responsible? The captain of the Royal Guard continued to shout furiously, showing absolutely no grace. Wu Dakai and his troops merely laughed coldly without giving even a fraction of ground, which left the typically privileged Imperial Guards rather frustrated. Soon enough, they had crowded forward one by one, shouting, "What do you mean? You're just a general, step aside." "I won't. Let's see what you can do about it." As Wu Dakai spoke, he stood like a massive tower in front of the Imperial Guards. Originally, this was just a minor issue, a mere friction between the Royal Guards and bodyguards. But now, neither leader wanted to lose face, and with every passing moment, they grew more belligerent. The current structure of the Imperial Guard consists of 1,000 soldiers forming a small division. Among these 1,000, there exists a person of exceptional virtue and talent, respected by all, known as the commander. This commander, as the name suggests, leads the 1,000 men. And right now, this commander was seething with anger. Speaking of status and rank, Wu Dakai is merely a general. Here, generals are expected to follow orders without question. However, in front of the Imperial Guards, a general is nothing special. Seeing this, the commander burst into a cold laugh and, gripping his fist tightly, delivered a punch directly onto Wu Dakai's body. General Wu, being a true martial artist though lacking any extraordinary armor-like abilities, was unmoved by an ordinary punch or two. People who strike others are usually quite resilient themselves. Now, as that fierce punch landed on Wu Dakai's body, he didn't change a bit, still standing firm with a faint smile on his face, striking fear into those watching. "Now then," said Wu Dakai finally, after enduring the punches, "it's my turn." After saying this, the group barely noticed when General Wu struck back, but moments later, the once boastful Imperial Guards were climbing trees. This, climbing the tree, wasn't out of choice but necessity, because Wu Dakai's strength was impressive. That single punch genuinely sent the commander flying into a tree. Once the commander landed on the tree, Wu Dakai began laughing heartily. All right, look at how scared you are now. Do you still talk about claiming dominance? A powerful dragon struggles against a local snake. Just wait, I'll send someone to report to His Majesty. Move fast." The man in the tree tried to descend, while loudly ordering others to inform the Emperor. All this ruckus hadn't yet concluded when Zisong He, who was asleep, woke up due to the commotion. Normally, Zisong He wouldn't bother to get involved, but the current situation was quite unusual. The Emperor's visit would have been fine, had it not been so disrespectful that he arrived without even informing Zisong He. That itself was already unacceptable, and then the Emperor went straight to Nangong Qingjin's quarters. In terms of tolerance, Zisong He could usually swallow his pride for the sake of peace. However, Zisong He had no intention of doing so this time, because the third provocation was the Emperor ordering the Imperial Guards to manage things here. This completely undermined his authority and left Zisong He unable to remain calm. "What is all the commotion outside? Report back swiftly." Rest was no longer an option as he had already been woken up. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed those around him while someone immediately recounted everything like a parrot imitating speech. Seeing the person who looked pitifully anxious, Zisong He frowned coldly and fastened a golden hairpin into his own hair. "Then let us see who dares to act so disrespectfully here. They truly think too little of me." Observing His Highness's cold anger, the entourage immediately followed behind Zisong He, emboldened by his presence. They quickly made their way through the paths and arrived at the source of the noise, where Zisong He heard from afar the quarrel between the Imperial Guards and his own forces, which was highly disorderly. "What is the matter? Why is he in the tree?" It was a large, towering grapefruit tree, and Zisong He quickly noticed one of the Imperial Guards perched on its branches. The captain also saw Zisong He approaching. Shivering while clinging tightly to the trunk, he stammered, "Your Highness, you have finally come. Surely, you will uphold justice." "I am merely following orders. His Majesty's royal sedan has arrived, and all non-essential individuals nearby need to be cleared away. As I was performing my duty clearing the area, your general." Chapter 170, A Chilling Plan. Even this humble king had no idea about this matter. It was supposed to be minding our own business, so who wants to clean up my territory right under my nose? The royal guards almost thought they had misheard. Zisong He seethed with anger. On normal days it didn't show much, but at this moment, he absolutely detested Huangfu Wenliang. Before, whenever Zisong He and Huangfu Wenliang were present together, why did Huangfu Wenliang not respect him? Now look at how utterly disrespectful Huangfu Wenliang was, even entering the backyard. It would have been fine if Huangfu Wenliang had just entered, but then he drove off Zisong He's personal guards. Such an act of occupation enraged Zisong He. At this moment, his face, rigid as a rock, showed cold fury. His glare, like black onyx, shot out shards of cold stars. Truly outrageous. All those who belong to me, step inside immediately. Surround these uninvited guests. Punish 1 to warn 100. Let's see who will dare act arrogantly in my domain again. After Zisong He finished speaking, he coldly flicked his sleeve. People around, upon hearing this, immediately began gathering over. At that moment, General Wu Daka immediately stepped forward. In the imminent explosion of danger, he half knelt on the ground. Your Highness, this is absolutely unacceptable. You should think thrice before acting. After all, The visitors are from the Imperial Guards of the capital city. They're regular troops. Better to avoid conflict and let this issue pass. Imperial Guards. His voice was cold, gritting teeth as though facing a demon. Are you General Wu also afraid of the Imperial Guards? This king has no fear. Anybody causing trouble here, be it the Imperial Guards or even divine beings descending from heaven, shall encounter my wrath. I'll eliminate whoever blocks my way, be it Buddha or devil. After saying this through clenched teeth, the few people standing nearby started feeling uneasy. As for Wu Daka, who tried to dissuade Zisong He, realizing that Zisong He was indeed determined to take action,